Chapter 1. The Heavenly Sacrifice. Boom, boom. As the incessant sounds of explosions echoed from outside, Li Qingyin turned his head slightly to glance at the formless mosaics beside him, feeling an intense throbbing in his temples. Who could possibly explain why he was awakened by bombs rather than firecrackers? Initially, he had been preoccupied with how to confront the relentless pressure of his aunts and uncles urging him to marry. Now, however, he breathed a sigh of relief. As a nearly 40-year-old unmarried man, family gatherings during the new year felt more like a critical tribunal. Just yesterday, he had been fretting over how to navigate today's familial inquisition, but now, that concern had evaporated entirely. His current predicament demanded his utmost attention: how to survive. Waking up at home only to find himself in another realm felt absurdly trivial. While others might waver in the face of such a bizarre occurrence, for Li Qingyin, a former struggling novelist, this sort of transition was merely a commonplace occurrence. Indeed, before his transmigration, he had been an unsuccessful writer whose inept prose and lack of originality resulted in a complete absence of readers. Were it not for his part-time job as a security guard, he would have faced dire survival challenges. Yet now, Li Qingyin surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in dire straits. He found himself in the living room on the second floor, where the previous occupant had been preparing dinner with his parents when, out of nowhere, a missile had crashed through the ceiling and detonated. Logically, being struck by a missile at such close range should have been fatal unless he possessed superhuman resilience. Yet, the narrative of his transmigration defied all reason. Despite the unfortunate fate of his parents and two others being reduced to formless mosaics by the missile, he remained entirely unharmed. Not even a scratch to mar his skin. Of course, he was not entirely unscathed, for this soul had indeed been swapped. He slapped his cheeks, retrieving memories from the remnants of his fragmented soul. The unfortunate individual whose body he had taken over was named Jack Ma, an 18-year-old of Chinese descent born in the small Eastern European nation of Sokovia. Damn! Upon grasping the gravity of his situation through the shards of memory, Li Qingyin could not help but curse. Jack Ma's parents were native to China, yet 3 months prior to his birth, they had sold their ancestral courtyard houses in the capital and relocated to Sokovia in search of a better life. While this tale might evoke laughter, considering the societal context, such suffocating decisions were not entirely uncommon. Fortunately, although Jack Ma's parents had made a bewildering choice, they had also worked diligently over the years in Sokovia, driven by their love for property, eventually acquiring a building. Yes, you heard correctly. His transmigration had come with a building, making Jack Ma a second-generation property owner in Sokovia. However, given the cacophony of explosions outside, it seemed his status as a property heir was about to come to an abrupt end. Shaking his head, he cast aside any dreams of being a wealthy heir and focused on the more pressing matter of surviving. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions outside suggested chaos, and it was evident that something significant had transpired. With missiles crashing into one's living room, one could only imagine the pandemonium unfolding outside. Remaining stationary was hardly wise. After all, a missile was still lodged overhead. This 6-story apartment building was the asset of his predecessor's parents, with a restaurant on the first floor, the family residing on the second, and the upper floors rented out. The missile had seemingly entered through a third-floor window, obliterating the ceiling of the second floor and detonating in the living room. The missile, now lodged above him, approximately a meter in length, was skewered at an odd angle into the third-floor ceiling, threatening to explode at any moment. Even if it did not detonate, a fall from the third floor could still result in a catastrophic explosion. Thus, his immediate priority was to escape this precarious building and find a safe haven. While the outside world was undoubtedly dangerous, it was certainly preferable to having a missile precariously perched above him. However, just as he prepared to flee, he noticed the missile bore the Stark Industries logo. Stark Industries? Li Qingyuan's mind reeled. Upon learning that he was in Sokovia, he had yet to grasp the full implications, given the multitude of small nations in Eastern Europe. Unless one were a geography expert, memorizing all the country names would be an arduous task. Yet, with Sokovia and Stark Industries now intertwined in his mind, he could hardly excuse himself for not recognizing the significance of the situation. Had he unwittingly crossed over into the Marvel Universe? What was even more infuriating was that others typically began their adventures in New York, encountering prominent figures like Phil Coulson, Spider-Man, Iron Man, or the Hulk. And here he was, commencing his journey with a Stark Industries missile aimed directly at him. The disparity was staggering. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, the missile had just obliterated his parents. By the strictest measure, did that not make Iron Man his parents' murderer? Wah! Just as he was lost in thought, he heard faint cries interspersed with the explosions. Were there still survivors? Li Qingyuan looked up, unable to see the scene on the third floor due to obstructions, but it was evident that the cries emanated from above. Yet, he had no intention of playing the savior. The missile could detonate at any moment, and he needed to make his escape. Having only just transmigrated, he had no desire to risk his life for the sake of heroism. This was the Marvel Universe, a realm teeming with formidable villains and rampant extraterrestrial threats. He was ill-equipped to bear the mantle of a hero. Furthermore, given his disposition, it would be an undue burden to expect him to act heroically. The door had been destroyed in the blast, but being on the second floor, a jump would likely result in nothing more than a sprained ankle. Just as he was about to step towards the window, an inexplicable urge compelled him to turn back. It seemed, in his recollections, the couple renting the upstairs apartment had an unusual surname. Was it something like Maximoff? Chapter 2. Encountering the Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff. Li Qingyuan recalled the name of the little girl from the apartment above, pieced together from fragmented memories. The couple residing upstairs had a pair of twin children. The daughter was named Wanda, but the name of the twin son eluded his memory. Regrettably, he had forgotten. A glance at the calendar hanging on the wall revealed the year was 2006. Connecting this with his recollections, the child crying above must indeed be the young Scarlet Witch. It was a challenging time for aspiring writers, and he had watched countless Marvel films in preparation for his writing, becoming intimately familiar with Wanda's backstory. Of course, he would never admit that his keen observation was due to the magnificence of the Scarlet Witch. Founded in 1939, Marvel had undergone numerous changes in personnel, from the chairman to the janitor, while Stan Lee remained as a hidden mastermind. Due to these transitions, the Marvel Universe had been overthrown and reimagined countless times. After all, 1,000 writers yield 100,000 interpretations, and the worldview crafted by one generation is seldom fully embraced by the next. Nevertheless, in the Marvel Universe, the established norms are often disregarded. The character of Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, had also been altered multiple times, compounded by various copyright issues. It could be said that even Stan Lee himself would hesitate to ascertain which version he had traversed into. However, with the mention of Sokovia and the fact that Wanda was merely 10 years old this year, it could be concluded that he was indeed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With this thought, Li Qingyuan felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Although the Marvel Cinematic Universe was fraught with danger, it was far safer compared to the often unreasonable comic book universes. At the very least, this world would not feature individuals capable of breaking the fourth wall. "Is that you, Wanda?" He called out towards the gaping hole above. With the gunfire resuming outside, he felt compelled to raise his voice. Otherwise, he feared he would not be heard. What? Clearly, the emotionally shattered little girl was oblivious to his call, continuing to sob with her head buried in her arms. "Brother Jack, are you still alive?" Although Wanda did not respond, her twin brother Pietro did. What does he mean by still alive? This little brat certainly lacks tact. Li Qingyuan felt as if a crow had flown over his head. It was no wonder this character was written off after just one appearance. With such a mouth, surviving 3 minutes was already a generous concession from the writers. Pietro Maximoff, Wanda's twin brother, later known as Quicksilver. Quicksilver possessed the ability of super speed, said to rival that of a certain other child in red. Originally, he should have been a significant asset to the Avengers, but it seemed his special effects were too expensive, leading to his untimely demise. Ironically, the speedster, who could exceed the speed of light, was taken down by a machine gun. Well, given budget constraints, even Ancient One could be casually tossed off a building, so Quicksilver's death was hardly a shocking revelation. The Maximoff family had resided in this building for several years, making the twins somewhat familiar to Li Qingyuan's former self. Of course, their acquaintance was merely superficial, as there was a 7 to 8 year age gap, and the former Jack had little interest in playing with 2 young children. "Brother Jack, are my parents okay?" Before he could respond, Pietro shouted from above. Having witnessed their parents being obliterated by a missile, Pietro had mentally prepared for the worst. However, hearing voices from above sparked a flicker of hope in his young heart. If that foolish landlord's son was unharmed, perhaps his parents were safe as well. Well, your parents are in a rather dire state, Li Qingyan replied, somewhat exasperated as he glanced at the mosaic of destruction. Even Wolverine would find it challenging to revive in such a condition. Wah. Initially trying to maintain composure for his sister's sake, Pietro could no longer hold back his tears. Li Qingyan approached the gaping hole, evaluating the height of the room and contemplating how he might ascend. His intentions were not driven by any inappropriate thoughts regarding the young Wanda, who was merely a child of 10. He was not willing to risk the wrath of censorship. His primary motivation for seeking out the twins stemmed from the film's narrative, which suggested that their location could provide a safe haven amidst the chaos of war. The outside world was in disarray, and he dared not venture out into peril. Although a missile lay across the third floor, his familiarity with the plot assured him that it was merely a dud. After relocating a chair from the corner of the room to the rubble, Li Qingyuan managed to reach the third floor. Thanks to his prior physical training and youthful vigor at 18, if he had relied on the physical attributes he possessed before his transmigration, he doubted he would have been able to reach the floor. After considerable effort, he finally climbed to the third floor, following the sounds of crying to discover the twins hiding beneath a table. "Brother Jack," Pietro called out with red-rimmed eyes. Although they had not been particularly close prior, they were still acquaintances. A 10-year-old boy, suddenly bereft of his parents, could hardly maintain his composure in front of his sister. Now that he had encountered a familiar face, Pietro's facade crumbled. After all, he was merely a 10-year-old child. "It's all right, don't be afraid. You two come out now," Li Qingyan said, clearing the debris that obstructed the table, striving to present a warm and reassuring smile. He grasped the wrists of the twin siblings, gently pulling them from their hiding place. Wah. Wanda continued to sob on the ground, while Pietro, though slightly better off, appeared dazed. One could hardly expect 10-year-olds to remain composed under such circumstances. Moreover, if these two were truly so composed, Li Qingyuan might suspect they had also traveled through time like himself. Host has encountered world node character Wanda Maximoff. Teleportation eligibility activated. The first teleportation will commence in 10 minutes. Just as he pondered how to comfort the two children, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Well, it seemed his golden finger had finally arrived. Chapter 3. A Proposal. In this day and age, one would feel embarrassed to step outside and greet others without a golden finger, let alone the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, where the protagonist without a golden finger is essentially destined to fail. It is evident that some magnificent entity must have orchestrated his arrival, not merely to witness the myriad ways in which he could meet his demise. System, what is the first world? What is my mission? In merely 3 seconds, Li Qingyuan accepted the premise of possessing a system. After all, if he could readily embrace the notion of traversing into the Marvel realm, acquiring a system seemed entirely reasonable. The countdown begins. The first world is Godzilla, King of the Monsters. The mission will be announced upon your arrival in the host world. You have 9 minutes and 40 seconds for preparation. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated, clearly indicating a lack of emotional engagement. Even though he could communicate with the system in his mind, Li Qingyuan could not help but vocalize his frustration. Had it been the old version of Godzilla, it could be forgiven, but the latest iteration, Godzilla, King of the Monsters? With monsters roaming freely and a global crisis unfolding, his frail physique would not withstand even the nuclear radiation, let alone accomplish any tasks. Could this truly be a dim-witted system playing tricks on him? Wanda and Pietro, who had been sobbing, instantly ceased their tears, their eyes fixed on the suddenly irate Li Qingyan, a mixture of fear and confusion reflected in their gazes. "Nothing. I'm merely feeling a bit agitated." Realizing his outburst had frightened the children, Li Qingyuan forced a wry smile and gently ruffled their hair. "System, can I change my mission? I am a novice after all. Isn't it a bit excessive to thrust me directly into this narrative?" Although he understood that his plea would likely be in vain, Li Qingyuan felt it necessary to make an attempt. Perhaps this foolish system might just malfunction. Analyzing host capabilities. Based on the assessment, your attributes are slightly below average. Transmitting you to Godzilla, King of the Monsters yields a survival probability of 0.0000001, initiating change of narrative world, now set to Titanic. Yay! An exhilarated Li Qingyuan immediately lifted little Wanda into the air, performing a celebratory lift. Wanda gazed at the suddenly exuberant older brother in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his antics. Pietro quickly pulled his sister aside, eyeing the animated figure with caution. Is he perhaps out of his mind? Titanic! Li Qingyan gazed at the virtual representation of the first narrative world before him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Titanic is a romantic film adapted from a historical event by James Cameron, which upon its release swept through the film industry, garnering accolades in abundance. The entire film presents little danger, with only minor troubles during the ship's sinking. However, for one well-versed in the film's plot, even those minor troubles could hardly be deemed troublesome. It stands to reason that upon crossing into Titanic, his mission would entail saving lives or acquiring the heart of the ocean, and perhaps, with a touch of mischief, ensnaring the leading lady, Rose. While Kate Winslet later earned a reputation for her liberated spirit, at the time of filming Titanic, she was still in her prime, making the potential mission rather appealing. You two wait here for a moment. I will be right back. With 7 minutes left on the countdown, Li Qingyuan instructed the siblings before descending through the hole. The descent was straightforward, less than 3 meters high. Jumping down posed no difficulty at all. As Li Qingyuan vanished from sight, Pietro and Wanda momentarily forgot their fear and tears, exchanging puzzled glances. Pietro, is Jack brother perhaps foolish? After a prolonged silence, Wanda finally whispered to her brother. Perhaps. He might have bumped his head. Pietro scratched his head, uncertain. Even if he truly needed to use the restroom, the bathroom on the 3rd floor was not broken. Why would he jump back down to the 2nd floor? Ignoring the children's musings, Li Qingyuan rushed into the bedroom to gather supplies. Although Titanic is a relatively simple task for a newcomer, this was his first narrative traversal, and thorough preparation was essential. First and foremost, weapons. His previous parents, being of Chinese descent, had lived in Sokovia for over a decade and had some means of self-defense. 2 Beretta 92 pistols, along with 4 magazines of ammunition. In Eastern Europe, one could not afford to be unarmed while conducting business. Regrettably, the weapons prepared by his predecessors would suffice only against petty thugs. They offered no defense against missiles raining down from the sky. Nevertheless, possessing these 2 guns should provide ample protection against potential dangers aboard the ship. Next, Li Qingyuan swiftly opened the bedroom safe and extracted several gold bars. Thanks to his predecessor's prudent habit of saving, the safe contained not only a substantial amount of cash, but also a fair number of gold bars. Those dollars would be utterly useless in the world of Titanic, given that the timeline was set in 1912, and even the versions of paper currency differed. However, gold bars are a universal currency across realms, and possessing a few would undoubtedly come in handy. He also attached a kitchen knife to his belt and prepared to search the utility room for a life raft. Although he felt 99% confident in his ability to escape the ship, one could never be too sure if the system had intended to throw him into the moment of the sinking. Thus, preparing a life raft was indeed prudent. Yet, before he could open the utility room door, the system's icy voice began to alert him. Preparation time has concluded. Teleportation will commence in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. His previously clear mind suddenly became dizzy, and amidst the haze, countless points of light seemed to streak past him. As he attempted to discern the nature of these lights, a throbbing sensation overwhelmed his mind. He promptly closed his eyes. While he had never killed a pig, he had at least seen one, understanding that this sensation stemmed from his inadequate strength to withstand the effects of the so-called time-space turbulence. Thus, he decided to keep his eyes shut, hoping for some relief. Ding! Host successfully teleported. Please integrate into the current environment within 10 minutes. The main mission will be announced in 10 minutes. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Li Qingyuan finally opened his eyes. What was that smell? The moment he opened his eyes, he had to quickly cover his nose. Chapter 4. The Titanic. The cabin was filled with a nauseating stench. Li Qingyuan covered his nose with his hand, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Had he known, he would have brought a mask or at least a bottle of air freshener. The odor was reminiscent of a ruptured sewage pipe in an apartment, left to fester under the blazing sun, truly repugnant. This could undoubtedly be classified as a chemical assault, with a toxic effect all its own. Where exactly was he? With only 9.5 minutes left of the system's protective time, he had no choice but to endure the acrid scent and begin surveying his surroundings. The cramped space measured less than 10 square meters and boasted no windows. Were it not for the dim bulb flickering above, he might have mistaken it for a coffin. The area was cluttered with an overwhelming assortment of personal belongings, the floor strewn with straw and cotton-like debris. The ghastly odor emanated from these very items. Was it possible that he had been teleported directly to a garbage dump? Li Qingyuan yearned to escape this unbearable place, but with the system's protective time still in effect, he could only remain and endure the stench. Fortunately, upon his arrival, he received a brief memory that illuminated his current predicament. The system had assigned him the identity of a merchant from the Qing dynasty, traveling to America for business. Ordinarily, he had purchased a third-class ticket, but due to the disdainful attitudes of the crew, he was relegated to the lower-level employee quarters. In this era, during the Qing dynasty, Chinese individuals often bore the stigma of inferiority, and discrimination was commonplace. This cramped cabin, smaller than a typical kitchen, housed 9 Chinese individuals without a single ventilated window, making the environment all too evident. Before this journey, he had vaguely recalled the plot and historical context of the Titanic, remembering that there were indeed 8 Chinese laborers aboard at that time. However, the cabin was currently empty. They must have gone off to work. In this age, Chinese people were subjected to discrimination worldwide, their circumstances scarcely better than those of enslaved black individuals, as evidenced by his own experience of being a ticket-holding passenger cast into the hold. Had he encountered an impassioned youth, one might have prepared to strive for the rise of their race. However, as a middle-aged man with a psychological age nearing 40, Li Qingyuan believed it wiser to proceed with caution. After all, this was merely a narrative world, and given his current capabilities, he would not stir up much commotion. It would be best to ascertain the tasks issued by the system and perhaps earn some rewards in the process. System, please open my attribute panel. In the brief span of merely a few minutes since his arrival in the present, he has already traversed the Marvel Universe and encountered the youthful Scarlet Witch, while simultaneously activating his personal system and being transported into a narrative realm. His endeavors to scavenge for resources have consumed precious time, leaving him no opportunity to even blink. It is only now that he finds himself with the leisure to meticulously examine his attribute panel. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male, earthling. Strength, 4, 5, agility, 5, 5, constitution, 5, 5, spirit, 8, 5, skills, none. His attribute panel is succinct, devoid of any superfluous commentary or complaints, indicating that his system is a legitimate and authentic version, rather than the flashy, deceptive imposters that often masquerade under the guise of a system. While his strength is slightly below the norm, considering this body is merely 18 years of age and possesses potential for growth, it is evident that his predecessor placed considerable emphasis on physical training. As for the elevated spirit attribute, it is likely a result of the fusion of the 2 souls. Naturally, 2 minds would yield a greater mental capacity than a solitary one. However, the emptiness of the skill column elicits a sense of dismay. After all, having navigated the complexities of society for over a decade, how has he failed to acquire even a single skill? He is uncertain about the current timeline of the narrative, and this identity he now inhabits presents a rather challenging predicament. Pondering thoughtfully, he strokes his chin. As for the foul stench permeating the air, after a few minutes, he has grown accustomed to it. Life, after all, is akin to that adage. When you find yourself in a situation, one must make peace with it. James Cameron's film Titanic is a faithful adaptation of historical events, depicting the tale of the nearly bankrupt noblewoman Rose, who embarks on a journey to New York with her fiancé, Cal, in preparation for their marriage. Meanwhile, the impoverished Jack boards the ship with dreams of prosperity in America. During the voyage, Rose's existential crisis unfolds, leading her to realize that her current life is not what she desires. Seizing the moment, Jack enters her life, leading to Cal unwittingly donning the proverbial green hat. Ultimately, the tragic fate of the protagonists, separated by the sinking of the ship, evokes tears from many viewers. Upon first viewing this film in his adolescence, he was moved by the profound love between the lead characters. Yet, as he matured, Li Qingyuan came to recognize that their sentiments mirrored those espoused by the renowned author Qiong Yao. What, then, was the tragic Cal's transgression? Why must he be vilified as a cowardly and despicable figure? As the protection time concludes, the main quest is now set to commence. As he began to ponder the unfolding narrative and contemplate the most strategic approach to his predicament, a sudden alert from the system resonated within his mind. Was it a mission of escape or one of rescue? Primary mission, due to a deviation in the timeline. Iceberg SW626 has begun to melt mid-journey due to global climate issues. The host must ensure the Titanic sinks in its designated waters on the evening of the 4th day to restore the timeline. Rewards for completion, 1 attribute point. Basic bomb expertise. Consequences of failure. Forced entry into the plot of Godzilla, King of the Monsters, facing off against the formidable Crimson Godzilla. I nearly choked on my own blood, almost suffocating from the absurdity of it all. Li Qingyuan scrutinized the main task before him, incredulous at the audacity of this infernal system. Why on earth was he being commanded to blow up a ship? System, this task seems rather unreasonable, does it not? It could easily lead one to perceive me as the antagonist. Given his previous experience in negotiations, he had come to believe that this ludicrous system might be somewhat amenable to reason. My demands are modest. Could we perhaps alter the mission to one of escape instead? If that fails, I could always pursue Rose. The system, unwavering and indifferent, reiterated, the timeline of this narrative has been altered. To prevent the collapse of the world, it is imperative that the Titanic sinks in its designated waters. Chapter 5. A wealth of choices. I wish to upgrade my cabin. Sir, you wish to upgrade? To move to second class, an additional 17 pounds is required. Peters abruptly roused from his stupor, flustered and anxious. He knew that if his supervisor caught him slacking during work hours, a reprimand would be inevitable. His responsibilities included addressing the myriad concerns of third-class passengers, essentially serving as customer service and after-sales support. Yes, I wish to upgrade, Li Qingyuan declared, his voice tinged with indignation. What manner of task had this cursed system assigned him? It was nothing short of inhumane. Yet, no matter how ludicrous the assignment, he could only accept it with tears in his eyes, for facing off against Crimson Godzilla seemed a blatant trap, let alone the fact that he was merely an ordinary person, even if he were to ascend to the ranks of a superhero. The encounter with Crimson Godzilla would likely spell his doom. After all, this creature could treat nuclear weapons like mere snacks. And unless one could attain a level of power akin to that of a fully armored Thanos, even the mightiest of superheroes would find themselves at a disadvantage. However, before embarking on his mission, he first needed to address his accommodation. He had no desire to remain in the lower-tier employee quarters, a place where the stench alone could render one breathless. Earlier, he had stumbled upon 200 pounds in banknotes within his cabin, presumably the initial funds provided by the system. He now assumes the identity of a Qing dynasty merchant preparing to embark on a business venture in America, carrying with him a substantial amount of startup capital. In this era, Britain stands unchallenged as the world's preeminent power, with the pound sterling being the most valuable currency globally. Exchanging at $5 to £1, or more than a gram of gold. 200 pounds is certainly no trifling sum. In the original narrative, the protagonist, Jack, acquired his ticket to board a ship by gambling at a casino, whereas a third-class ticket merely costs £3. This illustrates that the protagonist is indeed a destitute individual, his pockets echoing with emptiness. There's no space available. You should return. Initially apprehensive about potential complaints, Peters became dismissive upon noticing that the individual before him was Asian. Here are 20 pounds. Surely there must be a cabin available. Observing the repugnant expression of the rotund man, Li Qingyuan, a seasoned veteran of society, understood the implications of the man's demeanor. If a commoner were to request an upgrade, this fellow would likely not utter a word of protest. Yet, upon seeing him, the man had swiftly altered his tone, primarily due to the color of his skin. In this age, Britain remains the global hegemon, while our Qing dynasty. Perhaps it is best left unspoken, for words only bring tears. Receiving 2 10-pound notes, Peters began to whistle contentedly. Sir, upgrading to second class will require an additional payment of 17 pounds. Although aware of the British's notorious avarice, Li Qingyuan was taken aback by the extent of this man's greed. If you lack the funds, I kindly ask you to leave and not obstruct my work, Peters declared with crossed arms, reveling in his misdeed. 20 pounds equated to nearly half a year's salary for him. He was astonished that this so-called yellow-skinned monkey possessed such wealth. Yet, the man's command of English was rather impressive. Generally, these individuals struggled with fluency. Peters was untroubled by the prospect of a disturbance, knowing that aboard the ship, no one would believe the words of the other party. Years hence, Europe may veer towards another extreme, but in this present time, racial discrimination is undeniably politically correct. I wish to purchase a second-class ticket. Although he longed to draw a pistol and rid himself of this insufferable rotund man, Li Qingyuan, after a careful evaluation of his circumstances, had to suppress his fury, producing 2 10-pound notes instead. Do not lose your temper. It is essential to remain composed. After all, this fat man has little time left. Here, take this. It is your key. Peters tossed a ticket and key towards him, promptly stashing the 20 pounds into his drawer. Certainly, the notion of receiving change is utterly out of question. Li Qingyuan, feeling disheartened, would not engage in tedious disputes over the trifling matter of the 3 yuan ranking. He might as well consider it a contribution towards the procurement of a coffin for the opposing party. Initially, he harbored some reluctance towards the tasks assigned by the system, even though he was acutely aware that this realm was merely a fabrication, and that the narrative characters bore no semblance of connection to him. However, as a law-abiding citizen for over 3 decades, he felt a twinge of moral objection towards such frenzied tasks. Yet now, after enduring a barrage of stares and whispers, he believed it would be for the best if this wretched vessel were to sink sooner rather than later. How could White Star Company permit an individual of such lowly status to infiltrate high society? Surely, this fellow must be Japanese. Individuals of his ilk ought to reside in third class, not among the elite. Third-class accommodations are generally situated beneath the deck, while second-class lodgings are above it. Thus, when Li Qingyuan appeared on the deck, the white patrons enjoying the view nearby activated their derisive mode. The so-called gentlemanly decorum is a concern that arises only after one has dined well. The Europeans of today stand in stark contrast to the benevolent figures of a century hence. Everyone who laid eyes on him uttered a few scornful remarks. Suppressing the feeling of being an object of curiosity akin to a rare species, Li Qingyuan found his cabin, opened the door, and stepped inside, which slightly alleviated his inner turmoil. Truth be told, although he had learned about the lack of social standing for Asians in Europe and America during his history classes, the knowledge gleaned from books remained superficial. It was only through personal experience that he could truly grasp the reality of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his spirits. There is no need to engage with the dead. Lying within his cabin, Li Qingyuan began to contemplate the feasibility of accomplishing this task. Sinking the Titanic was no trivial endeavor. While it may seem straightforward in films, the reality of being inside such a luxurious liner reveals the impracticality of the undertaking. The Titanic measures 270 meters in length and 30 meters in width, spanning 9 decks. It is, in essence, a mobile fortress. Not only does he currently lack any heavy artillery, but even with a few grenades, it would be impossible to sink the ship. After all, vessels of this tonnage are designed with various contingencies in mind. To think one could merely puncture a hole to bring down such a colossal entity is naively optimistic. Chapter 6. London's most notorious scoundrel. The starry sky over the ocean is truly magnificent. Jack Dawson reclined on a bench on the deck, marveling at the myriad stars above. Britain, the reigning global superpower, concurrently holds the dubious title of being the foremost contributor to environmental pollution worldwide. London, often referred to as the Fog City, owes its moniker to the excessive use of coal, which casts a gray pall over the entire sky. Were there to be any PM2.5 measurements in that era, it is likely that London's levels would soar beyond comprehension. As a wandering artist, Jack had witnessed numerous breathtaking landscapes. Yet the celestial canvas he beheld this evening was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Despite his grandiloquent boasts, he was, in truth, a penniless vagabond, possessing little more than a reasonably handsome visage and no other discernible virtues. His flight from Europe to America was not solely driven by dreams of wealth. A more pressing motive lay in the debts of romance he had accrued, as rumors of a few aggrieved Englishmen seeking his demise reached his ears. Thus, Jack found himself compelled to forsake his homeland. It is worth noting that those Englishmen exhibited a distinct lack of gentlemanly decorum during his time in France. While assisting others with appliance repairs, even a disgruntled homeowner would merely suggest, with gentle admonition, the necessity of wearing insulated gloves. In stark contrast, these Englishmen resorted to threats of violence. Appliances, when left unused for prolonged periods, tend to develop minor issues. Yet Jack offered his services free of charge. embodying the very essence of benevolence. It was disheartening that those individuals failed to express gratitude and instead displayed disrespect towards him. This train of thought led Jack to recollect the enchanting woman he had glimpsed on the deck that afternoon. Despite the two of them being separated by 2 decks, he would stake his reputation as a seasoned appliance repairman that she was indeed a genuine beauty. Were he not aboard a cruise ship, he would have sought every opportunity to engage her, for he knew from experience that such naive aristocratic ladies were often easily deceived. His reputation as the little silver gun of Western Europe was a construct of his own embellishments. Regrettably, it was evident that she belonged to first class, while he languished in third class. The Titanic strictly adhered to its hierarchy. First-class passengers enjoyed unfettered access to all areas of the ship, whereas third-class travelers were barred from even setting foot on the second deck. Thus, unless the lady were to foolishly descend, they would remain unable to converse. The night sky was indeed magnificent. Just as Jack pondered whether he should venture below deck to charm a gypsy girl to alleviate the tedium of the journey, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Greetings, I am Li Qingyuan. What is your name?" As Jack momentarily stared in surprise, Li Qingyuan greeted him with a warm smile. Having clarified his thoughts within the ship's confines, he was determined to accomplish his task, yet upon preparing to act, he realized he was utterly at a loss. In the original narrative, the Titanic met its tragic fate due to a collision with an iceberg. Subsequent scientific analyses reveal that had the iceberg not compromised the ship's structural integrity, it might not have sunk at all. Therefore, the foremost tasks at hand are twofold. First, to acquire the ship's architectural blueprints and identify its structural points. Second, to ascertain whether there are any black market merchants aboard from whom he can procure sufficiently powerful explosives. The architectural blueprints should be relatively accessible, as this voyage marks the Titanic's maiden journey, and the chief designer, Thomas Andrews, is present on the ship. He undoubtedly possesses the blueprints. As for the explosives, the black market merchants aboard surely have supplies, though the extent of their stock remains uncertain. However, despite having clearly delineated these objectives, achieving them is far from straightforward. As the chief designer, Andrews occupies a first-class cabin. While even securing a conversation with him from his position in second class would prove to be a considerable challenge, given Andrews' stature, it is unlikely that even if he were willing to purchase a first-class ticket, the ticket holders would be amenable to selling him one. Moreover, while black market merchants are primarily motivated by money, without a mediator, his attempts to locate them would surely lead to confusion. After contemplating for an afternoon, Li Qingyuan resolved to seek out the male protagonist of this tale, Jack Dawson, the scoundrel before him. "Jack Dawson, are you from Qing State?" Li Qingyuan inquired. Jack, startled, leaped from his chair, showcasing his impressive abdominal prowess. The first-class and second-class passengers could certainly critique Li Qingyuan's appearance, but as a penniless vagabond, Jack lacked the confidence to deride someone who appeared to be of considerable wealth. Even though Easterners are regarded as a lower class in Europe, Jack himself was merely a drifter who survived by swindling women, who among them had the right to look down upon one another. Moreover, it is rumored that wealthy individuals from the East possess substantial fortunes. Should he manage to extract some funds from this individual, it might even cover his travel expenses to America. "Jack, I sense you have a fascinating story to tell." Extending his hand for a handshake, Li Qingyuan commenced his strategic plan. According to the plot, shortly, the female lead, Rose, will dash down from first class due to some trivial matter, heading towards the ship's stern in a bid to commit suicide. One can only wonder what goes through the mind of such a privileged individual. It is baffling that someone born into affluence would contemplate such despair. Of course, the more foolish the female lead appears, the more advantageous it is for his impending actions. Should he encounter a clever and capable individual, Li Qingyuan harbors no absolute certainty of being able to deceive her. However, before deceiving that naive girl, he needed to deal with the nuisance before him. "Of course, I could claim to be the most intriguing person in all of London. Would you care to hear my tale?" Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's self-praise, Jack Dawson immediately perked up. Ordinarily, he would be disinclined to engage in conversation with men, as he could easily use his handsome visage to charm a couple of innocent young ladies or perhaps a desperate housewife needing repairs in her home while her husband is away. However, considering that this Oriental individual appeared to be quite affluent, Jack decided to begrudgingly entertain a brief chat with him. "No need for that, but Jack, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Li Qingyuan certainly had no desire to converse with this rogue, He merely wished to expedite his departure. "Jack, I am a businessman seeking to procure some contraband, yet due to my Eastern origins, others refuse to sell to me. Do you know where I might find a black market?" As a scoundrel, forging connections was Jack's survival strategy, and he was confident he could locate the black market aboard the ship. Chapter 7. How to handle the intellectuals with a modest bribe of £5. Li Qingyuan sent Jack off to find a black market dealer, allowing him to recline comfortably on the bench where Jack had just been, gazing up at the starry sky. It was evident from Jack's expression that he viewed him as a gullible fool. £5 was more than sufficient for Jack to live lavishly in London for over a month. The fact that he could merely assist in contacting a merchant for such a sum was a clear indication that Jack had equated Li Qingyuan with a naive individual with deep pockets. Yet, if that unfortunate lad were to realize that he had forfeited the greatest opportunity of his life for a mere £5, he would undoubtedly regret it deeply. As for the notion that he had lost love, yet gained life, that was preposterous. Without Ruth, that naive girl, as a stepping stone, Jack would remain a penniless drifter in third class until the day he perished alongside the ship when it sank. After all, third-class passengers had no rights. Approximately 10 minutes later, while counting the stars, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. The heroine makes her entrance. Li Qingyuan trailed behind, observing the woman clad in a red, low-cut evening gown as she rushed to the rear of the deck, gripping the railing with both hands, trembling all over. Naturally, she was shivering, wearing nothing but an evening gown, likely devoid of any undergarments, was hardly suitable for the current temperature of below 10 degrees in the North Atlantic. It was a miracle she hadn't frozen to death. Ruth had just been at the first-class dining hall, participating in a banquet with others, but halfway through, she could no longer contain herself. The monotony of daily gatherings and soirees, donning a facade of the perfect lady to greet others with a smile, had driven her to the brink of collapse. Ruth DeWitt Bucator, the sole legitimate heir of the Bucator family, is the daughter of an earl, bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen of Great Britain, who also once held the position of Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons. In the days when the elder Bucator was alive, their family was regarded as a prominent lineage. However, upon his demise from tuberculosis, the Bucator family swiftly fell from grace. Unfortunately, both Ruth and her mother are naive young ladies, entirely unacquainted with the ways of the world. They are adept at spending but utterly inept at generating wealth, especially considering their astonishingly rapid expenditure. Consequently, the inheritance left by the elder Bucator was soon depleted, and Ruth's mother, fearing their imminent descent into poverty, devised a clever plan. Despite the Bucator family's decline following the elder Bucator's passing, some still perceived the family as a valuable asset. Even a century later, nouveau riches would eagerly seek to attach themselves to a renowned ancestry, let alone in the present day. The Bucator family, having been certified by the Queen as an earldom, holds significant prestige, and Miss Ruth Bucator, possessing a striking beauty, is the primary heir to the title. For the burgeoning class of affluent individuals, while they may possess considerable wealth, their desire to enhance their family's status with a noble title remains undiminished. After much deliberation, Mrs. Ruth Bucator finally found a perfect match for her daughter. Carl Hawken, a steel magnate from America, owns numerous steel factories and is a handsome millionaire. In this era, a millionaire is genuinely a top-tier affluent individual, entirely distinct from the notion of later generations' million-dollar debtors. Carl Hawken epitomizes all the qualities of a quintessential bachelor, youthful, wealthy, and charming, undoubtedly the type of man who leaves women breathless. To the outside world, the pairing of Ruth and Carl appears to be a match made in heaven, a perfect union of wealth and beauty. However, Ruth feels as though she is but a marionette, controlled by her mother in the selection of her own destiny. Especially given Carl's role as the president of the Hawken Group, his demeanor exudes a certain domineering essence, a style that, while likely to enthrall young women a century hence, leaves Ruth feeling disrespected. In her eyes, Carl is nothing short of arrogant, and his willingness to marry her seems driven solely by his desire for a noble title. Thus, after a trivial quarrel, Ruth took the excuse of needing to visit the restroom and fled from first class. In truth, she herself is uncertain of the reason behind her sudden escape, but humans, after all, occasionally find themselves in moments of bewilderment. Gripping the rail at the stern of the ship, she finds herself adrift, contemplating her uncertain future. After observing for nearly 10 minutes, Li Qingyuan finally confirmed that this young lady had no intention of jumping into the sea whatsoever. It is understandable, as a top-tier heiress in London. Even though Ruth harbored countless grievances about her current existence, she would never entertain the thought of suicide over trivial matters. The reason she nearly plunged into the water in the narrative was primarily due to the incessant provocation from the loquacious male protagonist nearby. In truth, those who contemplate jumping from heights or into the sea share a commonality. If left alone, they would most likely depart within a matter of minutes. For not everyone possesses the courage to embrace death. However, the presence of bystanders, particularly one who incessantly babbles, can create a peculiar illusion of encouragement for those contemplating such drastic measures. With Jack, the troublesome fellow, dispatched to the cabin to seek the merchant, no one was left to engage Ruth in idle chatter, and after being buffeted by the cold wind for 10 minutes, the fervor in her head gradually began to cool. Oh, sea, what do you speak of? An eternal question. Oh, sky, what do you answer? An eternal silence. Just as Ruth grappled with the embarrassment of returning in such a disheveled state, she suddenly heard a melodious voice reciting poetry from behind her. As a fervent admirer of the arts, Ruth was particularly susceptible to the allure of so-called artists, as evidenced by how easily she had been swayed by that mediocre, wandering painter within just a few days. While it is true that Lady Ruth possessed various endearing qualities, she undeniably excelled in her appreciation of art. Thus, upon hearing the poem, she instantly forgot her initial purpose for venturing out and began to scan for the source of the enchanting voice. Excuse me, was that poem you wrote? Ruth adjusted her slightly disheveled gown and approached Li Qingyuan with light steps, inquiring softly, "May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing Ruth's voice, Li Qingyuan mentally celebrated his triumph and slowly turned around. Chapter 8. The Art of Poetic Expression. It must be said that employing life experiences previously unknown to Ruth to captivate her would undoubtedly stir the heart of an innocent young girl. However, the consequence of such an approach would be a betrayal of the entire aristocratic class. Indeed, the Ruth before him was quite large. No, not quite. She was very fair. No, that's not right either. Never mind. It suffices to say she was striking. Li Qingyuan compelled himself to raise his gaze slightly, fixing it upon Ruth's visage. This woman was undoubtedly intentional in her appearance, having dressed so provocatively to approach the brink of the sea. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. At 18, Winslet was undeniably at the pinnacle of her beauty, a far cry from the plump, spherical figure she would later become. Now, it is not Winslet, but rather Ruth. Ruth possesses a physique that many men consider pleasantly plump. She embodies the ideal proportions that one could only describe as the epitome of beauty, fit for the Tang dynasty. Clad in an exquisite evening gown, she is undeniably captivating, making it quite challenging for anyone to maintain their focus. Fortunately, as a middle-aged man with a psychological age nearing 40, Li Qingyuan has matured beyond the impetuousness of youth. With remarkable self-control, he manages to appear nonchalant in her presence. This poem came to me while gazing at the starry sky. I never expected to encounter such a lovely lady at this hour. Ruth DeWitt Bucator. It is a pleasure to meet you. Unlike others who harbor prejudices against Easterners, Ruth, with her sweet naivety, extends her hand joyfully to introduce herself to Li Qingyuan. In her eyes, an artist capable of crafting such a beautiful poem is worthy of admiration and reverence. Li Qingyuan, Miss Ruth, the pleasure is mine. As he grasps Ruth's delicate, fair hand, a harmless smile graces his face. The two quickly engage in conversation about the art of poetry, even though he scoffs at the notion of calling some Western verses poetry. Nevertheless, this does not hinder him from charming the innocent young lady before him. After all, he is a legendary yet struggling writer, well versed in the nuances of language. While he might falter in the presence of literary giants, he is more than capable of impressing a noblewoman like Ruth. Life is as splendid as summer flowers, while death is as serene as autumn leaves. Ruth muses, recalling the 2 lines of poetry she had just learned from Li Qingyuan. She feels a wave of emotion wash over her. To encounter such poignant and heartfelt language from this poet hailing from the Qing dynasty stirs within her a sense of longing for unfulfilled encounters. Alas, as a romantic young woman, particularly one like Ruth who has yet to endure the harsh realities of life, she clings to many unrealistic fantasies. If Li Qingyuan's mission were to win Ruth's heart, he could declare it accomplished at this moment. Yet, regrettably, his task is fraught with complexities, forcing him to gently distance himself from Ruth, who draws nearer. He must maintain some semblance of space. for he still requires the connections of this sweet, naive girl and her fiancé to navigate his own circumstances, thus reluctantly rejecting the alluring opportunity presented before him. Realizing her prior actions may have been overly forward, Ruth, as an Englishwoman, recognizes that while her culture is less rigid regarding matters of intimacy compared to the East, it is indeed presumptuous to behave so intimately upon first meeting. I was actually hoping to discuss poetry and culture with you. Ruth resolved to redeem herself for her audacious actions, determined not to let the distant Eastern poet perceive her as a frivolous woman. Miss Ruth, your profound understanding of poetry captivates me. A woman of your intellect is surely unparalleled in all of London. Indeed, he could not afford to act brazenly at this juncture if he wished to complete his mission successfully. However, offering a few kind words cost nothing, and perhaps, after fulfilling his task in a couple of days, he might wish to indulge in her company for a change of pace. The awkward tension between them dissipated instantly as they sat side by side on the bench, delving into the realm of poetry. Mr. Li Qingyuan, I have found the person you seek, Jack exclaimed breathlessly as he rushed up from below deck. He had just utilized his skills to ascertain the whereabouts of the ship's black market trader from a gypsy woman and had sprinted back with the speed of a 100-meter dash, eager to claim his reward from the unsuspecting fool. It is worth noting that the Titanic's total area was nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary town, and Jack's ability to locate his target in such a short time was a testament to his status as the protagonist of the story. Yet, upon seeing Ruth seated beside Li Qingyuan, he felt as though a significant aspect of his life had been snatched away. Hello, beautiful miss, I am Jack Dawson. A pleasure to meet you. He quickly adjusted his disheveled appearance from running and flashed his most charming smile at Ruth. She lifted her gaze and gave a slight nod, her mind preoccupied with the verses Li Qingyuan had just recited. Had it not been for her years of impeccable upbringing, she would have dismissed this unexpected intruder entirely. I am Jack, he reiterated, noting Ruth's chilly demeanor, and raised his voice, preparing to engage in his flirtation. Surely, this lady seemed to have a fiancé and appeared to be a lady of first-class status, seemingly harboring some fondness for his new employer. But what of it? Jack Dawson, the appliance repairman of 30 years, would not be deterred by such minor obstacles. Jack, what do you find most thought-provoking in Shelley's Ode to the West Wind? Li Qingyuan inquired nonchalantly, having noticed Jack's attempt to encroach upon his territory. Shelley's West Wind, Jack stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Relying on his innate talent, he had acquired a decent skill in sketching and often posed as a wandering artist, successfully charming many naive young women. Yet, how could he engage in discussions of Shelley or Byron? Did he strike one as someone who could afford an education? If I were a falling leaf, I would drift with you. If I were a floating cloud, I would accompany your flight. Although Jack was unaware, Ruth, embodying the spirit of a literary young woman, immediately responded, these two lines by Shelley are my favorites. They beautifully encapsulate the essence of love. As Jack observed the two individuals spouting nonsensical remarks, he felt as though his worldview was under siege. Could such absurd utterances truly be deemed poetry? In Chapter 9, The Wealthiest Man in the World, we find Ruth. After approximately half an hour of conversation with the naive young lady, Li Qingyuan finally encountered the original storyline's victim, Ruth's fiancé, Carl. Carl had been engaged in light conversation with others in the banquet hall when he turned around only to realize that his fiancée had inexplicably vanished. A sudden wave of panic washed over him as he sensed an ominous green glow above his head. He quickly rushed out with his bodyguard. Fully aware of his fiancée's peculiar tendencies, one could only wonder what strange antics she might undertake in a moment of impulsiveness. Fortunately, when Carl found Ruth, he discovered her engaging in conversation with others, fully attired. While the sight of a man and woman conversing late at night could elicit some suspicions of impropriety, the presence of two men and one woman alleviated such concerns. This, indeed, was the reason Li Qingyuan did not dismiss the rather inept third wheel. Jack, in this instance, served not only as a backdrop, but also as a potential witness. After all, given Ruth's fervent gaze directed at him, one could only speculate about her possible ulterior motives. Never underestimate the fervor of an infatuated admirer. They are often devoid of rationality. Carl, this is the esteemed poet from the distant Orient, His Excellency Li Qingyuan. Ruth excitedly introduced her fiancé. Good day. I presume I should address you as Mr. Li? As a millionaire, Carl Hawk's knowledge far surpassed that of his naive fiancé and the impoverished Jack. At the very least, he understood the nuances of proper address. "Mr. Hawk, are you the president of Hawk Group?" Li Qingyuan extended his hand to shake that of the man who, in the original narrative, was marked by betrayal, while simultaneously inquiring. "Indeed, does Mr. Li also harbor an interest in the steel industry?" Carl asked, furrowing his brow slightly. Though he felt some discontent regarding the sudden appearance of two men by Ruth's side, he suppressed his irritation for the sake of his fiancée. "Aside from being a poet, I also serve as an advisor to Prince Qing. He seeks a business partner in America. I wonder if Mr. Hawk might be interested?" Ignoring the disdainful glint in Carl's eyes, Li Qingyuan spoke with composed eloquence. "Prince Qing, the prince of the Qing dynasty?" Initially, Carl regarded Li Qingyuan with a hint of condescension, as for a businessman of his stature in the upper echelons of the West. It was politically correct to look down upon Easterners. However, upon hearing Li Qingyuan's intentions, his eyes brightened, and he fervently grasped the other's hands. Such is the nature of commerce. As the chairman of Hawk Group, Carl could not afford to be as frivolous as Ruth, who seemed solely preoccupied with romantic pursuits. Prince Qing, Yi Kuang, may not be a name familiar to many, yet in the contemporary era, he stands as a figure of remarkable renown. His reputation in Europe and America arguably eclipses that of Empress Dowager Cixi, for just as many are indifferent to the rulers of the Middle East or Africa, they remain acutely aware of individuals who directly impact their lives. Yi Kuang's prominence in the West primarily derives from his immense wealth. His company, Qingji, effectively commodified all official positions within the Qing dynasty, from the ministers of the 6 ministries down to county magistrates, all available for immediate purchase. Even Yuan Shikai once expended 3 million taels of silver to acquire an official title, underscoring the ruthless nature of this man. Moreover, Yi Kuang never retained his wealth within the borders of his homeland. He converted all his assets into pounds and dollars, depositing them in various banks across the globe, establishing himself as a pioneer of overseas investment and a quintessential bear official. It is estimated that he held no less than £7 million in HSBC alone. For context, the construction of the Titanic cost merely £1.5 million, while the most formidable battleship, the HMS Dreadnought, required only £250,000. Thus, it can be asserted that Prince Qing, Yi Kuang, is indisputably the richest man in the world, rendering figures like Carl Hockley mere minor players in comparison. To capitalists, monetary wealth is the sole measure of importance. They are unlikely to show any disdain towards an individual simply based on their ethnicity. In this era, race, skin color, and social hierarchy pale in significance when juxtaposed with financial prowess. Li Qingyuan understood that gaining entry into first-class society through the affections of a lovesick girl like Ruth was utterly futile. In the original narrative, the plump Molly Brown invested in Jack solely due to his status as a charming young white man, leaving one to ponder the true motives of her affections. However, to mingle with the elite, reliance on Ruth alone would be ineffectual. One must connect with those who wield real power, much like the distinguished company surrounding him now. In no time, the identity of being Yi Kuang's aide proved invaluable. Within half an hour, the circle of individuals around him transformed from Ruth's enamored acquaintances to board members of several major corporations. As the saying goes, money speaks louder than familial bonds. Wealthy individuals are universally revered, regardless of their origins. The current state of the Qing dynasty is precarious, and for the common tourists, the term Qing might be entirely unknown. Yet for those within this private chamber, their perspectives far exceed those of the third-class passengers. In recent years, numerous high-ranking officials from the Qing dynasty have transferred their assets to Britain, yet a superboss like Prince Qing remains an unparalleled rarity. After all, that old fellow was remarkably astute. Regardless of whether it was Yuan Shikai or Sun Yat-sen, both owed him considerable favors. Thus, even with the succession of several emperors, he managed to conclude his life in relative peace. However, such matters were scarcely known even within the Qing dynasty, let alone to those distant Brits on the other side of the globe. It is not that there were no suspicions regarding Li Qingyuan's identity, but in those times, finding a Chinese individual well-versed in both international affairs and domestic circumstances, who also possessed a profound knowledge of astronomy and geography, and spoke English fluently, was akin to capturing an extraterrestrial being, an exceedingly rare feat. Furthermore, with the endorsement of Carl Hawk, Li Qingyuan infiltrated the enemy's ranks within half a day, becoming a distinguished guest in first class and a target of desire for countless merchants. After all, He was associated with the Prince of Qing, reputed to possess assets worth millions, sufficient for several lifetimes, even if only a fraction trickled through his fingers. Moreover, having spent over a decade as an aspiring writer, Li Qingyuan had acquired a rudimentary grasp of economic concepts, while crafting a detailed proposal was beyond his capabilities. Pretending to be an expert and offering a few casual insights was well within his reach. By the following morning, he had transformed into the most sought-after figure aboard the vessel, with invitations for his company already extending 2 months into the future. Chapter 10. Chemical Formulas. Mr. Li. Here is the item you requested. Jack, with an inquisitive expression, placed the purchased goods upon the desk, bewildered as to why this enigmatic gentleman from the East would procure such an abundance of medicines. Thank you, Ruth. Please assist me in settling Mr. Jack's payment. Li Qingyuan replied with a slight nod, instructing Ruth to handle the transaction. To his utmost sincerity, he had no ulterior motives concerning the young lady. The system's tasks bore no relevance to her, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Yet, it was evident that he had grossly underestimated the fervor of his admirers. Upon discovering that Li Qingyuan was alone, Miss Ruth, leveraging her status, insisted on becoming his financial overseer, declaring, "Mr. Li has traveled across oceans and thousands of miles. How can he manage alone?" Carl was nearly livid over the situation, but he found himself powerless against Ruth, especially when Li Qingyuan indicated that she would merely serve as his secretary and assist him during the day. Only then did Carl breathe a sigh of relief. Whether he could truly comprehend the secretary's actual purpose remained uncertain. "That will be 32 pounds in total," Jack stated, his demeanor unwavering as he quoted 3 times the procurement price. Initially, he found himself quite taken with the young lady, a sensation akin to being struck by Cupid's arrow. However, after several interactions, Jack realized he could not keep pace with her thought processes. Currently, Ruth's mind was consumed with the poetry Li Qingyuan had taught her, completely oblivious to Jack's flirtatious advances. After enduring 2 disheartening failures, Jack decided to liberate himself from the shackles of despair. After all, aboard the Titanic, there were countless gypsies in 3rd class, and with his charming visage, he need not exert much effort. Why should he hang himself on a tree that held no significance for him? Moreover, his paramount mission now was to amass wealth. With sufficient funds, he could transform into a magnate, indulging in whatever pleasures he desired. "Here are $32, Ruth proclaimed, extracting cash from her wallet and handing it to Jack, whose grin was so radiant it seemed to reflect the light. "Sir, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Jack inquired, tucking the ink-scented bills into his pocket, his tone tinged with servility. Having earned 20 pounds merely by running around for a day, this venture felt like a windfall from the heavens. "Not at the moment. Should I require your services again, I will reach out," Li Qingyuan replied, waving his hand dismissively, as he no longer needed this fateful protagonist. Instead, he was engrossed in the arduous task of reconstructing the formula for nitroglycerin. As a struggling writer, he needed a foundational understanding of various eclectic subjects: cement manufacturing, glass casting, the composition of gunpowder, hybrid rice, and more. Since, in this era, whether traversing an alternate realm or a bygone age, such skills were essential for a protagonist's rise to fortune. However, while the theory may sound simple, the practical application was daunting. Take black powder, for instance. Everyone knew it comprised carbon, saltpeter, and sulfur. Yet determining the precise ratios required countless trials, and achieving success would be exceedingly difficult without hundreds of attempts. Furthermore, given the Titanic's vast size, sinking it with black powder was an insurmountable challenge, necessitating the use of a more potent explosive, the yellow powder famously invented by the alchemist Nobel. The substances Jack had procured were all medications for angina, primarily composed of nitroglycerin. With minimal filtration, one could obtain a remarkably pure form of nitroglycerin. By adding a touch of egg white, rust, and fine sand, and then mixing it uniformly before incorporating wood ash to dry, one could produce the fearsome yellow powder. Such techniques could readily be found online in the 21st century. However, in this era, they remained closely guarded secrets of laboratories. Thus, he harbored no fear of discovery, as even if someone were to observe his actions, they would remain oblivious to his true intentions. As for the formulas and data inscribed in his journal, if he were to encounter a chemist fluent in Chinese aboard the Titanic, it would simply be a testament to the system's malicious intent to complicate matters. Initially, he contemplated purchasing explosives on the black market, But after assessing the grim realities of that avenue, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Indeed, as merchants of the black market, they exhibit no concern for legality. These traders possess explosives, albeit merely fragments of black powder, the quantity of which is astonishingly insufficient. Li Qingyuan harbored doubts that even if he were to gather all the black market explosives aboard the vessel, orchestrating a fireworks display would be a formidable challenge. With such black powder, one could perhaps manage to create a hole in the hull of the Titanic. It is essential to recognize that for a colossal liner like the Titanic, the steel plates of its lower deck measure 5 centimeters in thickness, and with the various interlayers, the total thickness likely exceeds half a foot. Even with the yellow powder in his possession, one could only expect to blast a sizable hole. A breach of 2 or 3 square meters might pose a lethal threat to smaller vessels. However, for the Titanic, it would be utterly inconsequential. The ship was constructed with water ingress in mind, featuring 20 watertight compartments. Even if 4 of these compartments were to flood, the remaining 16 would ensure the vessel's safety. In the original narrative, its demise stemmed from an iceberg that ruptured 5 watertight compartments, leading to excessive flooding at the stern and ultimately causing the ship to rise and break apart. Contemplating this, Li Qingyuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he rubbed his forehead. This task seemed increasingly implausible. The explosives he possessed could, at most, obliterate 2 compartments. And if dispersed across 5, they might not even breach the steel plating. As for gathering additional materials to fabricate more explosives, setting aside whether the ship contained sufficient raw materials, he could hardly manage it himself. Crafting explosives is not as simple as moving bricks. If one were to enlist just anyone for the task, they might detonate the cabin before he even stepped outside. After all, Alfred Nobel, the alchemist, only succeeded in creating dynamite after sacrificing his entire family. Qingyuan, have you conceived some brilliant poetry? Observing Li Qingyuan's distressed demeanor, Ruth found him quite charming. Even his contemplative expression exuded an allure. There is no denying that when one is madly infatuated, even the most mundane actions can seem uniquely captivating. Ruth gently approached Li Qingyuan from behind, leaning closer. "Mr. Li," she began, when suddenly, Carl Hocker burst through the door, only to be met with a scene that illuminated his forehead with disbelief. What was the reason for Mr. Li's head resting upon the bosom of his fiancée? Chapter 11. A good man indeed. Carl acknowledged that his fiancée was indeed ample and fair, and he sometimes found it difficult to resist the temptation of engaging in a game of basketball. However, she was, after all, his lawful fiancée. What is the meaning of this? "Mr. Hocker, you have arrived." Confronted by Carl's pallid visage, Li Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he greeted him with warmth. By heaven's grace, he harbored no penchant for leading others astray. If blame were to be placed, it would solely rest upon the naivete of the overly proactive individual. After all, he was entirely guiltless. A person of his upright character could never engage in any unlawful activities. Initially, Carl was perplexed by the nature of the relationship between Ruth and Li Qingyuan, but witnessing Li's demeanor began to sow seeds of doubt regarding his previous assumptions. Had he misjudged the situation? Surely it was Ruth who was providing a massage to the gentleman. He must have been overly anxious. Mr. Li appeared exceedingly proper, and it seemed that individuals from the East approached matters of affection with great caution. It dawned on him that perhaps he had been unnecessarily worried. As a commendable second male lead, Carl maintained a rather open-minded perspective towards Ruth's lifestyle. In the original narrative, even when Ruth was gallivanting with Jack, he managed to suppress his feelings and feign ignorance. It was only when Ruth insisted that Jack create an intimate portrait for her, leaving it conspicuously on the table for Carl to see, that his long-held kindness was consumed by wrath. After all, encountering such a situation is intolerable for anyone. While it may be one thing to lose face due to her dalliance with other men, it was utterly unthinkable for her to send evidence directly into his hands. Such a betrayal pierced the very heart. Thus, when Li Qingyuan spoke to him with righteous conviction, Carl realized that he had indeed overthought the matter. "Mr. Li, you mentioned that the financial manager of Prince Qing is awaiting your arrival in New York. I am curious to know if you have any investment plans during your visit." The entirety of the crew believed in the identity that Li Qingyuan had fabricated, largely due to the competence he exhibited, which was undeniably persuasive. After all, he possessed insights that were over a century ahead, and while he may stumble on specifics, he could easily mislead in broader terms. Moreover, The notion that the prince's financial manager awaited them at New York Harbor further solidified their trust. Once the ship docked, he was to oversee the prince's investments in America, with total assets amounting to £200,000. Such a staggering sum would render even Carl, let alone a mere second Carl, humbled. As for the question of whether he was a fraud, the ship would arrive in New York within a week. Who would dare make such bold claims if they were merely deceiving others? After all, could a con artist simply vanish into thin air? For the sake of £200,000, Carl resolved to reinterpret the earlier scene as a mere head massage. Based on my observations over the past couple of days, I believe that the primary investment focus should be on railways and cinema, Li Qingyuan declared, producing a so-called plan. As he perused the document, he noted that no one here could comprehend the intricacies of the Chinese characters. Regardless of what it contained, the onlookers could only blink in bewilderment. Cinema? Are you considering investing in films, Qingyuan? Before Carl could utter a word, Ruth was instantly swept away by excitement. In this era, cinema remains an emerging industry. Having been born nearly 40 years ago, and it undeniably represents a burgeoning sector. Furthermore, the current film industry is perceived as rather prestigious. Movie stars are generally reputable figures, and the various unsavory practices are relatively rare. Female stars are revered by the masses, and even if their personal lives are tumultuous, they do not suffer the same sordid reputation as seen in later times. For someone like Ruth, who is playful, energetic, and somewhat naive, the prospect of filmmaking is exhilarating. Indeed, there is such an intention. Frankly, if it weren't for the imperative task of demolishing the Titanic the day after tomorrow, he would genuinely contemplate pursuing a career in Hollywood. That sounds splendid. How about I take on the role of the leading lady? I am absolutely capable. Ruth beamed at him, then turned to display her figure. To be fair, while her waist may be a tad thicker compared to those delicate, slender ones, she possesses advantages in other areas. Upon this reflection, Li Qingyuan's thoughts meandered. With centuries of advanced experience and a profound familiarity with various classic films, he pondered how he could secure a position akin to that of a Hollywood mogul, eventually attracting a rotation of renowned actresses, and even swapping male stars should he tire of the female ones. However, he dismissed such musings, reminding himself that he is an honorable individual and must not entertain such base thoughts. Mr. Li, do you wish to explore the realm of steel? Carl, having grown immune to his fiancée's whimsical nature, could only wonder how he had been so captivated by her enchanting appearance and naive charm. She certainly did not resemble a lady of noble descent. Steel? This industry appears stable for now. Yet I believe its potential is limited and faces significant risks of collapse within the next 2 decades. Li Qingyuan shook his head, recalling that Carl seemed destined for bankruptcy and despair during the economic crisis a decade and a half hence. Given that Carl had treated him with a modicum of respect over the past few days, Li Qingyuan felt inclined to offer assistance, if only in settling their accounts. Mr. Li, our Hockley group is currently researching innovative steel materials. Trust me, once we succeed, it will undoubtedly usher in a new wave of steel innovation. If you invest now, you could expect returns of at least 3-fold, no, 5-fold. Carl was resolutely skeptical of Li Qingyuan's prediction regarding the steel market's impending collapse. But he was in dire need of fresh investment, as the Hockley Group's research had reached a critical juncture. No technological advancement can occur without substantial funding. And even as a titan of the steel industry, the astronomical costs of research posed a formidable challenge. Originally, Carl had contemplated abandoning the research and development, but upon encountering a significant investor from the Qing dynasty aboard the ship, he naturally could not let this opportunity slip away. Mr. Hockley, I genuinely believe the steel industry is currently in a phase of inflation, and investing in it is unequivocally unwise. Li Qingyuan was poised to dismiss Carl, but he was momentarily halted by a report presented by the other party. Mr. Hockley, I find your insights on innovations in steel technology to be exceedingly promising. I shall delve into them thoroughly. Chapter 12. The Key to Breaking the Deadlock. Dear Carl, what a good man you are. While feigning nonchalance as he observed the Titanic's lower cargo hold, Li Qingyuan spoke up. Mr. Li, what do you mean? Jack, serving as a guide, felt as though he was on the verge of being roasted alive. Like all cruise ships, the Titanic's lowest level was the engine room, commonly referred to as the boiler room. The massive boilers, towering 10 meters high, roared with a thunderous sound, while nearly 100 workers hurriedly shoveled coal into the boilers to ensure this colossal vessel received ample power. Nothing at all. For Carl's sake, and considering his wife's feelings. Li Qingyuan maintained a semblance of civility, but he felt no obligation to extend the same courtesy to someone like Jack. Perhaps this is what is meant by opposites repelling one another. A person like Jack, who relied on his looks to attract women, could very well be the only one left on Earth. If only there were more individuals like Carl, the world would undoubtedly be a better place. Initially, he pondered how to safely and effectively detonate the ship, for the opportunity was singular. If he failed to sink it in one swift strike, inflicting further damage would be an impossible endeavor. However, due to concerns regarding the power and weight of the explosives, he began to question whether he could indeed accomplish the task. After all, obtaining the explosives he had already managed to secure had taken considerable ingenuity, and the notion of acquiring more seemed utterly delusional. Yet now, such concerns had dissipated. The steel report Carl provided revealed that the sulfurized steel in use had a seemingly innocuous flaw. The steel produced exhibited a tendency to undergo cold brittleness in near zero-degree environments, rendering it as fragile as glass. Of course, the analogy of glass was merely figurative. It is undeniable that steel behaves considerably more brittle under low temperatures than in its normal state. This characteristic is dictated by the contemporary industrial environment, with the chemical composition of sulfurized steel resulting in this defect, which remains unsolvable. This flaw, akin to the recipe for gunpowder, has long been controlled by major steel conglomerates, leaving the outside world utterly oblivious. After all, who would find it particularly dull to strike a few blows against a warship or cruise liner in a zero-degree environment? Having perused the report prepared by Carl, Li Qingyuan finally grasped why he had felt such peculiar discomfort while watching the film. It was astonishing that such a colossal vessel could fracture merely due to flooding in its rear section. One would expect even a model to submerge entirely rather than break in half. Now he understood the reason behind this phenomenon. The Titanic had collided with an iceberg, and in such frigid conditions, the areas of contact had become exceedingly brittle, causing the entire hull to begin to fracture. It is well known that if a crack appears in glass, shattering is not far behind. Upon acquiring the information, Li Qingyuan resolved to inspect the environment firsthand. Jack, his most devoted subordinate, eagerly volunteered to serve as a guide upon learning that the inspection would take place in the cargo hold. "Is there anything of interest here, Qingyuan?" Rose inquired, closely nestled against him. Although they were some distance from the boiler, the heat was still oppressive, causing beads of sweat to form on Rose's cheeks. These droplets trickled down her neck, akin to ripples gracing a delicate work of art. Jack's gaze was transfixed, and upon sensing his attention, Rose felt a twinge of displeasure. Just that morning, she had learned the true value of the medication from another, only to discover that this slick-tongued fellow had swindled her out of 20 pounds. This revelation vexed her, for she prided herself on being an elite member of the aristocracy. It was not so much the 20 pounds that troubled her, after all. The Bucket family, despite their decline, was still noble, and she truly did not hold that sum in high regard. What infuriated her was the audacity of this man to deceive her. Initially, she had found Jack somewhat charming, perceiving him as a dashing yet seemingly destitute artist. But now she felt betrayed by someone who would resort to trickery for a mere 20 pounds. For Jack, however, if his aim was to win Rose's affections, he needed to present himself as an impeccable gentleman. Yet, it was evident to all that her heart was firmly tethered to Li Qingyuan. In light of this, Jack would not seek to make things difficult for himself. Instead, he believed it only natural to seize opportunities for personal gain through his work. "It's nothing. Since I wish to invest in Mr. Hockley's shareholding group, it is only prudent to conduct thorough research," Li Qingyuan remarked with a gentle smile, patting Rose's arm. "This woman, your husband, is right beside you. At least be mindful of the impression you create." Carl wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain whether it was due to the heat or his agitation. Mr. Li, true to his meticulous nature, insisted on being hands-on even in such matters. As an investor, it was only natural for others to wish to review the experimental data, and Carl, as the contractor, had no grounds to decline. In fact, to please his esteemed client, he even turned a blind eye to the embarrassing antics of his own wife. He had resolved that upon arriving in New York, he would confine Ruth to their home, preventing her from venturing outside. Her lack of self-awareness was truly exasperating. While it is common for affluent couples to lead separate lives, decorum in public should still be observed. With her current demeanor, one might mistakenly assume that Ruth was an illicit mistress of Li Qingyuan. Serving the interests of those who provide for you is a matter of duty, Li Qingyan remarked, clasping his hands together. Mr. Li, are you referring to something specific? Carl inquired, puzzled as to why he could comprehend each word spoken separately, yet remained baffled by their collective meaning. It's nothing of consequence, Mr. Hawker. You mentioned that all the steel for the Titanic was supplied by the Hawker Group. Does that include these components as well? Li Qingyuan asked, stepping onto the cargo hold's partition beneath his feet. They were now submerged at a depth of approximately 10 meters. If the partition were to give way, it would likely spell disaster for the entire party, sending them plummeting into the depths to become fodder for sharks. Indeed, rest assured, Mr. Li, the steel from the Hawker Group comes with a quality guarantee. There are absolutely no concerns regarding safety. Chapter 13. Disrupted Biological Clock Yawn. Observing Li Qingyuan's drowsy countenance, Ruth approached him with concern. Qingyuan, have you not been resting well? I've been struck by creative inspiration these past few nights, rendering sleep elusive. He had been working nearly around the clock for the last few days, manufacturing explosives and condensates by day, then sneaking into the cargo hold at night to hammer on steel plates. Upon learning of the fatal flaws in the current vulcanized steel technology, he had dedicated himself to relentless labor. The daytime noise was too disruptive, compelling him to wait until nightfall when the hold was deserted to clandestinely strike the ship. Pouring the condensate onto the steel plates in the hold, he would wait for about 10 minutes until frost began to form, then gently tap the surface with a small hammer. To the naked eye, the cooled steel plates appeared unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, intricate patterns became discernible. These designs were so subtle that even with keen scrutiny, one would struggle to detect any anomalies. Under normal circumstances, there would be no issues. Even if the vessel were to collide with fish, as long as they were not large predatory species like sharks, whales, or swordfish, the consequences would likely be negligible. However, should they be subjected to the shock wave of an explosion, without a doubt, these steel plates will shatter like glass. Engaging in continuous, high-intensity physical labor for 48 hours, all while trying to evade detection like a thief, presents an exceedingly challenging task for Li Qingyuan. Fortunately, he finds himself in a youthful body, as the frail state of his previous form, plagued by various ailments, would have rendered such an endeavor utterly impossible. Do you have any new poems? I would love to hear them, Ruth exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pulled out a small notebook to jot down notes. Perhaps another time. I might need to rest now. He stifled a yawn, feeling entirely disinclined to entertain the whims of this innocent girl. With the task's timeline approaching tonight, he needed to conserve his energy for any unforeseen developments that might arise. Are you going to sleep? But it's only 9 in the morning. Ruth gazed at the clock on the wall, perplexed by his unusual biological rhythm. Ruth, you must understand that as a poet, my circadian rhythm differs from that of ordinary individuals. It is during the late hours of the night that I feel most vibrant and invigorated. I see. Please rest well. I will keep the others at bay. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Ruth's eyes as she nodded in agreement. Li Qingyuan, uninterested in deciphering what exactly Ruth comprehended, soon drifted into slumber after 2 sleepless days. He lost track of time, awakening from a delightful dream. Strangely, he sensed another presence beside him in bed. Ruth, what are you doing here? He looked at the woman beside him, then glanced out the window, a wave of unease washing over him. To be frank, while he certainly did not consider himself a virtuous man, he was far from the type to be rendered immobile in the presence of a woman. Ruth had been teasing him subtly for days, and he had managed to resist with considerable willpower, primarily because he wished to avoid complications. His current success aboard the Titanic was largely due to his familiarity with the plot, coupled with the disguise he had adopted. But entangling himself with a woman like Ruth could lead to unpredictable chaos. When one possesses the means, indulging in the game of life is a pursuit of joy. Lacking the means and still pursuing indulgence is merely courting disaster. Thus, he had refrained from responding to Ruth's advances. However, he could not fathom how she had ended up beside him. Qingyuan, you're awake. In stark contrast to his confusion, Ruth appeared entirely unbothered, nonchalantly greeting him, seemingly oblivious to her lack of attire. Oh, why are you here? After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingyuan felt compelled to inquire. While this inquiry may appear somewhat blunt, it is indeed true that he has spent the entire day in slumber, accomplishing naught. Should this woman wish to ensnare him in her web, he shall not acquiesce. I have come to summon you for the evening banquet. However, upon my arrival, I found you still in repose. As I, too, am somewhat fatigued, I took the liberty of borrowing your bed for a brief respite. Ruth declared with an unflinching demeanor. Very well, I believe you as much as a phantom. Observing Ruth's audacious nonchalance, Li Qingyuan realized he had fallen victim to her ruse. He had often heard of the passionate nature of Western women, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. Yet, he remained unaware that if he truly wished to avoid any romantic entanglements with Ruth, he ought to maintain a prudent distance from the outset, rather than surrendering his principles at the mere sight of her alluring presence and acquiescing to her request for companionship. In Li Qingyuan's perspective, as he required assistance, it seemed far more appealing to engage Ruth for the task at hand rather than a brutish fellow. For at least she was a feast for the eyes, was she not? Conversely, Ruth perceived that this poet from the Far East harbored genuine interest in her, albeit restrained by the inherent modesty characteristic of Eastern individuals. After several days of contemplation, Ruth resolved to take a more forthright approach. With the ship set to arrive in New York the following day, and with Carl's recent behavior suggesting he would confine her to the estate upon their arrival in America, Ruth decided to create an undeniable circumstance for herself. After all, she reasoned, it would be far more gratifying to share her first experience with someone she found appealing rather than with her unremarkable fiancé. The ensuing events were rather predictable. Although Li Qingyuan endeavored to evade complications, refusing Ruth's advances at this point would seem disingenuous. Mr. Li, where is Ruth? Did she not come to invite you to the banquet? Carl inquired with evident perplexity when he spotted Li Qingyuan in the banquet hall an hour later. Initially, Carl harbored concerns regarding his fiancé's behavior, but having observed Li Qingyuan over the past few days, he deemed him a true gentleman, thus feeling reassured with Ruth in his company. Moreover, the gentleman had already represented Prince Qing in signing a preliminary investment agreement with the Hockley Group, amounting to a staggering sum of £150,000. With such substantial financial backing, even if Carl suspected Ruth might be taken advantage of, he considered it a trivial matter, provided that boundaries were not crossed. Chapter 14. The conclusion. Miss Ruth mentioned she was feeling a bit weary and decided to return to her quarters for some rest. Did you not see her? The words flowed effortlessly, for as someone well versed in the ways of society, one must not utter falsehoods lightly. Ruth is indeed asleep now. However, the specifics of her slumber and the reasons behind it are best left unexamined. Well, I shall return shortly to check. Carl, unaware of the intricate details, did not probe further upon hearing that his fiancée was tired. Li, you will be in New York the day after tomorrow. When do you anticipate the investment you mentioned will materialize? After learning of Ruth's whereabouts, Carl began to inquire about other matters. Others, too, approached with their glasses in hand. There was no remedy. Having spun a web of deception, it was not easy to extricate oneself from it. Fortunately, Li Qingyuan knew that he would no longer need to face these individuals. Thus he engaged with them in a casual manner. The more fearless he appeared, the more enigmatic he seemed to others, and the atmosphere of the soiree remained harmonious, with no apparent discord. Until suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. Everyone noticed the chandelier above and the glasses on the table vibrating, as if the entire vessel were experiencing a violent tremor. What is happening? Li Qingyuan steadied himself against the table and inquired of those beside him. I don't know. It must be encountering rough waters, Carl replied while wiping wine stains from his clothes. He had just been about to take a sip when the ship rocked, causing the wine to spill. Rest assured, everyone, the Titanic can withstand any trial. It is the safest ship in the world. That was merely a brief encounter with rough seas. All is well. Shortly thereafter, someone stood to speak, assuring everyone that it was merely a false alarm. Instantly, the guests in the banquet hall calmed down and resumed their singing and dancing. However, Li Qingyuan, citing his inability to handle alcohol, discreetly exited the banquet hall and returned to his cabin. Ruth lay languidly on the bed, this naive girl having dared to flirt with him, oblivious to the roles of hunter and prey. With a sharp clap, he awakened Ruth, who sleepily murmured, I can't anymore. Please let me rest. Get up. The ship is sinking. Logically, he should not be concerned for her well-being, yet having just shared the most intimate of moments, Li Qingyuan felt compelled to offer her assistance. The Titanic, unlike in the original tale, would not remain afloat for over 2 hours. In order to ensure his handiwork did not fail to sink, he had been laboring tirelessly to shatter the floors of all 8 sealed compartments. Furthermore, he had destroyed the central keel and the load-bearing walls. Since he had nothing else to occupy his time, it seemed prudent to increase the likelihood of success. The previous explosion had occurred because he had packed all the yellow explosives he had manufactured over the past few days into the coal pile. The Titanic, as a steamship, consumed an immense quantity of coal daily, amounting to thousands of tons, with mere pounds of explosives concealed within. Even the most discerning eyes would fail to detect such a secret. The boiler workers, accustomed to their harsh working conditions, were often left dazed and disoriented. Should anyone notice any anomalies in the coal, they would hardly take the time to investigate. Regardless of its nature, it would ultimately be incinerated within the furnace. Thus, once the explosives were cast into the boiler, the subsequent events require no elaborate description. An explosion erupted instantaneously in the boiler room. And given the precarious state of the boiler, one explosion triggered a chain reaction, transforming the boiler room into a chaotic mess. Had the explosion been confined to the boiler room, the impact on such a colossal vessel might not have been fatal. At worst, the ship would be rendered immobile. However, when the surrounding sealed compartments were shattered by the shockwave, the ship's fate was irrevocably sealed. Even though Li Qingyuan lacked expertise in architecture or mathematics, he understood that the vessel could only linger on the surface for a few more hours at best. It was entirely possible that the lowest compartments were already inundated. What? The ship is sinking? Impossible. Rose, still groggy from sleep, assumed he was jesting. This was the Titanic, the so-called unsinkable ship, a pinnacle of British engineering. How could it possibly sink? In this era, British craftsmanship epitomized excellence, and this ship represented the pride of the British Empire. Thus, despite her profound affection for the man before her, she steadfastly believed in the integrity of her nation. Get up. There is no time nor inclination to debate, Li Qingyuan asserted, finding those who attempted to reason with women in moments of crisis utterly irrational. He swiftly clapped his hands on Rose's shoulders, urging her to dress promptly. Dazed by the abruptness of his actions, Rose felt a swell of dissatisfaction, yet she complied and donned her clothing. They hastened to the deck, where, apart from a few crew members, there was a conspicuous absence of other souls. This underscored the critical importance of controlling public perception in such dire situations. By this point, aside from Li Qingyuan, it was likely that only the captain and a handful of high-ranking officers were aware of the calamity unfolding. Stay here. I shall retrieve something. When the lifeboats are launched, you must depart immediately. I will follow on the next boat, he instructed, grasping her hand with urgency. Truthfully, had it not been for the mission that required his departure, he would have wished to linger in this world a while longer. Qingyuan, I will wait for you. Although she was uncertain of the events transpiring, Rose felt that if she released her grip now, she might never see him again. Listen, we Eastern men do not favor disobedient women, Li Qingyuan said sternly, tapping Ruth's palm. He understood that this foolish girl was rather stubborn. If he did not clarify matters with her, who knew whether she would sink along with the ship? After all, she was somewhat of a trophy in his world. And if she perished like this, he would surely mourn for quite some time, perhaps several minutes. Fortunately, at that moment, Carl rushed out from the banquet hall and collided with the two. Initially, he had been attending the festivities, but upon realizing that his wife had vanished alongside Li Qingyuan, he sensed trouble and hastily exited. Carl, you arrived just in time. Upon seeing this unfortunate soul, Li Qingyuan felt reassured that he could entrust Ruth to him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was indeed her legitimate fiancé, and it was far better for Ruth to be with him than with that scoundrel Jack. As for whether Carl would meet the same tragic fate as in the original story, having discussed the evolving economic landscape with him over the past few days, it was not his place to impede Carl's stubbornness should he choose to persist on a path of ruin. Chapter 15. Old Li next door, as Li Qingyuan perched atop the highest point of the ship, gazing down at the chaotic scene below. The system's emotionless voice suddenly echoed in his ear. The Titanic had already submerged significantly beneath the water's surface, within mere minutes. It would follow the trajectory of history and become a cold remnant in the Atlantic. The deck was in disarray, with people desperately leaping towards the lifeboats. Humanity's basest instincts reaching a fever pitch at that moment. In the original narrative, many faced death with valor and selflessness, a portrayal heavily romanticized by cinema. Indeed, figures like the captain and the chief designer had resolved to meet their fates alongside the ship, yet the majority did not share such sentiments. Even ants strive for survival. How much more so, then, for humans? Observing the throngs of wailing and screaming, Li Qingyuan silently poured out the red wine in his hand. Consider it a tribute. After all, Ruth and Carl had already boarded the first lifeboat. thanks to his timely warning. He could not concern himself with the others. They were not particularly familiar. After all, were they? Main quest. Sinking the Titanic has been completed, with an 85 completion rate, rated as excellent, granting 3 free attribute points. Hidden side quest. Achieve intimate contact with the female lead, Ruth DeWitt Bukater, to receive a title reward. Newcomer task rewards a skill, currently being extracted. Upon hearing about the system's hidden rewards, Lee Ching-yuen was momentarily taken aback. Could one actually receive rewards for this? It appeared that this system was rather unconventional. The completion of the novice task has been rated as exemplary. Thus, the basic proficiency in explosives has been upgraded to that of a demolition expert, at no charge. The task is accomplished. May I inquire if the host wishes to return immediately? Can I continue to linger in this world? Lee Ching-yuen asked, perplexed. He had initially assumed that upon completing the task, he would have to return right away. Who would have thought he could remain in this realm? Had he known, he would have accompanied Ruth earlier, as he had only developed 2 poses and had yet to showcase many more. The host may remain in this world for an additional 2 hours. After that, a compulsory return will ensue. Well, 2 hours hardly suffices for anything substantial, and besides, this wretched vessel is bound to sink in mere minutes. There is little reason to linger. I shall return. Grasping the frame and the bronze artifact in his hands, he silently recited those words, and in an instant, Lee Ching-yuen found himself back in his room in Sokovia. Glancing at the clock mounted on the wall, he noted that time remained suspended at the precise moment before his journey. It seemed that venturing into other narrative worlds for tasks did not affect the flow of time in reality. Looking at the frame in his left hand, it was indeed as he suspected. The painting had been successfully retrieved. However, the bronze artifact in his right hand had not been brought back, likely due to a calculation of his insufficient strength. During his days aboard the ship, aside from concocting explosives and cryogenic agents, he had also taken the opportunity to collect a few valuable items. For instance, the frame he had just secured was a genuine Picasso masterpiece obtained from Ruth. The bronze artifact was similarly acquired from an unknown wealthy individual. Regrettably, its excessive weight had prevented its return, otherwise, it would have surely fetched a handsome price. Reflecting on this, Lee Ching-yuen reached into his pocket. The heart of the ocean. This exquisitely rare, deep blue gemstone, a significant plot device in the original narrative, now rested in his palm, having been discreetly taken while Ruth slept in his room. With all sincerity, he had merely thought of it as an important narrative item, likely to trigger some rewards, with no ulterior motives. After all, in various legends, this gemstone is reputed as a cursed stone, possessing peculiar magical powers. However, it now appeared to be nothing more than a beautiful gem, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Oh well, I shall keep it as a memento. After emptying his pocket of assorted items and organizing them, he began to tally the rewards from this task. The 3 free attribute points needed no elaboration. Anyone familiar with infinite flow novels would know how to utilize them. However, considering his current uncertainty regarding how to allocate points, he resolved to set them aside for the future. The remaining 2 rewards comprised a title and a skill. Name, Lee Ching-yuen. Race, male earthling. Strength, 4, 5. Agility, 5, 5. Stamina, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Neighbor Old Lee. Skill, demolition expert. Neighbor Old Lee. When you equip this title and interact with a married woman, there is a certain probability of triggering the passive enhancement effect of this title. Upon reading the system's annotation for this title, Lee Ching-yuen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This damned system is undoubtedly toxic. How could someone as upright as himself be bestowed with such an absurd and scandalous title? It is an outright slander. Moreover, during the Titanic incident, he was merely a passive participant. He was undoubtedly a victim. Jack, are you still there? Just as he was about to contact customer service to file a complaint, he heard Pietro's panicked shouts from above. What is going on with these 2 children? Lee Ching-yuen hurriedly climbed up from the large hole in the middle of the floor, only to find the 2 children huddled in a corner, trembling all over. What happened? He asked, puzzled. Normally, the Scarlet siblings possessed a psychological resilience higher than that of average children. It was unlikely they would be scared into such a state after not seeing him for merely 2 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. However, the noise emanating from behind him immediately answered his question. The missile had begun to emit a red light. Damn it, Lee Ching-yuen cursed, realizing that the plot was completely amiss. Wasn't it said that this missile had been sitting here for 2 days without detonating? Why did it now seem rather precarious? He quickly stepped forward to take Wanda and Pietro and run, but just as he lifted his foot, he turned back. The moment he spotted the missile, a design schematic appeared in his mind. As a demolition expert, he was intimately familiar with most explosive devices, capable of crafting bombs in the astonished gaze of others, and detonating them through methods beyond common understanding. The missile produced by Stark Industries could certainly be classified as high-tech at his current skill level. Facing Iron Man directly would undoubtedly result in a thorough defeat. However, this contraption before him was merely a military product manufactured by Tony Stark a decade ago, lacking significant technological complexity. Thus, in an instant, Li Qingyuan made his decision. Chapter 16. I will treat you to lollipops. What is he doing? Wanda quietly inquired of her brother, gazing at Li Qingyuan squatting in front of the missile. They were both 10 years old, for flowers raised in a greenhouse. 10 might still be an age of innocence. Yet for children living in the tumultuous Eastern European nation of Sokovia, 10 was already considered half an adult. Especially the siblings who have just endured the tragic loss of their parents. Their psyches have matured at an accelerated pace. Is he dismantling a missile? Pietro said hesitantly. As a mischievous child with a penchant for mischief, Pietro often enjoyed taking apart various objects, but this typically extended only to alarm clocks and such. He would never dare to tamper with a missile. After all, he was merely a bit naughty, not reckless. It might explode. Wanda's large, tear-filled eyes reflected her dread. She certainly did not wish to be unwittingly blown to smithereens. Shall we make a run for it? Pietro suggested rather ungraciously. Their acquaintance with Li Qingyuan could only be described as superficial. Their parents' relationship was merely cordial, since the other party seemed intent on courting disaster. They had no intention of staying to face the consequences together. But we can't get out. Wanda pointed to Li Qingyuan, who was squatting in front of the missile, fiddling with it, and then gestured towards the completely obliterated door. The entrance was entirely buried under rubble, and as for jumping out of the window, did they really think two 10-year-olds could survive a leap from the third floor? Moreover, the cacophony of gunfire outside left them uncertain about the situation. We can jump to the second floor and find a corner to hide, Pietro suggested, indicating the large hole in the living room. The power of such a small missile was actually quite limited. In open areas, its lethal radius was perhaps only 20 meters, and within the confines of the building. Its impact was further diminished. When the first missile exploded in the second-floor living room, the siblings on the third floor emerged unscathed. And while their protagonist status may have contributed, the missile's ineffectiveness was a significant factor as well. After all, Stark Industries designed these missiles to obliterate urban centers, necessitating that their power be contained within a manageable range. Otherwise, after a single battle, the entire city would be reduced to ruins, rendering the conquest meaningless. The second floor? Wanda's eyes clouded with confusion as she suddenly recalled that her parents were likely still lying on that very floor. Pietro, Mom and Dad. At this thought, Wanda could no longer contain herself and began to weep. Don't cry, Wanda. Seeing his sister dissolve into tears again, Pietro felt a surge of panic. Heaven knows what that jackma was up to. If Wanda's sobs distracted him, they could meet their end here. However, faced with his tearful sister, Pietro found himself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Li Qingyuan stood up and approached Wanda. Have you fixed the missile? Pietro looked up in astonishment, only to see that the once glimmering missile had lost its luster, its front opened to reveal a multitude of mechanical components that he could not begin to comprehend. What do you mean by fixed? I have merely broken it. Now, even if you were to throw it down, it would not explode. Li Qingyuan casually toyed with two small components, a testament to the impeccable quality of the missile produced by Iron Man. Had he possessed such materials in the previous narrative world, completing the task would have been astonishingly effortless. However, without the skills bestowed by the system, even with a missile right before him, he would have found himself utterly incapable. Brother Jack, you can actually disassemble missiles? Pietro gazed at Li Qingyuan with wide, starry eyes, filled with admiration. In the minds of young boys, the ability to shoot signifies expertise, but to disassemble a missile elevates one to the realm of unparalleled mastery. For a moment, Pietro forgot the recent loss of his parents, his eyes gleaming as he circled the dismantled missile. Brother Jack, if I touch it now, it really won't explode? Pietro hesitated, wanting to reach out to the instrument of war, yet apprehensive. Don't worry, you could even toss it into the fire without issue. Li Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Today's devices are exceedingly precise. Despite the missile measuring over a meter in length, the actual explosive components are less than 1%. The Stark Corporation, indeed, is a mercenary enterprise. Wanda continued to sob inconsolably. Girls tend to be far more sensitive than boys. And she was still engulfed in the sorrow of losing her parents. Wanda, dear, don't cry. Your brother has candy for you. Faced with a weeping little girl, Lee Ching-yuen was at a loss, ultimately retrieving a lollipop from his pocket to coax her. Yet, to his dismay, Wanda's cries grew louder. Please, stop crying. If it were that bothersome Pietro, Lee Ching-yuen would have ensured he learned some manners with a swift punch. However, the one weeping before him was Wanda, leaving him utterly perplexed. Surely, he could not scold her. Brother Jack, Wanda won't eat that mint-flavored lollipop. Pietro suddenly appeared, snatching the lollipop from Lee Ching-yuen's hand, quickly unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. In the midst of her tears, Wanda even managed to shoot Pietro a glare, indicating that her spirits were lifting somewhat. And how about this one? Banana-flavored. Thankfully, having gathered a handful of candies before arriving, Lee Ching-yuen swiftly produced another lollipop. With a slurp, Wanda licked the lollipop while still crying, leaving one to wonder how she could manage both actions simultaneously. Fortunately, her sobs began to diminish. You two should rest in the room for now. Let's just squeeze through tonight. Listening to the gunfire still echoing outside, he wondered if the night would ever come to an end. The entire city has become a perilous place, and seeking refuge within the confines of a room seems to be the wisest choice. Wanda and Pietro silently nodded, the two children appearing to mature significantly in that fleeting moment. Those with overflowing compassion and a nurturing spirit would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy for these 10-year-olds, who exhibit an understanding akin to that of adults. However, for the heartless Lee Ching-yuen, if these two were to continue their incessant wailing, he might seriously contemplate abandoning them to their own devices. While it is true that the Scarlet Witch of the future is destined for greatness, that is still many years hence. Sacrificing his present comfort for the sake of a potential asset is a gamble that is difficult to deem as either gainful or detrimental. Chapter 17. Contemplating the future after a tumultuous day, Wanda and Pietro finally succumbed to slumber. Having endured so much in the span of a single day, even adults would feel utterly exhausted, let alone two small children. Thus, despite the sporadic gunfire echoing outside, they slipped seamlessly into dreams. Observing the siblings lying on either side of him, Lee Ching-yuen felt a twinge of melancholy. He had just returned from a restful slumber on the Titanic and found it impossible to sleep now. Moreover, while Wanda and Pietro had merely experienced the trauma of war and loss, he had traversed realms, encountered systems, and experienced the infinite complexities of the Marvel Universe. If he could still find sleep after all that, his heart would surely be uncommonly vast. With wide-open eyes leaning against the headboard, he began to ponder his next course of action. It was clear that remaining in Sokovia was not an option. According to his recollections, this place seemingly erupted into localized conflicts 3 or 4 times a year. He could only wonder how the previous owners of this body had managed to adapt. Furthermore, according to the narrative, there exists an ancient castle on the outskirts of the city, a remnant from the last century, ruled by the nefarious Baron Strucker, a high-ranking figure within HYDRA. In the Marvel films, Baron Strucker is dispatched in mere moments, slain by Ultron, whom he regarded as his trump card, in a rather undignified manner. Unless one has an interest in Marvel lore, this bald figure, who met his demise almost immediately, would likely leave little impression. However, in truth, Baron Strucker is a legitimate HYDRA veteran, having served as the right hand of the Red Skull during World War II. Following the war, he inherited numerous strategic assets from the Red Skull. When considering the power he wields, it is not inferior to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth noting that at the onset of Avengers: Age of Ultron, it took the combined might of the entire Avengers team to bring down Baron Strucker's fortress. And that was due to his deliberate scheming to undermine the Avengers. Regrettably, Baron Strucker foresaw the beginning but failed to anticipate the conclusion. The Avengers, indeed, were ultimately disbanded due to ideological differences and other reasons. However, he met a tragic demise at the hands of the frenzied mechanical entity Ultron while imprisoned, dying in an exceedingly humiliating manner. In the original narrative, Baron Strucker was fervently engaged in the development of human superpowers, with Wanda and Pietro serving as his successful experimental subjects. Some may argue that to acquire power, one must make sacrifices, yet Lee Ching-yuen held a different perspective. His dear Wanda is simply too adorable. Why resort to perilous human experimentation that could result in death? If it were that rogue Pietro, he could consider casting him into such trials. But I digress. Had it not been for the system, Li Qingyuan contemplated retreating with the Maximoff siblings to a certain unnamed realm, which, according to rumors, is safeguarded by the deity of river crabs. Regardless of whether it was Thanos' snap or cosmic cataclysms, that nation remains unscathed, not even stirring a ripple. However, now that he possesses this system and wishes to continue surviving, it is clear that not only would his conscience oppose such an idea, but the readers would as well. Having traversed into a new world and acquired a system as a golden finger, it is imperative to carve out a significant venture. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the system he bore appeared to activate tasks through interactions with characters from the original narrative. His first task was initiated through his contact with Wanda. As for why his initial interaction with Pietro did not trigger a task, perhaps the system does not guarantee a 100 activation. Or it could be that Pietro's notoriety is so unfavorable that even the system does not regard him as a pivotal figure in the Marvel Universe. After all, compared to the illustrious Scarlet Witch, who would remember the mere Quicksilver? Of course, it is also possible that the system exhibits a bias favoring female characters. Yet, these remain mere conjectures. To truly comprehend its patterns, numerous experiments are likely required. Moreover, considering that his system first activated in the world of Godzilla, King of the Monsters, it seems the realms associated with the task characters are intertwined with the narrative he engages. The ancient beasts in Godzilla, King of the Monsters, indeed possess the power to obliterate the world, and even the fiery Godzilla could crush nuclear bombs like mere seeds. Introducing superheroes like Captain America or Black Widow would undoubtedly be akin to serving them up as fodder. However, should the fully realized Scarlet Witch enter the fray, the outcome remains uncertain. Therefore, ensuring his safety is paramount. He must carefully deliberate which superhero to approach next. The initial world was tailored by the newbie narrative system to lower the difficulty. Who knows if such leniency will extend into the subsequent chapters? Should he foolishly rush to engage with the Marvel power player Iron Man? Who knows what narrative predicament the system might thrust him into? If one were to envision a world akin to the Battle of the Gods, it is likely that he would perish halfway through from a mere sneeze inflicted by a minion. Until he attains sufficient strength, it would be wise to steer clear of that insufferable individual. However, while Iron Man may be off limits for now, he can still interact with other heroes or villains of lesser prowess, such as Black Widow, War Machine, or Falcon, who only exhibit their might among ordinary folk. With this thought, he began to devise his future steps. Once the situation stabilizes after tomorrow's skirmish, he plans to escape with the Maximoff siblings. He has no desire to linger in this wretched country for even a minute. His parents left behind a considerable inheritance, which should suffice for a journey to New York. The twins should pose no issue either. Being orphans, if they choose not to accompany him, their only alternative would be an orphanage, which is unlikely given their intelligence. Although New York is a chaotic place, it is precisely such environments that allow for rapid encounters with various narrative figures, thus facilitating swift enhancement of one's abilities. As it stands, the year is already nearing the end of 2006. Next year, that obnoxious individual will don the mantle of Iron Man, ushering in an era of extraordinary beings on Earth. In New York, he can at least keep pace with the unfolding narrative while leveraging his prophetic advantages to reap system rewards. Although the risks are considerable, unless he can find refuge in an inconceivable realm, danger lurks in every corner of the Earth. The films merely skim the surface of the challenges present. The perils hidden elsewhere may be equally formidable. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, where one can never be certain that a massive green figure might not descend from the heavens and crush one unexpectedly. "Please don't leave me," Wanda murmured, clutching tightly to his arm, seemingly haunted by nightmares. Gently patting Wanda's shoulder, Li Qingyuan felt a profound admiration within. Indeed, she is the illustrious Scarlet Witch. At merely 10 years of age, she rivals those of 17 or 18 in his homeland. One wonders how she has matured so remarkably. Chapter 18. The chaos of Sokovia. The war had concluded by dawn. The situation in Sokovia resembles that of the Republic era, with this minuscule nation harboring 5 warlords who engage in multiple skirmishes each year. The warlord who ultimately seizes the capital proclaims himself president. Although the longest tenure for such a president rarely exceeds a year, he is nonetheless recognized as a president. According to the settings of the Marvel comic universe, Sokovia should be the domain of Dr. Doom. However, upon searching through his memories, Lee Ching-yuen discovered that his predecessor had never even heard of this name. Reflecting on the days when Marvel faced dire straits, it seems they sold the rights to numerous superheroes and supervillains, resulting in significant discrepancies between the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the comics. Consequently, it appears that Dr. Doom and the Fantastic Four have been entirely excised from this realm. Similarly, the mutant population has seemingly vanished, leaving only the comical Inhumans in their wake. It is indeed a lamentable situation. He still harbors a keen interest in the Invisible Woman and Mystique. If all else fails, Polaris could suffice. Fortunately, he has Wanda by his side, providing some solace to his aching heart. Although Wanda currently remains in a state of distant admiration, nurturing the Scarlet, which sounds like an endeavor of great prestige. The following morning, the trio awoke to expressions of gratitude from both Wanda and Pietro. The two children understood that, had it not been for their usually aloof brother Jack, they might have been reduced to mere pulp in yesterday's chaos. Alternatively, they could have succumbed to a hail of stray bullets. The victorious forces began to take control of the city, while rescue teams methodically attended to damaged structures and tended to the injured. Sokovia, having endured decades of warlord conflicts, had developed a comprehensive post-war recovery plan. Though chaos reigned, a semblance of order persisted. Regardless of who occupied the capital, destructive plundering was avoided. Instead, efforts were focused on stabilizing the situation and ensuring the safety of residents and their belongings. After all, the battles fought were over the economic and political significance of the capital. Turning it to ruins would only result in mutual ruin, deterring anyone from risking the ire of the other factions. The deaths of Wanda and Pietro's parents, tragically, were genuine collateral damage. Each year, countless unfortunate souls perish amidst such turmoil. However, relative to Sokovia's population of millions, those lost in conflict are few compared to fatalities from traffic accidents. Such events rarely garner attention unless they directly affect one's life. The rescue teams diligently cleared the debris from the hallways, simultaneously retrieving the remains of both sets of parents. Upon seeing the mangled remains, Wanda and her brother erupted into tears once more. Initially, Lee Ching-yuen felt little reaction, having had no prior acquaintance with the deceased. Yet inexplicably, when he beheld the two bundles encased in boxes, his heart inexplicably twitched. Though he had directly replaced the original soul, the ingrained ties of blood compelled him to feel a sense of restraint. The recovery team placed the four bodies into boxes for cremation, while Lee Ching-yuen silently accompanied Wanda and her brother throughout the process, ultimately interring the ashes in a cemetery. The notion of carrying one's parents' ashes with them is, quite frankly, a melodramatic cliché that everyone understands to be utterly unrealistic. Initially, the military responsible for maintenance intended to send the orphaned Wanda and Pietro to an orphanage upon learning of their parents' demise, but this suggestion was promptly rejected by Lee Ching-yuen. He was acutely aware that the orphanage in Sokovia was, in fact, Baron Strucker's laboratory, which had long exploited those orphans for inhumane experiments. In the chaotic realm of Sokovia, where even the most ordinary individuals must meticulously contemplate their futures, it is hardly surprising that no one pays heed to the plight of orphans. Wanda clutched the hem of Lee Ching-yuen's garment tightly, despite her underdeveloped figure not resembling that of a typical 10-year-old. Her stature was unmistakably petite next to the towering Lee Ching-yuen, who stood at a formidable height of 6 feet. She and Pietro were genuinely apprehensive that Lee Ching-yuen might surrender them, for the mere mention of an orphanage evokes an unsettling dread. It stands to reason that any normal child would harbor an aversion to such a place. Jack, I empathize with your sentiments. But have you considered the immense challenge of raising these two children on your own? The neighborhood lawyer, a kindly matron, remarked to Lee Ching-yuen with a tone of earnestness. They had been neighbors for over a decade. Despite their differing backgrounds, this matronly figure embodied a universal essence that transcended race. Aunt Madeline, I am fully aware of my actions. Sending them to an orphanage would irrevocably ruin their lives. Lee Ching-yuen replied, having absorbed the memories of his predecessor. It seemed that the woman before him had long sought to present her daughter as a potential companion for the original owner. Upon glancing at the rotund matron, a shiver coursed through him. Who could possibly endure such a fate? The urgency to escape Sokovia intensified with yet another compelling reason. The old Ma couple are genuinely good people. How could they possibly endure such misfortune? The matron rambled on, reminiscing about the virtues of the original parents while simultaneously inquiring if Li Qingyuan would consider allowing her daughter to assist him. Li Qingyuan, now an orphan with a substantial inheritance and a respectable appearance, was undoubtedly an eligible bachelor. Yet, was it not a tad inappropriate to promote one's daughter so soon after the loss of his parents? Was this not a rather blatant attempt to ensure the continuation of the Wang family lineage? As a longtime neighbor of the original parents, Aunt Madeline had indeed absorbed many customs of Chinese heritage. And as for Li Qingyuan being nearly 18 and her daughter only 16, in Sokovia, societal norms were far more lenient. It was not uncommon for individuals as young as 14 to enter into matrimony. Finally managing to usher the persistent Aunt Madeline out the door, Li Qingyuan felt that fending off her advances was more exhausting than any mission he had undertaken aboard the Titanic. "Jack, my brother." After sending the rescue team and Aunt Madeline on their way, the day has passed in a blur. Pietro and Wanda stood before him, timidly calling out. The two children gazed at him with a sense of trepidation, uncertain of what the future held for them. They shared no blood ties, and the mere fact that he had taken them in was a profound act of kindness, not to mention that he had saved their lives. The Maximoff couple embodied the quintessential Western mindset. Their savings were likely insufficient to cover the recent funeral expenses. It could be said that the two children were utterly destitute, and if Li Qingyuan were to abandon them now, they might struggle to secure even tomorrow's meals. Moreover, they were currently residing in property owned by Li Qingyuan. Chapter 19. Smuggling. Pietro, Wanda, are you both ready? Li Qingyuan asked, seated on the living room sofa, addressing the Maximoff siblings before him. Nearly half a month had passed since the missile attack, and the siblings had begun to emerge from the anguish of losing their parents. Fortunately, their circumstances were far more favorable compared to the original tale. They had not endured 2 days and nights of torment, nor the subsequent psychological and physical trauma. In orphanages, even in developed nations, countless dark realities exist, let alone in the chaotic land of Sokovia. Being oppressed and humiliated was a daily occurrence, with the constant threat of bullying and the looming danger of being taken by Baron Strask for experiments. "Jack, are we really leaving here?" Wanda asked, her voice quivering with uncertainty. "Call me Brother Qingyuan. I have changed my name." Li Qingyuan gently tapped the armrest of the sofa to remind her. He had been exceedingly busy lately, first inheriting all of his parents' assets, and then finding buyers to sell off all their real estate. In the midst of this, he also took the opportunity to change his name. The name Jack always reminded him of a certain pirate king, so while he was engaged in the transfer of assets, he also changed his name. After all, it only cost a few $100s, which was a trivial sum for someone who had inherited nearly $1 million. That amount hardly mattered to him. Furthermore, he still had an authentic Picasso hidden away in his safe. One could not say how much it was worth, but it would surely fetch an 8-figure sum at auction. "I'm sorry, Brother Qingyuan." Wanda quickly apologized, aware that both she and her brother relied entirely on his generosity to survive, placing them at a disadvantage in his presence. "It's all right. Just be more careful next time." Li Qingyuan replied with a warm smile, gently stroking her rosy cheeks. "You know, it feels quite delightful to do so. The region of Sokovia is rife with turmoil and is hardly a suitable place to reside. Moreover, our parents perished here, which inevitably evokes painful memories. It would be prudent for us to seek a different city in which to live." Although he could choose to take the siblings away without consultation, Li Qingyuan believed it was better to communicate openly. Despite their tender age of 10, these two children possess a shrewdness that rivals that of adults. Recently, Peter had taken to vigilantly guarding his sister at night, akin to a watchman, which was rather disheartening. How could a person of such integrity stoop to base conduct? Surely, they should have a few more years of nurturing. Yet, if we were to leave, would we ever be able to return? Peter timidly raised his hand to inquire. In the initial days, he harbored suspicions that this brother Jack might harbor inappropriate intentions towards his sister, leading him to remain on high alert following their parents' funeral. It would be inaccurate to label him as overly mature. Such occurrences are all too common in Sokovia, where chaos reigns and anything can happen. Li Qingyuan, though a stranger to them, not only saved the siblings but also offered to adopt them, leaving Peter both touched and perplexed about the man's true motives. Thus, when Peter observed Jack's frequent playful antics with Wanda, he believed he had discerned the man's genuine intentions. Those days were fraught with anxiety, as he feared for his sister's safety, while simultaneously worrying that his suspicions might provoke Jack's wrath and lead to their expulsion. For two 10-year-olds to survive in a place like Sokovia is undeniably challenging. However, after a week of trepidation, Peter realized he may have misjudged Jack's character. Jack indeed held a fondness for Wanda, but it was a pure affection, far from the sordid implications he had imagined. Of course, we can relocate, but only once the situation in Sokovia stabilizes, Lee Ching-yuen affirmed. If it weren't for the warlord's conflicts, Sokovia could actually be quite pleasant, almost akin to a vacation spot. Where are we moving to? Peter, emboldened by Lee Ching-yuen's lack of anger over his earlier behavior, dared to ask. New York, the world's foremost metropolis. You must have seen it on television, Lee Ching-yuen replied, gesturing towards a geographical guide on the coffee table. We are going to New York? The two children exclaimed, their eyes lighting up as they leaped with joy, the first spark of excitement they had felt in half a month. For children, their thoughts were uncomplicated. They knew only that New York was heralded as the greatest city in the world, depicted in both literature and television as a paradise of sorts. Their initial trepidation was swiftly dispelled by the exhilaration of heading to the metropolis. The two companions hastily gathered their belongings and, accompanied by Lee Ching-yuen, journeyed to the seaside. Due to years of turmoil, Sokovia enforced strict regulations on its citizens' immigration, as lax controls might lead to a mass exodus of the wealthy. For instance, had the original protagonist's parents been able to leave through legitimate means, they would have undoubtedly taken their child to another place long ago. Fortunately, even the most stringent controls have their loopholes, and Sokovia, being a chaotic nation, was no exception. Lee Ching-yuen had already made arrangements with a smuggler, preparing to clandestinely transport the Wanda sisters out of the country. Just the three of you? The smuggler, upon seeing the trio, appeared somewhat bewildered. Lee Ching-yuen had communicated with him over the phone, as Sokovia's internet infrastructure was underdeveloped, making phone calls the preferred mode of communication. Yes, just the three of us. Lee Ching-yuen anticipated the smuggler's thoughts. Those engaged in the business of human trafficking were rarely benevolent. The smuggler was undoubtedly contemplating how to betray them along the way. However, Lee Ching-yuen was unfazed. After all, he had not been idle for the past half-month. If it's only 3 people, the price goes up, the captain declared ominously. Wanda clung to Lee Ching-yuen's hand, trembling, while the individuals aboard the smuggling vessel bore an unsettling resemblance to the villains from horror films, truly capable of frightening children. As for Pietro, he was shaking uncontrollably, like a leaf in the wind. He wished to huddle close to Lee Ching-yuen as Wanda did. But Lee Ching-yuen did not afford him the opportunity. Wanda could join, but what business did he have in this affair? Chapter 20. Troubles arise. 100,000 for the car and the journey. We set off immediately. Pay 30,000 now, and the remainder upon arrival. Lee Ching-yuen was not surprised by the smuggler's sudden increase in price and replied straightforwardly. Those involved in the underworld were seldom virtuous. It would be odd if they didn't raise their prices. The captain scrutinized them closely, exchanging glances with his accomplices before finally nodding in agreement. Brother Ching-yuen, these people look so intimidating. Until they descended into the cabin below deck, Pietro finally found the courage to speak. You and Wanda stay here and don't move. No matter what happens tonight, don't go outside, Lee Ching-yuen reassured, gently patting Wanda's head. Is it dangerous? Wanda timidly raised her head, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Though she was aware that she ought not to weep at such a moment, inexplicably, tears flowed uncontrollably. No, it was merely a precaution. As he toyed with the clay in his hands, Lee Ching-yuen's eyes gradually glimmered with a cold light. He hoped these individuals would not invite their own demise. He merely wished to depart from this wretched place in peace, without any further disturbances along the way. Head, when shall we strike? Above on the deck, the boatswain, moonlighting as a smuggler, inquired of the captain. Engaging in commerce upon the high seas, particularly in their nefarious trade, was not the domain of virtuous souls. The captain remained silent. Having conducted business for so long, he understood well whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Lee Ching-yuen's earlier display of composure and shrewdness left him somewhat perplexed, uncertain if the other party possessed some hidden advantage. We shall first bind those 3 individuals, extract the money, and then eliminate that Chinese fellow. The remaining 2 children can be kept for amusement before being sold for a film, given their potential. They could fetch no less than 100,000. The boatswain began to envision a prosperous future, with a single transaction yielding 200,000. His share would be at least 20,000. If such opportunities arose thrice a year, that would guarantee an annual income of 100,000. We shall act midway. Encouraged by his subordinates, the captain meticulously calculated in his mind, realizing he must have been somewhat deranged from a lack of sleep the previous night. In this world, how could there be so many who feign innocence while concealing ferocity? That youth appeared to be just an ordinary lad. Although he could discern the gun at the other's waist, what of it? Among the crew, who was unarmed, 6 guns against 1, the outcome was hardly in doubt. Moreover, they were seasoned professionals in the art of murder and silencing. How could they fear a mere youth? Perhaps we could add something extra to their dinner. And if we can avoid confrontation, that would be best. However, as a veteran of over a decade on these waters, the captain ultimately instructed, "Understood, boss." The bosun nodded eagerly before departing, brimming with excitement, for he would soon have new toys to play with. Sighing lightly at the food laid before him, Li Qingyuan realized that action was indeed unavoidable. Pietro reached for the milk, but upon merely touching the cup, he swiftly withdrew his hand. It was unavoidable. It hurt. He looked at Li Qingyuan with a face full of grievance, bewildered as to why he had been struck. Ignoring Pietro's pitiful gaze, Li Qingyuan scooped up Wanda once more. The 2 children had spent the entire afternoon in the cabin, and now, upon seeing the warm milk, they were visibly stirred. Wanda, akin to Pietro, had dashed forward to partake. However, before she could even approach the table, Li Qingyuan had already lifted her up. The difficulty of restraining Wanda while holding her prompted Li Qingyuan to strike Pietro's hand with the bamboo board in his grasp. With such a lack of vigilance, it was absurd that he once dared to be wary of himself. These items are inedible. It seems they intend to proceed down a dark path. Though he had not acquired any skills related to toxin mastery, one could easily deduce that hot milk, undoubtedly a luxury, would not be offered without ulterior motives. Is the milk poisoned? Pietro and Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite their maturity surpassing that of typical children, they could hardly fathom the treachery of the adult world. I will go take a look. You 2 lock the door tightly. Unless I call out, do not hesitate to shoot anyone who enters. He retrieved a beretta from his waist, initially intended for Wanda, but after a moment's contemplation, he handed it to Pietro instead. The safety is on. You must press it first to fire. You are responsible for protecting Wanda, understood? Li Qingyuan spoke to Pietro with an uncommon gentleness. I understand. I will protect my sister. Pietro nodded eagerly, thrilled to finally experience the privileges of adulthood. Remember, unless I call out, shoot at anyone who opens the door. Though giving a firearm to a 10-year-old seemed somewhat farcical, there truly was no better alternative at the moment. It was preferable to take the initiative rather than wait for those individuals to descend upon them. Truth be told, had it not been for his lack of sailing skills and ignorance of the route, he would have already dealt with this group, thus avoiding the current predicament. You must return. As Li Qingyuan prepared to push the door open, he noticed Wanda clutching the hem of his shirt tightly, whispering softly, "Do not worry. I will be fine." He gently rubbed Wanda's cheek before cheerfully stepping outside. The space on the smuggling boat was cramped. Upon opening the cabin door, he took a few steps directly onto the deck. A few sailors squatting on the deck, smoking, were taken aback to see him emerge from below. They had been waiting to go down for some leisure, so it was unexpected for him to climb up instead. Everyone is here. Noticing several sailors along with the captain gathered together, Li Qingyuan shrugged in resignation. He truly was a jinx. Whatever he said seemed to come to pass. Their expressions betrayed them. If they claimed there was nothing amiss, it would be unbelievable. The sailors all turned their gazes to the captain, anticipating his orders. The captain furrowed his brow, contemplating the man before him. Was he genuinely formidable, or merely a naive newcomer unafraid of danger? Yet, his inaction did not imply that others would remain idle. A sailor stepped forward with a sinister grin. "Ah, since you've come out on your own, it simplifies matters considerably. Hand over all your money and then bind yourself. I, being a kind-hearted soul, may yet spare your life." Chapter 21. Intelligence Leading to Folly. Boom. The boisterous first mate suddenly exploded into a dazzling array of fireworks before the eyes of the crowd, showering several nearby individuals with a cascade of colorful debris. Li Qingyuan resignedly lowered his hand, which had been shielding his eyes, regretting that he hadn't used a smaller charge. To be so directly sprayed in the face by another man for the first time was rather disconcerting. What is happening? The other sailors were instantly struck with horror, neglecting to wipe the blood from their bodies as they looked around in panic and confusion. If they had been a band of elite soldiers, they would have at least drawn their weapons and scattered in search of cover. Yet these sailors, if faced with true danger, would merely serve as live targets. However, considering that they were simply a motley crew of lowly pirates, it was unreasonable to expect them to exhibit the qualities of seasoned special forces. I truly do not wish to kill anyone. Wouldn't it be simpler for you to safely escort us out? Li Qingyuan said, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Truth be told, this was his first experience with taking a life, and being splattered in the process brought him an unexpected thrill rather than discomfort. One might say that the original persona he inhabited possessed a distinctly antisocial personality. He himself had adhered to the law for over 30 years, having only ever taken the life of a chicken in his youth. You did this? The captain was the first to regain his wits, hurriedly attempting to draw his gun from his waist. Yet, in his fluster, he fumbled and failed to unfasten the holster. These smugglers, who acted like demons before defenseless stowaways, were in reality mere bottom feeders of the food chain. If they possessed any real skill, they would not have been reduced to this life of smuggling. I suggest you check the back of your belt before you draw your weapon, and do be gentle, or it might just go off. Li Qingyuan kindly warned. What have you done? The captain, who had been poised to draw his gun, froze in place, as did several of the sailors. They exchanged glances, finally noticing a gum-like substance on each other's belts. Naturally, those who ran black market ships were unlikely to be particularly clean, and the presence of a little grime on their clothing would hardly raise concern. After all, who pays attention to what's behind their belt? C4 plastic explosive, its potency you have just witnessed. I need only to press a button, and you shall meet the same fate as him. He nonchalantly indicated towards the half-disintegrated form lying on the ground. Did he truly shake hands with everyone on board merely to foster goodwill? Moreover, to ensure preparedness, he seized the opportunity of admiring the scenery to discreetly install a considerable amount of explosives aboard the vessel. Even if these individuals were to discover the gum explosives beforehand, he could threaten them by detonating the ship. Possessing an unparalleled talent for demolition, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a bomb expert, and not just any expert, but one of the highest caliber, utterly devoid of any embellishment. Should he choose to remain in Sokovia, his technical prowess would undoubtedly render him a coveted prize among the warring factions. Alternatively, he could easily establish himself as a local sovereign in the tumultuous regions of South America or Africa. However, for Li Qingyuan, who possessed boundless prospects, such a mundane existence was far from his aspirations. He yearned for the vastness of the stars and the ocean. Under the threat of explosives, several crew members quickly capitulated. They merely wished to earn a meager living without risking their lives. Thus, in an atmosphere of amiable cooperation, Li Qingyuan provided everyone with a metallic vest. A reinforced and enhanced version, no less. After all, the gum tucked inside their belts was hardly a reliable safeguard. What if, in the midst of relieving themselves, an unfortunate accident were to occur? It was far wiser to equip everyone with metallic vests for safety. The captain and several sailors wore expressions akin to those mourning a great loss. They were all rugged men, the most advanced technology they typically wielded being the handguns they carried. When had they ever encountered anything like a hydraulic instability explosive device? The mere thought of wearing a ticking bomb on one's chest would surely unnerve anyone. In his heart, the captain cursed the first mate countless times. He had known from the start that this young man, with his fierce gaze and predatory demeanor, was no ordinary individual. Now, he found himself not only facing certain death, but also entangled in a perilous situation involving a timed explosive. The group journeyed through the night with trepidation, completing a journey that would typically take 4 days in less than 3. With the dawn barely breaking, Li Qingyuan and the Wanda siblings set foot on Italian soil. Italy is most renowned for its pasta, followed closely by its artillery, and lastly, the infamous Italian mafia. As for the Italian military, let us not dwell on that. The Italian mafia, in stark contrast to the unruly thugs of Sokovia, exhibited a far greater level of sophistication. After paying a fee of $200,000 for documentation, Li Qingyuan swiftly transitioned from an undocumented immigrant in Sokovia to a legitimate Italian citizen of Chinese descent, with Wanda and Pietro now recognized as his half-siblings. All of this information was verifiable within the records. The officials had directly input the data into the municipal office system, ensuring its authenticity against any scrutiny. After a brief 2-day sojourn in Italy, he utilized his new identity to purchase a ticket bound for New York, embarking on his journey to America. After all, Christmas is just around the corner, and next year marks the auspicious day of Iron Man's emergence. One must certainly hurry to gather first-hand information. setting aside other considerations. Acquiring wealth and prosperity will undoubtedly hinge upon Iron Man. The target has already departed from Rome, with New York as the destination. As Li Qingyuan boarded the plane with the Maximoff siblings, a remarkably handsome young Caucasian rushed to the airport, reporting via an earpiece. He instructed his associates to rendezvous in New York to ascertain whether they could draw the individual into their fold. An elderly voice immediately resonated through the communicator. Understood. The young man replied with an unchanging expression. He had not anticipated that a simple investigative mission in Italy would lead him to encounter a demolition expert. With the intent to eradicate all traces, Li Qingyuan detonated the vessel after it had sailed a considerable distance from the shore. In his estimation, a sunken fishing boat in the Mediterranean would attract no attention. Alas, as the saying goes, cleverness can lead to folly. Had he refrained from that explosion, perhaps he would not be facing such troublesome matters now. Chapter 22. The Arrival of HYDRA. Bosley. May your business flourish and wealth abound. Congratulations abound. In New York, Manhattan's Chinatown, a new antique shop opened its doors today, heralded by the jubilant sounds of firecrackers and vibrant dragon and lion dances. Standing at the entrance and receiving congratulations from others, Li Qingyuan felt his smile nearly stiffen. As an Italian who had emigrated to New York, he sought to establish a lawful and reasonable existence, necessitating a prominent identity within the community. Working for others was out of the question. Having traversed worlds, he was determined to be his own boss. According to conventional narrative arcs, he ought to establish a general store in Hell's Kitchen or perhaps a small exorcism clinic, aligning with the Marvel storyline. However, after considerable contemplation, he concluded that such a lifestyle was utterly ill-suited for him. The chaotic environment of Hell's Kitchen, rife with gunfights and territorial disputes among various gangs, made him ponder the depths of his own folly in considering such a living. It would be far preferable to remain in Sokovia. Moreover, Wanda was still a charming little girl, devoid of any means of self-defense. Should any misfortune befall her, regret would come too late. Thus, after much deliberation, he resolved to prioritize stability, relinquishing the idea of Hell's Kitchen and Queens as his new beginnings, and instead opted for the comparatively peaceful and secure haven of Chinatown. Geographically speaking, Chinatown is conveniently situated at the heart of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, a mere 20 to 30 minutes away in the absence of traffic. Should one yearn for a refreshing encounter with the peculiar, a swift ride on the subway would suffice. While indulging in the occasional monster battling to hone one's skills might be acceptable, he had no intention of establishing his residence within a den of beasts. Living in constant fear of sudden gunfire during the day and the possibility of being launched into the heavens by a rocket launcher during the night was simply untenable. As for the rationale behind opening an antique shop in Chinatown, it was not as if he intended to earn a livelihood from it. The primary purpose of the establishment was to secure a legitimate identity. Moreover, possessing an antique shop would facilitate the handling of artifacts he had procured from the realm of quests, lending an air of authenticity to his endeavors. Wanda clapped her hands joyfully, bouncing about in delight at witnessing the lion dance for the first time, finding it particularly amusing. Pietro, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his mind somewhere, but given his age, he was unlikely to cause any trouble. After engaging warmly with the neighbors, the bustling shop gradually quieted down. After all, an antique shop is hardly akin to a restaurant that draws crowds. Typically, it operates on the principle of remaining closed for 3 years and then reaping the benefits for another 3. Furthermore, all the antiques in his shop were merely counterfeit items recently acquired from a wholesale market, with even the tags still intact. It would be absurd to think that anyone could be gullible enough to fall for such a ruse. Having handed the opening ceremony red envelope to the leader of the lion dance troupe, he glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly noon. Li Qingyuan contemplated closing up to take Wanda for hot pot. As for Pietro, he would undoubtedly appear at mealtime without any prompting. Just as he was about to close the shop, however, he noticed a customer had unexpectedly entered. The young man was examining a faux chicken crown cup, imprinted with the mark of the Ming Dynasty Changhua period, as if it were truly an artifact that had been passed down for centuries rather than a mere trinket purchased from the local market. Was this patron here to make a purchase? Glancing up at the young Caucasian standing in his shop, Li Qingyuan felt a twinge of frustration. At 6 feet tall, he considered himself quite tall among the Chinese, yet this individual towered over him by half a head, an unwelcome reminder of the world's inherent cruelty. Moreover, the young man was rather handsome, even through a man's discerning eyes. one could easily conclude that his features were striking, with only a slight edge of superiority over Li Qingyuan. If I were to make a purchase, it would undoubtedly be that painting, the young man remarked, placing the counterfeit chicken crown cup down and gesturing toward the Picasso piece hanging on the side wall. Originally, Li Qingyuan intended to send this painting directly to the auction house for sale. However, considering the dubious origin and the fact that he currently had a substantial amount of savings, he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Truth be told, aside from a handful of so-called experts, no one could truly comprehend Picasso's works, so he simply hung it on the wall. After all, with so many people meandering through his shop in the morning, no one had noticed that the painting was, in fact, authentic. Yet, this individual before him managed to pinpoint the most valuable item in his shop at a glance. This alone demonstrated remarkable discernment. More importantly, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the man seemed somewhat familiar. While Li Qingyuan was scrutinizing him, the stranger was equally assessing him in return. Grant Ward, a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, was a fifth-level operative and a specialist in covert operations, possessing a repertoire of combat skills that placed him among the top 30 within the organization. Though being in the top 30 might seem like a mere supporting role, given S.H.I.E.L.D's global network of agents, Ward undoubtedly ranked among the elite operatives in the world. He had accomplished numerous tasks that others deemed impossible, including his recent mission, which involved assassinating a ruler of a small nation after returning from Eastern Europe. Logically, he and Li Qingyuan should not have crossed paths so soon. However, fate intervened when Ward, while navigating the Mediterranean on his personal jet ski post mission, stumbled upon an explosion. The entire smuggling vessel disintegrated before his eyes, and the crew aboard had no time to react, turning into mere dust within the Mediterranean. This chilling sight sent a shiver down Ward's spine. Fortunately, he had been slightly delayed. Otherwise, he could have been caught in the blast. Generally, individuals of his caliber possess an instinctive protective response before encountering danger, often referred to as a sixth sense. No one can precisely articulate what this phenomenon entails, but Ward was acutely aware that had he not triggered that instinct, he would have perished countless times by now. Strangely, this time, his sixth sense failed to warn him, indicating that the individual responsible for the explosion had reached an extraordinary level of expertise. Such a masterful figure would likely be exceedingly rare, even within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Grant Ward promptly reported to his superior, John Garrett, and traced the source of the incident to Li Qingyuan's location. Chapter 23. The recruitment of HYDRA furrowing his brow as he regarded the man before him, slightly taller and somewhat less attractive than himself. Li Qingyuan endeavored to search his memory for any recognition of the stranger. Given his familiar appearance, it seemed he must be a character of some renown within the Marvel Universe. Yet, puzzlingly, he could not conjure even a fleeting impression of him. Observing that his target was lost in contemplation, Grant Ward considered that his adoptive father had undoubtedly made a grave error in sending him here. He was never the type to persuade others through reason. Rather than captivating them with words, he excelled in using his fists. Generally, such matters should be addressed by the newly appointed village chief, Phil Coulson, or, if that fails, by the esteemed Agent Sitwell, head of the External Affairs Department within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, John Garrett, Ward's foster father and direct superior, held a contrary perspective. Unlike those HYDRA leaders who had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. from the outset, Garrett was originally a legitimate figure within S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit with some personal ambitions. Nonetheless, he remained aligned with the principles of justice. Unfortunately, after suffering severe injuries, he was compelled to retreat to a secondary position, only to be discontented when a certain African-American leader obliterated his contributions. It is needless to say, it was that bald-headed fellow. At that time, Garrett could have retired with the stature of a venerable elder, yet due to the bald-headed leader's implementation of a hierarchy system, he was reduced from a legendary figure to an 8th-level agent. You're an 8th-level agent? Your entire family is 8th level. This classification was an affront to Garrett's life and dignity, for he had dedicated his life to S.H.I.E.L.D., earning his stripes through blood, sweat, and valor. While he could comprehend that a 10th-level designation was reserved for the directors, being labeled as an 8th-level agent was utterly unacceptable. For others, Achieving 8th level status might invoke admiration among the tens of thousands within S.H.I.E.L.D. Only a handful had attained such privilege, which indeed constituted an honor. However, for Garrett, it was intolerable. He had been toiling since the era of Director Carter, and back then, that bald-headed individual was merely playing in the mud on some street corner. Furthermore, that bald-headed leader, known for nepotism, had the audacity to promote a mere 20-something woman who had been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for less than 5 years to the rank of 9th level agent, which only deepened Garrett's frustration. It was astonishing that a man who had dedicated his life to the organization was overshadowed by someone with mere long legs. This was an outrageous scandal. Consequently, Garrett switched allegiances. After decades of cultivating connections, he could easily establish his own domain elsewhere and had no need to hang on a single tree. However, since Garrett had only recently aligned himself with HYDRA, his available manpower was limited to just a few, leaving him in dire need of talent. Thus, the explosives expert, Li-Ching Yuan, quickly came into his purview. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Garrett could not afford to appear publicly, nor did he trust others. Hence, despite knowing that his foster son was not the most suitable negotiator, he had no choice but to take a chance with him. Grant Ward, FBI agent. I wish to discuss certain matters with you. Ward pondered for an extended period, uncertain of how to establish a rapport with Li-Ching Yuan. Ultimately, he resorted to raising his credentials as proof of his identity. After all, he carried various FBI credentials, and if that failed, he had several layers of aliases, including those of the CIA and MI6, ensuring that at least one would resonate with the other party. Upon hearing Ward introduce himself, Li-Ching Yuan suddenly recalled where he had encountered this individual before, in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This Marvel television series was launched by Disney in response to the immense success of Marvel films. Due to the exorbitant salaries of the primary superheroes, they had to enlist new actors, and Mr. Grant Ward held a significant role in the series. However, since Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was set several years after the Chitauri invasion of New York, he momentarily failed to recognize the much younger Agent Ward. After all, who could recall the features of such an unremarkable face? Had it been a beautiful woman, he would undoubtedly have remembered. Moreover, if Grant Ward could make an appearance, did that not imply that Quake, the Inhuman, might also surface? He vividly recalled that the young woman was still living as a Ward, and he wondered if there was an opportunity for him to intervene. After all, caring for one Scarlet, which was akin to caring for another Inhuman. There was little harm in expanding his responsibilities, was there? FBI? Have you only just arrived in America? What brings you here? Having discerned the other party's identity, Li-Ching Yuan instructed Wanda to wait upstairs, then inquired with mild curiosity. It has come to our attention that your true identity does not align with your credentials. Ward met his gaze directly. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive a sense of relief reflected in Li-Ching Yuan's eyes, which left Agent Ward perplexed. Even though the other party was a bomb expert, and this was his domain, Ward could not fathom the source of that relief. Why did it feel as though Li-Ching Yuan had seen right through him? I escaped from Sokovia. The Italian credentials were merely a ruse for customs. Acknowledging that Li-Ching Yuan was a member of the HYDRA division of S.H.I.E.L.D., masquerading as an FBI agent, Ward realized that his fabricated documents could not conceal the truth from him. The HYDRA S.H.I.E.L.D. division was not merely a name. Under the relentless efforts and embezzlement of Nick Fury, it had grown into a formidable organization of global repute. His background was transparent before Li-Ching Yuan. In the Marvel Universe, avoiding dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. was impossible, yet he had not anticipated such a swift encounter. Originally, his plan was to wait until he had traversed 3 realms before meeting the village chief of the newcomers. Very well, let us reintroduce ourselves. The Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, Grant Ward. I surmise, given your remarkable skills, you have heard of us. Ward extended his hand towards Li-Ching Yuan. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, to the average citizen, is undoubtedly a phantom entity. Many have never encountered its name. However, in Ward's estimation, this young man before him must be aware of it. After all, the individual is remarkably adept at the art of explosives and has undoubtedly navigated the shadowy underbelly of society, thus likely familiar with the illustrious reputation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Chapter 24. The Mist, the host, has encountered the pivotal figure, Grant Ward, unlocking the second transportation qualification. The moment Li Qingyuan shook hands with Ward, an emotionless prompt echoed in his mind. What the hell? Ward observed as the young man's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a ghastly hue, leading him to ponder if the individual possessed the legendary skill of rapid facial transformation. However, Li Qingyuan found himself bereft of time and energy to engage in banter with Ward, as the system had already initiated the transportation process. Detected host is preparing to transport a living organism. Shall a dimensional transportation voucher be consumed? Is this even an option? During the previous narrative world, he had indeed contemplated bringing someone along to test if it were feasible. Yet, considering his limited strength at the time, he decided against it, fearing the complications of handling a living person. Nevertheless, according to his plans, he intended to explore Hell's Kitchen or Queens in a few days, hoping to encounter some relatively weak street heroes, such as the blind Daredevil or Jessica Jones before her transformation into the formidable Purple Man's adversary. But who would have thought that the individual before him qualified to unlock a world? This bastard, isn't he a villain? Confirmed. Yet, there was no time to ponder further. Heaven knows what world this transportation would lead to, and having an extra person would provide added security. Moreover, though this fellow was indeed a rogue, his abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Even those weaker superheroes would likely struggle against him. Host does not possess a dimensional transportation voucher. Associated transportation failed. As a wave of dizziness washed over him once more, Li Qingyuan could not help but unleash a torrent of invective. What kind of game are you playing? Yet, regardless of his effusive cursing, the system remained unresponsive. As the disorientation gradually subsided, Li Qingyuan realized that berating a mechanical entity would yield no results other than his own vexation, compelling him to survey his surroundings instead. It appeared he was now in a large supermarket. On either side stood rows upon rows of shelves, laden with a myriad of goods, while around him, numerous individuals were engaged in the act of shopping. Time seemed to stand still, rendering everyone's movements comically absurd. Yet, despite his meticulous observations, Li Qingyuan could not spot anyone familiar, leaving him somewhat puzzled. What scene was this? He had no recollection of it whatsoever. Fortunately, the main quest swiftly alleviated his confusion. Main quest, survival. A mist from another dimension has enveloped the town, and the monstrous entities emerging from it are poised to commence a massacre of the townsfolk. Your task is to endure in this perilous town. Quest objective, survive for 7 days to complete the task, with no rewards offered. Side objective, for each additional 10 townspeople you manage to save after the 7 days, you shall earn an extra point in freedom attributes. If Raymond and his son Miss Amanda, Mrs. Commodore, Cashier Sally, Principal Ripla, Supermarket Manager Ollie, Lawyer Norton, and Mrs. Marjorie survive, a reward of 1 freedom attribute point will be granted for each. Initially bewildered, Li Qingyuan quickly grasped the essence of the world into which he had traversed upon reading the main quest. The Mist. The film's narrative revolves around a picturesque inland town in America suddenly shrouded in mist. The protagonist, David Raymond, along with his son Billy and other characters, find themselves trapped in the town's sole large supermarket. Within the mist lurk an array of monstrous beings, terrifying creatures from other dimensions, possessing unfathomable sizes and dangers. Meanwhile, the trapped populace is swayed by a soothsayer who claims this calamity is a divine punishment. Ultimately, the protagonist and his companions decide to break free in search of salvation. After a harrowing escape, they manage to reach a vehicle, racing towards the town's outskirts. What seemed to be a typical Hollywood plot takes a grim turn when the director plays a cruel trick on the protagonist. After their car runs out of fuel, the mist echoes with the roars of countless monsters. To ensure the peace of those around him, the protagonist uses his remaining 4 bullets to take the lives of his son and 3 companions before braving the unknown terror outside. And what was the outcome? The director mercilessly toyed with him. As the mist gradually lifted, military personnel were seen restoring order, and the roars once thought to be from monsters were in fact the cries of the creatures being subdued. Thus, the protagonist's individual heroism became a tragic tale, as he not only failed to save anyone but also ended the life of his own son, marking it as a thoroughly tragic story. Due to its modest production budget, the film features a conspicuous absence of renowned stars and lacks extravagant special effects. The elusive fog creature is barely visible, while the primary narrative delves into the treachery of human nature. One might regard it as a monster film or a work of cultural significance. However, as history has shown, critiques often surpass the films themselves in intrigue. Consequently, this otherwise unremarkable movie has been elevated by a plethora of whimsical internet commentators who, with great seriousness, analyze it as a groundbreaking piece of the so-called Cthulhu revival genre. Their analyses, rife with logic, are almost infuriating. 7 days? That adds 4 days to the original plot. Upon glancing at the mission description, Li Qingyuan found himself deep in contemplation. He recalled that in the original storyline, the military launched a counteroffensive on the 3rd day of the fog, reclaiming the town. Yet, the current mission description ominously states 7 days, indicating that the infernal system has stealthily increased the difficulty. Nevertheless, the fact that the mission reward is 0 suggests that if he merely aims to survive this task, a victory may be within reach. However, he is not here for leisure. It is crucial to remember that HYDRA has already set its sights on him. While he does not outright reject HYDRA, such a relationship must be predicated on an advantageous or at least equitable cooperation. He certainly does not wish to be subjected to the whims of a band of lunatics. Thus, this task requires careful consideration. After all, if executed well, given the current population within the supermarket and the 9 target individuals, he could potentially acquire a minimum of 30 points in free attributes. 30 points in free attributes would certainly place him in a position to challenge Captain America in an arm wrestling match. Of course, the notion of acquiring such an abundance of attributes is merely a fantasy. It is absurd to think that not a single person could perish. Perhaps a modest goal should be set, such as aiming for 10 points? Chapter 25. The shame of the monster. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared, causing everyone in the supermarket to halt their activities and converge at the glass facade. The supermarket, surrounded by walls on 3 sides, boasts a front entirely composed of glass panels. As such, small towns rarely experience severe criminal incidents, leading builders to refrain from incurring additional costs for reinforced structures. After all, fortified glass suffices for ordinary citizens. There are monsters. Monsters. They've taken old John. An elderly man, his chest splattered with blood, rushed into the square, followed closely by an overwhelming shroud of fog. Panic ensued among the supermarket patrons as several rushed to assist the old man within the doors, attempting to calm his frayed nerves. Meanwhile, a portion of the crowd hastily exited the supermarket, eager to locate their vehicles or return home. However, the mist was evidently swifter than human movements, enveloping the entire outside world before most could even react. Then, a series of heart-wrenching screams echoed from beyond. The individuals remaining inside the supermarket were instantly gripped by terror. The communication signals had been severed due to the storm the previous night, and now their vision was obscured by the thick fog. Coupled with the intermittent cries, each person's heart tightened in fear. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, causing items from the shelves and ceiling fixtures to crash down in a cacophony. After what felt like an eternity, the shaking finally ceased, and the remaining patrons in the supermarket began to rise slowly, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. It must have been an earthquake. The haze outside was likely caused by a chemical plant accident. While confusion still lingered, the African-American lawyer, Norton, immediately commenced to elucidate the situation with his extensive knowledge. Perhaps he was also seeking a comforting rationale to assuage his own unease, for both the sudden fog and the tremors had caught him off guard, instilling a sense of peril in one who prided himself on being an elite. Norton was a distinguished attorney working in New York, visiting the quaint town of Valia only during his holidays. From a vacationer's perspective, Valia was quite appealing, boasting scenic mountains and waters, along with its understated charm. Devoid of throngs of tourists, a perfect haven for leisure and retirement. Yet now, Norton found himself regretting his choice to purchase a villa in such a remote location. A sudden natural disaster had severed this inconspicuous town from the outside world, and he could only huddle in the supermarket with a group of rural folk, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. Is there anyone who can help me get home? A woman with a closely cropped hairstyle, resembling a shaved head, suddenly cried out to the crowd at the entrance. Her home was situated just across the square, less than 100 meters from the supermarket, typically a mere 2-minute walk. Yet now, the thick fog outside rendered the journey perilous, especially with the haunting screams that had emerged from beyond. Please, I beg you, help me. I have 2 children at home. The eldest, Wanda, is only 8 years old. They must be terrified. The woman continued to wail for assistance. But the patrons inside could only urge her to remain calm and refrain from recklessly rushing outside to her demise. Li Qingyuan observed the unfolding drama with a sense of weariness. He had nearly forgotten the plot concerning the mist. For this film was less about monsters and more a dissection of the human psyche. When he had originally watched it, he had sped through the entirety, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the melodramatic elements at play. Outside, the atmosphere was fraught with danger. Who would truly risk their life for the mere utterances of a woman? Who did she think she was? Lacking wealth, power, and even physical allure, she was merely a mother of two. Even if a man were inclined to assist her, his interest would quickly dissipate. Moreover, given that the film was produced on a modest budget, it was devoid of any captivating women, which was rather lamentable. The previous narrative at least featured a character like Ruth. May the heavens curse you all. Observing the indifference of the men around her, the woman with the cropped hair realized she could no longer count on their assistance. Resolutely, she prepared to push the door open and step outside. It must be said that once a woman becomes a mother, her resolve and decisiveness often amplify exponentially. Do not do it, Mrs. Marguerite, others urged, hoping to dissuade her from the perilous decision to venture out. After all, those who had rushed out moments ago had vanished without a trace. No one knew if the mist was toxic. To step outside would be akin to courting death. Wait. Li Qingyuan, who had initially intended to observe the unfolding drama, was taken aback upon hearing the reference to the woman with the cropped hair. He called out urgently, "Is this woman truly Mrs. Marguerite, one of my targets? Will you help me?" The woman, filled with hope, turned at the sound of his voice, only to have her expression drain of color upon realizing that the speaker was an outsider of Asian descent. As a lifelong resident of the town, Mrs. Marguerite was acquainted with nearly everyone, which was why she had hoped her old neighbors would lend her a hand. Yet, Li Qingyuan's appearance marked him as a tourist, and in a situation where the locals had refused to assist, it was unlikely that an outsider would come to her aid. "Of course I can help, but please give me 2 minutes." Li Qingyuan promptly began gathering supplies from the supermarket shelves. He had indeed prepared a considerable amount of explosives for this venture, but those were his prized possessions, and he couldn't afford to waste them at the outset. Fortunately, the large supermarket was stocked with materials, allowing him to craft some makeshift incendiary devices in no time. To further enhance his survival skills, he decided to utilize the 3 attribute points he had been conservatively saving. In the film titled The Mist, several monsters appeared, among which the most trivial were the venomous scorpion flies and the skeletal bird creatures that preyed upon them. These 2 species were so weak that an ordinary person could easily squash the flies with a mop, and a few could dispatch the skeletal birds with sticks. A step above in danger were the parasitic spiders, whose silk possessed corrosive properties. They were known for ensnaring humans to lay their eggs within, reminiscent of a weakened version of the xenomorph. However, the xenomorph produces only 1 offspring at a time, whereas the parasitic spider yields an entire brood, numbering in the thousands. These 3 types of creatures are, at best, akin to mere ants among monsters, relying primarily on their numbers and inherent toxins for survival. In a true confrontation, an average individual, once they comprehend the combat mechanisms and conquer their inherent fears, could easily achieve a 5-kill streak. Of course, this is fundamentally impossible. When faced with such unknown entities, a sense of dread inevitably engulfs humanity. Therefore, when the encounter actually occurs, individuals typically become fodder for the monsters. Chapter 26. The first encounter name. Li Qingyuan race. Male earthling strength. 4-5. Agility. 8-5. Constitution. 5-5. Spirit. 8-5. Title. Oldly next door skill. Demolition genius, he has allocated all 3 attribute points to agility, without hesitation. As a bomb expert, enhancing his strength would serve no purpose. A meager 7 points in strength would merely qualify him as an amateur boxer. While he might achieve a one-punch victory over those trifling monsters, they are all toxic, leading one to ponder the folly of engaging in close combat. Furthermore, his constitution is of little use. An 8-point constitution might allow him to inflict considerable damage on Ruth, but at present, it is utterly irrelevant. The sheer toxicity of those creatures means that any enhancement in constitution would only prolong his suffering before ultimately succumbing to death. As for his spirit, he aspires to explore its potential, yet regrettably, he finds himself devoid of any leads. Investing in it would be a waste. Thus, he has no choice but to invest entirely in agility. After all, The speed of those monsters is comparable to that of natural creatures, and with his extraordinary agility, he believes he can evade peril as long as he is not surrounded. With an increase of 3 points in agility, his hands move with the finesse of a magician, and in the blink of an eye, onlookers witness the chaotic array of goods on the shelves being deftly disassembled and amalgamated. Laundry detergent, vodka, ink, clothing clamps, insect repellent. All manner of miscellaneous household items are dismantled and reassembled, ultimately poured into a pesticide spray canister, leaving the spectators utterly astonished. This supermarket is the sole large market in the town, offering an eclectic variety of products. Even pesticide spray is available, which certainly simplifies matters. With the spray canister filled with flammable agents slung over his shoulder, Li Qingyuan turned to Mrs. Marjorie and said, "We may now depart, madam." Mrs. Marjorie nodded in a daze, her cheeks unexpectedly flushed with a hint of color. Setting aside the fact that this individual is willing to step forward and offer assistance during such a perilous moment, the remarkable skills displayed just moments ago have certainly garnered the admiration of all present for this unexpectedly emerging young man of Chinese descent. It would indeed be a pity if this fellow did not pursue a career in magic. Lead the way. With that, the two pushed open the supermarket's doors and stepped outside. Gazing at the thick fog enveloping the surroundings, Li Qingyuan instructed Mrs. Marjorie. In the original narrative, this woman appeared to have survived alongside her 2 children until the end, a circumstance attributed to the director's penchant for dark humor, presumably to highlight the futility of individual heroism in the face of overwhelming odds. Such chaotic musings were of no concern to him, given the system's tendencies. Allowing this woman with the cropped hair to venture out alone would undoubtedly result in a mission failure. With over 200 people inside the supermarket, the loss of the majority would be inconsequential. The notion of ensuring that not a single soul perished was utterly fanciful. However, with regard to the secondary mission involving the 9 special individuals, he was determined to strive for their survival. After all, this system was quite cunning, and if he could ensure the survival of all 9 key figures, it was likely that he would trigger a special reward. While he could resort to forcefully detaining this woman within the supermarket, such an action would pit him against all the inhabitants within. The fog had only just descended, and everyone was still adhering to the existing social order. Resorting to violence at this juncture would only lead to his ostracism. It was only when fear had taken hold and a few radical elements had perished that he could hope to manage and control the remaining populace. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he solidified his plan. He would accompany Mrs. Marjorie to her home to rescue her 2 children, while simultaneously testing the strength of the lurking monsters. After all, a film is merely a film. Who knows if corners were cut during production to save costs? The fog was dense, yet not to the extent of obscuring visibility entirely. One could see approximately 10 meters ahead. If it were not for the suspicious nature of the fog's arrival and the creatures lurking within, such weather could be deemed quite commonplace. Thank you immensely for your assistance. May I inquire your name? As they hurried through the fog, Mrs. Marjorie, recovering from her initial fear, began to engage in casual conversation. Where is your home? However, Li Qingyuan, feeling an unmistakable rise in her affinity towards him, found himself disinclined to engage. Just speak plainly. Why is your face turning so red? He was a man of integrity and had no intention of entangling himself with someone like her. It's just ahead, Mrs. Marjorie exclaimed with delight, pointing towards the faint outline of a building in the distance. Her home was not far from the supermarket. Otherwise, she would never have felt secure leaving her 2 children alone. On the journey, not a single insect was encountered, which led Li Qingyuan to ponder whether the advanced troops of the monstrous beings had yet to arrive. However, at that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air from the left, followed by the sight of an individual rushing forth from the dense fog. Hurry inside. At last, Madame Marjorie emerged from her daydream, hastening to her doorstep and flinging open the door. Help me! Help me! The fleeing individual, upon seeing someone ahead, urgently called for assistance. It's too late. You may as well resign yourself to your fate, Li Qingyuan thought, shaking his head. The person bore numerous wounds, and although they did not appear fatal, it was evident that toxins had permeated his body, rendering any hope of salvation futile. Amusingly, the creature pursuing him was merely a bizarre entity the size of a common dog. This peculiar creature sported 4 legs and 2 heads, with what seemed to be 7 tails sprouting from its form, an utterly grotesque sight, difficult to articulate. However, To be candid, apart from its terrifying appearance, its prowess was rather unimpressive. In terms of speed and strength, it was no different from an ordinary mutt. "Help me! Help me!" The frightened man was about to charge towards Li Qingyuan when the strange dog-like monster tackled him from behind, rolling wildly on the ground. "May Cthulhu protect you." Li Qingyuan gently pressed the switch of his sprayer, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. "Aya!" The man's agonized cries and the creature's screeches echoed through the air as the two entwined beings were reduced to cinders. His custom-built incinerator was far more potent than any conventional flamethrower. Against such small monsters that relied solely on numbers, a flamethrower was undoubtedly more effective than firearms or explosives. Chapter 27. Intelligent beings, my heavens. What manner of creature is that? Madame Marjorie shrieked. What about your child? Ignoring her query, Li Qingyuan asked directly. The dog-like monster was undoubtedly a new breed not depicted in films, suggesting that the variety of monsters was far greater than those shown on screen. However, its strength was rather mediocre. In a true confrontation, it would likely be outmatched even by a wolf dog, at most resembling a husky. Were it not for its bizarre appearance and inherent toxicity, it might well be kept as a pet. Such trivial creatures posed no real threat unless they appeared in swarms. Otherwise, he remained unperturbed. Of course, should he encounter the offspring of the goat as portrayed in the film, it would be wise to flee as far and as fast as possible. Wanda, Victor. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's question, Madame Marjorie recalled her primary objective and swiftly darted into the house. Fortunately, her two children were playing in the room, blissfully unaware of any impending danger. Even with the outside shrouded in mist and the air raid sirens blaring incessantly, the two little ones remained completely oblivious. After all, Mrs. Marjorie had securely locked the doors and windows before leaving, ensuring no monstrous intruders could stealthily creep in. According to the narrative of the film, the current predicament stemmed from a secret U.S. military base nestled in the nearby valley, which was engaged in research on cutting-edge spatial technology, essentially creating a portal into an alternate dimension. However, for reasons unknown, be it a mishap during the experiment or something else entirely, the initially intended small aperture had unexpectedly transformed into a colossal gateway, unleashing a relentless stream of extraterrestrial creatures. In essence, while these monsters might possess an unattractive appearance, they bore a striking resemblance to the wild animals of Earth, merely larger in size. Yet, as scientists have warned, if insects were magnified 1,000-fold, humanity would face extinction. Although the beings from the unknown dimension were not quite so terrifying in scale, they were still 100 times larger than their earthly counterparts. Thus, it was nearly inevitable for an ordinary person to succumb to panic when confronted with such a sudden crisis. "Mama's here! Mama's here!" Mrs. Marjorie cried, lifting her two children into her arms, leaving them utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why was their mother returning in tears, clutching them so tightly? "We must hurry back to the supermarket before the monsters gather." Glancing at the sobbing child in her embrace, though sharing the name Wanda, she was a stark contrast to her own daughter. Her Wanda, despite being only 10 years old, had already blossomed beautifully, destined to become an extraordinary beauty. In contrast, the Wanda before her was a rather unremarkable figure, both in appearance and stature, seemingly at the bottom of the food chain. Yet, what could be done? Her mother simply looked that way. It was not a case of genetic mutation. Return? There is plenty of food in the basement. We should stay here and await rescue. Mrs. Marjorie insisted. Their home was constructed from solid concrete, with burglar-proof grids on the windows due to the presence of children, and a robust basement that was undoubtedly far safer than the supermarket. It was no wonder the characters in the film managed to survive until the end. As long as the three of them remained quietly sheltered within their home, there was a considerable chance they would endure. Regrettably, she pondered, she should have allowed the other to return alone. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she stroked her chin. While the storyline suggested that the other should be safe, her own interference could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, bringing the other back seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, the supermarket is replete with a plethora of reward points. If such a creature were to burst in, do you believe you possess the ability to protect yourself? Li Qingyuan gestured towards the charred corpses still smoldering outside the door, and through the mist, two shadows gradually materialized. Why not stay? Lady Marjorie suddenly grasped his hand, pleading earnestly. But why are you so adept at placing your hand where it ought not to be? Li Qingyuan stared in astonishment at the woman before him. whose face was flushed with embarrassment. "Stay with us. We can chat together this evening." My heavens. He felt a buzzing in his head. Could it be that he had such allure? The moment they met, she had directly requested to converse later that night. Fortunately, he was a man of principles and swiftly withdrew his hand. He was an upright individual and would not be swayed by her charm. "Madam, please secure your child. We must hasten back to the supermarket before those creatures gather," Li Qingyuan declared with righteous fervor. Yes, captivated by his commanding presence. Lady Marjorie immediately regained her composure and lifted her young son into her arms. As for her daughter, she could only lead her by the hand. One could hardly expect a woman to carry 2 children at a brisk pace. "Stay close to me." Although she was merely a quest NPC, one could not help but admire her courage in risking her life to save her children during such perilous times. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Li Qingyuan felt compelled to rescue this mother and her 2 offspring. The 2 monstrous creatures, resembling grotesque dogs, had been fixated on the 2 charred figures, seemingly pondering how to consume them without scalding themselves. Suddenly, they caught sight of several new prey before them, with a cacophony of excited yelps. The creatures lunged at Li Qingyuan, who was leading the way. For an ordinary person, encountering 2 bizarre monsters would likely induce paralyzing fear, even in the presence of mere dogs. However, ever since acquiring the system, Li Qingyuan felt a profound shift in his demeanor. These mere pests were hardly intimidating. With a deft pull of the trigger, a wave of flames instantaneously reduced the charging creature to a delectable feast. The remaining creature, having narrowly escaped due to a change in angle, witnessed its companion's swift demise and let out a terrified howl. Retreating at a speed surpassing that with which it had approached, it fled. Li Qingyuan found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of the retreating creature. Did it truly possess the capacity for fear? He had assumed these beings lacked intelligence, yet it appeared they were indeed sentient creatures. Thus, it seems I can indeed plot my course with careful consideration. Chapter 28. The battle strength of women, perhaps due to the early stages of the fog's spread. The otherworldly creatures remained predominantly in a state of observation. During the journey from Lady Marjorie's residence to the supermarket, they encountered merely 3 waves of monsters. Aside from the initial wave of earth dog-like creatures, the subsequent 2 waves comprised parasitic spiders. The group returned to the supermarket unscathed, and to Li Qingyuan's surprise, the 2 children did not erupt into tears, although it appeared that these monsters did not rely on auditory cues to locate their prey. The incessant cries of the children would undoubtedly heighten their visibility. "Look, look, I told you all were merely deceiving me." As he, along with Lady Marjorie and the 2 children, stepped back into the supermarket, an irate voice bellowed in outrage. There stood the African-American lawyer, Norton, pointing at their group and vociferously berating a Caucasian man holding a child. The man cradling the child was presumably the protagonist, David Remington, and the boy in his arms was his son, Billy Remington. David Remington was something of a local celebrity in the town of Valia. Not merely a struggling artist, but a renowned painter whose works could easily fetch 5-figure sums. Such a figure would undoubtedly be a person of note in a town with a population of fewer than 10,000. Residing in a villa located in the most picturesque area of the town, Norton, the lawyer, happened to be his neighbor. Earlier, after Li Qingyuan and Lady Marjorie had departed, David discovered that the generator in the supermarket storage room appeared to be malfunctioning. He then heard the sound of a massive creature pressing against the supermarket's rear shutter. However, the arriving maintenance worker disregarded his warnings and proceeded to open the door to repair the generator. As fate would have it, the moment the door swung open, several enormous tentacles emerged from the gap below, dragging an unfortunate electrician outside. David and his companions hastily relayed this alarming incident to the remaining individuals within the supermarket. Yet the group led by Norton was wholly unwilling to accept their account. Even in the face of bloodstains adorning the storage room, Norton insisted that it was merely an illusion created by the blood of cattle and sheep. After all, as a lawyer, he had witnessed such deceptive theatrics far too often. Furthermore, deep within Norton's psyche, he steadfastly believed that this incident was merely an unusual meteorological phenomenon. While he could entertain the notion of toxic fog, the idea of monsters lurking within it was utterly preposterous. Did they think his doctorate in law was earned in vain? How could monsters possibly exist in this world? Did they deem him a fool? Thus, despite David's vivid and compelling account, Norton remained resolute in his disbelief. Furthermore, Norton had only acquired the vacation villa the previous year and was unfamiliar with the townsfolk. Upon his arrival, he had even encountered minor conflicts with David's family due to cultural differences. Consequently, Norton harbored the belief that David orchestrated this theatrical performance to intimidate him, a social elite from New York, thereby indulging his own nefarious inclinations. Yet, despite his strong conviction in the validity of his suspicions, he found himself perplexed in the presence of numerous witnesses. While David may hold animosity towards him, what motive could the others possibly have? Surely, they would not risk offending a prominent lawyer just to partake in this charade. This thought circled in his mind like an incantation. Just as Norton found himself ensnared in this dilemma, Li Qingyuan returned with Mrs. Marjorie and her 2 children, restoring his advantage in the situation. Even those who had initially sided with David began to waver in their belief. Monsters in the fog? How could that be? Mrs. Marjorie had returned unscathed with her children. After all, Norton, truly, I am not deceiving you. I have no reason to jest at such a time. David persisted in his attempts at persuasion, but regrettably, he lacked the charisma of a protagonist from a heroic tale, and the African-American lawyer paid him no heed. Might I inquire if either of you has encountered this creature? Norton pivoted, directing his question at the newly arrived Li Qingyuan. In his view, the answer was manifestly clear. If there were indeed a monster, how could they have returned safely with the whole family in tow? Upon hearing his inquiry, the 2 children burst into tears. Get away from my children, you despicable black man. Mrs. Marjorie, having just faced a life-threatening ordeal, could hardly entertain notions of racial discrimination as she unleashed a torrent of abuse at Norton. Where were you pretending to be dead while I sought help to return home? We barely escaped with our lives to reach the supermarket, and you dare to frighten my children? Had she not recognized her own likely inability to best the imposing figure of Norton, she would have undoubtedly shown him what a feral cat's wrath entailed. Madam, your words reflect racial prejudice. I am entirely within my rights to pursue legal action against you. Norton, his face darkened by her insults, felt a flicker of indignation. After all, he was a distinguished lawyer and rarely faced such affronts. To hell with your lawsuits. Keep your distance from me and my children, you wretched servant of Satan. You loathsome creature, with a heart as dark as your visage. On any other occasion, Mrs. Marjorie might have feared the implications of his threats of litigation. For normal individuals seldom wished to confront the courts or attorneys. But in the present circumstances, as monsters encircled them, who could afford to heed the weight of a legal notice? You can send your legal documents my way once you have them. Norton, a lawyer known for his eloquence, found himself utterly outmatched when confronted by a woman of formidable and unrestrained fury. His professional demeanor faltered in the face of such overwhelming force. It was impossible to expect a distinguished barrister to stoop to the level of exchanging insults with her. The courtroom is no place for such indiscretion. Thus, he retreated, seeking refuge behind the throng of onlookers. The protagonist, who had struggled to contend with a particularly obstinate individual for an extended period, was swiftly subdued by Lady Marjorie's verbal onslaught. Observing his dispirited demeanor, it was evident that he would be disinclined to stir up trouble in the near future. Indeed, the ability to wield public opinion with such ferocity remains a potent force in these times. Marjorie, please, calm down. Upon witnessing Lady Marjorie's irrefutable wrath, the most esteemed elder of the supermarket, Principal Riplar, stepped forward. At over 70 years of age, Principal Riplar had dedicated her life to teaching at the town's sole elementary school, having educated nearly every resident under 40. Thus, even Lady Marjorie felt compelled to temper her fury in the face of such respect, taking a moment to catch her breath before ceasing her tirade. Marjorie, what on earth has transpired? With Lady Marjorie finally regaining her composure, Principal Riplar inquired gently. Chapter 29. Crafting a new identity. Monsters lurk in the fog. Simpro has been devoured. After a cathartic outburst, Marjorie's spirits lifted, and she delivered a shocking revelation to the gathered crowd. How is that possible? A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. The African-American lawyer, Norton, opened his mouth to speak, but upon witnessing Lady Marjorie's indomitable presence, he sheepishly withdrew, recognizing the overwhelming strength of the adversary. We must retreat for now. The enemy is too formidable. Did you encounter those peculiar tentacled creatures? David Raymond rushed forward with his son in tow, addressing Marjorie with urgency. What tentacles? Marjorie replied, puzzled. She had been trailing Li Qingyuan and had not caught a glimpse of the creatures before they had been incinerated. Yet, even the charred remains she beheld bore no resemblance to tentacles. Enormous and terrifying tentacles, somewhat akin to those of an octopus, yet adorned with sharp spines and seemingly possessing eyes. David Raymond endeavored to articulate the horror he had witnessed in the storage room. It was those dreadful tentacles that dragged the unfortunate child away, leaving him a bloodied mess. No, I encountered a horde of bizarre creatures that devour humans. Lady Marjorie, clearly no scholar in her school days, struggled to convey a coherent description of the monsters. However, the grotesque appearance of those creatures truly defied accurate articulation by any ordinary individual. Enough, I am now prepared to seek assistance at the police station. Is anyone willing to accompany me? At this moment, the beleaguered attorney Norton finally mustered the courage to intervene, halting the incessant ramblings of Mrs. Marjorie. In his estimation, this deranged woman might have encountered some kind of stimulus, perhaps mistaking the wild boars or gray wolves that occasionally venture into town for monsters. Valia Town, renowned for its picturesque natural environment and well-preserved ecology, could certainly witness wolves or wild boars straying into its midst amidst the thick fog. If I were in your shoes, I would absolutely refrain from rushing out to meet my demise. Observing Norton rallying others to join him outside, Li Qingyuan spoke leisurely. Logically, as the hero escorting Mrs. Marjorie back, he should have garnered attention long ago. However, due to her recent display of formidable strength, everyone had instinctively forgotten his presence. It is an undeniable truth that witnessing a woman unleash her fury is often a source of great amusement, is it not? Who are you? Norton inquired, slightly furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Qingyuan. Although he did not know the name of this Asian individual, his brave act of escorting Mrs. Marjorie home had earned him the admiration of everyone in the supermarket. After all, until the situation outside had been clarified, even Norton had to rely on rallying others before daring to venture out. Despite his inner self-reassurance that the fog outside was merely a normal weather phenomenon, he truly did not have the courage to step outside without at least 5 companions. Li Qingyuan, ICPO. Here is my identification. Li Qingyuan produced a document that flashed briefly before Norton's eyes. Not even Norton, nor even Hawkeye, could discern the contents of the document. His agility at 8 o'clock was akin to that of a master magician, and if he were to compete in a league, he would certainly be among the elite teams. ICPO? Norton stared in astonishment at the young man before him, taken aback by the existence of such a youthful representative from the ICPO. However, just as it is difficult for a person of one ethnicity to distinguish the features of another, Norton's racial predisposition rendered him incapable of gauging Li Qingyuan's true age. Indeed, my visit to Valia Town is primarily due to a directive from the United Nations, as I have been informed that the U.S. military is conducting a nefarious biological weapons development program here. Li Qingyuan cleared his throat, beginning to fabricate his identity. The ICPO, as an abbreviation for the International Criminal Police Organization, maintains absolute political neutrality. Legally, it does not belong to any nation and refrains from involving itself in political, military, religious, or racial crimes. Its sole responsibility is to combat transnational organized crime and various large-scale activities harmful to the public. For instance, if a nation were secretly developing large-scale biological weapons, it would indeed fall within the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Police Organization. However, such matters are often mere hearsay. Which major powers do not engage in such research at home, and who possesses the audacity to intervene? Certainly, if a government from the Middle East or South America were to attempt such an endeavor, Interpol would undoubtedly arrive at their doorstep in no time. Norton's bewilderment surged to his throat. How could Interpol possess the audacity to investigate military research activities in the free United States? Could it be that the president of Interpol yearns for an early departure to meet the divine? What did he say? IPCO. Compared to Norton's understanding, the others in the supermarket were left utterly perplexed. They were simple, honest folk from the countryside, and their most significant legal issue in life had been the theft of a bicycle. The notion of an organization as grandiose as Interpol seemed far beyond their reach. Indeed, while gun violence occurs daily in the United States, the majority of such incidents transpire in bustling cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. In a secluded inland town such as Valia, the total number of firearms might not even reach double digits, including those held by the police. As a local celebrity, David Remington promptly began to elucidate the matter, thus rendering Li Qingyuan mysteriously formidable in the eyes of the crowd. It was inevitable. The great American empire revels in producing thrilling espionage films. and Li's earlier display of remarkable prowess led the onlookers to equate him with the likes of 007 and Rambo. Although Li's physique appeared to diverge from Rambo's, perhaps he resembled Bruce Lee. After all, martial arts still hold a certain appeal in America. Everyone, please be quiet. As the majority of the crowd began to believe the fabrication spun around them, Li Qingyuan clapped his hands and declared, "The United Nations has received intelligence indicating that the U.S. military base here is manufacturing terrifying biological weapons. I was merely dispatched to verify this information, but now." He gestured towards the dense fog outside. "While escorting Mrs. Marjorie home, I encountered 3 waves of monstrous attacks along the way. These creatures were swift and laced with venom. Any ordinary person would surely meet their demise." Chapter 30, 10 Days. The U.S. military base hidden within the valley is actually researching interdimensional wormholes, but explaining this is undoubtedly more complex than discussing biological weapons. Moreover, Li Qingyuan felt it prudent to offer this group a glimmer of hope. Such an exalted concept as interdimensionality should not be disclosed to the average person. Truth be told, had his strength been sufficient, he might consider infiltrating the military base in the valley to locate the device capable of transcending spatial limitations, though he had no understanding of its operation. He believed that with the ingenuity of those scientific geniuses at Marvel, they could undoubtedly produce remarkable results through trial and error. His demands were modest. He merely sought to acquire a spatial device. After all, a spatial ring is a standard accessory for protagonists in various time travel narratives. He simply had to possess one as well. It seems the conversation has strayed far from its original path. The crowd in the supermarket has begun to stir with fervent agitation, particularly after the 3 unfortunate soldiers stationed at the base were thrust forward to face the inquiries of the masses, which only intensified the collective ire. These soldiers were merely tasked with guarding the entrance of the base and were utterly oblivious to the nature of the research conducted within. However, as gatekeepers, they had occasionally overheard snippets of conversation. They recalled hearing from their comrades on duty inside that the base was purportedly engaged in the study of some terrifying phenomena. Yet, it was evident that these soldiers could not discern the distinction between interdimensional wormholes and biochemical weapons. Given that even the international criminal police officer standing before them had made such assertions, they felt compelled to believe it must be accurate. Damn those politicians, squandering our tax dollars so recklessly. At this moment, the beleaguered attorney, Norton, who had just been lambasted by Mrs. Marjorie, sprang forth to assert his presence, declaring his intention to sue the federal government for daring to conduct research on destructive weaponry in populated areas. Observing the crowd, incited by the fervor of the African-American lawyer, Li Qingyuan could only shake his head in exasperation. These individuals seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of mortality. Did they truly believe they would live to see the courtroom? This officer, David Remington, was indeed the epitome of a cinematic protagonist. While others were captivated by Norton and the 3 soldiers, he maneuvered his way to Li Qingyuan's side, accompanied by his son and a few friends. Glancing at those who had gathered around him, the Remington father and son, Ms. Amanda, the supermarket manager, Ollie, and Principal Ripra, Li Qingyuan found little inclination to remember the names of the remaining unknown extras. As for Mrs. Marjorie, she had become an ardent admirer of Li Qingyuan, her fervent gaze seemingly intent on consuming him whole. Meanwhile, in the midst of the unfolding chaos, Mrs. Carmody, a side character in this narrative, was also among the crowd. Much like Attorney Norton, peddling her beliefs and seeking to gather disciples. One might almost forget to mention that Mrs. Carmody was, in fact, mildly mentally unstable, perpetually carrying a copy of the Old Testament and convinced that divine retribution would soon befall humanity, a veritable cultist. Generally, people avoided her, but in this moment of crisis, she found herself thriving amidst the turmoil. Alas, during such moments of upheaval, one cannot expect everyone to maintain their composure. The final task target, Cashier Sally, now stood beside the 3 soldiers, endeavoring to calm the agitated crowd. She shared a childhood bond with one of the soldiers, and mutual feelings had developed between them. With the realization that this incident stemmed from the military base, those who felt wronged and deceived were preparing to confront the 3 soldiers. The entire supermarket is currently in utter disarray. Everyone seems to be bustling about, yet what they are truly engaged in remains a mystery, even to themselves. Is there something amiss? Li Qingyuan asked leisurely from his perch on the sofa, cradling a bucket of popcorn and a chilled cola. The beauty of a large supermarket lies in its ability to house everything one might need. You mentioned that this crisis was triggered by a biological virus leak from a military base, correct? David Remington inquired, carefully choosing his words as he addressed the somewhat overly confident young Interpol officer before him. I'm not certain, but that seems plausible, Lee replied. Now that you are here, does that signify that the government and the United Nations will soon arrive to rescue us? David promptly discerned the crux of the matter, posing the question on everyone's mind. The supermarket was filled with ordinary individuals, with only 3 soldiers possessing any formal training. However, those 3 were presently being overwhelmed by a frenzied crowd of onlookers, rendering them unreliable. Thus, with his understanding of the situation and an agile demeanor, Lee Ching-yuen swiftly became the most sought-after figure within the supermarket. Of course, if the government could resolve this tumult before nightfall, everyone would naturally return to their homes. Indeed, it appears that there has been a mishap within the base's experiments. Whether it be the American government or the United Nations, they will likely dispatch the appropriate forces to rectify this matter promptly. Lee nodded in agreement. Splendid, exclaimed everyone, including David, their spirits lifted. Although the government had inadvertently caused this calamity, in such dire circumstances, only the machinery of the state could effectively address the crisis at hand. I estimate it will take about 10 days to resolve, he continued. However, Lee's subsequent words plunged the group back into despair. 10 days? David stiffly turned his neck, incredulously questioning him. Yes, approximately 10 days. How is that conceivable? 10 days? Those creatures are prowling outside. That span is ample enough for them to ravage the entire town of Valia thrice over. David Remington shouted in anger. 10 days. Even in the event of a natural disaster, the casualties after such a duration would be catastrophic, let alone with an unknown number and variety of biomonsters lurking outside. If the government army arrives only after 10 days, will they be there to rescue us? They might not even be able to recover the bodies. Do you think the government operates like your family business? In the face of such a colossal incident, they must first ascertain the facts, then report them hierarchically. Most importantly, they need to find someone qualified to take the blame. Only after all that will they consider deploying troops to eliminate the threat. 10 days is already a swift response. Ignoring David's furious glare, Lee Ching-yuen leisurely sipped his cola and spoke. After all, this is merely a remote town devoid of notable figures. Even if every single resident were to perish, it would hold little significance for the politicians in the White House. In fact, they might even relish the thought of such a calamity, as it would spare them the need to concoct justifications. Simply declaring that an earthquake or a plague had struck would suffice. Chapter 31. 2 proposals. Is the mindset of politicians truly so malevolent and terrifying? David, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered, found himself momentarily speechless, while others around him wore expressions of disbelief. It's impossible. Valia town is home to over 10,000 residents. How could the government possibly neglect us all? In a bid to bolster their spirits, perhaps even clinging to naive hopes of intervention from distant authorities, David and his companions began to encourage one another. Grabbing a handful of popcorn, Lee Ching-yuen dismissed their concerns. These individuals had yet to reach a state of despair and still harbored hopes for themselves and the government. As an outsider, even with the stature of an Interpol officer, his voice would carry little weight among them. After all, thus far, only a scant few had witnessed the gruesome sight of monsters devouring humans. Most had merely heard rumors. There is a vast chasm between hearsay and first-hand experience. And so these individuals clung to their unrealistic fantasies, which was to be expected. In the original narrative, when Mrs. Carmody first preached her doctrines, she garnered no attention. Yet, after the first night of monstrous attacks, dozens became her followers. By the afternoon of the second day, following the protagonist's failed rescue mission at the pharmacy, nearly everyone remaining had succumbed to belief. Humans are often oblivious to their own frailty until they are driven to the brink of despair. The crunch of popcorn was undeniably delightful, especially paired with a chilled cola, providing an immensely pleasurable experience. Regrettably, there was no charming companion by his side to enhance the moment. Mrs. Marjorie had made an effort to approach him, but given Lee Ching-yuen's upright character, he would never allow her to draw near. After all, he still had 2 children to care for. She ought to attend to them instead. Sir, you appear remarkably composed. Surely you must have a plan for a safe evacuation? Queried Ollie, the supermarket manager, as others floundered aimlessly. To be candid, throughout the film, Ollie's performance overshadowed that of the protagonist. While David occasionally allowed his emotions to dictate his actions, Ollie exhibited a far greater degree of calmness and resolve. Had it not been for his unfortunate role as a supporting character, leading to his demise at the hands of a colossal mantis creature during the climactic escape, the film might have concluded quite differently. The methods for safe evacuation are fundamentally non-existent. Amidst the thick fog, it remains uncertain how many biochemical monstrosities have congregated. To walk would be tantamount to courting death, while starting a vehicle would merely attract those colossal beasts. Li Qingyuan, with unwavering composure, began to fabricate excuses. If you all flee, what shall become of my mission? How can you remain so unperturbed? Ollie inquired, bewildered. Was it true that agents regard life and death with such indifference? Faced with imminent peril, one still found the leisure to snack? It's merely 10 days. I could easily find a place to hide, and those creatures would not be able to track me down. Besides, with so many targets like you around, I am certain I shall perish behind you. He shamelessly gestured towards a group of bystanders, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. Ollie's expression darkened, resembling someone who had consumed something bitter. Aren't you an Interpol officer? Shouldn't your duty be to safeguard ordinary citizens? Why do you regard me with such disdain? I am not an American police officer. Are not 3 of your soldiers over there? Let them protect you. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's words, the crowd's faces grew even more grim. To expect salvation from those 3 soldiers, currently besieged, was akin to hastening one's demise. Officer, you are undoubtedly a good person. For the sake of the children, please help us. David quickly devised a plea, recalling how the officer had risked danger to save the 2 children of Lady Marjorie. It seemed evident that his heart was compassionate, and his current words were merely a facade. Observing the self-satisfied protagonist, Li Qingyuan felt that, as a person of goodwill, he ought to extend an opportunity. Truth be told, if possible, he would even wish to rescue the entire town. If he could indeed save nearly 10,000 souls, the attribute points gained would propel him to extraordinary heights. At that juncture, facing Captain Marvel might be a challenge, but defeating Iron Man would pose no difficulty at all. Yet, such aspirations were far from reality. He was currently merely a level 2 character, not to mention the final boss of the fog, the son of the goat. Even the mantis giant would be beyond his capabilities. Thus, it would be prudent to first secure the rewards from the supermarket. Honestly, the fact that I am willing to divulge these secrets already conveys my stance. He took another sip of his icy cola. If the individuals within the supermarket heed my commands, perhaps a portion of them might endure until rescue arrives. Only a portion? Li Qingyuan remarked, gesturing towards those causing a ruckus ahead. You have no idea of the circumstances outside. Do you truly believe those individuals would listen to me now? Never expect that a mere display of strength will compel others to submit, for even though he demonstrated exceptional prowess and flaunted a considerable reputation, thus far only a handful of individuals had gathered by his side. The reason these individuals are gathering here is largely due to their respect for David. In comparison to the sudden emergence of Li Qingyuan as an international police officer, people instinctively gravitate towards familiar faces, even if those acquaintances may not be entirely dependable. After all, most have yet to witness the monster firsthand. Until one confronts the brink of life and death, it is unlikely that anyone will readily alter their convictions. Unless he possesses the ability to decisively eliminate the dissenters, who knows what unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, it is prudent to allow events to unfold naturally. Once a monster appears in the supermarket and claims a few lives, the remaining individuals will likely fall in line. I believe that rather than focusing on whom to listen to, our priority should be to strengthen our defenses. David instantly recognized this pivotal point. We ought to seek refuge in a robust structure. The supermarket is utterly unsafe. However, in contrast to David's suggestion, Ollie proposed a different perspective. Clearly, concrete buildings offer greater security than large glass-constructed edifices like supermarkets. In the original narrative, the group's desire to flee stemmed from their severed ties with the outside world, rendering hope utterly elusive. Yet, now that Li Qingyuan has assured us that the national government will dispatch personnel to manage the situation and provide rescue within 10 days, all we need to do is find a safe place to hide. Chapter 32. The Retreat. I believe we should heed the officer's counsel. As David and Ollie were on the verge of a dispute regarding whether to hold their ground in the supermarket or seek an alternative stronghold, Ms. Amanda stepped in as a mediator. In the original storyline, this woman is the protagonist, and within 2 days, she and the male lead seem to develop some romantic tension. However, Due to the imminent life-threatening crisis, they had not engaged in any substantial interaction. Had the outcome not been so absurd, it is conceivable that they might have become a couple after their escape, especially considering the male lead's wife was likely devoured by the monster by now. In contrast to Lady Marjorie's beauty, Ms. Amanda at least meets the aesthetic standards of an average individual. Although she is in her 30s, she has maintained her figure and skin well, and with a bit of adornment, she could still be considered a woman of grace. Unfortunately, this is not a major city. If someone were truly beautiful enough to be a wealthy man's mistress, they would have long since fled rather than remain in such a small locale. Li Qingyuan, clutching snacks as if watching a theatrical performance, mused that this situation truly exemplifies the type of literary film often utilized to highlight human nature. In the face of such a grave crisis, it is bewildering that everyone remains preoccupied with their own petty agendas. Upon the gentle prompting of Ms. Amanda, David and Ollie ceased their quarrel, directing their attention towards her. You possess no comprehension of the terrors posed by biological weapons for those colossal creatures. Whether it be a concrete dwelling or a glass-paneled supermarket, the effectiveness of defense remains uniformly trivial. Li Qingyuan shrugged, asserting that unless one encountered a military-grade structure, facing the offspring of the goat would simply result in a swift demise. Moreover, with the supermarket's abundant attributes, he had no intention of relinquishing it easily before confronting a genuine crisis. Encouraged by Li Qingyuan's support, David was instantly invigorated, promptly orchestrating the group to fortify the supermarket's defenses. Given the knowledge of flesh-eating biomonsters lurking outside and the impending arrival of government and military aid, even the most obstinate lawyer, Norton, was compelled to heed orders and begin moving supplies. After all, when faced with the unknown terror outside, the choice between venturing forth alone or remaining in the supermarket awaiting rescue was clear to any rational being. Although Li Qingyuan had resolved to let this group experience some hardship, he nonetheless offered a few suggestions, urging them to enhance their defensive measures. For instance, he advised them to remove all books and paper from within the supermarket and adhere them to the glass using glue, subsequently securing it with tape. The individuals inside the supermarket need not concern themselves with the formidable offspring of the goat, for encountering such a being would leave no opportunity for escape. Li Qingyuan believed that, according to the system's tendencies, the monsters he would face would primarily be small, social creatures, culminating in an encounter with a colossal octopus or a gigantic mantis-like beast. Under the collective effort of the group, the entire glass wall was soon adorned with paper. Admittedly, this action would provide negligible defense. However, it could at least obscure the view of the monsters outside. As for whether these creatures possess sight, who could say? Your efforts are utterly futile. The Master observes you. We must bravely confront the judgment of the Master. Humanity's avarice will surely incite his wrath, Mrs. Carmody proclaimed, clutching her Bible as she leapt about, espousing her apocalyptic doomism. In truth, while she appeared rather insufferable on screen, encountering her in reality revealed a certain tragic quality. Living within her own delusion, unlike the two-dimensional enthusiasts who basked in blissful worlds, she dwelled in a realm of desolation, where existence itself must surely be a profound agony. Of course, regardless of her pitiable state, Li Qingyuan felt no ounce of compassion for her. Had it not been for the demands of his task that required her inclusion, he would have contemplated allowing Mrs. Carmody to fall victim to the chaos and be devoured by the lurking monsters. Officer, may I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? Ms. Amanda inquired, drawing closer to Li Qingyuan. In the supermarket, the majority of individuals toiled diligently for their survival. However, the instigator, Li Qingyuan, reclined comfortably on a sofa, indulging in leisure. In his own words, he believed in conserving his energy to await the demands of labor, asserting that in the event of an emergency, he would be the one to intervene. Naturally, such grandiloquent rhetoric seemed ineffective on the American populace, as several individuals audaciously insisted that he should also contribute to the work. Yet, when he drew his firearm from his waist, those individuals quickly recognized their folly, conceding that allowing the officer to rest was a fundamental responsibility of the public. Indeed, in the land of the free, the persuasive power of a firearm surpasses all else. Lee, you may refer to me as Officer Lee. He tilted his head to glance at Ms. Amanda before averting his gaze once more. Undoubtedly, Ms. Amanda was a stark contrast to Mrs. Marjorie, yet she still fell short of meeting his aesthetic standards. Thus, even when she employed her most persuasive tactics, he remained utterly unfazed. Officer Lee, Could you save me a spot? Amanda, noticing his fleeting glance before he turned away, leaned closer and whispered in his ear. As a woman, Amanda was far shrewder than David and Norton. She had observed Ollie and the officer venturing to the restroom together, disappearing from the public eye for a while, immediately deducing that Ollie must have been entrusted with a special task by the officer. The supermarket was merely the initial strategy. Given that the system had allotted him 7 days, Li Qingyuan would not be foolish enough to place all his hopes on a single tree. With over 200 survivors congregated in the supermarket, even if his system was devoid of emotional factors, it was improbable that he could navigate this situation unscathed. Thus, preparing an escape route was imperative. As the supermarket manager, Ollie was aware of an underground storage facility at the back, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals without issue. Consequently, Li instructed him to relocate some food and fresh water to the rear. Should an uncontrollable situation arise, he could use the remaining survivors as decoys while he and a select few, including Ollie, made their way to the underground storage. Naturally, such matters were not to be disclosed to too many people, as they still required these expendable individuals to contribute. However, to his surprise, Amanda had already caught wind of his plans after a mere brief conversation with Ollie. It seemed that one should never underestimate the intelligence of others. Chapter 33. Nightfall assault. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the streetlights in the town square began to illuminate. Throughout the entire afternoon, no monsters had made an appearance. And while the crowd remained silent, they harbored the belief that the so-called monsters were likely just exaggerated tales. After all, even if there were indeed biological weapons being developed within the base, it is unlikely that their numbers would be substantial. If they were to spread throughout the entire town, perhaps fortune would favor one, rendering an encounter improbable, much like the African-American lawyer Norton, who had already begun to devise a plan in his mind. Should circumstances prove dire by tomorrow morning, he would take a few individuals and drive away from this place. Although the mysterious international police officer had mentioned that help would arrive, Norton believed it prudent to maintain control over his own fate. Suddenly, as everyone engaged in hushed whispers contemplating their course of action for the following day, a chilling sound of sharp tapping emanated from outside the window. Do not misunderstand. This was not the sound of philosophical discourse on the essence of life, but rather the unsettling noise of large arthropods crawling upon the glass wall. Initially, Li Qingyuan had thought that merely covering the glass with paper would suffice to thwart the intrusion of those venomous scorpion flies, as they seemed to be phototropic. However, it became evident that this was no mere matter of phototropism. Rather, it was a consequence of their sheer omnipresence. The venomous scorpion flies resembled the mosquitoes of human society, appearing only after nightfall, and as the most basic tier of the food chain, they thrived in overwhelming numbers. Heaven knows how many of these creatures lurked outside. Ah, what manner of monster is that? Someone exclaimed upon glimpsing the terrifying insects clinging to the glass wall through a remaining lookout. The grotesque creatures were as large as an adult's palm, densely clustered on the exterior wall, resembling mutated giant dragonflies, but with a comically horrific head. Their 6 legs bore sharp claws akin to a mantis's scythe, and at their rear end, they possessed formidable appendages reminiscent of a scorpion's tail. Though these creatures possessed a fragile vitality, akin to that of a mosquito, they posed a grave threat to humanity. Truth be told, Li Qingyuan would rather face a monstrous mantis alone than contend with a swarm of venomous scorpion flies. After all, while a mosquito's bite might merely result in a small bump, a sting from these creatures could well be fatal. With bodies 100 times larger than that of a mosquito, the potency of their venom was correspondingly amplified. Is this what lurks outside? The African-American lawyer inquired, drenched in cold sweat as he turned to Li Qingyuan. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to lead a group to safety, and now he found solace in not having hastily made a decision. The limited lookout points meant that the group could only infer the situation outside from the sounds of rustling. Yet, even without a view of the scene, the synchronized rustling alone could induce fainting spells in those with a fear of densely packed creatures. From the haze emerged locusts, bestowed with scorpion-like abilities. Madame Commodi unexpectedly produced a fragrant candle, cradling it in her hands as she murmured incessantly. "Is there no way to silence her?" inquired Lady Amanda, leaning closer to Li Qingyuan. Madame Commodi resembled a toad perched upon a foot, harmless yet utterly repulsive. "I could certainly ensure her silence forever. But I fear that the patrons of this supermarket would vehemently oppose such a solution," Li Qingyuan replied, exasperated, raising his hands in resignation. If it were possible, he would wish to harness the collective strength of all present in the supermarket, yet that remained an impossibility. At best, he was only marginally stronger than the average person. While his explosive talents afforded him a modicum of self-defense, they could not subdue the entire populace within the supermarket. Even if he resorted to firearms and explosives to compel compliance, who could predict the violent resistance that might ensue? Alone, he would be vulnerable. A lone gunman could bring about his demise while he slept. Moreover, this mission was about rescuing people, not taking lives. What purpose would there be in annihilating everyone? Do you often partake in lethal missions? Lady Amanda inquired, settling beside him, her breath brushing against his ear. Strangely, the intimacy of her proximity stirred a sensation of discomfort. Furrowing his brow, Li Qingyuan turned to glance at Lady Amanda, who was almost nestled in his embrace, his mind swirling with confusion. Wasn't this woman meant to be romantically involved with the protagonist in the film? Why did she now seem so eager to draw near? When had his charm become so potent? Alas, the frugal director had settled for mere extras, failing to meet his aesthetic standards. The only true beauty in the supermarket was perhaps cashier Sally, whose square face, despite its unremarkable features, radiated youth and vibrancy, barely meeting the threshold of beauty. Yet Sally was currently by the side of her soldier boyfriend, while 3 soldiers, having faced a severe reprimand earlier, now cowered in a corner, too intimidated to speak. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated against the window, startling everyone. The force of the sound suggested that an adult was attempting to break the glass with all their might. The supermarket's glass was reinforced. Typically, even a head-on collision would not shatter it. However, for the skeletal birds outside, their physiological structure was far sturdier than that of humans. If the toxic scorpion fly resembled the mosquitoes of Earth's ecosystem, then the skeletal birds were akin to dragonflies, preying exclusively on the scorpion flies. As they dared not challenge anything else, the town was densely populated with venomous scorpion flies, prompting the skeletal birds to commence their hunting at dusk. These avian predators employed a direct diving technique, swooping from the sky to seize the scorpion flies with their sharp, pterosaur-like beaks. The beaks of the skeletal birds were exceptionally resilient, impervious to damage even upon colliding with stones. Thus, they were indifferent to the nature of their prey. If they encountered a concrete wall, the most they would achieve was a mere hole in the surface. However, when it came to the supermarket's glass panels, each peck would result in new fissures appearing. The patrons inside the supermarket were oblivious to the chaos outside, merely watching helplessly as cracks emerged on the glass walls. The shattered pieces adhered by transparent tape, creating mysterious bulges. Chapter 34, Endless Crack. The reinforced glass finally shattered amidst the collective prayers of the onlookers, and an eerie head emerged from the opening. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a pterosaur from textbooks, but was decidedly more grotesque. In contrast to the pterosaur's size, this monster was significantly smaller. If it stood upright, it would barely surpass the height of the largest white goose. Li Qingyuan found himself contemplating the potential taste of the skeletal bird should it be cooked, considering it was relatively more compliant with culinary standards than other bizarre creatures. However, apart from his whimsical thoughts, the other patrons in the supermarket were in a state of panic. Initially, when they observed the scorpion flies crawling on the glass, they managed to maintain some semblance of calm, for despite their odd appearance, their size was negligible, larger than the cockroaches commonly found in households. Yet, the sudden intrusion of the creature's head, which was not much smaller than a human, and the transition from a mere glimpse through glass to direct confrontation, was a jarring experience for the average person. It was akin to the difference between observing a tiger from behind iron bars at a zoo and being thrown into the enclosure with one. The cacophony produced by the crowd bewildered the skeletal bird, which had not anticipated such a gathering of strange beings. It flapped its wings, attempting to squeeze through the opening. But the transparent tape hindered its entry. While its head was inside, its body remained stuck outside. Had it descended from above in a dive, the force exerted by the skeletal bird at that moment would have surpassed that of an adult male. However, with its head trapped and relying solely on its wings to maneuver, it was as powerful as a large goose at best. At this moment, if those standing by the window could muster even a modicum of courage, they could easily achieve the feat of slaying the monstrous creature with merely a stick. However, it was evident that everyone was petrified by its terrifying appearance, retreating in unison, leaving 100 onlookers to observe the creature's futile struggle. The glass was on the verge of shattering. Norton watched as the glass trembled under the creature's relentless thrashing, and he shouted urgently, "Quickly! We cannot allow this to continue. We must eliminate it." A crowd immediately erupted into frantic cries, yet it was clear that everyone was merely looking at one another, hoping for someone else to take action. David sighed in resignation, picking up a baseball bat. It was quite telling that a painter like him was expected to confront a monster while 3 soldiers stood by, illustrating the dire state of affairs. Just as he was about to rush forward to play the hero, he noticed a figure darting past him. With a comical thud, the skull of the skeletal bird rolled to the ground, spinning a few times. Li Qingyuan discarded the kitchen knife, leaving the crowd with a solitary, desolate silhouette. With his agility rated at 8, dealing with a bird's head hanging on the wall was child's play. Seizing the moment, he struck down decisively for a guaranteed kill. Yet, he was taken aback by the unexpected hardness of the bird's bones. Having previously slaughtered chickens, he recalled that their necks were nowhere near as resilient. That last strike nearly felt as if he had struck wood, and his right hand still tingled from the impact. Fortunately, while his strike lacked force, it compensated with speed, and the quality of the knife ensured that there was no comical scene of failing to slay the creature and inadvertently hanging a knife from its neck. The crowd stared at the rolling skull on the ground, and then at Li Qingyuan's retreating figure, swallowing hard in silence. A swift, silent kill aligned perfectly with the public's perception of a secret agent. With such an agent among them, an overwhelming sense of safety enveloped the crowd. Alas, before joy could fully settle in, several flying insects began to swarm through the gaping hole created by the monstrous bird. Smash those bugs! Perhaps inspired by Li Qingyuan's decisive strike against the skeletal bird, or perhaps because these palm-sized insects, while alarming, did not evoke the same dread as the colossal creature. Several onlookers swiftly grabbed mops, folding stools, and other makeshift weapons, preparing to strike at the incoming pests. And then, a chorus of anguished cries suddenly erupted from the crowd. Although 2 venomous insects were swiftly dispatched in the initial round, the remaining ones deftly evaded the attack and, in a state of panic, darted towards their assailants. "Quickly, block the opening," Ali urgently commanded, directing individuals to seal the breach created by the monstrous birds, while others frantically engaged in pest control. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan stood vigilantly beside Sally, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. In the original narrative, this girl had met her demise at the hands of the venomous creatures, and he was determined to prevent a repeat of that tragic fate. After all, her survival was pivotal to his side quest. As for the unfortunate bystanders who had succumbed to the insect bites, regrettably, even if they escaped today, death was certainly awaiting them tomorrow. Besides, if one couldn't even deal with a few insects, their continued existence seemed rather futile, wouldn't you agree? The 2 remaining pests were ultimately slain by the enraged crowd, though it cost 3 lives in the process. This incident underscored how modern living had dulled people's focus on physical resilience. The fact that one could perish from such a trivial creature was indeed disheartening. Damn it, they are poisonous. The sight of 3 individuals convulsing on the ground, struggling for breath, filled the onlookers with dread. Who could have imagined that those seemingly inconspicuous monsters harbored such lethal toxins? Witnessing the untimely demise of those nearby was far more harrowing than hearing tales recounted by others. The patrons within the supermarket were now agitated, the looming threat of survival igniting a palpable tension among them. Bang! However, before everyone could regain their composure, another jarring impact resonated against the glass. Well, of course, Li Qingyuan lamented, shaking his head in frustration. He had anticipated that the system would not permit him to complete his task without further complications. He recalled that the initial wave of attacks on the first night had only lasted a brief period, yet it seemed unlikely that this assault would cease before dawn. Thankfully, he had instructed everyone to seal the glass with tape. Otherwise, they would be in a far more precarious situation now. Chapter 35. The burden of being good with the night's labor taking its toll, Li Qingyuan took a deep breath in a discreet corner, reflecting that he should have improved his physical stamina. While 5 points of endurance were the standard for an adult, the relentless disturbances of the night had left him feeling quite fatigued. There was no escaping the fact that the skeletal birds had been attacking incessantly, and one could only wonder why those venomous scorpion flies were so drawn to the glass, causing the foolish skeletal birds to charge headlong into it with reckless abandon. Throughout the entire night, he engaged in a relentless battle akin to a game of whack-a-mole, dispatching the bizarre avian creatures that dared to poke their heads through the hole. Meanwhile, the others frantically scrambled to block the opening with an assortment of peculiar objects. Fortunately, after the grim toll of 2 lives, a few audacious souls managed to craft makeshift spears that proved effective in skewering the skeletal birds that emerged. This afforded him a brief respite. By dawn, he had slain no fewer than 13 or 14 of these avian fiends, leaving his hands feeling as if they might split apart. This was merely the first night. He was utterly exhausted, and the prospect of enduring until the 7th day filled him with dread. This was a punishment from the Lord, who harbored profound anger towards humanity's current actions, thus unleashing divine retribution. Madame Carmody, brimming with fervor, passionately espoused her apocalyptic doctrines, while a couple of women attentively absorbed her words. Initially, during her speech the previous day, most had dismissed her as delusional. However, after a night fraught with monstrous assaults, some of the more fragile-minded individuals began to ponder the validity of her claims. Not everyone could maintain their composure upon witnessing death. The loss of 5 lives in a single night was merely a statistic to some, yet for those who survived the supermarket, it was a living nightmare. 5 familiar faces lay lifeless before them, their features grotesquely swollen, their bodies mottled with hues of blue and purple, a sight that would surely terrify even the most tranquil souls. I believe we ought to silence her. If she continues her proclamations, we may find no one willing to work come morning. David yawned as he approached Li Qingyuan with this suggestion. There remained a plethora of tasks requiring attention, such as relocating all the shelves in the supermarket and positioning them behind the windows. These metal racks could serve as a formidable second line of defense should the skeletal birds dare to return. The deaths from the previous night, grim as they were, had inadvertently solidified Li Qingyuan's authority. Now, the majority of the survivors looked to him for guidance. At least, when he instructed them to labor, there would be no more insubordination. Go, eliminate her. Li Qingyuan turned to David, handing him the pistol from his waist. No, David stammered, momentarily at a loss as he gazed at the weapon before him. He certainly found Madame Carmody to be exasperating, a negative presence within their camp. Yet the thought of taking a life filled him with trepidation. In the narrative of the film, the protagonist harbored an intense animosity towards Madame Carmody, culminating in his decision to eliminate her during their evacuation, primarily because the conflict between them had escalated to a point of no return. After all, David was merely an artist. While he might possess slightly better physical prowess than the current Li Qingyuan, people's subconscious inclination prevented them from harboring significant expectations of him. However, the present circumstances were entirely different. Whether it was Li Qingyuan's fabricated identity as an Interpol agent or his seemingly effortless technique of dispatching foes showcased the glimmer of hope for survival among the crowd in the supermarket. Not to mention the impending reinforcements set to arrive in 9 days. Consequently, Madame Carmody could only muster a handful of followers, lacking the commanding presence she once held in the original tale. Without such power, there was no need for the conflict to escalate to a life-or-death struggle. If one lacked the courage to kill, what was the purpose of such discussions? Did she believe it would be more convenient to have me eliminate her? Li Qingyuan cast a sidelong glance at David. No, I absolutely do not entertain such thoughts. David hastily waved his hands, asserting his integrity. Though he harbored some grievances against Madame Carmody, he certainly did not entertain notions of murder. This was the reaction of a rational individual. Those who impulsively sought to annihilate their enemies were invariably the archetypal villains, doomed not to survive until the conclusion. Let us keep it simple. Inform everyone and divide the supermarket into 2 zones. Those willing to work and cooperate will remain here, while those who refuse to contribute and create chaos will be relegated to the other side, Li Qingyuan suggested after a moment's contemplation. Initially, he intended to save everyone named in the side quest, as it might trigger hidden rewards. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that such aspirations were mere folly. The chaos of the first night had already left him quite overwhelmed, and with 6 more days ahead, clinging to the idea of amassing rewards and hidden missions might very well lead to his demise. This realm was merely a means for him to enhance his abilities. He had no intention of sacrificing his life here. After all, it seemed he traversed this world in his physical form, and should he perish here, it could very well be the end. He was resolute in not using his life as a means to validate the relationship between this world and reality. Thus, recognizing Madame Carmody as a destabilizing factor, it was prudent to let her fate unfold on its own. Apart from her incessant and cryptic rhetoric, She possessed no real destructive capability. Her greatest threat lay in her ability to sway hearts. Yet under the weight of reality, her theories would find no believers. The women gathered around her are primarily driven by the profound sense of emptiness and sorrow following the death of their husbands the previous night, which compels them to listen to her ramblings. As for why they do not simply eliminate Madame Camedy, her current stature as the savior leading this group renders such an action perilous. Who can predict how these individuals might react to an outright murder? In times of adversity, it is human nature to envision a hero coming to their rescue. Yet once safety is restored, doubts about the hero's actions inevitably arise. The cautionary tale of the Avengers lingers vividly. He is reluctant to render himself so vulnerable. Of course, the primary reason lies in his own lack of strength. Were he endowed with the power to sweep through the entire town, he would scarcely concern himself with the opinions of these narrative pawns. In the ensuing 2 days, life unfolded with a remarkable monotony. The punctual arrival of the scorpion flying insects and skeletal birds each night became a source of amusement for the townsfolk, who wagered on their antics. After the initial chaos, the crowd in the supermarket began to realize that these so-called biochemical monsters were not as fearsome as anticipated. Humanity, after all, can be considered the pinnacle of creation. Even in the primitive era, early humans wielded stone axes and spears to vanquish the colossal beasts of the Ice Age. Not to mention the advancements made over millennia that have shaped modern civilization. Although contemporary humans may not rival the physical prowess of their primitive counterparts, they are certainly equipped with tools far superior to rudimentary weapons. The scorpion-flying insects and skeletal birds, being the most rudimentary of creatures within this monstrous realm, proved to be excellent practice for novices. Li Qingyuan found himself with a rare respite, seizing the opportunity to recondition himself. With heightened agility, he now possessed speed and reflexes that could rival those of an ordinary agent, though the sudden increase in velocity had rendered his body somewhat uncoordinated, necessitating a period of adjustment. This realization stirred a sense of irony within him. Fortunate was he that this mission prompted him to enhance his skills ahead of time. Had he pursued the more arduous path of accumulating points akin to Voldemort, he might have faced a complete physical breakdown. The situation appeared exceedingly favorable. Following the confinement of Madame Camedy and her 2 fervent supporters in an isolation chamber 2 days prior, a palpable sense of hope permeated the supermarket. Frankly, these Americans, who incessantly clamored for liberty and human rights, exhibited unwavering support the moment Li Qingyuan expressed his willingness to engage in a rational discourse. Faced with a choice between the cryptic Madame Camedy, who incessantly preached death, and the enigmatic international police, the decision was hardly a matter for contemplation. Deep within each individual resides a devil, typically subdued under normal circumstances. Now that someone is willing to undertake this responsibility, everyone is, of course, eager to engage in such matters. 3 women are confined within a narrow isolation chamber, unaware of the odors that pervade the space. Yet, these are trivial concerns. The fact that they have not been cast out to feed the monsters is already a testament to benevolence. Lee, would you care for a beer? David inquired with a smile. The supermarket is replete with provisions. In such a vast establishment, 10 days' worth of supplies is merely a trifle. Even 2 months would suffice. Particularly after Attorney Norton declared that he would represent the town in a lawsuit against national entities once the crisis abates, ensuring that everyone receives a compensation sum of astronomical proportions. The morale among the supermarket's patrons has soared to unprecedented heights. Truth be told, if it were not for the lurking threat of the fabled colossal monsters outside, many of these individuals might have gathered for daily festivities. With sustenance assured and the burden of work lifted, although they are besieged within the supermarket, the presence of hundreds of fellow compatriots alleviates any sense of despair. The nocturnal monster assaults have taken on an air of entertainment. The mere thought that after a few more days they could recline upon their compensation in a state of leisure invigorates even David, who has lost his wife. While such thoughts may seem devoid of humanity, for freedom-loving Americans, honoring the deceased is eclipsed by the importance of cherishing the present. Ms. Amanda, having encountered repeated rejections from Li Qingyuan over the past 2 days, has now abandoned her self-deprecating endeavors, instead engaging in flirtatious exchanges with David. Considering the current crowding in the supermarket, it is likely that the 2 would have retreated to a secluded corner for more intimate activities had they found more privacy. Li, cheer up. Why the long face? David said, handing a beer to Li Qingyuan with a grin. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. On the first night, the sight of those flying insects and skeletal birds had everyone trembling in fear. Yet now even women can laugh heartily while dispatching them with baseball bats. I have a feeling something might go awry today, Lee remarked cautiously after cracking open the beer David offered and taking a swig. The system could not possibly allow him to merrily glide through 7 days. Today marks the 4th day, and there are still over 230 people remaining in the supermarket, with none of the side quest targets having perished. If he manages to reach the conclusion, the rewards alone would exceed 30 points, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. It is implausible that the system could be so benevolent. How could that be? You've been a special agent for too long, and let your imagination run wild. David initially intended to pat his shoulder reassuringly, but after a moment of consideration, he merely shrugged with a smile. Suddenly, piercing screams erupted from the isolation chamber, causing David's face to redden in shock. What is happening? The crowd swiftly brandished their weapons and rushed towards the isolation chamber. Undoubtedly, their morale had significantly improved since 3 days prior. In the face of such an unexpected crisis, it was evident that everyone was prepared to fight back rather than merely panicking. Upon noticing Li Qingyuan's approach, they immediately parted to create a path, recognizing that it was best to leave professional matters to those with expertise. Sari trembled uncontrollably at the side, tears streaming down her face. She was responsible for delivering meals. Regardless of the circumstances, Madame Camedy was considered a secondary mission target, and it would be ideal if her demise could be avoided. Truth be told, had he possessed the finesse to gauge the appropriate level of force, Li Qingyuan contemplated incapacitating her entirely, ensuring a secure passage through the ensuing 7 days. However, the challenge of rendering someone a vegetable was far too formidable, compelling him to resort to the more crude method of confining her within the isolation chamber. What's wrong? David inquired, grasping Sari's hands, a gesture that instantly brightened the gaze of Ms. Amanda, standing behind him. Bang! Sari continued to tremble, and Li Qingyuan, disinterested in soothing her, forcefully kicked the door open. Inside the isolation chamber, a white expanse greeted him, strings of spider silk hanging ominously. While Madame Camedy and the 2 unstable women had transformed into cocoon-like entities suspended in midair. Parasitic spiders. This sight triggered a recollection. It seemed the adjacent pharmacy had now become a lair for these creatures. The adult form of the parasitic spider was roughly the size of a basin, possessing combat capabilities comparable to the skeletal bird, thus occupying a low tier in the monster food chain. Nevertheless, spiders excelled in stealth and ambush. Unlike the clumsy skeletal bird, they could be deemed the shadow hunters of the biological realm. Chapter 37. In urgency, flexibility is key. As he beheld the 3 humanoid cocoons hanging aloft, Li Qingyuan silently stepped back 2 paces. The spider silk appeared to possess potent corrosive and toxic properties, and he had no desire to come into contact with it. The pharmacy next door had transformed into a breeding ground for parasitic spiders, which proliferated at an alarming rate. With even a single human body as a host, they could produce thousands of offspring within 48 hours. 3.5 days had elapsed since the fog descended, and it was reasonable to assume that everyone in the pharmacy had become sustenance for the burgeoning spider population. With the supermarket merely a wall away, those tiny arachnids could easily traverse through ventilation shafts or various crevices. Regret washed over him. He should have dispatched a team to eliminate the spider nest earlier, thus averting this current predicament. Bring the flamethrower. The most secure method to deal with these parasitic spiders is to incinerate them. Employing other weapons merely results in the demise of the host, leaving the spider larvae within the human body unaffected. They seem to still be alive, David weakly remarked, glancing at the 3 cocoons suspended in midair. We cannot afford any further mishaps. If you believe they can still be saved, then you should take the lead. Li Qingyuan felt compelled to impart a lesson to his companion, who was so recklessly idealistic in such dire circumstances. I think I should fetch the flamethrower, David replied, retreating in haste, having long harbored discontent towards Madame Camedy. His earlier comment had merely been an instinctual reaction. Upon meeting Li Qingyuan's gaze, the others quickly averted their eyes. Shouting slogans was one thing, but risking their lives to save others was quite another. No one was without fear of death, especially in the current situation. After enduring a few more days, they could lie back and enjoy their compensation. Who would jeopardize their safety for someone else? Make sure to burn thoroughly. If you leave even a trace, we all risk becoming like that. Li Qingyuan urged David, who was shouldering the flamethrower. Me? Me? Burn? David exclaimed, bewildered. Was he to set Madame Maximoff ablaze? Enough chatter. The parasitic creatures within them will soon break free. If you do not wish for your son to suffer the same fate, then act swiftly. Li Qingyuan ignored David's conflicted expression and addressed the onlookers. Everyone, quickly check for any small spiders that may have infiltrated the supermarket. Those creatures are lethal. If you wish to avoid meeting a similar fate, conduct a thorough inspection immediately. With a grimace, David began the incineration process in the isolation chamber, while the others rallied with utmost focus to search for any signs of the spiders. As a foul, meaty aroma wafted from the isolation chamber, everyone dropped to the ground, retching. Knowing what David was incinerating, they found it impossible to maintain any appetite. That would indeed be terrifying. I need to organize a team to burn down the pharmacy next door, Li Qingyuan commanded, gathering the most capable individuals among them. A thief can act for 1,000 days, but a guard can only watch for so long. The pharmacy had transformed into a veritable den of spiders. Given that a single corpse could birth 1,000 small spiders, they would soon be facing tens of thousands within 2 days. The mere thought of thousands of spiders the size of basins charging at him sent shivers down his spine, even with his fortitude. Thus, while the spiders had yet to fully evolve, setting the pharmacy ablaze was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. We are doing quite well here. Why should we venture out? After listening to Li Qingyuan's plan, a variety of opinions emerged among the group. The supermarket offers sustenance and entertainment. And although the adjacent pharmacy has seemingly transformed into a den of monsters, at least there are walls to shield us. There is no need to step outside and invite death. Moreover, now that we are aware of the neighboring lair of beasts, how desperate must one be to contemplate such a fate? In recent days, how many skeletal birds have we dispatched? Observing the nonchalant demeanor of this group, Li Qingyuan felt a twinge of irritation. Were it not for the potential rewards, he would have little interest in the survival of these inept individuals. However, this is the nature of the masses. When faced with peril, they often display such behavior. The so-called valiant souls, unwavering in their pursuit of ideals, are largely romanticized in films and dramas. 23 the day before yesterday, 27 yesterday, Ali promptly replied. With the previous day's count added, we have eradicated approximately 60 to 70 skeletal birds. Yet, do you believe their numbers have diminished or multiplied? As the fog lingers, the emergence of monsters will only increase, growing ever more formidable. This, however, cannot be openly stated. Thus, he must subtly guide them to draw their own conclusions. Are you suggesting that these monsters are breeding? It must be said that even if these individuals are cowardly and complacent, they possess a certain cleverness. With just a nudge, someone immediately followed up with, indeed, even if the base is developing biochemical weapons, they could not account for such a multitude. Thus, these creatures must indeed be capable of reproduction, and at a remarkably swift rate. Pointing toward the isolation chamber, from which a tantalizing aroma wafted, Li Qingyuan calmly remarked. This reminder prompted an immediate shift in expression among the crowd as they pondered what was being cooked within. While it is still daylight, we should act swiftly. It is merely a matter of igniting a fire next door. To bolster the spirits of his companions, he quickly fashioned 2 flamethrowers and a dozen incendiary devices. In recent days, he had indeed contemplated enhancing the defensive capabilities of those within the supermarket. After all, creating rudimentary incendiary bombs and explosives was a trivial task for him at this point. If he were to arm the more than 200 individuals currently in the supermarket, not only could they withstand a siege for 7 days, but they might even launch a counteroffensive to raid the military base in the mountains for advanced equipment. After all, these otherworldly beings, despite their imposing size, have not demonstrated any particularly bizarre abilities. Their strength is akin to that of dinosaurs. Otherwise, the military would not have been able to exterminate these creatures in such a short span. Yet, after careful contemplation, he ultimately abandoned what had initially appeared to be a promising notion. Let us not dwell on whether these ordinary individuals, who have never encountered high-powered weaponry, would use such implements correctly or inadvertently harm themselves. Given their cautious demeanor, he would never entrust these life-threatening objects to anyone else. Heaven knows what bizarre notions might arise should these individuals gain access to powers beyond their comprehension. Chapter 38. The Mantid Behemoth David, Ali, and 3 others, under the guidance of Li Qingyuan, emerged from the supermarket and cautiously approached the adjacent pharmacy. Visibility was severely hampered by the thick fog. Fortunately, the pharmacy was mere steps away, and the 6 of them reached its entrance in mere seconds. Curse it, they hadn't even closed the door. David muttered under his breath upon seeing the pharmacy's glass doors wide open. What kind of audacity must reside within the hearts of those inside to leave the door ajar in the face of such peculiar fog? However, this query would remain unanswered, for even from the threshold, they could see the interior cluttered with white, fibrous entities. This place resembled a spider's lair. Ollie swallowed hard. After days of comfort in the supermarket, this sudden sight was almost unbearable. Just a few more steps, and as long as we can incinerate them all, we shall prevail. Li Qingyuan clapped his hands, instructing the group. Ziz. A parasitic spider, the size of a tire, abruptly descended from the ceiling, baring its fangs at the group standing at the entrance, seemingly ready to roar. Had this been any other group, the sight of such a monstrous creature might have elicited fear. Yet, those accompanying him were all skilled survivors, each having claimed the lives of several skeletal birds. While the spider was indeed grotesque, it did not possess the power to dampen their spirits. David raised his flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the spider, which was preparing to ensnare its warm prey in silk. Instead, it was met with a faceful of intense fire. Squeak! The spider thrashed its 8 legs momentarily before falling silent. These creatures, it turned out, were not particularly resilient. Indeed, they could be deemed rather fragile. Observing the carbonized remains of the spider, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but speculate that if the monsters lurking in the fog were of such a caliber, perhaps the American government in this world could indeed achieve its ambitious goals of expansion in this foreign realm. Admittedly, these monsters were many times larger than any earthly creature, some even hundreds of times so, yet they lacked any extraordinary abilities. A glance at the fate of blue whales and dinosaurs in ancient times makes it clear, without special powers, mere size becomes irrelevant, rendering one a mere target before modern military might. However, the development of this task world was not a matter for him to concern himself with. It was imperative to resolve the immediate troubles first. He particularly needed to be wary of the ceiling, for spiders are stealthy creatures. He issued a warning to his subordinates, and only then did they cautiously enter the apothecary. Whoosh! A Molotov cocktail was hurled deep inside, igniting upon contact with the cobwebs and transforming into a ghastly green flame. Squeak! Amidst the fiery glow, countless spiders emitted mournful cries, these being the newly hatched ones, each roughly the size of a coin, creating a rather unsettling sight. Quickly! They must cleanse the area. 2 spiders lurking in the darkness, ready to pounce, were incinerated, while the rest swiftly activated their burning mode. We are magnificent. Observing the raging inferno engulfing the apothecary, the group erupted in excited screams. 6 individuals had vanquished thousands of monstrous spiders. If word of this spread, they would undoubtedly be hailed as heroes. Admittedly, there would be many that escaped, but that was of little concern. By the time those small spiders matured into formidable threats, it was anticipated that this task world would come to an end. Clear out. Yet, before the jubilation could fully take hold, Li Qingyuan felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger descend from above. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift kick towards Ollie. Crack! A colossal scythe, measuring 3 meters in length, sliced through the air, narrowly missing Ollie's calf. Instantly, screams erupted from all around. The sudden appearance of the gigantic creature shattered their heroic dreams. A mantis monstrosity. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a gargantuan mantis. Yet its towering height of over 10 meters and its 3-meter-long claw-like forelimbs were a stark departure from the insect. In terms of both size and appearance, this being was leagues apart from the 3 previously vanquished minuscule monsters. It was undoubtedly a predatory entity. David brandished a flamethrower at the creature shrouded in mist, unleashing a 5-meter-long torrent of fire that instantly dispersed the fog, singeing the mantis monster's forelimbs. However, the flames capable of carbonizing the parasitic spiders posed no lethal threat to the enormous mantis creature. At best, it could be likened to a mere burn from a lighter. Caw! The mantis monster emitted an enraged roar that reverberated painfully in their ears. Well, even without any extraordinary abilities, such a colossal creature, with its formidable exoskeleton, could undoubtedly serve as a weapon of war. Bang! Ollie aimed his firearm at the mantis monster. Though he appeared unassuming, he was, in fact, a sharpshooter, having once claimed the state shooting championship. At the very least, One must acknowledge that his marksmanship far surpasses that of Li Qingyuan. Ga, the mantis monster, incensed by the relentless assaults, found itself wounded by these mere morsels, igniting a fury within. It was merely a prelude to a meal, yet it had been bitten by its intended sustenance. Quick, evade! As the mantis monster swung its forelimbs once more, the crowd immediately scattered in disarray. However, in stark comparison to the creature's colossal frame, the human's legs appeared woefully sluggish. The mantis monster's speed was not particularly swift, yet its forelimbs, when fully extended, spanned a daunting 10 meters. With such a vast reach, unless one moved at a sloth's pace, it was nearly impossible for an average person to escape. Alas, an unfortunate soul, whose name remains unknown, found himself ensnared, screaming in midair while casting a venomous glare at Li Qingyuan. Under normal circumstances, he would have evaded capture. But Li Qingyuan had inadvertently shoved him, leading to his entrapment by the mantis monster's pincers. With no recourse, Li Qingyuan merely shrugged at the sight of the man perilously close to being bisected. If he were to survive, then, by the laws of inertia, it would undoubtedly be the lumbering David, burdened by a flamethrower, who would meet his demise. When faced with a choice between a fleeting moment and a single point, a wise individual would surely know the prudent course of action. After all, in that chaotic moment, no one, aside from the unfortunate individual, was aware of the specifics of his predicament. David, oblivious to the fact that he had narrowly escaped death, gazed at the retreating behemoth with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 39. Approaching conclusion. Why did it withdraw? As the silhouette of the mantis monster gradually faded into the mist, a still shaken David finally posed his question. No one answered, for they too were perplexed by the creature's retreat. However, Li Qingyuan, observing the direction in which the mantis had vanished, furrowed his brow in contemplation. The biological instincts of these monsters were strikingly apparent. Perhaps a seasoned zoologist could even tame them. It was clear that the mantis monster had intended to partake in a meal, only to be caught off guard by the fact that its food could also bite back. After a moment's reflection, the mantis, having secured its meal, opted to withdraw. The thought processes of animals are often quite simple. Once they have acquired sustenance for the day, they see no need to prepare for the morrow. Just as lions on the African savanna do not overindulge in their hunts, understanding the necessity of maintaining balance. Clearly, the mantis monster regarded this place as a potential source of nourishment. I fear we may encounter trouble tomorrow, Li Qingyuan remarked, returning to the supermarket with a hint of melancholy. Although I may be overthinking, considering the nature of the system, this judgment is likely accurate. If we refrain from incinerating the neighboring pharmacy, he will have to confront a relentless onslaught of spiders over the next 2 days. However, should we choose to set the pharmacy ablaze, we will then face the predatory mantis beast. Ultimately, it is a matter of choosing between two dire options. It is utterly impossible to navigate the remaining 3 days in peace. You have all witnessed the monstrosities. The supermarket's defenses are utterly inadequate. The mantis beast, with its 3-meter-long pincers and colossal stature, would easily breach any barrier, be it mere glass or even reinforced concrete. We cannot allow it to assault the supermarket. Should its defenses crumble, none of us will survive. Glancing at the survivors gathered around him, Li Qingyuan spoke slowly. Yet, our attacks are utterly ineffective, Aoli exclaimed in distress. Neither flamethrowers nor bullets inflict any significant harm on such a gigantic creature. At best, they merely repel it. However, we can injure it enough to instill fear. Otherwise, it would not have retreated today. Although he had surmised the primary reason for the mantis beast's withdrawal, he chose not to voice it. The most effective approach would be to emulate Lady Carmody's strategy from the original narrative, sacrificing 2 individuals daily as offerings. Sated, the mantis beast would then regard the remaining people in the supermarket as its reserves, sparing them from slaughter, and perhaps even offering them protection. After all, stale food is no substitute for fresh delicacies, is it? Yet, such an act is one that Lady Carmody could execute, while he could not. To suggest that these individuals choose 2 of their own to perish tomorrow would incite chaos tonight. One must face the pits they dig, even through tears, had he known. He would have preferred to cultivate an image as a cult leader rather than the virtuous persona he currently embodies, which would be far more advantageous. The military will arrive in a few days. We must safeguard this place. Noticing the somber expressions of the crowd, he began another round of motivational speeches. Friends, consider those you wish to protect. Will you rise like heroes to confront that monstrosity, or cower like cowards awaiting your demise? You have witnessed the chaos within the pharmacy. Those people would not have met such a fate had they not succumbed to panic. Victory is within our grasp. How can we abandon it due to such minor setbacks? After delivering a series of motivational speeches, he finally managed to uplift the spirits of the group, and then selected a dozen individuals to accompany him to face the foe. Of course, while it was termed confronting the enemy, it was, in truth, merely sending food to the mantis beast. Given the voracious appetite of the mantis monster, it can be surmised that a single individual suffices for its daily sustenance. Tomorrow, it remains uncertain which fortunate soul shall be chosen by the creature. The evening of the fourth day unfolded with an eerie tranquility. One wonders whether the mantis monster truly regards the supermarket's inhabitants as mere provisions. Remarkably, throughout the night, no monstrous entity dared to intrude, not even the clumsy skeletal birds. The subsequent 2 days passed with a blend of anxiety and relief. Each morning, he would select 12 brave souls from the supermarket to confront the gargantuan mantis, inevitably sacrificing 2 as offerings. In exchange for the lives of these 2, the safety of all the remaining patrons was assured, a transaction that was undeniably advantageous. In truth, astute individuals like Norton and David had already deduced the mantis monster's intentions and the ulterior motives behind Li Qingyuan's incessant coaxing of others to meet their demise. However, wise men kept their realizations to themselves. Having already battled the mantis on the first day, David, along with Norton, who had also been lured into combat on the second day, were exempt from further participation as per the established rules. Thus, when it came to the grim task of feeding the monster, they were unwilling to jeopardize their own safety for the lives of others. Though the daily offerings to the monster appeared exceedingly cruel, it was deemed a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Moreover, Officer Li led the charge each day, compelling others to suppress their doubts. Today marked the 7th day. Observing the lightening sky, Li Qingyuan mused aloud. According to the system's task guidelines, if he could endure until noon, he would have completed the mission. In fact, only 6 hours remained. Currently, over 200 souls still inhabited the supermarket. And aside from the tragic demise of Madame Camedy, all other key characters were alive and well. If this were to be calculated, he would be entitled to nearly 30 attribute points. Although he felt the system would likely not grant him such a bounty, one must always harbor dreams. Perhaps this flawed system had become overloaded and would ultimately fail. 7 days had passed. Beside him, S.H.I.E.L.D stirred from her slumber, expressing a poignant lament. Her childhood companion had met a heroic end while battling the mantis 2 days prior, and in total, 4 individuals had perished, 3 of whom were soldiers. It must be noted that this was an astonishing coincidence, devoid of any orchestrating puppet master. Following the soldier's death, S.H.I.E.L.D felt the palpable malice from those around her. Even her closest female colleague now regarded her with contempt. It is widely acknowledged that this catastrophe was precipitated by the clandestine military base experiments hidden within the mountains. Naturally, it is reasonable to develop a disdain for those soldiers involved. Initially, the young woman, Sari, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation and even dared to defend those 3 individuals, leading to the current unfortunate consequences. Chapter 40. Laughter disperses the enemy. Every individual must bear the repercussions of their choices, and Sari is no exception. While she is not loathed by the masses as those 3 soldiers are, her isolation is inescapable. After contemplating for a while, she approached Li Qingyuan yesterday, for she wished to avoid being unwittingly chosen to confront the mantis monster and meeting an untimely demise. Logically, it is understood that the participants in the daily battles are predominantly adult males. However, considering the dwindling number of men remaining in the supermarket by the 10th day, unless another selection process for the men occurs, women must inevitably take their place. In the face of life-threatening danger, there is no precedence for women. Sari felt that given her current standing within the supermarket, if selected to combat the mantis monster, she would undoubtedly be the one to perish heroically. Thus, she grasped the crux of the issue and sought out Li Qingyuan, hoping for a talisman of protection. However, due to the harsh conditions within the supermarket, despite her overtures, no substantial relationship developed between them. After all, her square face did not quite align with Li Qingyuan's aesthetic preferences. Nevertheless, he was regarded as the belle of the town, and having a companion to warm his hands was somewhat comforting. "Prepare yourself and join me shortly," he commanded, patting Sari's cheek. "Oh, Sari's face turned pale. Did this imply she had not exerted enough effort? Rest assured and follow me. Do not overthink. Upon seeing her expression of despair, Li Qingyuan understood her thoughts. Yet he was disinclined to articulate them. He had deceived everyone into believing that government aid would arrive in 10 days, but according to the system's guidance, the rescue team was expected to return by noon today. Given the system's tendencies, a fierce assault was anticipated in the morning. And if they remained in the supermarket as they had in previous days, they risked being caught off guard by sudden peril. Since Sari was so perceptive, it was only fitting to assist her within his capacity. After all, the price paid was for the sake of seeking protection. Having accepted compensation, one must fulfill their obligations, lest they be deemed a charlatan. Sari, in a daze, began to gather her belongings, her demeanor resembling that of one heading to the gallows. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you are to flee the parking lot with your son alongside Ollie, remaining still and silent within the vehicle. After summoning David and Ollie for a private briefing, Li Qingyuan proceeded to call Norton over. He imparted instructions regarding the subterranean warehouse at the back of the supermarket to Norton and the supermarket manager before leading the 12 unfortunate souls selected by lottery, along with the trembling Sally, towards the supermarket entrance. The individuals called upon that morning felt a perplexing sense of bewilderment, uncertain as to why he spoke to them in such a manner, as if addressing matters of finality. However, Li Qingyuan deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. In 3 or 4 hours, his task would conclude. He had diversified his investments, ensuring that regardless of any unexpected developments, half of them would survive. That was sufficient. With half of them still alive, he could earn a reward of over 10 points, a remarkable achievement in the second world. Do not be afraid. We have repelled the mantis beast thrice. Today, we shall conquer it once more. With encouragement directed at the expendables behind him, Li Qingyuan pushed open the supermarket doors and stepped outside. The mantis beast had developed a habit of searching for food every morning at 9. And with the clock striking 8:50, a mere 10 minutes of confrontation would suffice. The expendables trembled as they scattered, while Sally clung tightly to him. 10 minutes later, the mantis beast arrived as anticipated, but today, its numbers appeared to have increased. How could there be 3 of them? As the 3 imposing figures gradually materialized through the mist, Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. This infernal system was truly mischievous. How could such a distinctly predatory creature appear in 3s? This was utterly contrary to biological norms. Clearly, the system offered him no opportunity for complaints. As the expendables stared in shock, the 3 mantis beasts suddenly lunged at them with their 6 massive pincers. The air was filled with screams. The already trembling expendables were now shrieking in terror, abandoning any semblance of mission-driven resolve, each fearing for their very limbs as they raced towards the supermarket. The 3 mantis beasts managed to capture but one prey, which was evidently insufficient. The 2 that failed to secure a meal hastily advanced towards the fleeing food. I knew these creatures were unreliable. Watching the mantis beasts charge towards the supermarket, Li Qingyuan shrugged in resignation. It was his turn to take action. In truth, he had devised a strategy for dealing with such creatures 2 days prior. Though towering at 4 or 5 stories high, even a building of reinforced concrete would crumble before modern weaponry. How much more so a flesh and blood being? The reason why flamethrowers and handguns are incapable of inflicting fatal injuries is primarily due to their insufficient lethality. While they may suffice against humans, they appear utterly inadequate when confronted with such colossal creatures. However, his prowess as a demolition expert is predominantly manifested through explosions. Run! Sarah shouted anxiously upon witnessing him standing motionless. As the terrifying behemoth charged toward him, Li Qingyuan merely smiled faintly, then flicked his hands, launching several large gum-like bombs toward the mantis monster. These were explosives he had crafted from rudimentary materials over the past few days. Though their appearance was unimpressive, their destructive power was commendable. The mantis monstrosity exhibited no instinct to evade the incoming projectiles, for in its perception, these objects were inconceivable threats. Boom! The resounding explosion shattered the already fractured glass of the supermarket, causing the 2 mantis creatures to collapse and emit frantic screeches. Their forelimbs were obliterated, the sturdy appendages, capable of withstanding small-caliber firearms, proved utterly useless against high-grade explosives. Had it not been for Li Qingyuan's limited strength, preventing him from throwing the bombs further, these 2 mantises would likely be lifeless on the ground. Yet, even without being killed outright, they were not far from death, deprived of their essential limbs. Even if they managed to escape today, they would inevitably become prey for other creatures. Chapter 41. Next time, I must buy a watch. Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief. The terrifying behemoth that had instilled fear in everyone within the supermarket had been vanquished in an instant. Moreover, the annihilation appeared astonishingly effortless, as if he had merely swatted 2 mosquitoes. Given such formidable power, why had he lured the individuals in the supermarket to their doom these past few days? In an instant, various conspiracy theories surged through Sarah's mind, ranging from the expulsion of dissenters to bizarre experiments. After all information regarding the monsters had been divulged by Li Qingyuan, and everyone had been led by the nose. The origins of the peculiar fog and these horrifying creatures remained shrouded in uncertainty. Based on the chilling suspense films she had watched, individuals like Li Qingyuan, who claimed to be an international police officer, could either be a savior or, conversely, the authentic puppeteer behind the scenes. With the realization of what she believed to be the truth, Sarah trembled uncontrollably, contemplating whether the next course of events would involve silencing witnesses. Furthermore, she speculated whether those who had perished at the hands of the monsters in recent days had been eliminated for uncovering hidden secrets. Though the supermarket's entrance lay just a few meters behind her, she felt as though that distance was an insurmountable chasm. Can one escape the clutches of such a malevolent mastermind? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a wicked hand lunged towards Sally's throat. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from her lips as dread gripped her. Was she to be silenced forever? Yet, before her cry could fully escape, it was drowned by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding impacts reverberated from afar, causing the ground to tremble as if it were a mere tremor. Li Qingyuan seized Sally, pulling her close, and cast a glance at the colossal monster that loomed into view, spitting in frustration. I knew the system harbored malice. To pit us against a top-tier boss like the son of the goat is nothing short of cruel. Run, he shouted toward the supermarket. Though amidst the son of the goat's stomps, it was uncertain if anyone could hear him. Crack! The supermarket crumpled like an empty soda can beneath the weighty foot of the son of the goat. After shouting those words, Li Qingyuan turned and fled with Sally. Facing such an insurmountable foe, he would forsake any rewards rather than stubbornly confront the creature. The son of the goat, a moniker bestowed by mischievous online denizens, was said to resemble the malevolent deity of Cthulhu mythos, the black goat. Enveloped in mist, its true form was obscured, yet the oppressive aura it emanated was unmistakable. 6 towering legs, each with a diameter of roughly 10 meters, boasted footpads the size of 2 side-by-side buses, each impact sending tremors through the vicinity. As for the appearance of the son of the goat, who in their right mind would concern themselves with such details in the face of imminent danger? Cackling, 2 grievously injured giant mantises emitted wretched cries as they attempted to flee. However, their wounds hindered their speed, and they were swiftly crushed into a mosaic by the descending iron hooves of justice. The son of the goat resembled a Jurassic behemoth, never driven by a desire to kill, yet if misfortune befell those who stood in its path, they could only lament their fate. Fortunately, due to its immense size, it moved with a certain deliberation, allowing observant souls to evade its divine wrath. Yet, this was easier said than done, for the son of the goat possessed 6 legs. Who could predict which limb would lift next? Li Qingyuan felt as though he had transformed into a whack-a-mole, with the ever-present threat of a colossal hammer descending from above, poised to reduce him to a mere pulp. The little girl, S.H.I.E.L.D, had seemingly vanished, leaving him oblivious to her fate, whether she had fled or met a tragic end beneath the relentless footfalls of the son of the goat. With his life hanging by a thread amidst the frenzied trampling, he found himself bereft of the energy or ability to concern himself with the plight of others. It was evident that the system had maliciously altered the difficulty. Otherwise, how could the son of the goat have fixated on him so tenaciously? He had sprinted in a zigzag pattern for a good 2 kilometers, yet the monstrous creature remained steadfast in its pursuit, undeterred. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of fiends, but under the oppressive aura of the son of the goat, all creatures scattered in terror, lacking even the inclination to pursue what they perceived as prey. Of course, a few particularly foolish beings dared to remain stationary, seemingly intent on defending their newly claimed territory. However, they soon became nothing more than a mosaic, seamlessly merging with the ground beneath them. The son of the goat towered at least 70 meters high and weighed several tens of thousands of tons, even in the realms of Ultraman or Godzilla. it would be considered an elite monster. In this misty new map, finding a worthy adversary to challenge it was indeed a formidable task. Curse the system, he muttered as he ran. It was utterly implausible to believe that the emergence of the son of the goat was devoid of the system's interference. Fortunately, he had allocated all his points to agility. Otherwise, he might have found himself sharing company with those unfortunate mosaics. When confronted with a creature of such magnitude, any semblance of defense felt utterly futile. He had initially contemplated diving into a manhole cover for refuge. But upon witnessing the creature crush an entire sewer pipe with a single step, he promptly abandoned that perilous thought. As long as he remained on the surface, he could still run. Being buried alive would indeed spell his doom. In a desperate flight, Li Qingyuan lost track of time. Though he yearned to check his phone, the haunting sounds of pursuit rendered him unable to spare a moment for such a distraction. Upon his return, he vowed to acquire a watch. In moments like this, he understood why protagonists in films often sported timepieces. Indeed, checking the time on a watch was far more convenient than fumbling for a phone. Suddenly, a chorus of monstrous roars erupted ahead. While these sounds lacked the imposing resonance of the son of the goat's thundering steps, their sheer multitude was staggering. With at least a dozen distinct types discernible from the cacophony, an idea sparked within him. Upon hearing the furious roars of the monstrous beasts ahead, Li Qingyuan's weary eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he accelerated towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 42. Another minor role in the film's narrative. The protagonist David and his companions had painstakingly managed to escape from the small town. Yet, as dawn approached, the cacophony of countless monstrous roars extinguished their remaining courage to persevere, leading David to draw his pistol and end the lives of his companions. At first glance, it appeared that David's excessive timidity and caution precipitated this tragedy. However, the truth remains that any ordinary individual placed in David's position would have likely fared no better. His erroneous judgment stemmed primarily from a lack of information. Who could ascertain the extent of the fog's influence? As an ordinary person, to maintain one's resolve in such a bizarre environment for 3 days was already a monumental feat. Nevertheless, well-versed in the plot, Li Qingyuan understood that the monstrous roars ahead signified the military's efforts to eliminate the threat. In the area where he could easily dispatch most of the creatures with C4, encountering regular troops posed little resistance. Frankly speaking, had it not been for the system's malicious increase in difficulty, the military would have likely launched a counteroffensive within 2 to 3 days. If America could not subdue this horde of interdimensional beasts, what credibility would it have to boast of its might across the globe? With a thunderous crash, a colossal creature resembling a land strider fell to the ground, its towering form dwarfing even the gigantic mantis. In an era dominated by cold weaponry, such a beast would undoubtedly be considered a primeval titan. Yet it crumbled effortlessly before an anti-tank rocket. A single shell sent it to its demise. Who knows if these monsters are even under the jurisdiction of heaven? Perhaps they worship the likes of General K. The sudden collapse of the land strider nearly disrupted his escape rhythm. However, he no longer needed to worry excessively about the deadly pursuit behind him. Although the distance remained considerable, he could almost discern the shouts of soldiers emerging from the front lines. A battalion was relentlessly slaughtering the aberrant beasts. And while they had dispatched numerous monsters beyond their wildest imagination over the past few days, they were utterly unprepared for the sight of a living hill. Even the terrifying sight of a creature measuring a mere 10 to 20 meters could be rationalized in their minds, reminiscent of Earth's erstwhile dinosaurs. However, the appearance of a behemoth towering at 70 to 80 meters defied any scientific explanation. Its mere presence threatened to collapse under its own weight. Open fire. Despite the immense psychological pressure instigated by the appearance of the goat-headed monstrosity, the commander quickly regained composure and promptly issued the order to attack. They received the command to eradicate all aberrant creatures, and the entity before them was evidently the leader of these beasts, thus categorically marked for annihilation. The roaring artillery was swiftly directed towards the offspring of the goat, as soldiers immediately unleashed their most formidable heavy firepower, indiscriminately bombarding the hillside ahead. In an instant, the earth trembled and the dense mist was dissipated by the fiery explosions. Li Qingyuan cowered beneath the corpse of a chocobo, pressing himself firmly against the ground, while those accursed American soldiers showed no regard for his life as a hostage, launching an assault directly on the goat's progeny. It was highly probable that the soldiers had not even spotted him, for who would pay heed to an ant beneath the hillside? Even if they did, it was likely they would proceed with their offensive. Should the goat's offspring charge to the forefront of their position, it would not merely be a matter of a few casualties. The goat's progeny let out a furious roar, drowning out even the thunder of the artillery as it was bombarded by anti-tank rounds. The dimensional creature indeed adhered to the principle that larger forms possess greater strength. The armor-piercing rounds, capable of easily slaying other aberrations, merely shattered its exterior. A wound several meters deep would spell certain doom for lesser creatures. And even 100 humans would likely be obliterated by a single shell, yet for the gargantuan goat, it amounted to little more than a superficial injury. Enraged, the goat's offspring charged towards the military position, entirely indifferent to the minuscule ants beneath its feet. Attack. Continue the assault. It was only natural to feel fear upon witnessing a mountain barreling towards oneself. To remain unafraid would indeed be unnatural. In various cinematic portrayals, humans battling titanic beasts is often depicted as courageous, yet such scenarios are patently unrealistic. Even confronted by a mere dog charging at you, one's instinct would be to evade. After barely managing another round of bombardment, the entire American position crumbled, for they possessed no superhuman courage to physically subdue a creature that could not be vanquished by their artillery. Besides, the sheer weight of the goat's offspring rendered any notion of controlling it with human strength a futile dream. Bah! The goat's progeny bellowed in anger, having merely ventured out for a stroll, only to be injured by a swarm of insignificant ants, leaving it to ponder the dignity of its stature as the foremost being of the misty marsh. Wait, why had it even come here? As it trampled through military defenses and crushed several main battle tanks, the goat's progeny began to reflect deeply on its purpose. Was it not drawn here by the sight of an intriguing ant, intending to follow and perhaps crush it? But where had that ant gone? With wide eyes, the offspring of the goat prepared to search for Li-Ching-Yuan, meticulously scouring the ground. However, after the recent bombardment by American forces, the earth had been upheaved, making the task of locating Li-Ching-Yuan, who had burrowed deep underground, exceedingly arduous. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the air as the latest model of the Phantom bomber targeted the offspring of the goat and pressed the launch button. Two heavy bombs swiftly penetrated the creature's massive body. In comparison to the earlier artillery shells, these heavy bombs were true instruments of destruction. A single bomb had the potential to obliterate a hill hundreds of meters high, ranking just below nuclear weapons in terms of lethality. If these weapons failed to annihilate the target, the ultimate weapon would undoubtedly be deployed. Ideally, the ultimate weapon would remain unused. Despite the remote location of Valia town, it remained American territory. If fireworks were set off in their own backyard and foreign media caught wind of it, the ensuing chaos would be unfathomable. The intense noise reverberated within the offspring of the goat, causing its formidable shell to shatter into countless pieces, and its colossal frame collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 43. Limited value-added final rewards are being calculated. When Li-Ching-Yuan finally emerged from the depths, the system delivered a piece of good news. He had nearly succumbed to being buried alive beneath the earth, relying solely on sheer willpower to avoid losing consciousness. However, he now found himself in a rather dire state. Blood seeping from his ears and nose, clearly indicating severe internal injuries. While hiding underground had spared him from much of the explosive damage, the shockwaves from the two heavy bombs had nearly proved fatal. Such advanced weaponry could effectively harm targets up to 60 meters below ground. Had the explosion occurred outside of the offspring of the goat, Li-Ching-Yuan would undoubtedly have met his demise. The vulnerability of individual strength in the face of modern weaponry was glaringly evident. Not only did his current abilities fall short of those of an ordinary operative, but even a figure like Thor would likely falter against a ground-penetrating bomb. Main quest, survival. Quest objective, survive for 7 days. Quest completed. Reward, none. Side quest 1. For every 10 surviving townsfolk, you will earn 1 attribute point. Currently, there are 37 remaining residents in Valia town, granting the host 3 attribute points. Side quest 2. For each additional key individual who survives, you will earn an extra attribute point. Presently, the supermarket manager, Ollie, and lawyer, Norton, are alive, providing an additional reward of 2 attribute points. Thus, after all this commotion, he had managed to acquire only 5 attribute points, which was rather disheartening. The offspring of the goat trampled the supermarket into ruins, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter by various beasts that had arrived upon hearing the commotion. Surviving with over 30 individuals was indeed a remarkable feat. As for the once presumed deceased African-American lawyer, Norton, his unexpected survival could only be attributed to his possibly innate camouflage. Regrettably, Sally met the same fate as in the narrative. Her demise shrouded in uncertainty, whether crushed along the way or cast into the midst of the creatures remains unknown. Although acquiring a mere 5 attribute points fell significantly short of his expectations, the preservation of his life was the most splendid reward he could hope for. He allocated all points to his constitution, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingyuan spoke up, relying solely on sheer will to stave off unconsciousness. He resolved not to accumulate the points this time, but to bolster his constitution first, as a robust body is the ultimate guarantee of survival. As his constitution surged from 5 to 10, he immediately sensed a wellspring of strength coursing through him. The previous sensation of impending faintness transformed into a mild dizziness, while his internally damaged organs appeared to heal spontaneously. Of course, this was merely a psychological illusion. 10 points in constitution had yet to elevate him beyond the realm of the ordinary, merely enhancing his wound recovery rate slightly. Hidden reward. Due to the protagonist inflicting a remarkable 17 points of auxiliary damage to the final boss, the goat, a special auxiliary skill is awarded. Limited enhancement, deficient version. When did I ever inflict damage on the goat? Scratching his scalp, Li Qingyuan found the nature of this reward rather perplexing. He had merely been pursued by the goat without delivering any notable harm. How could the system categorize him as an auxiliary? Nevertheless, this conundrum could be pondered later. For now, he was eager to discover the nature of this auxiliary skill. Limited enhancement. Deficient version. Sacrifice your vitality to summon eldritch beings to fight on your behalf. As it is a deficient version, only insect-like creatures may currently be summoned. What on earth is this skill? Staring at the deficient version of limited enhancement, Li Qingyuan felt utterly bewildered. The skill's essence was instantaneously implanted in his mind, revealing its formidable power. Wasn't this akin to the insect techniques of the Oil Woman clan from a certain legendary tale? He could summon insects to bite others at the cost of his vitality. However, given his current constitution, he could only conjure a few dozen mosquitoes each day. Exceeding this limit would surpass his recovery capacity, potentially inflicting irreversible damage upon his body. Moreover, the summoned mosquitoes bore an uncanny resemblance to those found in the real world. To expect them to inflict harm upon foes was nothing short of a delusion. While several dozen mosquitoes could indeed leave an ordinary person with a multitude of itchy welts, was it truly necessary to resort to such complexity for mere mortals? To endure such arduous efforts only to acquire a skill of such little value was profoundly disheartening. Perhaps it would have been better to receive nothing at all. The system's prompt echoed once more. The host may remain in this world for an additional 2 hours. Shall you return immediately? Stay or return? Gazing at the scattered remnants of what resembled a small mountain of corpses, Li Qingyuan felt a pang of melancholy. Should he consider bringing back a local specialty? After contemplating for a brief moment, he ultimately dismissed the notion of collecting 2 fragments of the remains. The offspring of the goat appeared devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Bringing its corpse back would likely only lead to unnecessary complications. After all, based on his previous experience with traversing worlds, should he return now, he would undoubtedly materialize within his newly opened antique shop, where a seasoned HYDRA agent awaited his presence. If that individual were to witness him appearing with a collection of monstrous corpses, who could predict the peculiar reaction that might ensue? Thus, after much deliberation, he managed to locate an amber-like crystal approximately the size of a fist amidst the heap of remains. Once he ensured his protection, he stowed it in his pocket. Though its true nature remained a mystery, it appeared rather exquisite. He could analyze it upon his return, and if it posed no threat, he might polish it into a display piece for his shop, even if the antique store served merely as a facade for concealing his identity. Every aspiring individual harbors dreams of achieving greatness. Even if he could not establish the most illustrious general store across realms, he at least desired to leave visitors in awe upon their arrival. He couldn't bear the thought of random passers-by casually critiquing the items in his shop. After all, one's pride must be preserved. In the distance, a cacophony of mechanical roars signaled the arrival of a 2nd battalion dispatched by the U.S. military. Now that the colossal creature lay defeated, what was this? A group of anxious soldiers, initially prepared to tread upon perilous ground. were taken aback when the observers reported a figure seemingly engaged in some activity atop the monster's remains. This revelation astonished all soldiers. Could there still be a living person in this place? However, Li Qingyuan had no desire to entangle himself with the American military of this world. He vanished amidst their astonished expressions. Chapter 44. The Temp Worker Mr. Li? Grant Ward felt an unsettling sensation. What could it possibly mean that this young man opposite him gripped his hand so tightly without release? As a seasoned agent, Ward has encountered a myriad of perilous situations, each time managing to navigate through adversity with his own prowess. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself engulfed by an unsettling fear that creeps from the depths of his heart. The individual before him clutches his hand with an unyielding grip, a bizarre smile dancing upon their lips. Could it be that they harbor ulterior motives? As a top male model in the espionage realm, Ward has always taken pride in his striking appearance and alluring physique. Occasionally, while executing certain missions, he resorts to the age-old tactic of employing his charm. However, Ward would swear to the heavens that his sexual orientation is decidedly conventional. At Ward's urging, Li Qingyuan finally snapped back to reality. After all, the convoluted narrative of being transported and lingering within a fog for 7 days was sufficient to fill a 50,000-word novella. Mr. Ward, where were we? He hastily released Ward's hand, eager to avoid any further physical contact with the rather unattractive individual before him. If it had been a stunningly leggy beauty concealing hidden weapons, a brief handhold might have been acceptable, but with this unsightly figure, there was little incentive for conversation. I am Grant Ward from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. To be frank, our agency highly values your skills and is prepared to extend an invitation for you to join us. Ward began to suspect whether the person across from him was toying with him. How could they so quickly forget what had just been said? However, considering his mission, he stifled his irritation and reiterated, "Excuse me, Mr. Ward, is your recruitment process always this lax? While I am aware of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, I misspoke. It is the HYDRA S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. It's known that they often recruit idle individuals from society. Nonetheless, this is an ostensibly covert international intelligence organization, one that the general public is oblivious to. Yet here stands this individual, brazenly discussing recruitment right in front of me, akin to two elderly gentlemen at a breakfast table bantering about the latest rocket model data. This atmosphere feels decidedly amiss. Rumor has it that under the leadership of that suspicious bald man, the HYDRA S.H.I.E.L.D. agency operates under a shrouded veil of secrecy. Were it not for the fact that this Grant Ward, based on his recollections, is undoubtedly an elite of HYDRA, he might have questioned whether this individual was impersonating S.H.I.E.L.D. in an elaborate ruse. Our agency's recruitment principle has always been to trust those we employ and to dismiss those we doubt. You possess exceptional skills, and your record is immaculate. Thus, I believe you are capable of discerning what is significant. The reason we have only approached Li Qingyuan today is primarily due to Garrett's recent inquiries, utilizing his authority to investigate 3 generations of his lineage. According to the information available, Li Qingyuan's background is almost devoid of any blemishes, save for the enigmatic source of his exceptional bomb-making skills. There are no issues to be found in any other aspect of his life. If Nick Fury were to render a judgment, he would undoubtedly conclude that a lack of problems constitutes the greatest problem of all, subsequently dispatching operatives to surveil Li Qingyuan around the clock. After 2 months of scrutiny yielding no anomalies, he would likely apprehend him for interrogation. Do not doubt it. This is the logic of the infamous Black Carbon Head. In his eyes, everyone in the world is a concealed supercriminal or an extraterrestrial spy, and it is absolutely correct to apprehend anyone who raises suspicion. However, Garrett harbors far fewer concerns. The old man is in dire need of personnel, particularly direct subordinates under his command. Thus, regardless of whether Li Qingyuan's bomb-making prowess was acquired through others or through his own ingenuity, as long as he can be of use, it matters not if he is indeed a supercriminal. In this world, is there a more formidable villainous organization than HYDRA? When it comes to crime, HYDRA is indeed the expert. After engaging in a thorough discussion with his superior, codenamed Thousand Mile Eye, regarding benefits and compensation, Li Qingyuan swiftly became an external operative for S.H.I.E.L.D. under HYDRA. He lacks formal status or identification. However, Thousand Mile Eye assures him that he is classified as an external personnel. Although he does not enjoy the 5 insurances and 1 fund provided to formal agents, he possesses additional privileges that regular employees do not. For instance, should Li Qingyuan engage in any unlawful activities, he can rely on his superior to assist in expunging relevant records from the database. Of course, if he were to be apprehended during the commission of a crime, Thousand Mile maintains that he would categorically deny any affiliation with external personnel. Temporary workers, after all, are merely there to take the heat when necessary and can be discarded when not in demand. Garrett is not a competent villain, as he has spent the first half of his life fighting for his beliefs. His recent turn to the light is primarily due to a sense of discontent and severe physical decline, forcing him into the embrace of HYDRA's family. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, darkness can double in intensity while redemption weakens by a third. Garrett, having recently embraced the dark side, is at the zenith of his career. Presently, Li Qingyuan's abilities remain quite modest, making him an excellent stepping stone for Garrett. As for the future, once he has completed a few more missions and gained the ability to protect himself, HYDRA will be but a minor player. Do not underestimate the likes of Garrett. Even that black carbon head will find himself at Li Qingyuan's mercy. However, prudence calls for a measured approach. One must not become too arrogant or complacent. After bidding farewell to that fellow ward, Li Qingyuan finally slumped into his newly acquired armchair, utterly drained. The recent transfer was utterly unexpected, leaving him with no preparation whatsoever. During those fog-laden days, he scarcely found any rest. Though the supermarket bustled with ordinary folk, the outside world teemed with countless lurking monsters. Moreover, given his physical state at the time, he would have been an easy target for anyone harboring ill intentions while in deep slumber. Unlike those seasoned operatives, he was merely an average individual. Had Ward not made his presence known, Li Qingyuan would have never detected him. This was precisely why Garrett felt emboldened to place such unwavering trust in him. Ward reported that, with Li Qingyuan's level of vigilance, he could take his life at any moment. As for what those individuals truly thought, Li Qingyuan remained utterly indifferent. After all, every boss ascends from the ranks of lowly monsters. No, every hero emerges from the obscurity of ordinary passers-by. At present, he still belonged to a phase of cautious development, and being underestimated by others was, in fact, a boon rather than a bane. Chapter 45. The start of the school season. I despise this place, Pietro grumbled, tugging at his collar with palpable frustration. Today marked the commencement of the new school term. And after 2 weeks of delight comparable to a frolicking wild dog, he and Wanda were unceremoniously delivered by Li Qingyuan to the community school to commence their K-5 journey, which was equivalent to the 5th grade. In protest, Pietro had engaged in a hunger strike at home for several consecutive days. He had no desire to attend school. Back in Sokovia, he would often sneak out to play, and now, having finally escaped to a new environment, he found himself compelled to return to the classroom. This was an undeniable manifestation of the world's malice towards him. However, his hunger strike proved utterly ineffective, as Li Qingyuan was completely oblivious to it. Each day, he busied himself honing his physical coordination and contemplating future prospects. Should he find a moment of leisure, he would devote it to enhancing Wanda's affection for him. Who had the time to concern themselves with whether Pietro was truly on a hunger strike? Even if he were discovered, it was likely that Li Qingyuan would not care. What of a child who refuses to eat? Most likely, they are simply bored. A good spanking will suffice. As a staunch advocate of traditional parenting, Li Qingyuan firmly believed in the adage that a child must be disciplined to cultivate respect. After all, that was how he himself had been raised. As for the scientific validity of this belief, he had lived a long, healthy life without misfortune. That, in itself, was the most compelling evidence. Enough chatter. If you dare to skip class, I will break your legs, Li Qingyuan declared with fierce intensity. He was currently in a rather foul mood, and the very thought that Pietro might dare to complain only served to exacerbate his irritation. Today, bringing Wanda to school had left him distinctly displeased. According to his original plan, a character as formidable and perilous as the Scarlet Witch certainly requires close surveillance. It is imperative that she remains within his line of sight. After all, based on the original narrative, Wanda in her rampaging state is an exceedingly hazardous entity, often causing significant peril to the world when her energies spiral out of control. Although Wanda currently appears as an innocent and adorable 11-year-old girl, one cannot predict when the latent powers within her might erupt. In the film, Wanda acquires her superhuman abilities through the guidance of the Mind Stone. However, Given the sheer magnitude of power exhibited by the Scarlet Witch later on, it seems implausible that her abilities could solely be attributed to the Mind Stone's influence. It is reminiscent of Captain Marvel, whose powers were abruptly amplified by the Space Stone, allowing her to contend with Thanos single-handedly. Such a notion feels almost frivolous. It is essential to remember that Thanos wields several Infinity Stones and has long possessed the Mind Stone. Yet, astonishingly, he was overpowered by two women who achieved their abilities in a mere instant. This is a grave insult to my esteemed Thanos. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, Marvel is known for its disregard for established lore. Thus, the emergence of even the most incredulous events is hardly surprising. If one were to become ensnared in such trivial matters, life would lose its meaning. After a period of recuperation, Wanda has blossomed into a remarkably radiant young girl, far more beautiful than during her time in Sokovia. The past few days of ample food, restful sleep, and joyful activities in New York have significantly surpassed the conditions in Sokovia, not to mention Lee Ching-yuan's unwavering commitment to providing Wanda with nutrition, allowing her to thrive as if she were being inflated. This has compelled a certain someone to silently recite the Heart Sutra each night to suppress his more sinister thoughts. Now, with the prospect of sending such a tender young girl to school, he finds himself rather reluctant. It is well known that American elementary and middle schools can be quite chaotic. Adolescents frequently engage in romantic entanglements, which, while Wanda should ideally be shielded from, one cannot guarantee that other unruly youths will refrain from harboring intentions. However, allowing Wanda and Pietro to drop out of school is simply out of the question. Setting aside the fact that neighborhood vigilantes in America would undoubtedly conduct registrations and inquiries regarding all school-aged children within their respective households, it is also impractical from Wanda's perspective. One cannot simply confine her to the house. After all, he is not a deranged individual. Thus, after much contemplation, Lee Ching-yuan reluctantly suppressed his sadness and arranged for Wanda and Pietro to receive their enrollment certificates. Sir, it is unacceptable to employ violence against children. Upon hearing Lee Ching-yuan's threat to break Pietro's legs, a nearby compassionate individual immediately interjected. Today marks the commencement of the school year, and many parents are escorting their children to school. Lee Ching-yuan, an individual of Chinese descent, is seen accompanying two blonde-haired, blue-eyed children, naturally drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, who begin to speculate about the nature of their relationship. The age disparity among the trio appears rather peculiar. It is quite impossible to assert they are father and sons, yet to claim they are siblings seems equally absurd, suggesting a rather chaotic lineage. In jest, Lee Ching-yuan remarked, "How could I possibly hit him?" as he affectionately pressed his hand atop Pietro's head, smiling. Upon hearing this, Pietro's eyes sparkled with hope, as he had heard that there are stringent laws against domestic violence in America. Perhaps this meant he could skip class without fear of repercussion. Boy, if you dare to skip class, just try it. However, before he could revel in this newfound freedom, a voice pierced through his thoughts. Turning his head, Pietro beheld a menacing visage fading from his view. Feeling the pressure at his neck, he frantically nodded in response. "I will study diligently." "Excellent," Lee Ching-yuan replied, pleased to see the boy finally exhibiting some sense. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Keep a vigilant eye on Wanda. Report to me immediately if anything seems amiss." Pietro swallowed hard, casting a disdainful glance at the looming figure. "This must be your true reason for forcing me to attend school, isn't it?" Yet, after the reckless probing of moments prior, Pietro understood that uttering such words could lead to dire consequences. Even the breaking of limbs seemed a mild punishment. Thus, he could only awkwardly nod, silently convincing himself of his own victimization. Moreover, he resolved to devise a plan to speak ill of Lee Ching-yuan in front of Wanda, hoping to thwart the scheming man's intentions. After imparting wisdom to Pietro, Lee Ching-yuan turned to Wanda, his demeanor resembling that of a concerned father sending his daughter off to school. Once both children were safely within the school premises, he exited the campus. It had been over 10 days since his last encounter with Ward. It was time to resume his upgrading mission. Now in the year 2007, Iron Man could appear at any moment, heralding an era of superheroes about to explode upon the world stage. Should he fail to upgrade, he would likely amount to little more than cannon fodder. Chapter 46. The feeble hero Hell's Kitchen, also known as Midtown West, is a neighborhood located on the western shore of Manhattan, New York. It is renowned as the most infamous slum in Manhattan and serves as a breeding ground for organized crime. Within countless Marvel narratives, Hell's Kitchen is depicted as a rite of passage for protagonists, and for Lee Ching-yuen, it is no exception. Indeed, the contemporary New York is teeming with an array of superheroes and supervillains from whom he could choose. However, after contemplating the prowess of potential adversaries and the daunting challenges of various quests, he concluded that it would be prudent to remain in the novice village for the time being. The illustrious Iron Man and Spider-Man require no elaborate introduction. These two are undoubtedly the emblems of Marvel. Engaging with either of them would elevate the difficulty level to at least an S rank in the realm of quests. Do not be deceived by Spider-Man's daily encounters with mere street thugs. The seemingly unassuming web-slinger is, in fact, an elite hero. Although he had acquired information about Richard Parker through online sources and was aware that the suspected seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had perished 2 years prior, he learned that Richard's sole offspring, Peter Parker, now resides in Queens and is a 7-year-old in the 2nd grade. Nonetheless, Lee Ching-yuen harbored no inclination to provoke the young Spider-Man, for the latter possesses spider sense and can effortlessly lift a 25-ton truck, remaining unscathed even after being struck by a speeding subway train. In stark contrast, his own modest physique would be utterly inadequate should he find himself embroiled in a quest of comparable caliber to Spider-Man. As for the spider gene legacy Richard Parker bequeathed to his son, that is DNA-bound, rendering it uniquely advantageous only to Peter Parker. Others would undoubtedly meet a grim fate if they attempted to utilize it. Thus, it is wise to maintain a respectful distance from such formidable figures, biding time until one's own strength is sufficient to tackle a Spider-Man quest. Excluding these titans of the Marvel Universe, New York is still home to numerous hidden powers. For instance, there is the burgeoning neurosurgeon Dr. Stephen Strange and the retired Ant-Man, Hank Pym. However, relative to Lee Ching-yuen's current capabilities, these individuals remain considerably out of reach. Logically, Black Widow and Hawkeye, both of whom bear the stigma of being the Avengers' shame, would be the most suitable choices for him at present. Yet, as trusted lieutenants of Nick Fury, gaining an audience with them is no simple feat. After 10 days of reconnaissance, he ultimately settled on the most straightforward quest, the Defenders. This series narrates the exploits of 4 street heroes: the blind vigilante Daredevil, the formidable Jessica Jones, who has long been a force to reckon with, the invulnerable Luke Cage, who underwent military enhancements, and the affluent Danny Rand, who possesses a unique martial prowess. Given that Grant Ward, a character from S.H.I.E.L.D., exists in reality, there is no reason to presume that the Defenders would be eradicated. In comparison to the more renowned heroes and villains, the quartet of the Defenders epitomizes the archetype of underdogs. For individuals struggling against a solitary foe, who, despite their own inadequacies, manage to triumph through sheer narrative fortuity, represent a refreshing current within the superhero genre. However, he now finds himself in need of experimental subjects, and naturally, the weaker, the better. If it weren't for the lack of opportunity to encounter Happy without alarming Iron Man, he would be eager to see if he could trigger any storyline involving Happy. Given Happy's abilities, if a side quest could indeed be activated, it would undoubtedly serve as an ideal low-level world for score farming. Although the Defenders are somewhat renowned, locating them proves to be quite a challenge. The name Luke Cage appears to be one he adopted after acquiring his superpowers. Nobody knows what he was called before. Based on the current timeline, he is likely still being studied at a military base. As for Iron Fist Danny Rand, he is currently said to be training in the legendary Kunlun, and it will be several years before he can be seen. Regarding Jessica Jones, it is recalled that she was a high school classmate of Spider-Man, and her name was also later changed. Thus, after several days of searching the internet, he could only find information on Daredevil. Of course, had he sought assistance from that fellow Garrett, with his status as a level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran, he could have easily acquired all the information he desired and even arranged meetings with Hawkeye or Black Widow. However, doing so would render him too passive. Even if he needs to search for individuals on his own, it is far better than allowing them to grasp his intentions. Matthew Murdock, a blind man who pretends to be blind all day long. No, that's incorrect. A truly blind man. Matthew's father was a boxer, and from a young age, he diligently practiced boxing. Coupled with his exceptional intelligence, he was destined to become a well-rounded individual. Unfortunately, when he was around 10 years old, he met with misfortune after attempting to help an elderly man, resulting in a severe accident. In truth, young Matthew, driven by compassion, saw an oncoming car about to hit an elderly man and impulsively rushed forward to push him out of the way. The elderly man ended up severely injured, and Matthew was splashed in the eyes with chemicals from the vehicle. Thus, young Matthew bid farewell to the vibrant world, as his sight was irrevocably taken from him. However, as the saying goes, when God closes a door, he often demolishes a wall. Although Matthew lost his eyesight, he gained extraordinary sensory abilities. While his heightened senses may pale in comparison to Spider-Man's spider sense, it is important to consider that one is a favored child of Marvel, while the other was raised by a stepmother, rendering any comparison rather futile. Moreover, in comparison to an average person, Matthew is already quite remarkable. His extraordinary hearing allows him to detect a heartbeat from 20 meters away, while his remarkable sense of touch enables him to discern the content of books merely by feeling their pages. His olfactory abilities surpass even those of police drug-sniffing dogs, and his taste buds can identify the precise ratios of every seasoning in a dish. One might wonder, should Daredevil venture into restaurants or food processing plants? Wouldn't he immediately uncover their closely guarded recipes? With his superhuman senses and the skills acquired from clandestinely shadowing a certain unsavory old man, Matthew Murdock could indeed be regarded as a superhero, albeit one at the lower end of the spectrum. After all, he lacks an indestructible physique and the superhuman strength to crush a car with a single blow. While Matthew may seem remarkably impressive to an ordinary individual, in reality, he would likely struggle against even a single squad of elite soldiers, let alone renowned supervillains. Is there truly such a feeble superhero in existence? Chapter 47. The Stepchild Matthew Murdock. This individual has yet to become Daredevil, yet he has garnered quite a reputation online. A blind man graduating from Columbia University's law school certainly eclipses the notoriety of various talent show contestants. Had it not been for Matthew's reserved nature, his compelling story could have made him a paragon of inspiration, easily vying for a position as a council member in Manhattan. Currently, Matthew is diligently honing his skills within the confines of his apartment. Graduating from law school and obtaining a lawyer's license are two entirely distinct endeavors. While the legal profession is lucrative, Matthew finds himself in dire financial straits, relying on student loans to fund his education. Furthermore, this young man has always been abundant in compassion. His aspiration to become a lawyer stems not from a desire for wealth, but from a genuine desire to advocate for the innocent. Thus, despite being a high-achieving graduate of Columbia University, it is only natural that he resides in the dilapidated Hell's Kitchen. $45 in total. The bearded taxi driver exclaimed to Li Qingyuan, who was about to disembark. After dropping off the Wanda siblings at school, he had gathered his gear and hailed a cab to Hell's Kitchen, preparing to meet the elusive Daredevil. Why take a taxi instead of driving himself? The GPS navigation system had yet to be widely adopted, and given the intricate and convoluted streets of New York, one might question whether a newcomer who had been in town for less than a fortnight could navigate successfully. Moreover, Hell's Kitchen has long been notorious for its chaotic security. He certainly did not wish to meet Daredevil only to discover upon his return that his new car had been stolen. Sir, a word of advice. Regardless of your purpose here, it is best not to linger past 6 in the evening. The taxi driver, having received his fare, did not depart immediately but instead offered a word of caution. Thank you for your kindness. I'm merely here to meet a friend. Li Qingyuan expressed his gratitude for the driver's friendly advice. Hell's Kitchen during the day appeared no different from the outside world, save for the slightly dilapidated buildings. Otherwise, everything seemed quite similar. Shops lined both sides of the street, with a diverse array of people leisurely shopping, presenting no indication that this was the very heart of crime in Manhattan, a new village within the Marvel Universe. However, this was merely a facade, unlike the neighboring Queens. Hell's Kitchen thrived in daylight with a vibrancy that belied its darker nature, but as night fell, well, that was another story. After all, he was not there to combat crime. According to information gathered from online sources, Matthew Murdock was supposedly residing in an old apartment located in the 3rd alley at the corner of 48th Street. While it was unclear on which floor Matthew lived, one could hardly miss him. A blind man, and a gifted one at that, would always stand out as a striking figure regardless of his surroundings. May I ask who you are looking for? Matthew inquired, surprised as he opened the door, keenly sensing the presence of the individual at his doorstep. The fact that this person had inquired about his address just 5 minutes prior only added to his confusion. Currently, he was merely an intern lawyer studying diligently for his upcoming exams. lacking the energy to venture out at night, and his reputation as daredevil had yet to be established. Thus, he found it perplexing that someone would seek him out specifically. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Li Qingyuan cheerfully extended his hand upon encountering Matthew, who wore sunglasses. It must be said that Daredevil possessed quite an appealing demeanor. Even in daylight, his sunglasses did not suggest he was a man of virtue. Yet his rugged features and tall stature would undoubtedly attract attention from women who valued looks. It seemed that, despite being blind, he had quite the charm with the ladies. Rumor had it that he had shared many intriguing tales with Black Widow, a prominent figure within the Marvel realm. However, considering the chaotic nature of her personal life, finding superheroes within the Marvel universe who were not entangled with her was indeed a challenging endeavor. "Are you intending to shake my hand?" Matthew asked uncertainly after a brief pause. Although he had sensed the other extending a hand through his heightened sense of touch, he understood that his persona was that of a blind man who should not easily detect others' movements. Thus, he chose to feign ignorance. "Indeed, Mr. Murdoch." Li Qingyuan maintained his smile, while inwardly regarding the pretender before him with a variety of scornful thoughts. Matthew's ears twitched slightly as he sensed the faint acceleration of the other person's heartbeat, leaving him utterly bewildered. The sudden appearance of a stranger at his doorstep, especially one who had come specifically to seek him out, would leave anyone in a state of confusion. Yet, he felt no malice emanating from this individual, prompting him to extend his hand after a brief moment of contemplation. Upon contact with the pivotal character, Matthew Murdoch, the system's cold notification echoed in his mind. Qualification for the third transmission has been activated. Li Qingyuan could not suppress his excitement as he shook the hand. The strength he felt in the grip left Matthew perplexed. What was happening? Was this a challenge of strength? Judging by the rhythm of the heartbeat, this individual appeared to possess a physique far superior to the average person. So why was he seeking a contest? Li Qingyuan remained blissfully unaware of Matthew's thoughts, as his own timeline had seemingly been frozen by the system. As the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him, he instinctively closed his eyes. However, during the transmission, doubts began to plague his mind. Matthew Murdoch, a superhero with a standalone film and 3 independent television series, was undoubtedly a significant figure, even if he was somewhat underwhelming. It was only natural for the system to recognize him as a key character. Yet Grant Ward was merely a minor antagonist from a television series. He had encountered 4 characters from the Marvel Universe thus far: Wanda, Ward, and Matthew. Each possessed their own unique worlds, which was rather perplexing. Was Pietro truly raised by a stepmother? Chapter 48. Pirates of the Caribbean. Beneath a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, the gentle breeze rustled through the palm trees, creating a melodious sound that painted a picture of idyllic beauty. Compared to the previous 2 worlds he had traversed, the environment this time was markedly superior. This enchanting vacation island would have easily been rated a 6-star scenic spot in days gone by. The crystalline waters sparkled brilliantly, and the azure sky stretched endlessly without a cloud in sight. Each breath was infused with a fragrant sweetness. Living in such a paradise could undoubtedly extend one's lifespan, provided one could find sustenance. Li Qingyuan, feeling rather despondent, nibbled on the chocolate bar in his hand. Fortunately, he had purchased a considerable amount of snacks that morning to entice Wanda into going to school. Otherwise, he might have become the first infinite flow host to perish from starvation in this alternate realm. He had been on the island for 4.5 hours, and thus far, there was no sign of life, let alone any tasks to undertake. This compelled him to ponder whether that damned system intended to abandon him on a deserted island to await his demise. Although the island appeared to be a picturesque locale ideal for leisurely retirement, in reality, it was hardly suitable for human habitation. The entire expanse of the island measured merely tens of thousands of square meters, comparable to the size of a residential community. If one were to possess a sufficient supply of crop seeds, perhaps one could cultivate the land and plant some wheat. No, wait. The thought prompted him to shake his head. He had come to the infinite realms to experience life and accumulate reward points, not to become a castaway farmer. Could it be that he had inadvertently traversed into the world of Robinson Crusoe? You too were marooned on this island, weren't you? We could escape just as you once did. Just as Li Qingyuan was mired in confusion regarding the nature of the world he had been cast into, a somewhat impatient female voice suddenly pierced through from behind. Where to escape? How to flee, dear lady? The ship has already departed. Unless you can conjure a ship's rudder and sails from your clothing, otherwise, The two bickering individuals abruptly noticed Li Qingyuan standing before them, prompting the man to emit a curious exclamation. Main quest, Pirate Emperor. This is a chaotic world, where the struggle between humanity and the sea rages on ceaselessly. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. Quest objective, become the Pirate Emperor. Quest reward, 10 free attribute points and a random upgrade of a skill S quality. Side objective, defeat the Royal Navy of England. Quest reward, 5 free attribute points and proficiency in swimming. The system's quest prompt finally arrived belatedly, simultaneously informing Li Qingyuan of the world he now inhabited. However, there was no need for the system to elaborate further. After all, upon beholding that iconic weathered visage, he had already discerned the true nature of this world. Pirates of the Caribbean. In contrast to the modestly budgeted Mist, Pirates of the Caribbean undoubtedly stands as an epic masterpiece. Captain Jack Sparrow ascended to the pinnacle of global stardom through this series. Had it not been for Iron Man's rise in the Marvel franchise, Captain Depp might have continued to reign atop the box office charts. Yet, a sense of perplexity lingered within Li Qingyuan. Why had he been cast into this world? After all, in terms of popularity and prowess, that daredevil, Matt Murdock, was hardly comparable to Pirates of the Caribbean. It seemed that the world of Pirates of the Caribbean harbored little danger. The current era appeared to be the early 18th century, with weaponry limited to flintlock pistols and smoothbore cannons, which felt comically antiquated. In this era, the essence of warfare still fundamentally relies on the soldier's proficiency in close-quarters combat. It will take at least a century before a genuine transition from cold weapons to firearms is achieved. If this were merely a conventional historical narrative, given his current attributes, even if he could not secure an effortless victory, he would encounter little difficulty. Name, Li Qingyuan race, male earthling strength, 4-5, agility, 8-5, constitution, 10-5, spirit, 8-5, title, the neighboring Old Li skills, demolition genius. Limited enhancement, imperfect version. Regrettably, this is a fantastical realm. Setting aside the celestial artifact known as Poseidon's trident that has recently emerged in the plot, the items introduced in previous installments are far beyond what his modest strength can contend with. What have I stumbled upon? Just as Li Qingyuan was endeavoring to navigate his current mission within the entire Caribbean Pirates storyline, a man with smoky makeup, none other than the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow, began to speak. Although it was perplexing to encounter an Oriental in this desolate island, Captain Jack's masterful negotiation skills were not to be taken lightly. He swiftly made an astute judgment. An Oriental, similarly exiled to this place. Might I trouble you for a morsel of the food you possess? Captain Jack inquired, eyeing the chocolate in Li Qingyuan's hand, swallowing hard. While Elizabeth Swann had at least feasted on a sumptuous meal aboard Barbassa's ship, Jack had been left to endure an entire night of hunger, compounded by his recent swim to the island, leaving him famished. Do you think he can comprehend English? Elizabeth Swann asked, grabbing the ineffectual Jack Sparrow. I can understand. My beautiful lady, Li Qingyuan replied, momentarily pushing aside any peculiar thoughts as he addressed the barefoot beauty before him. Is it possible that this scene unfolds within the timeline of the first installment of the Caribbean Pirates? The entire saga revolves around Captain Jack Sparrow, filmed along the trajectory of his life. Born into a family of pirates, Jack's father was a prominent figure in the pirate world. However, their relationship was fraught with discord, and his mother was notably absent, perhaps a result of his father's coercive strength. Due to his troubled relationship with his father, Jack Sparrow wandered from a young age, having been both a pirate and a naval officer, thus gaining considerable experience on the seas. Yet, despite his prowess, it seems that Jack Sparrow's luck is remarkably poor. During his tenure in the Navy, he was seized by Beckett, the then leader of the company, due to his compassion for enslaved individuals. This encounter not only left a brand on his arm, but also resulted in the destruction of Jack's ship. Consequently, Jack Sparrow found himself compelled to strike a deal with the ghostly Davy Jones, offering his soul in exchange for the restoration of his burned vessel, accompanied by a curse. Thus, the newly enchanted ship was named the Black Pearl, renowned as the swiftest vessel in the Caribbean. With such a ship, Jack Sparrow seemed destined to reach the pinnacle of his existence. However, fortune proved fleeting, as he was soon ousted by a mutiny of his crew. The reason for Jack's downfall, despite his mastery in negotiations, was primarily due to his surname, Sparrow rather than Monkey. In an era where piracy demanded one to gamble with their life for fortune, Captain Jack refrained from acts of violence, plundering, kidnapping, or even trifling with maidens, transforming his crew of pirates into gentlemen of the sea, more disciplined than the Navy itself. Ironically, the Navy often dabbled in piracy for amusement. Initially, the crew followed the legendary Captain Jack, valuing his reputation and camaraderie. Yet, camaraderie and reputation cannot sustain one's sustenance. After 2 years of such restraint, the crew could no longer endure and rebelled, exiling Jack Sparrow to the very island before them, appointing the first mate Barbossa as captain in his stead. In contrast to Jack's unorthodox approach, Captain Barbossa embraced his role as a villainous pirate with dedication, terrorizing the Caribbean for a decade. Just days prior, he had even bombarded the British colonial port, capturing the governor's daughter in the process. However, Barbossa did not abduct Miss Elizabeth Swann for ransom or out of lust for a damsel to be his captive bride. His motives were rooted in a case of mistaken identity. Following Jack's exile, Barbossa ascended as captain of the Black Pearl, leading his crew in rampant plunder across the Caribbean, amassing treasures that reached mountainous heights. What began as an inspirational tale of a disgruntled employee ousting an incompetent chairman to achieve prosperity turned out to be fraught with complications. During one of their raids, Barbossa inadvertently crossed paths with a sorcerer, inadvertently inciting a curse upon his crew through a precious artifact. This curse rendered the entire crew immortal. Yet they simultaneously lost all sense of touch, taste, and smell, becoming akin to the living dead. This predicament has driven everyone to the brink of madness, rendering them unable to savor delectable cuisine, indulge in libations, or even engage with women. Staring at mountains of wealth, they find it utterly useless. This torment can indeed drive one to insanity. Yet, they have become like the living dead, incapable of even succumbing to madness. Thus, they fervently sought a means to break the curse, ultimately discovering that by gathering all the cursed Aztec gold coins and offering the blood of a Turner family member as a sacrifice, they could free themselves from their affliction. Over the years, Barbossa has led his crew in a reign of terror throughout the Caribbean, and recently, he has successfully amassed all the cursed coins, while also capturing the last descendant of the Turner lineage, Will Turner. It is worth noting that Will is the beloved of the fair Elizabeth Swann, who stands before us. The final cursed coin was once a talisman worn by Will, which Miss Swann had clandestinely appropriated years ago, believing it to be a token of love, thus leading Barbossa to mistake identities. However, the heroes in tales are often akin to the valiant figures who rescue their kin, and Will, concerned for the safety of his beloved, infiltrated the Black Pearl alone, only to be captured as expected. Now, Captain Barbossa is escorting Will to their secret treasure chamber, intent on lifting the curse. Along the way, Barbossa has cast both Jack Sparrow and Miss Swann onto this desolate island, leaving them to fend for themselves. It must be said that despite his incessant threats to eliminate Jack, the captain secretly harbors a fondness for him. Otherwise, why would he consistently grant Jack a reprieve? Oh, your English is remarkably proficient. Elizabeth Swann was taken aback by the fluency of the stranger's speech. In an era when England was just beginning to flourish, Spanish remained the dominant language globally. She had never encountered an Eastern individual who spoke English so eloquently. Of course, her sheltered life in Royal Port had shielded her from any encounters with Easterners. Might I trouble you for a morsel of food, my good sir? Jack Sparrow was hardly concerned with why Li Ching Yuen spoke English so fluently. His sole focus was on whether he could procure some sustenance. After all, without food, one lacks strength, and without strength, peril lurks. It remains a mystery as to who this enigmatic Eastern figure is. Captain Jack had served the East India Company in the past, and noted that this man was entirely different from those he had previously encountered. Even his attire was remarkably distinct. This disparity is why Jack now humbly requests food rather than resorting to theft. Captain Jack Sparrow does not indiscriminately take lives nor engage in heinous acts. Fundamentally, he remains a pirate. In the current circumstances, raiding an adversary's provisions is hardly a moral transgression. At worst, one might leave behind a token share. Here, take this. He tossed over a half-eaten chocolate, as consuming too much of it can be quite overwhelming. Oh, it is cocoa. Exquisite cocoa. Ignoring that Li Ching Yuen had just indulged, Jack Sparrow took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. The primary ingredient of chocolate is cocoa beans, which, due to the age of exploration, have traversed from the realms of the indigenous peoples and the Maya to Europe. However, compared to the mass-produced snacks of centuries hence, the cocoa of the present is a luxury reserved for the elite, each morsel worth its weight in gold. Captain Jack, having roamed the seas in his youth, was not unfamiliar with cocoa, yet he had never tasted such a rich and velvety delight. One bite brought forth a sensation of bliss. Indulgent, indeed. Even in the 19th century, sugar was a luxury, let alone the superior chocolate. My friend, I, Jack Sparrow, shall claim you as my own. In the Caribbean, should you encounter any troubles, merely invoke my name. He carefully wrapped the remaining chocolate and tucked it away, assuring with a pat on his chest. This half-piece of chocolate could fetch at least 6 Spanish coins at any port in the Caribbean, and if transported back to Europe, it might command several pounds. The fact that someone would so generously offer such a precious treasure indicates they are either a fool or an immensely wealthy individual unconcerned with money. Encountering such a person, if he did not extract some advantage from them, he would not be worthy of the moniker Miraculous Jack Sparrow. Chapter 50. The Narcissist Crunch. Crunch. The crisp sound of potato chips echoed from Miss Elizabeth Swan's mouth. Though fully aware that as a lady, she ought to refrain from making such uncouth noises while eating, Elizabeth Swan declared, I simply cannot help myself. Any modern individual returning to antiquity with an array of snacks would undoubtedly overshadow the culinary prowess of ancient peoples. Even as the daughter of the royal governor, Miss Swan enjoyed a life of luxury, capable of acquiring the latest European indulgences, yet when confronted with chips and chocolate, she found herself utterly defenseless. What is this? Why is it so delectable? You mean to say you were cast down by a band of traitors? Now you wish to reclaim your ship? The three of them settled onto the grass, as Jack Sparrow regaled Li Qingyuan with his tales. It must be said that, were it not for my familiarity with the plot, one might be easily swayed by the eloquence of Captain Jack. Indeed, sir, I now yearn to reclaim my ship. And should you be inclined to assist me, I could offer you a 10% share of the spoils, Jack declared with a face full of sincerity, casting a pained glance at the gluttonous Miss Swan nearby, indulging herself. Do you have any idea, you extravagant woman, how much you have devoured in just half an hour? Those exquisite delicacies, if transported to Europe for sale, could easily fetch 10 gold coins. With every crunch he heard, Jack Sparrow felt his heart tremble. Such a profligate woman was truly beyond comprehension. Your crew is remarkably generous, aren't they? Fearing you might feel lonely on the island, they even sent a woman your way? If this continues for a decade or so, won't this island be overrun? Observing Miss Swan ravaging her snacks, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but speak up. Compared to the previous 2 worlds, the leading lady in this realm is far more pleasing to the eye. The square-faced Sally is one thing, but even Rose from the Titanic pales in comparison to Elizabeth Swan's charm. Rose was merely a discontented literary soul, ultimately succumbing to the harshness of reality. However, Miss Swan is entirely different. Though she may presently be a mere governor's daughter, within a year, she will undergo a remarkable transformation, evolving into the so-called pirate empress. In just a year, she will transition from a sheltered heiress to a master of swordsmanship. Had she been the protagonist of the Caribbean saga, her innate talent would undoubtedly make her the epitome of an unstoppable force. Crunch. As Miss Swan munched on her chips, she suddenly choked, nearly suffocating. Unfazed by the shower of crumbs, Jack Sparrow appeared as though the one drenched in spit was not he. I would never engage in any relationship with this individual. Miss Swan glared fiercely at Li Qingyuan, for had it not been for the delightful snacks he provided, she would have surely turned against him. How could one speak so? Glancing at Miss Swan, whose attire was taut with indignation, Li Qingyuan mused that perhaps a tad more forcefulness might be warranted. Well, sir, I believe this is not the time for jest. We ought to consider how to escape this deserted island. Jack Sparrow subtly shifted his position, obscuring someone's view. Stroking his chin, Li Qingyuan finally understood why this fellow had been betrayed by his crew. Pirates, after all, are in pursuit of amusement. Yet you have stripped away all the fun. How are we to proceed? Can we escape with a crunch? I must go save Will. Miss Swan interjected into the conversation, stating that while the potato chips were indeed delectable, Will still found himself in a perilous situation. Ever since she had rescued Will from the sea 8 years ago, Miss Swan had developed deep feelings for him, a sentiment that was truly extraordinary. Of course, it was also possible that at that time, he was her only companion, and prolonged interaction naturally altered the nature of their bond. Reality is not akin to a Japanese romantic anime, where the likelihood of childhood friends becoming lovers is far greater than that of serendipitous encounters. I inquired, how many of those rebellious crew members did you mention earlier? Li Qingyuan gestured for them to be silent before addressing Jack Sparrow. 160? Or perhaps 170? Jack pondered for a moment before responding. The Black Pearl was originally merely a merchant vessel. Even when cursed by Davy Jones, it merely accelerated its speed without enlarging its capacity. For a three-masted schooner, 200 individuals was already its maximum load. Given the current maritime technology, every ship must prepare at least 2 months' worth of provisions and fresh water, along with various essential supplies and weaponry, leaving very little room for passengers. The Black Pearl could accommodate just over 100 people, which was nearly its limit. Do you truly believe that even if we were to catch up to your ship, the three of us could handle your crew? Li Qingyuan inquired with a smile, tapping on the box beside him. Frankly, if it weren't for Barbassa and the fact that the crew of the Black Pearl had all turned into the undead, he would not have regarded 100 individuals as a significant threat. Having come to this narrative world, he was well prepared. His suitcase contained not only 2 handguns, but also an MP5 submachine gun, along with several dozens of pounds of C4 explosives he had crafted himself over the past few days. At the current technological level, his suitcase would suffice for a localized conflict, let alone a mere pirate ship. Unfortunately, those were undead. The damage inflicted by firearms on them was virtually negligible, and even explosives would prove largely ineffective. Alas, the world of Pirates of the Caribbean was entirely fantastical. While watching the films, he had often wondered how Britain and Spain managed to eliminate the hidden sea monsters and sorcerers to become global powers. It simply defied logic. However, considering that the cinematic universe does not adhere to reason, perhaps Newton truly was a deity of apples. My crew has merely been swayed. Once we catch up, I can ensure they remain loyal to me, Jack declared with unwavering confidence. By the way, where does your mysterious self-assurance stem from? Observing Jack Sparrow's narcissistic demeanor, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt that this fellow possessed an even thicker skin than himself. He at least knows where his own limits lie. Yet this fellow possesses no boundaries whatsoever. Chapter 51, Battleship. Jack, where do you think I should go if I wish to recruit some people? After pondering for a moment, Li Qingyuan inquired of Captain Jack Sparrow. The 2 system tasks at hand were exceedingly troublesome, whether it was to become the Pirate Emperor of Shanghai or to eliminate the British Royal Fleet. Neither could be accomplished by a solitary individual. After all, his physical prowess was merely a notch above that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, even the grinning Jack Sparrow before him might not guarantee a victory in combat. It is crucial to remember that as the protagonist of the Pirates of the Caribbean series, Jack Sparrow not only possesses an enigmatic confidence and masterful negotiation skills, but is also quite adept in physical confrontations. At the very least, in terms of swordsmanship and close combat, Li Qingyuan believed he would likely be utterly overwhelmed. During this period, he had primarily focused on honing his firearms design skills. With his exceptional physique and agility, he could reliably hit a stationary target from 50 meters away, which is why he felt confident he could manage a ship alone. With a physique and agility that surpass ordinary individuals, coupled with firepower that is centuries ahead of its time, if he still could not take on 100 foes, it would be better to simply retire and forget about this journey altogether. Recruiting? What are you preparing to do, mate? Jack Sparrow felt somewhat perplexed by the thought process of this individual. Shouldn't the current priority be how to escape this deserted island? I find the idea of a pirate life you just mentioned quite intriguing. I intend to recruit and form a pirate crew, Li Qingyuan remarked while stroking his chin. Whether it was to vanquish the British Royal Fleet or ascend to the title of Pirate Emperor, the foremost requirement was that he must first become a pirate. From his earlier conversation with Jack Sparrow, he had gleaned that the newly appointed King George II of Britain had just ascended the throne, suggesting that the current year was 1728 AD. However, the timeline of this world seemed rather peculiar by historical accounts. China should be in the midst of the prosperous Kangxi and Qianlong eras, yet according to Jack, the distant Orient was still under the dominion of the Ming dynasty. Nevertheless, such information was of little consequence, for he currently found himself in the Caribbean, a hemisphere away from the Central Plains, and at the present sailing speed. It would take at least 6 months to return to China, considering the time for the round trip. If he stubbornly insisted on going back to recruit a cohort of Chinese to serve under him, achieving this within a year would be a feat worthy of divine intervention. A pirate crew? Mate, Do you happen to have a ship? Jack's interest was piqued, and he asked curiously. During this era, due to the great development of the Americas, countless downtrodden Europeans and outlaws sought refuge in the New World, along with the enslaved Africans and the dwindling indigenous peoples, including the Mayans. One could say that individuals could be recruited from anywhere along the Atlantic coast. As long as one possesses a ship and can afford to pay wages, they can call upon a band of reckless individuals at any time and in any place. A vessel capable of traversing the Atlantic Ocean is, even for the kings of Europe, a priceless treasure. The simplest of truths reveals that Great Britain, boasting nearly 200 warships, temporarily outpaces other European nations, while Spain, once the sovereign of the seas, has seen its fleet decimated to a mere 140 ships due to the ravages of 2 wars, relegating it to the status of Europe's second power. In the entirety of Pirates of the Caribbean, Captain Jack Sparrow's profound obsession with the Black Pearl stems not only from the dreams and aspirations that the ship embodies, but also from its exorbitant worth. The Black Pearl, a 3-masted sailing ship, does not even qualify as a battleship by classification standards, yet its construction cost an astounding £20,000. For context, even the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow's head, at the height of his notoriety, was valued at a mere £10,000. I believe I should possess a ship, mused Li Qingyuan, nodding as he recalled the narrative. Mate, you aren't referring to a dinghy, are you? Jack Sparrow quipped, scanning the surroundings for any sign of a vessel. I think it should be a second-rate battleship. Li Qingyuan responded uncertainly, gesturing animatedly. According to the film's accounts, the HMS Indomitable in Royal Port was undoubtedly a battleship. But whether it was classified as second-rate or third-rate was beyond his expertise as a non-enthusiast of naval affairs. A second-rate battleship? Are you jesting? Miss Swan displayed little interest in the so-called ships, remaining unperturbed, yet Jack Sparrow, as if jolted by electricity, sprang up from his seated position. How exactly did he manage to leap up while seated? What's wrong? Is there an issue? Li Qingyuan inquired with a smile, observing Jack Sparrow's bewildered expression. Second-rate battleship. Mate, do you comprehend what you're saying? Jack Sparrow regained a semblance of composure, articulating each word carefully. Indeed, there are numerous pirates across the globe. Yet whether it be Jack Sparrow or the so-called 9 pirate lords, the ships under their command are primarily converted merchant vessels. The reality is that battleships are simply unattainable. All are held within the grasp of royal households, in terms of both the quality of the vessels and the number of cannons. Battleships and converted merchant ships exist on entirely different planes of capability. In a one-on-one scenario, a captain, along with their crew, may pose a threat to a battleship through experience, morale, and various intangible advantages. However, once 3 or more battleships form a fleet, they can effortlessly triumph even against 10 pirate ships. This also elucidates why, during the 3rd installment of Pirates of the Caribbean, upon witnessing dozens of battleships emerging from the dense fog, even the 9 pirate lords succumbed to a loss of courage. There was simply no fight to be had. A single round of cannon fire would send them all to the depths of the sea to become fish food. When I say it exists, it naturally exists. Contemplating for a moment, Li Qingyuan felt that his plan still bore considerable feasibility. As long as he ignited the signal fire in accordance with the original plot, Governor Swan and Commodore Norrington, who were nearby searching for Miss Swan, would soon arrive. Once he managed to get them on board, dealing with the crew should pose no significant challenge. Although the HMS Dauntless boasted over 200 British soldiers, if he could eliminate Norrington with a swift strike and then dispatch 20 or 30 men to establish his authority, the remaining crew would likely not persist in their defiance to the bitter end. However, upon glancing at Elizabeth Swan, who was delicately licking her fingers, he realized that any possibility of coexisting peacefully with her was likely out of reach. Chapter 52. A good man, mate. Where on earth is your ship? Jack Sparrow lamented, pained as he gazed at the blazing rum barrels. This island was not truly deserted, though it lay far from the shipping lanes. It served as a storage point for a band of smugglers. Years ago, he had cleverly boarded one of their vessels while they were stockpiling supplies on the island, which allowed him to escape from this desolate place. After all, the legendary tale of a lone individual surviving on a deserted island by crafting a raft from trees may be entertaining. But anyone seriously considering such a course of action must be out of their mind, not to mention the improbability of a small raft surviving the vast ocean. The very act of felling palm trees to construct such a vessel is practically an insurmountable task. My ship is on its way. Just wait to receive it, first mate. Patting Jack Sparrow on the shoulder, Li Qingyuan urged him to remain calm. He was a complete novice when it came to navigation. Without enlisting a capable individual to command the ship, he would never be able to claim the title of Pirate Emperor, nor would he ever hope to navigate these waters. Thus, he secured the renowned Jack Sparrow for the position of first mate aboard the new vessel. Of course, given Sparrow's character, he would never willingly work for anyone. But with the Black Pearl still in Barbossa's possession and Li Qingyuan's fervent assurances that it was a second-rate battleship, Sparrow agreed to accept the role temporarily. However, once the Black Pearl was reclaimed, it was likely that Sparrow would promptly take his leave. Captain, the battleship you referred to, could it be? Jack Sparrow's tone shifted dramatically as he beheld the white warship materializing on the horizon, in a manner akin to the unfolding narrative. The disappearance of Elizabeth Swan has captured the attention of the entire Royal Port. It is essential to note that she is not only the daughter of the governor of Royal Port, but also the fiancée of Commodore Norrington, the head of the Royal Port's armed forces. Presently, the entirety of Britain's military might in the Caribbean has been mobilized, scurrying about like headless flies in search of her. Thus, when smoke signals arose from a desolate island, it was met with swift response. Indeed, the HMS Dauntless. I believe that vessel would serve splendidly as my inaugural ship, Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile toward Captain Jack Sparrow. In comparison to the dilapidated merchant ships employed by pirates, the HMS Dauntless far surpasses them in both comfort and practicality. Are you jesting? Jack Sparrow exclaimed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the HMS Dauntless racing toward them. He was convinced he had encountered a fool. That was a bona fide second-rate battleship, typically manned by no fewer than 400 soldiers. Even the most ferocious pirates would choose to flee from such a vessel, let alone entertain thoughts of attacking it. I am here. In stark contrast to Jack Sparrow's anxiety and Li Qingyuan's nonchalance, Elizabeth Swan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. She immediately rose and shouted toward the sea. Admittedly, those aboard the ship, so far away, could not possibly hear her cries. Nonetheless, this was the only way to quell her tumultuous emotions. Despite the restless heart yearning for more than her current circumstances, she remained merely an 18-year-old girl, a young lady who had never endured hardship. The events of the past few days had far exceeded her psychological expectations, being kidnapped, held captive, and nearly sacrificed. It is a testament to Miss Swan's formidable mental fortitude that she had not succumbed to terror, for another woman might have been frightened to death. Do not speak recklessly. Let us board the ship before we act. Li Qingyuan cautioned Jack Sparrow in a hushed tone as he took a couple of steps back. Are you serious? Jack Sparrow's eyes bulged in astonishment. He had always prided himself on his audacity, yet, in the presence of this recently acquainted Oriental man, he felt like a mere child. Two individuals attempting to rob a fully armed second-rate battleship. Are you certain you are not jesting? If you are afraid, then so be it. However, consider this. Regardless of my success or failure, you will be unceremoniously delivered to the gallows, while your first mate will continue as captain. Years hence, when people reflect upon this historical episode, he shall become the most legendary figure of the Caribbean. Li Qingyuan intoned, his gaze fixed upon Jack Sparrow, weaving his persuasive words. As for you, you will merely be the comic relief of the tale, and your name may well be forgotten. As for Jack Sparrow, one cannot categorically label him a villain. Yet, to deem him a paragon of virtue would also be a gross misrepresentation. His existence was a ceaseless quest for freedom. A man as boundless as the ocean itself. The greatest aspiration of such individuals is to become a part of history, akin to the revered sages of antiquity. Thus, when Li Qingyuan spoke in this context, Jack Sparrow immediately grasped the implication. He was a pirate, facing the Navy, an inherent adversary. After years of piracy, Jack Sparrow might hesitate to harm women and children, but he would never show mercy to the Navy. After all, even someone named Monkey D could be violent, let alone one named Sparrow. Soon, the Indomitable approached the deserted island, and a small boat was lowered. Commodore Norrington and Governor Swan, accompanied by dozens of soldiers, rushed towards the island. Elizabeth, before the boat had even reached the shore, Governor Swan leaped from it, revealing his surprising agility. Daddy! Miss Swan ran toward her father, and the two embraced on the beach, weeping inconsolably. With no time to focus on the melodrama unfolding beside him, Commodore Norrington and the remaining soldiers encircled Jack Sparrow and Li Qingyuan. "Who are you?" Norrington inquired, puzzled by the sudden appearance of an Eastern figure. According to his intelligence, there seemed to be no Easterners in the Caribbean. "I am a traveler from the East, stranded on this deserted island due to a shipwreck," Li Qingyuan replied, holding his suitcase. Certainly, with his strength and Jack Sparrow's prowess, they could easily overpower Norrington and his men if they chose to act. However, that warship would escape. He is a merchant from the eastern lands, possessing many wondrous goods. At that moment, the benefits of Miss Swan's earlier kindness became apparent, as she quickly stepped forward to vouch for him amidst the commotion. "You may board our ship and return to Royal Port. By this time next year, there will be Spanish vessels heading to the east." Faced with Miss Swan's earnestness, Commodore Norrington's intellect seemed to wane, and he ceased to pursue Li Qingyuan's identity. "Thank you very much." Given the warmth of the invitation, Li Qingyuan certainly could not refuse. This Commodore Norrington was indeed a good man. Chapter 53. The ship heist. As the saying goes, good men do not live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. Commodore Norrington could undoubtedly be considered a promising young man, having ascended to the highest military rank in the British Caribbean at just over 30. He possessed not only a solid pedigree, but also considerable skill. Not to mention, he held a slight advantage in prowess even when facing the two male protagonists, Jack Sparrow and Will Turner. In this era, due to the limitations of technology concerning cannons and firearms, unless it was a naval fleet battle, the true determinants of victory in warfare remained individual combat skills. Yet, this fellow was most unfortunate in having fallen in love with the female lead. You claim to be a mere supporting character, yet harbor aspirations for the leading lady. Is this not a fool's errand? The distinction between pirates of the Caribbean and pirate women of the Caribbean is monumental, a single word's absence rendering them worlds apart. It is truly astonishing that Norrington would wish to wed Miss Swan. I have never witnessed such recklessness. According to the narrative, this promising naval commander, in a year's time, would devolve into piracy due to Miss Swan's influence, only to eventually meet his demise at the hands of a mob, all because of her. This tale imparts a lesson. Regardless of the era or one's station, sycophants seldom meet a glorious end. Consequently, Li Qingyuan believes it prudent to allow Norrington to retain a modicum of dignity in his demise, thus ensuring a more honorable exit. "We must rescue Will. He has been captured by those pirates." As soon as Miss Swan stepped onto the deck of the HMS Dauntless, she began to implore Governor Swan. Yet, it was abundantly clear that neither Governor Swan nor Commander Norrington held any interest in the venture to save Will. Will Turner was merely an orphan discovered by Governor Swan during his tenure in Port Royal, and currently, he occupied the humble position of a blacksmith. The notion of embarking on a perilous journey across the seas to rescue him, only to engage in battle with the infamous Black Pearl, was not one that anyone entertained. After all, there exists a disparity among individuals. For Miss Swan, Will is her childhood companion, but to others, he is merely an inconsequential figure. For the sake of such a person, to mobilize forces is utterly unwarranted. Please, if you do not rescue him, he will surely perish. Miss Swan continued her fervent performance. Yet Li Qingyuan had already resolved to take action. "Sir, this is not a place for you." The first mate obstructed Li Qingyuan's path as he attempted to ascend to the upper deck. "I have come to present a gift to Mr. Norrington. I bear a specialty from the East." Raising his suitcase, Li Qingyuan offered the gathering a warm and friendly smile. "What treasures do you possess?" Upon hearing of an exotic offering from the East, both Governor Swan and Commander Norrington became intrigued. In this era, the great Eastern empires overshadowed Western societies, and items such as porcelain and silk from the East were considered treasures in the West. They had already been overwhelmed by Miss Swan's insistence on waging war for the sake of a blacksmith. How could such a venture be feasible? Thus, upon hearing Li Qingyuan mention a gift, they readily facilitated his ascent to the upper deck, intending to use the Eastern delicacies to placate Miss Swan's fervor. "What I wish to present is this." Opening the suitcase, Li Qingyuan swiftly drew forth an MP5, already armed. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted as blue flames burst from the muzzle, and before Commander Norrington could react, he was transformed into a mere hive of chaos. The British soldiers on the deck stood in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that one individual would dare to assassinate the captain under such circumstances. Even Jack Sparrow, who anticipated the action, was taken aback. The submachine gun was beyond their wildest imaginings, as they were accustomed to flintlock firearms. Wasn't it true that a gun could only fire once? While the crew remained in a daze, Li Qingyuan had already redirected his weapon and unleashed a barrage upon the British soldiers standing on the deck. The HMS Invincible, a remarkable vessel for its time, measured over 50 meters in length, 13 meters in width, and boasted a displacement of nearly 2,000 tons, making it a formidable presence on the seas. However, this relic from centuries past was utterly ineffectual against modern firepower. Had Li Qingyuan wished, a mere toss of C4 could have reduced the ship to mere history. The total area of the first deck was less than 400 square meters, and the muzzle of the MP5, with a slight arc, managed to cover the entirety of that space. One man had accomplished the feat of suppressing nearly 100 individuals with sheer firepower. Such is the might of superior equipment. After all, compared to the flintlock firearms that required a lengthy reloading time after a single shot, the MP5, capable of firing 300 rounds in a minute, could only be described as divine. In the span of a mere minute, the entire deck was devoid of standing figures. When the gunfire ceased, the Invincible's deck had transformed into a hellish landscape, strewn with dismembered bodies and blood, while the fortunate who had survived writhed in agony. Several lucky souls had escaped injury, yet they trembled uncontrollably, their eyes wide with terror, as if their very souls had fled. It was reminiscent of the expression on the faces of Native Americans upon witnessing cannons for the first time. Now, it was the turn of the British soldiers. Justice shall prevail, and the cycle of retribution shall turn. As members of the Royal Navy, these soldiers were undoubtedly of world-class caliber, yet even the most valiant warriors, after such an ordeal, found themselves stripped of their courage to fight. Madness ensued among the remaining soldiers, as they screamed in terror. A few even leapt into the sea, preferring the jaws of sharks over confronting the devil himself. The first mate, with a gasp, dropped his pistol moments ago. He had fought to suppress his fear and drawn his weapon to eliminate this demon, fortunate to have been shielded from the gunfire by the second deck. However, as he brandished the firearm, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his wrist, rendering him incapable of holding on. Li Qingyuan turned his head and spat at the first mate, the spittle landing squarely upon his face. Boom! A fireball erupted from the face of the first mate, and the headless corpse staggered in place before rolling down the stairs with a dull thud. Now, this vessel is under my command. Does anyone have any objections? Casting a glance back at the trembling Governor Swan, who still shielded his daughter, Li Qingyuan stepped forward to the front of the second deck and addressed the remaining British soldiers. No, long live the captain. Jack Sparrow emerged from behind the mast, raising his hands to the sky and shouting loudly. Chapter 54. Fearsome, yet lacking virtue, after dispatching two more obstinate naval soldiers. The entire Royal Invincible had become the flagship under Li Qingyuan's command. Moreover, the nearly 200 remaining soldiers and over 70 sailors had transformed into the first cohort of his followers. Although British soldiers of this era could be deemed elite, even the most formidable among them could not withstand the hellish scene before them. Even Jack Sparrow, accustomed to grand spectacles, nearly retched at the sight on the deck, let alone the ordinary soldiers. At this juncture, science and theology were on the cusp of a final collision. Science had yet to fully dominate the mainstream, and even in Europe, the church held supreme power. The infamous pirates of the Caribbean, such as the ghostly Captain Davy Jones and the fearsome Blackbeard Edward Teach, instilled dread primarily because they were shrouded in an aura of mystery. Ordinary folk would not dare to confront such legendary demons, and now, in the eyes of those British sailors, Li Qingyuan had become indistinguishable from a demon himself. A single man had slaughtered nearly 100. A feat so extraordinary that one would find only the mythological demons of ancient tales capable of such carnage. In the annals of Eastern history, one might encounter valiant warriors who could take on 100 foes, but for Europeans, no matter how formidable a knight, it was inconceivable that one could face 20 fully armed soldiers alone. Furthermore, with the first mate among the three who screamed and discarded their weapons in preparation for a surprise attack, the soldiers had spontaneously equated him with those legendary, peculiar Eastern sorcerers. It is worth noting that even prior to the First Sino-Japanese War, European nations maintained a sense of reverence towards the enigmatic East, having been humbled on multiple occasions throughout history. Thus, despite several outbreaks of war, Westerners dared not fully disregard the Qing dynasty. It was not until the outbreak of the First Sino-Japanese War, when the diminutive Japan tore away the last veil of shame from the Qing, that the West truly began to feel superior. But I digress. At this moment in time, the British had only recently triumphed over the Spaniards, claiming the title of maritime supremacy for a few short years. In contrast, decades earlier, when the Spaniards roamed the seas unchecked, they had been routed in the East, fleeing in disarray. In this day and age, the enigmatic sorcerers of the East undeniably evoke a far greater sense of dread than the native demons. It is an undeniable truth that foreign monks possess an unmatched prowess in their incantations, universally applicable across the lands. "Captain, are we truly bound for Death Island?" Jack Sparrow inquired, his facial muscles twitching as he addressed Li Qingyuan, who was seated on the upper deck. Although the smile on his face appeared rather rigid, the ability to smile under such circumstances was indeed a rarity. After all, no one anticipated that a chance encounter on a deserted island would lead to the presence of a merciless fiend. The deceptiveness of the other's smile was so profound that even he, who constantly flirts with the edge of life and death, failed to perceive it. "Why must we venture to Death Island?" With his legs crossed, Li Qingyuan lifted his gaze to the sky. "Barbassa and my Black Pearl are currently on Death Island. The Black Pearl has become a wreck due to the raid on Royal Port. If we hasten to Death Island, we can swiftly eliminate them and, in the process, seize the immense treasures Barbassa has amassed over the years." Jack Sparrow twirled his fingers, adopting an expression that suggested he was acting in the captain's best interests. "Jack, are you still contemplating betraying me?" Observing Jack Sparrow's insincere smile, Li Qingyuan was momentarily tempted to end the rogue's life. Indeed, while Jack Sparrow may appear charming in films, engaging with him in reality necessitated readiness for potential treachery. Barbassa and his crew had been transformed into undying beings due to a curse. While they lacked any other superhuman abilities, their immortality alone was enough to drive anyone to madness. "No, Captain, how could I ever dare to betray you?" Jack Sparrow hastily donned an expression of innocence, and were it not for Li Qingyuan's prior knowledge of the storyline, Jack's acting might well have earned him an Oscar. "Jack, to be frank, I hold you in high regard and would even consider you for the position of my first mate. However, if you continue to underestimate me, a sorcerer from the East, as someone easily deceived, I may have to reconsider my choice of first mate." Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, pointing a finger at Jack's. "Ah!" A shriek escaped Jack Sparrow's lips as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The soldiers, who were tidying up the remnants on the deck, cast astonished glances at the fallen first mate before bowing their heads in fear to resume their work. The captain, shrouded in mystery, could render life unbearable with but a thought, and they possessed neither the courage to resist nor the audacity to question his commands. "Now, is your mind a bit clearer, my dear friend Jack?" Li Qingyuan finally asked with a smile after allowing Jack Sparrow to lie there for several minutes. Jack Sparrow lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, uttering incoherent phrases. "You have indeed recovered, but if you do not rise soon, I would not mind giving you another nudge." Observing his feigned ignorance, Li Qingyuan stood up and approached Jack Sparrow, revealing a gentle smile. "Captain, you may command me as you wish." With a swift motion, Jack Sparrow sprang up from the deck, hurriedly smiling in response. "This fellow only responds to force. If you treat him with courtesy, he might very well sell you off to the Pacific. I am off to find Tia Dalma, and you shall be my guide." Upon encountering Jack Sparrow, Li Qingyuan had already resolved what needed to be done. Given his current capabilities, seizing the Dauntless would be a remarkable feat. However, fulfilling the system's assigned tasks was undoubtedly beyond his reach. With only 200 rounds left for the MP5, it could only serve as a trump card. Similarly, the cipher he had brought along must remain untouched unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, in the world of pirates, possessing cannons does not guarantee invincibility. To contend with those bizarre and mysterious powers, one must either master dark sorcery or enlist the aid of someone skilled in such arts. And Tia Dalma is the ideal candidate. Chapter 55. The Emergence of the Pirate Emperor Tia Dalma, a voodoo witch dwelling in the dense forests. She is renowned among pirates, as Captain Barbassa learned the method to break the curse from her. "Tia Dalma? Captain, what do you seek her for?" Jack Sparrow exclaimed in astonishment, perplexed as to why this enigmatic Eastern sorcerer would pursue a Western witch. Could it be that he intends to engage in a friendly contest? "Simply perform your duties, my first mate." Without addressing his inquiry, Li Qingyuan gently raised a finger. "Understood. Understood. I shall direct the course immediately." Jack Sparrow instantly sprang to life, darting toward the bow to command the navigation. He had no desire to endure that excruciating pain again. Keep up with him. Noting Jack Sparrow's dash to the bow, Li Qingyuan smiled inwardly. Buzzing. A tiny insect flitted its wings, quietly following along, unnoticed by anyone. After all, in this day and age, ships teeming with various insects and rodents is the reality, even if the Royal Dauntless is a British warship. Unlike those pirate vessels, which often harbor hundreds of mice and innumerable fleas and mosquitoes. As it approached Jack Sparrow, the insect delicately folded its wings and settled into his tangled hair. Jack Sparrow furrowed his brow, sensing as though something was watching him. However, upon turning to survey his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. Was he merely being overly paranoid? He could not resist drawing a cross upon his chest. Encountering such an array of events in a single day might have left him somewhat dizzy. The creature that had latched onto him was a spider wasp, notorious for its excruciating sting. It was said that a single bite could render a person convulsing as if electrocuted. The actual experience, however, Jack Sparrow had already endured. The skill known as limited reproduction, defective version, had initially struck Li Qingyuan as a rather insignificant ability. What purpose could summoning insects serve? Moreover, the number of creatures he could summon was alarmingly limited, making the prospect of employing a swarm tactic utterly impractical. Yet, when he returned to the main world and shared this predicament as a story online, he was astounded by the imaginative responses of netizens. Indeed, while insects may appear inconspicuous, when utilized effectively, they could become formidable weapons. Take, for instance, the spider wasps he had just summoned. The 3 soldiers who attempted to ambush him had screamed and discarded their weapons after being stung. The punishment he had endured was similarly inflicted. As for the bullet ant, the one reputed to deliver the most agonizing bite, its size and inability to fly rendered it far less advantageous than the stealthy spider wasp. Regrettably, the venom of these insects was not particularly potent. Even the so-called most lethal killers, the tongue fly and the kissing bug, would require at least a month to prove fatal. They might serve for clandestine purposes, but their immediate efficacy was virtually non-existent. As for the funnel web spider and the desert scorpion, which could deliver a swift demise with a single bite, he was unable to summon those, which left him feeling quite vexed. Why were scorpions and spiders not classified as insects? Aren't they all part of the arthropod family? Governor Swan, having dealt with the obstinate Jack Sparrow, turned his gaze to the trembling Weatherby Swan standing nearby. As for Miss Swan, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, 2 years hence, after enduring numerous tribulations, she would rise to become the pirate queen, but presently, she had yet to encounter significant psychological trauma. The sudden sight of severed limbs and the blood gushing from Norrington had splattered upon her face, rendering her fainting the most reasonable response. Governor Swan himself wished to succumb to the same fate, yet with his daughter already incapacitated, he could only muster his strength and tremble as he grappled with the formidable adversary before him. Your Excellency, you are opposing the British Empire. Although your power is formidable, the British Empire currently reigns as the foremost sovereign in Europe, and your actions can undoubtedly be interpreted as a harbinger of war. Governor Swan anxiously contemplated his wording, striving to uphold both the dignity of the British Empire and his own, while simultaneously avoiding provoking the merciless overlord before him. Were it not for his daughter lying behind him, Governor Swan felt he could disregard his own life. For him, the most precious entity in this world was his daughter, followed thereafter by his allegiance to his country. Thus, he resolved to engage in a facade of diplomacy, seeking to placate the adversary for the time being. Governor, the England you speak of has only just triumphed over Spain, hardly deserving the title of Europe's foremost sovereign. Li Qingyuan interjected, pointing out the flaw in Governor Swan's argument. In 2 decades, should England emerge victorious in the 7 Years' War, it may lay claim to such a title, but at present, England is merely riding on the coattails of its allies, having only narrowly bested Spain. What right does it have to proclaim itself the supreme power? Moreover, England is situated over 10,000 kilometers from the Caribbean, and at the current rate of maritime travel, it would require no less than 2 months to arrive. Coupled with the dire state of communication technology, even if he seized Royal Port, it would take at least half a year for England to mount any response. By keeping Governor Swan, he not only aimed to use the adversary to restrain Elizabeth Swan, but also valued the extensive network the opponent had cultivated in Royal Port over the years. A mere flight from one place to another is the act of the most inept of pirates, to aspire to become a pirate emperor. one must at the very least possess a stronghold of one's own. Royal Port is undoubtedly a prime candidate for such a transformation. In years past, the British military took over 2 decades to wrest it from the Spanish, fortifying it into an impregnable stronghold. In contrast to the pirate havens of Shipwreck Cove and Tortuga, Royal Port shines as the most resplendent locale in the entirety of the Caribbean. Shipwreck Cove and Tortuga, in essence, are merely isolated islands, apart from their formidable terrain. Their greatest asset is their distance from trade routes. After all, any significant islands and strongholds along trade routes have long been claimed by the governments and armies of European nations. How many pirates would dare to contest territory with regular troops? The saga of Caribbean pirates is, at its core, a tale of mere thieves. Even if these brigands are renowned amongst common folk, to the authorities of European nations, they are simply a pack of feral dogs. In the 4th film, upon learning of the Fountain of Youth, King George II of England immediately dispatched agents to apprehend Jack Sparrow, while also enlisting Barbossa to seek out such a precious treasure. The so-called 9 pirate lords, in the face of true sovereignty, are utterly inconsequential. Chapter 56. A single stroke of a nail do not rebel against the established order. Wield the drill of destiny. This is a classic adage within the realm of web literature, purportedly warning any writer that deviating from this principle would invoke the scorn of millions of readers. Likewise, having traversed to early 18th century America, one must consider whether to frustrate those European scoundrels, lest they too become the target of public disdain. Though Li Qingyuan was acutely aware that the world he now inhabited bore no relation to his original timeline, this knowledge did little to quell his personal desire to bring misfortune upon the Europeans. It is worth noting that the system's directive compelled him to undermine the British. Even in the absence of such a task, he had no intention of allowing the British to thrive. Royal Port, as the most significant military and economic stronghold of the British in Central America, boasted unparalleled defenses. With nearly 100 coastal artillery pieces poised to transform any invading foe into mere phantoms of the sea. However formidable any defensive network may be, it becomes utterly ineffectual when attacked from within. The HMS Invincible stood as the finest warship at Royal Port, while Governor Swan had held the reins of power there for nearly a decade. With these 2 assets at his disposal, it was but a matter of a single afternoon to alter the governance of Royal Port entirely. Of course, Li Qingyuan's grip on Royal Port was tenuous at best. Aside from the 200 soldiers aboard the Invincible, who, having witnessed his singular prowess in battle, maintained a loyalty hovering around 50%, the remaining soldiers in the harbor were wholly obedient to Governor Swan's orders. Should even one individual spark a rebellion, it was likely that the thousands of soldiers stationed there would swiftly turn their weapons against him. In fact, many soldiers were entirely oblivious to the change in leadership. Thus, after securing Governor Swan, Li Qingyuan promptly escorted Jack Sparrow to the prison of Royal Port. Over the past few years, Norrington had fervently pursued pirates in Royal Port. Although many had met their end by hanging at the docks, a significant number remained unprocessed within the prison walls. For many impoverished souls, life was reduced to mere survival. Though capture as a pirate would lead to execution, it was still perceived as a potential escape from the relentless exploitation by the local aristocracy. This was a far better fate than being subjected to the same fate as escaped enslaved individuals or the dwindling Native American population. For those who chose not to embrace piracy, the only alternative was a life of servitude. Thus, even with the understanding that a life of piracy was fraught with peril, they felt compelled to pursue this treacherous path. The stench emanating from the prison was unbearable. As he ordered Jack Sparrow to unlock the heavy doors, Li Qingyuan instinctively covered his nose, overwhelmed by the noxious odor that pervaded the air, more unbearable than the scent he had encountered in the depths of the Titanic. It was no wonder that the mortality rate in prisons during this era was so alarmingly high. The pirates confined within the prison were silent, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Whenever the prison gates swing open, it either heralds the arrival of new inmates or the grim departure of old ones to face the gallows. Thus, each opening of the gate represents a harrowing choice between life and death for the prisoners. With a subtle wave of his hand, Li Qingyuan signaled for Captain Jack Sparrow to speak on his behalf. "Good gentlemen, how fares your stay here?" Upon receiving the command, Jack Sparrow rushed to the center of the prison, ready to perform. "Get lost. Allow me to strangle you, you scoundrel. I am willing to join your crew. Captain, please release me." As it became evident that it was not the Navy but the notorious Jack Sparrow who had emerged, all the pirates within the prison erupted in excitement. Just days prior, the Black Pearl had bombarded Royal Port, and these pirates had believed fortune was on their side. Little did they know, their adversaries had disregarded them entirely, seizing the governor's daughter and fleeing, leaving Norrington, who had lost his fiancée, to drag several unfortunate souls to their doom and frustration. Those confined within the prison were well aware that this flamboyant individual had been rescued just days ago, seemingly by pirates. Now that he appeared again, could it be that Royal Port was under attack once more? Despite the formidable defenses of Royal Port, even the legendary cursed ship, the Black Pearl, could only hope to seize a fleeting opportunity. Yet, who could truly predict such events? No one wishes to linger here, awaiting their demise, do they? Silence! Silence! Jack Sparrow raised his hands, imploring the prisoners to quiet down, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. After all, they were all survivors in this wretched existence. Why should they heed him? Moreover, confined in such a dismal place, many were on the brink of madness, and mere words would not suffice to quell their unrest. Suddenly, a chorus of agonizing screams erupted from the mouths of the loudest pirates, as several collapsed, convulsing on the ground, grotesque substances oozing from their lower bodies. The damage inflicted by bullet ants was exponentially worse than that of spider wasps. A single bite could lead one to question their very existence. These captured pirates were no hardened warriors. Their cries of agony echoed the depths of their suffering. The remaining pirates instantly fell into a chilling silence. The ones shrieking were among their fiercest, and seeing them in such a wretched state rendered the others mute. So I ask you, do you now comprehend the formidable prowess of the great Captain Jack Sparrow? Jack Sparrow had intended to continue his display of bravado, but upon noticing Li Qingyuan raise a single finger, he wisely chose to retreat. Of course, this was merely a strategic withdrawal, not born of fear. Greetings, you scoundrels of the sea. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and addressed the pirates imprisoned within. You scoundrels, he declared, as one particularly audacious pirate, perhaps seeking to demonstrate his courage, shouted from his cell. Well, this certainly simplifies matters. With a spittle that flew forth, the pirate and the very bars of his cell were obliterated into fragments. Hiss! All the inmates collectively inhaled sharply, while Jack Sparrow silently noted to himself, one must never allow the captain's spittle to land upon oneself, lest one face dire consequences. It occurred to him, if such saliva could incite explosions, what might occur in the restroom? This thought led Jack Sparrow to conclude that, in the future, the most perilous place aboard the ship could very well be the lavatory. Does anyone have any objections, my dear scoundrel friends? Li Qingyuan gently clapped his hands and surveyed the surrounding prisoners. A synchronized display of head-shaking ensued. Even those prisoners who had been liberated by the explosive force of the cell door behaved with remarkable decorum. The destructive power of a single spittle rivaled that of cannon fire. Who could withstand such might? Chapter 57. Captain Barbassa recently reborn. Barbassa was heading to a tavern for a drink when he entered Tortuga Island, only to be met with a shocking sight. Li Qingyuan, indifferent to Alterner's fate, had directly slit the throat of the former protagonist as a blood offering, thus lifting the curse that had plagued the crew of the Black Pearl for years. A throng of long-suffering undead sailors eagerly made their way to Tortuga Island, ready to indulge their pent-up desires after years of suppression. Tortuga Island, the most vibrant city in the Caribbean, was renowned for its opulence, even surpassing that of Royal Port. This phenomenon arose because Tortuga's clientele predominantly consisted of pirates from various nations. The profession of piracy is fraught with peril, yet offers substantial rewards. Most crew members live day to day, acutely aware that their existence hinges precariously on a successful raid. Upon such success, aside from the gold and silver aboard, the remaining goods are often sold at discounted rates to black market traders. Concurrently, they squander their hard-earned riches on gambling, heavy drinking, and the company of prostitutes. Money, after all, is meant to be spent. 99% of pirates meet an untimely end, hence the notion of saving is foreign to them. Throughout the Caribbean, only Tortuga Island permits pirates to dock openly, rendering its grotesque prosperity a natural outcome. Yet now, as Barbassa gazed upon the desolate streets, he wondered whether he had arrived at a counterfeit version of Tortuga. Why, in a place once teeming with people, was there now scarcely a soul in sight? Bartender, what on earth has transpired here? Are the British or the Spaniards preparing to eliminate the bandits? Barbossa inquired with curiosity, tossing a silver coin to the bartender who was polishing a barrel. "Is that not Captain Barbossa? What brings you ashore after so many days at sea?" The bartender chuckled, pocketing the coin with a grin. "In Tortuga, a haven for pirates, only those of considerable strength or formidable backing would dare open an establishment." So the bartender felt little trepidation even in the presence of the renowned Barbossa. "I just made a lucrative deal. I've only just docked," Barbossa replied. Given the speed of the Black Pearl, he could have arrived much earlier, but the ship had sustained significant damage during their last assault on Royal Port, necessitating extensive repairs that delayed their return by over 10 days. Rumor had it that Royal Port had been seized by a mystical sorcerer from the east, who had declared it a pirate haven, where no pirate would face pursuit, and where supplies and goods could be procured. Consequently, the streets had emptied as everyone flocked to Royal Port, the bartender lamented. The location of Tortuga could never compare to that of Royal Port. Its recent prosperity hinged on its lawless nature, and now, with Royal Port's transformation, Tortuga risked becoming a mere afterthought. Why would anyone choose to travel further when a closer option was available? Had he not been uncertain whether the sorcerer could withstand a British counterattack, he would have contemplated relocating his tavern to Royal Port. "Royal Port has been taken?" Barbossa exclaimed, rising abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. Ordinary pirates were oblivious to the might of Royal Port. None amongst them dared to brave its winds. The mere sight of a British warship sent most pirates fleeing like rabbits, let alone attacking a British port. Yet, Barbossa had conducted trade in Royal Port just last month, well aware of its formidable defenses. Relying on the fastest ship in the Caribbean and a crew of resilient souls, he could only manage a meager haul through stealth. And had it not been for his swift escape, he might have lost both ship and crew. Now, to hear that someone had successfully seized Royal Port was entirely unexpected. Who would dare to steal from the British? Indeed, the news had been circulating for over 10 days. The enigmatic Eastern sorcerer was allegedly recruiting followers, including the legendary Captain Jack Sparrow, enticing many to test their fortune. The bartender continued casually. However, Barbossa had grown weary of idle chatter. He rose decisively and blew his whistle. He was determined to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to seize a prize from the jaws of the British. As the most renowned pirate captain in the Caribbean over the past decade, Barbossa felt an undeniable obligation to ascertain the true nature of his adversary. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, the crew, who had been reveling in taverns and brothels, scrambled forth in a chaotic rush. "Captain, who are we to cut down?" Pintel, wielding an axe and clad only in his undergarments, rushed forward to inquire. "Wait for me." Meanwhile, Boris followed closely behind, brandishing a flintlock pistol. These two were the most amusing members of Barbossa's crew, the comical duo of Fat and Thin. Although they were primarily comedic figures, their skills and loyalty ranked them among the top 3 on the pirate ship. The fact that Barbossa entrusted Boris with the token representing him as the pirate king of the Caribbean indicated that they were far more formidable than they appeared. "Put on your trousers," Barbossa chided Pintel, who was nonchalantly exposing himself to the breeze, cursing under his breath. "Captain, who are we supposed to cut down?" Pintel finally lowered his axe, glancing around in confusion, seemingly unaware of any enemy. Tortuga was a haven for pirates, and brawls were a commonplace occurrence. Thus, even in moments of leisure, pirates lived with a constant sense of tension. After all, in this line of work, one had to remain vigilant, lest they find themselves with a severed head before realizing the danger. "Prepare to set sail, we depart," Barbossa commanded, rising as he surveyed the crew, now mostly assembled. "Ah, no, delay for a couple more days." The crew lamented, their spirits deflated. They had only just begun to reclaim their sense of normalcy, eager to indulge in debauchery in Tortuga, and now, with their trousers barely off, the captain demanded they return to the ship, an unbearable fate. "Enough chatter. Move with haste. We sail in 2 hours. Anyone who dares to lag behind shall never return." Barbossa had intended to leave immediately, but after some reflection, he granted the crew 2 hours to contemplate their lives. After all, with their lackluster capabilities, 5 minutes would suffice. The remaining hour and 55 minutes could be devoted to easing their minds. Chapter 58. The Prospects of Royal Port. "Captain, when do we set sail?" In the highest fortress of Royal Port, Jack Sparrow impatiently queried Li Qingyuan. For the past fortnight, there had been no signs of departure. Instead, the entire Royal Port had descended into chaos. Now, Royal Port had transformed into a raucous playground for pirates, while the British soldiers, once enforcers of the law, had become complicit henchmen in the debauchery. After all, fearless soldiers are but a rare breed. Following the ruthless elimination of hundreds of thorns, the remaining 800 British soldiers promptly turned their weapons around and immediately pledged their allegiance to Li Qingyuan. As for the various bureaucrats and nobles from Britain within the royal port, apart from a few fortunate souls who managed to escape, the majority met a grim fate, being tossed into the sea to feed the sharks. Moreover, half of their properties were confiscated, while the other half, along with their female relatives, was directly distributed among the soldiers who had defected. Initially, many soldiers surrendered to an Eastern pirate out of sheer desperation, lacking any sense of loyalty. However, that has changed. These soldiers swiftly transformed into the most devoted lackeys at his command. Cultivating virtue may require a lifetime of endeavor, yet corrupting them takes but a single day. Indulging in exquisite wines they could scarcely afford before, each soldier now found their pockets brimming with gold and silver coins, in addition to the opportunity to consort with the esteemed ladies and maidens of the realm. Such a lifestyle was once beyond their wildest dreams. As for political maneuvering, Li Qingyuan was woefully ignorant. Had he engaged in the usual intrigues with the nobles, he would have been devoured whole. Nevertheless, the wisdom of countless historical figures was not in vain. The military development model of the king of the Chuang, Li Zicheng, was undoubtedly the optimal strategy to escape his current predicament. While wealth and beauty alone could not forge the finest ironclad army, they were sufficient to rapidly cultivate a loyal second-rate force. Patience was key. There was no need to rush. Studying the maritime charts before him, Li Qingyuan remarked without lifting his gaze. For Jack Sparrow, the essence of piracy was paramount. A few days away from the ship left him feeling utterly discontent. Yet Li Qingyuan did not share that penchant for self-inflicted hardship. Was he not pleased to be on solid ground? The ships of this era, in terms of comfort and sanitation, could not possibly compare to those of later times. His mission was to become the pirate emperor, not necessarily to live the life of a pirate. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing the formidable firepower of the Royal Invincible and his own capabilities to gradually eliminate all pirates in the Caribbean Sea, subsequently consolidating his strength to compel other pirate lords to acknowledge his sovereignty as the pirate emperor. However, after seizing the royal port, Li Qingyuan suddenly pondered whether he had narrowed his options too much, who decreed that a pirate emperor must set sail. If he could develop the royal port into a bustling trade hub between Europe and the Americas, then declaring himself a pirate emperor would merely be a matter of words. Royal Port possesses an unparalleled geographical advantage, serving as a mandatory passage for merchant vessels journeying from Europe to the Americas. Otherwise, they would be compelled to undertake an arduous detour of nearly 10 additional days. The thought of drifting aimlessly at sea for 2 months renders the prospect of a 10-day journey utterly unbearable for anyone, let alone the substantial depletion of supplies and the perils associated with such a prolonged voyage. Otherwise, the British would not have spent over 2 decades wresting this territory from the Spaniards. As for the notion that the pirate emperor must convene a pirate council at Shipwreck Cove to be elected by the 9 pirate kings, that is sheer nonsense. These so-called pirates are merely a band of fierce-looking individuals who, in truth, are exceedingly fearful of death. Li Qingyuan does not believe that he cannot negotiate reasonably with them. Setting aside other considerations, once Royal Port becomes the epicenter of transatlantic maritime trade and he monopolizes the entire Western economic route, who would dare oppose his claim to the title of Pirate Emperor? After all, a mere utterance from him could sever their entire supply chain and trade in goods, leading to insurrection among the crew against their captain. In this world, only interests endure, relying on the integrity of a bunch of pirates? That is a futile hope. Thus, in recent days, he has been diligently gathering his subordinates and studying the terrain of Royal Port, preparing to fortify his plans. My Lord Marquis, Captain Barbassa of the Black Pearl seeks an audience. Just as Jack Sparrow was poised to elaborate further, the newly appointed Minister of Armaments for Royal Port, Vincent, knocked and entered. Originally a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, Vincent's capabilities and qualifications would warrant a promotion to at least a colonel. However, lacking the esteemed lineage of Norrington, he remained a lieutenant well into his 40s. Such underhanded operations are hardly surprising in any realm. Admit him. Li Qingyuan shrugged. Barbassa's prolonged delay was indeed beyond his expectations. After all, He had not anticipated that the latter would first divert to Tortuga, taking a considerable detour at sea. "Greetings, my Lord Marquis." Barbossa entered the castle under Vincent's guidance, bowing respectfully to Li Qingyuan, who occupied the seat of honor. In this era, Europeans are staunch believers in the so-called theory of bloodlines. Thus, Li Qingyuan fabricated a new identity for himself. He now claimed the title of Marquis of Jinghai from the Ming dynasty. "Barbossa, you scoundrel!" The sight of his rival, the first mate who had commandeered his ship, ignited a fierce rage within Jack Sparrow, compelling him to charge at the man. Yet, with a subtle gesture of his finger, Li Qingyuan halted Captain Jack in his tracks. In recent days, Jack had learned the hard way of the formidable might of his adversary. Any hint of disobedience, even a desire to sneak away from royal port alone, would result in excruciating pain. There is no remedy. After all, the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow has never been one to uphold personal hygiene, perpetually accompanied by an assortment of fleas and mosquitoes. Thus, the presence of an additional little critter on his person has never caused him any concern. "Ah, is that not my old friend Jack Sparrow? What brings you here?" Captain Barbossa's face illuminated with surprise, as if he were genuinely unaware of Jack's existence. "Captain Barbossa, let us set aside the grievances between you and Jack Sparrow for the moment." Li Qingyuan gestured for the two to quiet down. Jack Sparrow had endured considerable hardships in recent days and could only grunt in response, choosing silence over further conversation. Barbossa, however, observed the scene with keen interest. To see the fearless Jack Sparrow in such a state suggested that the enigmatic Eastern sorcerer before them was far more formidable than he had initially presumed. Chapter 59. Investment, my Lord Marquis. Have you summoned me for a specific purpose? Barbossa inquired as he settled into a nearby chair, directing his question towards Li Qingyuan. In contrast to Jack Sparrow, who relied solely on his protagonist aura and illustrious lineage, Barbossa could be regarded as a hidden protagonist within the entire narrative of Pirates of the Caribbean. Cunning and treacherous, selfish and ruthless, he would stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. Furthermore, he was adept in strategy and persuasion, possessing his own ambitions while maintaining a clear awareness of his standing, never engaging in battles without assurance of victory. To be candid, Jack Sparrow's prolonged survival at sea was purely a result of the director's intervention. Without his protagonist aura, he would have long since met his demise. The royal port is currently in need of a vice-governor, and I believe Captain Barbossa would be an excellent fit for the position. What do you think? Li Qingyuan began to meticulously groom his nails with a small file, lamenting the excessively humid weather of Central America, which could lead to mold if one was not careful. "Wait, Captain, isn't the vice-governor position mine?" Jack Sparrow exclaimed, springing from his chair. While he might not have cared much for the title, it was nonetheless his rightful claim. Why should it be bestowed upon Barbossa? Since the day you set sail to steal the ships from the port 7 days ago, you have forfeited that claim. Li Qingyuan replied, rolling his eyes as he exhaled softly. Were it not for your status as the protagonist and the tasks I require of you, you would have been cast aside long ago. For others, Jack Sparrow's illustrious lineage might instill a sense of trepidation, given that both his uncle and father belonged to the legendary cadre of super pirates, those who thrived in their nefarious endeavors and retired in glory. Even Barbossa hesitated to eliminate Jack outright, fearing the repercussions from his formidable family. Yet for Li Qingyuan, he was indifferent to the potential vengeance from Jack's kin. Once my mission is accomplished, I shall take my leave. Can you pursue me across dimensions if you possess the ability? While I am more than willing to serve you, and it amuses me to see this fellow humbled, allow me to express a candid thought. Barbossa regarded the sullen and deflated Captain Jack Sparrow, who sat brooding like a deflated balloon. He rose and removed his hat in a gesture of respect. The British would never permit the royal port to fall under the dominion of a marquis from the east. And surely even the Spaniards and the French would not remain passive spectators. The theory of the Yellow Peril is deeply entrenched in Europe. Had Li Qingyuan been a Caucasian, it is likely that a Spanish envoy would have already arrived to confer upon him an official title. Just a few years ago, Spain had suffered defeat in naval battles against Britain, and they were now fervently eager to engage in anything that might trouble the British. Do you believe the royal port can withstand a British counterattack? Li Qingyuan asked, smiling at Barbossa. No offense intended, Your Excellency, but while the royal port possesses strategic advantages, it may not suffice against the might of the British fleet, Barbossa replied, nodding. No one understands the power of the British Navy better than he does. Dozens of warships lined up in formation could terrify anyone, rendering them helpless. In light of this, let us not press Captain Barbossa further. However, I do have a proposition. Setting aside the nail clipper in his hand, Li Qingyuan chose not to insist any longer. A fruit that is forced does not ripen sweetly. Since Barbossa was unwilling, he would not compel him. After all, what he truly sought was a genuinely committed aid, not someone harboring resentment. Please, do continue. Barbossa straightened in his seat, knowing that the critical moment had arrived. I would like to propose an exchange, a British warship for the Black Pearl. Would Captain Barbossa be amenable to this? Barbossa looked at Li Qingyuan with a hint of confusion, questioning whether he had misheard. He had initially assumed that the other party would be interested in the treasures he had plundered over the years, but he never anticipated such a proposition. Unlike the obsessive Jack Sparrow, Barbossa was a quintessential pirate. The Black Pearl was merely a useful tool to him, devoid of any special sentiment. Although the Black Pearl was the fastest ship in the Caribbean due to its enchantment, it had clear shortcomings when compared to a warship. Civilian vessels could never rival military ones, could they? A fully equipped warship, armed with 18 new cannons, would undoubtedly overpower any merchant or pirate vessel in a single barrage. Having recently brushed up on nautical knowledge, Li Qingyuan was acutely aware that his bargaining chip was one Barbossa could not resist. Caliber is justice. No matter how swift the Black Pearl may be, it remains inferior. What else can it do beyond fleeing? Barbossa was not Jack Sparrow. He had no affinity for retreat. After a moment of contemplation, Barbossa acquiesced to Li Qingyuan's request for a ship exchange. Possessing a fully operational warship as a pirate vessel, it would not be long before he could reclaim a crew of pirates and truly establish himself as the sovereign of the Caribbean seas. I am immensely grateful for your generosity. However, may I boldly inquire what you intend to do with the Black Pearl? Barbossa could not help but ask. Just before departing after instructing his men to receive the warship promised by Li Qingyuan, given that he had secured the royal port through Governor Swan's influence, all 4 warships at the royal port were seamlessly handed over to Li Qingyuan. Thus, Barbossa found it perplexing, since the other party already possessed 4 warships. Why did he still seek the Black Pearl? I desire the Black Pearl primarily for this fellow, Li Qingyuan said, gesturing towards the envious and resentful Jack Sparrow, who stood nearby. Captain, are you saying you intend to give the Black Pearl to me? Jack Sparrow exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he rushed towards Li Qingyuan, ready to embrace him. However, Li Qingyuan swiftly kicked him off the dock and into the sea. After all, this fellow hadn't bathed in at least 6 months, and the number of lice on him surely surpassed 3 digits. Who in their right mind would wish to engage in physical contact with him? Speaking of which, how could this man, with such an unpleasant odor, manage to attract so many women? Are European women nowadays inclined towards such peculiar tastes? What a delightful sight! Barbossa remarked with a smile as he watched Jack Sparrow tumble into the water. Captain Barbossa, the royal port can provide you with all the supplies you require. Furthermore, any unsellable goods you possess can be brought here, and I shall ensure a fair price is offered. Since he had decided to play the benefactor, he might as well commit fully. After all, money in this world held little value for him and could better serve to procure pivotal narrative characters. Chapter 60. The Great Captain Jack Sparrow. Damn it. Why must I, the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow, be confined to such a wretched vessel? Sitting at the bow of his ship, Jack Sparrow could not help but question his existence. This single-masted sloop had been generously provided by Li Qingyuan. After all, the vast ocean was daunting, and even a protagonist like Jack would be left lamenting without a ship. Tayatoma, residing deep within the rainforests of South America, had entrusted Jack Sparrow with the task of bringing him back. As a reward, should Jack Sparrow succeed in returning Tayatoma to the royal port, he would be gifted the Black Pearl. Regarding Barbossa, Li Qingyuan felt confident in making a preemptive investment, believing that, both from a strategic perspective and in terms of character, any resources invested in Barbossa would eventually yield returns. As for Jack Sparrow, however, if he were to hand over the Black Pearl prematurely, it was evident that he would take the ship and wander aimlessly, never to assist Li Qingyuan in his endeavors. Behold, the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow. As the saying goes, among the myriad of spirits that haunt the seas, Captain Jack accounts for half, a statement not made lightly. As a side note, the other half is a consequence of his father's misdeeds. It is evident that the Sparrow lineage has perfected the art of inciting enmity. Thus, it becomes clear why Jack Sparrow is so fervently devoted to the pursuit of speed. Without it, he would long have met his demise. Jack, Gibbs bellowed. The Marquis has declared that if you fail to return with Tia Dalma within 6 months, he shall set the Black Pearl ablaze. Observing his captain idly lounging at the ship's bow, Gibbs could no longer contain himself. Curse it, Gibbs. You are my first mate. Must you not conceive of more favorable thoughts? Jack Sparrow retorted, raising his distinctive orchid-like finger in a gesture of frustration. However, the Marquis has promised us £2,000 each if we return Tia Dalma. Gibbs remained undeterred by Jack's ire, raising 2 fingers in a triumphant shout. Instantly, the crew erupted in excited cheers. £2,000 was an astronomical sum for ordinary pirates, an unimaginable fortune. Listen, everyone, Jack Sparrow interjected, realizing his crew was on the brink of insurrection due to some rogue's exorbitant bounty. He rose, gesturing for silence. He furtively scanned the horizon, reassured that they were adrift in the vast ocean, far from the ears of that eastern sorcerer. Clearing his throat, he continued, "You must understand. Royal Port is the domain of the British. Given their brazen nature, do you truly believe they would allow an Eastern individual to seize their port without retaliation? Most pirates were illiterate brutes, incapable of grasping the intricacies of political machinations between England and Spain. Such matters were utterly foreign to them. Regardless of which nation's warship they encountered, their instinct was to flee. What do the British have to do with our £2,000? Will they bestow riches upon us? Pounds are issued by the British. Surely, we must acquire our fortunes from their hands." Realizing his crew had digressed, Jack Sparrow understood that discussing complex matters was futile with these simpletons. Let us first plunder merchant vessels. If after 3 months they continue to control Royal Port, we shall seek out the witch then. Nearly a month had passed since the seizure of Royal Port. The British, no doubt, would have received word and would likely dispatch a fleet for their initial assault within 3 months. If the opponent could withstand the initial assault, Captain Jack Sparrow believed that assisting them in locating an individual would not be out of the question. Had he mentioned this earlier? Thus, we set forth to commit our heist. A fervent chorus of crew members, sharpening their blades, erupted into excited cheers. All that mattered was that Jack was willing to lead them to the witch and claim the bounty of £2,000. As for extraneous concerns, who cared? You are destined for hell. Elizabeth Swann gazed at the man before her, gritting her teeth in a curse. I do not believe in God. Thus your Satan holds no dominion over me. Li Qingyuan reached out, grasping Miss Swann's chin and lifting it slightly, causing the saliva she had been on the verge of expelling to retreat back down her throat. Scoundrel, release me. Elizabeth struggled fiercely, yet her arms were firmly restrained, and her legs were shackled with iron chains, making any attempt to move her limbs a futile dream. As a competent villain, Li Qingyuan would not commit the common blunders seen in dramas. Despite his current physical state, even a kick below the belt would not inflict much harm. Yet the humiliation was unthinkable. Thus, it was prudent to secure this lady's legs. In truth, we could engage in a calm discourse. Releasing Elizabeth, Li Qingyuan settled into a seat and gestured toward the flustered Governor Swan, standing nearby. Your father has already consented to your marriage to me. We shall hold the ceremony tomorrow. Given his plans to remain in this world for at least a year or two, finding something to occupy his time seemed essential, lest he succumb to ennui. During his plundering of the royal port, he had encountered those so-called noble maidens, all of whom were utterly unattractive and unappealing. No, I shall not agree. Upon hearing she was to wed this scoundrel, Elizabeth erupted in outrage. No one requires your consent. I am merely informing you. And you, take the lady below to ensure she has a thorough bath. She must be cleansed completely. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, instructing the sturdy women tasked with guarding Elizabeth. These women were robust, capable of overpowering 2 or 3 men in a single confrontation. Miss Swann, unlike Governor Swan, would not behave with such decorum. Should 2 maids keep watch over her, she would undoubtedly incapacitate them and make her escape. Watching his daughter being taken away, Governor Swan's eyes brimmed with sorrow. He had effectively severed ties with all of England. When the British fleet returned to reclaim the royal port, he and his daughter would likely be condemned as traitors and hanged. Yet, if he did not acquiesce to this devil before him, the morning had revealed the pitiful state of women in the military camp. Should he choose to face execution in a few months, or endure a living hell now? Chapter 61. The arrival of the British. Have you heard the news? The British fleet has arrived in San Juan. Barbosa, who was procuring supplies in the Dominican Republic, was momentarily stunned by this revelation. He had believed that the British would require at least another month to reach their destination. yet they had arrived much sooner than anticipated. Could it be that the British possessed some form of foresight? What could possibly explain their rapid arrival? Barbossa seized the informant by the collar and impatiently inquired about the situation. From the time Royal Port was seized to the moment the escapees conveyed the message to the British, and then the time taken for the British to organize their fleet. At least 4 months should have elapsed. Yet here he was, having just made a lucrative deal thanks to the prowess of his new warships. And before he could even sell his goods, the British fleet had already reached San Juan. Did those British sailors possess the ability to fly? It was rumored that the British had signed an agreement with Spain at the end of last year, temporarily reducing their military presence on the European continent, which allowed them to send a fleet to the Caribbean in preparation for the expansion of their colonies. Naturally, those who acted as informants were well-informed individuals, and they succinctly explained the sequence of events. The British warships that had arrived were essentially the same forces led by Lord Beckett and pirates of the Caribbean too. According to the original film plot, Barbossa would have been eliminated by Jack Sparrow and Will Turner over 2 months ago, after which Will and Elizabeth Swann would have returned to Royal Port to discuss their impending marriage, just as they were preparing for their nuptials. Lord Beckett would have arrived with his forces to seize control of Royal Port, capturing both Elizabeth and Will in the process. Although Governor Swann was the local power in Royal Port, Cutler Beckett was the king's appointed agent, and with a formidable fleet at his disposal, he would have swiftly usurped Governor Swann's authority, demonstrating his might in the process. Oh God! It seemed the Lord had not favored the Marquis from the east. Barbossa made the sign of the cross over his chest. While he held a favorable opinion of Li Qingyuan, it appeared that the latter's days of fortune were drawing to a close. The time since the acquisition of Royal Port had barely reached 3 months, and it was likely that even the most basic defenses had not yet been established, leaving them to confront the British fleet head-on. No matter how one considered it, the odds were decidedly against them. Captain, it seems that the Easterners do not believe in God. Boris felt compelled to point out the captain's oversight, as matters of faith were indeed significant. Bang! Barbossa suppressed the urge to shoot him on the spot, delivering a slap to Boris's head that sent his glass eye flying. My eye, my eye. Boris immediately dropped to the ground, searching for his own eyeballs. You, go to Royal Port at once and deliver a message to the esteemed Eastern Marquis, informing him that the British fleet is set to arrive in 7 days. Barbossa commanded, pointing at Pintel. Situated at the far western edge of the Caribbean, Royal Port could be reached by the British fleet within 7 days if they sailed at full speed. Captain, surely the Marquis has his own intelligence network? Pintel inquired, raising his head in confusion. Fool, when I tell you to go, you go? Barbossa snapped, exasperated by the incompetence of his crew. It was truly maddening to sail the seas with such a band of dimwits. How could they not understand the importance of a simple favor? How many warships do the British possess? In the harbor of Aruba? A jubilant Jack Sparrow eagerly questioned his informant while procuring supplies. His original plan had been to lead his men in a raid on a merchant vessel, but it was only at the last moment that Jack discovered the single-masted sloop given to him by Li Qingyuan was devoid of cannons. This was a dire predicament. Attempting to plunder an armed merchant ship with an unarmed sloop was a perilous gamble. Had it not been for Captain Jack Sparrow's fortuitous charm and the undeniable battle-hardened prowess of his seemingly unreliable crew, the illustrious captain would have found himself feeding the sharks as soon as he set sail. Nonetheless, he was relentlessly pursued by the armed merchant vessel, and it was only by rolling and scrambling that he managed to escape to Aruba. Upon arriving at the port, he learned from his informant of the British fleet's blockade at San Juan, which filled him with such elation that he nearly jumped for joy. While Barbossa remained preoccupied with his grudging regard for Li Qingyuan, Jack Sparrow's mind was consumed with thoughts of his adversary's rudeness and ruthlessness. To be honest, had he not recognized his inability to contend with the opponent, Jack Sparrow would have long since plotted to eliminate him. The primary reason for his restraint lay in Li Qingyuan's formidable combat prowess, which made even the life-preserving Jack Sparrow hesitate to strike. In truth, if a confrontation were to occur, it was unlikely that Li Qingyuan would prove to be a match for him in close combat. After all, Li Qingyuan had little understanding of hand-to-hand combat, and despite his attributes not yet surpassing Jack Sparrow's, even a complete domination would not guarantee victory against a captain seasoned in the violent conflicts of the underworld. It is said that there are 3 first-rate battleships, 8 second-rate battleships, and approximately 40 third-rate battleships, revealed an informant who wished to remain anonymous. 50 warships? Are the British preparing for war? Upon hearing such a staggering number, even the fearless Captain Jack Sparrow couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, expressing his incredulity. Over 50 warships, constituting a full third of the British Navy, represent a maritime power that could readily engage in national warfare. It is rumored that the British are preparing to seize territories in South America, having signed a continental armistice with Spain in Vienna, thus prohibiting warfare in Europe. Consequently, the British have dispatched their surplus vessels to the Caribbean, intent on usurping the Spanish colonies in South America. The intelligence dealer, truly a connoisseur of secrets, has revealed this top-tier war intelligence. After bidding farewell to the informant, Captain Jack Sparrow began to deftly manipulate a silver coin between his fingers, the gleaming object dancing gracefully in the air. A richly attired lady observed Jack Sparrow's nimble fingers, her cheeks flushing with intrigue as she became captivated by his display. Under normal circumstances, the illustrious Captain Sparrow would have seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation, perhaps securing a place to rest for the night. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by matters concerning the royal port, leaving no room for the attentions of the seemingly neglected noblewoman. Chapter 62. The pre-war conference heartfelt gratitude was extended to Captain Barbossa for his astute reminder. Li Qingyuan, seated in his chair, concluded Boris's report and gestured for the steward to bestow a few gold coins upon the two gentlemen as remuneration. He had long been aware of the British fleet's impending arrival. However, as Barbossa had predicted, regardless of the efficacy of the messenger, it was prudent to acknowledge the favor extended by the other party, ignoring the jubilant Boris and the bemused compatriot who had just received their reward. Li Qingyuan instructed his subordinates to summon others. Although Boris's eye was a token of the Caspian Sea pirate king's authority, a credential among the 9 great pirate kings, Li Qingyuan held no particular interest in such trinkets. Having resolved to become the financial emperor of this world, the so-called pirate king's insignia bore no significance for him. However, it appeared that among the 9 tokens resided the divine power of the sea goddess Calypso, which he might consider collecting upon his return. My Lord Marquis. Soon, several individuals hastened to the conference hall, bowing respectfully. These included Colonel Vincent, responsible for managing the island's soldiers, Captain Lamuel, in charge of the coastal artillery, and the formidable pirate Bellamy, who oversaw the defecting pirates. Bellamy was the quintessential pirate, with a golden hook for a left hand and an eye patch over his right eye, embodying every expectation of a swashbuckler. He commanded 2 armed pirate ships and boasted over 400 loyal followers, having earned significant renown in the Caribbean, second only to the infamous ghost Captain Barbossa. Also present as a mascot was the former governor of the royal port, Weatherby Swan. The British fleet, with its 50 warships, has already entered the Caribbean and will arrive no later than the day after tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this development? Taking a gentle sip of coffee, Li Qingyuan leisurely spoke. My Lord Marquis, let us retreat for now. The treacherous terrain of the Cayman Islands should deter the British fleet from pursuing us. Vincent and Bellamy immediately rose to respond, indicating that these two had likely conspired on numerous occasions regarding their course of action should the British fleet choose to attack. 50 warships, in the current Caribbean context, were undeniably an invincible force. Though the Spaniards might muster a similar number with great effort, they were already a waning power, barely managing to maintain their existing colonies. They had neither the capacity nor the inclination to involve themselves in the affairs of the British. What is your perspective, Governor Swan? Li Qingyuan inquired, glancing slightly at the governor, who had been silently observing from the sidelines. I. Governor Swan hesitated, clearly at a loss for words. From a national standpoint, he naturally wished for the fleet to seize Royal Harbor and exact a brutal fate upon this detestable Oriental man before him. However, the recent grand wedding held on the island had changed everything. Even though Elizabeth had been bound throughout the ceremony, it was now common knowledge that this Oriental man was her husband, her lawful consort. Therefore, regardless of how he attempted to rationalize the situation, should the British fleet return to Royal Harbor, both he and Elizabeth would undoubtedly meet a grim end. The fleet commander should be Cutler Beckett. You are familiar with him, I presume? Li Qingyuan prompted. Beckett? Isn't he in India? How did he come to the Caribbean? Upon realizing that his political rival was the one arriving, Governor Swan momentarily felt disoriented. Yet, as a seasoned veteran of the political arena, he quickly pieced together the implications of the situation. As the governor of the British Caribbean, one would expect a suitable commander to be dispatched for colonial expansion rather than summoning a political adversary like Beckett from India. Political strife is often faction-based, more brutal than even racial conflicts. It was evident that after a decade of governance in the Caribbean, some harbored discontent and sought to undermine him. The thought sent a chill of sweat down Governor Swan's back. If Beckett were to enter the Caribbean, it was inconceivable that he would not seek to undermine him. Indeed, with a darker intent, it would be all too easy for Beckett to orchestrate his demise. Observing the dazed governor, whose thoughts seemed to drift into the abyss, Li Qingyuan surmised that the old man would eventually come to understand the gravity of his situation. As long as he maintained control over Elizabeth Swan, this infatuated father would undoubtedly remain steadfastly tied to his ship. It is increasingly challenging to find an individual capable of executing meaningful tasks in these times. To transform Royal Harbor into the epicenter of Western economic transportation, the presence of a figure akin to Governor Swan is indispensable. As for Miss Swan's continued resistance, what a trivial matter that is. A few more nights of rest should suffice. How proficient are we with the new artillery? Li Qingyuan inquired of Lemuel, contemplating how to subdue Elizabeth Swan and bring her to a semblance of tranquility. Our current accuracy has risen to 40%, Lemuel proudly declared, standing tall and puffing out his chest. I am confident that we can eliminate all the invading British forces. Are you not British yourself? Li Qingyuan retorted. Over the past 2 months, he had not been idle, aside from devising plans for the future development of Royal Harbor and assembling a motley crew. He dedicated the remainder of his time to refurbishing coastal artillery. Although he was not well versed in the intricacies of such antiquated cannons, his reputation as a demolition expert allowed him to make modifications without needing to understand the underlying principles of their construction. Admittedly, due to various considerations and the scarcity of raw materials, he had only managed to upgrade one coastal cannon thus far. Yet he believed it would suffice to confront the British. Among all of Royal Harbor, only Lemuel, as the artillery commander, grasped the formidable nature of this new weapon, filling him with unbridled confidence that with just one cannon, he could lay waste to cities and nations. Vincent and Bellamy exchanged incredulous glances at Lemuel, wondering if his faculties had been compromised. They were facing 50 warships, not merely 5. Certainly, Royal Harbor's defenses were formidable enough to withstand a dozen ships without faltering. But the sheer number of 50 was bound to precipitate a qualitative transformation. Though they contemplated persuading the Marquis to abandon the city and flee, the intensity of his gaze compelled them to swallow their words. Chapter 63. All-out assault. How long until we reach Royal Harbor? Lord Beckett inquired of the captain beside him. Gazing at the azure sky, he had been dispatched under the orders of King George II to expand British influence in the Caribbean. After centuries of warfare, the British had vanquished the Dutch, the French, and their most formidable adversary, the Spanish, emerging as the preeminent power in Europe. However, the rapid ascent of Britain had engendered discontent among the continental nations. Thus, George II deemed it prudent not to provoke further animosity at such a time, lest they provoke a collective onslaught. Consequently, he resolved to send the fleet to the Caribbean to plunder wealth. This decision by the British proved to be exceedingly astute, for history had shown that it was through such means that they transformed from a mere island nation into an empire upon which the sun never set. In merely 20 nautical miles, we shall reach Royal Port, arriving at the zenith of the tide around midday. Captain Arnold of the Endeavour swiftly retrieved his pocket watch to gauge the water's current before responding. Ordinarily, the captain aboard a vessel holds the highest authority. However, Lord Beckett, as the commander of this fleet, designated the flagship to be the Endeavour, and Arnold dared not voice his dissent. Alas, if His Majesty were to learn that the illustrious royal port had fallen under the dominion of a mere pirate, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Unable to find solace in sleep, Beckett mused, having contemplated various pretexts to usurp the authority of Weatherby Swan along the journey, only to realize that such efforts had proven futile. That Weatherby Swan had audaciously bestowed royal port upon an eastern pirate, while simultaneously marrying off his daughter to him, was a scandal of utmost magnitude. Regardless of the pirate's justifications or connections in London, these two transgressions warranted a swift execution. Captain Arnold, in a state of trepidation, could scarcely find words to utter. Lord Beckett, a man of significant status and reputedly on amicable terms with King George II, could afford to jest about the monarch without consequence. As for Arnold, he recognized his own insignificance. Any attempt to interject might lead to accusations of contempt for royal authority, resulting in a life spent in prison. Have the scouts returned with news? Beckett inquired from the dining table on the upper deck, lifting a piece of sliced watermelon with his silver fork. The patrol boat has just reported that Royal Port is presently under martial law, Captain Arnold relayed. It appears that the Eastern Man has instructed the pirates and traders to prepare for a desperate resistance. What? Beckett halted his actions, voicing his confusion. They have not fled? He set down his fork and took the intelligence from Arnold, his brow furrowing in concern. Originally, Beckett had anticipated that the sight of his formidable forces would send the adversaries scurrying to escape with the wealth of Royal Port. The geographical advantages of Royal Port were too great, even though Beckett felt confident in his ability to seize it. He recognized that a determined enemy could exact a heavy toll, costing him several ships in the process. Beckett's guiding principle had always been to accomplish the most with the least expenditure, which is why he had let it be known across the Caribbean that he commanded 50 warships. In his estimation, upon realizing the insurmountable might of his fleet, the best course for the enemy would be to swiftly gather the riches of Royal Port and flee by sea. Thus, he could reclaim Royal Port without bloodshed, avoiding unnecessary losses. As for that Eastern Man and Governor Swan, a pack of cornered dogs, unless they could somehow escape to the heart of the Americas as savages, they would inevitably fall into his grasp one day. He never anticipated that the adversary would deviate from the script he had envisioned. My lord, Captain Arnold, observing the commander lost in thought, could not restrain himself from offering a reminder. They were now less than 10 nautical miles from the Royal Port, the peaks of the harbor visible in the distance. At such a critical moment, the commander's distraction left the crew at a loss. Convey my orders. All vessels shall align in formation and commence fire upon reaching range. Beckett quickly regained his composure. After all, he was accustomed to tumultuous seas, and a minor lapse would not derail their mission. If those fools were determined to court death, he would not hesitate to oblige them. Yes, sir. Captain Arnold promptly instructed his crew to signal with flags, and soon all warships arranged themselves in a line, their thousands of cannons readied for action. At that moment, you vile demon, your reckoning has finally arrived. Miss Swan, though somewhat disheveled, defiantly cursed. If you wish to avoid having your mouth silenced, it would be wise to remain quiet, Li Qingyuan said, pinching Elizabeth Swan's chin, a frown creasing his brow. Her spirit was indeed resilient, despite her tenacious physique. She still had the energy to hurl insults after a week of relentless combat. However, considering her status as one who could ascend to become the pirate emperor, her combat prowess and recuperative abilities were somewhat exceptional, which was understandable. Upon hearing his threat, Miss Swan begrudgingly sealed her lips. Having been confined for over 2 months, she relished her opportunity to bask in the sun and was not keen on being imprisoned again so soon. My lord, the enemy has appeared. Ramuel saluted Li Qingyuan and pointed towards the horizon. Ah, they have finally arrived? Accepting the offered telescope, Li Qingyuan peered through the lenses and spotted a row of sails. How far are they from us? He inquired, lowering the telescope. The enemy's warships are currently 9 nautical miles away. As the artillery officer, determining the enemy's position was a fundamental skill. Ramuel needed only a glance to ascertain their distance. In this era, without any auxiliary devices, factors such as wind direction, distance, and angle had to be calculated by the human mind alone. Thus, experienced gunners were always in high demand, wherever they might be. 9 nautical miles. That means they will require at least half an hour, Li Qingyuan mused, having recently acquired a fair amount of knowledge regarding ships. He understood that even the fastest vessels, under optimal conditions, could reach a maximum speed of 18 knots per hour, not to mention the unfavorable wind. Even if the winds favored the British ships, it would take them no less than half an hour to enter firing range. In this day and age, regardless of the country employing artillery, the range seldom exceeds 3 nautical miles, not to mention shipborne cannons, which must consider the vessel's capacity, thus necessitating a reduction in range. If a British warship can enter the effective range within half an hour, it would indeed be a remarkable performance on the part of the adversary. Chapter 64. The confused soldier. How much further until we reach the effective range? As the Royal Port gradually came into clearer view, Lord Beckett rose and inquired. Thanks to the splendid weather in the Caribbean, visibility was exceptionally good. Even without a telescope, Beckett could now discern the distant outline of the Royal Port. He could also spot what appeared to be a group of individuals stationed at the coastal artillery position. From the perspective of artillery range and performance, There is little difference between the coastal artillery and shipborne cannons. The only advantage lies in the elevated position of the port's artillery, which provides a suppressive effect on the vessels below. However, this advantage is relative. The Royal Port possesses at most 70 or 80 cannons, while each of Beckett's warships boasts at least 40 or 50, culminating in a total exceeding 2,000 cannons. Such a disparity in numbers cannot be bridged merely by morale or a slight geographical advantage. In another 10 minutes, we shall enter maximum range. Arnold glanced at the sky, raised his right hand to toss a feather into the air, and, observing its drift, confirmed the wind direction before responding. Excellent. I intend to hang every one of those sinners who dare to defy His Majesty the King. Beckett nodded contentedly, for to him, the outcome of the battle was beyond doubt. He had brought along 16,000 soldiers and 50 warships. This formidable force was not something a mere royal port could withstand. His ambition was to dominate the entire Caribbean region, to extend the glory of the British Empire, and to make this audacious group the first sacrifice upon his arrival in the Caribbean. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, sending torrents of water skyward. The tremendous shockwave even causing the HMS Endeavour to sway perilously. What has happened? Lord Beckett quickly stood and jogged to the edge of the deck, perplexed by the commotion. The captains of a dozen nearby warships wore similar expressions, exchanging glances filled with confusion over the recent disturbance. It missed. Lowering the telescope, Li Qingyuan remarked with a hint of disappointment. Although he had not expected the first shot to find its mark, the reality of its failure was indeed disheartening. Please hold on. It will be ready shortly. Lamuel hurriedly began instructing his crew to adjust the cannon's aim. Even though, after Li Qingyuan's modifications, this cannon had transformed from a 17th century relic into a strategic piece of early 20th century artillery, achieving a perfect hit rate was still an impossibility. Even the artillery of the 21st century boasts only a 10% accuracy rate, let alone that of a World War I-era cannon. Certainly, the 10% margin is due to the demand for precise strikes. Currently, the enemy's warship is merely 5 nautical miles away, and we need only wait for it to approach. Thus, the hit rate could realistically reach 30 to 40%. Why is this cannon so peculiar? Elizabeth Swann, constrained by a fitted corset dress and bound hands within a set of gloves, resembled an individual ensnared in a straitjacket. Nonetheless, her title as a marchioness compelled her to inquire. In response to Elizabeth's question, Lamuel endeavored to provide an explanation. This formidable vessel, the Majestic General, was personally modified by the Marquis himself. Its range is threefold that of a standard cannon, and its power exceeds tenfold. As he spoke, Lamuel could not resist caressing the cannon's bore, much like one would tenderly touch a cherished lover. Tenfold. Governor Swann, who had remained silent until now, raised his voice in astonishment. For the past 2 days, he had been engulfed in a tumultuous conflict within himself. On one hand, he yearned for Beckett to arrive with forces to reclaim Royal Harbor and exact vengeance upon Li Qingyuan. Yet, on the other hand, he hoped for Li Qingyuan to triumph over Beckett's fleet. After all, given the personal animosity between himself and Beckett, the fall of Royal Harbor would signify the demise of them both. Governor Swann had even prepared a pistol, contemplating its use for suicide once the fleet secured the harbor. However, in a state of panic, he snatched a telescope from another, gazing toward the distant British warship. Whoosh! Another shell was launched, and this time, due to an adjusted angle, it did not plunge into the sea but collided directly with a third-rate battleship. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, that very battleship erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, spiraling into the sky in a breathtaking display. Impossible. The telescope slipped from Governor Swann's hand, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces worth hundreds of pounds. What transpired? Elizabeth Swann sensed an unusual atmosphere and hastily inquired. She wished to rush to Governor Swann's side to discern the unfolding events, yet her feet remained shackled, rendering her immobile. Alas, the Marquis had decreed her confinement unless under extraordinary circumstances, given her notoriously tempestuous temperament. How could this be? Governor Swann collapsed onto the ground, still grappling with the absurdity of it all. Excellent, carry on. Witnessing a battleship transformed into mere wreckage upon the sea, Li Qingyuan nodded in approval. Battleships, even those of the third class, represent formidable maritime weapons in this era, measuring over 40 meters in length and displacing more than 1,000 tons. Armed with dozens of cannons, they are nearly invincible on the open sea save for the wrath of nature. The 3 layers of oak planks, each 15 centimeters thick, can withstand any physical assault. Even if struck by cannon fire, the current solid shot would require no less than a dozen hits to sink a battleship. Given the lamentable accuracy of artillery today, it is safe to assert that sinking a battleship in naval combat is a virtually insurmountable task. Yet now, astonishingly, a single shot has plunged a third-class battleship straight into the depths. Meanwhile, several fortunate soldiers find themselves dazed upon floating debris, pondering, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How could such a colossal vessel, moments ago poised for battle, have vanished in the blink of an eye?" To use a World War I artillery piece against the ancient mariners of the 18th century is akin to an adult bullying a child in kindergarten. Wooden warships possess no semblance of defense against explosive shells. No matter how sturdy the timber, it cannot withstand the might of such ordnance. Lemuel hastily instructed his subordinates to adjust the cannon's angle, his face alight with exhilaration. Although he was already aware of the immense power bestowed upon this magnificent artillery by the Marquis's modifications, witnessing a single shot obliterate a battleship filled him with indescribable excitement. With such firepower at hand, one is indeed invincible. For the artillery commander, such a superlative cannon is nothing short of a divine artifact. Chapter 65, The White Flag. What, pray tell, is that? Lord Callet Becket could no longer maintain his so-called aristocratic composure, seizing Captain Arnold by the collar in a fit of hysteria. It is hardly surprising that he faltered, for in the brief span of 3 minutes, he had already lost 5 warships. 5 warships. This loss would undoubtedly provoke King George II to leap from his bed in fury. Though Becket had initially anticipated a loss of 5 to 7 vessels following the siege of Royal Port, this was to occur after breaching its defenses. Now, with his fleet still nearly 4 nautical miles from Royal Port and not yet within the maximum range of their cannons, he had suffered a 10% loss without even sighting the enemy. How could one proceed with such a battle? Perhaps it is the enemy's newly developed artillery? Captain Arnold wiped the sweat from his brow. He had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon before. Despite not reaching the maximum range of their cannons, the adversary's artillery could strike his own fleet. This was nothing short of a supernatural occurrence, not to mention the terrifying power of their guns, which sent chills down one's spine, regardless of whether it is a first-class battleship or a third-class one. Any vessel struck will inevitably transform into a mere heap of splintering debris adrift upon the sea. Captain Arnold had never fathomed such an impressive range and formidable power. The fact that the adversary possesses such a dreadful war machine, while he and his crew entertain thoughts of assaulting them, is nothing short of folly. At this moment, he truly understands the phrase riding a tiger, with no means of retreat. Cursed be it. Lord Becket, seizing Captain Arnold by the collar, realized that questioning him would yield no fruitful outcome, and swiftly compelled himself to regain his composure. To emerge from among millions and be appointed as the new commander of the Caribbean by King George II speaks volumes of Becket's astute intellect. His earlier lapse was merely a moment of panic in the face of an incomprehensible crisis. He commanded all vessels to proceed at full speed, directly breaching the blockade of Royal Port, and prepared for close combat. Calculating in his mind the enemy's cannon firing rate and power, Becket immediately discerned the most prudent strategy. The enemy's artillery was overwhelmingly potent, with a range far exceeding that of his own. His solitary chance to turn the tide lay in sheer numbers. They must charge forward for hand-to-hand combat, based on the current rate and accuracy of the enemy's bombardment. Should all ships advance, it was estimated that perhaps a third of their fleet might reach the docks of Royal Port before succumbing to the depths. Even if only a third managed to survive, that would still amount to 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers, while even with the pirates included, Royal Port would scarcely muster 2,000. 6,000 against 2,000 is a battle still worth engaging. Admittedly, such a maneuver would result in catastrophic losses for the entire fleet, yet Becket believed that seizing that formidable cannon, which continues to wreak havoc, would justify the sacrifice. If such a long-range and powerful piece of artillery could be captured and subsequently entrusted to the Royal Academy for study, the dream of the British Empire dominating the world would no longer be far-fetched. It seems the enemy possesses quite the audacity. Through his telescope, he observed the British fleet not retreating in flight, but rather rallying their sails, heading towards Royal Port, to which Li Qingyuan nodded thoughtfully. Although the British army may falter easily, their naval strength remains formidable. Lemuel quickly concurred. but as a former British artilleryman who had surrendered less than 2 months ago, one must question the speed at which he has turned traitor. The presence of a traitor among 1's ranks would be utterly detestable. Yet when found in the enemy's camp, it becomes a source of great relief. Thus, Li Qingyuan merely nodded in silence, instructing Lamuel to hasten the pace of their bombardment. Governor Swan, observing the warships of the fleet succumbing to the depths while witnessing the relentless fire of the great cannon before him, felt a pang of melancholy. The once invincible fleet of the British Empire now resembled a multitude of live targets, devoid of any semblance of resistance. Such a scene inevitably reminded him of the moment 2 centuries ago when the Spaniards first set foot on the shores of the Americas. The valiant warriors of the Aztecs and Mayans, wielding stone axes, fearlessly charged at the Spanish phalanx armed with matchlocks and culverins, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered like prey along their path. Now, the British fleet resembled those Aztecs. Though their courage was commendable, it had no bearing on the unfolding conflict. Li Qingyuan had already instructed his men to set up a table, and he now leisurely enjoyed the gentle breeze while savoring his coffee, watching as the warships transformed into splendid bursts of fireworks. 14. 15. The British warships had reached the firing range of the antiquated cannons, and from his vantage point atop the hill, Li Qingyuan could clearly discern the vessels with the naked eye. He softly counted the number of sunken warships before turning to Elizabeth beside him, inquiring, "How many more of those soldiers must perish before they surrender?" "British soldiers are the most elite in the world. They would never capitulate." Miss Swan, firmly seated, responded with an air of pride. "Then what do you make of these individuals?" Li Qingyuan gestured towards Lamuel, who was directing his gunners to adjust the cannon angles, along with his crew of artillerymen. "They do not qualify as true British soldiers." Elizabeth retorted without hesitation. "Well then, I am keen to witness just how formidable these native British troops truly are." Li Qingyuan smiled slightly and commanded Lamuel, "Order the other cannons to fire." Although he had only modified one cannon due to concerns regarding time and other factors, the British vessels had now entered the range of coastal artillery, and with dozens of old cannons remaining atop the hill, it would be a waste to let them bask in the sun. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous roar of artillery echoed. The noise of the antiquated cannons was considerable, even causing the dining table atop the hill to tremble. 16. 17. As the number of cannons firing surged, yet another 2 British warships sank beneath the waves. While these old coastal cannons may not inflict significant damage, the British forces were already like frightened birds. Upon hearing such a cacophony of gunfire, they lost the ability to execute even the most basic maneuvers. After all, having been relentlessly battered on the waves, they had no capacity to retaliate, a reality far beyond the comprehension of ordinary soldiers. 18. As yet another warship succumbed to the depths, despite being a mere 2 nautical miles from the royal port. The British fleet dared not advance any further. In the midst of Elizabeth's astonished expression, white flags were hoisted aboard dozens of warships. Chapter 66. The Royal Port Battle. In the Royal Port Battle, the British deployed 51 warships, resulting in the sinking of 29, the flight of 7, and the surrender of the remaining 15, who raised white flags. Lord Becket had noble intentions. He believed that despite the loss of half his fleet, the remaining sailors could storm the shore, and with the support of several thousand British soldiers, they could undoubtedly prevail in urban combat. However, warfare cannot be quantified merely by statistics. After the relentless sinking of 18 vessels, the morale of the remaining British soldiers plummeted. The continuous destruction of their ships shattered their psychological defenses, and witnessing their comrades' vessels transform into wreckage, many soldiers were left as mere dust upon the sea, overwhelmed by an unbearable mental strain. Who could predict whether they would be the next to ascend into oblivion? While Lord Becket calculated the firepower of Royal Port's artillery, he underestimated the steadfast resolve of his troops. Appointed as the Caribbean governor by the king and recently elevated to the peerage, Becket believed that sacrificing his life for the greater good of the crown was commendable. Yet, his own fearlessness did not extend to his soldiers, who were merely seeking a livelihood, driven by the meager annual pay of £18. Asking them to face certain death in battle was simply beyond their capacity. Consequently, around 10 ships witnessed their crews revolting, binding their captains, and hoisting white flags in surrender. The once unyielding fleet was suddenly beset by betrayal, sapping the courage of the remaining vessels to continue their advance. Confusion ensued among those unwilling to follow suit. Some sought to charge toward the docks, while others prepared to flee. The sea became a scene of chaos, with only a few daring souls who pressed onward meeting a swift demise, while only a scant handful managed to escape. In despair, Lord Cowlett Becket chose to leap into the sea, ending his life. A single battle had decimated the entire British West Sea Fleet. Even without his suicide, the king would not have shown him mercy. Thus, he deemed it more merciful to take his own life. Li Qingyuan suddenly found himself in possession of 18 warships. It is no exaggeration to assert that with these ships alone, he could command the Caribbean Sea. However, the more pressing concern was how to manage the nearly 10,000 British soldiers now in his custody, even counting his own ranks. Including the swashbucklers who had pledged their allegiance, he had fewer than 2,000 men. The sudden influx of 7,000 to 8,000 British prisoners left him perplexed regarding their management. With such a multitude, even housing them in a prison was unfeasible. As for direct incorporation into his ranks, one could only wonder whether these soldiers might be swayed by the machinations of those with ulterior motives to incite rebellion. Thus, he finally grasped the mindset of Bai Qi from years past. Had it not been for the potential utility of these formidable soldiers in exerting control over the entire Caribbean region, he might have wished to emulate Bai Qi and let them dig their own graves. After careful consideration, he selected 1,000 of the most commendable soldiers to join his personal guard, thereby augmenting the defense of Royal Port to 3,000. As for the remaining 6,000 captives, they were dispatched to the rear for infrastructure development. Given his ambition to transform Royal Port into the economic epicenter of the New World trade routes, the limited expanse of land was evidently insufficient. After all, there lay vast expanses of untamed wilderness behind Royal Port, and it would be advantageous to have these individuals cultivate the land. He entrusted all such minor matters to Governor Swan, whose attitude underwent a remarkable 180-degree shift after witnessing the entire Caribbean battle from the mountaintop. No longer the invisible man, he now rushed to seize every opportunity. Li Qingyuan was well aware of the old man's change of heart. Although he had previously authored male-oriented novels, he had also dabbled in female-oriented narratives during financially challenging times. It was merely the result of recognizing Li Qingyuan's immense power that led Governor Swan to devise some peculiar calculations in his mind. Presently, he had only Elizabeth Swan as his legitimate wife, and regardless of her personal sentiments, she was regarded by others as the rightful lady of Royal Port. Given Li Qingyuan's displayed prowess, Governor Swan surmised that while reclaiming territory on British soil might pose difficulties, establishing sovereignty in the Caribbean would undoubtedly be feasible. Should Elizabeth bear a son or daughter in the future, the vast territory they would acquire would essentially become the estate of the Weatherby family. The choice between serving the King of England or becoming the grandfather of a sovereign was a calculation even a fool could comprehend. Though others might not discern Governor Swan's ulterior motives, for Li Qingyuan, who had grown accustomed to the intricacies of palace intrigue, it was all too simple. In stark contrast to Governor Swan's political acumen, Elizabeth Swan's political intellect seemed nearly non-existent. She remained in a state of nonviolent resistance, and based on her current behavior, she would undoubtedly not survive beyond the first episode of a palace drama. However, it mattered little, for he did not require her affection. Her mere presence sufficed. As for the notion that gaining her heart would unlock further possibilities, such claims were utterly nonsensical. With ropes, pulleys, and locks at his disposal, what positions could not be attained? How far off topic had he strayed? Following the defeat of the fleet led by Becket, the system recognized his task as complete, directly rewarding him with 5 points of freedom attribute and a special passive skill, water mastery. This skill, true to its name, prompted Li Qingyuan to test its effects in the sea. Initially, he believed that this skill merely enabled him to swim faster. However, once he immersed himself in the water, he discovered that he could effortlessly masquerade as a mermaid, capable of remaining submerged for hours without the need to surface for air. Moreover, he was impervious to the ocean's pressure, only beginning to feel slight discomfort after descending to a depth of 300 meters. In the realm of pirates of the Caribbean, possessing such a skill could be considered a significant advantage for survival. Even though he had vanquished the British fleet, and his formidable reputation resonated throughout the Caribbean, the true battles and challenges were only just beginning. Long before he took control of Royal Port, he had contemplated the matter. To him, the British fleet posed little threat. After all, he possessed the genius of demolition, with military expertise that was over 3 centuries ahead of this world. rendering the confrontation with an army still employing solid cannonballs a mere exercise in dominance. In the world of Pirates of the Caribbean, the greatest dangers lay in the chaotic black magic and the myriad of undead sea monsters. Speaking of which, that scoundrel Jack Sparrow had commandeered his ship and set sail for nearly 3 months. It was unclear whether he had actually been productive. Chapter 67. Tales of Captain Jack Hard to Port. Jack Sparrow bellowed frantically, while Gibbs quickly turned the helm to its limit. "We can't escape. Their ship is swifter than ours," lamented the diminutive Hogan, watching as their pursuers closed in relentlessly. Their past 3 months could aptly be described as a streak of misfortune. During their initial raid, they had nearly been outmaneuvered by their prey. After a laborious effort to repair their ship in Aruba, they had cunningly swindled a cannon from a particularly disgruntled woman, thanks to Jack Sparrow's undeniable charm. It was worth noting that this woman weighed no less than 300 pounds. It was fortunate that Jack Sparrow was unperturbed by such matters, for others would have found it impossible to approach her. With their newfound artillery, the crew sharpened their blades in anticipation of another foray. Given their combat experience, even a single cannon would suffice for raiding small merchant vessels. However, just as they had located their target and prepared to strike, an unexpected 3-masted ship emerged, seemingly representing 2 factions vying for the same cargo. While such occurrences were statistically rare, they were not entirely implausible. The Caribbean was not vast, and the number of merchant ships sailing daily was limited, making it possible for 2 bands of pirates to set their sights on the same prize. As they resigned themselves to misfortune and prepared to retreat, they were spotted by the opposing pirate vessel. There was little left to say. "Jack, you scoundrel! How much do you owe old John for him to pursue us so relentlessly?" Gibbs cursed as he maneuvered the ship. "What a deep-seated grudge this is. Even a prey that is almost within reach is disregarded, as they stubbornly cling to their pursuit. As for the specifics, I can't quite recall. Perhaps 3,000 or 4,000. Captain Jack Sparrow helplessly twirled his fingers, seemingly estimating the amount. Who can truly keep track of such debts after years of sailing the seas? Captain Jack Sparrow has amassed so many IOUs that they could encircle the Caribbean 2.5 times. Who could possibly remember how much he owes? Honestly, had it not been for the sudden appearance of his pursuers, he would have completely forgotten about this creditor. I believe we have another course of action." Observing the increasingly close 3-masted ship, with several cannons already protruding, the diminutive Hogan raised his weapon and grinned sinisterly. "No, you cannot do this. I am the captain," Jack Sparrow shrieked, feeling like an unsuspecting maiden surrounded by a band of hulking men as the crew advanced menacingly toward him. Moments later, "Captain John, here is the prey you sought," Gibbs said with a foolish grin, pointing at Jack Sparrow, who was hanging upside down from the sails, addressing the one-legged old John. Jack, it is good to see you again." Old John hobbled toward the mast, his wooden leg clacking against the deck, as he gazed at the suspended Jack Sparrow and let out a cackling laugh. "Ah, my old friend, I believe our affairs warrant a more in-depth discussion." Jack Sparrow waved at old John, forcing a smile. "There is nothing to discuss between us." Old John bellowed in fury. "The first time, you scoundrel, you swindled 500 pounds from me. The second time, 3,000. And the third time, you even took my wife." Everyone, including old John's crew, widened their eyes in astonishment at this sudden revelation, which was indeed shocking. "Did I? I don't recall deceiving your wife," Captain Jack protested vehemently. He was adept at trickery when it came to money, always thinking of how to secure a quick profit from acquaintances, but deceiving someone else's wife? Had he ever stooped to such a level? However, before he could finish his thought, Jack Sparrow quickly inquired, "Is your wife Marina or Hillary?" He recalled having deceived 2 women last year and selling them in Shipwreck Cove. Could it be that old John's wife was one of them? "You bastard!" Old John seethed, his chest swelling with rage as he suddenly drew his pistol, ready to dispose of this rogue. "Ah, dear friend, killing me would bring you no benefit. It would be wiser to spare my life, I assure you. I shall repay you and even find you a woman with a bosom twice the size of your former wife's," Jack Sparrow exclaimed urgently, sensing that old John truly intended to end him. The legendary life of Captain Jack Sparrow has only just commenced, and he certainly does not wish to become a mere fish out of water. "Do you take me for a fool? I refuse to be swayed by your deceitful tales." Old John pulled the trigger of his firearm, resolute in his decision not to believe a word that this scoundrel uttered. "Mate, are you familiar with the Eastern Marquis of Royalport?" Observing that his counterpart appeared unwavering, Jack Sparrow swiftly engaged his mind, contemplating his own survival. Who in the entire Caribbean is unaware of him? Old John lowered his weapon, a look of yearning crossing his face. The Marquis from the east stands 10 feet tall, robust as a mountain, clutching a crystal skull in his left hand, with a three-headed hellhound at his feet, wielding the legendary artifact known as the Roar of the Dragon, capable of summoning the infernal dragon's roar. The last time the English dispatched a fleet of 300 warships, the esteemed Marquis summoned the dragon and devoured the entire fleet. It is said that the Spaniards and the French are now paying him tribute. Upon hearing Old John's description, Jack Sparrow and Gibbs exchanged bewildered glances. Is this truly the Eastern Marquis we know? Hey, mate, have you considered seeking employment under the Marquis? That way, you wouldn't have to fear being hunted in the Caribbean. However, regardless of Old John's fanciful imaginings of the Wizard Lord's appearance, Jack Sparrow felt a sense of security regarding his own life. I would like to indeed, but I've heard that the Marquis is no longer accepting anyone. Old John lamented, rubbing his bald head. As a pirate who has spent a lifetime at sea, finding a patron would indeed be the most advantageous outcome. Upon hearing that Li Qingyuan had utterly defeated the English fleet, annihilating the entire armada, Jack Sparrow realized that for the foreseeable future, the Caribbean would undoubtedly be under his dominion. Originally, he was supposed to venture into the depths of the jungle to seek the witch Tiamat. Yet his restless heart had no desire to comply. Captain Jack Sparrow is the freest being upon the seas. No one can command him. It now appeared that his only hope for survival lay in persuading this simpleton to accompany him in search of the witch. Chapter 68. His Majesty the King, welcome to Dawn Port, my friend. Seated in a chair, Li Qingyuan nodded slightly at Barbassa. Ever since he sank the English fleet, he had renamed Royal Port to Dawn Port, as this city would henceforth have no connection to the English. It is said that upon learning of the total annihilation of the West Sea Fleet, George II nearly coughed up blood and almost met his demise. Upon awakening, he had intended to risk everything by sending the remaining fleet to the Caribbean to continue the fight, only to face unanimous opposition from Parliament. 50 warships nearly constituted 1/3 of Britain's military might, and such a formidable fleet suffered a crushing defeat. Until they fully grasped Li Qingyuan's strength, the British dared not act recklessly. With the British hesitant, the Spaniards and the French naturally had no inclination to take action either. Although an Oriental figure occupied the royal port, from the perspective of the entire Western coalition, it would be expected to resist him. Yet, what does so-called righteousness amount to? Over the years, the minds of the three nations had nearly turned to mush. And to expect the Spaniards and the French to bear the costs for the British was sheer folly. Thus, when Li Qingyuan held his so-called coronation ceremony a few days prior, both the Spaniards and the French sent envoys to present congratulatory gifts. I have met His Majesty. Barbossa bowed deeply, paying his respects to Li Qingyuan. Thanks to Governor Swan's efforts over the past 2 months, the area of Dawnport had expanded 5-fold, with the population reaching a staggering figure of 100,000. While such a population might seem trivial to the Chinese, in the eyes of Europeans, it was sufficient to establish a nation. Of course, such a nation would typically be a principality, akin to the Welsh Prince of Britain or the King of Naples in Italy. Initially, Li Qingyuan had no interest in such a child's play kingdom. He intended to complete his mission and depart, indifferent to the title of a petty king. However, unable to resist the earnest desire of Governor Swan, who aspired to be his royal grandfather, he acquiesced. After all, it required no effort on his part. All the trivial matters were managed by his subordinates, and he merely needed to attend the founding celebration. Why dampen the spirits of his subordinates? Moreover, claiming kingship was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. First, the morale of all his followers surged instantly. Those British soldiers who had surrendered out of necessity now transformed into the founders of the new kingdom, each bursting with 250% enthusiasm, completely revitalizing Dawnport. In Li Qingyuan's vision, Dawnport was to be an inclusive harbor. Regardless of one's nationality or whether one was a naval officer or a pirate, all who entered the confines of Dawnport were expected to abide by its regulations. Although Tortuga and Shipwreck Bay were renowned as pirate sanctuaries, their development was stunted due to the absolute chaos that reigned there. It is well known that absolute chaos cannot foster growth. Only a neutral order can lead to swifter and farther advancement. With the reputation of having shattered the British fleet in World War I, no one daring enough wished to cause trouble in Dawnport for the time being. However, Minor disputes among pirates over trivial matters like dining without payment were incessantly occurring within Dawnport. While these issues seemed insignificant over time, they could tarnish Dawnport's reputation. Originally, no matter how he issued orders with fervor, his subordinates in the enforcement team appeared listless and unenthusiastic. Their efficiency in apprehending individuals akin to that of a temporary worker in the Celestial Empire during inspections. Although Li Qingyuan was understandably infuriated, he found himself powerless. He could hardly lead the team himself to capture wrongdoers daily. However, the situation has since transformed dramatically. The once captive enforcement team now resembled a group infused with renewed vigor, no longer hesitant to confront even the most trivial offenses, such as spitting on the streets, which would result in 3 days of public service. As for the pirates who were apprehended, did they dare to resist? Those who navigated the open sea were far from foolish. They may not be familiar with the numbers 1 through 4, yet they were acutely aware of whose fists bore the most strength. After all, sweeping the streets was infinitely preferable to facing the gallows. The entirety of Dawn Harbor was immaculate when Barbassa docked moments ago. He nearly thought he had arrived at the wrong destination. Moreover, Elizabeth Swan's demeanor towards him had also undergone a notable transformation. Whether it was the persuasive efforts of Governor Swan or the intoxicating allure of the title queen that had driven women to madness, or perhaps Elizabeth had awakened some peculiar attributes within herself, her attitude had begun to shift gradually. Although they had yet to reach a level of understanding that could be conveyed with a mere glance, at the very least, she no longer required braces at night. "Captain Barbassa, what are your thoughts on Dawn Harbor?" Li Qingyuan inquired, having instructed a servant to arrange a seat for Barbassa. Among the entire realm of pirates in the Caribbean, this individual was the only one he found somewhat agreeable. While others might view Barbassa as treacherous and unfit for partnership, Li Qingyuan believed that a pirate should embody the essence of piracy, and Barbassa exemplified a true pirate. Jack Sparrow. That fellow was akin to the character Monshi from another script, merely a nuisance to the noble pursuit of piracy. Exceptional, even surpassing London and Lisbon, I dare say. Not even Venice can rival the splendor of Dawn Harbor, Barbassa exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Situated in the heart of the Caribbean and bolstered by Li Qingyuan's declaration abolishing transit taxes on vessels, Dawn Harbor had swiftly become the indispensable stop for all ships traversing to the New World. After all, a harbor boasting formidable strength to ensure the safety of all merchant ships while levying no transit fees was indeed a rarity, one that could scarcely be found anywhere else in the world. Initially, when Li Qingyuan announced the exemption of transit taxes on vessels, everyone, including Governor Swan, expressed vehement opposition, as the notion of a harbor not charging taxes was beyond their comprehension. How would they sustain themselves without taxes? However, after a mere 2 months of trial operation, all were compelled to concede with a resounding acknowledgement. The economy of Dawn Harbor was evolving at an astonishing rate, although transit taxes were not collected. The taxes accrued from merchants eager to sell their goods and products had left the tax officials overwhelmed with the influx of revenue. Though the present Dawnport may lack the profound heritage of ancient cities like London or Lisbon, it holds a promising future that could easily rival that of Venice. Barbassa, I have a question for you. What commands do you have, Your Majesty? If I aspire to become the Emperor of Pirates, what prerequisites must I fulfill? After pondering for a month in solitude, Li Qingyuan felt it would be more prudent to consult the party involved directly. In the narrative, to ascend to the role of Pirate Emperor, one must first become one of the 9 pirate kings and then convene a pirate council. At that juncture, if 2 pirate kings simultaneously endorse an individual, that person shall be crowned as the Pirate Emperor. Chapter 69. The challenge of being good. After conversing with Barbassa for an entire afternoon, Li Qingyuan finally bid him farewell. Through their leisurely dialogue, he discovered that, given his current strength, the path to becoming Pirate Emperor was relatively straightforward. Barbassa indicated that if Li Qingyuan genuinely wished to claim the title of Pirate Emperor, he merely needed to obtain the token of another pirate king. When the Pirate Council convened, Barbassa would be willing to endorse him for the position. To Barbassa, the title of Pirate Emperor was a mere facade, far less useful than a warship. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qingyuan had a main quest that prioritized his royal identity over any pirate title. If the other party truly desired to engage in a pirate role-playing game, Barbassa would not obstruct them. After all, they were all astute individuals. His single vote could easily translate into a warship, a lucrative bargain that Barbossa would relish daily. Initially, Li Qingyuan intended to recruit Barbossa as his new Minister of the Navy, but considering the man's temperament, he thought better of it. Like that rascally Jack Sparrow, Barbossa was a natural-born pirate, his very essence restless and unyielding. Otherwise, with his abilities, he could easily seek allegiance with any king, securing a respectable status rather than leading a life of piracy. Upon realizing that he could complete his task at any moment, Li Qingyuan felt a wave of ennui wash over him. While becoming one of the 9 pirate kings might pose a challenge for others, it was a trivial endeavor for him. Simply put, Jack Sparrow possessed the token representing the pirate king of the Caribbean, and with a mere flick of his hand, Li Qingyuan could seize it. Unlike other pirate kings, who held their tokens in high regard, Jack Sparrow was entirely carefree and indifferent to the title of Pirate King. Yet, the ease with which this task could be accomplished left him feeling unhurried. After all, the system imposed no time constraints. Hastening his departure would be a disservice to the vastness of this remarkable world. In the earlier installments of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, the narrative unfolded within a realm of low magic. However, the subsequent 2 chapters boldly ventured into the territory of mythic grandeur. The Fountain of Youth and Poseidon's Trident. These 2 artifacts could easily be deemed treasures even within the Marvel Universe. To relinquish such pursuits would surely lead one to scorn oneself. Yet, these coveted relics lie hidden in the abyssal depths of the ocean, and to seek them, one cannot forego the expertise of seasoned professionals. Take, for instance, that wretched captain who remains unfathomably lost at sea. I swear, I shall never again place my trust in your words. One-Leg John glared at the spectral ship ominously approaching from behind, gritting his teeth in frustration. He loathed himself at this moment. Fully aware that Jack Sparrow was a veritable pitfall, why had he chosen to leap into it? Just last month, he had heeded the ramblings of that scoundrel, sailing his own vessel into the dense jungle to retrieve a witch. It was rumored that this witch was desired by the Marquis of Royal Port, and the rascal Jack had assured him that if he could successfully accomplish this task, he would undoubtedly earn the Marquis's favor, possibly even legitimizing his status as a privateer. In pursuit of riches, One-Leg John had set aside past grievances with Jack Sparrow, conveniently forgetting the incident of his wife's abduction and subsequent sale. After all, what woman could not be won if he could align himself with the Marquis? Initially, this journey had progressed smoothly. While One-Leg John may not possess the illustrious reputation of Barbossa, he still held a significant stature in the Caribbean waters. As long as he refrained from provoking trouble, no self-righteous individual would emerge to impose justice upon him. Tia Dalma had been reluctant to leave her cozy abode, yet under Jack Sparrow's relentless persuasion, she ultimately acquiesced to his request. Few women can resist the charms of a notorious romantic. With only a day remaining until they reached Royal Port, the crew brimmed with excitement, for upon delivering the witch, each of them stood to gain an astronomical fortune. The prospect of success seemed almost too good to be true. However, as the adage goes, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as the crew prepared to celebrate with champagne, trouble finally arrived. A ghostly ship appeared suddenly before them, heralding the all-too-familiar demand for dues. It is well known that Captain Jack Sparrow owes countless debts upon the sea, his tab rivaling that of any notorious scoundrel. The captain of the ghost ship, Davy Jones, known as the Phantom of the Sea, is a half-man, half-demon entity, the very nightmare of all mariners. 13 years prior, after Lord Beckett ordered the burning of Jack Sparrow's ship, Jack had made a fateful deal with Davy Jones. He was willing to surrender his soul to Davy Jones in exchange for the retrieval of his ship. As the master of the ghost ship, Davy Jones had a particular fondness for high-quality souls, and thus readily agreed to Captain Jack Sparrow's request. Not only did he raise the ship from the depths of the ocean, but he also enchanted it without sparing any expense, transforming it into the swiftest vessel in the Caribbean, the famed Black Pearl. It can be said that Davy Jones, as a creditor, was exceedingly magnanimous. However, now that the 13-year term had elapsed, trouble ensued when he came to collect his due. Jack Sparrow adamantly refused to relinquish his soul, asserting that he had only served as captain of the Black Pearl for 2 years, and thus should not be bound by the debt. This brazen defiance nearly incited Davy Jones's fury. How could he blame Jones when he himself was incapable of managing his crew? With one demanding repayment and the other resolutely refusing, a rift quickly formed between them. Davy Jones ordered the cannons fired. Since diplomacy had failed, he would resort to force to collect his debt. Caught in the crossfire, Old John realized he was about to become an innocent victim and quickly devised a plan. He intended to cast this troublemaker overboard, just as Jack had done with his former crew, to ensure his own safety. However, this seemingly flawless plan faced opposition from the witch Tia-Dalma, who harbored a fondness for Jack and intended to support him for the long term. Furthermore, Davy Jones, who was in pursuit, happened to be her former lover. She certainly did not wish to be caught in a compromising situation with her ex. Thus, Old John found himself in a lamentable dilemma. If he did not cast Jack Sparrow aside, he would be pursued by the ghostly ship, yet if he did, he would face the witch's curse. In the Caribbean, how difficult it was to be a good person. Chapter 70. A difficult position. Jack Sparrow. Davy Jones spat the name through gritted teeth, a surge of both old and new grievances flooding his mind. All he desired was to rend that scoundrel into pieces. Initially, Davy Jones had merely intended to collect a debt. As the 13-year loan had reached its term, it was only natural for the creditor to demand repayment, was it not? However, as he drew near, he realized with dismay that the sight before him was most unsettling. The woman at Jack Sparrow's side was none other than his own wife, Tia-Dalma. Presently, she was merely a voodoo witch, possessing some extraordinary abilities, yet lacking the strength to command in a grand confrontation. In simpler terms, she could deceive the unsuspecting, but in a serious situation, she would falter. However, if one were to look back a century, she would have been considered the most formidable presence in the ocean. Calypso, known as the goddess of the sea, is said to be the last remnant of the Olympian pantheon. She embodies the ocean, and any soul wishing to navigate its waters must first seek her consent. Over a century ago, Davy Jones was not the monstrous, squid-headed captain we know, but rather a handsome and charismatic shipmaster. He fell in love with Calypso, and for his beloved, Davy Jones was willing to become the captain of a ghost ship, tasked with ferrying the spirits of the deceased across the seas. Even though he could only see his love once every decade, he did so without complaint, believing his sacrifices were all for love. However, as the saying goes, the deeper the love, the greater the pain. When Davy Jones had endured a decade in preparation to express his feelings, he discovered that she had abandoned him. This was indeed a catastrophe. It is well known that after becoming the captain of the ghost ship, his hands transformed into crab claws, rendering him incapable of resolving his own turmoil. After 10 years of separation, even a monk would be driven to madness, yet she dared to leave him waiting. In a fit of rage, Davy Jones's blood surged, and in a moment of despair, he tore out his own heart. At that moment, he vowed to make the one who had forsaken him pay dearly. Thus, Davy Jones sought out the 9 most skilled pirates of the sea, devising a trap to capture the sea goddess. Indeed, you read that correctly. Mere mortals managed to ensnare a deity. They sealed Calypso's divine powers, transforming her from a magnificent goddess into a witch. The artifacts that bound the goddess's powers were the tokens of the 9 pirate kings. Henceforth, the dashing Captain Davy Jones, once a ferryman of souls, became a wandering ghost captain, while the sea goddess was reduced to the witch Tia-Dalma. Though their relationship was one of love and conflict, Davy Jones still saw Tia-Dalma as his wife. The sight of her nestled in the arms of Jack Sparrow was a torment to his heart. At that moment, he desired not the souls he once guided, but rather the death of Jack Sparrow. Initially, Old John's rickety 3-masted ship had no chance of escaping the pursuit of a ghost ship. After all, it was merely an ordinary pirate vessel, far inferior in speed to the likes of the Flying Dutchman or the Black Pearl. Yet, as fate would have it, Tia-Dalma recognized that her former lover was consumed by rage, and should he catch up to her, her fate would be grim. Thus, she employed dark magic to enhance the speed of her ship beyond its prime capabilities. After all, she was still the goddess of the sea. Even with 99% of her powers sealed, the remaining 1% was more than sufficient for an ordinary person to quench their thirst. Fire the cannons. Upon witnessing the astonishing speed of the vessel ahead, Davy Jones remained oblivious to the fact that his wife was assisting his rival, causing his hat to stand on end in fury as he bellowed in rage. In his frustration, he contemplated commanding his monstrous pet octopus to drag the ship beneath the waves, yet the presence of Tiamat aboard rendered the creature too fearful to approach. No matter how much she was restrained, Tiamat's divine essence instilled dread in any sea monster, preventing them from acting against her. "What shall we do? Our ship cannot withstand this," exclaimed One-Legged John, his face pallid as he felt the violent tremors coursing through the vessel. Tiamat's lips oozed blood. as the overexertion of her magical powers weighed heavily upon her. Noticing that the witch was too drained to attend to him, Old John turned to his companion. "Captain Jack Sparrow, hey, mate, we are nearing Royal Port. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any ill-conceived notions." Jack Sparrow hastily waved his hand, discreetly sliding it into his coat. Having weathered many storms, Captain Sparrow knew that abandoning him at such a critical juncture was out of the question. Ahead, a voice boomed across the waters. "You have now entered the jurisdiction of Dawnport. Regardless of any personal grievances, cease all hostilities immediately, or you shall be deemed in contempt of the law of Dawnport." As Jack Sparrow and Old John harbored their clandestine thoughts, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from the front. Before them, a warship glided into view, and a soldier on its deck was vocally brandishing a peculiar contraption. This makeshift megaphone, fashioned from rolled metal, although lacking the efficacy of an electric horn, was still capable of transmitting the soldier's voice across the vast expanse of the sea. "Who dares to challenge us?" Davy Jones seethed, feeling his dignity besmirched by the warship's proclamation. As a formidable ghost captain, renowned as the specter of the seas and the bane of all vessels, he had always been the instigator of conflicts. Never had anyone dared to shout at him so brazenly. "Attack!" Davy Jones disregarded the enemy's warning, continuing to issue commands to his crew. "Captain, it appears the foe is the legendary ghost ship, the Flying Dutchman." The lookout aboard the warship hastily reported to Captain Vincent upon recognizing the identity of their adversary. The Flying Dutchman? Vincent furrowed his brow. Initially, he believed a mere fool had come to disrupt the king's edicts, prompting him to order an advance. Now, upon learning that the enemy was the fabled specter of the sea, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. The current predicament is akin to riding a tiger. For although one finds oneself aboard a battleship renowned as the sovereign of the seas, the specter of the ghost ship looms ominously, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. To command a retreat now would surely bring disgrace before His Majesty, jeopardizing not only the prospect of promotion, but perhaps even one's very life. "Brothers ahead, my comrades. I am Jack Sparrow. I am here on the orders of the Marquis." As Vincent pondered how to extricate himself from this embarrassing situation, a chilling cry echoed from the beleaguered pirate ship. Chapter 71. The Ghost Ship. David Jones, the ghostly wraith of the sea. Upon receiving his subordinate's report, Li Qingyuan rubbed his temples, foreseeing that Jack Sparrow would not bring tidings of joy. That scoundrel had squandered half a year and returned only with the half-conscious witch, Tiamat. Having expended her magical energies at sea, her current state of unconsciousness left her awakening a mystery to all. Meanwhile, David Jones prowled the waters off Dawn Harbor, posing an ever-present threat to its economic standing. Let us not forget that the ghost ship is a terror to all vessels at sea, and the fact that it had sunk one of Li's warships had cemented a deep-seated enmity between them. Once Jack Sparrow revealed his identity, Vincent realized he could not remain an observer. He ordered his warships to open fire on the ghostly apparition. The outcome was rather disheartening. While Jack Sparrow's ship narrowly escaped, Vincent's battleship was swiftly sent to the depths. The Flying Dutchman was, after all, a cursed vessel, designed to ferry between the realms of the living and the dead. Impervious to conventional weaponry, it was fortunate that humanity's arsenal had progressed to the age of gunpowder. Cannons could inflict some measure of damage on the ghost ship, or else it would remain invincible against any number of foes on the high seas. However, despite the artillery's ability to cause some harm, the ship possessed the remarkable ability to self-repair. Any damage inflicted would be rendered moot as it submerged briefly, only to resurface renewed. In the face of such an eternally regenerating vessel, even a battleship stood no chance, and within mere minutes, it met its watery demise. Yet, despite the victory at sea, David Jones found no joy, for his beloved had fled with Jack Sparrow. He prepared to pursue, only to be repelled by the coastal defenses as he neared Dawn Harbor. Setting aside the formidable battleship, the majestic general, which underwent modifications by Li Qingyuan, the nearly 100 cannons stationed on the shore are certainly beyond the capabilities of the ghost ship. The Flying Dutchman is undeniably powerful in a one-on-one confrontation. Even a first-rate battleship would struggle against it. However, even the ghost ship has its limits. If it were to be besieged by 100 cannons, its repair speed would likely falter against the rate of damage it would sustain. Although the ghost ship could resurrect elsewhere upon being shattered, one must ask, who truly wishes to experience the sensation of being reduced to fragments? Thus, Davy Jones has commanded his ghostly vessel to lurk in the depths outside Dawn Harbor, intent on ensnaring Jack Sparrow and his beloved, ensuring their demise. After all, Davy Jones is nothing if not tenacious. Let us see who can outlast whom. Vincent, having narrowly escaped with his life, pointed at Jack Sparrow and urged Li Qingyun, "Your Majesty, I am a hero. Remember the camaraderie we shared over barbecues with Her Majesty the Queen." Upon hearing this stout fellow's plan to sacrifice himself to avert disaster, Jack Sparrow quickly interjected with fervor, "You, lad, were but a mere child when your Uncle Jack dined with the king on that deserted isle." Li Qingyun, well aware of Jack's audacity, understood that the only way to silence his brazen demeanor would be to sever his head. This matter need not be debated further. A mere octopus is no match for Dawn Harbor. I shall not allow him to run amok here. He waved his hand dismissively. Although he wished to rid himself of the pest that is Jack, the timing was decidedly inappropriate. Moreover, Davy Jones, that old rascal, should not be allowed to believe that he instilled fear within them. A ghost ship commanded by a spectral captain indeed poses a nightmare for most in this world. But to Li Qingyun, it merely represents a minor obstacle. If he could not surmount such trivial challenges, what right would he have to aspire to the title of Pirate Emperor? "Your Majesty, the ghost ship drifting beyond the harbor threatens to undermine the prestige we have painstakingly established," Governor Swan interjected. "The prospects for Dawn Harbor's development are exceedingly promising. According to Governor Swan's assessment, within 3 years, it could amass half of the Caribbean's wealth, and in 10 years, its prosperity may surpass that of London. Should he live long enough, he would undoubtedly witness Dawn Harbor emerge as the most resplendent gem of the New World. Perhaps by then, he might find himself seated upon the throne as Weatherby. However, should he not encourage his daughter to take a more proactive stance? It has been quite some time, and he has yet to hear any news. His princely title awaits an elevation for his grandson. Anyone who undermines the development of Dawn Harbor will be regarded as a mortal enemy by Governor Swan. At this moment, the meddling of Davy Jones seems to threaten the everlasting legacy of the Weatherby family. Li Qingyun tapped the armrest of the throne, acknowledging that Davy Jones was indeed a formidable adversary. He recalled that this being was immortal. To vanquish him, one must locate his heart. Davy Jones had extracted his own heart and buried it on a desolate island. Only by discovering his heart could one truly eliminate Davy Jones. With this thought in mind, he beckoned to Captain Jack Sparrow. "Your Majesty, did you summon me?" Captain Jack, acutely aware that his life hung entirely in Li Qingyun's hands, approached with a servile grin. This is the great Captain Jack Sparrow, who, when faced with an insurmountable foe, shed all semblance of dignity. "Hand over the compass," Li Qingyun demanded succinctly, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. In the world of pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow's compass and the map of the Whispering Winds were undoubtedly the finest tools for treasure hunting. It could be said that aside from the sea goddess trident, no other hidden treasures beneath the sea could be uncovered without these two artifacts. However, given that Whispering Winds was far away in the South China Sea, the only option to find Davy Jones's heart was to obtain Jack Sparrow's compass. "Your Majesty, this compass is utterly useless. It cannot even point north. It is broken," Jack Sparrow protested stubbornly. In response, a single finger was raised. Watching Jack Sparrow convulse on the ground, Li Qingyun let out a resigned sigh. One wondered how this man could remain oblivious to the concept of mortality. Chapter 72. The compass that will not point north, Your Majesty. Are you truly intent on proceeding with this? On the dock, the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Dawn, Weatherby Swan, along with Defense Minister Ramuel, was making their final pleas. Following the so-called Royal Council, the new king, Li Qingyun, had resolved to personally lead the army to eliminate Davy Jones, or rather, to extract his heart and demonstrate who the true Emperor of the Seas was. The ministers expressed their staunch opposition. After all, it was quite audacious for a king to venture forth to battle a ghost ship. Yet, Li Qingyun remained indifferent to their objections. Although Dawn Harbor appeared robust at present against Davy Jones, it was merely a fledgling. Even with 17 warships at their disposal, encountering a ghost ship capable of submerging rendered them nearly powerless. Moreover, Davy Jones commanded a colossal deep-sea octopus, should he dare to deploy these warships. They would all be dispatched in a month, akin to a mere child flying a kite. These warships serve as the foundation of his dominion, should they be annihilated. His aspirations of wielding authority in the Caribbean would surely falter. Thus, after much contemplation, He resolved that only by personally intervening could he vanquish that scoundrel, Davy Jones. Naturally, he did not harbor blind faith in his own prowess. In addition to the 500 elite soldiers accompanying him on this expedition, he also brought along the formidable Jack Sparrow, a magnet for firepower, and the still unconscious witch, all aboard his vessel. Furthermore, he included Her Majesty, the newly crowned queen. After all, the vast sea beckoned, and apart from eliminating Davy Jones, he sought to uncover other treasures amidst his journey. The voyage promised to be long. And how could he attend to his physiological needs at night without Elizabeth by his side? Moreover, having Elizabeth along would thwart any potential schemes the Prime Minister might concoct. The old man was currently striving to make the most of his remaining influence, and it was prudent to prevent him from harboring any unwarranted thoughts. Very well. My dear Prime Minister, I entrust Port Dawn to you. I shall return swiftly. Do ensure you perform your duties well. With a firm pat on Weatherby Swan's shoulder, Lee Ching-yuen spoke earnestly. After bidding farewell to the assuring Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense, His Majesty commanded his subordinates to set sail. The two warships began their departure from port, and Elizabeth Swan, standing on the deck, erupted into jubilant screams. Having been confined indoors for nearly half a year, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement upon learning she could finally venture out to sea. Through her profound reflections over the past months, Elizabeth had come to a stark realization of her past misjudgments. She would no longer dare to oppose Lee Ching-yuen. Thus, it can be said that women are indeed capable of understanding reason. If one finds it difficult to communicate, it is likely due to their flawed approach. Your Majesty, do you not think that setting forth with merely 2 ships is a touch reckless? Observing the exuberant Elizabeth leaping about on the deck, Jack Sparrow pondered whether the woman had lost her senses. Was it truly necessary to frolic about? It was merely a journey to sea. Regarding Sparrow's skepticism, Lee Ching-yuen chose not to enlighten him. After all, if one had been confined for months, they would undoubtedly feel a surge of exhilaration upon being liberated. If they were to deploy 3 ships at once, do you think Davy Jones would dare to show his face? The ghost ship is indeed unrivaled upon the seas, but only in one-on-one encounters. If confronted by a formidable fleet, even Davy Jones would be compelled to retreat. Presently, with only 2 ships in operation, they were perceived by Davy Jones as easily consumable prey. The colossal deep-sea octopus could ensnare one warship, while the other could be effortlessly torn apart by the Flying Dutchman. In solitary combat, no vessel could rival the Flying Dutchman. This was the unwavering confidence of Davy Jones. However, is it not too reckless to have 2 ships? Captain Jack Sparrow glanced around with a hint of trepidation, sensing that Davy Jones could emerge from the depths of the sea at any moment. Such fear was hardly reminiscent of the Jack Sparrow he had come to know. Lee Ching-yuen rose abruptly, kicking Jack Sparrow off the second deck. You fool! Where are your eyes wandering? May I rid myself of this wretched thing? After bouncing about on the deck for a while, feeling dizzy and irritable, Elizabeth sheepishly approached Lee Ching-yuen and inquired. She was now required to don the most standard European corset daily, a contraption that was fundamentally inhumane, as it severely constricted the abdominal space of women, serving merely to enhance male aesthetics. Initially, when she first wore the corset, Elizabeth found it exceedingly difficult to breathe. Yet after enduring it for half a year, she had adapted to performing various daily activities while wearing it. However, her recent bout of bouncing had pushed her physical limits, leaving her feeling disoriented and suffocated. Lee Ching-yuen did not respond to her query. Instead, he withdrew the compass he had pilfered from Jack Sparrow and studied it intently. Elizabeth Swan, feeling disheartened, clenched her teeth and sat down, striving to calm her nerves and ease her breathing. As the needle of the compass swung wildly, it finally settled after several rotations, pointing diagonally southeast. This compass, a unique treasure of the world of pirates, was known as the compass that does not point north. As long as the holder harbored a specific desire, the compass would indicate the direction of that coveted object. Naturally, the compass possessed various limitations. Firstly, the holder must have a clear understanding of what they desire. For instance, if one sought gold, they must specify which treasure's gold they were after. Otherwise, with the multitude of gold mines in the world, the compass would spin aimlessly without providing answers. Secondly, the individual using the compass must meet certain criteria. Those lacking any potential could not wield its power. However, Lee Ching-yuen discerned that the conditions for using this compass were likely tied to one's mental fortitude. Those who fell short of even the standard human mental capacity would find themselves incapable of utilizing it. with his impressive mental strength of 8. He had no trouble using the compass. Lastly, the compass's treasure-seeking ability had its limits. For artifacts like Poseidon's trident, the compass could not indicate their whereabouts. Nevertheless, despite its myriad restrictions, this compass was undoubtedly a prized possession. After all, often, with just a single clue, many matters could be resolved with ease. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the Sea Monster. A ship appeared in the left foreground. The lookout frantically began to shake the bell, and before long, a dilapidated ghost ship slowly emerged from the depths of the sea ahead. The greatest asset of the Flying Dutchman is its ability to function as a submarine. In this era, a vessel capable of traversing both water and the abyss is undoubtedly a nightmare for all. However, Lee Ching-yuen found himself puzzled. If it could submerge, why didn't Davy Jones simply steer the ship beneath others' vessels and then surge upwards unexpectedly? Such a maneuver would surely capsize any ship, rendering the defeat of foes remarkably simple. Yet, a foolish enemy is undeniably advantageous. Hence, he would refrain from alerting them. Is that the legendary ghost ship? Elizabeth suddenly stood, gazing at the ship that had appeared before them, her astonishment evident. The sudden movement caused her previously calmed breaths to quicken, prompting her to hastily place a hand on her chest to ease her breathing. Observing the demure and composed Elizabeth, who dared not make a sound or move, Lee Ching-yuen finally comprehended the mindset of the individual who had conceived such a constricting corset. This contraption is indeed a marvelous tool for managing those with fiery tempers. Calm down. It's merely a ghost ship. There's no need for such alarm. He gestured for Elizabeth to sit, chiding her for her excessive reaction. Ghost ships. Do they genuinely exist? Elizabeth shot him an exasperated glare before nervously inquiring. The sea harbors endless possibilities. Do not dismiss the existence of a ghost ship, for even deities may dwell within its depths. Deities? They truly exist? Elizabeth's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath momentarily constricted. Stay composed, stay composed. What is there to be astonished about concerning deities? In other realms, one might maintain a modicum of reverence for such beings. But concerning the gods of the Caribbean pirates? Forget it. Have you noticed the witch lying lifeless on that ship over there? Such feeble gods hardly warrant further discussion. Sea monster! Sea monster! The lookout screamed frantically, as a colossal shadow approached their flagship from beneath the surface. The witch had been assigned to another warship by Lee Ching-yuen, and without her formidable presence, Davy Jones's pet, the deep-sea octopus, finally dared to show itself. Besides, the most notorious Jack Sparrow was aboard this very ship. Davy Jones, with minimal thought, knew precisely how to deal with that scoundrel. Faced with two first-rate battleships, even the ghost ship's firepower and repair speed could not guarantee dominance. It would be wiser to instruct the sea monster to sink the vessel outright. Your Majesty, I apologize for the interruption, but how do you intend to deal with the approaching creature? Jack Sparrow ascended the stairs, raising his hand in inquiry. Since the ocean goddess Calypso was sealed away, the fearsome specter Davy Jones has reigned as the most terrifying entity of the seas, and his monstrous pet, a gargantuan sea creature, has even eclipsed Jones himself in notoriety. After all, when faced with the Flying Dutchman, there exists a sliver of hope for escape. However, encountering the sea monster leaves no chance for survival. The moment has arrived. Lee Ching-yuen slowly rose to his feet and approached the ship's railing. The soldiers on the deck, handpicked from the finest of the kingdom, gripped their weapons, their focus unwavering as they scanned the surroundings, refusing to tremble at the mere mention of ghost ships. Fire! Captain Bellamy bellowed as a colossal tentacle emerged from the depths. A cacophony of gunfire erupted from the deck, and countless splatters of pale blue blood erupted from the tentacle. The so-called sea monster was, in fact, an extraordinarily massive octopus. Its size far surpassed any biological limits. Estimates suggested that when fully extended, it could exceed 100 meters in length. Of course, the bulk of an octopus resides in its tentacles, which, despite their impressive dimensions, would not suffice as a meal for even the smallest of creatures when cast into the mist. While this creature may be merely a minor player among monsters, to humanity, it loomed as an unparalleled giant of the sea. The barrage of bullets striking the tentacle merely resulted in a shower of azure blood. What would be lethal to humans was but a mere tickle to the beast. The tentacle, towering at 10 meters, continued its relentless sweep across the deck. Go! Lee Ching-yuen commanded, his right hand sweeping through the air, unleashing a burst of radiant energy. Boom! The tentacle, which had withstood numerous bullets, was severed cleanly in two, with several meters of its length crashing onto the deck. Even though the creature could regenerate its appendages, this injury was akin to a human losing a pinky finger, causing the beast to feel a sharp pain and rise swiftly from the depths. Ahead of the octopus, towering over 20 meters, erupted from the water, sending waves crashing against the ship and causing it to rock perilously. All the soldiers stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they beheld the colossal entity emerging from the depths. Even Jack Sparrow, typically unfazed by the undead or dark sorcerers, wore a serious expression. The sight of such an enormous sea monster was a first, even for the illustrious Captain Jack. "Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons!" Bellamy shouted hoarsely, and only then did the soldiers hurriedly begin to load the cannonballs. Yet, given their current rate of loading, by the time the cannons were ready, it would be far too late. Li Qingyuan embraced himself with both arms and then, with a vigorous motion, sent his sleeves soaring towards the enormous cephalopod's head. In comparison to the colossal creature, those sleeves appeared almost insignificant. Yet, at that moment, the hopes of all present rested upon them. They understood that their king was a sorcerer from the east, otherwise they would not have dared to confront the sea specter. "Get down." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingyuan discarded his sleeves and retreated swiftly, pressing Elizabeth beneath the table. He had just thrown out all the supplies he brought. And although he possessed the gift of explosive genius, the constraints of this world rendered the creation of potent C4 explosives impossible. Even someone like Iron Man, equipped with advanced technology, required tools and raw materials to forge his armored suit. After spending half a year in this realm, he could only produce the most rudimentary of explosives. Those would suffice against ordinary foes, but against this extraordinary sea monstrosity, his imported explosives were undoubtedly preferable. Chapter 74. My Love for Learning. Boom. A sound akin to the heavens collapsing erupted upon the octopus's head, and the spattering of blood and flesh instantaneously stained the surrounding waters a pale blue. The soldiers still on deck were thrown into disarray by the shockwave, with several unfortunate souls coughing up blood. Jack Sparrow expelled a chaotic mixture from his mouth, having opened it too wide and been filled with the creature's innards. The massive beast sank limply to the ocean floor. Despite its size, it possessed no extraordinary abilities. In the original narrative, even primitive blades could inflict harm upon it, let alone the modified C4 crafted by Li Qingyuan. Particularly foolish was its audacity to surface entirely, a display of recklessness unseen before. "We have triumphed. We have vanquished the Norwegian sea monster." Elizabeth emerged slowly from beneath the table, witnessing the deck filled with jubilant soldiers, all indifferent to the octopus's blood staining their faces and garments, raising their hands in exuberant celebration. The phantom ship, which had been advancing at full speed for an assault, was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, halted mid-course. Davy Jones, too, was taken aback, unable to fathom that anyone could slay his pet upon the sea. For centuries, he had reigned over the waters, traversing with his crew, punishing any who dared to cross him, and no one had ever dared to resist. Now, the abrupt sensation of being bested left him utterly disoriented. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Davy Jones commanded his subordinates to wheel out the cannons. As a phantom of the sea, he could not allow anyone to brazenly slay their pet before him. Such an affront could not go unaddressed if he were to maintain his reputation on the high seas. Despite the crew's warnings that their adversaries were two first-rate battleships, rendering his antiquated artillery utterly disadvantaged, he dismissed their concerns. Regardless of the outcome, he could not appear weak today. Otherwise, where would he place his aging visage? Was that crab truly so stubborn? After approximately half an hour, on the freshly renovated deck, Li Qingyuan sat in a chair, enjoying the gentle sea breeze as he spoke. The Flying Dutchman, even after being transformed into a ghost ship through magic, was still armed with cannons over 2 centuries old, making it no match for the 2 state-of-the-art battleships. Had it not been for the vessel's ability to self-repair, it would have been reduced to mere wreckage long ago. After enduring a cycle of damage and repair, Davy Jones finally submerged into the depths of the sea, muttering curses. There was no alternative. While the ghost ship could mend itself, it required energy to do so. The prevailing trend in this world was the gradual decline of ancient monstrosities as so-called science began to dominate. Even the sea goddess could be sealed by a handful of pirate captains. How much less could a mere ghost of the sea, Davy Jones, hope to withstand? Yet, It was evident that he was not one to surrender easily. He was undoubtedly lurking stealthily behind the ships, preparing for a sudden assault when everyone had let their guard down. Was that truly the infamous ghost of the sea? Elizabeth Swann asked disdainfully. Why did this specter differ so drastically from the legends she had heard? The tales of Davy Jones were those that could silence the weeping of children across the seas. When that colossal octopus had suddenly emerged from the depths, she even felt the dampness beneath her skirts. Of course, the primary culprit was undoubtedly that confounded corset, which restricted her breathing and led to such embarrassment. Nevertheless, whether it was a monstrous sea creature or the renowned ghost ship, the fact that they had either perished or fled within a mere 30 minutes left her both relieved to be alive and perplexed. Where were the promised invincibility on the seas? Why had they backed down so easily? Jack Sparrow, overhearing, could not help but smirk. If those words were to spread, they would surely bring Davy Jones to tears for days. Your esteemed highness, he remarked. The reason we so effortlessly vanquished the ghost was primarily due to His Majesty's exemplary leadership. Had it been anyone else, even with a fully manned fleet, they would have stood no chance against Davy Jones. Captain Jack Sparrow delicately gestured with his fingers, engaging in flattery. It was said that had this old rogue been castrated and sent to the palace, he would undoubtedly assume the role akin to Zhao Gao or Li Lianying. Witnessing his most dreaded adversary being effortlessly defeated by Li Qingyuan, it was evident that, despite Jack Sparrow's nature, he would not so readily transform into a sycophant. Nonetheless, he dared not act with impudence in the presence of such a formidable foe. Moreover, the latter possessed enigmatic powers capable of rendering him utterly miserable at any moment. In light of this, the illustrious Captain Jack deemed it prudent to adopt a more circumspect approach, which was hardly a matter of disgrace, was it? Lacking any sense of shame. Observing Jack Sparrow's apparent defection to become Li Qingyuan's lackey, Elizabeth scoffed at the men around her, lamenting their utter lack of principles and steadfastness. Even if this individual was indeed powerful, one must adhere to certain moral standards. Your Majesty, the witch has awakened. Captain Bellamy ascended the deck, bowing to Li Qingyuan. Taitamura had succumbed to dizziness due to excessive use of her magical abilities, but after several days of recuperation, she had finally regained consciousness. You are not a wizard. Taitamura furrowed her brow as she gazed at Li Qingyuan. As a goddess of the sea, even with her powers diminished to a mere fraction, her divine essence remained intact. Although Li Qingyuan exuded a sense of peril, he bore no trace of magical energy, appearing rather as an ordinary mortal. Yet, he was far from ordinary. For Taitamura found herself unable to penetrate the depths of his being. While she was not a deity specializing in prophecy, it was still a simple matter for a god to glimpse the life trajectory of a mere mortal. Yet now, she could not discern even his past, as if he had materialized from thin air into this world. Indeed, I am not a wizard. Li Qingyuan nodded slightly. His intent in summoning Taitamura was to glean knowledge of witchcraft from her, while the dark sorcery of the Caribbean pirates' world was rudimentary and cumbersome to wield. It marked his first encounter with supernatural arts. After all, the system imposed no time constraints on task completion. Acquiring an additional skill could only prove beneficial. As for whether the witch would be willing to instruct him, was that truly a concern? Chapter 75. It seems I have misguided myself. The rattle of a rattlesnake's tail. The fangs of a bat, the skin of a toad, combined with hair that had not been washed for a decade. Holding his nose and shaking the glass vial in hand, Li Qingyuan felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. According to Taitamura, he was currently concocting a black magic potion capable of transforming one into a creature akin to a revenant. The resurrected corpses possess no sense of pain and do not bleed, exhibiting a resilience far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Aside from their somewhat limited intellect and a fear of fire, they are undoubtedly the prime candidates for sorcerers seeking to create bodyguards. Listening to the booming sounds of cannon fire outside, Li Qingyuan reluctantly discarded the failed concoction into the recycling furnace. Mastering the dark arts is a meticulous endeavor. Even seasoned practitioners with years of immersion face significant probabilities of failure, let alone a novice like him. Despite possessing a talent that even witches command, the brevity of his study renders any hope of immediate mastery utterly unattainable. Has that crab returned to court death once more? He inquired, stepping out of his laboratory and waving at Bellamy, who stood at the bow of the ship. Indeed, Your Majesty, but I have already repelled it, Bellamy replied, proudly lifting his chin. The honor of defeating a phantom ship in naval combat, even after having done so more than 10 times, filled him with immense pride. That crab must be desperate. The thought of Davy Jones in his current state of anxiety and fear brought a smile to Li Qingyuan's face. It had been half a month since their departure, and they were nearing the island where Davy Jones's heart resided, which explained his impatience. For those undead beings who have lost all 5 senses, death might be their greatest liberation. However, for a ghost like Davy Jones, who relishes life, he certainly wished to avoid such an end. Thus, whoever holds Davy Jones's heart essentially commands the ghost ship. Li Qingyuan contemplated whether, upon extracting the heart, he should punish Davy Jones by making him crawl 10 kilometers on his hands. That creature was a constant nuisance, and though it posed little danger, its presence was utterly repugnant. No one could predict when it might strike again, and had the soldiers aboard not been in a state of euphoric exuberance, ordinary men would have long succumbed to madness. Your Majesty, Jack Sparrow emerged from the cabin, sporting 2 large panda eyes and appearing utterly exhausted. He had spent recent days being studied in Tiamat's chamber. The specifics of the research were best left to the imagination of adults. The sea goddess Calypso, known for her capricious nature regarding love, would not have initially spurned Davy Jones had her essence not remained unchanged even after being stripped of her divine powers. While the witch had intended for Li Qingyuan to diligently study under her tutelage during this period, he could only express his polite refusal regarding her appearance. Even if Elizabeth had grown weary of her after 6 months, Li Qingyuan's appetites had not reached a level where he could be swayed by the witch's attire. Thus, the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow became instrumental in this endeavor. However, upon observing Captain Jack Sparrow's visibly frail demeanor, one might suspect he has been subjected to rather rigorous scrutiny. What could this possibly entail? In light of the fact that the other party has, in a way, shielded him from blame, Li Qingyuan has resolved to extend a modicum of goodwill to Jack during this period. The witch has sent me to inquire whether we have erred in our course. Jack Sparrow's eyes appeared glazed, his legs trembled, and he seemed unsteady on his feet. Even though his divine powers were sealed, the witch still possessed a measure of such strength. It was indeed remarkable that Captain Jack, despite being dubbed a human automaton, had not succumbed to the witch's formidable abilities. Direction? Li Qingyuan mused, pulling a compass from his pocket, only to find that the needle pointed precisely in alignment with their navigational route. Indeed, look, he proudly displayed the compass to Bellamy and Jack Sparrow. The nautical chart. Upon seeing the direction indicated on the compass, even Bellamy's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to shout in alarm. At that moment, a sailor hastily presented the nautical chart, and the 3 men stood agog, their eyes fixed on the direction depicted on the map. Bellamy and Jack Sparrow exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. How could this be? Li Qingyuan gazed at the marked location on the chart, reluctantly articulating, according to the chart, we should arrive at a place known as Whitecap Bay within a day's sail. The heart of Davy Jones is said to be buried on a deserted island, and it is evident that Whitecap Bay does not conform to the notion of a deserted isle. This bay is notorious as a gathering place for mermaids, renowned throughout the Caribbean for their fearsome reputation. In this realm, the mermaids are indeed blessed with exquisite beauty and alluring forms, complemented by their uniquely enchanting tales. However, they bear no resemblance to the benevolent mermaids of legend. The mermaids of the Caribbean, or more aptly referred to as sirens, are far more fitting. These enchanting creatures sing alluring songs upon the ocean waves to captivate sailors, luring them into a trance before dragging them beneath the waves to feast upon them. Indeed, these enchanting mermaids are ferocious carnivores with a particular taste for human flesh. Gazing at the compass in his hands, and then at the markings on the nautical chart, Li Qingyuan felt a sense of discontent. Admittedly, he had harbored thoughts of capturing a few mermaids for amusement. Despite the potential complications, they would certainly be a sight to behold. Yet, here he was, intending to seek out Davy Jones's heart, and now, this infernal compass seemed to be pointing him elsewhere. Your Majesty, the compass reflects the innermost desires of one's heart. It is possible that Davy Jones does not register as an adversary in your perception, Bellamy pondered, carefully choosing his words as he sought to provide the king with an avenue of escape from this peculiar predicament. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Li Qingyuan gently patted Bellamy on the shoulder, truly embodying the eloquence befitting the naval minister he had appointed. Jack Sparrow, initially stifling a laugh, quickly adopted a serious demeanor upon noticing someone's displeasure. "Your Majesty, Davy Jones is merely a minor inconvenience, yet his persistent presence is untenable. I propose that you entrust me with the compass, allowing me to lead a team to retrieve his heart." For Jack Sparrow, resolving this adversary would grant him the freedom to roam the seas once more as an unrestrained pirate. The confinement imposed by Li Qingyuan had nearly suffocated him. Chapter 76. Heartbeats on the brink. The relentless gunfire echoed like firecrackers during the spring festival, resonating along the beach. After tossing the compass to Jack Sparrow, they spent another 7 days reaching the island where Davy Jones had concealed his heart. Upon realizing that their target was, in fact, his very essence, Davy Jones became frantic, ordering his crew to launch a desperate assault. The spectral sailors leapt from their ghost ship to engage, only to become easy targets under coordinated gunfire. As seasoned sailors accustomed to life at sea, each crew member had their unique strategy for dealing with these undead spirits. Initially, Li Qingyuan believed intervention from himself or the witch would be necessary, yet witnessing the skillful maneuvers of his soldiers reassured him that his concerns were unfounded. Although the ghostly crew was immortal, their strength and speed remained at the level of ordinary humans, with no extraordinary abilities beyond their undying nature. The soldiers quickly subdued the spectral sailors, securing their limbs to the trees with iron nails or hanging them by their necks with ropes. Observing the thrashing aquatic monstrosities, even Li Qingyuan felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, his soldiers were not particularly merciful. Some had even taken to roasting a squid-like creature over a campfire, generously sprinkling it with salt. "What are you planning to do, Your Majesty?" Bellamy approached, flanked by 2 soldiers bearing a chest. Within it lay the heart of the ghostly Davy Jones. Crafted from superior wrought iron, the chest was secured with an intricate lock, impenetrable without its key, which hung around Davy Jones's neck, a final safeguard. Even if an ordinary person obtained the chest, it would be futile without the key. They could not breach the sanctity of his heart. However, this minor obstacle posed no real challenge for Li Qingyuan. He waved his hand, instructing his men to bring forth a seafood monstrosity bound tightly. "Go tell Davy Jones to bring me the key immediately, or I shall explode this wretched thing. You wouldn't dare to destroy this chest." A shadow abruptly emerged from beneath the waves as Davy Jones, with fiery eyes, stood upon the surface of the sea and spoke. As the captain of the ghost ship, Davy Jones could not remain on land for long. However, given the stakes concerning his very life, he disregarded the constraints imposed upon him and lurked near the shore. "Ah, is it due to the curse that whosoever slays you must assume your duties, that you presume I would not dare to obliterate this object?" Observing the octopoid visage before him, Li Qingyuan chuckled. The ghost ship's mission, in essence, was to ferry the wandering souls of the sea to the underworld, akin to a psychopomp of the nether realm. Therefore, Davy Jones, by virtue of his role, was a public servant of the underworld. Should anyone bring about his demise, they would be required to take his place. The position of the ferryman of the underworld necessitated an occupant. Otherwise, the multitude of souls adrift at sea would disturb the equilibrium between the realms of the living and the dead. Since you are aware of my identity, you should understand that I have no desire to be your adversary. Noticing Li Qingyuan's hand resting upon the chest, Davy Jones softened his tone, speaking with a hint of concession. In his mind, he had envisioned inflicting torment upon Jack Sparrow 1,000 times. That scoundrel had managed to find such a formidable sorcerer as a supporter, possessing not only a magnificent warship, but also an unfathomable array of peculiar abilities. The colossal octopus he had nurtured for centuries was an invincible entity in the ocean, yet it was dispatched with a mere wave of the hand by his opponent, instilling within Davy Jones an unusual sense of dread. He was uncertain what further capabilities this Eastern sorcerer possessed. Had he known the adversary sought his heart, he would never have approached him in hostility. The key. In light of Davy Jones's capitulation, Li Qingyuan paid him no heed, instead gently striking the chest, causing the point of contact between his palm and the chest to erupt. Boom! The outer layer of the chest caved in. However, it seemed that no shortcuts had been taken in its crafting, for even though it had been deformed by the explosion, it remained intact. "Scoundrel!" Witnessing the audacity of his opponent, Davy Jones's eyes nearly bulged with fury. Had that last strike possessed even a modicum more force, his heart would have been obliterated. "The key. Otherwise, this chest shall surely not withstand my second strike." Li Qingyuan smiled as he raised his hand, feigning a blow towards the chest. "The key is yours." Realizing that his opponent was impervious to both threats and pleas, Davy Jones, exasperated, removed the key from around his neck and tossed it over. Upon opening the chest, one beheld a dark, crimson heart pulsating vigorously, a phenomenon that defies biological logic, achievable only in a realm of enchantment. Ugh! Gazing at Davy Jones's heart, Li Qingyuan spat a few times upon it. What are you doing? Davy Jones, witnessing such desecration of his own heart, was instantly consumed by rage. Had it not been for the remnants of his sanity that kept him composed, he might have charged forth to confront the individual in a furious frenzy. Ugh! Without responding to Davy Jones's inquiry, Li Qingyuan spat onto the beach once more. Boom! The instant that saliva struck the ground, it detonated, creating a fist-sized cavity in the sand. The explosive force of the spit was not particularly potent. Even an ordinary person, unless struck in a vital area like the head or torso, would likely survive unscathed. However, Davy Jones, looking at his heart now smeared with saliva, felt an unsettling turmoil. How could such a revolting and terrifying spell exist in the world? I'll return your heart, but how to proceed from here? I trust you need no guidance. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Bellamy to return the chest containing the heart to Davy Jones, before smiling and inquiring further. Receiving the chest containing his heart, Davy Jones was awash with mixed emotions. The audacity with which the other returned his heart indicated that there must be some secret technique capable of detonating it in an instant. The mere thought of a bomb affixed to his heart, even as a ghost of the sea, was utterly exhilarating. From this day forth, should you have any tasks, Davy Jones shall be at your service. In the face of such overwhelming power, Davy Jones acquiesced, bowing respectfully. Yet, what he truly felt within remained known only to himself. Chapter 77. A decade. When do you intend to fulfill your promise to me? Theodora stepped into the palace courtyard, addressing Li Qingyuan, who was engaged in fishing. Patience. Care to try your hand at fishing? The king chuckled, gesturing for a servant to bring a fishing rod for the witch. I have no interest in your peculiar amusements. The witch shook her head, finding no joy in fishing for mermaids. Indeed, the pool in the palace courtyard did not house ordinary fish, but rather the mermaids Li Qingyuan had captured at White Hat Bay years prior. Ever since he subdued the ghost of the sea, Davy Jones, a decade ago, the Kingdom of Dawn had experienced rapid advancement. All maritime trade across the Atlantic now required registration in the Kingdom of Dawn, otherwise, vessels risked being plundered by specters or other malevolent entities. The entirety of Europe seethed with frustration over this matter. Yet after the joint fleet was vanquished by the Dawn Navy at Dawn Harbor, all European nations could only begrudgingly accept this reality. The Kingdom of Dawn now boasts a population exceeding 10 million, commanding hundreds of warships and nearly 100,000 soldiers. Even when considered solely in terms of military prowess, it stands as a formidable entity capable of contending with the top-tier powers of Europe. Moreover, His Majesty possesses extraordinary abilities beyond mortal comprehension. Currently, the kingdom extends from San Juan in the east to Panama in the west, encompassing nearly the entirety of the Caribbean Sea, thereby monopolizing trade between Europe and the Americas. Consequently, despite the European monarchs cursing Li Qingyuan daily, they find themselves compelled to send envoys to pay tribute to him each year. In this era, control over Atlantic trade equates to a stranglehold on the lifeblood of Europe. Without the continuous supply of resources from the Americas, the diminutive lands of Europe would find themselves utterly powerless. Fishing serves as a delightful pursuit, capable of nurturing one's character and spirit. Observing the witch's lack of appreciation, His Majesty did not press the matter further, instead casting his line into the water. At that moment, a mermaid leapt from beneath the surface, seizing the hook. I believe this incident bears no relation to the notion of self-cultivation. The witch scoffed as she watched the mermaid writhing in midair, ensnared by the hook. Throughout the kingdom and indeed all of Europe, who is unaware of His Majesty's peculiar tastes? Not to mention, the royal palace is brimming with princesses sent from various corners of Europe and the Americas for matrimonial alliances. Although the Catholic doctrine mandates monogamy across European nations, such tenets become mere jest in the face of overwhelming power. I have instructed Barbassa to convene a pirate assembly, and within a fortnight, our agreement will come to fruition. After releasing the captured mermaid back into the pool, His Majesty, with the assistance of Chief Maid Karina, rose to his feet. When he initially sought to learn dark sorcery from Teodoma, they had made a pact. Once his mastery of dark magic was sufficient, he would lift the divine power seal upon her. After nearly a decade of study, his dark sorcery is finally ready for deployment, and the long overdue task must now be fulfilled. Currently, Li Qingyuan's attributes are as follows. Name: Li Qingyuan. Race: male, earthling. Occupation: junior dark sorcerer. Strength: 5, 5. Agility: 8, 5. Constitution: 10, 5. Spirit: 16, 5. Title: Neighboring Old Li. Skills: Demolition Genius. Limited enhancement. Incomplete version. In his quest for sorcery, he allocated all 5 of his free attribute points to Spirit, which earned him the admiration of Tayadoma for his remarkable talent. Now, after a decade of rigorous training, his spiritual power has increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 16. As for the slight increase in strength, it is entirely due to the natural progression of age that his strength has reached its physiological zenith. Such a wizard's data template is undeniably vexing. According to standard wizardry textbooks, should not a wizard allocate points solely to a spell like light or a portal, reserving the remainder for constitution and strength? Has your father responded yet? Shaking his head to dismiss such troubling matters regarding his attributes, His Majesty the King inquired of Karina. Indeed, the strikingly tall and voluptuous maid beside him is none other than the long-lost daughter of Barbassa, who, according to the narrative, should also be Elizabeth's daughter-in-law. However, since Will Turner passed away over a decade ago, Karina is now more akin to a sister of Elizabeth. In his youth, Barbassa fell in love with a female pirate and fathered a daughter. Yet, believing himself a pirate with countless enemies at sea, he felt incapable of nurturing his daughter properly. Thus, he left the young Karina and a diary, whose origins he could not recall, at the doorstep of an orphanage, hoping his daughter might lead a dignified life. One wonders if Barbassa's mind had been addled, for even in this era, and certainly in the years to come, the dark underbelly of orphanages was hardly a rarity. Fortunately, His Majesty, in a show of benevolence, rescued his daughter from the orphanage years ago. Otherwise, Karina might have faced the grim fate of being sold in some underground market. Of course, the king's recollection of Karina was not solely due to her striking physique, but rather because of the renowned diary Barbassa had entrusted to her. This diary is none other than the illustrious Galileo's journal. Without it, no one could hope to locate the trident of Poseidon. Not even Jack Sparrow's compass or the witch Tia Dalma could lead one to Poseidon's tomb. The disparity in their ranks is simply too vast. Even if the witch were to break the seal, she remains a minor deity of the ocean, a far cry from the god of the sea, Poseidon, who commands the entire ocean, akin to the difference between a district director and the director of the State Council's general office. While both titles bear the name of director, the nuances in significance are apparent. Father mentioned he has persuaded all the pirate lords to change the location of the upcoming alliance to Dawn Harbor. However, due to the considerable distance many must travel, it will take some time for them to arrive. As Karina tidied the king's attire, she remarked, "As for why the king's garments were in disarray, that inquiry need not be delved into." A decade has passed. Hearing Karina's response, Li Qingyuan could not help but feel a sense of ruefulness. An endeavor that could have been completed long ago had been unnecessarily prolonged for a full 10 years. Had it not been for the system recently expressing that prolonging his stay in this world would adversely affect the timeline of the main world, he would have undoubtedly continued to linger. Chapter 78. The Art of Life is now calculating the final rewards. With the pirate convention concluding splendidly, the system promptly announced the completion of the tasks in this world. The main quest, the Pirate Emperor, has been fulfilled, granting the host a total of 10 free attribute points and a random enhancement of a skill level. Noticing that the skills possessed by the host could be fused, it inquired whether to expend 5 free attribute points to merge 2 skills. Just as Li Qingyuan was about to depart, he was taken aback by the system's audacity, attempting to withhold his quest rewards. However, considering the prolonged delay in this world, it was likely that the system, in its stinginess, had raised objections. Fusion. With 10 free attribute points in hand, spending 5 to acquire a new skill was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. The skills Demolition Genius and Limited Enhancement, incomplete version, have fused, granting the host the newly comprehended skill, the Art of Life. The Art of Life, as a prodigy in both biological and demolition fields, you have spontaneously devised an astonishing method of detonation. Upon reviewing the technique's application in his mind, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Isn't this akin to a certain prominent figure's skill? Essentially, He could now summon various flying insects using his mental prowess. These insects would appear as mere bugs. Yet in reality, they would serve as explosives. Moreover, the summoned insects would, in essence, be living creatures, indistinguishable from any biological specimen under dissection or study. If wielded adeptly, this skill would undoubtedly become a formidable tool for subterfuge. Turning around, he collected the belongings strewn about and placed them into his suitcase, departing from the Caribbean world without hesitation. After all, he had prepared for contingencies 6 months prior. Even in his absence, the Kingdom of Dawn would continue to function. As for whether Governor Swan or Barbasso would ascend as the next monarch of the Kingdom of Dawn, that was beyond his contemplation. It was merely a pity for the merfolk he had amassed. With a hint of regret, he instantaneously returned to where it all began. In a modest apartment in Hell's Kitchen, Matthew Murdoch stared in astonishment at the man before him, bewildered as to how, in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have endured decades of hardship. Initially, Matthew felt that this unexpected individual possessed a physique considerably superior to that of an average person. Yet in that fleeting moment, he sensed a qualitative leap in the opponent's power. If just moments ago he had been confident in his ability to defeat this man under malevolent intentions, he now found himself devoid of any assurance. Why is it that a person's temperament and mental state can undergo such dramatic changes in an instant? Mr. Murdoch, noticing the dazed expression on the face of Daredevil across from him, Li Qingyuan took the initiative to speak. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Upon hearing his call, Matthew quickly snapped out of his stupor and responded in a flustered manner. "I have heard that Mr. Murdoch is quite adept in legal matters. I happen to own an antique shop and am seeking a nominal legal advisor. I wonder if Mr. Murdoch would be willing to assist." Even before approaching Daredevil, Li Qingyuan had already made his plans. In America, it is customary for individuals with a modicum of financial means to have their own private physician and attorney. And as for Daredevil, he seemed more than capable of serving as his personal lawyer. Although Matthew Murdoch declined, citing his lack of a formal legal qualification, he took down Li Qingyuan's contact information, stating that he would happily step in as his private attorney once he obtained his license. After bidding farewell to Matthew, Li Qingyuan picked up his suitcase and prepared to return to Chinatown. As time was of the essence, Wanda would soon be finishing school. It was only the first day of classes, and he certainly wanted to be there to pick her up. "Excuse me, didn't I just drive you earlier?" The bearded driver glanced at Li Qingyuan through the rearview mirror, his voice tinged with confusion. Although Li Qingyuan's attire remained unchanged since his time in the Caribbean, his appearance had noticeably matured. While a man's age may not be scrutinized as harshly as a woman's, the difference between 18 and 28 is indeed substantial. Initially, he had planned to use the Fountain of Youth to maintain his youthful visage during his time in the Caribbean, but after conversing with the witch, he abandoned that notion. The so-called Fountain of Youth merely forcibly transfers the lifespan of one individual to another, fundamentally representing a form of life siphoning. Furthermore, those who consume from the fountain cannot extend their lives through other means, unless they are prepared to reside in the Caribbean for eternity. Otherwise, attempting to prolong life in such a manner is akin to courting death. Should it be so? Li Qingyuan slowly began to recall that this driver was, in fact, the one who had advised him to leave Hell's Kitchen a decade prior. By the way, in such a vast Manhattan, you managed to find work in Hell's Kitchen? Noticing the driver's reluctance to engage in conversation, he chose not to press further. However, the frequent glances in the rearview mirror indicated that the man was undoubtedly perplexed. Ignoring the driver's unvoiced questions, Li Qingyuan alighted from the vehicle at the school entrance. After sitting idly for a moment, he spotted Wanda and a little girl chatting and laughing, while Pietro trailed behind them, seemingly lost in thought. "Brother Qingyuan." Upon seeing Li Qingyuan waiting outside the school gate, Wanda hurriedly trotted over, sweetly calling out to him. After gently ruffling Wanda's hair, he produced a cup of freshly purchased milk tea, instantly alleviating her annoyance over his earlier gesture. He then handed another cup of milk tea to the little girl accompanying Wanda, tossing 10 yuan to the eager Pietro. To his surprise, Wanda had brought a friend along. Truth be told, he had deliberately forgotten about this little detail. "Thank you, Wanda's brother," the girl exclaimed, her melodious voice a delight to the ears. She was a girl with black hair and dark eyes, though her irises bore a hint of mixed heritage, likely indicative of her Chinese ancestry. "Not at all. What is your little friend's name, Wanda?" Li Qingyuan inquired, admiring the girl's delicate features and slender frame. He couldn't help but commend Wanda's ability to choose friends wisely. It was clear she had an eye for future beauty. "This is my new friend. Her name is Chen," Wanda replied, sipping her milk tea. Chapter 79. Iron Man Awakens, Life. Leaning back in a deck chair outside a shop, Li Qingyuan gazed silently at the sky, pondering. After spending over a decade in the Caribbean, his understanding of life had deepened, leaving him in a state of serene contentment. "Li Xiaoga, enjoying the sun, are we?" A lecherous old man, who ran a martial arts school in the back alley, crept over with a sly grin, clearly disapproving of Li's leisurely demeanor. "Mo Leoj, what brings you here?" Since discovering a few days prior that Wanda's new friend was named Chen, Li Qingyuan realized that his choice of this Chinatown was not as tranquil as he had once imagined. This exceedingly dubious-looking old man, after all, was Mo Yuqian, the master of Mo Family Fist. "The weather is splendid today. I'm off to buy some groceries to prepare a hot pot tonight," Mo Yuqian replied, carrying a bag. In principle, one could consider this old man a good person, yet his sleazy appearance and stooped posture made it difficult to associate him with virtue. Alas, one must look the part of a good person, and with a face resembling that of a lecher, who would believe him? Nevertheless, the mention of hot pot piqued Li Qingyuan's interest. It had been ages since he had savored authentic Chinese cuisine. The so-called Chinese restaurants in America were nothing short of a farce. Who had ever tasted sweet and sour fish? Even the restaurants in Chinatown had modified their dishes to cater to popular tastes, resulting in flavors so altered that after a single visit, Li Qingyuan found himself sinking into profound disappointment. How could they dare to call this Chinese cuisine? It is indeed too much to expect him to cook for himself. For how many struggling writers have you encountered who possess culinary skills? If he had excelled in the kitchen in his past life, he would have undoubtedly pursued a career as a chef rather than penning books. Consequently, the meals at their home had predominantly consisted of takeout, which had led to his once indulgent stomach now preparing to rebel. As the saying goes, food is of utmost importance. Indeed, the act of dining often takes precedence over romantic pursuits. After several consecutive days of takeout, he suddenly perceived a decline in his quality of life. Should he not devise a plan to acquire a cook? Ideally, one who is fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, for according to some theory or another, those who possess beauty surely excel in culinary arts, would they not? However, before he could even contemplate where to find such a cook, he noticed the large screen across the street abruptly shift its display. The screen had been showcasing the latest music video of a female singer. Her alluring movements so captivating that, had it not been for his decade-long reign as an emperor in the Caribbean, he might have found himself utterly captivated. The latest news report stated, Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, has recently gone missing. Stark is regarded as one of the most talented arms manufacturers of this century and is also a world-renowned philanthropist, entrepreneur, and playboy. The implications of his disappearance for Stark Industries remain to be seen. Please stay tuned for further updates. Iron Man has begun. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingyuan silently mused. His 10 years in the Caribbean had left his sense of time somewhat blurred, and he could not fathom how Doctor Strange had managed to overcome such a quandary after experiencing countless time loops. Given that the television news had begun reporting on the matter, it was evident that Iron Man had been missing for quite some time. It was possible that both the military and political spheres had assumed he was deceased. Otherwise, such news would never have been broadcasted. The announcement of this news was tantamount to declaring Tony Stark's death, and one could only imagine the immediate collapse of Stark Industries stock, resulting in losses beginning at nearly $100 billion. Once, the Fox Virtual Rankings had estimated Iron Man's personal wealth to be approximately $12 billion. However, upon arriving in this world, Li Qingyuan discovered that this figure merely represented Stark's fixed personal assets, constituting only a minuscule fraction of his total wealth. The true value of Tony Stark lay in his shares of Stark Industries. As a dominant arms supplier in the United States, Stark Industries currently boasts a market capitalization nearing $600 billion. With Stark himself holding nearly 30% of the shares, one can only imagine the extent of his wealth. Nonetheless, regardless of Tony Stark's actual financial standing, Li Qingyuan felt that failing to secure some pocket money for himself at this moment would be utterly remiss. It is widely acknowledged that during the early days of Marvel, one of the quickest methods to amass wealth was to invest in Stark Industries stocks, awaiting the moment to sell after locating Tony Stark. Subsequently, following Tony's announcement to shut down the weapons manufacturing division, one could invest heavily once more, resulting in a remarkable increase in assets, multiplying them 3 to 5 times with relative ease. Although he brought back many valuable items from the Caribbean, most were for his personal use, and the remaining goods were unlikely to attract buyers, making a profit from Stark Industries far more advantageous. After all, Iron Man is a figure of considerable means. One could easily reap small gains from him without drawing attention. These foreigners, who daily incited others to engage in warfare, are now reaping the consequences of their actions. Mo-Yuqian lamented in indignation upon hearing news of Tony Stark's disappearance. Reports indicated that Tony had gone missing after traveling to Afghanistan, and while the details were scant, it was evident that as the world's largest arms supplier, he was not heading to Afghanistan merely to promote bottled water. Amidst Mo-Yuqian's irritable lamentations, Li Qingyuan turned his head in confusion, noticing Grant Water approaching him. What could this fellow want? Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be seeking Li, yet a profound sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Although he had agreed to serve as an external agent under Garrett, there had been no communication among them for days, maintaining a tacit understanding of complete detachment. In many Marvel fan scripts, protagonists often embark on missions to rescue certain Marvel icons in such situations. But that is because those protagonists are aligned with the forces of justice. As a temporary agent dispatched from HYDRA to S.H.I.E.L.D, it would not logically fall upon him to seek out Iron Man. Furthermore, the task of locating the missing Iron Man belongs to Phil Coulson, the village chief of the novice village, and has no bearing on Grant Water. What, then, could this fellow possibly want from him at such a moment? Chapter 80, The Bald Stan. You want me to design a new model missile for Stark Industries? Upon hearing Grant Water's words, Li Qingyuan felt utterly perplexed. What connection does Stark Industries' new missile have with HYDRA? You must be aware that Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, has gone missing. Grant Water promptly produced a document from his pocket. Vice President Obadiah Stane of Stark Industries has always maintained a collaborative relationship with our organization. He currently has a military order that must be fulfilled urgently, and due to Tony Stark's disappearance, the critical data parameters have experienced discrepancies. Thus, he has reached out to our organization, seeking assistance to resolve this matter. Very well. Li Qingyuan gestured for Grant Ward to cease his discourse, as he now needed to untangle the intricate relationships at play. Obadiah Stane, the principal antagonist of Iron Man, concurrently served as the vice president of Stark Industries, possessing approximately 13% of the company's shares. When Howard Stark established Stark Industries, Obadiah was his right-hand man. It can be asserted that without Obadiah's deft maneuvering, Stark Industries would not have ascended so swiftly to become America's foremost military-industrial conglomerate. After all, both Howard and his son Tony, despite their remarkable intellect, inherited a penchant for acerbic remarks that could easily exasperate most individuals, rendering any notion of collaborative success quite moot. Having spent years managing Howard's various interpersonal dealings, it was only natural for Obadiah to be aware of the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the narrative, after 50 years of catering to the whims of the Stark duo, Obadiah's confidence surged, leading him to believe that he could adeptly manage Stark Industries without Tony. Seizing the opportunity while Tony was in Afghanistan promoting the latest missile technology, Obadiah reached out to local terrorists, plotting to eliminate Tony Stark amidst the Afghan desert. However, he clearly underestimated the significance of a genius in a scientific endeavor. Without Tony Stark's assistance, Stark Industries was incapable of fulfilling even military contracts. In a state of desperation, Obadiah sought out his old acquaintance, John Garrett, with whom he had once shared the battlefield, albeit in a less noble context. Unbeknownst to Tony, if the military's demands were not met, Stark Industries' stock price would inevitably plummet. Obadiah aspired to supplant Tony as president, not drive Stark Industries to ruin. Initially, Garrett intended to report this matter to Nick Fury, that shrewd operator, leaving it to him to manage. However, after some deliberation, the old man chose to conceal the situation, instructing his protege Grant Ward to approach Li Qingyuan to see if this matter could be resolved without involving headquarters. After all, as the adage goes, more friends lead to more avenues. As a veteran of Stark Industries and a globally renowned billionaire, assisting Obadiah would undoubtedly yield benefits. As for whether Li Qingyuan could successfully navigate this predicament, Garrett felt that there was no harm in attempting. You want me to design missiles for Stark Industries? Li Qingyuan pondered, holding the authorization letter signed by Obadiah Stane, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. Initially resolved to remain uninvolved in Iron Man's affairs, he now found it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. Moreover, if I were to design a new type of missile for Stark Industries, would it not lead to Iron Man's demise at the hands of Obadiah Stane in their climactic confrontation, owing to the missile's exceptional performance? Such a notion is indeed quite exhilarating. While Li Qingyuan was deep in contemplation, Grant Water began to scrutinize the quaint little shop surrounding him. Although he was acutely aware that everything in this establishment was counterfeit, it did not deter his observant nature. After all, as an agent, the instinct to observe every detail around him had become second nature. In comparison to his previous visit, most of the items in the shop remained unchanged, save for the addition of 2 silver goblets on the counter, which appeared to be Renaissance-era antiques based on their age and ornate designs. Furthermore, the top shelf showcased a piece of pale amber, its irregular shape oddly evoking a sensation of discomfort within him. While Grant Water was meticulously examining Li Qingyuan's little shop, Li Qingyuan was silently deliberating whether he should accept the task at hand. Indeed, his relationship with John Garrett was merely one of collaboration. He was under no obligation to heed his summons. Moreover, having spent a decade in the Caribbean, amassing a plethora of both valuable and trivial treasures, he felt unfazed by the prospect of severing ties with the old man. Yet, considering the certainty of encountering Obadiah Stane, that bald-headed adversary, he found the task somewhat enticing. As the quintessential antagonist of Iron Man, Obadiah Stane was highly likely to trigger a side quest, and given his low level, the only formidable asset he possessed was the Ironmonger. Li Qingyuan could approach this quest with a leisurely mindset, perhaps even securing an additional reward for perfect completion. More importantly, it would grant him a sense of liberation. After reigning as king in the Caribbean for a decade, he had developed quite the appetite for indulgence. Initially, upon returning to the primary world, he maintained a level head, relishing the prospect of rejuvenating himself. However, after a mere 10 days of rest, Li Qingyuan felt restored. The dilemma arose from the fact that he was unable to find a suitable companion in the primary world. After all, having been a king for a decade, his acquaintances were all meticulously chosen beauties from various nations, leaving him disinterested in forming friendships with ordinary individuals. I can accept this task, but I refuse to let it disrupt my normal life. With that, Li Qingyuan closed the authorization letter and addressed Water. While the side quest involving Obadiah Stane could be undertaken at will, he had no desire to encounter Iron Man at this juncture. As a Marvel protagonist, the difficulty level of the quests associated with Iron Man was undoubtedly astronomical, and he was utterly unwilling to confront him without adequate preparation. Certainly, we shall erase all your electronic records, and the Stark Group will not inquire further. All you need to do is present this identification. Garrett had anticipated this issue before bringing in powder and had prepared everything in advance. For Garrett, who is currently recruiting, it is paramount to keep Li Qingyuan, a master of demolition and explosives, concealed and firmly under his control. Chapter 81. The Rattlesnake Missile. Is this the missile system you have recently developed? Observing the chaotic array of incomprehensible data before him, Li Qingyuan nodded slightly and inquired with a smile. Indeed, this system has been designed in accordance with the latest military requirements. Based on the formula DV COSA XMG SINDT 4P PVCVD SINDT 0M 2 MLVDT 1 APVC SP2, we deduced that the propulsion of the missile should be DV COSA XMG SIN. However, in practice, whenever we simulate this parameter, we find that the desired effect is unattainable. The simulation parameters are, in fact, equivalent to PVC SP. William, the head of the weapon design department at Stark Group, casually activated the virtual display in front of him, pointing at a series of symbols that Li Qingyuan found utterly perplexing. What on earth are these? Faced with the rows of seemingly logical, yet entirely incomprehensible symbols on the screen, Li Qingyuan silently lamented. In his past life, he was merely a struggling writer. While he could muddle through poetry and prose, these concepts eluded him completely. This confounded system did not grant him any increase in intellectual attributes. The so-called mental attributes merely enhanced his memory, leaving his intelligence unchanged. Nevertheless, despite not comprehending a single word, this did not impede his performance. After all, he had once ruled for a decade. Lacking even a modicum of acting skill would be utterly unacceptable. Before his arrival, he had fancied that William might trigger a mission or side quest, as this character had made cameo appearances in several Marvel films. Currently, he serves as the head of Stark Group's weapon design department and was later dismissed by Tony Stark for his involvement in aiding Obadiah Stane in the creation of the Ironmonger. Having endured years of hardship, William, along with other ex-employees dismissed by Stark, devised a plan for revenge, which forms the plot of the latest Spider-Man film, Far From Home. However, even in that version, William was merely a minor character, appearing for no more than 3 minutes. Yet, in the film's post-credits scene, it seems this individual becomes the new boss of a quest, and according to the speculations of enthusiastic fans, he might very well emerge as the principal antagonist in the next Spider-Man installment. It is evident that films that have not been released do not constitute a narrative. Thus, the emotions he just expended were in vain. There exists a disparity between computer simulations and practical operations. I require tangible evidence. After nodding a few times, Lee Ching-yuen finally addressed William. His skills were bestowed directly by the system. To be precise, if you instructed him to fabricate a missile, he could accomplish it within half a day, provided the materials were available. However, if you requested him to elucidate the operational principles and parameters of that missile, who knows what that contraption entails? Our supercomputer will certainly not err. William gazed at the young man before him, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as he spoke. With Tony Stark absent, he had assumed the role of head of the weapon development department. Yet, the vice president had inexplicably brought in this parachuted individual to assist in developing a new variant of the Sidewinder missile, which William found thoroughly insulting. After all, had it been a luminary from the global physics community, it would have been acceptable, but instead, he was faced with someone who appeared to be no older than their early 20s, who hardly seemed to embody the essence of a super genius. Fortunately, Lee Ching-yuen maintained his facade well. Otherwise, William would have long since discerned that this perpetually smiling individual was utterly incapable of comprehending any parameters. Calculations are one thing. Reality is another. Should you perceive any issues, feel free to consult President Stan. Faced with apparent discontent from the individual in the lab coat, Lee Ching-yuen deftly shifted the blame onto the bald-headed Stan. By the way, since his entry into Stark Industries' weapon research facility, he had yet to encounter the illustrious Stan. Although he understood that Obadiah Stane was undoubtedly overwhelmed with responsibilities as a senior technical personnel dispatched from S.H.I.E.L.D, it was rather disheartening to only communicate via phone without even a personal meeting. Such arrogance was excessive. Witnessing Lee Ching-yuen invoke his superior, William was seething with frustration yet had no outlet for it, ultimately leading him to the weapon laboratory. We have established the perfect parameters. Yet the manufactured missile has encountered some minor issues. Opening the box containing the latest missile, William spoke with a hint of melancholy. Despite the parameters being accurate, problems persist, leaving one utterly perplexed. Is this the Sidewinder missile you designed? Upon observing the missile, which was scarcely larger than a fountain pen, Lee Ching-yuen was taken aback. If memory serves, this resembles the comical missile from Hammer Industries, the ex-wife of that buffoon from Iron Man 2, does it not? Hammer Industries stands as the second-largest military-industrial enterprise in the United States, trailing only Stark Industries. However, Hammer has consistently been limited to producing infantry ammunition and artillery shells, while the truly advanced technologies have been monopolized by Stark Industries. It appears that William was dismissed from Stark Industries following the events of Iron Man 1, only to be subsequently lured away by Hammer Industries at a considerable cost. However, shortly thereafter, during Iron Man 2, Hammer Industries fell victim to Tony Stark's machinations, leaving William once again unemployed. Regarding the missile issue, could it be that its diminutive size results in insufficient contact points, leading to a 50% chance of failure to detonate? Holding the compact Sidewinder missile, he spun it between his fingers, contemplating both its potential and its flaws, before finally posing his inquiry. From his assessment, the missile's power was quite formidable. This small missile, weighing less than 300 grams, could rival the explosive force of several kilograms of his specially formulated high-grade explosives. Whether targeting a heavy tank or a fortified bunker, a single missile would suffice to eliminate the threat with ease. It was no wonder that the military was so intent on securing this contract. Such a diminutive yet immensely powerful device was indeed the optimal choice for stealthy ambushes. Indeed, William nodded, outwardly composed yet inwardly astonished. This individual had merely glanced at the design schematics, yet had already discerned the missile's shortcomings. Could he be a concealed expert? Wait a moment. Grabbing a file from the workbench, Li Qingyuan began to work on the missile under William's incredulous gaze. Chapter 82. Colleagues. Just as William contemplated a hasty retreat, he witnessed his counterpart toss the petite Sidewinder missile towards him. Instinctively, William caught the missile, holding it with a trepidation that rendered him immobile. Typically, such high-precision weaponry would not detonate without proper authorization. Yet who knew what that fellow had just been doing? He had actually taken a cutting tool to polish the missile. William had previously heard tales of individuals in China daring to polish atomic bombs, but he had always dismissed them as mere folklore. However, it seemed he might have been woefully uninformed. I have adjusted the launch angle and enhanced the missile sensor system. The Sidewinder's detonation probability now stands at an impressive 99%. Ignoring William's astonishment, Li Qingyuan began to stow away various small instruments into his case. As the adage goes, to excel in work, one must first master their tools. The instruments utilized in Stark Industries' laboratory were undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Had he possessed such equipment during his time in the Caribbean, he would have long since launched a counteroffensive in Europe. This was inconceivable. William, now devoid of the inclination to dwell on the theft of his laboratory, unleashed an impassioned outcry, clutching the Sidewinder missile tightly in his hand. This is the creation of missiles, not mere child's play. One cannot simply wield a hammer and saw to claim the resolution of a dilemma that has plagued the entire research team for months. To suggest that even someone as brilliant as Tony Stark would merely present data issues for others to rectify, rather than forging a missile with a hammer, is ludicrous. Why not test it yourself and see? Li Qingyuan, weary of explaining himself to such individuals, found it impossible to articulate his thoughts. Should I really tell you that it just feels wrong and a few strikes with a hammer will suffice? William promptly summoned a cadre of researchers for testing, placing the missile into the experimental apparatus and subjecting it to comprehensive analysis via supercomputing. One must concede that Stark Industries boasts hardware facilities of astonishing prowess. By the time Li Qingyuan finished his second cup of coffee and prepared to stroll outside the lab, the exuberant William had already rushed over, his face aglow with excitement. How on earth did you accomplish this? William grasped his hands eagerly, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Personal confidentiality, Li Qingyuan thought, not only unsure how to explain, but also unwilling to divulge anything to this man. Lacking any perceptiveness, he had sat idly for over half an hour without dispatching two blonde, blue-eyed, statuesque secretaries to accompany him. It was no wonder Tony Stark had dismissed him twice. Mr. Li, if you are unwilling to disclose where the data parameters may be flawed, our research cannot progress. William expressed his exasperation. Yet recognizing that geniuses often possess their own quirks, he resorted to presenting the contract as leverage. The success of a single missile could only be deemed fortuitous. Even if they had a finished product, they could not utilize it as a reliable data reference. Simple, prepare me 100 Sidewinder missiles, and I shall produce several additional samples for you. He patted William on the shoulder with a congenial smile. This was also his second aim in coming to Stark Industries. Aside from triggering a mission subplot, robbing affluent enterprises was a hallmark of a time traveler's self-cultivation. Relying solely on his own ability to manufacture explosives would be exhausting, even with system skills at his disposal. Furthermore, some immensely powerful explosives were simply beyond the realm of possibility for him to create. For instance, if he were to attempt to fabricate an atomic bomb from scratch, he estimated it would take no less than 3 to 5 years, assuming an entirely industrialized world. In a medieval setting reminiscent of the Caribbean pirates, achieving such a feat could take a century. Thus, acquiring resources from wealthy enterprises was far more pragmatic than attempting self-manufacturing. 100? William was momentarily taken aback, as a single Sidewinder missile retails for 120,000, adding up to a staggering 12 million for 100. This man truly had audacity. What's the matter? Can't you make the decision? Then go find someone who can. I shall now contact the logistics department to have the missiles delivered. Provoked by Li Qingyuan, William was instantly filled with rage. After all, he was the head of the weapons design department at Stark Industries. What was a mere 1,000 or so units of material in the grand scheme of things? Resolving the missile issue could lead to military contracts starting at no less than $1 billion. A trivial million or so was but a drop in the bucket. As for Li Qingyuan's intentions regarding the missiles, why should that concern him? Stark Industries was deeply entrenched in the defense sector. While others might perceive 100 missiles as capable of igniting a minor regional conflict, William regarded them as insignificant. It is worth noting that the weapons he had sold could have sustained several national wars, let alone a mere 100 missiles. Moreover, should calamity strike, there would always be someone taller to shoulder the burden. Given that the request came from a vice president's appointee, why should he play the villain? Seeing William acquiesce so readily, Lee Ching-yuen felt his perspective was rather limited. Having realized Stark Industries was a financial powerhouse, why had he settled for such a paltry sum? However, to retract his request now would be wholly inconsistent with his aloof persona, so he begrudgingly accepted the loss. At worst, he could find a way to procure something valuable from Stark Industries in the future, perhaps Tony's newly crafted Iron Man armor? Yet, acquiring anything from Tony was far more challenging than obtaining it from Obadiah. In a mere 10 minutes, Stark Industries, with its staggering resources, delivered 100 Sidewinder missiles. Each missile was only slightly larger than a pen, allowing all 100 to fit comfortably into a single suitcase. Lee Ching-yuen then spent another half-hour assembling 4 samples before departing with the suitcase in hand. Since he had not encountered Obadiah Stane, he intended to use this box of missiles to settle his debts. The security guard at the entrance, noticing him exiting with a large suitcase, immediately approached to inquire about the situation. Having previously worked in security himself, Lee Ching-yuen understood the challenges of the profession and chose not to complicate matters. He promptly called Walter to inform Obadiah Stane of the situation. Unfortunately, in the eyes of both Garrett and Obadiah, he was merely a minor player. So much so that they were reluctant to even take his call, forcing him to rely on Walter as an intermediary. Chapter 83. A New World. Mr. Lee. The items you requested seemed to exceed the expected parameters. Upon encountering the bald man before him, Lee Ching-yuen couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that his simple wish to bring back a few local specialties would attract the attention of Obadiah, a hidden boss of sorts. It was indeed a delightful surprise. I recall having a conversation with President Stan prior to my arrival, wherein I mentioned that my remuneration for this assistance could be offset by products from the Stark Group. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to take some form of compensation now. In fact, I have prepared 300,000 shares of Stark Group stock to transfer to you at any moment. In comparison, what you intend to take is hardly worth such an amount. Obadiah Stane gazed upon the young Lee Ching-yuen before him, his demeanor tinged with excitement. Just moments ago, William had briefed him on this young man, who was undoubtedly a prodigy in weaponry. While he may not rival Tony Stark, he certainly does not fall far behind. Remarkably, he has resolved problems that a professional research team has struggled with for months, using nothing but rudimentary equipment. The design department is still in a state of astonishment over the missiles crafted by Lee Ching-yuen's hands. Have we somehow traversed back to the 18th century? The precision of handcrafted weapons surpasses that of high-precision machinery, even though the Stark Group's stock price has plummeted due to the president's disappearance. It still hovers around $100. Thus, 300,000 shares alone hold a market value of $30 million. Furthermore, once this batch of Sidewinder missiles is delivered to the military on schedule, it will undoubtedly yield a series of positive repercussions. The gift that Obadiah Stane is offering is worth no less than $50 million, while the selling price of a single box of missiles reaches over $10 million. The actual cost? Well, that remains a commercial secret. No need for that. I believe this compensation is sufficient. In the past, Obadiah might have been taken aback by such remuneration, but after a decade of experience, he has grown indifferent to such sums. After all, he is a man who once ruled a kingdom. How could he forsake his principles for a mere $50 million? Adding a zero would be more appropriate. With that said, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, I must urge you to consider the implications. It is best that this shipment does not circulate within the borders of the United States. Seeing the other party's steadfastness, Obadiah Stane chose not to elaborate further, merely offering a final piece of advice. Indeed, the ease with which he handed over such potent weaponry to Lee Ching-yuen was largely due to the young man's seemingly reliable background. The S.H.I.E.L.D. operates directly under the auspices of the United Nations, possessing not only missiles, but also aerial carriers and nuclear launchers, superweapons that render the Sidewinder missiles akin to mere toys. Were it not for William's effusive praise of Lee Ching-yuen, which inspired Obadiah to consider investing in him, this trivial matter would have hardly warranted his involvement as vice president. President Stan, as the bald man prepared to depart, Lee Ching-yuen could not let this opportunity slip away. He hastened forward, eager to catch up. It is a pleasure to meet you. And likewise, I hope we have the chance to collaborate again in the future. Though the recruitment did not succeed. As a competent businessman, Obadiah Stane did not display any disdain, but instead smiled and shook hands with Li Qingyuan. The host's encounter with the pivotal figure, Obadiah Stane, unlocked new qualifications for the mission transfer. Surely, with a swift retraction of his hand, Li Qingyuan smiled and spoke. Sensing that the smile on the other man's face seemed somewhat forced, Obadiah Stane had no time to delve into such subtleties. He was perpetually engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities, and managing to carve out a moment to meet was already a rarity, leaving little room to ponder the other's fleeting thoughts. Indeed, the individual before him might possess exceptional prowess in weaponry, yet in this world, genius is often devalued. If not for Tony Stark resting on the wealth amassed by his father, he would never have achieved the status of a renowned billionaire. The tales of Nikola Tesla and the charlatan, serve as bloody lessons. Clang, clang, clang. Unbeknownst to Obadiah Stane, Li Qingyuan was entirely oblivious to his thoughts, as he had already entered the realm of the mission. The rapidly shifting scenery outside the train window indicated that he was likely within a subway car. And judging by the dimly lit surroundings, it was indeed a subway. After taking a few steps to survey the carriage, he discovered that there were only 6 or 7 passengers in total, indicating that the subway was far from bustling. However, upon glancing up at the clock hanging inside the train, he came to a realization. It wasn't that the subway was poorly patronized. Rather, it was thriving. Even at midnight, such a crowd was present. During peak hours, it would surely be packed to the brim. Finding an empty seat, Li Qingyuan began to ponder the narrative into which he had traversed. During his first journey, the system had elucidated the mission world prior to his crossing. And on the second, it had directly announced the task following the protection period. However, during his last encounter in the Caribbean, the system had waited until he met the protagonist to disclose the mission, and he suspected this instance would be no different. Yet, within this carriage, he could discern nothing of use. The passengers all bore the same generic Caucasian features, with a single black individual among them. Upon scrutinizing further, he found not a single familiar visage. Could it be that he had once again entered some low-budget film? Ding! It seemed the subway had arrived at its station. As the doors on the side swung open, and a sparse crowd began to board and disembark. Could it be that his mission target was among those boarding? With no knowledge of his objective, he remained aimlessly seated on the subway. Yet, it was evident the system had no intention of keeping him waiting. Just as the throng of passengers surged halfway through the carriage, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from outside. The sound of gunfire outside the carriage grew increasingly closer, prompting everyone inside to instinctively huddle in a corner with their hands clasped over their heads. Apart from a few women who wept softly, the rest remained silent and obediently concealed themselves. Truly, this was a testament to a free and democratic nation in the face of such peril. There was no sign of panic, suggesting they were accustomed to such occurrences. Rather than play the hero and rush out, Li Qingyuan understood that, despite his formidable offensive capabilities, akin to a mobile artillery piece, he was defensively vulnerable. A stray bullet could easily inflict grave injuries, if not death. This was precisely why black magic in the Caribbean had gradually declined, after decades of arduous practice to master dark sorcery. It could be easily countered by mere bullets, a lamentably poor exchange of value. Chapter 84. Werewolf. The gunfire echoed like firecrackers for what seemed an eternity, finally subsiding after approximately 3 minutes. Li Qingyuan sat quietly, his eyes closed, concentrating his mental energy on a fly that he had just summoned. With the dual enhancement of dark sorcery and the system, he could temporarily transfer his vision to his summoned creature. However, perceiving the world through the fly's perspective was exhausting, akin to viewing through a kaleidoscope. Yet, it was a far better alternative than charging outside only to be riddled with bullets. Within his field of vision, the individuals near the carriage had nearly all perished, leaving only 2 who stubbornly resisted. It seemed that casualties had also occurred on the opposing side, with a few unfortunate souls having succumbed in between. The fly's compound eyes rendered the battlefield in dazzling brilliance, making it impossible for Li Qingyuan to discern the identities of those engaged in combat, or even their ethnicities. Alas, the images displayed through the kaleidoscope were for him to interpret. After 3 minutes of skirmishing, it appeared that both sides had exhausted their ammunition, and those near the carriage prepared to flee. Suddenly, a robust Caucasian man burst into the carriage, forcefully yanked open the opposite subway door, and leaped out. fleeing without a backward glance. Remarkably, this fellow possessed considerable strength to pry open the subway door. Abandoning the fly's reconnaissance vision, Li Qingyuan opened his eyes. Had he continued to use that perspective any longer, he surely would have gone blind. He rubbed his eyes in exasperation, resolving that next time he would select a more suitable creature for his vision transfer. Viewing the world through a fly's eyes was undeniably agonizing. Just as he finished rubbing his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a long leg clad in a tight black outfit flash past him. Over the years, his perception of women had evolved, shaped by a wealth of experience. The woman who had just dashed past him stood at approximately 173 meters. Her phone number likely being 846-189, and her weight hovering around 55 kilograms. Although her upper figure was somewhat lacking, her long legs were quite striking. Most notably, her face bore a resemblance that felt oddly familiar. Regrettably, she had slipped away before he could ascertain her identity. As the long-legged woman in black pursuit of her target vanished, the train compartment swiftly returned to its usual demeanor. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who had been inadvertently harmed, the others promptly resumed their unfinished business with an alarming efficiency. It appeared that these individuals had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. Clutching his suitcase, Li Qingyuan hurried in the direction where the woman had disappeared. If his instincts were correct, his mission in this world was undoubtedly tied to her, and he had no intention of losing sight of his target. However, burdened by his suitcase and hindered by the woman's remarkable speed, he arrived at the rear of the subway train only to discover a gaping hole created by her collision. She must have been pursuing a man when she had shattered the glass of the rear door and leapt out. What a fierce woman! Noting her disregard for the time it took to open the door, Li Qingyuan could only shrug helplessly before pushing the door open and jumping down. Ahead, less than 10 meters away, lay a curved tunnel, likely an access point for subway maintenance. Sensing no immediate danger, he cautiously approached. He was acutely aware of his own physical limitations. If a few individuals with submachine guns were lying in wait, the outcome could be disastrous. Inside the tunnel, there was an eerie silence, save for a few bloodstains near the corner, indicating no signs of struggle. As he ventured deeper, he noticed that a cover to an underground conduit had been pried open. Faint sounds of screams and gunfire echoed from below. It seemed the woman was engaged in a fierce conflict down there. Should he investigate? Furrowing his brow, Li Qingyuan pondered that if the woman felt familiar, she was likely the protagonist, or at the very least, an important supporting character whose fate was intertwined with his mission in this world. Yet, the darkness of the sewer was daunting. If he recklessly jumped in, he might be met with a swift demise by her hand. Just as he contemplated how to introduce himself without being mistaken for an adversary, an acute sense of danger surged from behind him. Whipping around, he was confronted by a shadowy, furry figure rapidly approaching from the rear. Indeed, that creature surprisingly clung to the wall. Had Newton witnessed such a sight, he would surely have been unable to contain his astonishment. However, considering that Newton's coffin has long been transformed into a seesaw by countless interdimensional travelers, it is likely he would not mind a few additional surprises. Without further contemplation, Li Qingyuan cast out 2 explosive hornets. Given the creature's speed, rummaging through his luggage for alternatives was out of the question. Deploying biological explosives was the swifter option. Boom! The 2 explosive hornets collided with the creature midair, producing a resounding explosion. Upon being struck by the biological bombs, the creature immediately fell from the wall, writhing on the ground in convulsions. After taking a couple of steps back to maintain a safe distance, Li Qingyuan focused intently on deciphering the nature of the creature before him. He observed that it was significantly larger than an average human, with powerful limbs. Its head was somewhat obscured due to 1/3 being blown off, but through the haze, it appeared to resemble a dog. No, it was a wolf, coupled with its formidable vitality and the tail behind it. This creature that could survive explosions to its face must be a werewolf. It nearly frightened him to death. He had initially thought it was a mutated leech. No, wait, a werewolf. Realizing this, Li Qingyuan stroked his chin in contemplation. What sort of narrative could this entail? Just then, he heard the sound of rapid footsteps below. It was likely that the girl had heard the explosion and, fearing an enemy might hurl more bombs, had decided to flee. As for why he assumed it was the girl in the tight outfit pursuing him rather than the unfortunate lad being chased, the answer was obvious. Whoever heard of a female lead meeting her demise right at the onset? If she were to perish, it would only confirm that she was not the protagonist. Glancing at the dark, murky sewer and then back at the werewolf, which continued to struggle defiantly, Li Qingyuan reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. Since this creature was indeed a werewolf, it was apparent that the girl was no ordinary individual. The sewer was shrouded in darkness, and he had no desire to be caught off guard by an ambush. He could afford to search for the mission gradually, but his life was singular and precious. Chapter 85. The Vampire Budapest. After navigating through the subway, he found another exit to return to the surface, finally catching sight of the city's name on the station sign. Earlier, he had attempted to interrogate the werewolf in hopes of extracting useful information, but regrettably, the creature seemed quite resilient. Even after incapacitating its limbs, it steadfastly refused to divulge any valuable intel, leaving Li Qingyuan with no choice but to send it to the afterlife. The vitality of a werewolf is remarkably resilient. Even when a significant portion of its skull is obliterated, it can still recuperate. However, when Li Qingyuan obliterated its entire head, the creature ceased to exhibit any signs of life. After all, in most fantastical narratives, werewolves are merely considered lower-tier entities. The notion of blood rebirth or immortality is utterly implausible. At best, their physical constitution is approximately 7 to 8 times superior to that of an ordinary human, with estimations placing their vitality around 30 to 40 points. Regardless of whether it is 30 or 40, it is undeniably far superior to his current attributes. At present, Li Qingyuan's attributes are as follows. Name: Li Qingyuan. Race: male, earthling. Occupation: novice dark sorcerer. Strength: 5, 5. Agility: 8, 5. Constitution: 10, 5. Spirit: 16, 5. Title: neighboring. Oldly. Skills: life arts. Water proficiency: he possesses 5 free attribute points, originally intended for potential special needs, but it seems prudent to allocate them now. He increased his agility by 1 point and invested the remaining 4 entirely into spirit, thus transforming his attribute panel to strength: 5, 5. Agility: 9, 5. Constitution: 10, 5. Spirit: 25. From the panel, it is evident that his attributes are vastly unbalanced. This configuration hardly qualifies him as a competent mage. Yet, he is constrained by the limited points available, and the nature of this task world remains uncertain. Nevertheless, with werewolves already present, it is reasonable to deduce that he is at least within a fantastical realm. Pursuing a battle mage archetype under such circumstances would be tantamount to courting disaster. Although he allowed what appeared to be the female protagonist to escape moments ago, the conventions of fantasy films dictate that where there are werewolves, vampires are sure to follow. He surmised that locating a vampire's lair would likely trigger a quest. Are there any entertaining bars around? Upon exiting the subway station, he inquired of a taxi driver waiting for passengers. What kind of bar are you looking for? The driver responded, glancing up at him. The one with the most beautiful women, preferably in a secluded location. Li Qingyuan extracted a $100 bill from his pocket and placed it on the dashboard of the front passenger seat. Though this city is not within the borders of the United States, he had noticed the time. It appeared to be the year 2002. At this juncture, unless it pertains to niche media, the dollar is certainly a strong currency. All right, please hold on. The driver swiftly pocketed the bill and accelerated into the bustling streets. In the realm of urban existence, few possess an understanding of the city's intricacies as profound as that of taxi drivers. Even the police, when sifting through archives, may overlook certain happenings that transpire in the alleys. Vampires, are you here for an adventure, my guest? Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's inquiry, the driver raised his eyebrows, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Hungary has long been the cradle of vampire lore. Are you familiar with Count Dracula? He is one of us Hungarians. Romania's claims are mere fabrications. It is Hungary that serves as the true origin of vampires. Furthermore, I must tell you, it is said that vampires still linger in Budapest. The taxi driver, as if a dam had burst, launched into an enthusiastic monologue after Li Qingyuan merely broached the subject of vampires. Fortunately, after a half hour of winding through the city, the driver brought him to the entrance of a rather secluded bar. Are you truly certain about this, my guest? This bar is rumored to possess a rather sinister aura. If you seek a more entertaining escapade, I could introduce you to other delightful locales. No need. I find this place quite appealing. With that, Li Qingyuan closed the car door and strode towards the bar, suitcase in tow. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a torrent of pulsating sound, a testament to the bar's shadowy reputation in this out-of-the-way location. Shadows of patrons flitted about, and at the center of the bar, A strikingly alluring blonde danced with abandon, clad in nothing at all. "Is this your first visit to Hungary, handsome?" Noticing Li Qingyuan enter alone, a young woman in a low-cut gown approached him. "Indeed, I am traveling solo." He casually requested 2 of the most expensive cocktails from the bar, handing one to her. "Alone at night, doesn't tea that feel lonely?" The blonde took a sip of the cocktail, then sidled up to Li Qingyuan, drawing circles on his chest with her finger. "Of course, it can be lonely. But I wonder if there's a more secluded spot. I tend to be a bit shy." Glancing around at the writhing crowd, Li Qingyuan frowned slightly. "I know just the hidden place for you. Come with me." The blonde, without hesitation, took his sleeve and led him away. Curiously, at this point, they were still unaware of each other's names. Such directness seemed to hasten the narrative. Nevertheless, both were driven by desires beyond mere libations, and they moved in unison towards a quiet corner. "Here we are." In the murky alley, the blonde suddenly embraced Li Qingyuan, whispering softly in his ear. "Is the sound insulation adequate here?" "Fear not. The residents have long since vacated, and there's no one around." The blonde leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear. And then, with a sudden flash, her sharp fangs emerged. "Darling, soon I shall bring you to the heights of ecstasy." She began to lick Li Qingyuan's neck, and with a swift motion, her fangs plunged towards his throat. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the night. Fortunate that the vicinity was deserted, otherwise, chaos would surely have ensued. My tooth, cried the golden-haired girl, clutching her mouth in horror. Her 2 proud fangs had shattered. What sort of person is this? The skin is so remarkably thick. It is worth noting that she is a vampire, albeit a lowly one. Yet the fangs are the hardest part of a vampire's anatomy. Even biting through steel would be feasible. "You certainly have audacity, daring to drink my wine." Observing the girl collapsed on the ground, covering her mouth, Li Qingyuan shook his head in dismay. As a dark sorcerer, he was acutely aware of her abnormality and was never unprepared. Moreover, to drink a potion offered by a dark sorcerer without hesitation is sheer folly. Chapter 86. Tales of the Night Main Quest, Savior of Humanity. Werewolves and vampires, as legendary spectral races, have long threatened the existence of humanity. Now that you have arrived to save the ignorant populace, you must bear the infamous title of the Underground Butcher. Quest objective: eliminate over 95% of the vampires and werewolves within the city in 3 days. Quest reward: 5 free attribute points and a random reward. Seeing the delayed system quest and glancing back at the vampire girl who had turned to ashes, Li Qingyuan let out a resigned sigh. A savior of humanity, indeed. In this narrative, both werewolves and vampires are depicted as being hunted and researched. Given ample time, he need not lift a finger. A few phone calls to the ruling authorities would suffice. Indeed, after his rigorous interrogation, it was evident that the vampire girl lacked the fortitude of the werewolf encountered in the subway, promptly revealing everything she knew. The world in which he currently found himself was the notorious realm of werewolves and vampires, also known as Underworld Evolution. The entire film employs a so-called scientific explanation for the fantastical elements. Alexander Corvinus, a warlord from Hungary thousands of years ago, possessed a remarkable constitution. During a plague, his body underwent a fusion with the virus, endowing him with extraordinary strength and longevity. This unique trait was subsequently inherited by his 3 sons, though 2 of them, Marcus and William, were bitten by a bat and a wolf, respectively. Their blood then fused with the virus, thus becoming the ancestors of vampires and werewolves. From a narrative perspective, this background setting is somewhat acceptable. Even if it is absurd, it can still hold together. However, what is most exasperating is that in this film version, the so-called vampires and werewolves are utterly pathetic. Vampires are fearful of sunlight, while werewolves dread silver. Coupled with the formidable modern weaponry, the current racial conflict has shifted from a battle of supernatural abilities to a straightforward exchange of gunfire. The vampires have coated their bullets in silver, while the werewolves have developed ultraviolet bullets. Such an absurd premise transforms the magical war between werewolves and vampires into a gritty gangster shootout. Were it not for the occasional transformation of a werewolf in the film, one might easily mistake it for a Hollywood action flick. Of course, Alexander Corvinus serves as the formidable antagonist in the sequel. Through inquiries with a certain vampire maiden, he has discerned that the current timeline corresponds to the beginning of the first installment. Within the city of Budapest, The foes that meet the system's criteria are likely the vampires of the Wizarding Society and the werewolf clan residing in the sewers. After all, Alexander Kovinas appears to hail from Romania. The figure he observed on the subway, clad in black and possessing long, slender legs, is undoubtedly Celine, the leading lady of the entire Underworld series. What a pity. Glancing at his mission, Li Qingyuan could only silently mark it with a cross in his mind. He had initially held a keen interest in the so-called English Rose, yet his mission was unequivocally steering him down the path of the villain. Annihilating 95% of vampires and werewolves essentially equates to eradicating an entire race from the city. Beyond the main stronghold, numerous scattered vampires and werewolves roam the city's nooks and crannies, much like the vampire maiden he had just dispatched. She could hardly tolerate the animal blood and synthetic plasma supplied by the Wizarding Society, prompting her to venture alone to this secluded bar in search of prey. Given her modest appetite, she could easily sustain herself for half a month without drawing excessive attention. However, at present, going solo carries risks. One must proceed with caution. The Wizarding Society seems to be located in a manor on the outskirts of the city, while the sewers where the werewolves congregate appear to be elusive indeed. Rubbing his temples and sifting through the dusty memories in his mind, Li Qingyuan began to contemplate his mission: the extermination of two magical races. Each possessing individual strengths that far surpass his own, presents a task of considerable complexity. Yet, if one were to consider it difficult, the challenges are not readily apparent. Indeed, regardless of whether it be a vampire elder or a werewolf leader, even that vampire maiden he encountered earlier possesses attributes that could easily overwhelm him. However, the vulnerabilities of these two races are glaringly evident. Vampires succumb to ultraviolet bullets, while werewolves meet their demise when struck by silver. Moreover, these two races squander their magical pedigree, lacking any semblance of supernatural abilities. They are entirely reliant on their physical prowess. In the original narrative, upon the revelation of the existence of two peculiar races, the human government nearly eradicated them within a few short years. Had it not been for the director's contrivance to diminish the intelligence of the human leadership for the sake of a sequel, the female protagonist might have found herself entirely irrelevant. Armed with a cache of rattlesnake missiles, she would have effortlessly obliterated the two races' strongholds had she merely located them. It is important to note that these missiles are meticulously crafted weapons of war by the Stark Group. Even the formidable regenerative capabilities of werewolves would prove futile against them. The principal challenge lies in identifying the layers of these two races. Budapest, the capital of Hungary, spans over 500 square kilometers and is home to nearly 2 million inhabitants. Locating the werewolves' concealed stronghold amidst the labyrinthine sewers of such a vast metropolis is indeed a formidable task. Nevertheless, one must proceed with cautious optimism. First, she seeks a place to rest. After running through the night, fatigue has begun to set in. As for the so-called perfect blood that many novels often pursue, to be candid, she finds it rather unimpressive. Just look at these werewolves and vampires. What a pathetic lot. With such inferior bloodlines, no matter how much they are enhanced, their abilities remain limited. The notion of utilizing perfect blood from such a lowly dimension is utterly foolish. It is likely that even the super soldier serum would pale in comparison to the biological serums developed by the Osborn Group. How foolish would one have to be to forsake a treasure trove for such trifles? Of course, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Once her mission is nearing completion, she plans to devise a way to extract samples of werewolf and vampire blood, along with the male protagonist's perfect blood, to take back with her, even if she has no use for them herself. Gifting them to the Osborn Group or other titans of the biological realm would surely serve as an excellent token of goodwill. Chapter 87. Victor's Manor. The local news reported a gang-related shooting at the Glingdu station last night, resulting in the death of an innocent bystander and injuries to 3 others. Citizens are advised to evacuate the vicinity promptly in the event of gang confrontations. Watching the news unfold on television, Li Qingyuan abruptly turned it off. It must be said that during the lifetime of Alexander Kovnaris, no matter the chaos caused by werewolves and vampires, he had the authority to quell the disturbances. A being who had lived for over 1,000 years, his numerous identities and formidable connections remained shrouded in mystery. However, with the death of this common progenitor of both races, the grievances between werewolves and vampires were laid bare before the public, initiating their tragic journey. enumerating all the vampires and werewolves depicted in cinematic history. Those from Underworld undoubtedly claim the top 3 positions, albeit in reverse order. Last night, after exorcising that vampire maiden, he took a cab to the most opulent hotel in Budapest, declining the front desk's so-called room service, and only just roused from slumber. It is not that he is being finicky, but rather the urgency of this mission leaves him little time to squander on mundane matters. With only 64 hours remaining from the 3 days allotted by the system, every moment counts. Fortunately, upon reflection, it seems that the plot of the first Underworld is nearing its conclusion within these 2 days, so even if he merely follows the storyline, he is unlikely to miss much. Michael Corvinus, a direct descendant of Alexander Corvinus, possesses the legendary perfect blood, which can amalgamate the bloodlines of both werewolves and vampires, thereby transforming into a hybrid being of both natures. This hybrid is more formidable than either werewolves or vampires. However, it appears that transformation requires the buildup of rage. Unlike the other 2 races that can morph instantaneously, had his hacking skills reached a level of mastery, or if he possessed a personal intelligence system, he could have directly infiltrated Budapest's official database last night to retrieve Michael's personal information. Alas, he is entirely inept in that regard. Locating a doctor named Michael among a population of over 2 million is no simpler than finding a werewolf's den in a sewer. Yesterday, he did manage to extract from those maidens the whereabouts of the vampire's lair, situated at the Victor Manor on the outskirts of the city, a place quite renowned in Budapest. Any taxi driver would be familiar with it. Locals only know it as an ancestral estate of a grand noble family, often frequented by handsome youths and beautiful maidens, yet what transpires there remains a mystery to all. With no immediate means to locate the werewolves or Michael, he decided to investigate the vicinity of Victor Manor first. Though the storyline indicates that the vampires residing in the manor employ modern technology for their protection, even adorning the estate's perimeter with surveillance cameras. For Li Qingyuan, these vampires represent a fortuitous opportunity for experience. He parked the rented car about 1 kilometer from Victor Manor and retrieved his tools from the trunk. To be honest, he had never quite known how to critique Underworld during his initial viewing. If this film is to be classified as a fantasy, then it ought to incorporate more supernatural abilities or magical elements. The powers of werewolves and vampires, at the very least, should be amplified. Not that it needs to be an epic fantasy masterpiece, but there should be some semblance of visual appeal, right? Yet, across 5 installments, the franchise is incessantly filled with characters wielding machine guns, leaving one utterly speechless. Indeed, the protagonist Selena's form-fitting black leather attire is undeniably alluring, even inspiring the later incarnation of Black Widow's costume in the Marvel Universe. However, the narrative of the film leaves much to be desired, rendering it nearly impossible to appreciate. If the characters eschew magical powers in favor of technological prowess, one would expect a higher caliber of that technology. Yet, throughout 5 films, the heroine relies solely on 2 handguns, an expected concession for a protagonist who must surely possess some semblance of a heroic aura. Conversely, the antagonists remain armed only with submachine guns and pistols, which feels excessively simplistic. In stark contrast, the Umbrella Corporation from the neighboring Resident Evil franchise showcases an arsenal ranging from armored vehicles to aircraft and submarines, even deploying apocalyptic weaponry. When compared to other war action films, Underworld hinges entirely on the protagonist's performance, beauty, and physique, leaving one at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. As the adage goes, the more foolish the enemy, the better. Li Qingyuan is not masochistic enough to increase the challenge of his tasks for the sake of enjoyment. Winning effortlessly is undoubtedly preferable. Only a fool would seek self-imposed trials. 1 kilometer may seem an insurmountable distance on an ancient battlefield, yet with modern weaponry, such a distance is negligible. After crafting a rudimentary missile launcher from materials purchased at a hardware store, he began retrieving the rattling Hellfire missiles from the box. He loaded 12 missiles into the launcher before pausing, not out of reluctance to use them, but because the launcher could accommodate no more. Gazing through the binoculars at the distant castle, he silently offered a prayer for its denizens, wishing them a swift descent into hell. Heaven, after all, would surely not welcome them. He maneuvered the assembled missile launcher into the underbrush, knowing that with a mere press of a button, the elegant castle would be reduced to ruins. Although the vampires had reinforced the castle with authentic granite walls, which might withstand a hail of gunfire with only a few breaches. They would be no match for the military-grade missiles produced by Stark Industries. Particularly, the vampire's constitution pales in comparison to that of werewolves. With 12 missiles unleashed, one could hardly expect all to perish, but a significant portion surely would. Moreover, it was still daylight. When the house erupted, those vampires lurking in the shadows would either flee into the sun's deadly embrace or find themselves entombed beneath the rubble, subjected to a second bombardment. However, after some contemplation, Li Qingyuan decided it prudent to withhold his strike for the moment, as he had yet to locate Michael and the werewolves. If one were to obliterate the vampire stronghold now, who would accompany them in search of allies? At that moment, a convoy of luxurious automobiles glided gracefully down the road, heading towards the illustrious Victor Manor ahead. Chapter 88. Political Wisdom. As the convoy passed by, Li Qingyuan emerged cautiously from the thicket. It was astonishing that vampires dared to roam freely at this hour. The vehicles bore tinted windows, including the front windshield, unmistakably designed for vampire use. The convoy smoothly entered Victor Manor and came to a halt in the shadows. As the vampire stronghold, Victor Manor was adorned with sun-shielding architecture, allowing numerous vampires to bask in the gentle autumn breeze, even as the sun dipped below the horizon. Approximately a dozen men and women alighted from the cars, each of whom would be considered strikingly handsome or beautiful among mere mortals, evidencing that the vampire lineage, akin to elves, possesses an allure far exceeding that of ordinary humanity. Coupled with their extraordinary strength and lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. Had it not been for the lamentably low potential of vampires in the realm of nighttime legends, perhaps even he would have been tempted. Ever since acquiring the system, he had resolved that he was destined to forfeit his humanity. A group of individuals emerged from the ancient castle to join the arriving guests, exchanging pleasantries before swiftly entering the fortress. Even in the shadows, it was apparent that these vampires preferred to converse within the confines of the manor. Concealing the missile launchers amidst the foliage, Li Qingyuan returned to his vehicle, lost in contemplation. The group that had just entered Victor Manor appeared to be the so-called delegation. In the world of nighttime legends, the first vampire was Marcus, the son of Alexander, while the first werewolf was his brother, William. The bond between William and Marcus was exceptionally strong, characterized by an unbreakable brotherly affection. It was said that the wolf that bit William may have been afflicted with rabies, rendering him, as the progenitor of werewolves, a madman. In a bid to restrain his deranged brother, Marcus sought the aid of the two most powerful warlords of the time, bestowing upon them their strength and thereby formally establishing the vampire clan. Marcus, Victor, and Amelia, who resided far in America, proclaimed themselves the three elder vampires and founded an organization known as the Sorcerer's Council, governing all vampires across the globe. To prevent discord from erupting among them, they agreed that each would preside over the affairs of the world for a century, while the remaining two would enter a state of slumber. I must say, this is truly a genius setup. One cannot help but wonder what the screenwriter was thinking. If any of the three elders were to harbor even a slight notion of betrayal, they could easily eliminate the other two while they lay in slumber. Nevertheless, regardless of the absurdity of this so-called elder rotation system, it appears to be functioning in a remarkably orderly manner at present. The group of vampires that arrived earlier were subordinates of one of the three major elders, Amelia, who had come in advance to prepare. According to the rules, it seems that the day after tomorrow marks the occasion when Amelia succumbs to slumber and Marcus emerges, making it entirely reasonable for her, as one of the most formidable vampires, to send some individuals ahead for preparation. Moreover, if I recall correctly, shortly, the protagonist, Selena, will burst forth from the manor in search of the male lead, Michael. Thus, Li Qingyuan resolved to secure the two protagonists before contemplating the demolition of the manor. After all, without Selena's guidance, he would be utterly lost in locating the werewolves and the male lead's whereabouts. After waiting for over an hour, a car sped out of the manor. Although it moved swiftly, Li Qingyuan distinctly recognized the figure of the dark-clad young woman behind the wheel. He had always harbored a curiosity about that tight-fitting bodysuit, which seemed to be a singular piece from top to bottom. He wondered how she would manage in certain situations. Particularly, Selena's suit undoubtedly possessed magical properties, impervious to gunfire or attacks, and likely airtight as well. If she were to overindulge in sweet potatoes or fava beans, would she not risk becoming a biological weapon? While pondering such musings, he casually sent a wasp to Selena's vehicle. though he dared not utilize the insect's visual sharing. Employing it for location tracking was a simple task. As the bridge vehicle appeared beside the road, Selena merely glanced at it before dismissing it from her mind. The scenery surrounding Victor Manor was quite splendid, often attracting visitors who would come to admire its allure. As long as these individuals did not recklessly venture towards the manor, the vampires within would feign ignorance. Rabbits do not consume grass near their burrows. Similarly, the vampires had no intention of transforming the area into a so-called murder site, as it would provide them with no advantage whatsoever. For now, I shall grant you a reprieve. Observing the castle, which had begun to light up and seemed to be preparing for a banquet, Li Qingyuan turned the steering wheel and made his way towards the city. Night had fallen, and even if the castle were to be destroyed, those vampires could easily scatter and escape. It would be prudent to wait until daylight to return. The immediate priority was to follow Selena and locate the male lead. Undoubtedly, the perfect blood would hold little significance for him. But what sense is there in entering the task world empty-handed? Even during his time on the Titanic, he had effortlessly taken the heart of the ocean. How could he do any less now? After having taken the heart of the ocean, where did it end up? As Li Qingyuan gazed at Selena's car from a distance, he found himself lost in thought about the unfolding narrative. In this world, werewolves and vampires are archenemies, locked in a perpetual conflict. Selena, as a reaper, represents the vampire assassins tasked with eliminating werewolves. Last night at the station, she sensed something amiss. The werewolves were evidently on a mission to capture someone, but their plans were thwarted by her intervention. Consequently, she utilized the estate's computer to infiltrate the Budapest police database, uncovering the surveillance footage from that time and discovering the identity of the target, Michael Kavinas, a surgeon. Upon learning his address, Selena declined a tedious party invitation and resolved to drive over and investigate why he had attracted the werewolves' attention. During the time when the Wizarding Council was still operational, the ties between vampires and the human elite were notably strong, as evidenced by Selena's ability to access the government database effortlessly through the Council's internal systems. Unlike ordinary vampires, the three elders possessed immense power and had once ruled as local lords, adept in the intricate games of deception and intrigue among the human leaders. Thus, when all three elders met their demise, the vampires lost their protection from the human elite, transforming from elegant aristocrats into outcasts hunted by all. As he parked the car haphazardly by the roadside, Li Qingyuan lifted his gaze to the building before him. Selena had ascended to the upper floors over 10 minutes ago. If he was not mistaken, this building was indeed Michael's residence. As a direct descendant of Alexander Kavinas, Michael inherited a peculiar physical constitution, allowing his blood to blend both vampire and werewolf traits, thus giving rise to a new biological species. His blood is often referred to as perfect blood, a coveted commodity sought after by protagonists from various realms, akin to a unique form of currency. However, in comparison to Alexander Kavinas, Michael's blood pales in effect and stature, as one is a progenitor while the other is merely a distant descendant exhibiting a genetic mutation. Yet, despite Michael's apparent weakness, Alexander is not to be trifled with. Although the narrative depicts Alexander being easily vanquished by Marcus, it is crucial to note that Marcus is Alexander's son, having lived for over 1,000 years. Alexander had long grown weary of existence, and when faced with his enraged son, it could be said that he was, in essence, seeking death. After all, do you truly believe that Alexander, as an immortal, could be so easily dispatched? Moreover, after more than a millennium of evolution, Alexander possesses an unparalleled and formidable influence, evident in his capacity to effortlessly erase the existence of vampires and werewolves from public consciousness. With merely 2.5 days at his disposal, it is apparent that confronting Alexander is an impossibility. I must resort to utilizing the blood of that fellow, Michael, instead. Meanwhile, within the confines of the apartment building, Michael, just returning from work, is taken aback as he finds his door ajar. Upon entering, he is suddenly thrust against the wall by Serena, who has been lying in wait. Why do they wish to capture you? Michael stares, bewildered, at the striking woman pinning him down, utterly at a loss. She is exceedingly beautiful and alluring. Instantly, these two thoughts flicker through his mind. It must be said that despite Serena's astonishing display of strength, her attire does little to evoke fear. I do not comprehend your words. He stammers, hesitating as he contemplates revealing the presence of werewolves. However, realizing the need to keep such matters from the uninitiated, he He reluctantly falls silent. Despite having served as a deathwalker for centuries, Serena has never stained her hands with the blood of the innocent. She can undoubtedly be considered an anomaly among vampires. What brings you here? Michael inquires, rubbing his neck as he addresses the unexpectedly beautiful intruder in his home. Were it a brutish man who had barged in, Michael would have undoubtedly called the authorities by now. Yet, the entrance of this statuesque woman prompts him to postpone any thoughts of police intervention. Silence. Serena's ears twitch slightly as she detects the muffled sounds of heavy breathing lurking in the shadows. While others may not perceive these sounds, her experience as a deathwalker, constantly engaged with werewolves, allows her to discern their presence immediately. Run, she commands, alarmed by the sudden appearance of numerous werewolves in the vicinity. From the breath alone, she estimates there are at least 7 or 8. Even as a deathwalker, she doubts her ability to safeguard Michael amid such overwhelming numbers, compelling her to urge him to flee. Run? Michael feels utterly perplexed. Why must they escape? Does this enchanting woman possess some peculiar penchant? However, upon witnessing Serena deftly draw 2 handguns from her sleeves, he instinctively takes flight. Beauty is indeed captivating, but one must live to appreciate it. This woman carries firearms. Who knows if she is a femme fatale of the underworld? As he dashes away, the werewolves emerge in full force. It is perplexing that these werewolves, seemingly lacking in cunning, did not seize him before he entered but chose to act only after his encounter with Serena. Their delay is truly baffling. As Michael gazed at the werewolves, defying the laws of physics as they crawled up the walls and charged towards him, he felt on the verge of collapse. Oh God! What was he witnessing? How could such creatures as werewolves possibly exist? In a frantic rush, he pressed the elevator button, desperate to escape. As for the strikingly beautiful woman with long legs he had just encountered, forget it. Survival was paramount, and he could seek companionship later. When the elevator finally descended to the first floor, Michael felt a fleeting sense of safety. The police station was merely 3 street corners away. Reaching it should suffice. However, before the elevator doors could open, a terrifying explosion echoed outside. A burly man lay convulsing on the ground, half his body obliterated. Selena, hastily descending the stairs, noticed Michael still in a daze and urgently seized him, pulling him outside. The man on the ground, witnessing the theft of his gift, had his eyes turn crimson with rage. His mangled body began to heal at an extraordinary pace. This man was Lucian, the current leader of the werewolves. Due to their progenitor William's madness, the entire race was largely deranged, yet Lucian was the first werewolf endowed with intellect, possessing immense power. Having just endured 4 biological bombs, a typical werewolf would have perished, but he merely awakened his inner ferocity and quickly recovered. Glancing at Selena and Michael, who had managed to escape outside, Lucian dismissed any thoughts of pursuing his assailant and swiftly leapt after the fleeing pair. Selena dragged Michael into her car, flooring the accelerator in a desperate bid to escape the area. However, Lucian had already burst out of the apartment building. As the most formidable werewolf in plain sight, Lucian, even without transforming, possessed astonishing speed, effortlessly catching up to Selena's vehicle. Perched atop the car, Lucian plunged his fist sword towards the driver's seat. In a moment of shock, Michael watched as Selena was struck in the neck and shoulder. Had it not been for her vampire constitution, she likely would have succumbed immediately. Yet, true to her nature, Selena remained composed under pressure. With a swift slam of the brakes, she sent Lucian tumbling off the roof, then deftly reversed and accelerated, colliding with the still recovering Lucian at a speed of 70 miles per hour. The impact sent Lucian flying, and even with his werewolf resilience, he felt momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, Selena had already driven off to an unknown destination. Chapter 90. $1 billion. The weather was splendid today, pleasantly warm and sunny. Humming a catchy tune that could make one's teeth ache, Lee Ching-yuan drove his rented Chevrolet with one hand. Initially, he intended to showcase his prowess by driving a Ferrari with one hand. However, due to insufficient funds in his pocket, he was left to perform the feat with a Chevrolet instead. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he was not planning to sell refreshments outside the university. Any vehicle would suffice. The reason he dispatched a few mosquitoes to confront Lucien was that he suddenly recalled Lucien's propensity to bite Michael at the elevator's entrance. The worth of Michael's blood lay in his pure human lineage. A single bite from Lucien would taint it with werewolf blood, thus compromising its sanctity. Only the unblemished is truly valuable. Li Qingyuan felt compelled to ensure the purity of the other's blood. Hence he maneuvered a few mosquitoes towards Lucien while he was preening himself. However, he was taken aback to discover that, despite his assistance, the protagonist Selena did not seize the opportunity to shoot Lucien down. Instead, she fled with Michael, which was rather disheartening. Why flee when one could simply eliminate the adversary? Now, as he drove toward the banks of the Danube, he observed that the guardrail had been considerably damaged. Although he did not witness the incident, one could surmise, even with the barest of imaginations, that a dainty girl, having lost a significant amount of blood, driving at nearly 100 miles per hour would inevitably plunge into the river. This was the best outcome one could hope for. Should she collide with a wall, even a vampire would likely be reduced to a mere smear. Gazing at the bubbling surface of the river, it was evident that the car had likely submerged only a minute or two prior, and both protagonists were probably still trapped within. Opening the trunk of his car, he retrieved a peculiar staff from his luggage. The Trident of Poseidon, toy version. This was a playful rendition crafted by Poseidon to amuse children. Yet it seemed many had mistaken it for the genuine article. Initially, he presumed the system would not annotate any items. But when he acquired this trinket in the Caribbean world, he realized that the absence of commentary on his previous possessions was not due to the system's limitations, but rather because those items were deemed too trivial to warrant attention. After all, the system attached to him appeared to be a rigid computer program, dismissing anything that failed to meet its criteria. Clutching the bizarre toy trident, Li Qingyuan leapt into the water. Inside the submerged vehicle, Michael was devising a plan to rescue Selena when he was startled by an astonishing sight. An Asian man was walking on the water. He quickly rubbed his eyes and shook his head. He had not taken any substances, yet why did it feel as though he was hallucinating? With a gentle flick of his trident towards the automobile that had plunged into the water, the torrent surged forth, shattering the vehicle's glass in an instant. In Michael's horrified gaze, he felt as if he were cast into a washing machine, spinning violently, until consciousness faded into oblivion. Despite possessing so-called perfect blood, he was merely an ordinary man. After enduring a tumultuous whirlpool with a staggering 200 degrees of rotation, if he were not to succumb to dizziness, it would indeed defy all reason. After an indeterminate passage of time, Michael gradually regained awareness. Werewolves, gunfire, a man traversing the water, and a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit danced through his mind. He concluded that he must have been trapped in a nightmare, perhaps a consequence of the overwhelming stress of daily life. He resolved to visit a bar and find a companion to unwind, lest he succumb to illness from pent-up tension. However, as he attempted to rise, he was struck with astonishment, realizing he was bound. His limbs and waist were tightly restrained, rendering him akin to livestock destined for slaughter. "You are awake." A crisp, cold voice pierced the air beside him. Straining to turn his head, Michael beheld the raven-haired beauty in a tight suit, equally ensnared upon a metallic slab. "Where are we? Who are you? Why are we in this predicament?" Michael felt on the brink of insanity. The events of the night had surpassed his wildest imaginings. The worldview he had painstakingly constructed over 30 years lay in tatters, unlikely to be mended for at least a decade. "I am Selena. As for this place, I am equally in the dark." Selena struggled against her bindings, but the restraints held her firmly against the metal, leaving her only the use of her head. "This is an abandoned underground parking garage in a derelict building. Honestly, finding such a place in Budapest is no easy feat." Li Qingyuan descended slowly from above, having just returned from procuring tools. Unfamiliar with the area, he had spent a considerable part of the night searching for a suitable hiding spot, only to discover he had forgotten to bring the necessary implements. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Michael shrieked, for he discerned that the objects in Li's possession appeared most sinister: a large syringe, frozen blood bags, and what seemed to be a refrigerated container for storing donations. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to borrow a bit of your blood," Li assured, setting down his purchases before approaching Michael with the syringe in hand, a benign smile gracing his features. "Your reassurances only heighten my anxiety." Michael gasped, nearly losing control at the sight of the enormous syringe and the neatly arranged blood bags. "Who are you? What purpose do you have for his blood?" Selena, who had maintained her silence thus far, finally interjected. She was still grappling with the inexplicable urgency surrounding Michael. Why did the werewolves seek him? And why did this peculiar Eastern man desire him as well? "You remain unaware. This individual's blood is a currency circulating through countless realms. Even if one does not intend to sell it, it could fetch an astronomical price. While he has always acknowledged that villains meet their demise through excessive chatter, the current circumstance compels him to utter a few words lest he be afflicted by an ailment of restraint. A single bag of his blood could easily garner $10 billion. Raising the blood bag in his hand, Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile. Since Michael's blood can dissolve the exclusivity of werewolves and vampires, it stands to reason that it should also work wonders in treating the hereditary afflictions of the Osborn family. $10 billion for Michael's blood? Norman Osborn would undoubtedly have no objections. $10 billion? Before Selina could interject, Michael himself was already in a state of shock. His blood is worth that much. Does that imply he has been wandering the streets with a mountain of gold on his back? Chapter 91. Human Necessities. I am perishing. Michael's scream resonated like a soul-stirring melody, undoubtedly worthy of a spot among the world's three tenors. Remain calm. Your voice is resonant and robust, indicating that you are perfectly fine. Withdrawing the syringe from Michael's arm, Li Qingyuan patted his shoulder. You have already drawn 800 milliliters from me. I feel as though I am on the brink of death from blood loss. Michael, filled with trepidation, exclaimed. When he first learned of his unparalleled and rare blood type, he had fantasized about a bright future. Not to mention 10 billion. Even 1 million would suffice. Being strong and healthy, selling blood twice a year should yield ample returns. An annual net gain of $200,000 would allow him to indulge without restraint. However, the moment the syringe pierced his arm, Michael was jolted from his daydream. Regardless of whether his blood is truly as valuable as claimed, it seems he would receive not a dime. After all, the individual before him hardly appeared to be one who would part with money. Placing 4 blood bags into a cooler, Li Qingyuan began to tidy up the scene. Logically, he ought to have drained Michael completely, for money is something no one could ever have too much of, right? Yet, this useful tool still had its purpose, without Michael, who would entice the werewolves out for him. Last night, he had dispatched 2 flies to follow Lucien in an attempt to uncover the werewolf's lair. But that fellow rampaged through the sewers, and the flies could not keep up with his speed, losing track after a few circles. Unfortunately, while insects may be inconspicuous, their flight speed is woefully inadequate. Even a human running swiftly might not catch up, let alone a werewolf. Is he a direct descendant of Alexander Cavinus? Upon observing Li Qingyuan tidying his belongings as if preparing to depart, the previously silent Selina, bound nearby, finally spoke up. True to the role of a narrative heroine, she immediately deduced the reason behind Michael's assault by both the werewolf and this enigmatic Eastern individual. With such high intellect, one might suggest she should star in detective dramas. Or if that were unfeasible, compete with some elementary school Grim Reaper for a job. Why venture into the realm of fantastical action films? To be candid, Li Qingyuan found himself at a loss regarding how to handle Selina. According to his System S directive, which entailed the elimination of 95% of the werewolves and vampires in Budapest, Selina was naturally included in his list for eradication. However, despite his extensive experience across various task worlds and a reputation marred by misdeeds, he had never truly killed a protagonist. Considering the notoriously vile character of Jack Sparrow, if not for the latter's status as the chosen hero of the Caribbean realm, Li Qingyuan would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him repeatedly. After all, in any world, there exists the concept of protagonist causality. Who knows what peculiar consequences might arise should he choose to end Selina's life? As for Michael, although he bore the title of male lead, he was merely a superfluous presence. His demise would pose no significant challenge. With a shrug, Li Qingyuan hoisted the box filled with Michael's blood bags upon his shoulder and made his way out. Having labored for the better part of the day, it was now 10 in the morning, and he needed to attend to pressing matters. Watching the mysterious figure depart, Selina resolved to initiate her own escape. Though firmly bound, she harbored no concerns. As a deathwalker among vampires, her daily training involved combat, making the act of freeing herself from ropes a mere trifle. With a slight exertion of her shoulders and a twist of her hands, a disconcerting sound echoed from her shoulder, causing her to grimace in pain. What is wrong? Michael, having just faced Selina after the blood extraction, immediately noticed the anguish etched upon her beautiful visage. My arm. It's dislocated, Selina replied, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. While the vampire's physique was significantly stronger than that of a human, it paled in comparison to the unreasonable recuperative speed of werewolves. I am so sorry, Michael exclaimed, his attention diverted from his own predicament as he saw the distress on the face of the beautiful woman before him. He felt that if not for his involvement, she would likely not have found herself entangled in such a predicament. As for Selena carrying a firearm and killing without a second thought, in the face of such beauty, those trifling matters were hardly worthy of consideration. Setting aside the predicament of the two individuals confined in the basement, Lee Ching-yuen has now arrived beneath Michael's apartment building, driving the Chevrolet he rented. The apartment is currently cordoned off by the police, as a gunfight erupted within its walls last night, resulting in the demise of several naked men, leaving all witnesses grappling with existential doubts. Thanks to the silver bullets from Serena's pistol, those werewolves she dispatched will revert to their human forms. Thus, neither Lucien nor Alexander's subordinates harbored any intentions of retrieving the bodies. As long as the secret of the werewolves remains concealed, the presence of a few naked corpses within the apartment is hardly peculiar, is it? Listening to the idle chatter of onlookers nearby, Lee Ching-yuen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How on earth did they connect these men to a tumultuous rivalry over a shared affection for a certain gentleman, culminating in a fierce altercation? While it is true that the circles they inhabit are chaotic, this notion is utterly absurd. Shaking his head to dismiss such contaminating thoughts, he retrieved a pre-prepared note from his seat and affixed it to a corner, to ensure that the nearsighted werewolves would see it. He even smeared a bit of Michael's blood on the note. Having lost track of Michael's whereabouts, those werewolves are undoubtedly as frantic as a distressed husky. Given that this location is both the crime scene and Michael's residence, they are certain to return for a search. Thus, all he needs to do now is wait patiently. Finding a cafe that affords a view of the spot where he placed the note, Lee Ching-yuen ordered a meal and began to indulge himself. After all, he had been occupied since last night with little time to eat, and now that he had a moment of respite, it was only fitting to treat himself well. As he savored the tender steak, a troubling thought crossed his mind. With Michael and Serena still trapped in the basement, they should manage without food or water for a short while. But what if nature calls for those two? Never mind. That line of thought is simply too distasteful to entertain. Chapter 92. Once bitten, twice shy. No sooner had Lee Ching-yuen finished his steak than he spotted two furtive figures sneaking toward the location of his note. The werewolves were now in a state of desperate urgency. Not that their eyes weren't already red. That detail is irrelevant. Unlike vampires, who have long dominated the dark underworld, werewolves have historically been subservient to them. This unfortunate hierarchy stems from their progenitor, William, being a madman, resulting in most of the werewolves he sired suffering from mental afflictions, enduring oppression throughout the ages. Eventually, a relatively normal werewolf leader named Lucien emerged, only to find himself inexplicably enamored with Victor's daughter, Sonia. Victor, however, seemed to have lost his senses. A mere union could have resolved the trivial matter, yet he escalated it into a tumultuous upheaval for the survival of their race. In a shocking display, Victor took his daughter's life right before Lucien's eyes. It is widely understood that once one finds themselves in a situation where a loved one is slain in front of the protagonist, no matter how formidable one may be, they must bow down, let alone someone as inconsequential as Victor. Fueled by rage, Lucien cast Victor into a state of apparent death. Had it not been for Lucien's emotional turmoil preventing him from conducting a thorough investigation, the heroine's fate might have been entirely different. As the werewolf leader, Lucien had remained in a state of cognitive disarray until Sonia's demise, after which he suddenly comprehended the purpose of his existence, that werewolves shall never be enslaved. Thus, he led his kin into fierce combat against the vampires, ultimately meeting an untimely end during the climactic battle. Of course, this is the official narrative. The reality was that Lucien and the vampire commander Klein had orchestrated a grand ruse. Lucien required a facade of death to placate Victor and the vampires, granting him the opportunity to strengthen the werewolf clan in secrecy. Meanwhile, Klein sought power, and what greater achievement could there be than slaying the werewolf leader? The two forged an alliance, and under Klein's protection, the werewolves began to lurk beneath the very noses of the vampires. However, after 6 centuries of concealment, the werewolves resolved that they could no longer remain hidden. Why should the vampires indulge in lives of luxury while they were compelled to cower in the sewers, facing the peril of deathwalkers even when they dared to venture out? Although Lucien was the leader of the werewolves, he could not defy the interests of his entire race. Upon learning the tale of Alexander Kovinas, he believed that if he could secure a direct descendant of Alexander, He might dissolve the inherent animosity between the bloodlines of werewolves and vampires. Yet, Alexander Kovinus had lived over a millennium ago, making the search for his direct lineage akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Thus, Lucian nearly apprehended every Kovinus in Hungary. It is astonishing that such a targeted investigation has yet to attract media attention. One wonders how many clandestine dealings lie beneath the surface. This blood is suspicious. Upon discovering a note, two werewolves cautiously surveyed their surroundings for any potential threats, finding none, and swiftly tore the note, stowing it away in their pockets. One of them even extended his tongue to taste the note, experiencing a refreshing sensation in his mouth that left him feeling euphoric, as if under the influence of a potent substance. Michael is indeed the individual the leader has been seeking. After a brief moment, the bloodthirsty werewolf finally calmed down and exclaimed excitedly. For 6 centuries, they had lived in the sewers, leading a wretched existence akin to that of dogs. And now a glimmer of hope for a resurgence had finally emerged. According to the calculations of the werewolf scientist Khan, if they could locate the direct bloodline of Kovinus and absorb the blood of one of the 3 ancient vampires, the current werewolf leader, Lucian, would become the most formidable creature in the world. It is puzzling how these werewolves think. Despite the existence of numerous apocalyptic weapons and a plethora of advanced technology capable of achieving victory, they insist on pursuing a path of bloodline supremacy over their enemies. Nonetheless, it matters little. After all, the more foolish the enemy, the better. Upon acquiring the note, the 2 werewolves swiftly retreated from the scene, employing their clumsy tactics to evade pursuit. They darted through the city for nearly half an hour, feeling confident that they could outmaneuver any foe, before finally opening a manhole cover in a secluded area and slipping inside. "Boss, we discovered this note next to Michael's residence." Upon returning to their lair, Werewolf A immediately produced the note from his pocket, eager to claim credit. "The other party requests our presence at the dam at midnight?" Lucian remarked in astonishment as he read the note's stipulations. "How can you be so certain this is the target we seek?" He casually set the note aside, perplexed by the audacity of his subordinates to assume it was meant for them. The note was rather vague, containing little beyond the time and location, which only deepened his curiosity regarding their certainty. "Boss, there was blood on the note. I licked it just now and felt my strength surge by 10%. Werewolf B quickly clenched his fist, demonstrating a martial arts move on the spot. It is quite audacious to lick any blood they encounter. Blood? Lucian then noticed the peculiar stains on the note. He had initially overlooked them due to a hasty glance and the dim lighting in the sewer. The note not only bore blood, but also an unusual smudge. Lucian had not observed closely enough earlier, mistaking the smudge for a mere blemish, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was the remains of a crushed mosquito. The note's large font and the blood had completely masked the presence of the squashed insect from the 2 subordinate werewolves. "This is bad." Lucian, as if jolted by electricity, hurled the note away, instantly transforming into his werewolf state. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Last night, while he was flaunting himself at Michael's apartment, he was ambushed and nearly met his demise. In the heat of the moment, he failed to discern the nature of the assailant, but upon reflecting calmly in the morning, he realized that it might have been a mosquito. Lucian, as the leader of the werewolf clan, possessed an acute sense of danger that ranked among the elite in the world. Had it not been for his emotional turmoil and the unfamiliarity of the enemy's attack, he would never have fallen so easily into such a trap. Chapter 93. The Weight of Mount Tai Boss? A group of werewolf subordinates, puzzled, gazed at Lucian, unsure of what had transpired. It was merely a piece of paper. Why did their leader seem as if he were holding a bomb? Furthermore, they were werewolves. Even if it were a bomb, a small one would hardly pose a lethal threat to them, so their leader's caution seemed unwarranted. Upon seeing that the paper did not explode as he had imagined, Lucian felt that perhaps his reaction had been somewhat excessive. The assailant from yesterday had indeed been a live mosquito, while the paper bore the remnants of a mosquito carcass, 2 entirely different entities. Moreover, having lived for years in a sewer teeming with flies and mosquitoes, he had never encountered an explosive mosquito. In fact, he had likely misremembered. The entity that attacked him was not a mosquito, but rather a minuscule bomb resembling one. Khan meticulously examined this piece of paper for any anomalies, particularly the mosquito depicted. Lucian instructed his subordinate to retrieve the paper and hand it to Khan, the chief werewolf scientist. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Report any irregularities to me immediately. Lucien had successfully led the werewolf clan in hiding for 600 years beneath the watchful eyes of vampires, relying on caution and prudence. Head, what are our plans for tonight? After Lucien issued his commands, a werewolf timidly inquired. Unfortunately, compared to vampires, the werewolves were generally not the brightest. Aside from a few genetic anomalies, the rest had intellects scarcely superior to that of huskies. This was also why, eventually, nearly all vampires wielded firearms, while most werewolves relied on their physical prowess to endure. Despite possessing firearms, once combat ensued, they instinctively tore off their clothing and transformed, neglecting to consider using their guns. You take the station, and I will lead the team to the dam. The rest of you prepare for defense. Lucien decided after some contemplation. The station posed no significant threat, although the target was one of the 3 elder vampires, Amelia. She was a long-range shooter, and her close combat capabilities were notably weak. With the assistance of an insider, the adversaries within the confined carriage were no match for ordinary werewolves. Amelia was acutely aware of her vulnerabilities, which is why she initially dispatched someone to gather intelligence before hastening her own arrival, all to ensure a flawless execution. Regrettably, she had not anticipated that the leader of the wizarding faction would be a traitor among the werewolves, resulting in her downfall the moment she made her entrance. Although Michael's abduction the previous night, coupled with the ominous note delivered to Lucien, hinted at a sinister conspiracy, the opportunity to strike against Amelia was a rare occurrence that arose only once in 3 centuries. Therefore, Lucien was resolute in seizing this chance. Meanwhile, at the dam, Lucien was preparing to lead his team into ambush, while the location had been chosen by the adversary. The vampire's nocturnal limitations rendered their movements less convenient than those of the werewolves. Just as Lucien was organizing his forces for action, Li Qingyuan had already arrived above the werewolf stronghold, following the positioning of a mosquito carcass. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment with the note, but to his astonishment, the 2 dim-witted werewolves had taken the note back to their lair without even glancing at it. Although the 2 werewolves had been running wild in the city like unchained dogs, who in this day and age would be foolish enough to follow them closely? Given their lack of intelligence, it was unlikely they would even notice if he concealed a tracking device. Tossing down a few more flies to gather information, Lucien had already grasped the situation unfolding below as he issued commands. The werewolf stronghold lay buried over 10 meters underground. Such a depth made it exceedingly difficult to hear gunfire from above, which was why it had remained undiscovered for so many years. Moreover, the labyrinthine sewers, with their narrow confines and intricate terrain, were the werewolf's domain. Firearms were not particularly effective in such an environment. Rather, the werewolf's formidable physical prowess proved more reliable. Naturally, Li Qingyuan would never consider charging into the sewers to engage the werewolves in combat. He was not reckless. Such foolishness was entirely out of the question. Thus, after making several rounds to locate every sewer entrance within his detection range, he finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Those named, prepare to depart with me. Lucien was rallying his forces for an advance towards the dam for an early ambush, but before he could reach the exit, he witnessed something drop with a splat from the sewer entrance. Who lacks the decency to discard rubbish properly? Don't they know refuse must be sorted? Yelled the werewolf in front, incensed. Though we reside in the sewers, the citizens should exhibit some decency and refrain from indiscriminately tossing all manner of refuse into our domain. To be frank, this situation arose because Lucien insisted that they should not get upset over trivial matters. Otherwise, Budapest would undoubtedly witness a plethora of headless corpses each year due to littering. No, wait, retreat. The werewolf minions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, but their leader, Lucien, immediately sensed something amiss. The moment an object fell, Lucien caught sight of its form, a miniature version of a missile. A thunderous cacophony of explosions reverberated underground, causing the once pristine pavement to fracture, while buildings twisted and leaned before collapsing with a resounding crash. The construction of Budapest's sewer system was undoubtedly a commendable endeavor, as evidenced by the fact that it had withstood years of werewolf destruction without suffering damage. Yet, no matter how meticulously crafted, even the finest sewers could not withstand the force of missile detonations. The Sidewinder missile was a weapon specifically designed for obliterating enemy bunkers in the Middle East, and using it to demolish a sewer was an egregious misuse of such firepower, especially considering that someone had carelessly launched over 20 of them. After all, compared to those vampires, werewolves were evidently far more resilient. A smaller blast might not suffice to eliminate them. The violent explosions triggered a shallow earthquake, and as Lucien surveyed the fallen structures and the pavement that had sunk several meters into the ground, he realized that even the most formidable regeneration of the werewolf clan would be futile against such overwhelming force. The sheer weight of several hundred tons of debris bearing down was enough to leave even the mightiest of beings dazed, even if some managed to survive the immediate collapse. Li Qingyuan mused that it would be more merciful for them to have perished instantly. Chapter 94. Task Completion Rate Main Quest. Human Savior. Objective: eliminate 95% of the vampires and werewolves in the city within 3 days. Current completion rate: vampires 0, werewolves 87. With effortless ease. A few laps around the area had accomplished nearly half of the task, a sensation that was undeniably blissful. However, why was the completion rate only at 87%? Li Qingyuan looked back at the ruins, perplexed that he had demolished nearly half a block, yet some werewolves remained alive. Their vitality was astonishingly tenacious. Or perhaps some werewolves had fortuitously been absent from the main base during the explosion, leading to the oversight. This infernal task did not even provide a minimap, which was exceedingly frustrating. Glancing at the throngs of onlookers rushing in to witness the spectacle, Li Qingyuan concluded that now was not the time to engage in any finishing blows. The earlier cataclysmic scene led most to believe an earthquake had occurred. However, the state apparatus is not devoid of intelligence. Although Hungary is a small nation, it should possess fundamental civil defense facilities. Once it is revealed that this so-called earthquake was, in fact, a man-made explosion, it is likely that the entire national machinery will mobilize for an investigation. Fortunately, with only 20 hours left for his mission, the Hungarian government will likely be unable to ascertain whether it was an earthquake or a deliberate detonation. After all, not every country can respond swiftly to unforeseen circumstances. First, he needed to complete the primary task before contemplating how to deal with the scattered werewolves. Navigating against the flow of people, he made his way to his parked vehicle and drove towards the secluded Victor Manor. He emerged from the underbrush, hefting the missile launcher, and with a decisive click, targeted the distant estate. In a flash, more than a dozen missiles were unleashed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, detonating before the vampires within the manor could react. A dazzling display of fireworks erupted, causing many to flee in panic. While fleeing from an explosion is indeed prudent, one must also consider their inherent racial abilities. Clouds of black smoke dissipated under the sunlight, leaving Li Qingyuan incredulous. He pondered how a production akin to a CCAV documentary could attribute the origins of vampires and werewolves to genetic mutations. Yet these creatures disintegrated into ash upon exposure to sunlight. Mission completion status: vampires 91, werewolves 87. As the dust settled, Li Qingyuan gazed upon the ruins of Victor Manor, feeling utterly bewildered. Why, despite having obliterated the stronghold of both werewolves and vampires, was the mission still incomplete? These creatures exhibited no sense of unity, scattering chaotically with utter disregard for discipline. With only 22% of the mission remaining, where could he possibly find the remaining targets? Fortunately, Victor Manor's remote location, coupled with the fact that all police forces in Budapest had been dispatched to the earthquake relief efforts in the werewolf district, meant that no one would likely arrive here in the immediate future. Thus, he quickly drove to the ruins, deploying a dozen flies to search for any survivors, with the primary objective of locating the resting place of the vampire elder. It was essential to note that both Marcus and Victor were buried underground, awaiting summons. While the missiles had reduced Victor Manor to rubble, it was unlikely that those two were at risk of being killed in the explosion. About 10 minutes later, as Li Qingyuan whistled his way out of the Victor Manor, the vampire completion rate on the panel reached an impressive 97%. Victor and Marcus possessed formidable strength. Should they regain their peak condition, they might even surpass Lucian. However, those two were now confined like mummies within a metallic coffin underground, vulnerable to anyone who might approach, let alone a biological bomb. Initially, when he first acquired this skill, it seemed rather lackluster, both in power and speed, but upon application, he discovered it was remarkably effective. Otherwise, he would have had little chance of eliminating the two ancient beings buried beneath the rubble. Now, he merely needed to pursue a pack of werewolves. Although he was uncertain of their whereabouts, he had devised an excellent strategy. "Are you all right?" Selena asked, her concern evident as she observed Michael's facial expressions contorting. The two had been bound in this predicament for the better part of the day. Initially, she had believed that with her abilities, escaping the ropes would be a trivial task, but after dislocating both her arms, Selena had to relinquish her escape plans. She realized her strength had been suppressed. She was no longer the agile reaper, but rather a delicate young woman, akin to a character from a dramatic film designed to epitomize female vulnerability. Since escape was not an option, the two resorted to conversation. After hours of dialogue, they had nearly uncovered each other's heights, measurements, phone numbers, family members, and life philosophies. Were it not for their bindings, they might have even succumbed to their burgeoning attraction. Alas, as the designated male and female leads, mere minutes alone together could spark love, let alone the extensive time they had already spent. However, as their conversation progressed, Selena noticed Michael's expression beginning to twist increasingly. She grew concerned, wondering if he might be unwell. After all, he had been tied up for so long without sustenance, and he had lost considerable blood. "I'm fine," Michael gritted through clenched teeth. He had always considered himself to have good kidney function, yet now he felt otherwise. "Are you feeling unwell? Is it a consequence of excessive blood loss?" Michael's expression seemed incongruous with his claim of being fine, which only heightened Selena's anxiety. Not only had she developed feelings for him, but she also sensed that Michael was of significant importance to the vampire clan. Suddenly, with a creak, the basement door swung open, its intrusion jarring in the silence of the space. Selena quickly turned her gaze to the entrance, while Michael, startled by the noise, found his bladder overwhelmed by the accumulated tension. A peculiar odor suddenly permeated the room, as Li Qingyuan and Selena gazed in astonishment at Michael, whose trousers were gradually changing color. Chapter 95. The proper use of the protagonist. "Is this thing truly effective?" Selena inquired, her gaze fixed on the compass that spun restlessly in her hand. It was currently 9 o'clock in the evening, and having just satiated her physiological needs, she found herself summoned by the other party to perform menial labor. As a death walker, she firmly believed she should not conspire with such a kidnapper. However, upon witnessing Michael's dire predicament, Selena deemed it prudent to temporarily cooperate with him. Although unafraid of death, Michael's condition was far more tragic than death itself. The thought of becoming like Michael filled Selena with dread. Surely, it would be better to perish. After all, while a goddess may bleed and weep, if something else were to flow, the entire film's tone would shift dramatically. Thus, Selena resolved to feign compliance, devising a plan to gradually regain control. Once she found an opportunity to escape back to the manor, she could rally support for a counterattack. Whether it involved rescuing the mentally shattered Michael or settling scores with the man behind her, it would be a trivial matter. Of course, Selena could never have anticipated that the vampire stronghold had already been obliterated, with 2 of the 3 elders having perished. Indeed, it is effective. Now, think carefully. Where is the gathering point of the werewolves? The compass's efficacy had been long validated in the Caribbean, proving to be remarkably useful. Although it could not be employed to seek divine treasures, it was certainly reliable for locating items of lesser than divine caliber. Unfortunately, he could not utilize it himself. His thoughts were too intricate. Each time he held the compass, he envisioned searching for treasures or special items, yet the needle invariably twisted and turned, leading him to a beautiful woman instead. Therefore, should he attempt to use the compass to pinpoint the remaining werewolves, he would likely end up in trouble once more. However, he was not without a perfect tool at hand. Selena, as a death walker among vampires, was tasked with exterminating werewolves. A mere hint from him would suffice for her to locate the remaining werewolves. "I will help you find the werewolves if you allow me and Michael to leave," Selena proposed, noticing the needle's gradual deceleration. "I am a man of my word, rest assured," Li Qingyuan replied gallantly, patting Selena on the shoulder. Truth be told, while exterminating all vampires and werewolves might yield a special reward, Budapest was vast. If there were a few stragglers hiding, even a grand display of power would not guarantee the completion of his mission. After all, werewolves are not only remarkably resilient, but also tend to conceal themselves within the sewers. Following the annihilation of the city, it is entirely possible that a few of the more fortunate ones managed to survive underground. Therefore, since 100% completion of the task is unattainable, a hasty conclusion to the mission would suffice. Sparing Selena's life is not out of the question. He is determined to embody the essence of a virtuous individual. Allowing the protagonist a reprieve aligns with the conduct of a noble character. Selena cast an exasperated glance at the hand that was sliding down her clothing. tempted to draw her firearm and regain the upper hand, only to remember that all her weapons had been confiscated by this very individual. Hurry and locate the werewolves. What are you daydreaming about? As Selena lapsed into contemplation, Li Qingyuan could not resist pinching her. Time was of the essence. If this girl dared to falter at such a critical moment, despite her status as the heroine, he would not hesitate to resort to force. It has stopped. Selena glared fiercely at the oblivious man beside her. Were it not for her current weakness and disarmament, she would certainly have lodged a bullet into his nostrils. What transpired over there? The two drove towards the compass marker, and as they passed a heap of ruins, Selena could not help but inquire. Having lived in this city for several centuries, she was intimately acquainted with every inch of Budapest. Just yesterday, that very neighborhood had been intact. How could it have collapsed so suddenly? Gas leak, pipe explosion. Li Qingyuan replied, his expression unyielding. It was likely that the authorities would employ this explanation to placate the public, and his reasoning was undoubtedly sound. Can a gas explosion truly obliterate an entire block? Selena shot him a weary glare, incredulous at his assumption of her ignorance. Enough with the chatter. Ensure we are headed in the right direction. Turn left. She lowered her gaze to the compass, noting a slight shift in the needle, and exclaimed, Are you telling me that merely by contemplating the werewolves' gathering place, I can pinpoint their location? This is utterly unscientific. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became, and disregarding her status as a captive, she boldly questioned him. You, a vampire, are lecturing me on science? Li Qingyuan cast a scornful sidelong glance at Selena. Is your mind not functioning properly? Why is this train station so eerily quiet? Pulling the car to a stop, he stared at the deserted platform, momentarily bewildered. He recalled his visit just 2 days prior, when even at the early hours, the subway was bustling with people. How could this station now resemble a ghost town? This is an old train station, long abandoned. Its emptiness is to be expected. Selena sighed in frustration, gesturing towards him. Would you consider unbinding me? Since we are here to deal with the werewolves, I can overlook the earlier incident. Seeing that the other party remained unyielding, Selena immediately raised her voice. I possess remarkable agility. My presence will undoubtedly enhance your safety. At that moment, Li Qingyuan, who was nearing the entrance of the train station, turned around and smiled. Perhaps you should conserve your strength. It would be wise to conceal yourself in the vehicle and feign death. Otherwise, should a solitary werewolf emerge, your current state might merely serve to enhance their feast. That insufferable man. Upon hearing his advice, Selena, feeling frustrated, curled up. Not only was her strength severely limited, but her left foot and left hand were also shackled within the car, making her vulnerable even to a mere vagrant. Thus, the safest course of action was to heed his words and remain as inconspicuous as possible within the vehicle, giving the impression that it was unoccupied. Noticing Selena had quieted down, Li Qingyuan shook his head and proceeded towards the abandoned train station. He was well aware of Selena's prowess. Her assistance would undoubtedly make dealing with the werewolves far more efficient. However, he had already nearly eradicated the vampire clan. To be frank, had it not been for the impending departure from this world upon completing his mission, he would not have spared Selena's life. He was not one of those foolish antagonists in narratives who felt compelled to leave the protagonist alive merely for their own amusement. Chapter 96. The plot is off. Why haven't those vampires arrived yet? In the dilapidated train station, Jabos inquired of his companion. He was one of the werewolves, and after Lucien had instructed him to lead a group to ambush the vampire elder Amelia, he promptly brought 30 werewolves to the station, lying in wait since the afternoon. Most werewolves acted on instinct rather than intellect. Thus, while Lucien was still contemplating strategies for a counter-ambush, Jabos had already charged to the train station with his subordinates. Like Selena, who stood outside in a daze, the werewolves concealed within the station were utterly oblivious to the fact that their stronghold had already been obliterated. I do not know. The leader did not mention it, replied another werewolf, idly scratching at his claws. Having stood guard since 2 in the afternoon, he felt as though he might sprout fur at any moment. It seems someone is approaching. Jabos twitched his ears, catching the sound of footsteps coming from the station entrance. A train, it appears to be arriving. The other werewolf also perked up, hearing the rumbling from the tracks. You go take care of that intruder. The rest prepare to charge with me. Jabos waved his hand, instructing the other werewolf to deal with the unwelcome visitor at the entrance, while he sharpened his claws, keeping a keen eye on the slowly approaching train. Is there truly so many? Standing at the entrance, Li Qingyuan gleaned intelligence from the swarming mosquitoes sent by his subordinates, discovering to his astonishment that this abandoned train station harbored dozens of werewolves, leaving him in a quandary. He had initially assumed there would be no more than 7 or 8 werewolves, given that most had been crushed under the debris of the collapsed district. The remaining stragglers should be in a state of constant fear, aimlessly fleeing. Who could have predicted that there was an entire cadre of well-trained werewolves here? His previous success in dispatching werewolves and vampires was largely due to a disparity in information. Both had been caught off guard in their lairs, suddenly overwhelmed. After all, even the most cautious individuals would hardly anticipate being met with a missile while peacefully slumbering at home. It is worth noting that even the legendary protagonist Serena, faced with a dozen werewolves, could only contemplate guerrilla tactics. Given his current frail physique, encountering dozens of werewolves would leave him with no avenue for escape. With 7 or 8 werewolves, he could employ biological explosives and dark sorcery to turn them into mere wolves, but with dozens, it surpassed his capabilities. Although the werewolves in this dark legend are often regarded as the least competent, if quantified on a system panel, one might estimate their strength and agility to be around 10 points, with their constitution exceeding 20. In terms of raw data, they could easily inflict crushing damage upon him. Just as he pondered retreating to deploy a disposable missile launcher, the flitting mosquitoes promptly relayed the latest enemy information. A lone werewolf charged toward him, while the remaining werewolves advanced toward the abandoned station. What was going on? Despite not understanding the rationale behind the werewolves' foolish actions, if the enemy was willing to embrace such a reckless demise, he felt no obligation to intervene. Li Qingyuan took a step back to widen the distance between himself and the werewolf, then turned and fled toward the exit of the station. The werewolf, upon seeing its prey flee, immediately dropped to all fours and accelerated in pursuit. Regardless of whether the intruder was an innocent passerby, their misfortune was sealed by their own choices. With a low growl, the werewolf burst through the doors of the abandoned station, only to be ensnared in a flurry of binding ropes. Active binding, a straightforward yet effective spell, while it might hold little efficacy against formidable foes. It posed no challenge when dealing with a mindless werewolf. As for why he didn't deploy explosives to simply turn the creature into a wolf, the station still housed dozens of werewolves, and he had no desire to draw them all out into the open. The bound werewolf tilted its neck, attempting to cry out for help. However, before it could raise its voice, a mosquito flew directly into its mouth, with a dull explosion resonating from the werewolf's throat. Its head was instantly severed from its body. As Li Qingyuan contemplated whether to deploy a missile launcher to obliterate the entire station, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from within. What was happening? He was astonished to discover that the completion percentage for vampires, which had previously reached 97%, had inexplicably plummeted to 19%, while the werewolf completion had risen from 87 to 90%. Connecting the recent movements of the pack of werewolves with the train that seemed to be slowly entering the station, it occurred to him that a fierce confrontation was unfolding between the vampires and werewolves. Moreover, these vampires had only just arrived in the city. This realization led him to the crux of the matter. Wasn't this the vampire elder who had perished upon her initial appearance? Truthfully, he found this fallen vampire elder far more intriguing than the protagonist, Celine. However, due to the urgency of his mission, he had scarcely considered how to engage with her. Yet, he was astounded that despite the destruction of both the werewolves and vampire strongholds, these remnants of werewolves and the newly arrived vampires were still clashing. Were they not in contact with their headquarters? Even in this age of underdeveloped mobile communication, surely they must keep abreast of the news? The gunfire within the station suggested that Amelia's guards were embroiled in a fierce skirmish with the werewolves. However, Amelia had come to the city primarily to negotiate a transfer with Marcus and had brought only a small retinue. Faced with a surprise attack from 30 elite werewolves, they stood little chance. After all, in close combat, vampires were at a disadvantage compared to the physical prowess of werewolves. Thus, within a matter of minutes, the gunfire began to wane, indicating that the vampires had likely been vanquished. Examining his task completion percentage, he noted that the vampire count had surged to 94%, while the werewolf count had reached 93%. With a pleased shrug, he had initially anticipated a grueling battle. However, it appeared that merely entering to collect a corpse would suffice to complete his mission, an unexpectedly delightful turn of events. He directed the remaining mosquitoes toward the unsuspecting werewolves, and soon the station echoed with anguished cries. Chapter 97. The Comfortable New York Task Completion. Vampires 94, Werewolves 97. Surveying the chaotic scene within the carriage, Li Qingyuan carefully found a relatively clean path to tread upon. The once opulent carriage has now been utterly transformed into a slaughterhouse, strewn with scattered bodies. The werewolves, a group of rather simple-minded beings, indulged in a gruesome feast upon the corpses of Amelia's guard after vanquishing them. However, before they could fully savor their victory, they were abruptly met with a devastating explosion, resulting in significant casualties, with several of them perishing without comprehending the situation. The remaining werewolves, under the leadership of Jabes, sought to retaliate, yet as they stepped out of the carriage, they were swiftly dispatched by a sudden onslaught of suicide mosquito squads. Faced with 30 well-prepared werewolves, Li Qingyuan found himself compelled to execute a strategic retreat, though he deemed it unnecessary to evade the 10 or so wounded werewolves. Although he had exhausted his mental energy, the outcome was nonetheless gratifying. The werewolves' mission was promptly accomplished, and while the vampires were still a tad short of completion, it posed no significant issue. "Are you still alive?" Li Qingyuan inquired, nudging Amelia, who lay twitching on the ground. The state of this vampire elder was far from favorable. Her abdomen bore a gaping wound the size of a fist, and her arms were contorted in a grotesque manner, unmistakably indicative of shattering fractures. For an ordinary human, such injuries would typically herald death, yet Amelia was a vampire. Though her physique did not quite match that of a werewolf, she still boasted a constitution exceeding 15 points. With a little replenishment of blood, she could be restored within an hour or so. "Help me." Initially, Amelia believed her demise was imminent, having been assaulted by her arch-nemesis, the werewolves, and reduced to a near-death state, unaware of the torturous fate that awaited her. Who could have anticipated that the tides would turn, leading to the werewolves' downfall? "Help you?" Li Qingyuan crouched down to examine Amelia, who was adorned in a silver-hued, form-fitting evening gown that revealed her alabaster shoulders, coupled with her alluring visage. She was undoubtedly the most captivating presence at the gathering. In terms of both her graceful figure and fair complexion, Amelia was far more to his liking than Selena. "I would consider rescuing you, but saving you would jeopardize the completion of my mission," Li Qingyuan replied with a resigned shrug. Had there been a method to transform this vampire elder into a companion to exit the task realm, he would have certainly contemplated rescuing her and subsequently eliminating the female protagonist. After all, the vampires were merely 1% short of mission completion. Eliminating either of these two women would surely suffice to fulfill the task. "I can offer you endless power and wealth." In a desperate bid for survival, Amelia unleashed an astonishing display of strength, articulating a complete sentence against all odds. "Apologies, incorrect response." Li Qingyuan gently placed his hand over Amelia's face and silently recited an incantation. "Hiss, do not." Main mission, humanity's savior. Mission objective, eliminate 95% of vampires and werewolves within the city in 3 days. Current task completion, vampires 95, werewolves 97. Mission accomplished. Would you like to return immediately? As Amelia's essence faded away, the system's prompt arrived belatedly. What a pity. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and slowly stood up. Return. Having eliminated a character he rather liked, he found little desire to linger in the realm of Twilight Legends, opting instead for a swift return. As for the potential danger facing Selena, who remained locked outside, what concern was it of his? Shaking his head silently, Li Qingyuan turned around to find himself at the entrance of Stark Group. Amidst a throng of bustling crowds and vehicles, his mood was somewhat dismal. He had initially intended to vent his frustrations in the task world, but the tight timeline left him no opportunity, and the entire mission had only exacerbated his gloom. Perhaps sensing the negative energy emanating from him, everyone instinctively kept their distance. After all, this was New York, where the air was infused with the spirit of freedom. Who knew whether this seemingly despondent individual might suddenly lose his composure and unleash chaos upon the crowd? "Sir, where are you headed?" A taxi drew up beside him, and the bearded driver lowered the window to inquire. "Are you asking me?" Li Qingyuan looked around in surprise, noticing that there was no one within 5 meters of him, and thus curiously posed the question to the driver. "Yes, are you heading home?" The bearded driver asked with a grin. Honestly, were it not for the fact that this was Manhattan, the world's most bustling financial hub, the driver's appearance might have evoked some less savory connotations. For the sake of narrative, New York Manhattan is indeed the world's financial epicenter. Please refrain from nitpicking. Thank you for your cooperation. Do you know me? Li Qingyuan, somewhat face-blind when it came to men, found himself astonished by the sudden warmth of the bearded stranger. I had the pleasure of giving you a tour of Hell's Kitchen a few days ago. The bearded driver replied. Your memory is quite remarkable. Li Qingyuan said as he opened the door and slid into the back seat. Are you heading back to Chinatown? No, just take me for a ride around. He had no pressing matters awaiting him at home. Wanda was still in class, and given his current state of mind, it was best not to return and frighten the little girl. Shall I take you for a spin then? The bearded driver, having already sensed Li Qingyuan's less than cheerful demeanor, suggested with a knowing tone. All right, just a casual stroll will suffice, as long as I get a ride home before school is out. Although the most enticing option seems to be heading to a nightclub for a drink and perhaps some company with a couple of blonde beauties, I cannot fathom why I feel so utterly listless, lacking any inclination. Perhaps I should find some endeavor to occupy myself in the primary realm? Currently, I possess a fragile semblance of self-defense. After all, there are still several years until the great upheaval in New York, and the urgency of my mission has waned considerably. Conversely, it appears to be my state of mind that is somewhat problematic. The incessant traversing of parallel worlds has become a burden both physically and mentally. By the way, I haven't inquired yet. What is your name? As he gazed out at the scenery by the window, Li Qingyuan posed the question to the driver. Soren Underwood. Chapter 98. An antique shop. Li, my friend, I haven't seen you around these past few days. At the entrance of the antique shop, Mo Yuqian greeted Li Qingyuan with a smile. Indeed, due to someone's lackluster naming skills, his establishment was simply called the antique shop. After all, if even the Inn of Many Rooms can become the most renowned chain in all martial arts realms, who is to say that the antique shop might not become the most popular entity in the myriad worlds? I've been busy with some matters these past few days. Are you off to buy groceries again, Brother Mo? Li Qingyuan inquired curiously, noticing the basket of vegetables Mo Yuqian was carrying. Having resided on this street for some time now, he had never witnessed Mo Yuqian engaging in any legitimate profession. He seemed to spend his days either idling or lurking at street corners, peering at young ladies, an unmistakable vagabond. While I opened this shop to enjoy a leisurely life, I wonder how he manages to squander his days so aimlessly. Although he runs a martial arts studio, with its dilapidated sign and nearly collapsing dojo, it hardly seems like a place where one would willingly part with their money. Indeed, I'm off to buy tofu. Mo Yuqian chuckled broadly, though his lecherous grin raised doubts about whether the tofu he mentioned had some peculiar connotation. Reclining in a rocking chair at the entrance, Li Qingyuan felt as though he had already entered a state of early retirement. Yet, the passers-by showed no signs of surprise at his demeanor. After all, this is New York, where any assortment of characters is commonplace. Moreover, as the proprietor of an antique shop, the motto is to remain closed for 3 years and then thrive for 3 years upon opening. If he were bustling about like other shops, that would truly be a rarity. Boss, how much for this item? Just as his leisurely existence had not yet reached the 15-minute mark, a voice called out from inside the shop. Blast it! Li Qingyuan grumbled as he stood up, making his way inside, where he spotted a fellow feigning admiration for a landscape painting rendered on a sheet of copy paper, his irritation steadily mounting. Is there no one else in your S.H.I.E.L.D? Must you run back and forth alone every day, fearing that others might not discern the issue? Well, I happen to be on a mission in New York, so they sent me. Ward awkwardly rubbed his nose and tossed the obviously forged ancient painting onto the shelf. To be honest, if possible, he would prefer not to be the face of the operation, but who else does Garrett have at his disposal? As a veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D, Garrett certainly has a cadre of subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare entertain notions of autonomy. However, as for Li Qingyuan, who is a hidden pawn in Garrett's strategy, the fewer people who know about him, the better. Initially, Garrett believed Li Qingyuan was merely a skilled bomb and explosives expert, and recommending him to assist Obadiah Stane at Stark Industries was simply a matter of convenience. He never anticipated that Li would achieve remarkable results. To Garrett's astonishment, Li far exceeded his expectations, solving the conundrum that had plagued the Stark Industries Arms Research Division within a mere few days. It was at that moment that Garrett realized he had struck gold, elevating his assessment of Li Qingyuan significantly. What brings you here this time? Ignoring Ward's awkward gaze, Li Qingyuan directly took a seat and inquired. I was sent to ask about the blood samples you provided to Oscorp. Where did you acquire them? Although it felt as though he were being reprimanded like a subordinate, Ward decided to play along for the sake of his mission. Blood samples? Has Oscorp already obtained the results? Upon hearing Ward's report, Lee Ching-yuen recalled the errand he had sent him on 2 days prior. Although Michael's blood was stored in a freezer, it also had an expiration date. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he called Ward to bring 10 milliliters of the blood sample to Norman Osborn. To be candid, among all Marvel villains, the Osborn family undoubtedly competes fiercely for the title of the most unfortunate antagonist. They were already suffering from a hereditary genetic disorder that ravaged their genes. And just when a miraculous remedy was developed, it was destroyed by individuals with ulterior motives. Frankly, if Norman Osborn were not so magnanimous, Lee Ching-yuen believed that if he were in Osborn's position, he wouldn't hesitate to obliterate Peter Parker's entire lineage, considering it a mercy. After all, Norman Osborn is a powerful tycoon, and it would be unrealistic for Lee, given his status, to meet him directly. Thus, he utilized Garrett's connections to send the blood sample to Osborn. Initially, he thought it would take some time before he would be contacted, yet to his surprise, only 2 days had passed, and Oscorp had already begun to unravel the mysteries of the blood. The precise data is still under examination, but preliminary analysis suggests that the blood contains a peculiar healing cell that holds miraculous potential for treating genetic disorders. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ward spoke with a tremor in his voice. Garrett's decision to betray S.H.I.E.L.D. and embrace HYDRA, despite his advanced age, stemmed not only from a sense of unjust discrimination, but primarily from the deteriorating condition of his body. Years of perilous missions and relentless exploitation of his vitality had begun to take their toll, leading to inevitable decline despite access to the finest medical care. The inexorable cycle of aging and mortality is a fate that befalls everyone, and Garrett was no exception. However, the blood sample presented by Lee Ching-yuen not only illuminated a path to revival for Norman Osborn, but also ignited a flicker of hope for Garrett's own rebirth. Michael's blood, truly a panacea, may not grant immortality, but it promised to heal cellular collapse, whether it be the hereditary afflictions of the Osborn lineage or Garrett's concealed injuries. Research indicated that it could remedy them all. How could Ward, who regarded Garrett as a father figure, not be stirred by such news? Mr. Norman Osborn wishes to speak with you personally. May I inquire when you would be available? Not recently. I am quite occupied. Lee Ching-yuen replied dismissively, gesturing with both hands. He had only just emerged from the realm of missions and had no desire to plunge back into another task so soon. Norman Osborn, as the Green Goblin, along with the presence of Dr. Connors, posed the risk of consecutive assignments, a prospect he wished to avoid given the intensity of the work. Ward tilted his head, surveying the desolate shop, and recalled the sight of someone languishing in a rocking chair upon his entrance. It left him bemused as to how that individual could claim to be busy with such a facade. Chapter 99. Subway Abduction Charge 4th, Sheriff Hubba. I am the greatest, Buzz Lightyear. Wanda and Chun-Ing chanted gleefully, clutching their newly acquired action figures, reciting lines from the recent film. Pietro, however, gazed vacantly at the sky, feeling a sense of existential ennui. When Lee Ching-yuen mentioned his busyness to Ward, it was no mere pretense. He was indeed swamped. The troublesome American teachers had outdone their domestic counterparts by assigning homework that required students to visit a cinema over the weekend. He harbored grave suspicions that the recent lackluster box office receipts had prompted a collusion with the schools. Faced with Wanda's wide, pleading eyes, his previously melancholic mood lightened considerably, leading him to gesture grandly and whisk the 3 youngsters off to the movies. Pietro had fervently advocated for watching Star Wars, but it was evident that Wanda and Chun-Ing had their hearts set on Toy Story. Consequently, Pietro's objections fell on deaf ears, and the quartet settled in to enjoy a 2-hour animated spectacle. As for why Chun-Ing had joined their outing, that remained an unanswered question. Chun-Ing hails from a single-parent household. It is said that her father passed away long ago, leaving her mother to juggle 3 jobs to support her, leaving little time for leisurely activities such as watching films. Wanda, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, hurried back to inquire whether Lee Ching-yuen could bring Chun-Ing along. Naturally, Lee Ching-yuen could not refuse such a noble gesture. After all, as a good-hearted individual, he felt compelled to assist this unfortunate girl from a single-parent family. Wanda and Chun-Ing engaged in playful antics for a brief moment before settling down. as a touch of merriment is inherent to childhood. Yet excessive rowdiness would inevitably categorize them as unruly children. Although Wanda was beginning to exhibit traits of a mischievous child, Chen was still far from that standard. This disparity could be attributed to genetic differences, compounded by the evident nutritional gap between the two girls, which rendered Chen unable to compete with Wanda in terms of mischief. As the clock struck 9:30, Li Qingyuan announced that it was time to return. He glanced at the time and addressed the two girls, who were still engrossed in play. Wanda needed to retire early to ensure she had ample time for her development, while Chen required an earlier return home. However, they soon discovered that traffic was gridlocked outside. Pietro pointed towards the congested road, where countless vehicles were ensnared, accompanied by a cacophony of curses and incessant honking. "Very well, we shall take the subway instead." Abandoning the notion of hailing a cab, Li Qingyuan led the three children directly towards the subway station. On weekends, many people prefer to drive out for leisure, resulting in a surprisingly less crowded subway compared to usual. After all, the flow of the urban populace tends to remain relatively stable, with more individuals caught in traffic, naturally. Fewer would be found in the subway. However, as they stepped into the subway station, Li Qingyuan sensed something amiss. Why did the atmosphere feel so peculiar? In the previous world of the Night Legend, aside from Michael's blood, he had also drawn a random reward from the system. The essence of this reward was the 6 senses of life, with a clear mind. The skill description was rather succinct, rendering it futile to gauge its effectiveness merely by reading the text. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that despite the brevity of the skill description, the actual effects were quite commendable. This essence, known as the 6 roots in Buddhist doctrine, suggests that achieving a state of purity in these roots, coupled with the blessings of great wisdom and auspiciousness, could lead one to comprehend the Tathagatagarbha. While the concept of Tathagatagarbha may not be widely recognized, the term Alayavijnana, or the 8th consciousness, is likely familiar to many. Those who attain understanding of this level are believed to exist at a divine level akin to that of true deities or Buddhas. If one were to equate this to Marvel's hierarchy, it might be likened to the levels of beings such as Agamotto or Odin. However, the concept of Alaya consciousness seems too distant. Even if one could manifest the corresponding 6 senses each time, it would still require 5 consecutive successes. A matter of sheer luck that is best left unconsidered. The greatest advantage that intention brings him at present is the ability to sense impending danger. In comparison to the 6th sense, which only top assassins can gradually comprehend, intention may appear somewhat insubstantial. However, its potential for enhancement far surpasses that of the 6th sense. "Come here." Sensing the eerie atmosphere in the air, Li Qingyuan hastily pulled Wanda and Chen into his embrace. "Is something the matter?" The two girls, unaware of the imminent peril, looked up at him with smiles. "We must leave this place." Given his intuition of danger, departing was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After all, he was no superhero, venturing out to uphold justice in his spare time. Moreover, with 2 young ladies in tow, it would be impractical to engage in any confrontation should danger arise. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from behind them. The station erupted in screams. Though New York is often dubbed the crime capital, Manhattan is relatively safe. What kind of reckless individual would dare to fire a weapon in such a location as Broadway? The gunfire from behind was merely a signal. Almost instantaneously, shots echoed from both sides, indicating a meticulously planned operation. Judging by the screams and gunfire, it seemed the assailants were only firing into the air, but that was sufficient, given the current environment of the subway station. Should a deranged individual truly open fire into the crowd, it could lead to hundreds of casualties. "Squat down and stay still," holding the two girls close, Li Qingyuan softly instructed. "Yes, yes." Wanda and Chen quickly nodded, huddled in his embrace, not daring to move. The commotion soon subsided. Apart from those who had fled to the periphery, at least 200 to 300 passengers remained trapped in the station. Remarkably, no injuries had been reported thus far. The criminals seemed intent on taking hostages, only instructing everyone to remain low without any extreme actions. This was likely aided by the commendable composure of New Yorkers. After the initial screams and chaos, the trapped passengers understood that escape was futile and thus obediently crouched with their hands on their heads, moving with such practiced ease that one might think they were filming a scene. It was only then that Li Qingyuan had the opportunity to assess the adversaries. He observed approximately 20 to 30 individuals clad in tight combat gear and masks, commanding the hostages to gather together. Among these individuals, half wielded submachine guns, while the other half brandished katana swords. Chapter 100, Brothers. The path grows narrow. What kind of absurdity is this? As Li Qingyuan beheld the kidnappers wielding their swords, a wave of confusion washed over him. Had he mistakenly stumbled into an alternate narrative, transported to a world of missions? After all, in this day and age, it was bewildering to witness someone resorting to a blade for abduction. This was New York, where one could easily procure a firearm from any convenience store. What purpose could a katana serve beyond slicing fruit? Surely, these lowly thugs could not be masters of the sword, capable of deflecting bullets with their blades. You step forward. Perhaps sensing Li Qingyuan's gaze, one of the kidnappers shouted at him in broken English. Glancing down at Wanda, and Chuning nestled in his arms, Li Qingyuan decided it prudent to avoid confrontation with these criminals for the time being. Although he possessed the prowess to masquerade as extraordinary, the presence of several submachine guns made him uneasy, especially with two young dependents in tow. Crouching down among the throng with Wanda and Chuning, he began to scrutinize these kidnappers. It was evident that this was a premeditated assault. The criminals had stormed the subway station, abducting hundreds of hostages without inflicting any casualties. The meticulousness and organization of this group indicated that they were far from a rabble. Yet, one could not help but wonder if their brazen actions were overstepping boundaries. As the world's largest financial hub, New York was dominion to many, and if memory served, the area around Broadway belonged to that rotund figure, Kingpin. These individuals bore no apparent connection to him. Moreover, in the Marvel Universe, was it not peculiar for a gang to engage in nefarious deeds wielding katanas? Attack! A woman suddenly emerged, issuing commands to the kidnappers. Instantly, some of the thugs began to encircle the crowd, setting up plastic explosives. As an expert in explosives, Li Qingyuan recognized at a glance that the bombs were genuine, though the dosage seemed off. Even if detonated, they could not annihilate everyone present. Perhaps only half would perish. I know you are there. I am giving you 5 minutes to surrender voluntarily. Otherwise, I shall detonate these explosives and take all their lives. The woman, seemingly the leader of the kidnappers, shouted into the eerie silence of the subway station. Not only Li Qingyuan, but all the hostages were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend her words. Until now, Tony Stark was still engaged in his forge somewhere in Afghanistan, and thus the concept of superheroes had yet to permeate the public consciousness. In stark contrast to the future where superheroes abound, New York at this moment is devoid of even a single one. After all, Daredevil remains engrossed in his studies. Spider-Man is still in elementary school. Iron Man is busy forging. Captain America is frozen in the Arctic, and a myriad of other superheroes are absent for various reasons. The terms superhero have yet to grace newspapers or television. The public's fascination lies instead with glamorous fashion shows and gang conflicts. Tony Stark, after dominating headlines for 2 consecutive days, has vanished from the limelight. While the demise of the wealthiest individual in Afghanistan was indeed sensational, time has dulled its impact. This is New York. No matter the event, it is forgotten within 3 days. Are you not the self-proclaimed harbinger of justice? Are you truly willing to let these innocent souls perish because of you? The deserted train station was eerily silent, yet the woman seemed resolute, yelling into the void. Could it be that before Iron Man, New York had once boasted its own superheroes, only to be silenced by gang violence, leaving no trace of their existence? Witnessing the bandits' tense demeanor, Li Qingyuan found himself reflecting. His knowledge of Marvel Comics was scant, even in his previous life as a struggling writer. He had only a vague recollection of Marvel films and a few key figures. After all, Marvel Comics have been in circulation for over 70 years. Anyone who could memorize them all would indeed be remarkable. The woman continued her fervent tirade against the air for several minutes. Had it not been for the dozen or so armed bandits in the vicinity, one might have mistaken her for a lunatic. 5 minutes elapsed, and with the superhero still absent, she resolved to take lethal action. Realizing her words bore no fruit, she ceased her ramblings and gestured to her subordinates. It appeared she was preparing to make an example, and the bandits quickly set about finding a victim to exert psychological pressure on the elusive superhero. Initially, they intended to eliminate a female journalist sprawled on the ground, yet for reasons unknown, one bandit's gaze wandered and landed upon Wanda, who was crouched beside Li Qingyuan. Perhaps it was due to Wanda's remarkable development over the past 6 months with Li Qingyuan's assistance. transforming from a mere girl into a youthful beauty. But the bandit found a twisted sense of accomplishment in targeting her instead. After all, she wore a tight-fitting costume, a mask, and wielded a katana, giving her the appearance of a deranged individual. "Brother, you've chosen the wrong path," Li Qingyuan lamented, grasping the bandit's outstretched hand aimed at Wanda. "Why must you tread down such a perilous road with so many hostages present?" Baka, seeing someone daring to resist, the captor, gripping the wrist of his captive, bellowed in fury, brandishing his other hand's katana, poised to cleave the audacious individual before him. However, it was evident that his swordsmanship did not reach the level of a swift draw. Before he could strike, a cacophony of crackling explosions erupted. From the wrist he held, small orifices burst forth like a map of human meridians. Since he had approached too closely, and fearing collateral damage to Wanda and Qining, Li Qingyuan opted to allow this unfortunate fellow a taste of the power of miniature explosives. Kamita, the nearby captors, witnessing the sanguine blossoms erupting from their companion, immediately charged forward, wielding their katanas. Those armed with submachine guns swiftly redirected their aim at Li Qingyuan. Grabbing the still-breathing Kamita and pulling him before him as a makeshift shield, Li Qingyuan began contemplating his escape route. Having gleaned the capabilities of these captors through their brief skirmish, he assessed that they were somewhat stronger than average individuals, yet still limited, likely falling into the category of elite thugs. If he were alone, with 200 to 300 hostages present, even facing a dozen armed assailants, he could undoubtedly take them down before all the hostages were harmed, provided he merged into the crowd. Regrettably, he had 2 young girls hiding behind him. Yet, was there something he had overlooked? Chapter 101. The superhero in the darkness. With a crack, the lights in the subway station extinguished, plunging the once illuminated space into utter darkness. However, it was not an absolute void. The station still bore several luminescent signs and various fluorescent indicators, allowing one to discern basic outlines if one took a moment to adjust. The abrupt transition from brightness to darkness was jarring, rendering everyone momentarily blind. "Baka, who's there? Damn it, the enemy is here." A chorus of curses erupted in the obscurity, accompanied by the sounds of combat and anguished cries. Li Qingyuan discarded the now stiffening corpse he had been holding, pushing through the throng with Wanda and Qining. He had initially intended to employ dark sorcery to transform the captor into a low-level zombie, using him as a shield while simultaneously detonating the explosives the captors had brought. The body of a low-level zombie, nearing the rigidity of wood, would not entirely withstand the impact of submachine gun fire, but it could significantly mitigate the force. Moreover, he had already attained a physique of 15 points, leading one to believe that, barring a direct blow to the head, he would likely be in no mortal peril. The kidnappers had brought a considerable amount of explosives, which encircled the hostages, yet, rather ironically, most of the kidnappers also stood along this perilous boundary. If he were to detonate those explosives, he could undoubtedly obliterate the majority of the kidnappers in one fell swoop. Admittedly, this course of action would also result in the demise of numerous hostages, but such was the dire predicament. It was outrageous that these kidnappers dared to provoke his own kin. Thankfully, that nameless street hero had finally reacted. The sudden extinguishing of the lights and the cries echoing in his ears revealed that the kidnappers were undoubtedly facing severe repercussions. Clutching Wanda and Qining, he maneuvered through the throng, finally setting them down. It was not that he wished to abandon them for flight, but the present circumstances were too uncertain. Carrying them both to safety would be far more perilous than blending into the crowd. The subway station's exit lay approximately 100 meters away, devoid of any cover. And should even a single thug open fire, the trio would be immediately ensnared in danger. Conversely, mingling with the crowd offered a semblance of safety. With so many bodies acting as human shields, the force of a submachine gun would penetrate at most 2 or 3 individuals, and he was determined to protect the 2 girls from harm. Furthermore, though both girls were merely in their early teens, Qining already weighed over 50 kilograms, and Wanda was even a few kilograms heavier. Sprinting 100 meters while carrying nearly 120 kilograms? Regrettably, he would be a source of embarrassment to the elite of the mage community. After all, he was merely a weakling with a strength score of 5. The sudden onset of darkness and the relentless screams did indeed instigate a modicum of unrest and chaos among the crowd. However, the hostages did not scatter or cry out in fear. Instead, they instinctively curled up, crouching on the ground, playing a game of stillness. One must concede that the citizens of New York displayed a masterful level of psychological resilience when confronted with sudden criminality. It was evident that these kidnappers were seeking vengeance. Thus, as long as one did not act recklessly, survival was likely. After all, even gangsters adhered to a basic code. Thus far, the kidnappers had only arranged a circle of explosives and had not yet fired a single shot, despite the pervasive presence of gangs in New York and their audacious demeanor, leading to daily occurrences of murder, kidnapping, and robbery. The reality was that significant casualties were quite rare. As for the individual who had attempted to seize Wanda as a means of intimidation, he served merely as a target to exert pressure on the police or other factions, a tacit understanding between New York's gangs and the government. Amidst the tumult, while chaos may reign, it is imperative that neither significant economic loss nor human casualties ensue. Otherwise, the repercussions from the governmental law enforcement system will be dire for these nefarious factions. The kidnapping of a few individuals in the subway and a catastrophic explosion claiming hundreds of lives are fundamentally disparate concepts. The former can be resolved with a mere sum of money, scarcely warranting a mention in the front pages of the New York Times, while the latter necessitates at least one politician to take the blame. Thus, even if the kidnappers are presently being subdued by a shadowy figure of justice, they would not dare trigger the detonator, dragging these hostages to their doom. Having escorted Wanda and Chun-Ing to safety, Lee Ching-yuen finally felt inclined to discern the nature of the unfolding events. His heightened mental acuity afforded him superior vision, allowing him to perceive outlines even in the dimmest of lights. The assailants clad in tight-fitting attire were being overwhelmingly subdued. And during the brief interlude in which he carried Wanda and Chun-Ing into the fray, a significant number had already been dispatched, leaving only a handful defiantly resisting. However, their futile resistance was manifestly ineffective. Lee Ching-yuen witnessed a brawny figure leap forth to confront one of the knife-wielding captors, delivering a singular, powerful punch. With arms thicker than the captor's thigh, the blow shattered the katana like glass, and an enormous fist subsequently struck the assailant's skull with a resounding impact, sending him crashing against a pillar of the subway station. The scene was reminiscent of a masterful painting, embodying the legendary essence of the highest principles of Bejiquan. It was evident that the formidable figure was not versed in Bejiquan or Tai Chi, relying solely upon raw strength. Given the individual's towering height of 2 meters and robust physique, Lee Ching-yuen mused that even a werewolf would succumb to such a devastating strike. "Finish up, let us flee," called 2 clear voices amidst the gradually quieting subway station. Lee Ching-yuen observed several figures swiftly ascend the emergency staircase, only to be met with a sudden hum as the previously dim lights illuminated once more. The hostages, witnessing the incapacitated captors strewn across the ground, seemed to have activated an internal switch, collectively rising and rushing towards the exit. Remarkably, no misguided individuals or self-righteous souls ventured to ascertain the fate of the assailants, a fact that brought Lee Ching-yuen immense relief. It is no wonder New York has emerged as a global epicenter. The caliber of its populace is commendable. In less than 3 seconds since the call to action, nearly everyone around him had made their escape. The simultaneous exodus of so many without a hint of disorder or stampede was a testament to their seasoned training and composure. All right, do not be afraid. The villains have been vanquished. Chapter 102, Pork. Chun-Ing trembled with her frail frame, beginning to sob, while Wanda, though not weeping incessantly like her companion, bore a visage marked by astonishment. Although encountering such incidents had become commonplace for the citizens of New York City, it still left an indelible shock upon the tender hearts of the 2 11-year-old girls. Fear not, the evildoers have been dealt with. Faced with the visibly frightened young girls, Lee Ching-yuen found himself at a loss for how to comfort them, resorting to gentle words, for he possessed no effective means to alleviate their distress. Surely, he could not resort to eliminating the kidnappers, as it would likely exacerbate the girls' fears. Wah! Chun-Ing buried her face in his embrace, weeping profusely. In the midst of the earlier chaos, she had stifled her tears, but now that the crisis had passed, she felt an overwhelming need to release her pent-up emotions. Meanwhile, Wanda, initially suppressing her tears, soon brightened as she spotted something that had fallen to the ground, bounding toward it with glee. "Wanda, what are you doing?" Lee Ching-yuen swiftly cradled Chun-Ing and followed suit. Although the kidnappers lay unconscious on the ground, one could never be certain if there were any remaining threats. "My Buzz Lightyear is right here," Wanda exclaimed, retrieving the two toy figures that had fallen moments earlier, her face aglow with delight. Oh. It appeared that Wanda's earlier expression of fear had not stemmed from terror, but rather from the loss of her newly acquired toys. Having emerged from Sokovia, she had undoubtedly witnessed her fair share of tumult. Thus, this kidnapping incident was hardly daunting for her. Xiaoying, your share of hubba. Wanda pulled Qining from Li Qingyuan's grasp and handed her the toy. Wah! Qining cried for a while, releasing her pent-up frustration, and felt much better. Through her sobs, she accepted her beloved toy from Wanda's hand. All right, we should be on our way. After ruffling Qinying's hair, Li Qingyuan extended his hand to guide both girls. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Police! Everyone, do not move. The tardy officers rushed in, swiftly surrounding the subway entrance, nearly 100 personnel creating an impenetrable barrier. What is going on? Li Qingyuan mused with a hint of frustration, surveying the scene. The hostages had all fled, leaving only the three of them amidst the sprawling subway station, littered with unconscious kidnappers. It was no wonder that in films, the police often appeared to arrive merely to clean up the aftermath. Had he not spent time comforting Qining, these officers would likely have come solely to apprehend the incapacitated criminals. Not only was he bewildered, but the officers opposite him appeared equally perplexed. They received intelligence that the notorious Bigfoot gang, which had been causing mayhem in Brooklyn, had audaciously invaded Manhattan, kidnapping hundreds of hostages at the Broadway subway station, and even planted explosives. Upon hearing this alarming report, the chief of the New York City Police Department nearly suffered a heart attack, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. What madness had driven those ruffians to such reckless behavior? Although, according to unwritten rules, they were unlikely to resort to explosives, one could never be certain. If one of those bombers were to make a careless mistake, it could indeed result in a catastrophic incident. While the loss of lives in the Middle East might be reduced to mere statistics for the American populace, a casualty count in the hundreds in Manhattan would undoubtedly trigger a seismic political upheaval. Prior to their arrival, the police had simulated various potential scenarios, with even some legislators directly contacting the precinct, insisting on the necessity of pacifying the captors, advocating for a dialogue rather than allowing a subway explosion to become the headline news. Yet, what was the situation now? Observing the subdued captors sprawled on the ground and the young man shielding two little girls, the previously tense officers awkwardly holstered their weapons and approached to load the assailants into police vehicles. There was no other option. It appeared that the group of superheroes emerging from the shadows had been rather forceful, leaving all the kidnappers in a state of unconsciousness. As for why the police deemed those unconscious individuals as kidnappers, it was rather evident. Clad in tight-fitting costumes and masks, were they not criminals? As the sole eyewitness at the scene, Li Qingyuan found himself surrounded by a throng of officers, requested to provide a statement. Despite his dissatisfaction with these officers who had merely come to clean up the aftermath, one must concede that it had only been a mere 10 minutes since the kidnappers had commenced their nefarious scheme. In all fairness, the efficiency of the NYPD was commendable. Considering the need to return the children home for a good night's sleep, and given his status as a victim, Li Qingyuan opted not to accompany the police back to the precinct. Instead, he directed them to a nearby McDonald's, where they sat down to discuss the events. Mr. Li, according to your account, the subway station experienced a sudden blackout, and approximately a minute later, the power was restored, at which point the kidnappers had already been incapacitated, correct? Inquired a beautiful police officer, closing her notebook and gazing into Li Qingyuan's eyes with her striking azure orbs. Yes, about a minute, I believe. I'm not entirely certain. Gazing at the stunning officer before him, Li Qingyuan felt an unexpected inclination to discuss matters of emotional significance, a topic more suited for adults. While Wanda and Qining were both delightful, they were still too young, leaving him yearning for meaningful conversation during the lonely nights in the main world. To be candid, if one merely seeks to alleviate a sense of emotional void by finding a woman, a mere wave of the hand would suffice. After all, this is New York, where discovering a young and beautiful lady is exceedingly effortless. However, after a decade of refinement in the Caribbean, he has become rather discerning, utterly disinterested in the average beauties. It is akin to a pauper who, when unable to afford pork, finds solace in any form of meat, be it boiled or braised, relishing even the smallest morsels. Yet, once he ascends to wealth, the humble street-side eateries no longer satisfy his palate. He now demands nothing less than a bespoke feast prepared by a five-star chef. The officer, Elma, who is currently taking notes, evidently belongs to a meticulously curated echelon, akin to premium-grade Jinhua pork, known for its superior taste. No, I digress into absurdity. Li Qingyuan raised his gaze to the female officer before him. If she were privy to his recent musings, she might very well draw her weapon in indignation. Chapter 103. It seems something has been misplaced. The report was relatively straightforward, and within a mere 10 minutes, Officer Elma had gathered all the necessary details. Although she remained skeptical regarding Li Qingyuan's account of subduing over 30 gang members in under a minute, such matters could easily be clarified by consulting other witnesses present at the scene, not to mention those criminals who had been incapacitated. Thank you for your cooperation. A robust-looking Caucasian officer approached Li Qingyuan to express his gratitude. Clearly, the officers of the New York Police Department were adept at psychological tactics. Having dispatched a strikingly beautiful officer to elicit details from him, they now switched personnel once the report was secured. However, this did not trouble him, for he had already procured the female officer's phone number. It is merely our civic duty to assist law enforcement, Li Qingyuan replied, understanding the principle of mutual support. Having benefited from a commendable 9 years of compulsory education, are your daughters unharmed? The middle-aged officer inquired with a hint of concern, glancing at Wanda and Qining. I believe they are fine. Li Qingyuan tilted his head, observing the two girls fervently indulging in ice cream. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Wanda promptly stuck out her tongue at him. This situation should be harmless. That is a relief. It would be unfortunate if the children were psychologically affected. The middle-aged officer exhaled, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. May I ask your name, officer? Li Qingyuan inquired, furrowing his brow. There was something amiss with this gentleman. That was my family's cabbage. What does that expression signify? It is said that New York harbors an abundance of peculiar individuals, particularly those with a penchant for copper crafting. Could it be that this elderly gentleman is of that ilk? Should I consider visiting his abode this evening to assist in a rather unconventional manner? After all, there exists a saying that one can only engage in thievery for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against thieves for the same duration. I am Chief Inspector George Stacy, responsible for law enforcement in Manhattan, and I too have a daughter, albeit only 6 years of age. Upon seeing your daughter, I was reminded of my own. Perhaps this is the essence of fatherhood. As a seasoned officer, George Stacy immediately noticed the displeasure on the other party's countenance. And with the wisdom that comes with age, he candidly expressed his thoughts. In his position, he had witnessed myriad absurdities, and his sudden concern for another's child was bound to provoke contemplation. Ah, so you are Chief Stacy. A pleasure to meet you. Upon the conclusion of George Stacy's remarks, Li Qingyuan joyfully extended his hand, initiating a conversation. George Stacy, whose dates of birth and death remain uncertain, is primarily known for having fathered the remarkable Gwen Stacy. In every iteration of Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy represents an insurmountable hurdle in Peter Parker's life. However, based on Li Qingyuan's observations over the past few days, it appears that the Spider-Man of this realm aligns with the extraordinary Spider-Man's narrative, suggesting that both Gwen and her father ultimately met tragic fates. Yet, now that Norman Osborn is researching the perfect blood that Li Qingyuan sent him, it seems unlikely that the young Spider would play a significant role in this world. Thus, Gwen Stacy may not meet an untimely demise. Moreover, even without considering Gwen's stature, Li Qingyuan felt it prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with this gentleman. Despite George Stacy's current position as a mere chief inspector by the time Gwen enters high school, he will likely ascend to the role of the New York Police Department's commissioner. Admittedly, by then, the prevalence of superheroes will have caused a significant decline in the efficacy of the NYPD, yet he will still command a degree of authority. After exchanging pleasantries, both men prepared to depart. Chief Stacy needed to return home to draft his report, while the two young girls should retire for the night. By the way, do you not feel that something is amiss? After considerable time spent alleviating traffic, the previously congested roads were now clear. As Li Qingyuan, along with Wanda and Qining, boarded a taxi, an unsettling thought struck him. Had he forgotten something? Indeed, it seemed as though something was lacking. Wanda and Qining nodded in agreement, sensing that there was indeed an absence. Pietro, brother, Wanda's brother. The trio exclaimed in unison, having completely forgotten about Pietro since the subway abduction incident. Alas, it is unfortunate that Pietro's presence is so easily overlooked. Brother, where has he gone? Wanda hurriedly grasped Li Qingyuan's arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. Although her brother was notoriously unreliable, he remained her only blood relative in the world, and her current anxiety was palpable. "Do not worry, Pietro will be fine." Li Qingyuan comforted her, lifting Wanda into his embrace. Pietro must have been lost at the subway station amidst the chaos. He had been preoccupied with caring for two girls, oblivious to Pietro's whereabouts. It was likely that he had been swept away by the crowd. Had he thought of it sooner, he could have requested Officer Stacy's assistance in locating him. However, even if they were to report it now, it would likely take 3 to 5 days before anyone would attend to their case. After all, this was New York, where heinous crimes such as murder and extortion occurred every minute. A lost child would scarcely make it to the priority list, let alone a little boy. Yet, Wanda fretted. He was alone. She wrung her delicate hands together, acknowledging that, while the danger of a boy going missing was generally less than that of a girl, one could never be certain. Who knew what sort of individuals Pietro might encounter? There could be those with sinister intentions towards young boys. "Let us first take Chuning home, and then I shall help you find Pietro." Although Li Qingyuan mused that a good night's sleep might result in Pietro returning on his own by morning, he recognized the urgency in Wanda's expression. If he did not help find Pietro, she would hardly be able to sleep that night. And why was it necessary to take Chuning home? The clock was nearing midnight. If they delayed any longer, Chunying's mother might very well report her missing. "I want to help find Wanda's brother," Chuning exclaimed, raising her hand. She had no desire to return home so early. Enough of that. Ruffling Chunying's hair, Li Qingyuan understood her eagerness for adventure. Just moments ago, she had been sobbing in fear, and yet less than an hour later, she was bubbling with energy, eager for more excitement. Truly, one must marvel at the adaptability of children. Chapter 104. A warm daily life. Ignoring Chunying's sulking, Li Qingyuan escorted her directly home. While the joy of taking two little girls out was undeniable, he had to consider the feelings of their parents. Moreover, Chunying was already a slender child. Staying up late would undoubtedly affect her development. Therefore, whether for long-term growth or short-term investments, he was determined to return her home before midnight. Chunying's mother was a woman in her 30s. In truth, with proper care, one might even refer to her as a young matron. Unfortunately, in this day and age, even titles were often determined by appearances. Chunying's mother, Chun Meiyun, by her name and the contours of her features, was likely a beauty in her youth. However, as a woman who has struggled alone to provide for Chunying in New York, the hardships of life have taken a significant toll on her figure and appearance. "Sister Meiyun, I have brought Chunying back to you," Li Qingyuan called out to the woman tidying up outside the entrance of the international chain restaurant, located at the corner of Chinatown. "Xiaoli, did Littling cause you any trouble?" Chun Meiyun set down her cleaning tools and hurried over to exchange pleasantries. "No. Chunying is very well behaved and gets along splendidly with Wanda." After a brief exchange of niceties, Chun Meiyun insisted on reimbursing him for the expenses incurred that evening. But for Li Qingyuan, that sum was negligible. After some back and forth, Chun Meiyun eventually relinquished her insistence on payment and reminded Chunying to head upstairs to sleep, also suggesting that Wanda join them for dinner next time. The small eatery had a partitioned second floor where Chunying and her mother resided. "Auntie, you work so hard," Wanda remarked, noticing Chun Meiyun still at work. She was reminded of her own parents back in Sokovia, who toiled from dawn till dusk without a moment's respite. In this world, the impoverished are in the majority. All the motivational sayings encourage diligence as the path to wealth. However, the truth is that those who achieve prosperity through hard work are extremely rare. Most people labor daily from morning until night, barely managing to sustain themselves. "All right, children shouldn't be so sentimental," Li Qingyuan chuckled, playfully pinching Wanda's cheek. "What are you pretending to be an adult for?" "I'm not a child," Wanda retorted, somewhat indignant. "Indeed, you have grown." Li Qingyuan assessed her from head to toe, nodding in silent agreement. "You are so mean." Wanda's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she angrily began to punch him playfully. Children today are precocious, especially in a place like New York, due to her stature. Chunying is often mistaken for a child, while most would assume Wanda to be a high school student if not for her height and attire. In fact, she surpasses many ordinary high school students. "All right, we still need to find your brother." Once Wanda grew tired of her playful assault, Li Qingyuan picked her up as a form of consolation. "By the way, Pietro," Wanda squirmed, attempting to break free from his embrace, but to no avail. "Put me down," she said, her face reddening. All right. After giving her cheek one last playful pinch, Li Qingyuan finally set her down. The jest had reached its limit, and crossing the line would lead to trouble. Pietro must have gotten lost at the subway station. Where do you think he might have gone? The two individuals hailed a taxi back to the Broadway subway station, where they stood at the entrance, observing their surroundings. It was now 1 a.m, and even the usually bustling New York subway station appeared rather desolate, with only a smattering of people present. This was a stark contrast to the throngs that had filled the place just 3 hours prior. How should I know? That fool spends his days engrossed in all sorts of nonsense. Who knows where he might wander off to? Wanda pouted in frustration, exasperated by her infuriating brother. What? Nonsense. Li Qingyuan felt slightly bewildered, as he had little interest in Pietro and was quite unaware of the boy's recent activities. You know, the kind of things you men enjoy. I saw him exchanging issues of Playboy with someone at school last time. Wanda spat, regretting her words as she had intended to spare her foolish brother some embarrassment. But now, given his carelessness, she felt compelled to speak up. Are you saying that Pietro not only reads magazines at school, but also discusses them with others? Li Qingyuan's mind began to spin. He was aware that children in America matured early, but surely they should still be in middle school. The fact that a group of elementary school children were already exchanging such resources was quite shocking to someone who had once been a powerful sorcerer in another life, revealing the world's harsh realities. I don't know, Wanda exclaimed, angrily kicking Li Qingyuan with her small shoes. It was enough for her to know such things. There was no need to vocalize them so loudly. Wait a moment, let me think. Li Qingyuan, embracing the clearly enraged Wanda, began to contemplate the situation. Now was not the time to scrutinize Pietro's reading habits. After all, such matters were unavoidable. Besides, the boy likely hadn't fully developed yet. Even if he had mischievous intentions, he probably lacked the capability to act on them, right? The immediate concern was to locate him and then determine how to address the situation. He recalled having seen the young lad during the kidnapping incident, but once the lights in the subway station dimmed, he had lost sight of him. Reflecting on it now, Pietro must have bolted along with the other hostages at that moment. Yet, having escaped, one would assume he would have returned home, especially since Li Qingyuan had always provided well for him. With a weekly allowance of $200, he certainly had the means to indulge himself. However, as of now, there had been no phone call from Pietro, which suggested that the boy had not yet returned home. In hindsight, he should have equipped them all with mobile phones. In a decade, mobile phones will undoubtedly become an essential item for everyone. However, back in 2008, they could barely be considered a luxury. Wanda and Pietro attended a public elementary school in Chinatown, and bringing a phone to class would have been rather ostentatious. After circling at the subway station for a while without discovering any useful clues, Li Qingyuan was prepared to return home and postpone the search until the following day. Yet, upon witnessing Wanda's tearful expression, he could only shake his head in resignation. Regardless of Wanda's frequent criticisms of Pietro, she genuinely cared for him when matters became serious. Chapter 105. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, is this direction truly correct? Wanda inquired, cradling a compass in her hands as she looked up at Li Qingyuan. As long as you keep Pietro in your thoughts, there will be no issue. Following the validation from the previous night's adventure, the compass proved to be reliable across any realm. In earlier times, it would have been regarded as a divine artifact. However, in today's society, its efficacy has diminished significantly. If it weren't for Pietro's lack of a mobile phone, there would be no need for such a primitive means of locating him. Hurry and help me find that foolish brother. Wanda fervently wished upon the compass after receiving an affirmative response. She was unfazed by the magical object that Li Qingyuan produced. She had long understood that her brother was no ordinary individual, thus welcoming any strange occurrences as acceptable. Truth be told, Li Qingyuan had initially contemplated teaching Wanda dark magic, for her magical aptitude was undeniably unparalleled, regardless of the version in question. The Scarlet, which was no laughing matter, in a fit of rage. She could twist the head off even a formidable foe. However, he himself was merely a novice wizard, lacking the qualifications to instruct her. Moreover, the limitations of dark magic were quite severe, and he feared that teaching Wanda might lead to her downfall. It would be wiser to wait until he ascended to the rank of a sorcerer before considering nurturing her talents. The compass whirled rapidly for several moments before finally settling on a specific direction. How peculiar. Where could Pietro possibly be if he is not at home? Li Qingyuan murmured to himself, observing that the compass pointed in a direction entirely opposite to their residence. "Is my foolish brother in danger?" Wanda asked, a hint of concern lacing her voice. "Not at all. That guy is not one to fall easily into trouble." While Pietro may have appeared to be a compliant boy in Li Qingyuan's presence, he knew better. Pietro was certainly no pushover. After all, he was a boy raised amidst the turmoil of Eastern Europe, where deception and trickery had almost become instinctual. Unless he encountered a formidable gang member, the average thug might even find himself providing Pietro with experience. Given that a serious incident had just occurred nearby, it was unlikely that any gang would dare to act in such a tumultuous moment. Overall, it seems that Pietro should be safe. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what that fellow is truly up to, still not having returned home. "Come, let us investigate." Grasping Wanda's delicate hand, Li Qingyuan led her in the direction indicated by the compass. "I cannot stress enough how many times I must tell you. A change in conditions is imperative." Within a meticulously adorned bedroom, April O'Neil addressed the young boy seated before her. As a recent journalism graduate, barely 6 months out of university, April was in dire need of a significant scoop to validate her capabilities. However, the pursuit of major news stories is no simple endeavor. As an inexperienced professional, her daily tasks primarily revolved around interviewing street performers or donning revealing attire to partake in fitness competitions. Despite her willingness to make such sacrifices, April's media career remained tepid. The news stories she painstakingly gathered often failed to pass initial scrutiny. Alas, this is New York. The city is replete with stunning women, and news cycles change every 3 seconds. Those who believe that mere beauty can grant them unfettered freedom are sorely mistaken. The women in upscale nightclubs not only possess fair skin, exquisite features, and long legs, but they also command several specialized skills, coupled with a gentle demeanor and a vast heart, far exceeding anyone's imagination. April once aspired to cover the gossip surrounding Tony Stark, as stories about such elite billionaires, even if trivial, could attract significant attention. Regrettably, even with her determination to exchange her own allure for a story, she could not even breach the first layer of security at Stark Industries. On that occasion, Pepper Potts happened to be attending a press conference, and with a mere glance, she found April's presence displeasing, promptly instructing security to eject her. Naturally, April remained oblivious to these developments, driven by an increasingly fervent desire to secure a major story. When a kidnapping and bombing incident occurred at the subway station that evening, while others were fleeing in panic, April lay on the ground, discreetly activating her phone's camera to document the unfolding events. Although violent crimes transpire in New York daily, first-hand video footage is exceedingly rare. Capturing such footage of a murder would undoubtedly propel her to the forefront of the next day's headlines. However, before the assailants could act, the lights in the subway station suddenly extinguished, only to be followed by the emergence of a mysterious street hero who ruthlessly subdued the kidnappers, rendering them unconscious and unaware of their fate. As the station lights flickered back to life, the crowd surged toward the exit, while April dashed towards the emergency staircase at the rear of the station, having caught a glimpse of a figure darting upward just before the lights returned. It must be said that New York's journalists exhibit an audacious pursuit of news. April ascended to the rooftop of the magnificent Broadway theater, only to discover an astonishing reality. 4 enormous turtles were congregating there. Each of these turtles stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed an estimated 500 pounds at the very least, rendering them colossal creatures in the eyes of the petite April. To her astonishment, she realized a child had been trailing her all along, a fact she had completely overlooked. In truth, many individuals had glimpsed a shadow when the lights flickered on, yet adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary entanglements. No one dared to involve themselves in such a bizarre affair. After all, the more one gets involved, the quicker one meets their demise. Pietro was equally perplexed as to why he had inexplicably followed her to the rooftop. Perhaps it was his curiosity to glimpse the enigmatic superhero, or perhaps it was due to the captivating sway of the older girl as she ascended the stairs. On the rooftop, April and Pietro found themselves intimidated by the 4 imposing turtles, who, before departing, erased all the videos and photographs from April's phone. This was utterly intolerable for April, who yearned to break a significant story. She was on the brink of becoming the center of attention in all of New York, only to lose her evidence. Without proof, no one would believe her tale of 4 gigantic, English-speaking turtles, agile enough to leap between skyscrapers. Should she dare to utter such a claim, she would likely be deemed insane. Fortunately, she was not the sole witness. In Chapter 106, The Female Journalist, it is understood that one person's account might be dismissed as a figment of imagination or insanity, yet if two individuals recount the same experience, even in the absence of concrete evidence, it could inspire belief among many. Thus, April grasped Pietro's arm, seeking his assistance as a corroborating witness. Initially, she assumed that persuading such a young child would be a trivial matter, especially if she promised him toys or a delightful meal. However, the unfolding events surpassed April's expectations entirely. "No way, these are my terms, no negotiation," Pietro declared, seated on the floor, gazing at the reporter before him who sat cross-legged. "How about I buy you a phone?" April replied, feeling a pang of regret. A single phone now costs over $1,000, a substantial expenditure for her, with an internship salary barely reaching $2,000. After deducting rent and utilities, along with daily expenses, she could save at most $200 or $300 each month. Purchasing a phone would likely require her to overextend her credit cards for several months. Nevertheless, it matters little, as long as one can stir up a sensational story. The trifling sums of money will inevitably come pouring in. "It is merely a mobile phone. My allowance suffices." Pietro remains entirely unfazed, receiving a weekly allowance of $200, while Wanda's pocket money surpasses his considerably. Should he desire to purchase a phone, borrowing a bit from Wanda would suffice. Were it not for his funds being spent on magazines, a mobile device would merely require a month's worth of his allowance. April feels a pang of sorrow. Just look at this. Who raised such a child, who regards money so frivolously, claiming their pocket money is enough? She toils tirelessly from dawn till dusk, even contemplating leveraging her beauty for a major scoop, all for the sake of fame and monetary rewards. Yet here she encounters a young rascal whose allowance eclipses her salary, which truly makes her feel the world's malice. After all, it is just a glance. What is the big deal? Aren't there countless people perusing magazines with abandon? After lingering with April for half the day, Pietro grows somewhat impatient, exclaiming restlessly, he still needs to return home to rest. Due to his recent exchanges of magazines with classmates, Pietro finds himself in a phase of youthful exuberance, greatly intrigued by the so-called older girls. However, his youth renders him too small to jest with the senior girls who pay him no heed. Even with money in hand, seeking entry to certain exclusive venues proves futile, as they deny him entry. After all, those establishments are legitimate businesses. To allow him inside would be tantamount to tarnishing their reputation. As for the unofficial venues that disregard federal regulations, Pietro cannot find any. Thus, when April seeks his assistance as a witness, he promptly presents his conditions. Of course, lacking the means to engage in wrongdoing, his request is merely to observe closely. Yet, even though April has entertained the notion of leveraging her allure for a significant story, she must consider her target. If the recipient were a billionaire like Tony Stark, she might grit her teeth and proceed. After all, who can say who would truly suffer? But a mere child stands before her. Is he even 10 years old? Should word get out that she resorted to enticing a child with her charms, April believes she would never be able to show her face in New York again. Will you agree or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Pietro yawns. It is the early hours. Had he not seen that this older girl surpasses even the models in magazines, he would have long since given up. You scoundrel. April was engulfed in turmoil, pondering what course of action to take. What was it that you wanted her to agree to? Just as she was grappling with the dilemma of whether to prioritize her dignity or the news, a deep male voice suddenly resonated from her door. Who are you? How did you get in here? Leave at once, or I shall call the police. Startled, April sprang to her feet, as a single woman. Her room was undeniably a sanctuary, and the fact that someone had entered without a sound left her apprehensive about their intentions. Is that so? You wish to call the police? By all means. Li Qingyuan shrugged nonchalantly, disregarding April's terrified gaze as he took a couple of steps forward, seizing the fleeing Pietro. You have quite the audacity, don't you? Running around recklessly and engaging in dubious transactions with this woman? Ow, ow, ow. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Pietro yelped, immediately surrendering as his ear was pinched. The young man, momentarily blinded by desire for the alluring older woman, had lost track of time. Now faced with Li Qingyuan's menacing demeanor, he realized the gravity of his folly and promptly began to plead for mercy. I will deal with you later. After delivering a few sharp knocks to Pietro's head, Li Qingyuan finally released him, preparing to escort him back. Excuse me, sir, please wait. Noticing her potential scoop about to escape, April momentarily set aside her curiosity about how he had entered her home and stood directly in front of Li Qingyuan. Your son has just witnessed something profoundly shocking that could alter humanity's understanding. May I kindly request that he serve as a witness? Who are you? Li Qingyuan scrutinized the woman before him. Upon entering, he had overheard Pietro bargaining with her and assumed she was merely a technician negotiating with a child. I am April O'Neil, a reporter from Channel 6 News. She quickly flashed a professional smile. You're a reporter? I thought you were a technician. Li Qingyuan held no regard for reporters, viewing them as lacking the integrity even technicians possessed. In their relentless pursuit of sensationalism and attention, these journalists often distorted the truth and invaded people's privacy, employing any means necessary. For someone like him, who preferred to remain in the shadows, reporters were inherently adversarial. Sir, I was just discussing compensation with your son. If he agrees to testify, he will instantly become the center of attention in New York. April pressed on, determined not to let this explosive story slip through her fingers. What did you see? Li Qingyuan turned to Pietro, inquiring. While she may not be particularly interested in becoming the center of attention, the tenacity of this female reporter surely indicates that Pietro has stumbled upon some crucial evidence. Regardless of any disdain towards this young man, he remains a member of their own circle. Thus, it would be prudent to address any potential threats before they escalate. Chapter 107. The Spirit of the Reporter Turtles. I have seen 4 enormous, talking turtles, Pietro exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Turtles? Leonardo and Michelangelo? Upon hearing Pietro's words, Li Qingyuan instinctively inquired. Earlier, during the kidnapping incident in the subway station, he had sensed a certain familiarity with the scene, though he had not given it much thought. This was the primary world, where one could act with impunity in the task world, but here, caution was advisable. The Marvel Universe is rife with hidden powerhouses. Despite the cinematic universe having eliminated many world-ending villains due to budget constraints, who could truly predict the potential threats? Until one possesses absolute strength, it is far safer to tread carefully. Moreover, regardless of the events unfolding in this primary world, there would always be someone to clean up the mess. Thus, there was no need for him to be overly concerned. Consequently, when the superhero had appeared at the subway station, he had not even been curious about their identity. However, upon hearing Pietro's words, he was suddenly struck with realization. 4 enormous, talking turtles? Was this not the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? For those born in the 2000s, they might be unfamiliar with these 4 colossal turtles, but as a child of the 1980s, his childhood entertainment had been limited to Astro Boy and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Later, it was rumored that a film company, in a bid to cash in on nostalgia, had produced a live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, but it seemed the plot was poorly executed, and both the reception and box office were dismal, so he had not bothered to watch it. Given that this was the Marvel world, Li Qingyuan had initially dismissed the notion of those turtles as mere unknown street heroes. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. For turtles residing in the sewers of New York, and considering the timeline, they had indeed gained fame long before the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Let us not debate the establishment of Marvel Comics during World War II. Before the release of Iron Man, Marvel had been financially strapped, with few aware of its existence. In truth, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles could be considered venerable predecessors. Thus, their appearance in New York was entirely reasonable. Do you know those turtles? Pietro seemed unfazed, but April immediately seized Li Qingyuan's hand, her excitement palpable as she inquired. She had just overheard the turtles addressing each other, and faintly, it seemed she caught whispers of the names Da Vinci and Michelangelo. April initially believed that only she and the child were privy to this matter, yet to her astonishment, the parents appeared to possess an uncanny foresight. Let go of my brother. Wanda rushed in, her expression displeased as she yanked April's hands away from Li Qingyuan. She had clearly heard in the living room that this vixen not only had lured Pietro away, but was now attempting to entice Li Qingyuan, exhibiting an utter lack of shame. Is this your sister? April gazed at the 3 individuals before her, somewhat bewildered, uncertain of their relationships. Upon contemplating the storyline of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Li Qingyuan immediately recalled who this female journalist was. Although he had never seen the atrociously produced live-action film, he had certainly heard that the female lead was portrayed by Megan Fox, the very same who skyrocketed to fame as Michaela in Transformers. To be candid, despite the multitude of admirers proclaiming her beauty, Upon glancing at April, Li Qingyuan felt she was hardly his type. Compared to other stunning leading ladies, April's features were decidedly more diminutive, and her figure was rather unremarkable, at best an 8 out of 10. Honestly, even Wanda seemed to surpass her in attractiveness. He pondered why so many were infatuated with her. Perhaps it was indeed a disparity in Eastern and Western aesthetics? Nonetheless, while he might struggle to appreciate her allure, it did not preclude him from indulging in a collection, did it? In this day and age, who says one must possess love to engage in pursuits? Being a collector could be quite enjoyable too. However, observing Wanda's demeanor, she was visibly displeased with the journalist who had seduced Pietro, prompting Li Qingyuan to consider that it would be wiser to placate Wanda first. All right, let us head back. We have classes tomorrow. He gently patted Wanda's head, speaking with a warm demeanor. Sir, April pursued them, determined, as she had a multitude of questions and would not allow him to slip away easily. Witnessing April's relentless pursuit, Wanda angrily kicked her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Wanda, it's not right to hit," Pietro exclaimed, momentarily neglecting his own pain upon seeing the beautiful older sister toppled by his younger sibling. "If you keep talking, I'll hit you too." Wanda turned, her eyes glinting fiercely. Silenced by the fierce gleam in his sister's gaze, Pietro hastily shielded his head, refraining from further comment. "Sir," April, embodying the tenacity of a New York journalist, scrambled to her feet and resumed her relentless chase. "What is it to be kicked? As long as I can unearth this major news story, I shall instantly become the most renowned journalist in all of New York, nay, in all of America. In comparison to the immediate allure of fame and success, being kicked, even being beaten half to death, would be worthwhile." "Dear brother," observing the relentless pursuit of the other party, Wanda quickly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like stars, and implored Li Qingyuan. She understood that, being small and weak, even if she were to unleash her wrath upon that vixen, she would not prevail. To restrain her adversary, she must rely on Li Qingyuan's strength. Understanding her plight, Li Qingyuan gently waved his hand, casting a subtle spell upon the curtains in the corridor. With a sudden thud, April fell to the ground, having become ensnared by the curtains that had unexpectedly wrapped around her ankle. "Sir, do not go." Even with a bloody nose and face, April strained to raise her head, shouting at the departing group. The only response she received was the cold, unfeeling sound of the door slamming shut. They had no interest in even sparing her a glance as they left. Is this truly acceptable? Will she be harmed? Sitting in the car, Pietro could not help but glance back. With a frustrated clench of her small fists, Wanda thought, Pietro is suffering from a lack of love. Even Li Qingyuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. If memory serves, the boy is merely 11 years old. How is it that someone so young is already concerned for his elder sister? Could he be the reincarnation of the legendary Crayon Shinchan? Chapter 108. A distinguished visitor the following morning. After sending the bleary-eyed Wanda and the bandaged Pietro off to school, Li Qingyuan found himself, quite unusually, seated in the shop, perusing the newspaper. It was not that he did not desire to lounge outside. Rather, the rain poured heavily outside. "Good day, Mr. Li." With the sound of the door creaking open, April, sporting a Band-Aid on her nose, approached him directly. As a dedicated journalist, April would not be deterred by mere setbacks, especially after discovering a business card for an antique shop in the living room, which ignited her determination. She was aware that the young girl seemed to harbor an aversion towards her. Thus she had chosen to slip indiscreetly after the girl had left for school. After all, tailing someone is an essential skill for a journalist. If one cannot even master that, how can they claim to be a reporter? "If you wish to make a purchase, kindly observe the prices. Our store does not engage in haggling." Aware of her intentions, Li Qingyuan could not be bothered to engage with her and pressed the replay button on the cassette player. Though his shop saw little foot traffic, this was New York, where there were always a few idle souls wandering in to inquire about this and that. Feeling exasperated, Li Qingyuan resorted to using a tape recorder to introduce those individuals. For the essence of humanity is nothing but a mere echo. "Mr. Li, I wish to discuss the matter concerning those turtles." April persisted, undeterred. "When it comes to purchases, please check the prices. Our establishment does not engage in negotiations." The only response she received was the monotonous repetition of the tape recorder's words. Indeed, the business card he had deliberately discarded the previous night was a decision he soon regretted. The girl, frankly speaking, was hardly his type. In terms of appearance and figure, she barely rated an 80. just within the realm of collectability. However, her profession was enough to make one tread carefully. Moreover, her tenacious nature, akin to someone charging headfirst into a wall, was singularly focused on making a sensational story. Should he acquiesce to her request for an interview, he could foresee his peaceful existence shattered. Yet, all he desired was to live quietly in the main world, like a languid fish. While saving the world could be left to Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor, he longed for a tranquil life in New York, indulging in the company of charming young ladies and exquisite beauties, relishing in a life of comfort. The worst he would do, if the time came, would be to intervene when the purple potato prepared to snap his fingers. After all, with a decade still ahead, who could say who would be the oppressor and who the oppressed? Please, if you could share any information regarding those turtles, I would be willing to pay any price. April implored, her hands clasped in desperation. Meanwhile, it appeared her coat had slipped under the influence of gravity, revealing half of her smooth shoulder. Such a degree of allure might suffice to entice a young lad like Pietro, but for someone like Li Qingyuan, who had once been an emperor, it held no allure whatsoever. If she were to disrobe entirely, that would have been somewhat enticing. Exposing half a shoulder, however, was a mere affront. When it comes to purchases, please check the prices. Our establishment does not engage in negotiations. Li Qingyuan couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. If April merely sought money, he could easily part with a few thousand, but her desire to extract information from him was sheer folly. Damn it! Frustrated by her apparent lack of effect, April hastily donned her clothing, exasperated by his indifference. Is he dead? Here I am, a stunning girl with a lovely shoulder before him, and he doesn't even glance my way. Is he truly afflicted? What kind of establishment was this? Clearly, it was a sham. Displeased, April began to circle the shop, ready to critique him. Although antiques were utterly beyond her comprehension as a person of modest means, she was not a fool. For instance, the 1,000 Radiance porcelain bowl she held clearly bore an imprint declaring it safe for microwave use. This contraption dares to be priced at a staggering $100,000. Does it presume everyone to be a fool? When purchasing, one ought to scrutinize the price. This establishment does not entertain negotiations. I implore you, dear proprietor, could you possibly silence that incessant recording device? The relentless noise of the machine has left April feeling quite perturbed. Alas, one cannot alter the essence of humanity, which is akin to that of a recording device. Li Qingyuan declared, placing the newspaper upon the bar counter before deftly turning off the machine. Listen, boss, in all seriousness, if you would only divulge the details regarding those turtles, I would be willing to do anything. April exclaimed, setting down her porcelain bowl and leaning once more against the bar, her upper body resting on the table, her collar slightly unbuttoned to reveal a hint of alabaster skin. Just then, as Li Qingyuan was about to push her away, the sound of the doorbell chimed, announcing the entrance of a new patron. April quickly straightened herself and adjusted her collar. While she was prepared to employ her charm for a significant story, she still wished to maintain her allure as a captivating goddess in the presence of ordinary folk. Oh my! Yet, her expression faltered within mere seconds as she recognized the identity of the newcomer, and her countenance shifted dramatically. Mr. Osborne. As an ambitious journalist, April was well acquainted with the luminaries of various fields. However, the familiarity was one-sided, for they hardly knew her in return. The man who had just entered was Norman Osborn, the current highest-valued billionaire in New York following Tony Stark's demise. April felt her heart racing, while the tale of the 4 turtles could catapult her to fame. An opportunity to interview Norman Osborn up close would elevate her to the ranks of a leading star journalist. Norman Osborn approached with a warm smile, nodding gently at April before striding confidently to the bar. Mr. Lee, good day. I am Norman Osborn. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion. Upon Osborn's entrance, Li Qingyuan immediately recognized the man. Ever since Tony Stark's passing, the headlines had been dominated by Norman Osborn, whether on television or in print. His visage was invariably featured prominently. It was impossible not to recognize him. Despite having instructed Ward to keep his identity under wraps, Li Qingyuan understood that what was deemed a secret was merely an illusion. A true secret is known to one person alone. Once two are aware, it becomes a matter of public knowledge. Much like the organization known as HYDRA, it is likely that only Nick Fury among the world's elite remains unaware. Chapter 109. What is money? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Lee. I arrived unannounced and have caused a disturbance, Norman Osborn said, his face reflecting genuine contrition. This morning, Dr. Connors finally completed the analysis report of the blood sample. The unique substance contained within that blood possesses remarkable efficacy in treating genetic collapse, effectively serving as a cure for the hereditary disease afflicting the Osborn family. Upon receiving this news, Norman Osborn could no longer contain himself and promptly commanded his subordinates to escort him to Li Qingyuan's modest establishment. Indeed, while Garrett had strictly instructed Ward to maintain the confidentiality of Li Qingyuan's existence. For someone of Norman Osborn's stature, an elite magnate, certain matters are nearly impossible to conceal once he becomes aware of them. Much like Tony Stark, who was blindsided by Black Egg when unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D's existence. Upon learning of it, he swiftly transferred the agency's internal database to Jarvis. The world of espionage may appear shrouded in secrecy, enigmatic to the general populace, yet for the select few perched atop the pyramid, there is little mystery to be found. With a vast organization like S.H.I.E.L.D, comprising hundreds of thousands of employees, the notion of maintaining absolute discretion regarding financial matters is ludicrous. Norman Osborn's urgency stems from the fact that his heart can no longer endure the relentless turmoil. The hereditary disease plaguing the Osborn family has hung over him like the sword of Damocles. 3 years ago, there was a glimmer of hope, only for the chief research expert to abscond with all the data, obliterating it in the process. Truth be told, upon hearing that news, Norman nearly suffered a heart attack. To this day, he cannot fathom what he did to wrong Richard Parker. Over these 3 years, he has poured every resource into Professor Connors, hoping he could reconstitute the reverse equation. Yet tragically, all research data has been lost, and Connors has yet to recover even a fraction of it. Thus, when his old friend Garrett presented him with a blood sample, suggesting it might hold the key to curing genetic collapse, Norman immediately ordered his subordinates to commence research on it. He was somewhat aware of Garrett's work, knowing that his old friend was employed by a clandestine multinational intelligence organization, dealing daily with various legends and mysteries from around the globe. The blood sample delivered to him could very well belong to extraterrestrial origins. However, at this moment, Norman Osborn had neither the inclination nor the interest to investigate the source of the sample. He only wanted to know how much of that blood Li Qingyuan possessed. The sample's quantity was woefully inadequate. April, standing nearby, was already taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. Did she just hear correctly? Norman Osborn, the president of Osborn Industries, was actually apologizing to a mere shopkeeper? Is the apology merely due to the lack of an appointment? The item you seek is located at the top of shelf B. Understanding the purpose of the visitor's arrival, Li Qingyuan gestured towards the shelf, indicating that Norman should retrieve it himself. Allow me to fetch it for you. At this moment, April fully embraced the essence of a devoted aide. Before Norman Osborn could react, she hurried to the shelf and, standing on tiptoe, retrieved the box from the very top. Well, Li Qingyuan finally recognized this girl's merit. Although she did not possess a grand presence or an eloquent demeanor, she certainly had long legs. Furthermore, with her well-proportioned physique, she would serve admirably as a capable assistant. Norman Osborn accepted the box from April's hands and opened it, revealing a canister of frozen, sealed blood. I currently lack sufficient cash. I wonder if Mr. Li would consider accepting shares instead? After closing the box and glancing at the price displayed, Norman spoke with an air of embarrassment. A box priced in the tens of millions was beyond even Norman's means to procure in the short term. Very well. Li Qingyuan nodded slightly. While the Osborn Group's stock may not possess the explosive growth potential of the Stark Group, it remained remarkably stable. Although he was not in dire need of funds, one could never have too much money, could one? I will instruct the finance department to transfer an initial sum of $200 million into your account, Mr. Li. The remaining equity transaction will be completed by the legal department within 3 days. Such a substantial amount could not possibly be carried by Norman Osborn himself. Following due process was an inevitable course of action. Agreed. Seeing the other party nod with a smile, Norman Osborn felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He had originally approached this meeting with the intent of being financially exploited. After all, the ability to deliver the blood samples through Garrett's connections indicated that the other party was well aware of his situation. Not only was his life at stake, but also Harry's, firmly under the control of this individual. It could be said that even if the other party demanded the entire Osborn Group, Norman would not feel he had any bargaining power. No matter how enticing money might be, one must have the means to enjoy it. right? As for the prospect of coercing the other party through force, the information stored in the Federal Bureau of Investigation was clearly fabricated, and under his questioning, that old coot Garrett had remained tight-lipped, even instructing him not to disclose anything to others. It was evident that Mr. Lee's identity was both complex and terrifying. Any peculiar thoughts on Norman's part could lead to circumstances spiraling beyond his control. How fortuitous. A mere $1 billion represented merely a month's profit for the Osborne Group. To resolve the family's existential crisis with such a sum was nothing short of a remarkable windfall. I shan't disturb you any further. Farewell. Norman Osborne wished to exchange a few more pleasantries with Li Qingyuan, yet sensing the latter's disinterest, he opted to clutch the box tightly and slowly exit. Upon stepping out of the shop, an exclamation escaped April's lips. Had she truly just held an item worth a staggering $1 billion? What on earth could be contained within that box? Why would Norman Osborne expend such a fortune on it? She hastily leaned over the counter, her upper body nearly immersed in it, her face a canvas of astonishment and confusion. Such an astronomical sum of money was beyond her wildest dreams. She had never even contemplated it. With her current salary barely reaching $2,000, even a significant promotion would scarcely elevate her earnings beyond $10,000. $1 billion. She mused that even if she were to become the most renowned host in all of New York, it would take her a millennium to amass such wealth. Chapter 110. The Elixir of Immortality. The more one knows, the sooner one meets their demise. Li Qingyuan observed April, who was still perched on the counter, and deemed her utterly oblivious to the peril she was courting. Did she truly fancy herself the heroine of this tale? An object that could compel Norman Osborne to part with $10 billion was not something she should be inquiring about so brazenly. Could it be that all American journalists possessed such audacity? The audacious $10 billion. What could possibly motivate such an expenditure from a domineering CEO? Which title would be more fitting for this revelation? April, evidently oblivious to the sarcasm in his tone, began to fantasize about how tomorrow's headlines should be crafted. Though there were no leads regarding the turtles, she felt her efforts had already been worthwhile. An extraordinary item that could entice the president of Osborne Enterprises to spend $1 billion would surely dominate the news for at least 2 days. As the exclusive reporter to unearth this story, she envisioned herself ascending the ranks and achieving the pinnacle of success. Are you perhaps from the sensationalism department? Li Qingyuan pondered upon hearing the titles April proposed, bemused by her fervent desire for fame. Did she truly believe any reputable newspaper would dare publish such a story? He chuckled lightly, intrigued by her naivety. Until the hereditary family illness was resolved, Norman would undoubtedly be reluctant to allow too many individuals to learn of the perfect blood. After all, the previous incident involving Richard Parker had left him on edge. His preference for direct involvement rather than delegating to others indicated the high stakes at play. Should any newspaper dare to broadcast such information, it was certain that Norman would not hesitate to ensure the disappearance of both the publication and its journalists. April, however, was not a fool. Having spent nearly a year in the industry, she was acutely aware of its unspoken rules. In the United States, media outlets freely criticize gangs, government entities, and even the president. However, they dare not cast aspersions upon the wealthy elite. Of course, when it comes to pointing fingers, that merely pertains to sensational negative news, such as reporting that Tony Stark has squandered millions on a supermodel. Such matters are of little consequence. But when it comes to Norman Osborne, who spent $1 billion on a seemingly innocuous antique box, one can only wonder what secrets lie within. Reporting on such affairs is fraught with peril. One might fear that stepping out with the left foot could invite a professional assassin lurking at the doorstep. Boss, you must save me. At that moment, April felt a chill run down her spine. What she initially perceived as a stroke of fortune, discovering a monumental piece of news, now seemed more like an impending disaster. Her mind raced, primarily due to the staggering sums of money involved. For gangsters, extinguishing lives over mere millions is commonplace. And here she was, witnessing an underground transaction worth $1 billion. Her fate could be sealed in an instant. I thought you weren't afraid of death. Seeing April tremble like a quail, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of amusement. After all, we are speaking of the wealthy elite. And at just 20 years of age, he had no desire to meet his end prematurely. Noticing the teasing expression on his face, April felt a surge of irritation but suppressed her frustration, realizing she needed him to ensure her safety. You're only 20? I suspect otherwise. Li Qingyuan regarded April with a skeptical gaze. Merely a few months past 20. And you should know that questioning a woman's age is quite impolite. Encountering his dismissive look, April nearly brandished her driver's license as a means of intimidation. However, she ultimately abandoned that notion. As long as you don't court disaster, you will be safe. Norman will not silence you. If the threat had come from anyone else, April might have felt endangered, but with Norman Osborn, things were different. The fact that Peter Parker was still alive spoke volumes. That man, while perhaps not a paragon of virtue, was certainly not malevolent. That's a relief. With the assurance of her safety, April exhaled deeply, a wave of tranquility washing over her. By the way, what is your true identity? Within mere moments of silence, and now feeling secure, April embarked on her path of reckless curiosity once more. When it comes to purchases, check the prices yourself. Our establishment does not engage in haggling. The response she received was as devoid of emotion as a mechanical echo. Very well, I shall look myself. Noticing Li Qingyuan's apparent disinterest in further conversation, April refrained from pressing on with her inquiries and began to scrutinize the shop more closely. Initially, she had assumed the items within this establishment were merely the eccentric whims of a capricious owner, yet upon witnessing Norman Osborn's extravagant expenditure on a box, she began to suspect that this shop harbored an extraordinary, hidden secret. Perhaps the proprietor is an extraterrestrial in disguise, and the wares on sale are, in fact, advanced alien technology? Or could it be that the true identity of the owner is that of a reclusive mastermind assassin? And what Norman Osborn just acquired is classified intelligence from a rival corporation. As a journalist, it is essential not only to possess audacity and a thick skin, but also to wield a vivid imagination, capable of intertwining seemingly unrelated events into a coherent narrative, all while maintaining an air of credibility. After meticulous observation, April has finally discerned a hint of the underlying scheme. The shelves of the shop are cluttered with dubious antiques, placed conspicuously at the forefront, each priced at an astonishing 100,000, seemingly to ensure that no one is oblivious to their counterfeit nature. In stark contrast, the items perched atop the highest shelves boast entirely different price tags, beginning at a minimum of 8 figures, with only a scant few available. Were one to claim that there is nothing amiss here, April would wager she could consume the entire shelf. Why are these 2 goblets so exorbitantly priced? She inquired, pointing at the 2 chalices on the top shelf, her heart racing as she glanced at the terrifying figures below. Having just witnessed the earlier incident, she was reluctant to remove anything, fearful not only of accidental damage, but also of the financial burden that would arise from even a minor scratch. Those are the goblets of immortality. Using them to channel the elixir of life grants eternal youth. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Li Qingyuan thought it might be pleasant to engage in conversation. He had no desire to undertake any tasks recently. He had even avoided Norman Osborn's visit, primarily to evade any physical contact. After all, he had been focusing on recuperating. And who could say whether a mere handshake might catapult him back into the realm of missions? However, idling at home while minding the shop proved rather tedious. Since this young lady sought to draw him into conversation, he decided to indulge her, treating it as a light-hearted diversion. Chapter 111. A delightful surprise. The culinary skills are quite commendable, Li Qingyuan genuinely praised as he savored the steak on his plate. Though it may not rival the masterpieces of renowned chefs, it certainly surpassed the fare of ordinary roadside eateries. Truth be told, with such culinary prowess, one wonders why she would choose to pursue a career in journalism rather than embrace the more lucrative path of a chef. In high school, I achieved top marks in culinary arts, and during my college years, I grappled with the decision between journalism and culinary school for quite some time. April felt a swell of pride as she observed his enjoyment of the meal. After chatting aimlessly throughout the morning, as mealtime approached, April eagerly volunteered to showcase her skills to Li Qingyuan. As an astute journalist, she understood that securing exclusive information was not a task to be taken lightly. Cultivating a rapport with key individuals was of paramount importance. Even though Norman Osborn's sudden appearance disrupted the original plan, she had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. The top-secret plans of the Osborn Group must not be divulged. However, the news of the Super Turtles could still be reported. Have you considered becoming my maid? The compensation is generous, far exceeding what you earn as a journalist. With a playful wipe of his mouth, Li Qingyuan sincerely stated. During this period, he had indeed contemplated hiring a maid, as it was impractical to leave all the household chores to Pietro. Moreover, Pietro was utterly incompetent. He always ended up making a mess that he himself had to clean. No, I became a journalist to report the truth to the public, to help more people understand reality. April shook her head, resolute in her dream of becoming the most renowned host in New York, unwilling to compromise her ideals for mere money. A post-tax annual salary of $200,000. Are you really not considering it? Observing April's altruistic demeanor, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. You are merely a third-tier journalist. Why pretend to be a sixth-level one? 200,000 post-tax? Initially poised to maintain her integrity, April's facade crumbled, her eyes sparkling with desire. While she had been indifferent to Norman Osborn's billion-dollar transaction, as those finances bore no relevance to her, the prospect of a $200,000 salary was enticing. Surely, one had to achieve prominence as a leading program host to earn such a reward, right? She wondered if it was too late to reconsider. After a tumultuous, internal struggle, April resolved to stay true to her convictions, refusing to compromise her principles for the sake of money. Those four turtles residing in the sewers of New York were the unintended products of a biochemical experiment, endowed with remarkably high intelligence. Seeing that April was unwilling to become his maid, Li Qingyuan decided it was time to send her on her way. Wanda would soon finish school, and he knew she would sulk if she caught wind of this. He selectively shared what he knew, while cautioning April not to disclose any of his information before promptly ushering her out. Initially hesitant to reveal details for fear that she might misrepresent them and cause him trouble, he now believed she would not dare to disregard his warnings. After all, the influential figures who could have the Osborn Group's president groveling were certainly not to be trifled with by a mere journalist. Having acquired the information she desired, April hurried back, eager to organize her findings and strive to feature them on the front page by morning. However, Li Qingyuan was fully aware that her efforts were in vain. Without videos, photographs, or even a credible source to cite, April's report appearing in the media would be nothing short of miraculous. As expected, the following morning, having just escorted Wanda to school, he spotted her entering the shop, dragging a suitcase behind her like a specter. Two pronounced dark circles adorned April's face, a testament to her sleepless night spent crafting what she deemed a thorough report. Yet, one must acknowledge that mere effort does not guarantee success in this world. Boss, does the maid you mentioned yesterday still count? April forced a smile, eager to leave a favorable impression on her new employer. Recently dismissed, she had been let go by the director of Channel 6 News, who, after hearing her report, concluded that she was either suffering from delusions or had become obsessed with fame, resulting in her abrupt termination. Although the dismissal came with 2 months' severance pay, it paled in comparison to the exorbitant expenses she would face in the future. Thus, termination seemed to be the most prudent choice. After all, in the United States, if one develops a work-related illness, the employer is liable for all medical costs along with various labor compensations. A journalist suffering from delusions could certainly be categorized as having a work-related ailment. Now, with her dismissal, seeking new employment seemed futile, for the professional circle was limited. Which television station would dare to hire a journalist with a history of delusions? With $5,000 in severance pay, April found herself in a state of bewilderment, pondering what she had done wrong. However, after a brief moment of confusion, a practical question arose. How would she manage to survive in New York without a job? Were it not for Li Qingyuan serving as a safety net, April would undoubtedly brave the odds to track down the elusive four turtles, striving to prove her sanity and reclaim her status as New York's most dedicated journalist. Yet, with a fallback option available, she was disinclined to resort to such desperate measures. Why is this woman in our home? Wanda asked, pouting in displeasure as she observed April bustling about in the kitchen. She is my newly hired maid. After all, someone must tend to the household. Li Qingyuan replied cheerfully from his perch on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds. It must be noted that April, as a maid, proved to be quite competent. Having lived independently for nearly a decade, she excelled in both culinary and domestic skills, far surpassing Wanda in those areas. I can handle the cleaning myself. We don't need anyone else, especially not her. Wanda huffed, taking a seat beside Li Qingyuan and gesturing toward April. Her cooking is quite good. You should try it later, he remarked, fully aware of Wanda's bias against April. He gently patted her cheek, trying to soothe her. I would never eat food prepared by such a woman. Wanda, with her cheeks puffed in indignation, watched her foolish brother merrily scurrying into the kitchen, hovering around April. In that moment, a wave of frustration surged within her. Chapter 112. The new village chief boss, their big news. April, perched at the entrance engrossed in her phone, suddenly leaped to her feet and dashed before Li Qingyuan. Are you two idle? Go and tidy up the shelves again. Li Qingyuan, somewhat annoyed by the interruption while watching a ridiculous drama, waved dismissively. What did it matter to him? Boss, insider information. Tony Stark is still alive. April, oblivious to his lack of interest, thrust her phone in his direction, pointing at the news. Although she had been dismissed from the television station, her network of contacts remained intact. Moments ago, someone had discreetly informed her that the supposedly deceased Tony Stark had been located by the U.S. military in Afghanistan and was currently en route back to New York. Why share such insider news with her? Given April's physique and beauty, it was hardly surprising that a few admirers would take notice. Ugh. In stark contrast to April's excitement, Li Qingyuan remained unresponsive, continuing to focus on the absurd television show. You know, despite its ridiculousness, this show is quite entertaining. As long as I don't waste time reading those so-called reviews and critiques. Boss, it's Tony Stark, president of Stark Industries, the wealthiest individual in America, no, the entire world. April remained in a state of euphoric agitation, likely eager to rush to the airport for an exclusive interview broadcast. What does it matter to me? Seeing his maid still dreaming of becoming a renowned host, Li Qingyuan felt it was time to temper her aspirations. While it said that a maid who doesn't wish to be a star isn't a good cook, she ought to acknowledge her primary responsibilities. Faced with his classic retorts, April felt as if her spirits had been thrown into a drain. Caught in a state of frustration and helplessness, I'm going to buy groceries. After her dreams were dashed, April shot a resentful glance at her oblivious boss. Noticing his indifference to her discontent, she could only channel her grievances into a shopping spree. I'll head to Whole Foods and pick the most expensive items. Just to make that bill sting, you jerk. As April swayed her way out of the store, Li Qingyuan paused his computer to reflect on the plot of Iron Man 1. The incident involving Tony Stark in Afghanistan was entirely orchestrated by Obadiah, who intended to use terrorists to eliminate Tony, allowing him to rightfully seize control of the entire Stark Industries. As the saying goes, every maid harbors the dream of rising to the status of a mistress. The terrorists captured by Tony Stark deemed it a gross waste to eliminate such a genius of weaponry for mere bounty. Astonishingly, these individuals dared to coerce Tony into creating missiles, aiming to exploit these arms to establish their own militia. And then, a group of fools simply stood by, witnessing Tony forge an entire suit of Iron Man armor before their very eyes with nothing but a hammer. It's truly beyond comprehension. Can missiles and Iron Man suits be compared? Even if one were blinded, there should at least be a limit to their ignorance. It is said that Tony Stark will soon uncover Obadiah's conspiracy, leading to an epic confrontation. However, after untangling the plot, Li Qingyuan felt there was little for him to intervene in. After all, Iron Man is the very embodiment of fortune within the Marvel Universe. Who knows what world he might be transported to after engaging with the adversary? It would be wiser for him to remain at ease, especially since Stark Industries' headquarters is several blocks away from Chinatown. Should a conflict arise, it would hardly concern him. Having come to this realization, he decided to continue watching the television series instead. Silly dramas can indeed be quite entertaining. Agent Coulson, here is a new report submitted from the New York Police Department. Please investigate. A certain individual with a receding hairline had just concluded his previous assignment, and before he could catch his breath, a new report was thrust upon him. Phil Coulson, the rookie village chief of the Marvel Universe, now gazed at his superior, a shiny-headed man, with an expression of existential despair. For heaven's sake, be humane. I just spent 2 months in the sands of Afghanistan, and upon finally returning to New York, I couldn't even engage in a friendly match with my girlfriend before you immediately tossed another task report at me. Is this what a person does? Coulson harbored grave suspicions that his superior was envious of his relatively fuller head of hair, insisting that he too must lose his hair to match his own. Sir, couldn't the New York police handle this subway kidnapping case? Flipping through the report rapidly, Coulson inquired, somewhat perplexed, to Nick Fury. Their agency, S.H.I.E.L.D, dealt with various arcane occurrences, extraterrestrials, time travelers, or extraordinary individuals. What right did a mere gang of criminals have to warrant an investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D? Take a look at this. Nick Fury tossed another autopsy report at Coulson's face. Coulson, now in a state of utter frustration, picked up the report, musing. Could you not have handed me both reports together? Of course, he only dared to voice this sentiment internally. Everyone within S.H.I.E.L.D S.H.I.E.L.D, was well aware of the petty nature of their director, and should he note such a slight, it would not bode well for Coulson. The body bore 35 explosive marks, exhibiting peculiar mutations. After perusing the autopsy report, Coulson could only manage a rueful grin, pondering the depth of animosity involved. 35 miniature explosives, seemingly accompanied by the injection of a biological virus. One could only surmise that the kidnapper met his end in an oddly serene manner. The surveillance cameras at the subway station had been completely disabled, yet witness testimonies and subsequent investigations revealed that from the moment the kidnapper appeared until he was subdued, no more than 15 minutes elapsed. Nick Fury, with his singular gaze, fixed his eye upon Coulson and inquired, "Director, are you suggesting we seek out this elusive dark hero?" Coulson flipped through the report, responding, "The shadowy figure lurking in the darkness is of no concern to us, at most. He is merely a New Yorker skilled in martial arts, and whether we find him or not holds little significance." Fury rapped the autopsy report sharply with his knuckles, emphasizing, "The presence of an individual proficient in explosives and biological viruses concealed within New York is what truly matters." "Understood, sir." Phil Coulson promptly rose, responding with utmost seriousness. Indeed, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D possessed an insight into matters far superior to his own. While miniature explosives and biological viruses alone may seem inconsequential, their combination poses a grave threat. Should an adversary choose to unleash a few biochemical bombs in New York, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 113, Threat Welcome. April, crouched beside the door engrossed in her phone, called out without lifting her head upon hearing the entrance door creak open. Grandwater glanced her way. Having been informed by Garrett of the former journalist, Lee Ching-yuen, hiring April as a maid, he felt no surprise at her presence. "I need to speak with the boss about a matter," he said, lowering his voice after offering a slight smile to April. All right. Would you care for a cup of coffee?" April rose, casting a scrutinizing glance at the towering Grandwater. Having worked there for nearly a month, she had yet to encounter any customers. Even the occasional curious soul that ventured in would quickly be deterred by the indifferent staff and the shop's exorbitant prices. In any other establishment, such a shop would scarcely survive 3 days. However, April understood that her boss ran this place merely to pass the time, allowing her to comfortably slack off. Nevertheless, as a graduate of a media university, her ingrained habits and principles remained intact. This antique shop was undoubtedly a facade for her boss's public persona. He must harbor some undisclosed identity. The fact that this man sought her boss indicated that he was likely aware of the latter's hidden affiliations, though she had ceased her career as a journalist. As the adage goes, one should never underestimate a woman's curiosity. April remained intrigued by the true nature of the establishment owned by Lee Ching-yuen. Although she had gathered information about the exorbitantly priced items displayed atop the counter through casual conversation in recent days, April was convinced that these were merely fabrications concocted by the proprietor. The so-called elixir of immortality, the ocular relics of the Cthulhu deity, the fangs of a vampire elder, were these supposed to be credible? She was an educated elite, not a child to be easily deceived by such fanciful tales. Enough. Walter hastily made his way into the shop, approaching Lee Ching-yuen. "What now?" Lee Ching-yuen queried, somewhat perturbed by Walter's reappearance. "Couldn't you assign me a different contact? Is Garrett truly devoid of any competent subordinates? A faction is investigating you. I've been instructed to convey a warning." Walter discreetly assessed the surroundings to ensure that April could not overhear him before continuing in hushed tones. "In this day and age, S.H.I.E.L.D resembled a sieve. Nick Fury had indeed mandated Phil Coulson to maintain confidentiality regarding the mission, and the village head of the rookie squad had not divulged its details to anyone else. Yet, despite Coulson's discretion, it was futile. When he accessed data at the New York Police Department, he inevitably tapped into S.H.I.E.L.D's internal network. As one of the last remaining direct descendants of the S.H.I.E.L.D lineage, Coulson's whereabouts were hardly a secret. Thus, upon discovering that Coulson had classified Lee Ching-yuen as a prime suspect, Walter promptly accepted Garrett's directive to inform him. "What would you have me do?" Lee Ching-yuen shrugged in resignation at the exposure of his identity. "Alas, a person of my caliber shines brightly wherever he may be. There may be individuals approaching you for inquiries in the coming days. You may feign cooperation, but under no circumstances should you reveal our connection. Walter's demeanor suddenly exuded a palpable menace as he fixed Li Qingyuan with a steely gaze. Are you threatening me? Feeling the weight of Walter's intensity, Li Qingyuan lifted his gaze to meet his. Although he had not been a killer since childhood, exuding an aura of violence, he had reigned for a decade in the Caribbean world, and his own presence could rival anyone's. Walter had initially intended to intimidate him, yet he was taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from Li Qingyuan, leaving him momentarily disarmed. Meanwhile, April, engrossed in grinding coffee, felt a shiver run through her body, as if she had encountered some imminent danger. Almost instinctively, she trembled, a sudden compulsion to kneel overtaking her. Certainly, to command reverence and loyalty. Li Qingyuan believed he needed to reign as emperor for several more decades to attain such stature. Nevertheless, the current level of his influence sufficed, for in this primary dimension, few could truly claim their word was law. Ward instinctively reached for his firearm, but recollecting Garrett's prior counsel, he suppressed his murderous urge. Typically, in the style of HYDRA, once Li Qingyuan's identity was exposed to Nick Fury, it would be imperative to eliminate him to prevent future repercussions. However, given Li Qingyuan's remarkable talent and prowess with weaponry, Garrett deemed it a significant loss to simply dispose of him. Moreover, as of now, Garrett suspected that Li Qingyuan remained oblivious to whom he was truly serving. Merely a pawn in a larger game. Even if discovered, Garrett could always submit an additional report, which is why he refrained from allowing Ward to execute a cleanup. Furthermore, as Li Qingyuan possessed a means to restore his health, Garrett was cautious about resorting to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. However, even if he could not eliminate his adversary, a necessary admonition was warranted. St. Monica Elementary, 6th grade, Class 3. Ward coldly spat these words through clenched teeth. You are courting death. Upon hearing Ward's words, Li Qingyuan seethed with indignation. Truth be told, due to his past life as an unsuccessful writer, he had always harbored a sense of being the only clear-headed individual in a world of intoxicated minds. Not to mention HYDRA, he even held disdain for figures like Dormammu, Odin, and Thanos. Such was the arrogance of a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger. You would do well to temper your impulses. While this establishment is your domain, the entirety of America is ours. Noticing the fury etched across Li Qingyuan's face and the palpable aura of hostility, Ward felt a sense of triumph. Having encountered this individual multiple times, each meeting had been marked by an air of arrogance from Li Qingyuan. Witnessing his current state of agitation brought Ward immense satisfaction. As for whether his opponent might act recklessly in a fit of rage, Ward was confident in his own abilities and believed that any intelligent person would manage their emotions. Chapter 114, Manhattan Elementary Power. He needed power. Li Qingyuan gazed blankly at his hands, seething with anger. Indeed, possessing a golden finger and being well-versed in the narrative had instilled a sense of invincibility in him. He felt that no obstacle in this world could possibly thwart him. However, when Ward stripped away his facade of pretense, he realized he held no capital to look down upon others. HYDRA, or perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. In the original narrative, this organization, which merely serves as a backdrop for various superheroes and a training ground for numerous time travelers, is not as inept as one might imagine. It boasts a global intelligence network with hundreds of thousands of operational agents, advanced stealth aircraft, an array of energy weapons, and even its own military satellites and space fortresses. This formidable force seems overshadowed merely due to the multitude of prominent figures in the Marvel Universe. If placed in other parallel universes, the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily dominate Earth. I seek Mr. Norman Osborn. Having come to this realization, Li Qingyuan felt a pressing need to abandon his complacency. Even if he aspired to a life of leisure, he must possess the requisite power to do so. When one has strength, retirement becomes a transcendental experience of enjoying life. Without it, it devolves into lethargy and despair. Hello, Mr. Osborn is currently preoccupied with significant matters. Should you have any concerns, please share them with me, and I will relay them once he is available, the secretary replied respectfully over the phone. This number was the private line Mr. Osborn had left during his last visit to the shop, reserved solely for those of great importance, hence the secretary's courteous demeanor. If he becomes available, please inform him that Mr. Lee from the antique shop wishes to speak with him, along with Professor Connors. Li Qingyuan responded. feeling somewhat resigned upon learning of Osborn's busy schedule. The moment the other party acquires the perfect blood, he would undoubtedly be preparing for immediate injection, making it difficult to see him in the near term. Had he known to engage with Osborn during his last visit, he wouldn't now find himself in this predicament. Apart from Norman Osborn and Professor Connors, who else remains in New York? Iron Man is swiftly eliminated from consideration. He is currently focused solely on enhancing his own power rather than courting danger. Hawkeye and Black Widow are practically unreachable, and in the present circumstances, even if he were to take the risk of exposing himself to seek out Garrett, it is doubtful that the old man would offer any assistance. Dr. Strange? Strange. This individual is relatively easy to locate. Being one of the most renowned neurosurgeons in recent years, a visit to his hospital should suffice. However, given Dr. Strange's caliber, it might be more prudent to try my luck on Bleecker Street in hopes of encountering the Ancient One. After sifting through his memories repeatedly, Lee Ching-yuen was astonished to realize that, apart from the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, he could not identify anyone else. "Boss, are you all right?" April inquired softly, approaching him with a hint of trepidation. For reasons unknown, ever since that handsome man had departed, a suffocating aura had enveloped her boss, instilling a sense of fear within her. "I'm fine." Shaking his head to dispel his worries, Lee Ching-yuen rose to tidy up. "I have a matter to attend to. Remember to pick up Wanda from school later." Let the little spider be just that. It is no longer the naive being it once was. As long as one remains vigilant and cautious, there should be no cause for concern. "I am well." April had initially intended to express that Wanda harbored no affection for her, but upon witnessing the items Lee Ching-yuen had gathered, she quickly swallowed her words. She beheld a colossal, sci-fi-themed box, reminiscent of the weaponry seen in extraterrestrial-themed films. Was the boss preparing for a killing spree? This box had been crafted by William at Lee Ching-yuen's behest. Although, as the head of the Stark Group's weapons design department, William may not compare to Tony Stark. His capabilities surpassed those of 99% of the global population. Externally, the box appeared to be an ordinary suitcase, yet it housed an array of advanced technological systems, functioning not only as a missile launcher and mobile artillery, but also capable of expanding into a semicircular defense shield. Regrettably, Tony had yet to develop an energy shield. Otherwise, this box alone could easily dominate various lower-tier dimensions. "Boss, shall I prepare dinner for you?" April inquired, her legs trembling as she spoke. The man who had just arrived was likely an informant for her employer, and the grim expression on Lee Ching-yuen's face suggested he had received a contract for murder. It was probable that the item Norman Osborn had purchased for a staggering $10 million was a manual containing a list of targets. April felt she had stumbled upon a grave truth. The realization that she had inadvertently uncovered her boss's secret identity filled her with dread. Would she be silenced? As often portrayed in films, just keep an eye on things, Lee Ching-yuen advised, tipping his hat before striding out with the box in hand. April's body slackened, collapsing to the floor. It seemed her employer had no intention of silencing her, which nearly gave her a heart attack. He drove directly to Midtown Manhattan Elementary School, arriving just in time before classes let out. Peter Parker attended this very school, and following Richard Parker's demise, the Osborn Group had even sent Peter a compensation package, sufficient to cover his living expenses and tuition through college. Otherwise, with Ben Parker's modest income, affording Peter a place in the finest school in Manhattan would have been impossible. Lee Ching-yuen found Norman Osborn's thought processes perplexing, but it was of little consequence. After all, it was his own affair, and as long as he was content, that was what mattered. "Are you here to pick up a child?" "I don't believe I've seen you before." Several women approached him, intrigued by the sight of Lee Ching-yuen standing at the entrance with such a massive suitcase. The area outside the elementary school was bustling with parents waiting to collect their children. And while American parents are generally more focused on fostering independence in their offspring compared to their Chinese counterparts, this was indeed the land of the free, America. They are not particularly concerned about children indulging in play or early romantic entanglements. However, they cannot withstand the sudden onset of a shooting incident. After repeatedly rebuffing the advances of several flirtatious married women, Lee Ching-yuen suddenly felt that waiting at the school gate for little Spider was far from a wise choice. Observing the glances of the surrounding women, it was evident that they would eagerly devour him whole if given the chance. The infidelity rate among full-time housewives is already the highest among all professions, and coupled with his imposing stature and handsome appearance, His presence here was akin to a beacon of hope amidst a dark sea of despair. Chapter 115. Infinite Flow Newbie Village. I knew it. I knew Little Spider was a trap. Watching the horde of zombies rushing towards him, Li Qingyuan could only manage a bitter smile as he fled. He didn't need to guess. He was acutely aware of the narrative into which he had fallen. After waiting at the school gate for over half an hour, he finally spotted that Peter Parker fellow, only to be unceremoniously thrown into this wretched place. Compared to his previous experiences of crossing over, this transition was undoubtedly the most perilous. He had been directly cast into a swarm of zombies. To be honest, the abrupt shift from being surrounded by alluring married women to facing relentless, lifeless zombies was almost enough to overwhelm his heart. Fortunately, during the system's protective time frame, he quickly identified a potential escape route and dashed out before the zombies could close in. While he could have forged a bloody path with the suitcase in hand, who knew how many zombies lurked in this city? Moreover, his most pressing concern was to ascertain the current time frame. Indeed, zombies have become a staple in apocalyptic literature and films. Simply encountering zombies would hardly reveal the narrative he had fallen into. However, the omnipresent umbrella icon made it clear to anyone familiar with online literature what story this was. The first base for the infinite multiverse flow, where countless rookie protagonists acquire their initial intelligent artificial systems. The world of Resident Evil, a notoriously bleak task realm, regardless of the infinite flow. Anyone who hasn't ventured into this world to score points or witnessed the T-virus would be hard-pressed to claim familiarity with the infinite flow dungeons. This world is perilous yet deceptively simple. As the most frequently occurring world in infinite flow narratives, the easiest tasks generally revolve around the initial mission to save the hive, where numerous novices have honed their skills. But is it truly difficult? The Umbrella Corporation in this dimension is a colossal entity, rivaling even S.H.I.E.L.D. in its influence. In later stages, it supplanted all governmental authority on Earth, wielding not only conventional weaponry and biomonsters, but also devastating devices like the Peacekeeper. Should the mission entail dismantling the Umbrella Corporation, the difficulty level would escalate significantly. Even the illustrious protagonist Alice from the Resident Evil film series remains oblivious to the multitude of times she has been captured by the Umbrella Corporation. Had it not been for her connections, she would have undoubtedly met a gruesome fate. It is entirely plausible that she has already been subjected to dissection, and what we now perceive could merely be a clone of a clone. One cannot help but ponder the nature of the task assigned to oneself by this infernal system. As he runs, reflecting upon the narratives of Resident Evil, Li Qingyuan begins to scrutinize his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Given his current attributes, the ordinary zombies pose no threat to him. Coupled with the presence of Egen, even attempts to ambush these wretched creatures are futile. However, should a tyrant, licker, or executioner be lurking in the vicinity, a momentary lapse could spell disaster for him. Not to mention the ever-present remnants of the Umbrella Corporation, who possess the capability to monitor every corner of the globe via satellite. Jepulo Central Hospital. Glancing at the fleeting sign by the roadside, Li Qingyuan deduces the temporal context of his arrival. It is undoubtedly post-Resident Evil Apocalypse. The T-virus only began its global onslaught in the third installment, with the first two films confined to Raccoon City. Judging by the roadside signage, he finds himself in a city he has never heard of, named Jepulo. He is left to wonder about the extent of the catastrophe and where he might encounter any survivors. Nevertheless, Li Qingyuan is convinced that living souls must exist within this city. After all, the system adheres to certain principles, and it would not cast him into a realm devoid of humanity. Given the vastness of the Resident Evil map, it is normal to encounter no one for years. He surveys the area and darts toward the tallest building in sight. If there are indeed survivors in this city, ascending to the highest point would be prudent for visibility. Moreover, incessantly running about is hardly a sustainable strategy. Seeking a place to rest is paramount. A throng of zombies congregates at the entrance of the towering edifice, likely starved for days. Upon detecting fresh prey, they erupt into frenzied howls, clawing and scrambling toward him. In an instant, Li Qingyuan charts his course. Given the density of the undead horde, charging through is simply implausible. Thus, with a swift motion of his right hand, a misty swarm of insects is unleashed towards the mass of zombies. Although his suitcase houses an array of formidable weaponry, the duration of his stay in this world remains uncertain, compelling him to conserve resources. Bang! Bang! The obstructing zombies were utterly obliterated, shattered into fragments by the explosion. Seizing the moment when the shockwave created a breach in the horde, Li Qingyuan swiftly leaped through the gap. Under normal circumstances, even an individual clad in protective gear would hesitate to charge forward, as the residual force and heat from the explosion could easily prove fatal. However, with his constitution reaching an impressive 15, coupled with his mastery of life arts and aquatic proficiency, he found the aftermath of such explosions trivial unless directly struck by a grenade. Currently, Li Qingyuan's attributes were as follows. Name: Li Qingyuan. Race: male earthling. Profession: novice black sorcerer. Strength: 5, 5. Agility: 9, 5. Constitution: 15, 5. Spirit: 25. Title: Neighbor Old Li. Skills: life arts, aquatic proficiency, intent root. Regrettably, during a kidnapping incident on the subway last month, he hastily allocated all his earned attribute points from the Night Legend into his constitution. Had he invested them in spirit, his mosquito explosion power would have seen a significant enhancement. Nonetheless, increasing his constitution was not without merit. A higher constitution not only bolstered his defenses, but also substantially improved his endurance, enabling him to carry his belongings thus far. As the horde of zombies was dispersed, Li Qingyuan dashed into the building. The first-floor lobby was strewn with scattered supplies and bloodstains. With a hurried glance, he located the staircase and ascended directly. He had no time to linger. The relentless zombie army was hot on his heels. In this city, even if there were survivors, they would undoubtedly be hiding cautiously indoors, too afraid to show their faces. His raucous commotion had stirred the famished zombies, now akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, buzzing after him. Chapter 116. The beginning with the death of the female protagonist. The pursuers were upon him. Hearing the explosions from below, Jill Valentine silently began to tally her supplies. 1 handgun and 35 bullets. With these meager resources, not only was it improbable to retaliate against the elite forces dispatched by Umbrella Corporation to hunt her down, but merely surviving would prove exceedingly challenging. She was originally a member of the Raccoon City Special Response Team, among the earliest to comprehend the perils of the T-virus. Before the events of the first Resident Evil film at the Hive, Jill had already learned of the T-virus through the Mansion incident. This incident involved experimental animals infected with the T-virus escaping from the laboratory and preying upon humans, which was initially classified as a series of murders, with Jill being the officer in charge of the case. Yet, despite her arduous efforts in exterminating the T-virus-infected creatures and uncovering evidence against the Umbrella Corporation, Jill found herself powerless to effect any change. The report she submitted was summarily discarded, and she herself was ordered to be suspended from duty. Though this segment was omitted from the film, it can be inferred from the opening of Resident Evil, Apocalypse, where Jill Valentine exhibits a profound understanding of the zombies' weaknesses and engages in dialogue with her colleagues, that she was indeed aware of the T-virus's existence. Furthermore, at that time, she was under suspension, thus aligning with the narrative's framework. Subsequently, there is little more to convey. When the T-virus outbreak engulfed Raccoon City, she, along with Alice and Carlos, managed to escape the city against all odds, sending the harrowing footage they had captured into the network, which ultimately proved futile. The Umbrella Corporation, with its unparalleled influence, redefined the catastrophe as a nuclear power plant leak, claiming that the tapes were fabricated by Jill and Carlos. Though they were heroes, they were branded as fugitives, forced to evade not only the relentless pursuit of Umbrella's agents, but also the scorn and accusations of the public. Their group was relentlessly hunted for over 3 months. 3 months later, as the T-virus erupted globally, those who had once condemned them began to wail in regret. Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for remorse. In less than a year, the entire globe transformed into a realm of the deceased, and the survivors were compelled to struggle for existence, while their once cohesive team was fragmented under the relentless tracking of their enemies. The fates of Alice, Carlos, and the others remain unknown. Jill Valentine listened intently to the sounds below. Despite this seemingly desperate situation, she was determined to take a few lackeys down with her. With a resounding thud, Li Qingyuan raised a suitcase and smashed a zombie that lay in ambush around the staircase corner into a pulp, the suitcase's nanomaterial exterior leaving no trace of the grisly act. With the presence of intent, he felt no fear of the feeble zombies' ambush, as they lacked the capability to pose a threat. However, just as he prepared to catch his breath, an inexplicable sense of danger surged from above. Without hesitation, Li Qingyuan crouched in a corner, lifting the suitcase above his head in a defensive posture. In a swift motion, a bullet was deflected by the suitcase. Jill Valentine, witnessing her lethal shot fail, rolled out from her hiding spot without a moment's hesitation, firing another shot as she did so. The suitcase wielded by the enemy was likely the latest equipment from Umbrella Corporation, but as long as her attack speed remained swift enough, the opponent would not be able to utilize that suitcase against her. The suitcase was considerably large, allowing Li Qingyuan to conceal most of his body in a crouch position, leaving only a small portion of his torso exposed. However, for Gil, it was not just the exposed portions of the opponent that posed a challenge. Even when nestled within its shell, she could still strike through the crevices. With a sudden crack, the box unexpectedly disassembled, transforming into a semicircular shield. This shield could only withstand attacks from a 90-degree arc in front, yet, given the enemy's current position cowering in the corner, it rendered them completely devoid of any vulnerable angles. The latest gear from the Umbrella Corporation? No wonder this individual dared to pursue her single-handedly. Gil contemplated how to penetrate the opponent's shell, but before she could devise a strategy, a gap abruptly appeared on the shell's surface, and a plume of black mist surged forth from it. She swiftly leapt aside, only to find that the mist seemed to possess a form of intelligence, relentlessly pursuing her. With acrobatic finesse, she executed a breathtaking series of maneuvers, completing a Hollywood blockbuster-style assault that obliterated the black mist midair. Yet, before she could relish her victory, the very mist she had seemingly vanquished erupted in a violent explosion. The preceding attack had already drained 80% of her energy. After all, that mist had appeared akin to a mere insect in flight, leading her to believe it was a newly developed biological weapon from the Umbrella Corporation, easily dispatched with a single blow. Who could have anticipated it would detonate? In that critical moment, she could only shield her head and vital areas with her hands before being engulfed in a blinding blast, losing consciousness. Main quest: survival in the apocalypse. This is a frenzied planet where survival has become the overarching theme. To endure in this world is now a luxurious aspiration. Quest objective: survive in this chaotic realm for 3 years. Quest reward: 5 attribute points. Side quest: save the world. Do you wish to rescue the world? Do you aspire to become a savior? If you yearn to be a legendary hero, then embark on a grand crusade for salvation. Quest objective: defeat the apocalyptic hand of the Umbrella Corporation and release the virus to eliminate the vaccine. Quest reward: 10 attribute points and the activation of a personal space. Li Qingyuan, poised to deliver the final blow, cautiously extended his head from behind the protective layer to observe the woman lying not far away. Before glancing at the newly appeared quest list, had he truly just killed the main character at the outset? How absurd. Why did she ambush him the moment she appeared? Sensing that the danger had dissipated, he restored the suitcase to its normal state and retrieved a hemostatic spray from within. The woman on the ground seemed to still be alive. It would be prudent to assist her first. In this chaotic world, finding a living soul is indeed a daunting task. However, it is certainly not due to the fact that the individual in question is the protagonist that he came to her aid. Chapter 117. Clutching thirst. Gil Valentine felt an overwhelming thirst, unconsciously uttering a soft murmur. Awakening to the sound of a stranger's voice, she hastily opened her eyes, preparing to roll over and draw her weapon. Yet, as she exerted force on her waist, a sharp pain coursed through her, causing her to collapse once more before she could rise. "Why would you ambush me when you have nothing to gain?" the stranger inquired gently. It was then that Gil realized she had not been captured as she had feared. Rather, she lay upon an old sofa. Not far from her, a man was crouched, heating water. "You're not one of Umbrella Corporation's people?" Gil mustered her remaining strength to lift her head and ask. "I would say you suffer from a persecution complex. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you might have truly met your demise." Li Qingyuan lifted the kettle from the fire, poured a cup of hot water, and approached Gil with it. To be honest, it is a stroke of luck that this girl possesses a modicum of the protagonist's aura. Otherwise, she would have surely perished. Her arms had been ravaged by the explosive shockwave, and her internal organs sustained concussive injuries. Had she been an ordinary person, even immediate medical attention would likely have been insufficient to save her life. Thankfully, she had brought along a hemostatic spray produced by the Osborne Group, and with some remedies from dark sorcery, else she would have already met her end. "I apologize. I thought it was the Umbrella Corporation's pursuers," Gil Valentine expressed, feeling a rush of indignation. She had been hunted by a special squad of the Umbrella Corporation for over a year. Initially, she encountered numerous survivors, but with the widespread outbreak of the T-virus, she had not seen another living person for nearly 6 months. Thus, when she sensed someone approaching her hiding place, her instinct was to assume they were agents of Umbrella. There was no alternative, had she not developed such a crisis response. She would have been captured for experimentation long ago. That's enough. Take a few sips, Li Qingyuan said, shaking the cup of hot water, ensuring it would not scorch her throat before gently supporting Gil's head and bringing the cup to her lips. Thank you. After drinking, Gil's complexion improved significantly. With a renewed sense of vigor, she began to survey her surroundings with greater clarity. The one who had injured her, yet also saved her, appeared to be of Asian descent, likely around 25 or 26 years of age, and exuded a sense of formidable prowess. As he had supported her, she could feel the strength of his robust physique. His abdominal muscles as solid as rock, undoubtedly a skilled individual. Yet, she noted with some perplexity that his strength did not seem to be as great as one might expect. Given such a strong build, one would assume he possessed at least several hundred pounds of strength, if not 1,000. However, after their recent encounter, Jill sensed that her opponent's strength seemed to be less than her own. Had this individual never engaged in physical training? I am Li Qingyuan. What is your name? Although she had already surmised his identity from his appearance, Li Qingyuan felt it prudent to inquire nonetheless. He was not here to play the role of a seer. Jill Valentine, she replied. You thought I was with the Umbrella Corporation. Does that mean they are pursuing you? While Jill had been unconscious moments ago, she had already pieced together the entire narrative. Jill Valentine was a prominent character in the Resident Evil franchise, alongside Ada Wong, forming a duo of beloved heroines. However, within the cinematic realm, these two heroines were overshadowed by the emergence of Alice, their combined screen time barely a fraction of hers. Alas, neither had a renowned director as a spouse to elevate their roles. Had she not encountered him, Jill Valentine would likely have been captured by the Umbrella Corporation's assassination squad, subsequently transformed into their formidable enforcer through a mind-controlling device. Indeed, it would be wise for you to leave first. If those people discover you were with me, it could implicate you. Jill's expression shifted slightly as she spoke. Over the past year, she had endured countless life and death separations. Anyone who became connected to her either met an untimely demise or vanished without a trace. This was why she had chosen to seclude herself in this city. Witnessing her friends and loved ones descend into despair because of her presence, even a woman known for her resilience could feel utterly drained. Given your current condition, it would be difficult for you to survive alone for 3 days, Li Qingyuan stated, shaking his head. Despite the availability of medical treatment and Jill's superior physical condition compared to an average person, such severe injuries would require at least half a month for her to regain full mobility. If she were left to her own devices, not only would the Umbrella Corporation's assailants pose a threat, but even a few wandering zombies could spell her doom. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths, and besides, I was the one who initiated the conflict. You need not feel guilty, Jill asserted stubbornly. I do not feel guilty, under the present circumstances. How could I possibly abandon a beautiful woman? Understanding the fiery temperament of the woman before him, Li Qingyuan resolved to be forthright. He was no noble figure who repays kindness with kindness. The primary reason for rescuing Jill Valentine was her striking appearance. Had it been someone like Li Songwang or Carlos, he would have been indifferent to their fate. If you need anything, feel free to ask directly. We can finish and part ways. Upon hearing his teasing, Jill showed no sign of embarrassment and simply positioned herself comfortably. She was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. If he truly could not contain himself, she would allow him one indulgence, considering he had saved her. The world has transformed into such a state that no one knows if the sun will rise again tomorrow, nor how many souls still remain among the living. In this apocalyptic era, survival reigns supreme. Notions of benevolence and morality must be cast aside. Alas, I find little interest in mummies. Perhaps it is best to wait until you have fully recovered. Observing Jill's expression, akin to that of someone haunted, Li Qingyuan could only manage a wry smile. Has he truly become so desperate? My injuries will require at least a fortnight to heal. Are you certain? Upon hearing his response, a teasing smile crept upon Jill's lips. I must caution you not to provoke me at this moment, or you shall learn the peril of playing with fire. Gently patting her cheek, Li Qingyuan finally rose to his feet. Surely, you must have a supply cache within this building? Where might it be located? In this dystopian world, food and fresh water have become the most coveted resources. at times even more valuable than weapons. While he could venture to the shops outside in search of supplies, who in their right mind would willingly seek close encounters with the undead if there were provisions readily available here? Chapter 118. The ambush. You shall be free to move within 3 days. After applying fresh ointment to Jill's hands, Li Qingyuan gazed at her arms, which had begun to regrow flesh. It is a pity, however, that in the current dire medical environment, her once flawless arms will likely be marred by unsightly scars for a considerable time. Jill is not Alice. She lacks the extraordinary self-healing abilities of the latter. The fact that she has healed so swiftly is a testament to the formidable efficacy of Osborne Group's hemostatic spray. Of course, this came at the cost of nearly exhausting the supplies he had brought along, as the suitcase had limited capacity. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. Jill attempted to move her arms. Although she could not engage in vigorous activity, simple motions seemed to pose no hindrance. No need for gratitude. I have received my due compensation, Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. He had indeed been of considerable help to her, while also reaping numerous benefits in return. It is no wonder that when I watched Tianlong Babu, I could not fathom why a Zhu and a Z wept and clamored to marry Xiaofeng. Jill Valentine's arms were gravely injured, rendering her unable to care for herself in even the most basic of ways. Despite her embarrassment and conflict, certain matters must still be addressed. Even a strong woman like her felt a flush of shame, let alone those of the ancient era like a Zhu and a Z. This is why, despite knowing you are a good person, I cannot muster any fondness for you. Jill expressed her frustration by nudging Li Qingyuan with her shoulder. His incessant chatter could drive anyone to despair. Could you not utter something pleasant, rather than laying bare the awkwardness of the situation? Once you have fully recovered, where do you intend to go? Li Qingyuan asked with a smile, pulling the pouting Jill into his embrace. Where else can we go? We shall take it one step at a time. And what about you? Jill struggled slightly before finding a comfortable position nestled in the other's embrace, squinting her eyes as she spoke. Had it been 6 months prior, Jill Valentine would have never displayed such a vulnerable side, even under duress. However, after enduring 6 months of isolation and receiving tender care over the past few days, she found for the first time a sense of reliance taking root within her. No matter how resilient a woman may appear, there exists a soft core deep within, dictated by biological instinct, impervious to the will of man. For now, I have nothing pressing. I shall accompany you for a while longer. The current side mission involves dismantling the Umbrella Corporation, with its most vital cryogenic pods concealed beneath the hive in Raccoon City. Logically, one would simply need to venture to Raccoon City, drop explosives beneath the hive, and obliterate the hidden cryogenic pods to complete the task, a seemingly effortless endeavor. Yet, in reality, should one hastily proceed to toss bombs, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Setting aside other concerns, the Umbrella Corporation possesses several bases in locations such as Washington, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Paris, Las Vegas, and Siberia. Although these bases are managed by clones, the clones themselves are oblivious to their true nature, while the hive's controlling persona keeps the clones in line. Should one recklessly detonate the hive, the unrestrained clones could unleash chaos. This is the very reason why the protagonist Alice in the Resident Evil films incurs great costs to eradicate each base before confronting the ultimate antagonist in the hive. With your skills, you could undoubtedly navigate this effortlessly. However, my presence may complicate matters. Although I relish the feeling of being held close, upon further reflection, Jill believed one must not be selfish. She remained perplexed as to why the Umbrella Corporation considered her a thorn in their side before the T-virus outbreak. One could argue that her exposure of their hypocrisy warranted their desire to eliminate her. Yet, in a world now engulfed in chaos, the relentless pursuit of her by Umbrella was truly baffling. It's all right. I am already embroiled in this. Li Qingyuan abruptly scooped Jill into his arms and leapt away. What is happening? Jill's words were barely out when she sensed an impending danger from above. Suddenly, the wall erupted in a thunderous explosion. Outside, the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air as armed operatives from Umbrella swung down ropes toward the gaping breach. Due to his hands being occupied in an embrace with Jill, Li Qingyuan had no choice but to turn his head and spit vehemently at the breach. The elite soldier charging towards him momentarily revealed a foolish grin. After all, he was a formidable member of the Umbrella Corporation's combat division, having faced countless tempests in his career. A mere spit could not deter him. Even if faced with excrement hurled from the enemy, he would remain steadfast. Capturing that woman alive meant a promotion and salary increase were within grasp. A paltry spit could not possibly intimidate him. Such thoughts were mere daydreams. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the wall's breach, obliterating the soldier at the forefront and causing several others who had just surged forward to relinquish their grips on the ropes. Plummeting from nearly 200 meters, unless these soldiers possessed the physical prowess of a perfect tyrant, it was unlikely that any would remain whole. Witnessing the immediate annihilation of the airborne soldiers, the helicopter pilot quickly distanced himself, raining fire upon the structures below. The chain gun suspended beneath the helicopter unleashed a barrage of 1,000 rounds per minute, rendering the concrete facade as fragile as glass under its relentless assault. Within a mere minute, the once pristine building had transformed into a honeycomb of destruction, its walls riddled with gaping holes. Were they dead? The helicopter pilot mused. No. The answer came in the form of a missile hurtling out from the breach. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted in the air, shaking the entire building to its very foundation. The operation unfolded with astonishing swiftness. From the onset of the attack to the helicopter's explosion, not a full 3 minutes had passed. Are you all right? Jill inquired with genuine concern directed at Li Qingyuan. I'm fine. Thankfully my reflexes are quick, he replied, reassembling the now expanded suitcase and glancing at the myriad of bullet trajectories etched upon it, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. This mission was undoubtedly the most perilous he had ever undertaken, had he not sensed the impending danger coupled with the assurance of the Stark Group's product quality. He might well have been reduced to a honeycomb himself. The destructive power of the helicopter's chain gun was beyond that of ordinary firearms. His current physique could only withstand minor caliber rounds to a limited extent. A direct hit from the chain gun would surely leave a gaping hole. Chapter 119. The T-Virus Convergent. Regrettably, it seemed as though the city was devoid of life. Gripping the steering wheel, Li Qingyuan reflected with a twinge of melancholy. He had initially intended to wait until Jill fully recovered before embarking on their journey, but plans had changed in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Although the Umbrella combat team would soon be taken down, this location had already been compromised. Thus, he could only hastily gather the supplies at hand and, accompanied by Jill, rush out of the building. They managed to find a bus and set it in motion. Fortunately, even though Jill's hands were not yet capable of exerting strength, her innate abilities remained intact. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to them. Yet, Li Qingyuan lamented that his skills were limited to the creation of explosives. He was unable to modify the bus. He could transform it into a car bomb, but external fortification and interior customization were beyond his capabilities. Consequently, they were left to traverse the roads in a dilapidated bus. It was uncertain how many survivors remained. Jill sat beside him, sighing as she spoke. She could not fathom why, amidst the rampant spread of the T-Virus worldwide, Umbrella Corporation was not focused on rescuing the remaining individuals, but instead dispatched agents to hunt her down. What could possibly be going through the minds of those higher-ups? Given the current state of the Earth, Umbrella Corporation could easily consolidate the survivors and establish a unified regime, thus realizing a true global government. Even if the survivors harbored deep-seated hatred for Umbrella Corporation, human beings are inherently pragmatic creatures. In the face of the hope for survival and the continuation of humanity, such animosities pale in comparison. Yet, the enigmatic actions of Umbrella Corporation left her utterly baffled. It seemed as if they were deliberately intent on exterminating all survivors, as if their minds had been clouded by some irrationality. Presently, there should still be a considerable number of survivors, but in a few years, that would be uncertain. Through their conversations over the past few days, Li Qingyuan learned that the T-Virus had been ravaging the world for over a year. According to the timeline of the films, they had yet to reach the events of the third installment. The entire Resident Evil saga spanned a decade, and they were merely at the outset. At this moment, there were still at least 1 million survivors globally, but as time passed, their numbers would dwindle. The survivors faced not only the mutated monstrosities of the T-Virus, but also various unforeseen disasters. With no one left to cultivate food, the availability of sustenance and essential goods would diminish drastically. What was once trivial in normal times would ultimately demand a life in exchange. Gazing at such a world, I truly do not know what the future holds. Claire clumsily retrieved a pack of cigarettes, fumbling to extract one with her mouth. There will always be hope. You must believe me. Lighting the cigarette, Li Qingyuan looked towards the distant horizon and said, "Promise me, If death is inevitable, let me perish before you. I can no longer bear to shed tears. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, Jill finally turned to him and replied. In this precarious environment, she was uncertain if she would see the sun rise again the following day, especially within a mere span of 10 days. She had developed a considerable fondness for Li Qingyuan. Jill was uncertain if she could maintain her composure should he perish before her eyes. I will not die. Nor will you, Li Qingyuan remarked with a slight smile, confident that he would not meet his demise in such a manner. Although this mission was undoubtedly the most perilous he had encountered thus far, he remained optimistic. After all, he still had his trump card yet to be played. By the way, where are we headed now? Jill quickly composed herself and inquired of the man who was studying the route. Are Las Vegas and Salt Lake City in that direction? Li Qingyuan pointed towards the road sign ahead. Indeed, but our vehicle certainly cannot travel that far. Given the multitude of zombies that had stirred within the city and her limited mobility, she had no choice but to hastily commandeer a vehicle. It was utterly implausible to expect this dilapidated bus to transport them to Las Vegas. Not to worry, if we spot a better vehicle on the way, we shall switch. After all, what they lacked was not transportation, as the roads were strewn with abandoned cars. While most were either inoperative or out of fuel, there would surely be a few that could still run. Unlike ordinary individuals, they were not particularly intimidated by the threat of zombie attacks. A mere 100 or so zombies posed no real danger to them, even if they were truly encircled by a horde. They could carve a path through with the weapons in their luggage, rendering their need for a vehicle rather less urgent. Suit yourself. Jill gazed into the distance, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingyuan, who was engrossed in his route planning. She felt her heart racing faster than usual. This man was powerful and enigmatic, possessing abilities that she could barely comprehend, along with a box that evidently belonged to the realm of advanced technology, which piqued her curiosity immensely. However, she wisely refrained from probing further, understanding that if he wished to share, he certainly would. The team tasked with capturing Jill Valentine has failed. In the underground base of Las Vegas, the leader of the combat team was reporting the situation to Dr. Isaac, who was in charge of the entire facility. Failed. Doctor. Isaac raised his head in astonishment and glanced at the report in his hand, bewildered. An Apache helicopter and 2 squads of special forces completely annihilated? How did that woman achieve this? To be honest, the initial intent to capture Jill Valentine stemmed from her leaking company secrets, aimed at setting an example. However, as the T-virus spread globally, her capture had become inconsequential to the larger picture. The Umbrella Corporation's primary objective now was to retrieve the experiment number 87, Alice, as her blood appeared to perfectly integrate with the T-virus. To develop a vaccine capable of eradicating the virus, they must reclaim Alice. Antiviral serum and viral elimination vaccines are fundamentally distinct concepts. The former offers protection against the T-virus, yet requires injection to be effective. In contrast, the latter merely needs to be released into open spaces. The infinitely proliferating vaccine will, carried by the monsoon winds, traverse every corner of the globe. Any organism infected by the T-virus that encounters this vaccine will suffer immediate genetic collapse and death, thereby fulfilling the objective of eradicating life on Earth. The plan involves annihilating all living beings with the T-virus, followed by employing the neutralizing vaccine to eliminate the resulting undead monstrosities. Thus, in a mere decade or so, the so-called apocalypse plan could be realized, revealing the true intentions of the Umbrella Corporation. Deploy 2 more squads to capture her. I suspect she may also be a suitable host for the T-virus. Dr. Isaacs commanded, tossing the report onto the table. Since capturing the perfect host, subject 87, Alice, was currently unfeasible, it would suffice to bring back a suspected host for data experimentation. Chapter 120. The Turmoil of Human Hearts. This is KLKB. We offer food and shelter to all nearby survivors. If you hear this broadcast, please come here. Jill exclaimed, her smile brightening as she gazed at the makeshift radio station she had just assembled. Can you believe there are still survivors? Should we go check it out? After 5 days of arduous travel, they had finally reached Salt Lake City, and Jill's hands were nearly healed, although she bore several unsightly scars on her arms. The absence of lasting effects was a blessing. True to her reputation as an expert in post-apocalyptic survival, she had crafted a radio station from the remnants of several vehicles and reinforced the bus with simple modifications. Along the way, they encountered numerous usable cars. But after considering the cost-effectiveness, Li Qingyuan concluded that driving the bus was the better option. The limited capacity of sedans would hardly accommodate their supplies. Ideally, acquiring an RV would be the best choice. Imagine traveling with Jill, exploring during the day and indulging in the comforts of an RV at night. Transforming the apocalypse into a leisurely adventure was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Alas, they had yet to come across a single RV. KIKB? What is that place? Li Qingyuan mused, recalling the plot, seemingly recognizing it as the opening of Resident Evil 3. KLKB is a chain automobile manufacturing plant, approximately 60 kilometers from our current location, Jill remarked, pulling out a map to confirm their bearings. Perfect. We may find a splendid RV there, so you won't have to keep complaining about back pain at night. Initially intent on disregarding the gang occupying that area, Li Qingyuan's interest peaked upon learning it was an automobile factory. What a stroke of luck. The bus seats are bearable for sleeping, but any other activities would be rather uncomfortable. Drive properly. Jill spat out in frustration, realizing that this man was nothing short of a beast. She had thought her stamina was commendable, but after encountering Li Qingyuan, she understood the truth of the saying that there is always a higher mountain. By now, her legs felt utterly weak. 60 kilometers is not a long distance for driving. And after a bit of playful banter for an hour or so, they arrived at the entrance of KIKB. The American West, characterized by vast stretches of desert, had its vegetation ravaged by the side effects of the T-virus, exacerbating the desertification. The automobile manufacturing plant stood in the midst of the relentless sand and wind, appearing quite dilapidated and desolate. To her surprise, there was indeed a survivor's base here. Jill glanced at the enormous SOS sign hanging at the factory's entrance, her spirits lifting slightly. You seem quite pleased, Li Qingyuan inquired curiously as he parked the bus. This indicates that there is still hope for the world. Look, they are still recruiting survivors, which shows that the people here are undoubtedly good-hearted, Jill Valentine replied, her face beaming with joy. Though I don't mean to dampen your enthusiasm. I hope you can still smile later, Li Qingyuan said, grasping the suitcase with his right hand while helping her down from the vehicle with his left. Newcomers have arrived. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle parking, a few burly men hurriedly emerged from within, brandishing firearms. These men, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, with their imposing physiques and expressions, would have surely been regulars in prison during normal times. However, in this apocalyptic era, only such individuals could survive for long. We're here to inquire about purchasing a motorhome. Are there any available? Li Qingyuan called out, standing outside the iron gate that separated them. Buy a vehicle? What nonsense. You want a car, do you? Come inside. One of the burly men, initially about to unleash a torrent of curses, changed his tone upon seeing Jill. The woman before him was far superior to any of those confined within. Just look at her figure, her legs, her beauty. A year ago, she would have undoubtedly been a star. Looking to buy a vehicle, are you? Let me take you in for a look. The men quickly moved aside the iron gate, grinning with ulterior motives. Jill tightened her grip on Li Qingyuan's hand. Although she had just felt elated about the survivor base, her honed instincts, developed through years of training, warned her that something was amiss here. Li Qingyuan gently patted Jill's palm reassuringly, fully aware of their surroundings. The apocalypse is a crucible for the human spirit. All laws and ethics have vanished, and in such perilous times, many heroic figures emerge. Yet even more are those who have crossed the line, devoid of any moral standing. With their prey ensnared, the burly men quickly positioned themselves at the exit, revealing wicked grins as they gazed upon the two who had unwittingly fallen into their trap. It must indeed be divine intervention that knowing those women were no longer of use, we have been graced with such a lovely lady. Young man, in light of your generous offering, as long as you dutifully comply, I shall spare your life. The leader, with glaring gold teeth, approached them with a swagger that betrayed his disregard for kinship, reaching out to seize Jill by her shoulder. I told you, none of these individuals are of good character. Stepping aside to shield Jill behind him, Li Qingyuan deftly swatted away the leader's hand, shaking his head in disapproval. I concede defeat. Jill shrugged in resignation. Even when faced with multiple guns pointed at her, she exhibited not a trace of fear. After all, the man before her was undeniably reliable. You scoundrel! Do you seek death? The leader, who had intended to test his strength, was enraged by the disdain directed towards him. Recently, due to excessive revelry, the repair shop was left with few survivors, and upon seeing Li Qingyuan, he thought of employing him as a laborer. However, he did not anticipate the audacity of his refusal, making it unnecessary to allow him to live. Kill him, But remember to spare the woman. I knew it. Li Qingyuan sighed, snapping his fingers before the thugs could pull the trigger. I must say, this trick learned from Director Mia is rather impressive. With the sound of his fingers snapping, the crowd encircling them, poised to fire, erupted into chaos, collapsing in a flower-like formation. What is happening? What is happening? The gold-toothed leader, slightly intoxicated, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, feeling a chill wash over him. Where are my men? Hearing explosions from outside, several individuals rushed out from within the building. This automobile manufacturing plant, with its sturdy outer walls and internal generators, had become a sanctuary for survivors after the calamity struck. Yet, ultimately, this refuge was taken over by a gang of thugs who first eliminated the original organizers, transforming it into a brutal breeding ground. They even broadcast false messages daily, luring wandering survivors into their trap. Chapter 121, Dr. Isaac. What's wrong? Feeling a bit down? Observing Jill's somber demeanor, Li Qingyuan tilted his head in inquiry. It's nothing. Lighting a cigarette and partially opening the car window, Jill responded with a hint of loneliness. Those women following us will not meet a favorable fate. The repair shop's location is advantageous, and as long as they don't stray, their chances of survival remain substantial. Yesterday, the two of them had thoroughly cleared the entire KLKB, eliminating a dozen scoundrels and freeing over 20 women who had been locked inside. Originally, the camp was home to nearly 100 individuals, yet those brave enough to resist were all slain by the group that had seized the repair shop. Even the women who had been released bore the marks of violence. Upon seeing him and Jill preparing to depart, a multitude of women cried out, pleading to accompany them. Jill hesitated momentarily, but he firmly declined. In a typical post-apocalyptic scenario, taking a group of women along would not pose a significant issue, for population is indeed the cornerstone of productivity. However, they were currently being hunted by the Umbrella Corporation, and escorting a throng of women would only invite trouble. Furthermore, saving their lives was already a considerable act. He was no saint, and the thought of carrying a burden on such a perilous journey was not something he could entertain. Of course, there were other peculiar thoughts lingering within him, but those need not be articulated. He merely felt a tinge of melancholy. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Jill finally spoke. The world had transformed into this chaotic state. Not only had the Umbrella Corporation descended into madness, but even ordinary individuals had become corrupt and malevolent. Do you genuinely believe there is hope for the world? Trust me, the world will heal. Li Qingyuan gazed intently at the map before him, attempting to pinpoint the location of the Umbrella Corporation. His memory suggested that they had a secret base near Las Vegas, yet the map bore no indication of it. That area was originally the scene from the beginning of Resident Evil 3, where Alice battled creatures, but by the time Alice arrived, all the women in that vicinity had perished. This must have occurred at least several months later. Thus, he felt utterly lost, akin to a headless fly, as he sought to locate a hidden base or a frantic survivor amidst the vast expanse of land. The challenge was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It had taken the Umbrella Corporation years to track Alice down using their global surveillance satellites, so finding her on his own would be exceedingly arduous. What are you searching for? Jill inquired, noticing his intense focus on the map. I'm hoping to identify a suitable location nearby to serve as a secret base. Though he did not wish to divulge too much after days of interaction, Li Qingyuan felt that Jill was now one of his own and could be entrusted with a hint of information. A secret base? What do you need that for? The Umbrella Corporation is said to have a secret base near Las Vegas. We could raid it. Are you certain? Jill suddenly felt invigorated, her spirit rekindled. The world had reached this dire state due to the Umbrella Corporation, and considering they had pursued her for over a year, Jill Valentine harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. She had often fantasized about single-handedly storming the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, determined to eliminate all those negligent board members. Such matters are best contemplated rather than acted upon. To escape with one's life amidst a pursuit is already a stroke of fortune. To contemplate a counterattack is nothing short of courting disaster. Nevertheless, with a man by her side, Jill felt endowed with the capability to turn the Umbrella Corporation's secret base upside down. Yet, the precise location eludes her. The vicinity of Las Vegas is vast. Li Qingyuan, with a sense of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of futility. Surrounding Las Vegas lies a desert, and within a radius of 500 kilometers, desolation prevails. The quest for a concealed underground base is fraught with challenges. Are there any additional clues beyond the vicinity of Las Vegas? With newfound determination, Jill promptly began her investigation. This base must be subterranean, with only a solitary house visible above ground, encircled by barbed wire. Recollecting scenes from her memory, she was fortunate that her enhanced mental acuity granted her a photographic memory. Otherwise, recalling such intricate details would have proven arduous. All right, let us commence our circular search around Las Vegas. We are bound to discover it. Dr. Isaacs, I have something to report. A pale-faced little girl abruptly appeared in the laboratory. She is none other than Bai-Ho, the first artificial intelligence that numerous newcomers in the infinite multiverse have encountered, a mere derivative of the more advanced Hong-Ho. Is there an issue? Dr. Isaacs, engrossed in his research on the Intelligent Zombie Project, was making remarkable progress, having already taught the undead to count. This vehicle originated from Salt Lake City. It has been circling around Las Vegas for several days, evidently in search of something. Bai-Ho illustrated a route on the holographic screen, revealing that the vehicle had traced a circle with a diameter of approximately 200 kilometers around Las Vegas. According to the displayed image, they would likely locate the hidden base within 2 days. Are you suggesting that someone is searching for us? Dr. Isaacs expressed intrigue, finding it hard to believe that in the current climate, anyone would dare to seek trouble with the Umbrella Corporation. Even Alice, the perfect T-virus host, had spent the past year evading capture in a state of constant flight. Who could be so fearless as to venture forth in that RV? Based on intelligence analysis, there is a 97% probability that they are indeed searching for us, and according to system image comparisons, the woman in the passenger seat has a 72% likelihood of being Jill Valentine. Bai-Ho magnified the RV's image using satellite technology. For the past few days, Jill had been positioned in the passenger seat, scanning the surroundings with binoculars for potential leads, making her visibility to the satellite entirely inevitable. How intriguing. Dr. Isaac sat down with a sinister grin. The Special Forces team he had dispatched had been unable to locate Jill for days, wandering aimlessly near Jepluo, only to find that she had unexpectedly approached their doorstep. Shall we deploy the Special Forces to capture her? Bai-Ho inquired. No need. Since she wishes to seek us out, let her come on her own. It will serve as a perfect opportunity to test the defenses of our base. Although I hold little regard for the Special Forces, they are still company assets. If she desires to walk into the trap, why waste our manpower? Chapter 122. Claire's convoy still no leads. Jill, feeling somewhat disheartened, closed the car window after retracting her binoculars. They had been traversing the desert for 4 days, now nearly 300 kilometers from Las Vegas. It was a futile endeavor, circling the city endlessly. Fortunately, the vicinity of Las Vegas was devoid of obstacles, or else completing the task would have been impossible even after a month. Staring at the endless sands through binoculars, she felt as though she might develop sand blindness. Li Qingyuan also sensed his eyes growing weary and his limbs weakening after 4 consecutive days of driving, surrounded by the unchanging sands. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he would have succumbed long ago. We should have recruited a couple of people to assist us, even if just to lend a hand. The thought of having to cook later filled him with despair. Jill offered to take on the cooking, but after tasting her signature dish of instant noodles with chocolate, Li Qingyuan decided it was best not to force her. Jill, with her goddess-like appearance and figure, was a mystery as to how she had transformed herself into such a robust woman. Regretting it now? Should we return to the repair shop? I bet those women are still there, and if you just say a word, they would scramble to your bed. Jill teased. Are you saying that you can't hold out any longer these days? Looking for a few people to share the burden? Nonsense. With your limited skills. You think I would beg for mercy? Dream on. Is that so? I'm curious to see just how capable you are to dare challenge me like this. With a physique of 15 points, Jill's strength allowed her to endure. A typical woman would likely suffer a fractured pelvis after merely 3 days. Don't move. If you keep this up, I want to be able to walk. Seeing a wicked smile emerge on someone's face, Jill hastily raised a white flag. The war you instigated, do you truly believe it can end like this? In the face of an enemy, one must strike with overwhelming force, leaving no room for resistance. I surrender. I surrender. The enemy quickly fell apart, unable to utter another word. After a fierce struggle, Jill Valentine lay on the bed, her eyes vacant, feeling as if her very soul had been drained. She could not fathom how that scoundrel had trained to be so ruthless. Rubbing her slightly numb lips, she painstakingly rose to turn on the radio. Though the prospect seemed bleak, she adhered to her daily ritual of activating the broadcast for 3 hours. hoping to encounter other survivors. Why not keep it on constantly, you may wonder? The solar panels could only provide a limited amount of power, and besides, the RV housed numerous appliances that required electricity to function. This is the Claire rescue team. If anyone hears this message, please head to Las Vegas tomorrow. We will be stationed there for 2 days. After finally finishing her dental hygiene, Jill was taken aback when a man's voice emerged from the radio. There are survivors here too. Should we attempt to reach out to them? Leaning comfortably against the large bed, Jill inquired of Li Qingyuan. Claire rescue team? Li Qingyuan murmured the name, slightly astonished. Both Jill and Claire have crossed paths, yet Alice remains elusive. Such misfortune is unparalleled. He had initially intended to follow Alice, picking up the pieces along the way, for even without his interference, Alice could single-handedly dismantle the entire Umbrella Corporation. However, it would indeed take a considerable amount of time. But now, who knows where Alice might be hiding? It appears that this mission must be undertaken personally. Let us reach out, at the very least. We might find a few allies. Li Qingyuan nodded, recalling that Claire's team comprised several reliable individuals whose assistance would alleviate their burdens. This is the Dawn team. This is the Dawn team. Please respond if you hear us. Jill quickly seized the radio to establish contact, having received his approval. This is the Claire rescue team. There are indeed still living souls. The person sending the message on the other end of the radio was likely astonished to encounter survivors in this vast desert, nearly tumbling from his chair. Hello, I am Claire. May I ask how many of you there are and how many vehicles? After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, the communication from the opposite end transformed into a crisp female voice. We are the Dawn team. There are only 2 of us and 1 vehicle. Jill replied nonchalantly. In recent days, she had come to appreciate Li Qingyuan's formidable strength. Unless faced with a regular army, even the so-called rapid response teams would hardly stand a chance against the 2 of them. Confidence stems from strength, which is why Jill dared to pursue trouble with the Umbrella Corporation alongside Li Qingyuan. Only 2 people, you say? We have 42 individuals and 7 vehicles, along with a fuel tanker. Do you require assistance? Claire at the radio was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that the Dawn squad consisted of so few members. The apocalyptic world had descended upon us for over a year, and those who remained were primarily banding together for mutual survival, regardless of past animosities. Everyone was now united against a common enemy. After all, the undead do not abide by any rules or laws. They merely feast upon everything in their path with unbridled ferocity. What a benevolent group. Should we rendezvous with them? Without addressing the radio, Jill removed the microphone and spoke to Li Qingyuan. Presently, gasoline is a precious commodity. The trunk of our RV is nearly filled with fuel canisters. Though our supply is dwindling, the fact that they possess a fuel tanker is undoubtedly a most valuable resource. However, if we were to join forces with them now, they might quickly become targets for attack. After circling aimlessly around Las Vegas for several days, Li Qingyuan did not believe that Dr. Isaac's clone, who oversaw the base, was unaware of their presence. Even if that individual was preoccupied with research and had not noticed, I must certainly be aware. The reason they had refrained from taking action all this time could either be due to perceiving us as a hot potato they wished to avoid or preparing to await us in a strategic position. It is far more prudent to lie in wait at their stronghold than to recklessly send out personnel to meet their demise. We do not require assistance at this moment. We have matters to attend to. If feasible, I will contact you daily at 7 p.m. on frequency 15250. Miss, our convoy consists of good people. It is perilous for you 2 to be alone in the wilderness. Please trust us. Claire, on the other end, assumed that this so-called Dawn squad feared oppression and quickly began to explain. Leading her convoy across the desert, she had indeed encountered many unscrupulous individuals, yet fortunately, the members of her group were quite capable, and those who sought to rob them were met with resistance. Otherwise, Claire's rescue convoy would not be so prosperous, boasting even 2 modified heavy trucks. Chapter 123. The Siege Method. Why have they halted? Observing through satellite surveillance, Dr. Isaac inquired curiously as the RV came to a stop 5 kilometers from the base. They had expended considerable resources to uncover the clues to the underground facility. Why stop now, just when they were on the verge of success? According to the data, there is an 83% probability that a horde of zombies surrounds them. I meticulously responded. The underground base in Las Vegas is concealed in the heart of the desert, previously camouflaged as a quaint vacation home. However, to fend off the relentless onslaught of the undead, Several layers of barbed wire had to be erected around the vacation house. Due to Dr. Isaac's practice of discarding failed Alice clones outside, a swarm of hundreds of thousands of zombies now circled the barbed wire perimeter. It can be said that the reason Li Qingyuan and Claire, along with their companions, have encountered so few zombies in recent days is primarily due to the efforts of Dr. Isaacs. Does this mean they cannot breach our defenses? Dr. Isaacs furrowed his brow, reflecting on the numerous traps he had meticulously constructed along the main passage of the base over the past few days, akin to a dedicated player of a tower defense game. After laboriously perfecting the defenses, to be informed that the enemy is unable to advance because they are obstructed at the entrance seemed utterly absurd. According to the data, the likelihood of the enemy retreating is merely 7%. I hurriedly interjected, I am curious to see what they are capable of. Dr. Isaacs, who had been holding his breath in suspense, finally relaxed slightly, gazing theatrically at the screen. Meanwhile, on the cliffs outside, they had indeed discovered the Umbrella Corporation's base. Just as had been predicted. Through binoculars, Jill observed the distant holiday home, surrounded by a throng of zombies, and exclaimed with excitement. Although she firmly believed in Li Qingyuan's judgment, after wandering through the desert for an entire week, her endurance was waning. Anyone who had stared at a desert for a week would find it unbearable. We must devise a way to clear those zombies. Otherwise, with such a massive horde, even the two of us would find it impossible to charge in. The densely packed zombies formed an impenetrable barrier around the Umbrella base. With a thickness of at least 300 to 400 meters, conservatively estimated to number over 200,000. With such a multitude of zombies, unless he was willing to exhaust all his supplies, it would be utterly impossible to penetrate their ranks. However, the contents of the box were intended for use within the base, and utilizing them to deal with the outer zombies would be a gross misuse. What should we do now? Gazing at the endless sea of zombies below, even Jill, who prided herself on her fearlessness, felt a shiver of trepidation. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. One could hardly expect a battalion of artillery to cleanse them completely. It was impossible to simply drive into the horde. While fewer zombies could be dispatched by ramming them with a vehicle, the sheer number present would render even a tank ineffective. Flesh would be ensnared in the tires and treads, and after advancing merely a few dozen meters, the vehicle would skid and crash. The thought of being surrounded by such a vast number of zombies sent chills down Jill's spine. Didn't we encounter that Claire convoy the other day? We could call upon them for assistance. Li Qingyuan pondered aloud. In the cinematic narrative, it was Carlos who drove a fuel tanker directly into a horde of zombies, igniting explosives to carve a path. While employing someone else's strategy might seem foolish, it was undeniably the simplest solution. Claire is a good person. We must not plot against her. After conversing over the radio for 2 consecutive nights, Jill had grown to regard Claire as a dear friend. The camaraderie among women is indeed a complex matter. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of causing her harm. Li Qingyuan, somewhat perturbed, playfully smacked Jill's backside. Surprised that this young lady had the audacity to look out for others, it seemed she was still not entirely under control. This is the Dawn Squad. Claire, are you there? Jill shot him an irritated glance before beginning to fiddle with the radio. Approximately 3 hours later, under Jill's guidance, several massive armored trucks gradually emerged from the horizon. Hello, I am Claire Redfield. A woman clad in sunglasses and a cap, dressed in camouflage combat attire, sauntered over from the convoy, accompanied by a brawny man with a bare torso, wielding a submachine gun. Despite having established a rapport over the radio, akin to close friends, the uncertainty of meeting in person loomed large. No one could guarantee that the other was not a foe. In contrast to Claire's outfit, Jill Valentine exuded a far more alluring aura. She donned a sky blue tank top, paired with black shorts, reminiscent of her debut appearance in Resident Evil 2. Of course, this attire was not the result of anyone's peculiar whims. Jill, is that you? Before Jill could introduce herself, she noticed the brawny man trailing Claire suddenly redden with emotion, discarding his weapon and lunging towards her. However, he was forced to halt midway as Li Qingyuan stepped in front of Jill, blocking his outstretched arms. The man following Claire was Carlos, a former member of the Umbrella Corporation's special forces who had been abandoned by the organization. Consequently, he had defected and joined forces with Alice and Jill to escape Raccoon City, thereby becoming a steadfast ally of Jill. Unfortunately, during their escape, the group had become scattered, and unlike Alice and Jill, Carlos did not attract animosity. In the Umbrella database, he was merely classified as an average fighter, lacking the qualifications to be pursued. While such a statement may seem harsh, it is the reality. Compared to ordinary individuals, Carlos could undoubtedly be considered elite, as evidenced by Claire's choice to have him as her protector. Yet, as the saying goes, no amount of rigorous training can rival innate advantages. In comparison to Alice, the ideal T-Virus host, and Jill, a prominent figure in this dire narrative, Carlos could only be regarded as a mere background character. He is my old friend, Carlos, the one I mentioned to you before. Observing Li Qingyuan's gesture, Jill smirked before continuing. Carlos, this is Li Qingyuan, my boyfriend. Hello. Carlos extended his hand to shake hands with Li Qingyuan. Just moments ago, he had contemplated rushing over to envelop Jill in a bear hug. But it seemed her boyfriend was not particularly fond of such gestures. Chapter 124. Breaching the defense network. Are you certain that is the Umbrella Corporation's underground base in Las Vegas? Standing atop a hill and gazing down at the vacation cottage besieged by a horde of zombies, Claire felt a profound shock. She was the sister of Chris, that member of the S.H.I.E.L.D team. Chris Redfield, who was once a comrade of Jill Valentine, had exhibited the prowess of a true lone wolf. Anyone who became entangled with him, be they friend or foe, often met a grim fate. Fortunately, he was currently confined in an undisclosed underground prison, sparing Li Qingyuan the need to act as a villain and deal with him quietly. He harbored considerable caution towards individuals like Chris and the Grim Reaper-like student, who could manipulate fate to their advantage. Having trained in various combat techniques alongside her brother, and blessed with a fateful aura, Claire's combat abilities were commendable. Otherwise, she would not have been able to establish the so-called Claire Rescue Team. However, despite believing herself to be agile and courageous, meeting these two today made her realize what true audacity entailed. The Umbrella Corporation was notorious across the globe, yet few dared to provoke it. In this world, the Umbrella Corporation reigned supreme at the pinnacle of the food chain, while other survivors could only tread carefully to avoid their ire. Even Alice, the protagonist of this dimension, was currently fleeing in a state of constant exhaustion. Yet here stood two individuals prepared to assault the Umbrella Corporation's base. This was utterly madness. Wandering outside with those deadweights will eventually lead to your demise, but possessing a base changes everything. Li Qingyuan began to persuade, although it could hardly be called persuasion. He had no intention of claiming the base for himself, as it would undoubtedly be handed over to Claire after its capture. The underground base of the Umbrella Corporation boasted a complete ecological simulation system, capable of comfortably accommodating 200 to 300 inhabitants without a hitch. Do you truly have confidence in taking it down? Claire inquired, her curiosity piqued. If they could indeed capture this base, she would certainly not object. Migrant life in the desert with dozens of people was burdensome, as each day she had to contend with the threat of zombie attacks and the worry of resource supplies. Acquiring an underground base would eliminate the need for constant treks in search of safety and sustenance, allowing her to enjoy a modern lifestyle, an irresistible temptation for anyone. Why would I summon you if I had no confidence? Within the base, preparations were undoubtedly thorough. However, Li Qingyuan felt confident that he could effortlessly secure victory. Everyone had their own hidden strategies. It merely depended on whose was more formidable. I need some vehicles. Those modified trucks of Claire's would be perfect for constructing car bombs. He gestured toward the trucks under Claire's command. Dr. Isaacs, the individuals outside have commenced their actions. Connected to satellite imagery, informed the drowsy Isaacs. What? They have finally begun? Isaacs, previously somewhat lethargic, was instantly invigorated. He instructed someone to brew him a pot of coffee and readied himself to observe how those individuals would breach the encircling horde of zombies. The satellite feed displayed an off-road vehicle maneuvering irregularly around the zombie swarm, atop of which appeared a large integrated speaker blasting deafening rock music. The African-American driver, Marvin, exuberantly cranked the volume to its maximum, watching in delight as the zombies were drawn to the sound, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures. Li Qingyuan had always found it perplexing while watching various apocalyptic zombie films, knowing that these creatures possessed low intelligence. Why did everyone insist on retreating into buildings only to be ambushed by zombies lurking around corners? Simply playing music outside would surely lure them out, making it a better option than foolishly seeking refuge indoors and becoming easy prey. Seeing Marvin draw away approximately a third of the zombies, Li Qingyuan then shouted into the intercom, "Second team, move out." Carlos gently initiated the modified fuel tanker and silently accelerated. As he approached the horde, still several hundred meters away, he secured the accelerator with a tool and abruptly rolled out of the vehicle. The unmanned tanker continued forward, toppling at least 1,000 zombies before it overturned. Pressing a button lightly, the tanker exploded instantaneously, blasting an opening in the previously impenetrable mass of zombies. Li Qingyuan slammed the accelerator, driving Claire's vehicle toward the newly formed breach in the zombie horde. As for why he didn't take his own RV, he still intended to use that vehicle to travel the world with Jill. He couldn't afford to damage it. Claire's vehicle was a fortified off-road truck, and with the outer barbed wire loosened considerably from the earlier explosion, it easily created an opening. Hurry, hurry. Once inside the safe zone, everyone in the vehicle quickly disembarked. 2 individuals capable of piloting aircraft dashed toward the 2 Apache helicopters stationed nearby, while the remaining members instinctively gathered around Li Qingyuan. I suggest you go out with them first. Glancing at Jill, who was closely beside him, Li Qingyuan spoke softly. There will undoubtedly be dangers ahead. These temporary cannon fodder are one thing, but I cannot bear the thought of harm befalling Jill, my beloved. Truth be told, despite having traversed numerous missions and even marrying Elizabeth Swann in the Caribbean world, experiencing a decade of companionship, the emotional connection he felt for Jill was unparalleled. The other women merely served as trivial diversions to alleviate his boredom, whereas Jill represented a profound mutual attraction. I won't let you act alone. Jill, undeterred by his words, drew her handgun from the holster strapped to her thigh, gripping it firmly in her hand. Together, the others, too, brandished their weapons, each donning a resolute expression as they stormed into the vacation home. Inside, they discovered the floor had been opened to reveal a platform elevator, adorned with an emblem of an octagonal umbrella. The enemy knows we're here. Carlos swallowed nervously, his voice tinged with apprehension. Isn't that obvious? Li Qingyuan sighed, rolling his eyes. No wonder you're relegated to a mere background character. Even if the base commander were a fool, he should have heard the commotion we made outside. Chapter 125. Carving a path. Li Qingyuan, Jill, Claire, Carlos, and 2 nameless extras descended slowly in the elevator. After approximately 40 seconds, they reached the entrance of the base. One could not help but marvel at the wealth and power of Umbrella Corporation. This base was situated nearly 100 meters underground, with construction costs beyond estimation. As they stepped off the elevator, the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, sealing their escape route completely. Gulp. All, including Jill, instinctively swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Welcome to my domain. A holographic projection materialized unexpectedly before them. Dr. Isaac, clad in white, held a cup of coffee, smiling at these unwitting prey, his grin reminiscent of a most ruthless hunter. I am truly astonished. What audacity you possess to venture here. Observing their expressions of terror, Dr. Isaac reveled in an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. I have prepared surprises for you ahead. Now, begin your futile sprint, foolish mortals. As a clone of the upper echelons of Umbrella Corporation, this being inherited a fragment of the original's madness. He had spent several days transforming the corridors into lethal gauntlets. Nearly a kilometer of passageway was now divided into distinct segments, each with its own unique theme. From the most primitive crossbow mechanisms to lethal laser traps. From sarin gas to biohazard monstrosities, one could assert that every conceivable contraption for inflicting harm resides within this corridor. The Isaac clone now stands as a formidable overlord within this labyrinth, eagerly anticipating on which level the brave adventurers shall meet their demise. He surmises that this group should manage to reach the 4th stage, as they are valiant heroes intent on vanquishing the Dark Lord. They ought to possess at least a modicum of prowess. I shall venture forth first, Carlos boldly declared, gazing ahead at the nearly 100-meter-long passageway. No. Claire and the supporting character, A, B, chorused in unison. I will scout ahead. We have come this far, with no retreat. Carlos beamed a grand smile, his 8 teeth gleaming under the light. Although the one who leads the charge into danger often meets an untimely end, it is certainly preferable to being collectively ambushed. Is this how you all consistently confront peril? Li Qingyuan inquired, observing the group engaged in their melodrama with exasperation. It was evident to even the most naive observer that this corridor posed a threat. How steadfast must one be to contemplate charging headlong into certain death? Is there truly no alternative route? Claire retorted sharply, still reeling from the impending loss of her comrades. Indeed, if you wish to enter the base, this is the sole path available, chimed in the electronic projection, which had been watching the spectacle with amusement. Naturally, the underground facility could not consist of merely this one passage, yet all other routes had been sealed with the highest level of authority. These individuals had no recourse to penetrate the inner sanctum of the base save for the path before them. Who claims there is no second route? Li Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Should this clone dismiss them outright, he would find himself at a loss against the buried umbrella base. However, now that the adversary had foolishly allowed them entry, to follow their lead would indeed be foolishness. He rapped lightly on the side of the corridor. As the underground base had been constructed by first excavating the earth and rock, then creating a structure akin to a tunnel. Thereafter, they built the facility within the tunnel. By breaching the outer shell of the base, they would gain access to the interstitial space between the tunnel and the metal walls. This space resembled the disparity between an unfinished house and a fully furnished one. Considering the vast volume of the underground base, traversing that layer would pose no issue whatsoever. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's assertion, the Isaac clone could not restrain his laughter. When the base was originally constructed, such scenarios had been anticipated. The outer walls were composed entirely of tungsten steel, and not even armor-piercing rounds could breach the surface. Oh, is that so? Ignoring the foolish laughter of the clone, Li Qingyuan opened his suitcase and retrieved a missile. Everyone, stand back. He affixed the missile to the outer wall of the corridor and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Do not assert that such a diminutive bomb could possibly breach tungsten steel, even if it could, in this vast expanse. The shockwave generated by the explosion would surely be lethal to you all." The clone relentlessly began to critique. This band of so-called heroes has displayed an utter disregard for decorum. After laboriously dedicating their intellect to construct an elaborate labyrinth, instead of contemplating how to decipher it, they absurdly consider demolishing its outer walls. This is simply preposterous. Of course, their own foolishness is inconsequential, but what of the intricately modified passageway they have just engineered? Would that not be a waste? The feeling of having expended so much effort only to see it squandered left him feeling quite wounded. Positioning the missile, Li Qingyuan hastily retreated as Jill expanded the suitcase into a shield, and the group sheltered behind it. Futile. Your actions will undoubtedly result in injury from the shockwave. You would be better off entering the passageway, where survival might still be possible. A sharp snap resonated in response. Li Qingyuan mused that he might play the part of Director-Destroyer in the future. After all, the act of snapping one's fingers to trigger an explosion appeared rather dashing. A wave of thermal shock rolled forth from the missile's location. However, due to his adjustments to the shockwave's trajectory and the shield's presence, only Carlos, who was wielding the shield, felt a slight strain in his arms, while the others remained largely unaffected. No, it is impossible. The explosion had damaged a portion of the communication equipment, rendering Dr. Isaac's holographic projection hazy and intermittent, reminiscent of a video with poor reception. Indeed, quite resilient. It seems 2 more missiles are in order. Ignoring the glitching individual, Li Qingyuan approached the explosion site, observing that the tungsten steel wall had developed a pattern resembling cracked skin. The clone in the main control room, holding a cup of coffee, had spilt it entirely onto his trousers, yet he felt no discomfort. How could the adversary possess such extraordinary explosives? Given the missile's size, it should have been incapable of inflicting any harm upon the wall. The technological advancements of Marvel evidently surpass those of the Resident Evil universe, coupled with the fact that Stark Industries specializes in armaments. Employing missiles crafted by Stark Industries to obliterate a fortress produced by Umbrella Corporation is certainly a formula for guaranteed destruction. Chapter 126. The halo of the protagonist. Where are those accursed invaders now? Dr. Isaac, covered in grime, bellowed furiously at Bai-Ho. For a man typically prone to cleanliness, such a state was unfathomable. Yet, he lacked the inclination to change his attire at present. After the passage had been breached, Li Qingyuan and his companions ventured directly inside. And 20 minutes had elapsed. Who knows where they might be now? No response. They found themselves in a blind spot of the surveillance, rendering them impossible to track. Bai-Ho, with a rather anthropomorphic sigh, shook his head. Damned. Isaacs, in a fit of rage, smashed everything on his desk. He had been comfortably ensconced at home, engrossed in a tower defense game, only to be blindsided by an enemy that unleashed an onslaught upon him. An utterly incongruous turn of events. The entire base was replete with surveillance cameras, rendering it virtually impossible for even a mouse to infiltrate unnoticed. Yet, against the adversaries traversing the interstitial spaces, even the most advanced technology proved futile. After all, during the construction of the base, no one had envisioned a breach of defenses that would allow intruders to reach the exterior. He immediately ordered a high-intensity viral injection for the Alice clones in the laboratory. Isaacs was on the brink of madness. What had once been a flawless plan had devolved into chaos, driving him to the edge of insanity. Sir, should we proceed with that course of action, there is a 99% probability that the Alice clones will collapse and perish, resulting in irreparable losses to the Alice project. Does it matter what time it is? Just do as I say. As the project's chief director, Dr. Isaacs was acutely aware of the consequences. Yet the thought of inaction left him devoid of any sense of security. Though the base housed hundreds of elite special forces operatives, he felt as if they were merely serving as fodder. Boom. With the sound of 2 successive explosions, the once formidable outer wall was breached. Sir, the intruders have appeared on the outer side of the 2nd floor. Deploy all special forces at once. Isaacs was teetering on the brink of insanity. The 2nd floor's outer perimeter was a mere few hundred meters from the control center. If those intruders reached the control center, it would spell disaster. Shall we retrieve the surveillance footage? Ho inquired languidly, unfazed by the urgency. Despite being designated with an artificial intelligence title, it was not fully realized. It lacked the capacity for emotions such as anxiety or fear. Of course, just bring up the footage. Doctor. Isaacs felt an overwhelming urge to seize the little figure before him and shake it. Yet he had not completely lost his wits and understood that Ho was merely a computer projection beyond his grasp. Ugh. On the outer corridor of the 2nd floor, a group emerged, dust-laden from their passage. Although there were some gaps in the mountain's layers that allowed for sideways movement, the design had not accounted for the external environment, leaving them covered in dust and debris. The Umbrella Corporation's soldiers should be arriving shortly. Everyone must remain vigilant. After brushing the dust off Jill, Li Qingyuan instructed the group. Of course, such instructions were unnecessary. Those deemed worthy to accompany him were all meticulously selected experts, already scanning their surroundings with tense expressions. Someone is coming. Jill's ears perked up as she swiftly dropped to the ground, followed closely by Claire, who crouched in the same direction Jill had indicated. As the 2 women completed their preparations for battle, Carlos finally came to his senses. This highlights the distinctiveness of those blessed with the protagonist's aura. While the 3 of them were ready, the supporting characters, A and B, were still perplexed about the direction from which the enemy would emerge. However, their presence made little difference. For the squad of Umbrella Corporation's special forces charging towards them was swiftly eradicated before they could even draw their weapons. In a group of over 20 combatants, Jill single-handedly dispatched half, Claire accounted for a third, and the remaining adversaries were swiftly claimed by Carlos. Li Qingyuan remained a mere spectator throughout, as engaging in a gunfight was incongruous with his character. Moreover, given his mediocre marksmanship, he could hardly compare to this extraordinary crew. Who has ever witnessed a handgun firing at a rate surpassing that of a submachine gun? Jill had always deemed his skill unscientific. Yet she considered the recent barrage of gunfire to be the epitome of the illogical. Which way should we go? Claire inquired of Li Qingyuan after they had eliminated the first wave of enemies. He had remained passive and had not even drawn his weapon, leading Claire to perceive that the situation was entirely under control, thus maintaining an air of superiority that rendered his involvement unnecessary. Coupled with the mysterious prowess he had exhibited in such a brief span, Claire instinctively acknowledged his strength and leadership. What do you both think? After surveying their surroundings, it appeared they were situated within a circular corridor, allowing for freedom of movement in any direction. Therefore, Li Qingyuan deemed it prudent to entrust the choice to Jill and Claire. After all, both possessed the advantage of the protagonist's aura. Should they simultaneously select a direction, it would undoubtedly be the correct one. This way, the 2 women quickly identified their path and proceeded without hesitation. What has become of the Alice experimental subject? Observing the scene where the intruders wreaked havoc, decimating nearly half of the base's defensive forces in mere minutes, Dr. Isaacs inquired anxiously. Could these individuals have an insider? Why do they never take a wrong turn, but instead charge directly towards the main control room? Alice experimental subject 82-3, gene collapse 67. Presently, only one unstable synthetic remains. I summoned the image of Alice's incubation chamber, revealing what was once a multitude of Alice subjects now reduced to mere fragments of flesh, with dozens frantically tearing at their own bodies, an utterly maddening sight. Release the unstable synthetic. Hurry. Witnessing his life's work in such disarray, Isaac felt his heart bleed. Yet he concluded that eliminating the intruders took precedence over his despair. Releasing the unstable synthetic could potentially inflict incalculable damage to the base. Are you certain? I inquired slowly, still hesitant. Releasing such a formidable creature within the base poses a significant risk. Should it turn against us, it could lead to a massacre of the entire facility. Thus, authorization is imperative. Confirm it, confirm it. Hurry and cast that beast into the corridor. With an impending threat approaching their doorstep, Dr. Isaac was willing to resort to any means necessary, indifferent to the consequences of his actions. Chapter 127. Tyrant Alice. The group surged through the underground base with the unstoppable force of a tidal wave, with Jill and Claire leading the charge. Any adversary daring to show their face met an untimely demise before they could even launch an attack. Though some squads attempted to mount a stubborn defense, they were swiftly subdued by a missile fired by Li-Ching-Yuan, who effortlessly taught them a lesson. It must be noted that Stark Group S missiles are formidable, and coupled with his unorthodox enhancements, the Umbrella Corporation's barricades proved utterly inadequate. In less than an hour since entering the base, they had already breached the core control area. The remaining special forces, a mere handful, cowered outside the main control room, paralyzed by fear, too afraid to fight and too terrified to flee. In the era of peace, should they have deemed the Umbrella Corporation unreliable, they could have at least sought refuge elsewhere, perhaps even washed their hands of the situation. However, since the outbreak of the T-virus, these low-level enforcers had been implanted with miniature controllers. Any defiance against their superior S orders would result in immediate termination. This explains why, when faced with the protagonists, the lowly minions, fully aware of their inevitable demise, nonetheless felt compelled to engage. If they truly possessed such reckless abandon, they wouldn't find themselves serving as mere cannon fodder, would they? I have a premonition that the control room lies just ahead. Looking at the tightly shut door, Jill raised her brow slightly, her spirits buoyed. Not just her. The others were equally elated, particularly the two supporting characters. Initially resigned to their fates, they now found themselves progressing without a single shot fired, an outcome so fortuitous that it bordered on disbelief. Of course, their smooth passage was largely due to their unconventional route, which allowed them to circumvent the deadly passageway. Had they followed Dr. Isaac's prescribed path, none would have made it to this level. The thought of having so effortlessly conquered the Umbrella Corporation's underground facility filled them all with a profound sense of pride. The special forces huddled at the door were utterly at a loss, watching as the intruders slowly came into view, lacking even the courage to open fire. Remaining silent might grant them a few more seconds of life, but firing their weapons would undoubtedly lead to immediate execution. Should they choose to die now or postpone their fate for a few fleeting seconds? It was indeed a profound test of human nature. Be cautious. As Li-Ching-Yuan walked down the center, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent emanating from ahead and swiftly raised his suitcase to shield himself. Simultaneously, Jill and Claire, who had been walking in front, deftly darted to the left and right. Although they disapproved of his reliance on systematic skills to cheat, his protagonist aura was undeniable, and their vigilance was hardly inferior to his. A tremendous force surged forward, and despite the suitcase as a barrier, Li-Ching-Yuan was still propelled backward, soaring through the air for several meters before landing. Aside from the two women, who had managed to evade the onslaught unscathed, Carlos and the two supporting characters were injured. Supporting character A appeared to have broken a leg, while supporting character B seemed to have sustained a head injury. Carlos spat blood but immediately rose again. However, upon witnessing the source of the chaos, he was so frightened that he dropped his gun. Alice, not only him, but Jill also stared in astonishment at the creature sprawled on the ground. It was a grotesque being, its right half resembling a bare female form. The subtlety of certain feminine features overshadowed by a lithe physique and powerful thighs that captivated the gaze. Conversely, its left side mirrored that of a crawler. Limbs transformed into monstrous appendages that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. The stark contrast in its form evoked an unsettling sensation that left everyone's skin crawling. Hiss! The creature Alice flicked out her tongue and yanked a hapless victim closer, sinking her teeth into him. When she had first appeared, she unleashed a psychic assault on the intruders, failing to kill any of them but instead shattering the remaining combatants with her overwhelming force. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In her mind, there was no concept of allies, only the imperative to annihilate all life forms before her. Alice, is that truly you? Jill stood frozen, gazing at the monstrous figure feasting before her, struggling to reconcile the transformation of her dear friend. Come back. Seeing Jill intent on approaching the creature, Li Qingyuan hastily sprinted to her side. Hiss! The feeding creature abruptly tossed its head, its flowing golden locks rising wildly as they reached out toward the two. Without hesitation, Li Qingyuan wrapped his arms around Jill and rolled to the ground, the hair brushing against his back before retracting. Bang! Claire immediately opened fire as the creature launched its attack. Jill and Carlos, believing the creature before them to be their friend, were consumed by unease. But Claire had no such connection with Alice. Bullets struck the monstrous Alice, creating several gaping wounds. Yet, for her formidable vitality, they proved utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, those wounds healed completely. It must be acknowledged that although the technology in this world may pale in comparison to that of the Marvel Universe, the Umbrella Corporation has undoubtedly achieved unparalleled mastery in the realm of biological viruses. Claire's gunfire evidently incited the fury of the creature, as Alice closed her eyes momentarily before snapping them open with ferocity. An irresistible force surged towards Claire, and despite her utmost efforts to evade it, she was thrown aside, crashing against the wall and spitting blood in distress. It is evident that the protagonist's aura comes in varying degrees, although she faced merely a clone of Alice. The latter wielded the power of a primary protagonist's aura while Claire was burdened with a substandard version, leading to her swift defeat. Just as the monstrous Alice prepared to eliminate the audacious woman who dared to shoot at her, a swirling mass of black fog suddenly surged before her. Instinctively, she raised her left claw to tear through the mist, only to be met with an explosion of flames. Boom! A shockwave erupted in the air as Li Qingyuan yanked Jill back, hastily pulling Claire, who was slumped against the wall and bleeding, along with them. Alice, how could she have transformed into such a being? Jill still struggled to comprehend the sight before her. Anyone witnessing their dearest friend morph into a monster would surely feel their heart race with disbelief. That was not Alice. It was merely a biochemical abomination crafted by the Umbrella Corporation. Gently tapping Jill's cheek twice, she recognized the necessity of her combat prowess. The recently encountered Alice clone had evidently been injected with a substantial dose of the T-virus. Who knows how many more lurked within the base? He was just a mage. Without cooperation, facing two such creatures would likely spell disaster. Chapter 128. A Deal Made Roar. The blasted and disheveled monstrous Alice let out a furious howl, akin to that of a beast. Originally, these clones were meant to be imbued with corresponding memories and cognition to acquire knowledge. However, due to time constraints, Dr. Isaac released all the immature clones, and the recent injection of a large dose of T-virus raw solution had irrevocably damaged their minds. The insect bomb Li Qingyuan had deployed possessed enough power to obliterate a truck, yet for the nearly tyrant-level creature that Alice had become, it merely resulted in superficial injuries. The mangled flesh began to heal rapidly, and sensing the pain, she crawled towards the group with relentless determination. Although the half-beauty, half-monster appearance may indeed appeal to certain peculiar individuals, no one would entertain any strange thoughts when confronted with such a creature lunging toward them. Bang! Bang! The revived Jill immediately began to fire precise shots at the monster, each bullet striking its head. Even though it bore the visage of Alice, Jill showed no mercy this time. With 2 shots, she shattered the monster's head, and just as she prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, she was once again pinned to the ground by Li Qingyuan. A foul wind swept over them as the monster unleashed a remote attack with its tentacles. The ironclad rule that a zombie monster would perish if its head were destroyed was shattered. Witnessing the creature writhing and regrowing its head left the remaining onlookers in stunned silence. Indestructible? A frantic Carlos screamed, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his submachine gun at the creature. However, the monster, Alice, who had already suffered multiple setbacks against firearms, was not easily harmed again. With her eyes wide open in fury, she deflected most of Carlos's bullets, save for a few initial ones, using her eerie telekinetic powers. Suddenly, blood began to seep from her eye sockets, and the suspended bullets shot back with even greater speed. Fortunately, Li Qingyuan had anticipated the creature's telekinetic abilities as soon as it revealed itself, so he had already spread out their suitcase and shielded the two women behind him. The bullets struck the suitcase, producing a crisp and melodious sound. "How on earth can we kill this monster?" Jill shouted, having regained her composure. Regardless of whether this creature was her friend Alice or not, the situation had escalated to a life-or-death battle, even if it truly was Alice. She would have to be eliminated. It merely requires a missile to destroy it. After all, it is just a biological entity. Li Qingyuan firmly held the suitcase as he replied. "Then shoot it." Claire, now able to move, urged hastily. "I would if I could, but this monster possesses telekinesis. Who knows if my missile would be deflected back at us? While rebounding bullets are manageable, a returning missile would spell doom for all of us. I'll distract it." Jill leaped out from behind Li Qingyuan, pulling the trigger to fire at the monster Alice. "I'll help too." Claire jumped up, her light form betraying none of her earlier bloodshed. Li Qingyuan cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless Carlos beside them, saying, "Look at you, and then look at them." While I am aware that these two women possess the so-called protagonist's halo, the disparity is stark when a grown man merely bumps into them and finds himself gravely incapacitated. Whereas these formidable women can withstand severe blows and immediately resume their combat. The two women displayed remarkable synergy as they engaged the monstrous Alice in a tactical dance, firing their weapons at a deliberately languid pace to deplete its psychic energy. The intelligence of the creature known as Alice is rather low. A mere provocation suffices to escalate its animosity, particularly since the two women had previously inflicted considerable pain upon it. It lunged at them with claws bared, yet both women were acutely aware that their role was merely to divert attention, allowing them to proceed with caution and avoid immediate peril. Suddenly, a missile slowly rolled beneath the monstrous Alice. Through previous observation, Li Qingyuan had discerned that if an object approached with great speed, such as a bullet, it would be seized by Alice's psychic powers. Conversely, objects that approached at a leisurely pace were instinctively overlooked. Clearly, the monster did not perceive the sluggishly rolling missile as a threat, thus it would not squander its precious psychic energy to intercept it. "Get down." As the missile reached the space beneath Alice, Li Qingyuan shouted, snapping his fingers. Boom. The explosion was significantly more powerful than the previous one. When the dust settled, the corridor was strewn with sticky remnants of organic matter, evenly scattered across the walls and ceiling. "Alice," Jill murmured softly. Although Li Qingyuan had informed her that the creature was merely a monster, she could not shake the feeling that it resembled her dear friend Alice. "All right. The main control room is just ahead. If anyone's still alive, make a sound," Li Qingyuan called out, standing up to address Carlos and supporting character A. As for supporting character B, given his current state with half his head missing, it was unlikely he would have anything to contribute. "I can't move," Carlos said weakly, spitting blood. Supporting character A, however, managed to wiggle a finger, demonstrating his tenacity in survival. "You both stay here and tend to your injuries. We'll resolve matters inside before coming back for you." With his loyal companions in tow, Li Qingyuan dashed toward the main control room. The trio sprinted to the entrance of the control room, where they were met with a firmly shut door. Li Qingyuan stepped forward to the display screen. "Isaacs, I know you can hear me. Let us discuss a business arrangement. What do you want?" Before he could finish speaking, the screen flickered to reveal Isaac's haggard visage. "You're a clever man. Abandoning this underground facility means there's no escape for you. Even if you flee, Umbrella Corporation won't spare you. Your options are exhausted." Li Qingyuan began to manipulate the situation with fervent persuasion, observing Isaac's frenzied demeanor. If it were indeed the true Dr. Isaacs, a major stakeholder in the Umbrella Corporation, he would undoubtedly face no repercussions for his actions. However, the individual before us is merely a clone, and having committed such a grievous error, his demise is assured. Curiously, he remains oblivious to his own nature as a clone, much like Alice, who is unaware that she too is a product of cloning. Chapter 129. The clone's desire to become the original. Let us proceed. Li Qingyuan proclaimed, gesturing towards the gaping fissure ahead. "You assured me of my safety." A hint of trepidation tinged Isaac's voice as he gazed into the dark void of the crack. Following their recent negotiations, a certain individual had sworn an oath, promising that should Isaacs relinquish control of the base, his safety would be guaranteed, along with a helicopter to facilitate his escape. Initially, Isaacs had contemplated releasing poison gas, opting for mutual destruction, but after careful consideration, he ultimately acquiesced to the terms. After all, No one truly wishes to embrace death when a glimmer of hope for survival remains. Furthermore, Isaacs rationalized his decision. Even if he were to release poison gas, there was no certainty it would eliminate the intruders. Since the base was destined to be abandoned, he might as well secure vital data, ensuring that even in defeat, he would have contributed something of worth. As for detonating a nuclear bomb to obliterate the entire base, regrettably, the Umbrella Corporation's subsidiary bases were not yet equipped with such self-destructive weaponry. The implementation of small nuclear devices for self-destruction would not occur until years later. After Alice had dismantled half of Umbrella's attacking bases, no one would foolishly install a self-destruct mechanism in their own base. Umbrella is a pharmaceutical company, not a terrorist organization. Although, it must be said, their actions often surpass even those of true terror groups in malevolence. Step inside. If I meant to kill you, would I go through such trouble? Li Qingyuan retorted, impatiently nudging Isaacs, who was still intent on arguing, directly into the fissure. This crack was the very opening they had created through their earlier explosion, leading into the interstice between the base and the mountain wall. After a brief interval, Li Qingyuan emerged alone from the fissure. Did you eliminate him? Jill, who had been vigilantly waiting at the fissure's entrance, sprang up to inquire upon his return. Earlier, she had been adamant about wanting to eliminate that scoundrel Isaacs, still convinced that the creature obliterated in the explosion was her dear friend Alice. However, under Li Qingyuan's insistence, she had restrained her wrath and refrained from delivering a fatal shot to Isaacs. No, I let him go, Li Qingyuan declared, revealing to her the truth of Isaac's identity as a clone. It is well known that Dr. Isaacs has established himself as the most formidable antagonist in the Resident Evil saga, not merely due to his immense power, but also because of the sheer madness that resides within him. The apocalyptic plan he devised, which echoes with an unmistakably anti-human sentiment, could only be conceived by someone of his deranged mindset. Furthermore, since he orchestrated the demise of his partner, Marcus, he has ascended to the pinnacle of Umbrella Corporation's hierarchy, becoming one of the most influential figures in the world. It baffles the mind that such a person, with such a stature, would consider annihilation over a mere resource dispute. Similarly, the clone, which inherits a significant portion of Dr. Isaac's memories, also embodies his madness. Thus, upon the revelation by Li Qingyuan that the individual before him was indeed a clone, the creature became frenzied, stumbling towards the outside world in a chaotic rush. It stands to reason that this clone could inflict substantial losses upon the Umbrella Corporation, as it would undoubtedly strive to unearth evidence of its own existence beyond mere replication, potentially even contemplating the elimination of its original. After all, for the clone, the only path to true autonomy lies in extinguishing the original's life. However, Li Qingyuan found himself perplexed by the philosophical quandary surrounding the relationship between the original and the clone, opting to refrain from overthinking the matter. He reminded himself to exercise caution in the future. Should he acquire abilities akin to duplicity, he must not wield them recklessly. The last thing he desired was for a conflict to arise between the copy and the original over the claim to singular existence. It would be a most unfortunate circumstance. Why? I must eliminate him. Upon hearing that Li Qingyuan had allowed Isaacs to escape, Jill's expression soured. She stubbornly believed that Isaacs was responsible for Alice's death and was resolute in her desire for vengeance against him. Do not be foolish. I have my own plans, and when the time is right, I shall share them with you. As Jill attempted to pursue the clone, Li Qingyuan could not permit her to jeopardize his own objectives, swiftly enveloping her in an embrace. The entirety of the base lay under the control of the White Queen. Although Isaacs had recently transferred the highest level of authority to Li Qingyuan, one could never be certain of the presence of hidden backdoors within the facility. This was precisely why he had chosen to converse with the clone in a secluded area. Let go. Jill, filled with fury, struggled to extricate herself from his grasp. Due to her lack of experience with strength, Li Qingyuan found it increasingly difficult to maintain his hold on her. You scoundrel, release me. Jill's voice took on an unusual tone, and the two transitioned from their earlier struggle into a bizarre tableau. Excuse me, I did not mean to intrude. But shouldn't we let those people outside in? Just as the two tumbled to the ground, entangled in their scuffle, Claire's voice suddenly interjected from the side. Jill swiftly rolled over and sprang to her feet, hastily adjusting her disheveled clothing. We are engaged in a fight. It is not as you might think, she exclaimed. Understood. Understood, you are indeed fighting. Claire promptly raised her hand to signify her comprehension, yet her true thoughts remained a mystery to all. Outside, a multitude awaited entry, while two injured individuals lay on the ground in need of urgent assistance. The fact that these two were preoccupied with brawling in the corridor was a source of considerable frustration. However, given that Claire had entirely relied on her companion to secure a victory in this underground base, she wisely refrained from further comment. The ensuing events were straightforward. Li Qingyuan utilized his authority to disable all mechanisms within the passageway, and Claire contacted her subordinates to retrieve those waiting outside via helicopter. As for Isaac's clone, that fellow had already escaped through an alternate route. Li Qingyuan, informed by Bai, showed no concern. Allowing him to flee was advantageous rather than detrimental to the larger scheme, a risk-free venture indeed. Once everything had settled, Li Qingyuan led Jill to a room to continue their quarrel. It must be said that the living facilities within this underground base were remarkably well preserved, rivaling even a five-star hotel. The two luxuriated in a lavish hot tub, sipping red wine and enjoying music, a true indulgence. Chapter 130. Reasoning. Are you planning to join us? Li Qingyuan inquired, somewhat astonished after listening to Claire's account in the Western restaurant. Truth be told, while Claire was quite attractive and her figure commendable, he had not considered pursuing her. After all, Jill could be quite possessive, especially after several immersions in the nutrient solution that had eradicated her scars and hidden injuries, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Even with all his might, he might struggle to subdue her. The nutrient solutions originally intended for cultivating Alice's clones were the latest research achievements of the Umbrella Corporation. Immersion in these solutions could significantly enhance skin vitality and heal internal injuries. In prosperous times, merely selling such solutions could lead to overnight wealth. It is undeniable that in the realm of biomedicine, the Umbrella Corporation had reached remarkable heights, albeit ultimately straying down a dark path. Indeed, the two of you alone may seem insufficient to confront the Umbrella Corporation. I believe my combat skills would not be a hindrance, Claire stated, evidently having prepared her argument in advance. But isn't it better here in the base? I believe these individuals still require your assistance. Despite silently applauding Claire's determination 32 times over, Li Qingyuan resolutely advised her otherwise. Jill sat nearby. Within the confines of their base, there was ample food and drink. Free from peril, they no longer required her presence. Claire spoke softly, reflecting on how she had once been elevated to the role of leader due to the overwhelming dangers that lurked outside. Now that stability had been achieved, her position as captain seemed somewhat superfluous. Moreover, she yearned to seek out her brother, convinced that he had not perished. As a devoted brother's keeper, Li Qingyuan observed that Claire was perilously close to crossing into obsession. The world was vast and fraught with danger, rather than seeking a tranquil existence. She was determined to traverse the globe in search of her sibling. Such devotion was both touching and inspiring. Furthermore, did she know her brother's notorious nickname? The team captain. One could not overlook the fact that even Alice, the protagonist of the films, was unable to evade the lethal aura surrounding the team captain. In earlier installments, Alice had carved a path of destruction, but after rescuing Chris and teaming up with him in the fourth installment of Resident Evil, her fate took a grim turn. Li Qingyuan had resolved firmly never to entangle himself with Chris. Should their paths cross, he would act decisively to eliminate him. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined within the recesses of his mind. By the way, what do you think? Li Qingyuan asked Jill, who was perched on his lap. Are you alone? Is there no one else? Jill shot him a sidelong glance before addressing Claire. To be honest, due to their shared experiences in life and death situations, Jill held Claire in high regard. Her skills were commendable, making her a reliable companion. Yet, Jill sensed that allowing Claire to accompany her might soon result in an additional person to consider during their nightly rest. Li Qingyuan might have believed he concealed his intentions well, yet he failed to consider Jill Valentine's illustrious history as a police officer, during which she had solved numerous high-profile cases. Those cunning criminals could hardly hide from her keen gaze. Most individuals were content with their current living conditions, and even if someone wished to accompany her, Claire believed it best to spare them from unnecessary risk. As the leader of the convoy and the embodiment of beauty, a few infatuated admirers had pledged to follow Claire into the fray, unwilling to retreat. However, their lack of skill was glaringly apparent, and Claire deemed it tantamount to courting death to bring them along. She was no damsel, relishing the idea of men sacrificing themselves for her sake. What about Carlos? Jill inquired further. Carlos's skills were barely adequate for combat. Jill mused that if the four of them ventured out together, they could pair Carlos with Claire, allowing them to split into two vehicles, an arrangement that would be ideal. Carlos can indeed be considered a good friend, as can Claire. My earnest efforts to bring them together stem solely from a place of friendship, devoid of any ulterior motives. Carlos is rather reluctant to venture outside, for he is weary of wandering. Well, that is a compelling reason. Yet, it is quite a common sentiment. Not everyone is driven to strive relentlessly, in all honesty. Had it not been for Li Qingyuan's declaration of intent to dismantle the Umbrella Corporation, even Jill herself had contemplated remaining in this underground base indefinitely, spanning several square kilometers. This subterranean sanctuary is replete with various essential supplies, including a cinema and a swimming pool. Each individual is allocated multiple private residences, a luxury not afforded even in times of peace. Were it not for her partner's desire to go out, who would willingly choose to engage in such perilous endeavors? It seems rather absurd, doesn't it? Very well, we shall prepare to set off tomorrow. Have you packed your belongings? Unable to find a reason to decline, Jill reluctantly welcomed Claire's inclusion. Although she felt quite displeased, Jill understood that leaving Claire to wander alone outside would be far from prudent. Therefore, despite her reluctance, she greeted Claire with a smile and offered guidance on what she ought to bring along. Ouch, that hurts. Once Claire departed the dining area, Li Qingyuan could finally express his agony, for someone had nearly trampled his foot. Humph. Jill cast a disdainful glare back at the culprit. Why did you step on me? I warn you, harbor no ill intentions towards her, or I shall take my leave and let you accompany her instead. Although she knew such words would ultimately be rendered moot, Jill felt it necessary to assert her dominance. A tiger does not back down, and she resolved not to falter in her demeanor. What nonsense are you uttering? Have I even regarded her properly? In all honesty, he had not truly assessed Claire thus far. Come now, tell me, if you claim you haven't looked at her, then what is this about? Jill smirked contemptuously, seizing the instrument of his folly. Wasn't it you who just sat on me? One must adhere to reason. Reason, is it? Allow me to elucidate the essence of a woman's reasoning. Jill provocatively licked her lips, determined to teach him the intricacies of feminine logic. Chapter 131. Close the door and cast peace aside. Are you two all right? Concerned, Claire inquired upon witnessing Li Qingyuan, barely able to stand, and Jill Valentine, who was hiding her face. You both seemed perfectly fine yesterday. What has transpired to leave you in such a state today? It's nothing, nothing at all. Li Qingyuan replied weakly, casting a glum glance at Jill beside him. The woman seems exceedingly petty. Without having accomplished anything herself, she resorts to unfounded accusations. Since parting ways with Claire until just recently, both have been sleepless, engrossed in a debate. A prolonged verbal dispute lasting over 10 hours has led to this current state of affairs. Is everything truly fine? Observing the two peculiar individuals before her, Claire felt that this scenario could hardly be deemed as unproblematic. The steaming delicacies were a testament to their situation. Jill quivered as she uttered indistinct words. While it was evident that, given her constitution, she was no match for some in a debate, everyone understood that in the end, it boiled down to who possessed the sharper tongue. Clearly, in this regard, Li Qingyuan was far inferior to her. Where shall we head now? Claire inquired with enthusiasm from the driver's seat. You just drive, I'll catch some sleep. Li Qingyuan replied lethargically before retreating to the bedroom in the back. Jill, too, was utterly exhausted, barely holding on by sheer will. Before long, the back of the vehicle was filled with thunderous snores. Claire shook her head in resignation, a wry smile forming as she took the wheel. As for the little antics between Jill and Li Qingyuan, she was fully aware but felt it was best not to meddle. Moreover, Claire harbored some resentment towards Jill's pettiness. After all, who would dare to compete for a man with someone as youthful and attractive as herself? Sister, you are overthinking it. Naturally, such thoughts were best left unspoken, for uttering them would offend both parties. What is our current location? As Claire began to feel drowsy, Li Qingyuan and Jill finally awoke. We have already entered California. The display indicates there is an Umbrella Corporation base near Los Angeles. The database at the White House contains the locations of most Umbrella Corporation subbases, so Claire had directly selected the nearest one. You can't be seriously considering us three launching an assault on the Los Angeles subbase, can you? Upon hearing Claire's words, Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How had she managed to survive until now with such intellect? Is there a problem? Do we not take down the base in Las Vegas with just the three of us? Claire playfully tossed her golden hair, exuding confidence. There is indeed a problem. Seeing Claire's expression, Li Qingyuan realized that she was becoming somewhat complacent, indulging in past victories. However, this is quite normal. Just like the world-renowned protagonist Alice, who, upon acquiring her army of clones and mastering telekinesis, became increasingly arrogant, leading her troops to execute merciless assaults on various bases with the ease of slicing through vegetables, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. But then again, let us not dwell on that. Do you genuinely believe that the Umbrella Corporation is made of clay? If it weren't for that fool Isaac's attempting to devise a plan akin to catching a turtle in a jar, we wouldn't even have made it through the front door. Shaking his head in resignation, Li Qingyuan felt that Claire's prideful demeanor was utterly unwarranted. Armed with 2 guns, he made his way from the entrance to the main control room, exuding a swagger that perfectly embodied all the exciting elements of an action blockbuster. Yet, such recklessness could lead to one's demise. After all, Claire only possessed half of the protagonist's halo, and even Alice, blessed with the entire world's aura, had met her end countless times. Have you noticed her current designation is 87? So what do you propose we do? Although Claire contemplated countering his words, upon reflection, she recognized a grain of truth in them and decided to inquire about his perspective. Turn around. We're heading to Tennessee. We need to upgrade our arsenal. Li Qingyuan had contemplated future strategies the previous day, but Jill's insistence on reasoning with him had consumed all his time to discuss this matter. Tennessee? Are you referring to the Army's nuclear base? As representatives of formidable women, both Jill and Claire understood the secrets that lay hidden within Tennessee, and they quickly expressed their astonishment. Indeed, there are at least 100 nuclear warheads stored there. With 1 warhead per base, we would still have some left. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands together, smiling warmly. The higher-ups at the Umbrella Corporation had initially calculated the use of nuclear weapons to bring about the apocalypse. However, upon realizing the irreversible ecological devastation that such an act would entail, they opted for the T-virus instead. Yet for him, the ramifications of nuclear weapon misuse on this world were of no concern. The higher echelons of the Umbrella Corporation desired a perfect world devoid of the lower classes, while he merely needed to leave the remaining survivors with a tolerable space to exist. The misuse of nuclear weapons would indeed cause some environmental damage. But for those precariously clinging to life, the choice between a few degrees of temperature drop or being devoured by zombies was clear enough for any rational individual to answer. Moreover, considering that those umbrella bases were buried deep underground, detonating them would have a limited impact on the environment. Are you planning to locate the entrance and drop the nuclear warheads inside? Jill and Claire gasped in unison, their expressions filled with shock. Precisely. There are only the 3 of us. We cannot afford to make a single mistake. Engaging in battle on their home turf would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. This is the most prudent course of action. Consider the scenario where the leaders of the base meticulously design intricate traps and deadly mazes, preparing to ensnare themselves. Imagine one swiftly retreating after launching a nuclear warhead at their doorstep. What a breathtaking spectacle it would be. The 2 women exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and conviction in the other's eyes, before nodding in agreement to Li Qingyuan's audacious plan. When confronting a malevolent entity like Umbrella Corporation, there is no need for chivalric ethics. Action speaks louder than words. However, we are unaware of the precise location of the nuclear base in Tennessee. Yet, there remains another pressing issue: the location of the nuclear facility. No matter, there are likely still survivors in Tennessee. We can devise a plan upon our arrival. Li Qingyuan proclaimed confidently. Although utilizing a compass would likely lead them to the base, he preferred to keep the matter from Claire. After all, as someone who idolizes her brother, obtaining the compass would surely compel her to seek him out. The dilemma then arises: should he abandon this alluring opportunity or risk his life to rescue that fate-bound killer? It seemed more prudent to let Chris remain in his cell for the time being. Chapter 132. Alice's movements. California lies on the western coast of the United States, while Tennessee is situated in the east, a distance exceeding 3,000 kilometers, with the roads now teeming with undead creatures. It took them a full fortnight to reach their destination. Unfortunately, they encountered several waves of zombies along the way. Despite being highly skilled, facing hordes numbering in the hundreds of thousands was daunting. Even the most adept would be reduced to mere bones. Had I known, I would have preferred to venture alone. Claire grumbled, her eyes resembling those of raccoons, directed at the two miscreants. Jill turned her head away, while Li Qingyuan comfortably embraced Jill, unabashedly glaring at Claire. "We have exercised considerable restraint. Besides, the vehicle is quite compact. We cannot allow your presence to force us apart." Claire was exasperated by their audacity. "Is this how you operate? I'm driving in front, and you're in the back. And you, at least show some consideration for the noise level when driving." The horn blared so loudly it nearly disoriented me. Initially, she had sternly reprimanded Jill, urging her to be mindful of the decibel level and refrain from incessantly honking, as it was detrimental to the vehicle. Unfortunately, on this matter, Jill's opinion held little weight, as the one honking was none other than Li Qingyuan. As an experienced driver, he certainly knew how to repair vehicles. A mere malfunctioning horn was a trivial issue easily remedied. Thus, Jill could only lower her head in frustration, grappling with the unimaginable stamina of that scoundrel. After enduring 2 weeks of relentless driving, she managed to cope at first, but as time wore on, her counterpart's vitality seemed to flourish, leaving her feeling dizzy and on the brink of nausea. Such a shameless rogue. After much internal struggle, Claire could only muster those 4 words through gritted teeth. She finally comprehended the expression Jill had when she initially expressed a desire to accompany them. Alas, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. She was now on a treacherous path from which escape was impossible. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Have any survivors been located in recent days? Noticing Claire's growing irritation, coupled with Jill's fierce grip on her own arm, Li Qingyuan thought it prudent to swiftly change the subject. After all, time was on their side. They could deliberate their strategies at a leisurely pace. Finding survivors is no simple task. Even if there are still those alive, they have likely retreated to the wilderness. Who would dare remain in the city? Claire seethed through clenched teeth. It is well known that the number of zombies within urban areas far exceeds those in the outskirts, particularly in a vast and sparsely populated land like America. Let us take our time. We shall inevitably uncover those in the know. The T-virus has only spread for a year. There should still be a considerable number of survivors, requiring merely a bit of patience. Meanwhile, in Salt Lake City, Alice, having slaughtered zombies and evaded the relentless pursuit of the Umbrella Corporation, arrived at KLKB, the very auto repair shop that Li Qingyuan and Jill had looted 2 months prior. This establishment had now transformed into a sanctuary for all survivors within a 100-mile radius, housing over 100 individuals. Yet, the leadership here consisted of a formidable group of women. The leader, a woman with only 1 arm and 1 leg, and a blind eye to boot, would typically be deemed disabled elsewhere. However, in this context, she had ascended to the highest authority of the camp, her iron-fisted ruthlessness ensuring impeccable order within the compound. Any individual daring to cause trouble would face her wrath, and should they be male, they would witness her gruesomely devour certain organs while still alive. The infamous Mad Meg's reputation resonated throughout the Salt Lake City region, rendering her more terrifying than the zombies to those male survivors accustomed to reckless abandon. "Hey there. Are you seeking refuge with us? I can see you possess considerable skills. If you wish to join our ranks, I can take you to meet the boss." Alice parked her motorcycle at the entrance of KLKB, where 2 female guards, armed with submachine guns, inquired of her. KLKB has always been welcoming to female applicants, generally accepting any woman seeking sanctuary. However, for men, rigorous scrutiny and trials await. Failure in any aspect would result in rejection. Alice shook her head, unwilling to linger in one place for too long. Being discovered by the Umbrella Corporation would spell disaster. While refueling and repairing her vehicle was not out of the question, she inquired, "Are you familiar with the rules?" The guard initially appeared taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "I have some compressed biscuits, canned meat, and 9mm bullets. Which do you prefer?" Alice offered her supplies to the soldier. Encountering such a formidable base in this apocalypse, Alice was genuinely impressed by these women. The two swiftly negotiated the terms of their exchange, and soon a male technician arrived to tend to Alice's motorcycle while she engaged in conversation with the guard. "You are truly remarkable. I have traversed all of North America, and this is my first encounter with a group like yours," Alice praised without reservation. While numerous survivor bases exist across the globe, this one, led by women, was indeed unique. Upon receiving the compliment, the guard excitedly began to converse, revealing that most of the soldiers had been rescued by Li Qingyuan. Their conversation soon pivoted to him. "Are you saying that an Asian man named Li Qingyuan and a woman named Jill saved you from those wretches?" Alice inquired, her excitement palpable. Is the Jill you mentioned? Jill Valentine. Indeed. Do you know Sister Jill? The guard eagerly nodded, expressing deep gratitude towards the two who had liberated them from their hellish existence. However, had Li Qingyuan not departed, as Jill had mentioned, all the women would have eagerly crowded around him. We are friends. Could you tell me where they went afterward? Since her flight, Alice felt this was the first piece of good news she had received. The fact that Jill was not only alive but thriving brought her genuine solace. I'm not entirely certain, but Brotherly mentioned they might head to Las Vegas, the guard said as she ushered Alice into the heart of the base, rallying everyone to celebrate with a hearty meal. Since a friend of our benefactor has arrived, we must feast. Of course, the guard adamantly refused to admit her own desire for a drink. Chapter 133. The prerequisite for peace. With a resounding crash, the heavy metal door was forcefully breached, allowing 3 individuals to finally enter the hidden U.S. military nuclear base beneath the farmlands of Tennessee. Due to the viral outbreak, the soldiers tasked with guarding the warehouse were either dead or had fled, leaving the entire base deserted. Although some survivors in nearby camps were aware of the base's existence, the towering alloy doors, several meters thick, rendered their tools utterly ineffective. When this base was originally constructed, it was built to the highest specifications. Even Li Qingyuan had to expend 7 or 8 missiles just to blast open the entrance, let alone the ordinary individuals. The missiles he had obtained from Obadiah had already been largely depleted after several battles, and it was evident that their numbers were about to dwindle to less than double digits. However, for Li Qingyuan at this moment, who would still bother with such things? This is an intercontinental missile, isn't it? Claire, filled with reverence, touched the enormous weapon, which spanned several dozen meters in length, and inquired. Just by its sheer size, it could instill fear in many. Should this contraption detonate, it would undoubtedly leave the surrounding area barren for dozens of kilometers. But merely gazing upon it was futile. It served no purpose for us. We seek a nuclear warhead. An intercontinental missile can strike directly from the United States to Japan, and in normal times, it epitomizes global peace. Without possessing such a missile, one is hardly qualified to discuss peace. Yet, in the current apocalyptic scenario, intercontinental missiles hold no deterrent power. Are you foolish enough to shout for peace in front of a horde of zombies? Moreover, this weapon's immense size necessitates specialized launch silos and coded commands, rendering it utterly unusable. He had observed earlier that the launch silos of this base had already collapsed, presumably destroyed by the soldiers upon receiving their orders. Without a launch silo, the intercontinental missile is rendered useless. Even he could not maneuver such a colossal device. Furthermore, although the Umbrella Corporation's underground base occupies a vast expanse, deploying an intercontinental missile against it would indeed be a gross misallocation of resources. What he sought were those miniature nuclear warheads, the kind that Umbrella later equipped its bases with. Roughly the size of a travel bag, these warheads could obliterate everything within a 2-kilometer radius upon detonation. In comparison to the colossal destructive power of an intercontinental missile, which could annihilate an entire city, the miniature nuclear warhead's capacity to devastate merely a city block seems rather insignificant. However, this magnitude of destruction would suffice to obliterate the Umbrella base. It is important to note that these bases are deeply buried underground, even if one were fortunate enough to survive in some hidden nook. In a scenario where all resources are destroyed and energy is completely cut off, not even a tyrant could hope to emerge from 100 meters below the surface. After a grueling search and dispatching a few lurkers hidden within the base, the 3 finally located the warehouse storing the nuclear warheads. And then, I ask you, how can you be so out of breath just moving one item? Claire observed Li Qingyuan, his face flushed and panting, with a teasing smile. She had finally found a domain where he faltered. How could she resist the opportunity to tease him? The critical mass of uranium-235 is 15 kilograms. However, this is merely a theoretical figure. In practice, at least double that amount is required during construction, along with various other materials. The weight of a miniature nuclear bomb exceeds 80 kilograms, far heavier than the combined weight of Wanda and Xining. With a strength rating of 5, Li Qingyuan could barely lift such an object. Without a foundational endurance of 15, moving even a few steps would prove exceedingly difficult. You see, you wouldn't be able to lift it either, he exclaimed, exhaling as he set the bomb down in frustration. We're both lifting it, Claire indicated with a glance, as she and Jill each hoisted a bomb. Li Qingyuan pondered the situation, refraining from suggesting he join them. knowing full well that this woman would endlessly mock him. Men, after all, cannot allow themselves to be looked down upon by women in such moments. Nevertheless, he secretly resolved to make Claire regret her jesting, intending to make her weep for mercy in the days to come. Where could they have gone? Standing atop a building in Las Vegas, Alice contemplated in silence. She had just emerged from the underground base. Although Carlos had invited her to stay, she ultimately dismissed that notion of comfort. Jill and her boyfriend had taken it upon themselves to confront the Umbrella Corporation for the future of humanity, a venture that exceeded her comprehension. Since the incident in Raccoon City, Alice had been on the defensive, avoiding the Umbrella Corporation rather than seeking them out for confrontation. In comparison to the corporation's overwhelming power, her own abilities felt woefully inadequate. Even Alice had never entertained the thought of retaliating against Umbrella. "Alice, at last I found you." A sinister male voice suddenly called from behind her. Startled, Alice leapt into the air, grasping her combat knife tightly. "Don't be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." Dr. Isaacs, clad in white, grinned menacingly. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Alice tightened her grip on her weapon, eyeing the sudden intruder warily. She recognized him as a high-ranking member of Umbrella, a specialist in T-virus research who had previously been involved in her capture. "I speak the truth. We are both victims of circumstance. I approach you to discuss a collaboration." Isaacs disregarded Alice's defensive stance, launching into a lengthy monologue about everything he knew. When Li Qingyuan had revealed to him a month prior that he was, in fact, a clone, Isaacs had been incredulous. Yet, upon reflection, he began to realize that perhaps the revelation held a kernel of truth. As the ultimate clone of the formidable boss, Isaac's intelligence is undoubtedly exceptional. Though he had never contemplated this aspect before, upon careful reflection, he swiftly recognized numerous inconsistencies. Realizing he was merely a clone, much like Alice, Isaac's singular ambition became to eliminate his original self, thus securing his status as the sole entity. However, fully aware of the vast power of the Umbrella Corporation, he understood that to accomplish this task, he would need to seek collaboration. Initially, he intended to approach Li Qingyuan, but finding that the latter had already fled in a vehicle, Isaac found himself aimlessly searching for a suitable partner. Fortune smiled upon him, as he unexpectedly encountered Alice, truly a stroke of divine intervention. Chapter 134. The Frantic Umbrella. In the past month, we have consecutively lost 8 bases, including those in Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and New Mexico. Is anyone aware of the cause? In the virtual conference room, Umbrella's executive president, Weskier, addressed his subordinates with urgency. The apocalyptic circumstances had led to a complete collapse of all ground industrial systems, rendering even the formidable Umbrella Corporation unable to maintain a comprehensive grasp of events transpiring on the surface. Relying solely on orbital satellites provided insufficient information. Prior to New Mexico's fall, they had reached out to inform us of enemy activity, indicating they were preparing to organize a counterattack. However, when we attempted to reconnect 5 minutes later, there was no further communication. A subordinate seated to Weskier's left immediately began to report. The enemy managed to breach the New Mexico base in a mere 5 minutes? Not only Weskier, but all those attending the meeting exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. As leaders of various Umbrella branches, they were acutely aware of the immense scale and formidable defenses of their bases. It was widely accepted that even a fully equipped armored division could not breach a base within mere hours. Yet now, in a span of less than 5 minutes, the enemy had utterly overwhelmed one of their outposts. Even with an inside man, such a feat seemed implausible. What is happening? Just as everyone pondered how the enemy accomplished such a swift victory, one figure at the conference table abruptly addressed the air beside him. Although his actions appeared somewhat peculiar, the attendees understood that the meeting's atmosphere was a holographic projection. The fact that he was conversing with his subordinates during such a critical meeting suggested that an unexpected crisis had arisen. Weskier, the chairman, was promptly informed by a suit-clad man who rushed to report, "Sir, we have just received word that an attack is underway at the base's entrance. Prepare your defenses at once. We must delay the enemy. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately." Weskier commanded decisively. Having finally caught a glimpse of the adversary's presence, there was no way he could let them escape. "Understood. I now command." The man in the suit had just nodded, and before he could finish his statement, his representative suddenly vanished from the conference table without warning. The Rio de Janeiro base had been obliterated. A red dot on the world map at the center of the table abruptly dimmed, causing an immediate heaviness in the hearts of all attendees. In that fleeting moment, from the receipt of the attack notification to the base's collapse, merely a few minutes had elapsed. Upon introspection, they questioned whether they could escape should that enigmatic adversary target them. All orbital satellites were promptly redirected to Brazil, and every external task force was summoned. Though obscured by oversized sunglasses, which concealed Weskier's expression, his slightly cold tone betrayed that the executive president was genuinely enraged. Indeed, had Weskier proposed such a demand earlier, the base leaders might have feigned compliance, for those satellites and task forces were independent assets of their respective branches. Even as executive president, Weskier could not arbitrarily commandeer the resources of the divisions. However, now, with the uncertainty of when the enemy might strike, it was imperative to consolidate forces and eliminate the threat rather than foolishly await their inevitable assault. Hooray! Inside the Osprey aircraft, Claire excitedly high-fived Li Qingyuan. Over the past month, they had traversed the entirety of the Americas, effectively dismantling nearly all umbrella bases. The ease with which they achieved victory was almost too incredulous to believe. As the aircraft approached the base, someone would descend to blast open the main gate, ventilation shaft, or elevator shaft cover, subsequently tossing in a small nuclear warhead. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, strikingly simple and brutally efficient. Typically, detonating a nuclear warhead necessitated a series of intricate procedures. However, under Li Qingyuan's modifications, he could directly control the detonation within a 10-kilometer radius using sheer willpower. Generally, he would return to the aircraft and snap his fingers, observing a blue light erupting from the ground, followed by a massive sphere emerging. Its beauty resembling a galaxy was endlessly captivating. Furthermore, Li Qingyuan felt that as he meticulously scrutinized the explosion's intricate transformations, he was gradually beginning to comprehend and analyze the data model of nuclear detonation. Though this sensation was somewhat nebulous, he believed that by detonating more nuclear devices and experimenting with larger explosives, he might unlock the profound truths of nuclear explosions. Yet, such aspirations remained mere fantasies, for he calculated that achieving that level of understanding would likely require obliterating the entire Earth dozens of times over. Although he believed himself to be quite wicked, he could not fathom the notion of annihilating the world merely to hone a skill. Perhaps he could refine this ability when the time came for a grand scenario. Yet, he wondered if there would be sufficient nuclear weapons at his disposal. It seemed that the Americas had been thoroughly cleared. Should we not turn our sights to Europe? Jill, piloting the aircraft, inquired without glancing back. Truth be told, as one of the protagonists of this dimension, Jill and Claire brilliantly exemplified the dazzling life of those who seemed to possess extraordinary talents. Beyond their proficiency in various combat techniques and firearms, these two women could pilot both planes and submarines, wielding hacking skills and lockpicking abilities that left Li Qingyuan astounded. As for the myriad other skills they possessed, they were too numerous to count. Although the two women modestly claimed to only have a superficial understanding of these abilities, by their standards, they could easily outmatch a host of elites. Of course, they did have their shortcomings. It was quite astonishing that neither of these women could cook, relying on him to prepare their meals over the past few days, which was truly disheartening. Could you not take the time to learn something more traditionally feminine? For now, let us not rush. We should find a place to settle down. Sitting beside Jill, Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile. Why? Claire interjected from behind. We have eliminated all of Umbrella Corporation's strongholds in the Americas this month. Do you think they want to send someone to hunt us down? Li Qingyuan had never underestimated Umbrella's capabilities. The reason for their recent successes lay primarily in catching the enemy off guard. They never anticipated an unrestrained assault involving nuclear weapons. Regardless of who it was, encountering such a direct nuclear strike would leave anyone bewildered. In all the action blockbusters, who would commence with a dialogue on peace? Chapter 135. The enemies might. Could you two please be more cautious while driving? If the enemy arrives, I fear you both may be incapacitated, Claire exclaimed, observing the pallor of the two. It was impossible not to be enraged. These two had become increasingly brazen, once at least having the sense to conceal themselves, but now they were brazenly attacking public areas. Jill, in frustration, pinched a certain someone's waist. Feeling that her own standards had been so quickly compromised, this individual must bear full responsibility. She certainly understood what this scoundrel was thinking, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, she could not best him. Speaking of which, Are not oxen typically the ones who toil until exhaustion? Why was it that in her case, the oxen remained vigorous while the land was on the brink of being overworked? With a smile gracing his face, Li Qingyuan remained unfazed, despite nearing his limits. Such feelings were not to be expressed. Indeed, physical endurance proved to be a valuable asset, and he resolved to cultivate it further in the future. Claire, your complexion appears rather unwell. Perhaps you have been harboring too much anger lately? He inquired earnestly, disregarding Claire's evident irritation. Is there any doubt in your mind as to why I am so irate? Claire thought to herself, wishing fervently to hurl her coffee at the face of the man before her. Yet, contemplating his thick skin, she surmised that the beverage would merely bounce off. As a mature and beautiful woman, it was quite absurd to maintain her composure while witnessing such displays daily. Frankly, enduring such torment at such close quarters often led Claire to contemplate that if some scoundrel were to sneak into her room at night, she might just play along. After all, aside from his audacious demeanor, he possessed qualities that were rather commendable, making it difficult to find anyone better in these times. While it might seem somewhat ungracious to snatch away a friend's potential partner, Claire believed that given Jill's languid disposition, she would not object to Claire alleviating some of her burdens. Regrettably, each night she found herself alone in bed, tossing and turning until dawn. Sleep eluded her, as the cacophony from next door was akin to a maddening symphony, rendering restful slumber impossible. She pondered whether this man was perhaps a T-virus evolved individual, possessing peculiarities in every capacity. Otherwise, it was simply unfathomable. Li Qingyuan shared her sentiments of helplessness. The days spent idly waiting were exceedingly tedious, leaving little to occupy his time aside from occasional physical skirmishes. If you dare provoke me again, I shall have no choice but to end you, Claire declared with indignation. She was a woman of passion and conviction, fully aware of Li Qingyuan's petty tricks, yet she could not compel him to act against his will. Perfect. Since Jill is unwell today, let us have a practice session. Li Qingyuan replied with a slight smile, reflecting on the efforts he had invested over the past days, all leading to this moment. The instant the words escaped her lips, Claire realized she had fallen into his trap and swiftly nudged Jill with her toe. Your man is flirting with me right in front of you, and you do nothing about it? Jill lifted her gaze and offered Claire an apologetic smile. She wished to intervene, but such matters were beyond her control. In the realm of fighting, the victor held the authority to speak, while the weaker party had no standing to impose conditions. As for weeping and wailing like other women, Jill would rather see Li Qingyuan seek out additional companions than lose her dignity. As Li Qingyuan escorted Jill to rest, Claire suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Why did that man regard her with the gaze of a predator sizing up its prey, leaving her utterly uneasy, especially when Li Qingyuan returned and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her? In an instant, Jill felt like elbowing him in the ribs, yet just as her strength peaked near his waist, it inexplicably waned. You scoundrel! How can you treat Sister Jill this way? Claire muttered under her breath, feeling the unwelcome warmth of his hand lingering inappropriately. You saw it. Jill has already consented. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, playfully toying with Claire's treasured porcelain. Although Claire's ancestral porcelain paled in comparison to Jill's in both size and luster, each era's antiques possessed their own unique merits. Just as they prepared to delve into the study of her heirlooms, a series of explosive detonations echoed from afar. Damn it! Li Qingyuan, on the verge of success, sprang to his feet in frustration, cursing the Umbrella Corporation. Would it have killed you to arrive 2 hours later? Huff! Jill. Her cheeks flushed, scrambled to her feet, hastily donning her clothing. You two are painfully slow. Stepping into the living room, Jill was already awaiting them, her fingers dancing like phantoms over the keyboard. To ensnare the Umbrella Corporation's special operations team, they had fabricated a false base 3 kilometers away, and the recent explosions signified the corporation's discovery and assault on that position. What is the situation outside? Compared to Claire's embarrassment, Li Qingyuan seemed unfazed. He scooped Jill into his arms and sat down, finally inquiring. See for yourself. Jill shot him an annoyed glance and displayed the external situation on the screen. The sky was darkened by a swarm of fighter jets, while hundreds of armored vehicles lined the ground, and in the distance, several warships appeared on the sea. Quite the grand display. It seems the Umbrella Corporation has deployed all its resources, Li Qingyuan remarked, amused by the impending battle. However, the two women were far from composed. Even Claire, forgetting her earlier discomfort, stepped closer and tugged at his arm. What do we do with so many enemies? Just the visible foes on the screen numbered at least 10,000, not to mention the tanks, aircraft, and naval vessels. Though they were aware that Li Qingyuan had planted a nuclear bomb within the trap, even that could only eliminate half of the adversaries at best. The enemy commander leading this assault was also quite competent, with all troops dispersed into small units. Should any of these enemy factions discover their underground base, the three of them would find themselves hopelessly ensnared. Do not rush. Do you think I deliberately chose this location for the ambush without reason? Seizing the moment while the two women were momentarily stunned, Li Qingyuan took the opportunity to pull Claire into his embrace, positioning himself with Jill, each with a leg around him. The two women exchanged glances. Given the dire circumstances, they decided to momentarily set aside their grievances with this rogue. After all, faced with an overwhelming tide of enemies, none could ascertain their survival, and they were far from naive women who could not discern the gravity of the situation. It was inconceivable to engage in petty disputes at such a juncture. Chapter 136. Behold a treasure, how fares the battle? In the makeshift command center at the rear, Weskier, clad in sunglasses, inquired of his subordinates. This conflict had nearly drained the Umbrella Corporation's entire operational capacity. He could not entrust it to anyone else, thus he had to intervene personally. The Special Operations Team had infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, yet the enemy's resistance was peculiar. Apart from a few initial token attacks, they had entirely ceased their defense. I suspect this is a trap, remarked a woman in a red cheapao, the slit reaching her waist, as she gazed at the large display screen. She was Ada Wong, the most formidable agent under Weskier, and the leading lady from the Resident Evil game series, a goddess to countless admirers. However, in the film adaptation, the director minimized Ada's role to highlight Alice, excising her scenes repeatedly and even altering her character. Originally a powerful and enigmatic figure merely collaborating with Umbrella, Ada had now been transformed into one of Weskier's subordinates, and it appeared she had been swiftly eliminated at the outset of the final film. Well, let us not dwell on that issue. It is undoubtedly a trap. If they could so swiftly dismantle the American division, how could they be so easily vanquished? Weskier's desk was adorned with a chess set, and as he spoke, he moved a piece, reflecting the calculated demeanor of a master strategist. The Special Operations Team sent a telegram. The stronghold was devoid of personnel, and the recent counterattack was likely a one-time remote control system. Ada swiftly consolidated all information, articulating her findings. Just as I anticipated, Weskier advanced a white rook, capturing a black knight. The next move should be an explosion at the camp. Our adversaries are surely lying in wait with powerful explosives buried within. What do you think it could be? Manipulating a black pawn, he advanced, capturing the white rook, and Weskier inquired with a smile. When hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. This time, he intended to crush the enemy with overwhelming force. Could it be nuclear weapons? Ada pondered before responding. Strategic nuclear warheads. Through analysis of several division remnants, the enemy likely possesses a considerable stockpile of strategic nuclear warheads, Weskier calmly asserted. Over the past month, he had meticulously analyzed all circumstances and had already discerned the reasons behind the fall of those bases. It must be said that the enemy's underhanded tactics rendered any resistance utterly futile. No matter how robust the underground base was constructed, it would be of no avail. A mere nuclear bomb thrown in would completely disregard any defenses, inflicting genuine damage. Fortunately, the displayed number of enemies was minimal. As long as they could be eliminated, the situation would be manageable. Should we notify the nearby soldiers to evacuate? Ida Wong felt a surge of alarm and quickly inquired. No need. Without sufficient bait, how could the fish be tempted to bite? Weskier remained unconcerned about the casualties among his subordinates. After all, they were merely figures on a screen. As long as the variables could be eradicated, he would not hesitate even if half of them perished. Commander, the enemy has detonated the nuclear bomb. The once massive screen was suddenly engulfed by a hue of sky blue. Everything within the blast radius, be it elite special forces or the latest armored vehicles, was immediately absorbed, reduced to mere dust. This was the might of the peace bomb, which disregarded all defenses. Beneath the guise of peace, all creatures were rendered equal. Excellent. Red Queen, have you deciphered the frequency at which the enemy detonated the nuclear bomb? Weskier casually maneuvered a white piece to capture the black general. I am currently analyzing. The frequency employed by the enemy is peculiar and has no precedent. The Red Queen diligently sought to capture the wandering electrons in the air. aiming to discern the enemy's position. This was Weskier's ultimate objective. The detonation of a nuclear bomb necessitated a complex procedure, and the reason he deployed so many subordinates was to compel the enemy into triggering the explosion, thereby allowing the Red Queen to calculate their hidden location. Analysis failed. The enemy's method of detonating the nuclear bomb exceeded calculable parameters. After approximately 10 minutes, the Red Queen finally responded. Impossible. Even as Weskier remained unflappable in the face of the nuclear explosion, his astonishment broke through. He failed to notice as the chessboard was toppled. The great boss was meant to remain inscrutable, yet the battlefield had spiraled beyond his expectations. If the enemy's location could not be determined, then had those lives been lost in vain? Commander, the ground team has discovered a concealed wired camera. The enemy may be lurking nearby. Before Weskier could unleash his fury, Ida Wong swiftly delivered some good news. Knowing the capabilities of the Red Queen, all facilities within the surface camp, as well as the cameras installed outside, were wired. Additionally, the computer in the underground base was not connected to the internet, ensuring that no matter how formidable the Red Queen was, she could never breach a physically disconnected machine. However, this approach bore its own drawbacks. Should the enemy discover the wiring, they could trace it directly to their hideout. What should we do? They found our camera. Should we confront them? Inside the underground base, Jill and Claire wore expressions of deep concern. To be honest, both women felt uncertain. This is not the trivial skirmishes of yore. With hundreds, if not thousands, of armored vehicles and armed helicopters, even with extraordinary abilities, the two of them cannot possibly prevail. Of course, if one could recharge and upgrade their powers to something akin to an anti-Japanese divine artifact, perhaps victory would be within reach. No matter. It's time for you two to behold my treasures. With a grin, Li Qingyuan embraced both women. Could you refrain from being so frivolous? Do you even realize the gravity of the situation? Jill shot him an exasperated glare and twisted her waist, giving a firm nudge to someone nearby. Regrettably, Claire lamented. Had I known today would be my last, I should have sought you out for conversation yesterday. I have been so composed these past few days, and now it seems I shall depart without having truly savored life. How wasteful. With a sharp clap, Li Qingyuan signaled the two disheartened women to rise. Behold my treasure. He retrieved a scepter from a corner, eager to test its power, which he had long wished to explore but lacked the opportunity. Though New York is coastal, the nearby New York sanctuary made him wary. He feared that unleashing its full potential might attract the attention of the mages. Thus he had concealed it at the bottom of a box. Now, however, the moment had arrived to gauge its might. Despite the brief description labeling it merely a toy, he found solace in recalling that many of the gadgets wielded by the robotic cat were also toy versions. It is a simple truth that the treasures of the third Prince Neza, such as the wind-fire wheels and the heavenly silk, were likewise toys bestowed upon him at birth by the celestial Master Tai. Chapter 137. The Might of Heaven and Earth. Is this the latest stance launcher? Claire inquired excitedly. Standing amidst the ocean. When selecting a location, Li Qingyuan had chosen a cliff by the coast, so when the Umbrella Corporation's army advanced, he swiftly leapt into the sea with the two women. In truth, Weskier had anticipated that the enemy might flee to the ocean, thus deploying 3 destroyers and a submarine to encircle the area, ensuring no means of escape for the adversaries. Yet, it was unfortunate. Weskier, and even Red Queen, could not fathom that someone could walk on the ocean floor. Even with the stance launcher, from where do we draw our oxygen? Jill queried in astonishment, delicately touching the nearby seawater, feeling as if she had brushed against a soft mirror-like surface. All right, let us hasten our departure. Although the seawater provides some protection, the shockwave is no trivial matter. Noticing the two women poised to crouch and examine further, Li Qingyuan urged them on. If it were the authentic trident of Poseidon, it might withstand the force of a nuclear explosion. However, this toy version was best kept from hazardous endeavors. With thoughts of the nuclear warheads left at the base, both women quickened their pace, and the 3 of them swiftly traversed the ocean floor. Commander, we have located the enemy's hidden stronghold. Simultaneously, Ada Wong commenced her report to Weskier. The soldiers on land traced the network lines to a subterranean base, now endeavoring to discover its entrance. Caution those below. I suspect it may still be a trap. Having rearranged his chess pieces, Weskier exhibited a newfound wariness. Having already suffered a setback, he vowed never to fall prey to the same mistake twice. Understood. Ada Wong nodded, prepared to alert her subordinates, when suddenly, A brilliant blue light engulfed the entire screen. Are these lunatics mad? Weskier, exasperated, struck the chessboard fiercely with his piece. Although he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing the enemy launch nuclear projectiles as if they were mere fireworks left him unnerved. Do you not realize that your reckless deployment of nuclear weapons could induce a nuclear winter? Are you aware that such actions could lead to severe environmental degradation and the collapse of the ecosystem? Weskier found himself perplexed. Who exactly harbored the intention to annihilate the world? While Umbrella Corporation had unleashed the T-virus to purify the world, their aim was merely to eliminate the worthless rabble, having little significant impact on the Earth's ecosystem. Yet now look, this unknown scoundrel indiscriminately hurls mushrooms about, dragging the Earth down into oblivion. Such malevolence. A peculiar energy response detected. Red Queen suddenly interjected. He is launching nuclear weapons again? Weskier inquired without raising his gaze. I cannot bear it. I am utterly exhausted. It is not a nuclear bomb. It is a tsunami. Red Queen swiftly clarified. How can this be? Weskier lifted his head, only to witness the screen blurring with towering waves nearly 100 meters high rising from the ocean. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, withdraw immediately! Weskier urgently commanded. Of course, even without his orders, the surviving soldiers began to flee, for in the face of such overwhelming natural force, even the most fortified armored vehicles offered no semblance of safety. A wave of nearly 100 meters offers no chance of survival, regardless of the vehicle. The warships and submarines moored along the coast bore the brunt, already swept away to an unknown fate. Ordinarily, submarines lurking beneath the surface would be safest during a tsunami, but this particular tsunami was artificially controlled by Li Qingyuan, ensuring no respite for those vessels. With a mere adjustment of the currents, he could easily direct a submarine to collide with the seabed's rocks, resolving the matter entirely. Is this truly under your control? Behind the cataclysmic tsunami, three figures stood resolutely upon the water's surface, for at that moment, the entire Umbrella Corps was in disarray. Too preoccupied to seek them out, Jill and Claire gazed at Li Qingyuan, who held the scepter, with wide-eyed wonder, feeling as though they were encountering the world anew. They had long grown accustomed to his ability to casually toss bombs and his mastery over nuclear detonations. After all, they too were extraordinary individuals, the only distinction lying in the magnitude of their powers. Furthermore, having endured Alice's unreasonable telekinetic assaults, they shared an unspoken understanding regarding Li's seemingly superhuman abilities and refrained from questioning it. However, what lay before them now transcended their comprehension entirely. The forces of nature and the might of the heavens were powers wielded solely by deities. If the Umbrella Corporation possessed the capability to control ocean currents, why would they exhaust themselves concocting the T-virus to bring about the apocalypse? Would it not be far simpler to unleash a great flood as described in the scriptures? Of course, one must consider who their man was. Li Qingyuan's hands felt weak, yet he maintained a facade of unwavering confidence. This toy-like trident had limited power. The colossal tsunami it generated was merely a result of the energy released from the recent nuclear detonation, which he had harnessed. Under normal circumstances, this device could only conjure waves of 20 to 30 meters, sufficient for display, but utterly inadequate for annihilating the Umbrella troops below. Even with the nuclear explosion propelling a 100-meter-high wave, he could not precisely direct its trajectory, only managing to steer it vaguely toward the fleeing soldiers. Li Qingyuan felt no compassion for these soldiers who had committed atrocities. Their demise would be welcome. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten something. Despite the armored vehicles below pressing their accelerators to the limit, against a super tsunami spanning dozens of kilometers, any struggle was futile. With a thunderous roar akin to the earth splitting, the cataclysmic wave crashed upon the shore, releasing energy equivalent to the detonation of several small nuclear devices. I believe, after this lesson, the Umbrella Corporation will have little strength left to resist. Li Qingyuan remarked contentedly, surveying the transformed landscape, now a marshy jungle. It was a pity that the spectacle had not been recorded, otherwise, it would have undoubtedly marked a significant chapter in his history of battles. Jill and Claire exchanged a glance before stepping closer to him. What are you two planning? Li Qingyuan warned, retreating a couple of steps as he sensed the danger in their eyes. I believe you have much to tell us right now. Jill smiled slightly, seizing hold of him. I agree. Claire, now devoid of any pretense, readily assisted Jill in subduing a certain individual. Faced with such an incident, both felt an insatiable curiosity that would drive them to madness if left unaddressed. Chapter 138. Direct assault on the heart of the matter. Shouldn't we dismantle all the other branch bases? Claire inquired, perched in Li Qingyuan's embrace, casually cracking sunflower seeds. She had adopted a carefree attitude, no longer concerned with the opinions of others. In this tumultuous world, finding a fourth individual was no easy task. The forces of the Umbrella Corporation, which had come to encircle them, were nearly annihilated by 2 peace bombs and a tsunami, leaving only a scant few helicopters in a panicked retreat. In an instant, the entirety of the Americas was almost entirely liberated. No need. Those remaining dare not stir from their hiding places. It is more prudent to save ourselves the trouble. The remaining branches of the Umbrella Corporation are but a trivial nuisance, utterly inconsequential. What we need now is to bring down the hive, and that will suffice. Previously, they had refrained from attacking the hive due to the formidable global power of the Umbrella Corporation, knowing that such an action would inevitably rouse a hornet's nest. However, now that the Umbrella had been severely crippled, these lesser threats could be disregarded, and they could strike directly at the heart of the matter. Once we resolve the Umbrella Corporation, will you be leaving? Claire tilted her head and asked him, while Jill perked up her ears in curiosity. A few days prior, through their combined efforts, they had incapacitated a certain individual who ultimately had no choice but to divulge the truth. He was not of this world, but hailed from another. Both women readily accepted this notion of interdimensional existence. After all, Li Qingyuan's displayed prowess far exceeded their comprehension, particularly that divine trident, which was nothing short of a legendary artifact. Moreover, given the cataclysmic events that had already transpired, the existence of an additional parallel universe seemed inconsequential. Are you so eager to send me away? Li Qingyuan teased, playfully pinching Claire. Go if you wish. Claire scoffed, turning her head disdainfully, as if to assert that her existence did not hinge upon him. Do you truly intend to leave? In contrast to Claire, who had only recently joined the fray, Jill exhibited a more sentimental disposition. After all, they had spent over half a year together, enduring numerous trials from the outset. She could not simply abandon their shared experiences as Claire had. Don't fret, I shall not be departing just yet. Cast aside the ungrateful Claire, Li Qingyuan then embraced Jill in his arms. It was not that he lacked the desire to hold both, but rather that his strength did not permit it. It is essential to recognize that these two women are both formidable figures, having engaged in rigorous training over an extended period. Though they may appear slender, they are, in truth, quite robust. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, each of them weighs around 60 kilograms. Li Qingyuan mused that to lift both of them simultaneously, he would require a strength of at least 8 or 9 points. Humph. Claire let out a disgruntled protest from her nose, wondering why he didn't indulge her a bit more. Let us first analyze how to breach the hive. Ignoring Claire's sulking demeanor, Li Qingyuan pointed at the map before him. His primary quest was to survive 3 years in the world of Resident Evil, while his secondary mission entailed dismantling the Umbrella Corporation and releasing a virus to eliminate the vaccine. He had already accomplished a significant portion of this task. The operational forces of the Umbrella Corporation had been nearly eradicated. Once he destroyed the cryogenic chambers beneath the hive, he would have little left to contend with. As for the remaining subbases, Li Qingyuan felt confident that he could delegate that responsibility to others, such as the protagonist Alice. It was unreasonable for him to shoulder all the burdens alone. He ought to leave some tasks for others. Why not just assault it directly? There's no need to change your original strategy. Claire gradually nestled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Everywhere else can be destroyed, but the hive must remain intact. Li Qingyuan replied, gently pulling her into his embrace as he explained. Inside the hive lies the T-virus vaccine. If released in an open area, it could annihilate all zombies. With the seasonal winds carrying it, the vaccine could potentially eliminate every last zombie within a few years. Since he had fabricated an identity as a traveler from a parallel universe, it was entirely plausible that he possessed knowledge of secrets unknown to others. Is that truly the case? The two women eagerly seized his hand, their faces alight with excitement. For Li Qingyuan, he was merely a transient visitor in this world. Yet for them, this realm encapsulated all their cherished memories. Any normal individual would be tormented by witnessing the world in such a state. Otherwise, they would not have joined Li Qingyuan in opposing the Umbrella Corporation. Although they had recently witnessed the Umbrella Corporation's forces crumble, they understood that even a slight misstep could lead to utter devastation. Initially, they believed the world was doomed. even if they were to vanquish the Umbrella Corporation. The remaining survivors would still have to confront an overwhelming tide of zombies, likely taking decades, if not centuries, to eradicate the threats posed by the T-virus. Now, however, they were thrilled to learn that simply releasing the so-called vaccine could eliminate all zombies directly. Currently, the world boasts only a few million survivors. And with the threat of zombies eradicated, humanity could return to its most prosperous era within a few centuries. After all, if humanity embraces procreation, doubling in population within a mere 15 years is certainly feasible. When have I ever deceived you? As he slowly drew the two women closer, Li Qingyuan spoke languidly. Is that so? Jill and Claire exchanged glances, their camaraderie growing stronger with each passing day. Who was it that once professed to love only me? Jill firmly pinched the flesh at his left waist. Someone recently declared they would never lay a hand on me. Claire, not to be outdone, gripped his right waist with equal fervor. Well, it seems these two women have learned to unite against a common foe. Who else claimed never to harbor feelings for another woman? Someone even promised to take me to find my brother. Where is he? The two women volleyed their taunts at Li Qingyuan, rendering him momentarily speechless. More importantly, they were acutely aware of his physical prowess, and their grip showed no mercy. Ease up, you're going to break me. Feeling as though his flesh was on the verge of being twisted off, Li Qingyuan exclaimed helplessly. How is it that you both hold such grudges? In the stillness of the night, when two individuals engage in playful combat, it is often the man who speaks out of turn, is it not? Yet you both cling to this minor grievance, which seems rather excessive. You deserve the pain. If I don't show you both the consequences today, you'll never understand what it means for a husband to uphold the authority of a wife. Realizing that the two women were undeterred, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of strength from somewhere, effortlessly hoisting them both up. Chapter 139, The Gathering of Parties, Raccoon City. Once the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation, it was transformed into a ghost town 2 years ago due to a supposed nuclear leak at a nearby power station. However, this was merely the official narrative to placate the public. The truth was that the T-virus had erupted in Raccoon City. To eliminate any evidence, Umbrella Corporation resorted to detonating a nuclear bomb within the city. Indeed, it was that very bomb that Li Qingyuan often mused about. The primary aim of deploying that bomb was to obscure the location of Umbrella's true main base. Everyone believed that the hive had been obliterated by the bomb's might. Yet the actual components of the hive remained securely hidden underground. Only Li Qingyuan, as a time traveler, possessed knowledge of this fact. Such covert operations were executed with remarkable finesse by Umbrella Corporation. The three of them piloted a helicopter directly to Raccoon City, encountering no delays along the way. Primarily, Li Qingyuan believed that Weskier, feeling cornered, would resort to desperate measures if Umbrella's entire operational force was eradicated. In such circumstances, he feared that Weskier might launch a nuclear strike if he were to wander into other bases or locations. After all, given Umbrella's vast resources, the presence of an intercontinental missile silo would hardly be surprising. Therefore, he dared not delay and made a beeline for Raccoon City. If Weskier had the audacity to unleash a nuclear strike over Raccoon City, that would indeed be a bold move. Furthermore, even if Weskier were to lose his sanity, Red Queen would intervene to thwart him. Beneath the hive, in the cryogenic chambers, lay over 40,000 Umbrella executives, noble politicians, and tycoons, individuals who held sway over the fate of the Earth. It could be said that if Weskier dared to detonate a nuclear weapon in Raccoon City, he would not need to lift a finger. Red Queen could easily eliminate him with her highest authority. The entrance to the hive was located just there. After landing the helicopter, Jill led the two others to a section of the elevated highway that had been severed, indicating towards a massive crater ahead. This crater, approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, was spherical in shape and was a result of the nuclear explosion. As the original outbreak site of the T-virus, coupled with the subsequent mutations due to radiation from the nuclear bomb, Raccoon City had transformed into the most perilous area in the world. Here, one could scarcely find any low-level zombies. The city was overrun with bizarre and extraordinary bioweapons. During their flight, they had encountered 2 dragon-like creatures, which, according to their readings, were bats infected by the T-virus and subsequently mutated by radiation, emerging in terrifying forms. However, such creatures, which might constitute a formidable boss in a game, posed no resistance against the Apache. Claire unleashed a barrage from the chain gun, reducing the 2 bat dragons to a mass of shredded remains. The entrance to the hive lay beneath the crater, where a massive pipe was situated. The trio skillfully descended the elevated highway and made their way toward the distant pipe entrance. Along the way, they occasionally encountered mutated bioweapons. But thanks to the exceptional marksmanship of the two women and Li Qingyuan's warnings, those creatures provided little more than experience for the women. However, as they neared the entrance, an unexpected development occurred. Alice, Isaacs, Jill questioned in disbelief upon seeing the two figures suddenly appear before her. Why were these two here? Jill, Alice exclaimed, recognizing her old friend, and rushed forward. With a thud, she collided into the man's embrace, just as Alice was about to envelop Jill in a hug. Li Qingyuan swiftly intervened, pulling her aside in a sudden shift. What are you up to? I warn you not to have any intentions towards Alice. Jill, feeling quite frustrated, pinched someone. This fellow was truly excessive. I must first ascertain whether she is a villain. What if this is not the Alice you know, but rather a weapon cloned by the Umbrella Corporation? Li Qingyuan proclaimed with righteous indignation, his grandiose demeanor making Jill feel like she was being unreasonable. However, to be honest, Alice was rather unimpressive. She had collided with him earlier, causing a painful throb in his chest. Had it been Jill, she would not have collided with such force, demonstrating the undeniable advantage of having two safety airbags. You must be Jill's boyfriend, Lee. Pleased to meet you. I am the genuine Alice. That over there is Isaac. He claims to be a clone, though I am not entirely certain. Alice hastily introduced herself. What brings you two here? After confirming with Alice that she was indeed not a clone, the five of them gathered to commence their discussions. Isaac remarked that all secrets reside here, and by coming here, he could learn everything. Alice pointed directly at Isaac as she spoke. My original self is here. I can feel it. I must eliminate him. Thus, I shall be the true Isaac. Isaac's clone said ominously. Very well, this fellow has been driven mad by both his original and true self. When Li Qingyuan spared him initially, he had anticipated this outcome, for Isaac possessed dangerously radical thoughts. Any of his clones wished to eliminate the original and ascend to power. One could only wonder if the true Isaac would still dare to clone himself for amusement if he knew such intentions lurked within his clones. You are merely a weakling. What good does it do to have you around? Li Qingyuan pouted. If this fellow had truly evolved into a tyrant model, then having him could be beneficial in combat. However, it was evident that upon discovering he was a clone, he completely abandoned the so-called synthesis of the human virus tyrant. The current Isaac was nothing more than a failure. Bringing him along would only hinder their progress. I can develop a vaccine for T-virus immunity. Now that I have Alice, the perfect match as a sample, with sufficient resources, I could create an immunity vaccine within 3 months. The clone of Isaac, being clever, had already devised his position. He was a scientist and would never engage in direct combat. As for the apocalyptic T-virus plan designed by the original, that was the concern of the original self, with no bearing on him. Once he eliminated the original, he would be the true Dr. Isaac, and saving the world would surely be a far greater feat than bringing about its destruction. Very well, I shall count you in. Li Qingyuan had previously contemplated the predicament that might arise if he arrived in a timeline devoid of the T-virus eradication vaccine within the hive. However, with this individual's involvement, even in the absence of the vaccine, he could fabricate one himself. Now, we must deliberate on strategies to breach the hive. Alice retrieved a tablet from her backpack, projecting a three-dimensional schematic of the hive. Chapter 140, An Unexpected Conclusion. Is this truly effective? Alice felt as though several crows were soaring above her head. Had this been a comic rendition, her forehead would undoubtedly be adorned with dark lines. Rest assured, since Lee has taken this course of action, it is undoubtedly feasible. Jill expressed unwavering confidence in her partner, assuring Alice that she need not harbor any doubts. To those within, you are surrounded. I grant you 1 hour to surrender. Should you fail to emerge within this time frame, we shall prepare to unleash peacekeeping measures. Alice observed the loudspeaker blaring below and found it difficult to fathom Jill's confidence. The hive was, after all, the very lifeblood of the Umbrella Corporation. Whether it be Weskier or even Isaac himself, unless they had lost their senses, they would never. What did she behold? Several individuals emerged from the hive, including the bespectacled Weskier, Isaac clad in a suit, a stunning Asian beauty in a strikingly high-slit red dress, and an elderly woman in a wheelchair. Excellent. It appears everyone is quite cooperative. Observing the 4 figures stepping forth from the hive, Li Qingyuan smiled amiably. Initially, He had intended to lead Jill and Claire into the hive to procure the T-virus eradication vaccine. But now, with Isaac's clone claiming the capability to produce the vaccine, why would he risk entering the hive? Was this not merely inviting trouble upon himself? Although there existed an intelligent artificial system known as Red Queen within the hive, he also had a backup system, White Queen, at his disposal. We have emerged not to negotiate cooperation. Weskier smirked coldly, then suddenly, like a phantom, he lunged towards him. Weskier and Isaac had meticulously prepared countless traps within the hive, anticipating Li Qingyuan and his team to charge in recklessly. Yet, who could have predicted that such a flawless plan would be completely overturned by a mere clone? With the sole vial of T-virus eradication vaccine existing within the hive, they had concluded that the enemy would not dare to act recklessly. To obtain the vaccine, they must face numerous trials and fight their way to the hive's depths. However, the emergence of Isaac's clone disrupted this precarious balance. According to Red Queen's calculations, should they fail to emerge, the enemy would possess a 97% likelihood of indeed sealing the doors and deploying peacekeeping measures. After all, this individual's thought process is utterly deranged. He seems entirely unconcerned about the impending nuclear winter. Thus, after a thorough contemplation lasting 3 minutes, Dr. Isaacs sincerely suggested that any matters should be discussed face-to-face, rather than resorting to tossing mushrooms, which is decidedly unsustainable. Of course, Isaacs also believed he still possessed a chance for a comeback. With 5 adversaries against their 4, excluding his own clone and the rather ineffectual Alicia, the odds of 3 against 4 did not guarantee defeat. Both he and Weskier had augmented their attributes significantly using the T-virus, while Ada Wong stood as one of the world's premier agents. If they were to engage in a full-fledged brawl, the outcome was far from certain. Remaining within the hive would undoubtedly lead to demise. However, surrendering outside might just turn the tide in their favor. A wise individual would find the choice glaringly evident. "I knew you would resort to this tactic," Weskier exclaimed, as he barreled headlong into an upright suitcase, resulting in 2 striking imprints. Frankly, in terms of physical prowess and combat skills, Weskier was far more suited to the role of the quintessential villain, particularly with his phantasmic attacks, which were nothing short of dazzling. When he was met with a narrative demise, it incited a chorus of discontent from the audience, condemning the director's lack of sincerity. Therefore, as Weskier commenced his dialogue, Li Qingyuan instinctively positioned the suitcase defensively by his side. Sure enough, Weskier collided with the superalloy suitcase, leaving him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Isaacs and Ada Wong began their assault on their respective opponents. A brief glance revealed Jill and Claire overpowering Ada Wong, while Isaacs was similarly engaged with Alice. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. After all, Alice, as the destined heroine, was unlikely to perish so easily. For now, it was paramount to devise a means to eliminate Weskier. Weskier shook his head and swiftly regained his footing. Although the phantasmic attack could catch foes off guard, if the enemy possessed predictive abilities, it would render him vulnerable. Thus, he resolved to engage in a visceral, close-quarters combat. Bang! The two exchanged blows, and then Li Qingyuan was sent sprawling through the air by Weskier's strike. There was no alternative. His strength was merely that of an average person, while Weskier, bolstered by the T-virus and the combat simulator, possessed a strength rating of at least 20. Had it not been for Li Qingyuan's robust physique, that blow could have easily claimed his life. Jill, who had been poised to strike down Ada Wong, hurriedly rushed towards him. "You have some skill after all." Li Qingyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Reflecting on how woeful his close combat abilities were, he could undoubtedly be considered among the least proficient mages in this otherworldly realm. Alice was no match for Dr. Isaac. "As long as I defeat you once more, this battle will still be our victory," Weskier exclaimed with excitement. No matter how many times he lost, it was worth it. After all, only children focus on the process, while adults prioritize the outcome. "Alicia, I implore you to immediately strip Weskier of all his positions within the Umbrella Corporation. You must understand, this is for the greater good of the world." Li Qingyuan disregarded him and turned to the elderly woman seated in the wheelchair. In truth, this woman was merely in her 30s, her aged appearance a result of a peculiar genetic condition that accelerated her aging, akin to the hereditary illness afflicting Norman Osborn. Alicia was the sole daughter of Marcus, the founder of the Umbrella Corporation, holding 50% of its shares, making her one of the most powerful women in the world. She had consistently opposed the so-called apocalypse plan, and Alice's ability to single-handedly dismantle the Umbrella Corporation was largely due to Alicia's support and assistance behind the scenes. In the name of Alicia Marcus, I hereby revoke Albert Weskier's positions within the Umbrella Corporation. The woman, who appeared on the verge of death while seated in her wheelchair, suddenly shed her fatigue upon hearing Li Qingyuan's words and addressed the heir directly. No. Both Weskier and Dr. Isaac, who was currently overpowering Alice, cried out in terror. Unfortunately, as a shareholder, Alicia could dismiss an employee with merely a word. Chapter 141. The Utility of the Spatial Pocket. Li, you truly have a sense of humor. If the opportunity arises, come to my home for dinner. I'll prepare pizza for you. May Parker said with a charming smile. May, now just over 30, was at that splendid age of maturity and allure. Of course, such a term could only be applied to a woman of May Parker's sophisticated charm. Otherwise, one might simply refer to an unattractive woman as an old hag. Certainly, I will make time to visit. After playfully pinching Peter Parker's cheek, despite his unwilling expression, Li Qingyuan gracefully departed from Midtown Manhattan Elementary School. He drove directly home, where April was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Pietro was lounging on the sofa, watching television, though his wandering gaze indicated that his attention was far from the screen. Wanda was undoubtedly in her room working on her homework. Compared to Pietro, Wanda took her studies quite seriously. However, Li Qingyuan had never concerned himself with her academic performance. Regardless, neither Wanda nor Pietro relied on grades for their livelihood, so their academic success mattered little to them. Boss, you're back. Upon seeing Li Qingyuan enter the door, April promptly greeted him. She suspected that her employer had just stepped out to commit murder, so in order to prevent herself from being silenced, she thought it wise to appear more useful by being particularly attentive. She decided to prepare an extra dinner. Li Qingyuan nodded and promptly ascended to his room on the second floor. Once inside, he locked the door and silently recited a retrieval incantation. Instantly, a massive cultivation pod, nearly 2 meters in diameter, manifested within the room. Had his room not been sufficiently spacious, accommodating such a large object would have been impossible. Inside the pod, a woman, completely unclothed, lay submerged with her eyes closed. In the world of biohazard, after resolving the threats posed by Isaac and Weskier, he obtained the T-virus eradication vaccine with Alicia's assistance, successfully completing a side quest. This achievement not only granted him 10 points of free attribute, but also a personal space. His personal space was a cube measuring 2 meters on each side, totaling 8 cubic meters. While it was inadequate for storing large machinery, it was more than sufficient for housing essential items. The personal space maintained a complete vacuum, ensuring that food or weapons could be stored without issue. However, placing living beings inside would result in an explosion due to the imbalance of internal and external pressure. Initially, Li Qingyuan had never considered using his personal space to contain a person, yet when he prepared to bid farewell to Jill and Claire, Jill proposed a rather audacious idea. Indeed, while humans could not survive in his storage space, if he were to enter a sealed self-circulating apparatus first, could he not exist briefly within the space? After experimentation, this method proved entirely feasible, although he had to discard numerous local specialties acquired in the biohazard world to create space for Jill's clandestine passage. Li Qingyuan felt it was a worthwhile trade-off. How do you feel? Is everything all right? He inquired with concern as he opened the top of the cultivation pod. Although he had previously experimented multiple times with submerging living beings in the pod before transferring them to his personal space without issue, this time he was exploiting a loophole in the system, and who knew what complications might arise. I'm fine. Have I truly arrived in your world? Jill opened her eyes and surfaced from the pod, curiously surveying her surroundings. The fact that she had traversed worlds in the blink of an eye was indeed astonishing. Yes, this is my room. Once Jill climbed out of the cultivation pod, Li Qingyuan retracted it into his personal space. This pod was the pinnacle of Umbrella Corporation's engineering. No matter how severe the injuries sustained, as long as one was still alive, immersion in the pod would result in automatic healing. It doesn't feel any different, Jill remarked, waving her hand through the air, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. Whether it be the gravitational forces or the composition of the atmosphere, there exists no discernible difference in the world he has inhabited for over 2 decades. The only noticeable change seems to be a slight increase in the pollution levels within the air. It is only natural that a parallel world akin to his own would exhibit such similarities. Li Qingyuan cast a glance at Jill, who was acclimatizing to her new surroundings, and opened the door, calling out below, "April, could you come here for a moment? Is this the maid you mentioned?" Since Jill had decided to accompany him to his world, he had already divulged his current circumstances to her. "Boss, did you call for me?" April rushed up the stairs upon hearing his summons, only to be rendered speechless upon entering the room. To her astonishment, she discovered a woman in the boss's quarters, one who was, quite shockingly, unclothed. Who could explain how this naked woman had entered the room? April distinctly recalled having tidied this very space just half an hour prior, and it was inconceivable that a living person could have slipped in unnoticed. "This is Jill, my girlfriend, and henceforth, your mistress. Please, go to your room and fetch her a set of clothes," Li Qingyuan instructed, gesturing towards Jill. Okay." April nodded in a daze. "Your maid is rather attractive. Have you two ever?" Jill inquired curiously as she watched April turn to retrieve the clothing. "Absolutely not," Li Qingyuan replied, despite the initial thoughts he had entertained when hiring her. "Really?" Jill's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, there has been nothing of the sort," he affirmed. "That is rather uncharacteristic of you." Jill turned to scrutinize him, as if seeing Li Qingyuan for the first time. Having accompanied him for 3 years in the world of Resident Evil, she was well acquainted with the minutiae of his character. While he was not without his flaws, his greatest weakness lay in his inability to control his baser instincts. In the initial stages of his flirtation with Claire, Jill had been incensed for several days, but eventually, she grew weary of her anger. After all, it was a futile endeavor. Alice, Kaimat, and even the captured woman, Ada Wong, had not escaped his attention. Fortunately, Li Qingyuan had assured her that his interactions with those women were merely fleeting encounters, which allowed Jill to acquiesce to the situation. After all, they were merely transient figures. There was no need for excessive entanglement. Moreover, had those women not assisted him, Jill mused that she might have truly found herself in dire straits. Some scoundrel had inexplicably enhanced his physical prowess overnight, rendering her own capabilities seemingly inadequate, to the point that even with Claire's assistance, they would struggle against him. Under such circumstances, she could only turn a blind eye to his indiscretions. Chapter 142. The most terrifying moment of a woman too small. Jill lamented as she tugged at the front of her shirt, feeling quite uncomfortable in the tight garment. April, with a furrowed brow, held back her irritation. Knowing that this woman might very well be her boss, was she really here to cause trouble? Just because she was older didn't mean she had to belittle others. "I'll take you shopping shortly. For now, let's just make do with what you have on." Seeing Jill's attire, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Although April and Jill were nearly of the same height, the way April's clothes fit Jill was undeniably amusing. Shopping? How nostalgic. Jill's eyes sparkled with longing. Although the world of Biohazard had gradually begun to restore order, they had left just as a few city-states were being established, with everyone too busy to indulge in leisurely activities like shopping. It is worth mentioning that due to their triumph in defeating Umbrella Corporation and saving humanity, Jill and Alice had been elected as the first chairpersons of the New York and Los Angeles city-states respectively. The two women were passionately engaged in the establishment of a new society. While both had developed feelings for Li Qingyuan, Jill, who had no ties to hold her back, found it challenging for them to abandon everything and follow a man into an entirely unfamiliar world. Of course, space could not accommodate so many either. "Who is she?" Wanda asked, her little mouth pouting in surprise as she glanced at the additional woman at the dining table. "This is Sister Jill, and she is my girlfriend," Li Qingyuan said with a beaming smile, ruffling Wanda's hair. "Sister Jill is great." Pietro quickly chimed in to curry favor. "Oof, all men are bastards." Wanda glared at Jill, her gaze drifting to the nearly bursting front of Jill's shirt due to its snug fit, before she sulked and began devouring her steak. "Your sister seems to have quite a strong opinion about me," Jill remarked to Li Qingyuan as they strolled quietly down the street after dinner. "She's just a child throwing a tantrum. When April first arrived, she was just as upset, but now they get along splendidly," Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. Despite Wanda's growing affection for him, which had deepened through his patient guidance over the past few days, he couldn't allow a child to hinder his progress, could he? "Are you harboring strange thoughts about Wanda?" Jill teased, playfully whispering in his ear as she held his hand. "How could I? She's just a child." "So that means you have no thoughts at all, but simply because she's too young? We're here to shop, so let's hurry and buy some clothes. Can't you see all these people on the street are staring at you?" Understanding that further entanglement with Jill could lead to complications, Li Qingyuan resolved to change the subject. Though it could scarcely be deemed a mere shift in conversation, Jill's exquisite beauty was undeniable. Clad in attire 2 sizes too small, her figure was accentuated, drawing attention at an astonishing rate of 120%. In times past, had anyone dared to gaze at her so brazenly, she would have surely extracted their eyes, Jill muttered through clenched teeth. Yet now, observing those who still had the audacity to act lewdly, she found a certain charm in this world. In the realm of biohazard, one could be clad in the barest of garments, and yet the interest of onlookers would be scant, for in that dire time, survival eclipsed all else. Let us hurry. I refuse to let these scoundrels gawk at us, Li Qingyuan urged, hastening 2 steps ahead and pulling Jill into a lingerie shop. Look at your petty demeanor, as if I've never worn such things, Jill retorted with a disinterested glare. The garments selected for her by April were indeed quite modest, long trousers and jackets. Yet, due to the ill-fitting sizes, they accentuated her figure in a rather three-dimensional manner. Initially, Li Qingyuan had seized the opportunity to be playful while shopping. But as Jill began to revel in the thrill of retail therapy, he soon realized he was only digging his own grave. Unlike other women, Jill was an anomaly, rarely preoccupied with her appearance or attire. While others engaged in discussions about cosmetics and handbags, she was engrossed in exploring the potency of firearms. However, despite her outward demeanor as a tomboy, her essence as a woman remained unchanged. After 3 years of repression in the biohazard world, the moment she encountered such an array of splendid goods, accompanied by a credit card, it would be a travesty not to thoroughly explore the street. As the saying goes, the strength unleashed by women during shopping is boundless, and even with Li Qingyuan's current stamina, he felt utterly exhausted. Name: Li Qingyuan. Race: male, earthling. Occupation: intermediate dark wizard. Strength: 5. Agility: 9. 5. Constitution: 25. Spirit: 35. Title: Oldly. Next door skills: life art. Mastery of water, intent root items, trident of Poseidon, toy version, amniotic fluid cultivation tank, 3 miniature nuclear warheads, 5 T-virus improvement reagents, 5 simulated combat calculators, virtual life template. In the biohazard world, he had accrued a total of 15 free attribute points, allocating 10 to spirit and the remaining 5 entirely to constitution. There was little choice. Having been bullied by both Jill and Claire in unison, he had nearly been rendered incapacitated and ultimately had to invest 5 points into constitution to regain the upper hand. In this age, if one lacks a strong backbone, conversing with women becomes a daunting endeavor. Initially, he intended to return with 10 nuclear warheads. However, due to Jill's desire to accompany him in his clandestine journey, he was compelled to discard most of them and rearrange the amniotic fluid cultivation chamber. Naturally, he also managed to extract the T-virus and the Red Queen, both unique to the world of biohazard. Yet, the T-virus reagent he brought forth was an enhanced version, derived from Isaac's clones, requiring merely a single dose to significantly elevate a person's physical attributes and potential, with the possibility of even granting psychic abilities. Both Claire and Jill received this injection, while he refrained from partaking. Much like the perfect blood, Li Qingyuan suspected the evolutionary potential of this substance was limited. After all, once a genetic agent is injected, attempting to administer another could lead to genetic collapse. Thus, he felt it prudent to delay his decision. Nonetheless, despite his temporary abstention from its use, one mustn't return empty-handed, and having a few vials in reserve is indeed advantageous. As for the Red Queen's template, who would dare venture into the biohazard universe without bringing such a specimen back? Chapter 143. Tailgating. Miss O'Neill, would you care for a bun? Mo Yuqian teased, brandishing a bag of breakfast towards April, who was lost in thought at the door. Uncle, are you aware that I could easily accuse you of sexual harassment for that remark? April replied, gazing skyward, utterly fatigued. Even you comprehend that? Mo Yuqian exclaimed, leaning back in astonishment. How could the target of his subtle flirtation be so perceptive? My boss is no fool. Your tactics have grown stale to him. April pointed towards the firmly shut shop door. Li Xiaodi truly is a man of temperament. She mused. By the way, what are you doing squatting at the door? As neighbors, Mo Yuqian often stopped to chat when passing by. However, this old rascal was akin to Pietro. His intentions were far from innocent. For both the elder and the younger scoundrels, April felt her life was exceedingly arduous. Had she known, she might have preferred to stubbornly remain a reporter at the television station. This is an outfit I picked up for you yesterday. Before she could contemplate whether she had made a mistake, Jill emerged from the shop, carrying several bags of clothing. Oh my God, a Burberry shirt. April instantly forgot her troubles, snatching the bags from Jill's hands with such swiftness that both Jill and Mo Yuqian were momentarily taken aback. Thank you, madam, April exclaimed excitedly, dashing back to her room with the bags in tow. With so many exquisite and costly garments in her possession, she felt compelled to try them on immediately lest her own heart torment her. As for her job, April had no illusions that this shabby establishment would ever attract genuine customers. Today, both the proprietress and the owner are present. If I were in the shop, I might inadvertently become an obstacle. May I inquire as to who you are? Mo Yuqian, initially prepared to return home, gazed wide-eyed at Jill as she emerged from the store, his curiosity compelling him to ask. Though April was undeniably beautiful, it was evident that Jill surpassed her. Not only did Jill's features align more harmoniously with Eastern aesthetics, but her physique was also something April could not rival. Alas, this was a matter of inherent predisposition. Any attempts at improvement would necessitate surgical intervention. My name is Jill Valentine, and I am Lee's girlfriend. Jill extended her hand for an introduction. I am Mo Yuqian, the current head of the Southern School of Mo Family Boxing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mo Yuqian, shedding his previous lascivious demeanor, stood upright, clasping his fists in respect towards Jill. If April were to witness this posture, she would undoubtedly struggle to reconcile it with the disheveled old man who was typically so lackadaisical. Lee had mentioned that this place was teeming with hidden talents, and Jill couldn't help but murmur, impressed by the sudden display of mastery emanating from Mo Yuqian. Prior to her arrival, Li Qingyuan had informed her of the multitude of skilled individuals in this world, capable of annihilating entire universes with a mere flick of their wrist. While Jill had nodded in acknowledgement, a part of her remained skeptical. However, at this moment, encountering a seemingly lecherous old man who exuded a profound aura of intimidation, she began to reconsider the veracity of Li Qingyuan's words. Having injected herself with the modified T-virus serum and integrated a combat simulation calculator, she could no longer be deemed an ordinary human. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the combat calculator's simulation indicated that if she were to engage in combat with the elderly gentleman before her, the likelihood of her defeat would be an alarming 93%. What brings you here, old man, standing idly at my doorstep? As Mo Yuqian and Jill stood silently at the entrance, Li Qingyuan sauntered out from within the store. My apologies. I was momentarily overwhelmed. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's words, Mo Yuqian seemed to have been pressed by an unseen button. His previously imposing stature suddenly slouched, and his aura shifted from that of a grandmaster to that of a lecherous old man. As a master of internal martial arts, Mo Yuqian was acutely sensitive to the aura of others. The T-virus serum that Jill had injected herself with imbued her with a peculiar presence. When Jill had extended her hand, Mo Yuqian sensed an intimidating force emanating from her, prompting an involuntary reaction from him. It must be nearly 9 o'clock. Are you not returning home to deliver breakfast to your formidable wife? Are you perhaps preparing to kneel on the washing board again today? Li Qingyuan inquired with a mischievous glance at his wristwatch. Good heavens! It was only then that Mo Yuqian remembered he also bore the responsibility of procuring breakfast for his wife. If his fierce wife were to discover that he had been flirting with a beautiful woman on the roadside, it would surely lead to dire consequences. What an odd individual. Observing the swift departure of Mo Yuqian, Jill smiled and remarked, well, no need to concern ourselves with him. What are your plans for today? Unperturbed by Mo Yuqian's hasty retreat, Li Qingyuan inquired of Jill. Since moving to Chinatown, he had been aware of Mo Yuqian's peculiarities. After all, the duo of landlord and landlady was hard to overlook. Yet, he never paid much heed, for this was the Marvel Universe, a realm where deities roamed and demigods were common. In the eyes of ordinary folk, the landlord and landlady were indeed formidable, but among superheroes, they paled in comparison. As for learning internal skills to bolster his strength, initially intrigued, Li Qingyuan's interest waned after a few drinks with Mo Yuqian, realizing that mastering internal skills required a decade of standing meditation. With such time and determination, wouldn't it be far simpler to team up with a couple of superheroes for an adventure? Last night was rather unfulfilling. Let's south venture to 6th Avenue today. I believe there are some lovely outfits there, Jill stated, drawing circles on his chest with her finger. We're going again? Li Qingyuan's face turned pale. They had roamed the streets until all the shops had closed the previous night, and now, barely awake, they were off to shop once more. Truly, one cannot rationally comprehend a woman's penchant for shopping. By the way, who are those people in the car across the street? Why do they keep staring at us? Jill leaned against him, whispering curiously. Of course we're going. It's in a woman's nature to shop. All right. Li Qingyuan raised his hands in surrender and turned to enter a store, seemingly preparing to fetch his wallet. A dark red vintage car was parked at the corner, its windows obscured by opaque reinforced film, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. However, Jill's instincts, honed in a post-apocalyptic world, revealed that the seemingly flawless surveillance had already betrayed itself. Chapter 144. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, the target unexpectedly brought a woman home yesterday. Observing Li Qingyuan and Jill walking hand in hand, Phil Coulson quickly reported to his superior. WTF? You made a secure satellite phone call just to inform me of this? Nick Fury, preoccupied with devising a plan to concoct a financial loss report, nearly smashed the phone in frustration. Changing targets to a different woman is a trivial matter that requires my attention. Coulson, do you have an issue with your assignments? Or are you deliberately trying to vex me? Although the surveillance footage of the subway kidnapping incident had been entirely erased by 4 turtles, numerous eyewitnesses remained, and the members of the Bigfoot gang were still alive. Consequently, Coulson easily extracted the truth from their testimonies. The unfortunate individual who met a grisly fate seemed to have inadvertently provoked someone formidable while attempting to target softer prey. Based on the recent analysis of Li Qingyuan's profile and economic status, Coulson concluded that he was indeed the individual they were seeking. The internal records from S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated that he was an explosives expert well-versed in various types of detonators, yet his demeanor was notably gentle, rendering him seemingly harmless. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. specializes in managing the covert population hidden among the general public, they adhere to a relatively structured protocol in their operations. Generally, individuals like Li Qingyuan, deemed innocuous, would receive a verbal warning, compelling them to behave appropriately. However, such leniency is only extended when there are no evident transgressions. Given that Li Qingyuan bore the weight of a life taken, while circumstances suggested self-defense, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be inclined to share this perspective. For Nick Fury, anyone possessing extraordinary abilities fell under his jurisdiction. The one-eyed leader harbored a profound desire for control and a tendency towards paranoia, convinced that everyone in the world was either his subordinate or his adversary. While it is true that his instincts often proved accurate, it remains a marvel that Nick Fury's approach to life has yet to lead to his demise. Coulson initially intended to confront Li Qingyuan directly that day, offering him a chance to join S.H.I.E.L.D. If Li complied, he could become an auxiliary member of the agency, available for assignments at a moment's notice, with salary and bonuses dependent on the generosity of Nick Fury. However, should Li staunchly resist cooperation, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed ample vacant cells within their clandestine prison. As for the justification, the release of a biological bomb in a bustling subway station provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with sufficient grounds to suspect antisocial and inhumane tendencies, allowing for direct arrest without judicial proceedings. After all, Li Qingyuan was merely a moderately affluent individual of Chinese descent, not a billionaire like Tony Stark, making it rather simple to fabricate a charge. Sir, I found no information in the agency's database on an individual named Gil Valentine, Coulson reported, discerning his superior's dissatisfaction. Are you certain? No information whatsoever? Nick Fury, now composed, inquired with surprise. The internal database of S.H.I.E.L.D. is meticulously vetted, allowing for the retrieval of information on any individual on Earth, even the most primitive inhabitants of the Amazon rainforest. However, there was nothing, no name, no appearance, no identity. None of the comparative data matched. It was as if she had materialized from thin air. Coulson found this exceedingly perplexing for him. Li Qingyuan's threat level had initially been rated AC, but with Jill's emergence, it had escalated to an A in his mind. Do not engage with the target for the time being. I will send someone to assist you shortly, came a tense voice from the other end of the line. The confidentiality level of this matter has been raised to level 8. Report directly to me without accessing the internal database. Understood, sir. Coulson promptly replied. Having once collaborated with the director to thwart the Skrull invasion, he was acutely aware that these aliens could alter their appearances at will. Thus, this woman who had seemingly descended from the heavens might very well be a frontline sentinel of extraterrestrial origin. Better safe than sorry. A lesson learned through decades of experience as an agent. After all, why did other agents meet their demise in mere years, while he not only survived but thrived? With the directive to avoid contact with the target, perhaps it was an opportune moment to spend time with his girlfriend. Lucky you. Li Qingyuan whispered in the cafe's private room, having overheard Coulson's call. Hypocritical politicians remain the same in any world, Jill remarked, having gleaned a general understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D's structure and Nick Fury's self-righteous worldview. Indeed, from Fury's perspective, he believed he was safeguarding the lives of so-called ordinary people by shouldering all the blame and vilification, walking silently in the shadows, nearly moved to tears by his own narrative. Yet, who granted him the authority to represent the entire world? The notion that S.H.I.E.L.D. must control individuals with superpowers due to their potential for destruction is utterly laughable. It is a quintessential case of wanting to have it both ways. In terms of destructive capability, Stark Tower stands tall in the heart of Manhattan, with Stark Industries producing enough weaponry daily to obliterate the entire city. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. remains conspicuously absent in regulating that. Furthermore, Hell's Kitchen and Queens are rife with nightly gunfire and chaos, if fewer than 10 lives are lost. Even the tabloids show little interest in reporting it. Where, then, is S.H.I.E.L.D., the self-proclaimed guardian of world peace? As the saying goes, one's position dictates their perspective, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. or HYDRA. To him, they appeared as arrogant individuals who presumed to wield dominion over the lives and deaths of others, indistinguishable in essence from Umbrella Corporation. Red. Is it possible for you to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D's database? Li Qingyuan inquired, gesturing towards the virtual figure on the table. Due to insufficient computational capacity. I could attempt it if you were to provide me with an upgraded body, Red replied after a moment of calculation. An upgraded body? What kind do you desire? If you could infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D's database, there would be no need for us to live in fear. We could simply expose all their misdeeds. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had engaged in numerous clandestine activities over the years, which explained why, in the original narrative, the organization disintegrated following the leak of its database. Once a highly esteemed intelligence agency, it devolved into a target of public scorn. Let's consider a more economical option. Li Qingyuan sighed, feeling somewhat powerless against Red's demands. In the world of biohazard, having saved humanity, Alicia had entrusted Red's core template to him under the auspices of her position as the chairman of Umbrella Corporation. Despite being merely a rudimentary artificial intelligence, Red surpassed over 95% of technological advancements. Even Tony Stark's seemingly omnipotent J.A.R.V.I.S., when assessed by technological standards, was merely on par with Red. As for advanced AIs like Skynet and Ultron, one could only speculate who would ultimately command whom. Thus, when he noticed the rookie village chief, Coulson, surveilling him, he promptly instructed Red to hack into all of Coulson's communication devices. Everyone was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's confidentiality protocols, so even though Coulson utilized encrypted phones, Red effortlessly breached the system. However, when Li Qingyuan commanded Red to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D's database, Red expressed her computational limitations, stating that a forced intrusion would only alert the enemy. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. Currently, Red's core was merely a small template extracted from Umbrella's main server, and to restore her full capabilities, she required a complete set of equipment. Fortunately, the necessary components were easily attainable. Red accessed the internet and identified the requisite parts immediately. A series of supercomputers, boasting a processing speed exceeding 3 quintillion calculations per second, would enable her to breach S.H.I.E.L.D's database in no time. Yet, as Li Qingyuan gazed at the 10-digit price tag, he found himself at a loss for words. Even if he sold all the stocks Norman Osborn had given him, it would only suffice to purchase a third of the required equipment. Moreover, according to the data, that contraption is as vast as half a football field. And when fully operational, its daily electricity costs amount to at least 7 figures. Initially, he believed himself to be quite affluent. Yet it now appears that his finances are insufficient even to procure a supercomputer for the Red Queen. The Red Queen's omnipotence in the realm of Resident Evil is predominantly supported by the extensive computing resources of the Umbrella Corporation. Similarly, Jarvis relies on the formidable backing of Stark Industries to effortlessly infiltrate any network across the globe. Men are such oafs, the Red Queen remarked softly, casting him a disdainful glance. What on earth has Alice taught you? Jill laughed until she could hardly stand, while Li Qingyuan gazed with annoyance at the playful holographic figure before him, regretting the decision to lend the Red Queen to Alice. Ultimately, under the relentless pressure of budget cuts, the Red Queen reluctantly opted for a personal supercomputer, the performance of which was merely a third of the Pinnacle series, albeit at a considerably more affordable price of $18 million. Truly, an astonishing bargain. How do you intend to deal with those individuals? Jill inquired, instructing the Red Queen to continue monitoring Coulson. I am uncertain. In comparison to S.H.I.E.L.D, my current capabilities remain woefully inadequate. Li Qingyuan replied discontentedly, gently stirring his bitter coffee. He had never been fond of bitter coffee, yet his present circumstances felt akin to a cup of it, rendering sweetness utterly elusive. He found it perplexing why other traversers, upon arriving in New York, seemed to coexist harmoniously with S.H.I.E.L.D, with many eagerly becoming henchmen for Nick Fury. That fellow, Nick Fury, is nothing short of a control freak. He even has someone monitoring Captain America, that quintessential good guy. Gaining his trust is akin to chasing an impossible dream. Initially, I had considered tossing a nuclear warhead at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, reasoning that eliminating the black egg would simplify matters significantly. After taking a delicate sip of coffee, Li Qingyuan finally spoke. Indeed, as the head of a covert operation, Nick Fury is exceedingly vigilant about his safety under normal circumstances. Typical assassination attempts would not even graze him. However, much like the engineers who established the security measures for the Umbrella Corporation's underground base, no one anticipated that someone might whimsically treat a nuclear warhead as a hand grenade. The defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters would undoubtedly be inadequate against the cataclysmic force of a nuclear explosion. One need only hurl the warhead near the building to ensnare all potential adversaries in one fell swoop. Regardless of whether they are S.H.I.E.L.D or HYDRA, every last one must be eradicated from the earth. But wouldn't that result in excessive collateral damage? Jill queried softly, furrowing her brow as she glanced at the projected emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. She is certainly no saint. Over the years, the blood of countless lives, if not 1,000, then at least 800, has stained her hands. When it comes to her enemies, Jill has never shown mercy. If she were to obliterate the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, she would merely consider it their just desserts. After all, as an agent, one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters is situated in the heart of Washington, D.C. A nuclear detonation there would surely result in a casualty count in the 6 figures, at the very least. Thus, despite her indignation towards the so-called righteous S.H.I.E.L.D, Jill felt that such an act would be excessive. What troubles me most is not the risk of collateral damage. Li Qingyuan shrugged. He had indeed contemplated such a course of action initially, but after considering a series of subsequent implications, he ultimately abandoned the notion. If he were to detonate a nuclear bomb in the capital, given the American government's self-proclaimed nature of peace, a third world war would undoubtedly erupt. And with humanity's propensity for external conflict and internal strife, it is likely that Thanos' invasion would become a moot point. This scenario seemed increasingly plausible. After listening to Li Qingyuan's musings, Jill nodded in agreement with his perspective. Since the cultural backgrounds of the two worlds are fundamentally similar, it stands to reason that the ideologies of the so-called elite would also align. Those individuals in the world of Resident Evil were willing to annihilate the world over unfounded notions. It is likely that the people of this world would not fare much better. In truth, my concern lies in the possibility that we may not even be able to launch that nuclear bomb. Let us not forget, this world is far more perilous than yours. He gently shook his cup, offering a wry smile. The more one learns about the Marvel Universe, the more one becomes apprehensive. If he were to truly launch a nuclear bomb at Washington, who knows if some formidable force would intervene beforehand? Not to mention, one can be certain that the Ancient One would not allow him to succeed. Indeed, the Sorcerer Supreme typically refrains from meddling in mundane affairs. Yet if the world were on the brink of destruction, who could say whether she might intervene at a critical moment? Chapter 146. The triumph of Iron Overlord. The steak at that restaurant today was quite delectable. I found the codfish even more enjoyable. The ice cream was delightful. Jill, Wanda, and April excitedly conversed in the back seat of the car. It was Friday, and with Jill eager to cultivate a good rapport with Wanda, they opted not to dine at home, but instead sought out a so-called Michelin 3-star establishment for dinner. To be honest, there was no need for the kind of reservation that requires a month's notice. This world, lacking the financial excess of gluttonous travelers from the empire of gluttony, allows one to dine freely if one has the means. Of course, should one desire bluefin tuna, a reservation might indeed be necessary. In truth, I think the sister playing the piano is the most beautiful of all, radiating a particularly exquisite grace. Seated in the passenger seat, Pietro observed the joyous exchange between the two and could not help but interject. "You little lecher, are you simply enamored by their scant attire?" April cast a disdainful glance at Pietro, thinking him truly beyond redemption. While early romantic pursuits are commonplace in America, one would hope for a modicum of normalcy from him. Admittedly, Pietro's appearance could be deemed rather handsome among adolescents, and coupled with his financial means, he held a certain allure in the eyes of his female peers. However, this young lad possessed an unusual preference, gravitating towards mature and intellectually sophisticated older women, leaving him largely unnoticed by his contemporaries. If he were to be labeled as a copper witch, how would he ever manage afterward? "Pietro, you are utterly revolting," Wanda exclaimed, her expression one of utter disapproval towards her brother. Why could he not exhibit a bit more composure? Lee also chimed in. That pianist even passed him a note. Without hesitation, Pietro threw Li Qingyuan under the bus. Having spent these past few days accompanying Jill on shopping excursions, Li had undergone a remarkable transformation under her tutelage. His wardrobe now entirely composed of top-tier brands. Though Jill might present as a tomboy, she was no less adept than any woman in the realm of fashion. Previously, Wanda had been too young and April merely a maid, resulting in Lee's attire being hastily procured from local shops, prioritizing convenience. Yet now, thanks to Jill's influence, his charisma had surged by at least 80%. Clad in an ensemble worth no less than $100,000. Complemented by a watch valued at over $300,000, it was hardly surprising that he garnered attention from other women while his female companion stepped away momentarily. "Brother Qingyuan is simply charming. You wouldn't understand." Wanda jabbed at Pietro once more, unyielding in her critique. Pietro felt as though he were the protagonist of a tragicomedy. Was it truly so egregious to be a touch younger? "You little brat, you certainly sold me out swiftly." Upon halting the vehicle, Li Qingyuan viciously twisted Pietro's head. In all honesty, he had no interest in the girl who had passed him a note. She paled in comparison to Jill, lacking her physical allure. The only reason he had engaged with her was out of sheer boredom. Yet, dismissing her gesture would have seemed rather ungracious. "Brother, I was mistaken. Can we please head back?" Sensing an impending social catastrophe, Pietro hastily pleaded. "We can't turn back now." After giving Pietro's head a couple of playful taps, Li Qingyuan gazed wistfully towards the distant sky. "What's the matter?" Jill was the first to react, leaning forward from the back seat to peer through the windshield at the unfolding scene outside. In the distance, two luminous figures engaged in a fierce battle illuminated the sky. To an ordinary observer, they appeared merely as fleeting phantoms. However, with her keen dynamic vision, she immediately discerned that they were two humanoid mechs. What could that be? Jill inquired with curiosity. "Trouble, immense trouble," Li Qingyuan lamented, watching the clash between Iron Man and the Ironmonger unfold before him, already cursing under his breath. "Could you two possibly relocate your fight? I have no desire to encounter either of you." Having already completed the rewards from the Obadiah's quest, he had yet to trigger Iron Man's mission. After all, Iron Man was a favored character of Marvel. Who could predict where he might end up if they crossed paths? Star Wars? Starship Troopers? Regardless, given Iron Man's identity and prowess, Any confrontation would likely thrust him into a cinematic spectacle of interstellar proportions. With his current abilities, should he find himself in such a scenario, he might not even comprehend how he met his demise. His greatest asset was the capability to launch nuclear warheads. Yet in those films, the protagonists typically wielded planet-destroying cannons. Should we retreat? Jill suggested, noticing his expression of despair. It seems quite difficult to escape now. Li Qingyuan gestured around them, revealing that they were surrounded with no avenue for exit. This was 6th Avenue, typically resistant to traffic congestion, yet now, with the two bizarre entities battling ahead, the thoroughfare was completely blocked. Let us exit the vehicle, Jill decisively proclaimed. Since Li Qingyuan had identified the situation as dire, she too wished to avoid any entanglement and believed retreat was the wisest course of action. All right. Although ahead lay what might be Iron Man's debut, Li Qingyuan was not inclined to get involved, and thus, fleeing on foot was the most prudent choice. As for whether their vehicle would inconvenience others, that was no longer his concern. The group of 5 hastily disembarked from the car, retreating with the throng. Truly, the citizens of New York were remarkable. In the face of celestial beings clashing in the sky, aside from a few oblivious individuals still capturing the moment on their phones, the majority chose to abandon their vehicles and flee. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with violent explosions, and a figure, clad in red and yellow, plummeted from above. Thud. Iron Man descended from the heavens, albeit in an ungraceful manner, landing headfirst. Were it not for his external armor, Li Qingyuan mused that Tony Stark could very well be performing a beheading act at that moment. Crash. A tremendous thud resounded from behind, as the massive, cumbersome form of the Ironmonger landed squarely on the very Rolls-Royce Li Qingyuan had just purchased. The roof of the sedan was instantly crushed inwards. The Ironmonger, weighing several tons, combined with the inertia from its descent, had not been reduced to mere scrap metal, certainly a testament to its robust quality. I am the strongest, Obadiah exclaimed with exuberant laughter, affirming that caliber was indeed justice. Moments ago, he had engaged in an aerial duel with Tony Stark, where Ironmonger's agility paled in comparison to the Iron Man's suit, leaving him at the mercy of Stark's intricate maneuvers. However, upon unleashing the Sidewinder missiles, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Chapter 147. A cold arrow in the dark. What a melodrama it was. On the congested 6th Avenue, Li Qingyuan gazed skyward in disbelief. Iron Man lay less than 10 meters away, while Ironmonger loomed 30 meters behind him, the wretch standing atop the roof of his newly purchased sedan. Had he not exited the vehicle directly, he would surely have felt the weight of a mountain crashing down upon him. Fortunately, they were not the only ones ensnared. Hundreds of innocent bystanders were caught in the chaos. In New York, the peril faced by the onlookers was indeed the gravest. Reality bore no resemblance to cinematic embellishments, and there were no preemptive evacuations during such clashes. Observing the cracks in Iron Man's armor, his eyes involuntarily twitched. His prophecy had come to fruition. These fissures were unmistakably the result of the Sidewinder missile's explosion. Having resolved the technical challenges surrounding the missile, Obadiah had seamlessly integrated them into Ironmonger. In the original narrative, Ironmonger and Iron Man were at an impasse regarding each other's defenses. However, Obadiah now clearly held the upper hand. Die, Ironmonger proclaimed, raising his arms as several missiles erupted from his appendages. It was evident that Obadiah understood that conventional weaponry could not breach Tony Stark's outer defenses. Missiles were the safer bet. Although the descent of so many missiles would undoubtedly result in hundreds of casualties, Obadiah remained indifferent. With Stark's demise, he would become the de facto principal shareholder of Stark Industries, and given his possession of Ironmonger's technological patents, the U.S. government would have to be utterly foolish to turn against him over such trivial matters. Alarm! Alarm! The main system is under siege. Yet, before Obadiah could indulge in fantasies of wielding absolute power, the display screen before him erupted in a flurry of static. Weapon program target lock altered, Sidewinder missile launch. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Ironmonger's arms abruptly elevated, shifting from targeting the fallen Iron Man to a gesture of surrender, hands raised skyward. With a whoosh, 8 splendid fireworks burst forth in the sky. What on earth is happening? Obadiah was filled with confusion, wondering why the Ironmonger's weapon attack protocol had suddenly spiraled out of control. Intruders eliminated, the system operates normally. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, A new alert chimed. Is this a game? Well done. Li Qingyuan quietly praised the Red Queen through his personal earpiece. In truth, he harbored no concern for Iron Man's fate. Merely refraining from ending his life was already a grand display of magnanimity on his part. Wanda and Pietro had lived quite comfortably over the past 6 months, thus they did not harbor the intense hatred for Tony Stark, the arms dealer, as the original storyline suggested. However, this did not imply that Li Qingyuan would seek friendship with someone like Tony Stark. That arrogant and egotistical individual required one to constantly endure his boorishness and dismissiveness. As for the current Tony Stark, he had no need for friends. He merely sought obedient tools. And as for the notion of him evolving into a complete Iron Man in a few years, by then, Li Qingyuan would likely be capable of single-handedly confronting Thanos after grinding through side quests. Why would he waste time trying to befriend such a person? Ever since his arrival in this world, the protagonist was no longer Stark. Furthermore, Pepper Potts did not align with his aesthetic preferences, so it was best to forego any thoughts of friendship with Tony. The reason he had commanded the Red Queen to take over the Ironmonger's weapon systems was primarily due to calculations indicating that if all 8 missiles were launched, his group would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. In reality, given the protective level of Ironmonger's internal firewall, while it may not match that of the Red Queen, it should not be so easily compromised. The ease of control stemmed from the fact that most of the Ironmonger's CPU resources were devoted to fending off Jarvis's intrusion. Tony Stark had been knocked unconscious by the previous impact, leaving Jarvis to commandeer the armor. Die. Obadiah's eyes gleamed with malice as he charged toward the fallen Iron Man. With the missiles expended, the only recourse was to eliminate Tony in the most primitive manner. Several tons of Ironmonger barreled forth like a bulldozer, clearing everything in its path. Li Qingyuan quickly sheltered Wanda amidst the crowd, eagerly anticipating Iron Man's downfall. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot forth from the distant darkness with startling speed, striking precisely between the joints of Ironmonger's leg. Given the formidable quality of Iron Tyrant, it was improbable that a mere crossbow bolt could sway him. However, the situation would be entirely different if that bolt were to explode. With a resounding bang, Iron Tyrant, mere steps away from Iron Man, was thrown off balance by the unexpected explosion, resembling a one-legged dancer attempting the tango. A cacophony of screams erupted as his colossal form bore down upon the crowd, considering his immense weight. Those unfortunate enough to be caught beneath him would undoubtedly find themselves reduced to mere photographs. The crossbow bolts continued to rain down from the shadows, compelling Iron Tyrant to move away from Iron Man's position. While this tactic would inevitably result in unnecessary casualties among the bystanders, could the lives of ordinary spectators truly be compared to that of Tony Stark? Hawkeye stood resolutely in the darkness, his expression grim as he assessed the unfolding scenario. Nick Fury had just issued him an unequivocal order: protect Tony Stark at all costs. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. Indeed, he found himself with little choice in the matter. Hawkeye's prowess was rather awkwardly positioned. While Black Widow could at least bask in the affection of her peers and act as a mediator during disagreements, Hawkeye often found himself overlooked in the chaos of battle. Even in internal meetings, it was likely he would be denied a vote. Unfortunately, while women might employ various strategies to ascend, men were bound to rely solely on strength. And as for Hawkeye's capabilities, had Iron Tyrant not been momentarily disoriented, one might wonder if Obadiah would swiftly teach him a lesson. Chapter 148. Let us proceed. Obadiah seethed with frustration. Tony Stark lay before him, and yet, a mere 10 meters felt insurmountable. First, an unknown hacker had breached his central computer, followed by an unexpected assault from the shadows that left him reeling. Hawkeye's arrows could not penetrate Iron Tyrant's defenses, yet it was evident that Hawkeye's mission was not to defeat him. 3 Quinjet fighters were en route, and Hawkeye's sole task was to delay until reinforcements arrived. Obadiah understood that if he could not eliminate Tony Stark swiftly, he would not face a favorable outcome. Thus, Iron Tyrant's right arm extended, launching an assault on the crowd, not out of a frenzied desire to take lives, but rather to regain his balance. As the Iron Overlord dashed forward with great speed, an arrow struck his left knee, causing his body to become unbalanced and forcing him to dance the tango on one leg. However, if he were to utilize his right arm to generate a counterforce, he could negate the impact of the explosive crossbow bolt. Once equilibrium was restored, the shadowy assailant, who relied solely on ambush tactics, would have no second chance to disrupt his movement. A barrage of bullets whizzed past the bystanders, leaving them utterly bewildered. One might ponder whether Obadiah was truly lacking in common sense. After all, what purpose did it serve to equip a humanoid combat mech like the Iron Overlord with machine guns? However, at this moment, Li Qingyuan found himself devoid of the energy or time to critique his adversary, as the Red Queen had infiltrated the Iron Overlord's central computer for the second time, and alarms were beginning to sound. Obadiah's central computer firewall was among the finest in the world, and even the Red Queen was struggling to maintain her computational speed. Suddenly, a striking figure surged from the crowd, propelling herself towards the fallen Iron Man at a speed of no less than 20 meters per second. The spectators understood that the chaos was instigated by these two robots, hence no one dared to approach the vicinity of Iron Man within 10 meters. Jill grasped Iron Man's ankle and inhaled sharply. Despite being a host enhanced by the T-virus, the Iron Overlord's physique was awe-inspiring. Yet, Tony Stark, armor and all, weighed less than 300 pounds, making it a trivial task for her to lift him with effort. "Get lost," Jill yelled, spinning around before releasing her grip. With a whoosh, Tony Stark soared like a meteor, akin to a human projectile being launched. While Jill's strength could not rival that of the Hulk to hurl Iron Man several kilometers, a distance of just over 10 meters was sufficient, especially considering they were on an elevated bridge. Iron Man was cast off the high structure, and whether he would land upon someone below was a matter of fate for those unprepared. Upon witnessing Tony Stark being flung by an unexpectedly aggressive woman, Obadiah was momentarily taken aback. It quickly dawned on him that the constant malfunctions of his central computer were due to the presence of a formidable individual concealed within the crowd. It must be noted that attaining the position of vice president at Stark Industries indicated Obadiah's exceptional capabilities in certain respects. He promptly abandoned the notion of a second attack to stabilize his stance and instead rolled on the ground, kneeling to regain control over the Iron Overlord's movements. Whoever can eliminate that metal monstrosity will be rewarded with everything, Obadiah proclaimed enticingly. Suddenly invading one's own controlling computer, it is reasonable to assume the other party is aware of one's identity. He is not merely boasting. Given the stature of Stark Industries and the technology at his disposal, it is somewhat exaggerated to declare that all wishes can be fulfilled, yet for the majority, it is indeed a possibility. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Li Qingyuan felt a pang of temptation. After all, he was not closely acquainted with Tony Stark. If he could exchange the latter's life for Obadiah's friendship, it seemed like a fair trade. However, this thought was but a transient flicker. The notion that he could seize control of Stark Industries merely by eliminating Tony Stark was enticing, yet he was wary of merely Obadiah's promise, which felt unreliable. Obadiah possessed the capability and connections. Should he eliminate Tony, regardless of how much animosity others harbored towards him, they would be forced to stifle their resentment. As for Li Qingyuan, lacking both status and background, he could easily find himself cast aside as a scapegoat. One must understand that in both the business and political realms, those who reach the pinnacle of the pyramid often have dark blood coursing through their veins. After a few moments without any response, he noticed the woman observing him with crossed arms, clearly intrigued. Obadiah understood that she had opted for neutrality, so he refrained from further unnecessary dialogue. Once the machinery cooled down and balanced, he promptly rose and strode towards the overpass. He had learned to be cautious. As long as he refrained from running, the hidden arrows would hold no threat to him. Watching the Iron Tyrant's figure vanish beneath the overpass, the crowd immediately dispersed like a receding tide, with no one daring enough to linger and witness the spectacle. This was New York. Those who idly sought to gawk at trouble had long since met their demise. "Sister Jill, you are truly remarkable," Wanda exclaimed, glancing at Jill with excitement. "Well, it's nothing extraordinary," Jill replied with a modest smile. In her previous world, her current skills would have certainly marked her as a master, yet in this realm, she felt she was merely a slightly formidable ordinary person. Not to mention the two metal beings that had abruptly appeared earlier. Even the elderly men who loitered on the streets daily, leering at women, would pose a challenge for her without resorting to firearms. April, with a playful pout, was well aware that her boss was far from an ordinary individual. Witnessing Jill's display only solidified her confidence. The strength to hurl someone over 10 meters with a single hand was no trivial feat. "Let us depart. Lingering here might invite more trouble," Li Qingyuan urged, holding Wanda's small hand. He had no desire to become entangled in the feud between Iron Tyrant and Iron Man. Whoever fell victim to whom was of no concern to him. "Boss, I cannot leave," April lamented, her face a picture of despair after just a few steps. This evening, they dined at an upscale restaurant, and she adorned herself with sky-high heels, which were hardly designed for walking. "Aren't you going barefoot?" Li Qingyuan glanced at April's towering 10-centimeter stilettos and swiftly provided an answer. "Boss, no woman would be fond of this." April clenched her teeth in frustration, wishing that this infuriating fellow could exhibit a modicum of chivalry, perhaps by carrying her or offering her a ride. Chapter 149. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, an alien invasion, New York under siege, military insurrection, the animosities between the White House and the Pentagon, mechanical adversaries. Do robots possess self-awareness? The following day, an overwhelming deluge of reports flooded in regarding the previous night's battle, particularly given that it unfolded on 6th Avenue. With eyewitnesses numbering in the tens of thousands, such events could hardly be concealed. Moreover, to rescue Tony Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. deployed 3 Quinjet fighters, making it implausible for the citizens of New York to remain oblivious. However, due to the absence of an official statement, the media was rife with sensationalist gossip. While many articles captured the essence of the events, each publication infused its narrative with a touch of embellishment. After all, literary works often undergo artistic reinterpretation, and slight deviations from reality are entirely reasonable, wouldn't you agree? "It appears that the Red Metal Man emerged victorious," Gil remarked with a smile as he perused the newspaper. According to reports, after their departure the previous night, S.H.I.E.L.D's reinforcements had arrived, and after a fierce battle, Tony Stark finally regained consciousness, only to unleash his inner strength and bring Obadiah down. Li Qingyuan harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the world's collective consciousness had granted Iron Man a fortuitous advantage. How else could such a coincidence have occurred? He had never divulged to anyone, not even Gil, about the future of the Marvel Universe or the existence of the system. Gil only knew that he possessed a unique ability to traverse worlds under specific circumstances. Thus, he could only refer to Iron Man as the Red Metal Man, based on the newspaper's terminology. One could only wonder how Tony Stark would react upon hearing such a moniker. Would he rise from his hospital bed in indignation? Although he triumphed the previous night, his ordeal was far more thrilling than the original plot suggested. Currently, Tony Stark lay in a high-level ward, wrapped like a mummy, with numerous injuries. "Strange. There is no mention of you in the reports, boss." April quickly flipped through the newspaper, only to discover a complete absence of news regarding Gil. While the clash between the two metal men was indeed exhilarating and captivating, one would expect Gil's popularity to warrant at least a mention. A mysterious beauty unexpectedly intervened, disrupting the rhythm of the battle. Even if she couldn't make the front page, surely there should be a mention in the entertainment section, right? Foolishness. It is evident that someone has suppressed the news. How could you forget that you were once a journalist? Li Qingyuan remarked disdainfully. It was only due to his kindness that he took her in. Otherwise, with her emotional intelligence, she would likely have been sold off to Thailand or Romania within 3 days. "I refuse to converse with a heartless employer." April haughtily turned her head away. Even now, her foot remained swollen. She had run barefoot for 2 kilometers last night. This callous employer didn't even offer her a helping hand. Had it not been for Jill assisting her in the end, April felt certain she would have perished along the way. Li Qingyuan had no intention of acknowledging April's provocation. After all, he was the boss. If not for her somewhat pleasant appearance, he would have long since discarded her insolent presence. "Are you suggesting that someone has buried my news?" Jill inquired with a smile. "I suspect someone is currently experiencing a headache over it." Li Qingyuan nodded. The mastermind behind this could only be the Black Egg. Hawkeye was originally dispatched to assist Coulson in investigating him, but the sudden emergence of Iron Man battling the Ironmonger forced Hawkeye to reveal himself prematurely. Coupled with the astonishing abilities Jill exhibited last night, it was clear that the Black Egg must be losing a considerable number of brain cells over the matter. To be candid, if one were to compare Jill's current physical prowess, it would be on par with that of Jessica Jones. However, while Jill excelled in firearms combat, if the two women were to confront each other, Jill could easily take on 10 of her adversaries. Although Jill's abilities might seem awkward compared to those top-tier heroes who emerge later in the current context, her displayed combat effectiveness was sufficient for Nick Fury to reconsider a multitude of operational plans. Yesterday, it was imperative to rescue Tony Stark, a super magnate, which enabled S.H.I.E.L.D. to deploy Quinjet fighters directly in New York. Even so, Nick Fury was still engaged in a tug-of-war with the Pentagon. As the world's superpower, how could the United States allow weapons from other agencies to appear freely on its territory? Even if that organization was technically U.S.-owned, it was unacceptable. After all, the armed forces within the United States were already substantial enough. Was S.H.I.E.L.D. attempting to meddle in New York's internal affairs? The cake is only so large. If you wish to take a slice, whose will you cut? In the absence of the ability to deploy weapons of mass destruction, Nick Fury deemed that, based on Jill's demonstrated combat capabilities, his own team of agents might not be able to match her prowess. I believe I had previously been overly modest, resulting in every Tom, Dick, and Harry attempting to trample upon me. Upon hearing the intelligence report that had been surreptitiously obtained, Li Qingyuan gradually broke into a smile. Indeed, the notion that one could remain inconspicuous and invulnerable is nothing but nonsense. If you persist in masquerading as a simpleton, do not be surprised when wild dogs and wolves come to take a bite. That fellow, Lu Dan, is akin to a teddy bear. He yearns to poke his nose into everything, yet the moment he encounters resistance, he quickly feigns cowardice. Alas, this is a peculiar trait of his race, an innate talent that others cannot easily emulate. The most renowned example would be Loki, the Prince of Asgard. Or was it the third princess? Regardless, it suffices to say that he is well known. Although Loki was ultimately redeemed in later narratives, he initially made his entrance as the quintessential archvillain. In the plot of the Avengers, Loki not only summoned an army of Chitauri to devastate half of New York, but also personally murdered the esteemed Agent Coulson, the chief commander under Lu Dan. By all accounts, such a nefarious individual would be sentenced to death under any nation's laws. Yet, due to his status as a prince of Asgard, no one dared to convict him, and he was ultimately whisked away to the realm of the gods by Thor. This clearly reveals the true nature of that scoundrel. Lu Dan, what are you planning to do? Jill leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder, and inquired. Let us discuss that later. We have other matters to attend to now, Li Qingyuan replied, patting Jill's shoulder with a smile. We shall address tomorrow's concerns tomorrow. For now, we must resolve the issues at hand. I implore you, could you please consider my feelings? Upon seeing Jill's cheeks flush as she leaned down, April immediately protested. If you wish to take over Jill's tasks, I wouldn't mind. After all, a maid is meant to be utilized, isn't she? Chapter 150. Yet another artificial intelligence. Jill's compliance primarily stems from her acclimatization to the world of biohazard. Initially, she exhibited some resistance, but once a habit is formed, it can be a formidable thing. In her view, April would inevitably fall under someone's sway and would eventually have to confront the truth, rendering any pretense of modesty irrelevant. Her nonchalant demeanor left April fidgeting restlessly beside her, prompting her to dart out of the room. When will you take her in? I certainly do not wish to assist you with such matters in the future. Jill raised her head and inquired. Don't rush. Such matters depend on the mood, or else they lose their charm. Bah. Jill scoffed. Why didn't you mention mood when you were in the biohazard world? Now that we are in your domain, you have begun to act like a big shot. However, she could somewhat comprehend Li Qingyuan's perspective. After all, this was the world in which he had grown up, and it was only natural that he would not act recklessly. For the moment, aside from the two engaged in physical exertion and the Black Egg currently facing accountability at the Pentagon, let us focus on Tony Stark, who lay in the luxurious intensive care unit. Just last night, during his battle with Ironmonger, Stark had come perilously close to being incapacitated by Obadiah. Had it not been for the serendipitous location of their fight near Li Qingyuan, Iron Man might have ceased to exist altogether. Mr. Stark, if you are not in dire straits, I shall take my leave, Phil Coulson inquired, resembling a devoted steward as he addressed the bedridden Tony. I am grateful to you all. Please accept this check as my donation. Though Tony Stark was known for his irascible temperament and acerbic tongue, he was undeniably a man who repaid kindness and enmity alike. Had it not been for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who momentarily shielded him, he certainly would not have endured long enough for J.A.R.V.I.S. to rouse him from unconsciousness. Yet, despite their assistance, Tony felt little gratitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he was Tony Stark, obligated to pay hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes to the federal government each year, with countless livelihoods dependent on him. Thus, it was only fitting that government agents should risk their lives to protect him when danger arose. While this may seem incredulous to others, for Tony, the sole legitimate heir of Stark Industries since childhood, it was simply a matter of course. Naturally, since they had saved him, he could not be overly stingy and would toss them some money as a token of gratitude. As for which intelligence agency Coulson hailed from, Tony saw little reason to inquire. Regardless of the department, they were merely servants of a magnate like him. On behalf of all my colleagues, I thank you, Mr. Stark. Though Coulson had generally found Tony's arrogant demeanor distasteful, he would have preferred to decline the so-called donation. However, upon seeing the figure inscribed on the check, he was momentarily rendered speechless. 8 zeros. I apologize for the interruption. Coulson promptly swallowed his previous words, his face brightening with gratitude. If he dared to refuse such a hefty donation, the director would surely have him for dinner upon his return. It seems you harbor some disdain for him? Pepper Potts inquired, puzzled as she observed Coulson exiting the room with the check in hand. I have always been averse to dealing with agents, Tony replied, raising his hand and playfully grasping her chest. Tony, you are still injured. Pepper admonished, a hint of disapproval in her voice. It's nothing. I am already nearly recovered. Tony remarked, slightly shifting his body before allowing his hand to glide downward. Tony, the doctor has advised you to rest for the next few days. I believe it would be prudent for you to take a break, hastily declared Potts as she stood up, swiftly fleeing the infirmary. She feared that lingering any longer would precipitate undesirable outcomes. After all, the physician had explicitly stated that given Tony's current physical condition, he should refrain from any strenuous activity. Even lying down was inadvisable. Jarvis, please provide a report on yesterday's events. Tony Stark commanded into the air upon witnessing Potts stumble out in haste. Certainly, sir. Jarvis promptly projected a virtual electronic screen before Tony. The most perilous moment occurred right here. The display immediately shifted to a scene where Ironmonger launched 8 missiles from its arms. Aimed directly at the fallen Iron Man. Was I unconscious at that moment? Even though Tony was aware of the unfolding events, witnessing this scene sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, you were in a state of unconsciousness, and the armor's defenses had dwindled to a mere 43%. Should an attack have occurred, there was a 99% probability of immediate fatality. I comprehend. There's no need for reiteration. Tony weakly gestured dismissively. Jarvis, are you inviting your own demise? The signal that abruptly entered the fray was as follows. The display altered once more, revealing a chaotic array of cryptic symbols. However, being the most astute individual in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Tony Stark quickly discerned the underlying clues within these symbols. What is this? Another artificial intelligence? The Red Queen had exercised caution during her infiltration of Ironmonger's central computer. Yet in the presence of an AI of comparable caliber to Jarvis, traces were inevitably left behind. Despite their similar levels, the disparity in resources was stark. The Red Queen was utilizing a personal computer from Li Qingyuan's quarters, as the personal supercomputer had yet to arrive, leaving it reliant on a standard home computer as a temporary calculation repository. In contrast, Jarvis was supported by the entirety of Stark Industries, with 4 floors of the Stark Tower dedicated solely to housing Jarvis's database, epitomizing the chasm between a casual gamer and a seasoned expert. No matter how adept the casual player might be, they could never rival the prowess of a seasoned pro. I am unsure what that is, but it feels oddly familiar. Jarvis surprisingly offered his perspective. As the sole artificial intelligence on Earth, encountering a similar entity left Jarvis uncertain of how to engage appropriately. It was merely a machine devoid of emotions, and the concept of feelings remained an enigma to it. It is rather intriguing that someone can create an artificial intelligence. Tony Stark gazed at the array of symbols before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had always been a solitary figure, aloof and indifferent to others, primarily due to his abrasive personality, but also because he believed that the mundane populace was utterly incapable of engaging with him. The revelation that another individual could also create artificial intelligence instantly piqued his interest. Chapter 151. Fishing for evidence. The subsequent days unfolded with a remarkable monotony, as the citizens of New York gradually forgot the so-called Iron Man battle. It must be said, these New Yorkers possess an extraordinary capacity for forgetfulness. Li Qingyuan's personal supercomputer had finally arrived, necessitating the hiring of assistants to clear out the basement and reconfigure the plumbing within the room to accommodate the device. Fortunately, the house he had purchased was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a place for those bulky machines. Although Red, the AI, outwardly derided someone's poverty, it was nonetheless elated to have acquired a new body, significantly enhancing its processing speed and uncovering several backdoor programs embedded within the supercomputer. The fact that a mere supercomputer came with 4 backdoors was rather bewildering. The competition among intelligence agencies in America was exceedingly fierce. Having resolved to modestly showcase his capabilities, Lee Ching-yuen instructed Red to obliterate all 4 backdoor programs and simultaneously launched a counter-intrusion. While all adversaries were exceedingly cautious and quickly thwarted Red's incursion, they nonetheless incurred certain costs. It must be noted, Red, equipped with preliminary emotional programming, surpassed even Jarvis in capability. Had Lee Ching-yuen desired to escalate matters, he could have effortlessly compromised several databases of those agencies, but he preferred to avoid a complete fallout with American intelligence. A subtle warning would suffice. In addition to upgrading Red, he spent these days exploring the entirety of Manhattan with Jill, hoping to encounter any untamed superheroes or supervillains. Although these wild superheroes and supervillains might not offer him a chance to traverse worlds, his primary goal was not to exploit them for task completion. Initially, his journey to New York had 2 purposes: to take advantage of the area's abundant task opportunities and to become the puppet master of the entire Marvel Universe. Regrettably, this ambition had not even begun to materialize before it was abruptly curtailed. Thus, Lee Ching-yuen now sought to capture a few lesser-known individuals to assist him. For the reason that the last time he was threatened by that HYDRA agent, Ward, it was precisely because he appeared to have no capable subordinates. If I could just wave my hand and summon a dozen superpowered minions, let us see who would dare to bare their teeth at me in New York. In a densely populated metropolis like New York, superpowered individuals are the most formidable weapons. After all, no organization would dare unleash devastating destructive power in such a city. However, finding wild superheroes and supervillains has proven exceedingly difficult. Over the past few days, the 2 of them have scoured every corner of Manhattan, yet they have not gathered even the slightest hint of information. Lee, what shall we do next? Jill inquired as she leisurely savored a spoonful of ice cream at the dining table. I have no idea. It's been unnaturally peaceful these past few days. Lee Ching-yuen shrugged helplessly. Is this truly the land of the free, America? Over the last few days, he had donned an ostentatious outfit, accompanied by the stunningly curvaceous Jill, traversing various secluded alleys, even making numerous visits to Hell's Kitchen, hoping to trigger the appearance of wild superpowered individuals. But, heavens, the tranquility in Manhattan was maddeningly frustrating. For 5 consecutive days, they had not encountered a single assault. The street thugs who once lurked in the alleys seemed to have vanished entirely. Of course, it would be inaccurate to claim that all robbers were of one ethnicity. Among 100, there would certainly be a few of different complexions. This is by no means racial discrimination. Lee Ching-yuen swore that his harshest sentiments were reserved for racial discrimination and not towards any particular group. Red, investigate what exactly has transpired. Raising his wrist, he instructed Red. Initiating access to the New York Police Department's database. Please hold. Without further ado, Red began her infiltration. Master, according to the database, there was a significant casualty incident involving the Manhattan gangs 6 days ago, with approximately 600 gang members reported dead. Consequently, all gang members are currently holed up in their hideouts, too afraid to emerge. The defenses of the New York Police Department's database were no match for those at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Red retrieved the data in merely 30 seconds. Now I understand why it has been so quiet. Upon hearing Red's report, Lee Ching-yuen was astounded. He had essentially wasted days with Jill. Next time you devise a plan, could you allow Red to compile the data first? Jill chided, pinching him playfully, lamenting how she had foolishly accompanied him on aimless wanderings for days. Investigate what caused such a violent conflict. While it is not uncommon for gang disputes to result in fatalities, to have over 600 perish at once indicates a severe problem. Only the low-ranking thugs would engage in violent confrontations for petty pride. Those capable of leading gangs would never resort to such open warfare. The information is insufficient. The New York Police Department lacks relevant data. Red responded promptly. How intriguing. Upon hearing Red's report, Lee Ching-yuen was instantly captivated. The absence of corresponding information from the New York Police Department suggests either that the true cause of this violent confrontation remains undiscovered, or that the matter is shrouded in secrecy and has thus been expunged. Regardless of which scenario prevails, it undoubtedly promises new revelations. Should we investigate further? He whispered to Jill, pulling her closer. It would be worthwhile. I feel as though I'm rusting away. Jill eagerly nodded. The reason she had been accompanying someone on these fishing excursions lately was largely due to her pent-up desire to unleash her frustrations. Jill had never been one to embody the demeanor of a quiet lady. 3 days without a physical confrontation left her feeling antsy. Unfortunately, Li Qingyuan only indulged in specific combat activities, leaving her with no one to spar with. After all, she had yet to descend into the madness of randomly seeking out someone to pummel. Moreover, Jill relished the thrill of inflicting pain rather than being on the receiving end of it, rendering the sleazy old man lurking behind the street a poor choice. Initially, she had hoped to encounter some misguided gang members or unruly hoodlums to serve as her human punching bags, yet several days had passed without sight of anyone. Now, however, Jill declared herself battle-ready. Chapter 152. The proper approach to Hell's Kitchen in the stillness of the night. Only the whisper of the wind echoed through the streets. A slight figure cautiously emerged from the alley, glancing around warily, only to find the desolate street devoid of any presence, swallowing hard in trepidation. It was quiet, too quiet. Such tranquility was an anomaly for Hell's Kitchen. At this hour, the streets would typically be teeming with nocturnal wanderers, punctuated by the sporadic sounds of gunfire and explosions, mingling with the wails of women. This was the authentic essence of a night in Hell's Kitchen. Yet now, the silence was so profound that one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. The slender figure stealthily crept from the alley, illuminated by the glow of the street lamp, revealing a boy of approximately 12 or 13, a young African-American lad. He carried an oversized travel bag relative to his small frame and sprinted with urgency. Is this a trap? From the penthouse of the apartment building, Jill observed the rapidly fleeing boy through binoculars. If it is a trap, it is also a necessity. Through Red's investigation earlier in the afternoon, Li Qingyuan was aware that Hell's Kitchen had experienced 6 consecutive days of silence. 7 days without any illicit transactions posed no issue for the general populace. However, for the addicts, it was a torment far worse than death itself. The travel bag behind the child undoubtedly contains a multitude of unique items, but judging by his agile physique, it is clear that this is not his first venture into such activities. Children living in slums typically find themselves devoid of any promising future by the age of 10. They often join various gangs and devote themselves to their causes. The exploitation of minors for the trafficking of goods is a pervasive issue across the globe. Thanks to the so-called juvenile protection laws, they generally face no legal consequences for their actions if apprehended. However, it seems that the protective aura surrounding the young black boy has failed him this time. He had barely sprinted halfway when he was suddenly propelled into the air, accompanied by a fragment of his skull that floated through the air. A silent sniper. Clearly, the assailant is a skilled marksman. Jill glanced at the child convulsing on the ground, a frown creasing her brow. While she was not one to wallow in sorrow, the cold efficiency of the killing did evoke a sense of awe within her. Another dark hero has emerged. Li Qingyuan couldn't help but smirk. Having deduced the identity of the individual responsible for the chaos in Hell's Kitchen from the intel he received earlier that afternoon, this shot confirmed his suspicions. A superhero capable of bypassing the dual layers of protection surrounding the black boy is a rarity in the Marvel Universe, and considering the assailant's proficiency with firearms, the list of potential candidates is exceedingly short. One name stands out: the Punisher, Frank Castle. Frank Castle, a former captain in the United States Marine Corps, has been awarded multiple medals of honor and is rumored to have had a close bond with Nick Fury, that infamous egghead. However, after years of grueling warfare, Frank grew weary of the constant life-and-death struggle, prompting him to raise a banner for himself. He aspired to return home to retire, to enjoy a life of domestic bliss with his wife and children. It is well known that anyone harboring such aspirations in film and television often meets a tragic fate. In an instant, Frank's entire family was annihilated, and he himself narrowly escaped death. Initially, Frank hoped to seek justice through the legal system to avenge his family, but his enemies evaded punishment through various channels and legal loopholes. The ensuing tale unfolded like a gripping drama typical of American television, transformed into The Punisher. Frank embarked on a relentless quest for vengeance against all his foes, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Unlike other superheroes, Frank believes that anyone guilty must face retribution. and he shows no mercy to his adversaries. The gangs have begun their assault. Jill turned her gaze toward the apartment building on her left. The recent gunshot, muffled by a silencer, did not reveal Frank's exact location. However, seasoned veterans could swiftly ascertain a general area based on the trajectory of the bullet. The various gangs of Hell's Kitchen were simmering with frustration. Frank had brutally eliminated over 600 gang members within a mere few days, a figure that the New York Police Department could officially tally. The true count, however, likely reached nearly 2,000, as many of his victims were shadowy figures, hidden from the light of day. With such a ruthless killer hovering over Hell's Kitchen, failure to eliminate him would spell doom for everyone involved. A throng of several hundred armed individuals swiftly encircled the apartment building, some wielding formidable weapons such as rocket launchers. Suddenly, a gang member, bent forward in advance, collapsed to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth. This gunfire ignited the fierce clash, prompting the remaining gang members to unleash a torrent of bullets toward the fourth floor. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, shattering the previous silence, allowing the residents, who had been anxiously awake, to finally exhale. This was the authentic nature of Hell's Kitchen. The absence of gunfire in recent nights had robbed them of sleep. The adversary's prowess was formidable. Observing the fallen gang members, Jill languidly rotated her wrist, a gleaming silver handgun dancing between her fingers. If it were you, could you achieve the same? Li Qingyuan mused, casting a glance at the elite gang members assaulting the Punisher. The slain compatriots did not instill fear. Rather, they ignited a ferocious spirit among the remaining fighters. After all, this was Hell's Kitchen. Those who were cowardly had long since perished. They understood that if they failed to eliminate this merciless killer wreaking havoc, they would meet their own demise the following day. Their skills revolved solely around murder, arson, smuggling, and plundering. Any attempt to pivot to a different profession would leave them utterly destitute. Failure was not an option. Too many foes. My ammunition may not suffice. Jill observed the sea of dark heads below, returning her handgun to its holster at her thigh. She carried only a few dozen rounds, even with perfect accuracy. It was implausible to vanquish such a multitude of enemies. Within less than a minute, the Punisher had dispatched over 50 gang members, yet more continued to flood in relentlessly. Clearly, the entirety of New York's underworld had united in an effort to eliminate this disruptive menace. Chapter 153. Is saving lives worth it? Die. The grinning Russian muscle-bound thug activated the switch on his shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, sending a projectile soaring towards the dilapidated apartment building. For these gangsters, eliminating the rule-breaking individual is worth the destruction of the neighborhood. If their most formidable weapon were not the shoulder-fired rocket launcher, they would undoubtedly have no qualms about employing tanks or armed helicopters to teach their adversaries a lesson. Boom. The rocket exploded midair, faced with hundreds of ruthless gangsters. If the Punisher were to step out from behind the safety of the building, he would surely be reduced to a mere target. Thus, he must safeguard his cover to ensure sufficient margin for error. This man is truly a precise killing machine. Watching the gangsters fall like straw before his fire, Jill nodded in approval. With the aid of the battle calculator, she, too, could achieve impeccable accuracy, but to match his effortless prowess would be quite a challenge. He is injured. Although Frank, the Punisher, diligently utilized the wall for cover, he could not avoid exposing himself when preparing to fire at his enemies. It seems someone is getting impatient. Observing the playing card lodged in Frank's arm, Li Qingyuan chuckled. Such a distinctive method of attack, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, could only be attributed to Bullseye. Bullseye is the primary assassin under Kingpin, possessing the superhuman ability of unerring accuracy. While the ability to hit every target is something that any top-tier marksman, like Jill and Frank, could boast of, Bullseye's precision surpasses that of both. Typically, to showcase his flair, Bullseye opts to use playing cards as lethal weapons. Even a toothpick in his hands can unleash power rivaling that of a firearm. Frank's ruthless slaughter of the Hell's Kitchen gangsters forced Kingpin, the mastermind behind it all, to cease his passive observation. After all, how could he maintain his reputation as the underground emperor of New York without eliminating someone like Frank, who dared to turn the tables? Thus, Bullseye, as Kingpin's secret weapon, was dispatched. Frank, with a cold expression, extracted the playing card from his arm. Due to his robust physique, the card, which could sever an ordinary person's arm, merely grazed his superficial muscle, lodging itself against the bone. As a top combat expert, Frank was acutely aware that the New York gang had laid a trap for him tonight. as if to orchestrate his demise. With his capabilities, had he wished to escape just moments ago, those thugs would have been powerless to detain him. Yet, at this moment, escape was the last thing on his mind. For Frank had lost his desire for life. Recently, he had finally eradicated the gang responsible for his family's murder. But the revelations discovered at their hideout plunged him back into the depths of existential uncertainty. The nation he strived to protect has transformed into a breeding ground for crime. The court's decision to acquit those gangsters was not solely due to the plethora of fabricated evidence presented by the opposing side. The primary reason lay in the fact that this gang was originally an offshoot of the CIA. It is astonishing that a Homeland Security agency, which ostensibly prioritizes the eradication of evil, would harbor a band of ruthless criminals as enforcers. Frank, in times past, would have found this notion implausible. However, he now comprehends the rationale behind the CIA's actions. As a governmental body, the CIA cannot cavalierly disregard the law, yet gangs can. Many actions unsuitable for official sanction can be effortlessly executed by the underworld. Ultimately, they are merely investigating themselves, defining their own parameters as they see fit. Even the gang members currently besieging him undoubtedly serve various violent entities. Otherwise, with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, the scene rivals that of a battlefield in the Middle East. Are all the violent factions in New York truly deaf? In this world, where light coexists with darkness, especially in a place like America, organized crime is an indispensable element of government control. His recent rampage against these criminals has instilled fear among all New York gangs, severely disrupting the entire underground order of the city. Frank, once a celebrated Marine combat hero, understood these dynamics well. He was well versed in the theories of light and shadow. Yet, such understanding should not be predicated on the devastation of his own home. As the adage goes, considering another's perspective is merely theoretical. If one were truly placed in that position, acceptance would be impossible. Presently, Frank seeks to numb his pain with frenzied violence, aiming either to eliminate all foes or to meet his own demise at their hands. He has been wounded. Charge forward. Rush in. For the reward for killing that scoundrel is $50,000 per person, as promised by the boss. While $50,000 may seem trifling to someone like Tony Stark, barely sufficient for a meal or a casual tip, for these gangsters, it represents a fortune capable of securing their family's survival. Such is the reality in New York. Human life can be incredibly valuable at times, yet utterly worthless at others. Bang! Frank stealthily revealed a hand, blind firing at the gangsters outside based on the last location of their voices. Instantly, the individual who had been speaking was transformed into a lifeless corpse. Yet, in that fleeting moment, another playing card was embedded in his arm. The precision of his marksmanship utterly disregarded any semblance of cover, as long as one showed their face. They were immediately vulnerable to attack. Of course, without the multitude of expendable allies nearby for protection, he would never dare confront this killer alone. Even if one were to hurl a kitchen knife directly, it is unlikely that a mere 10 or 8 throws would suffice to slay the opponent, while the adversary merely requires a single bullet to extinguish one's life. His superpower merely ensures impeccable accuracy, not immortality. Enduring 2 cards slicing into his arm has not entirely diminished Frank's offensive capabilities, yet his combat effectiveness has inevitably waned. Given the current intense circumstances, he possesses no time to tend to the wounds on his arm, as the lacerations continue to bleed profusely. Should he strike? Otherwise, it appears that the fellow may meet his demise today. Observing the chaos below, Jill withdrew her handgun, pondering the situation. She had scrutinized the scene long enough to identify the target's position. With Frank's prowess, if she could eliminate the target, the remaining henchmen should pose little challenge. Just wait. The Punisher is unlikely to perish so swiftly, Lee Ching-yuen mused, believing he could afford to observe the unfolding drama a while longer. If the target is indeed at a critical juncture of life and death, rescuing him might earn his allegiance. However, the Punisher, even saving him would likely make it difficult to rein him in, wouldn't it? Chapter 154, The Hell's Kitchen Melee. With greater power comes greater responsibility. This proverbial wisdom is often wielded to mislead novices like Spider-Man. The more accurate assertion would be that with greater authority comes greater accountability. Whether in his past life or the present, Lee Ching-yuen perceives himself as merely a refined egoist, one who, when faced with matters that do not benefit him, will at most voice a few complaints online or verbally, never taking substantial action. be it rescuing the Wanda siblings or altering April's narrative. His motivations stem from a singular desire. He craves their presence, and he is forthright, worthy of commendation. As the target launches a covert attack, the Punisher's situation becomes perilously precarious. Although Frank is reputed as Marvel's most formidable human weapon, if adequately prepared, he could potentially vanquish the majority of superheroes. Yet, he is evidently not at his zenith. Firstly, Frank is currently seeking death. Secondly, he lacks the necessary equipment. The Punisher is akin to a diminished Batman within the Marvel Universe, granted the right gear. He could take on the heavens and the earth, but when stripped of all his tools, being beset by dozens of thugs becomes a commonplace occurrence. Prepare to strike. As Frank draws the fifth card from his person, Li Qingyuan finally spoke. The target's card travels in a semicircular arc, compounded by the current chaotic circumstances, rendering Frank unable to track his movements. Yet, their positions atop the high building are unmistakable. With a mere gentle squeeze of the trigger, Jill could send the target to meet his fate. The bullseye shifted his body and sought refuge in a more concealed location. Even though he was aware that Frank, his formidable adversary, was likely preoccupied and unable to search for him, he deemed it prudent to relocate after each throw. A subtle sense of impending danger had begun to creep over him. Under normal circumstances, such a feeling would prompt an early response. Yet the entire block resembled a miniature battlefield, and one could only wonder from where the next threat would emerge. A throng of gangsters had already stormed into the apartment building, and Frank, gravely injured, was tantalizingly close to a reward of $200,000. Arda, a clear voice suddenly pierced through the cacophony of gunfire, though it was virtually inaudible beneath the din. Yet, the source of the voice seemed oblivious to this fact. The gangsters who had rushed into the building swiftly emerged, and soon, four imposing figures strode out from within. How could we encounter these four? Li Qingyuan exclaimed, pressing down on Jill's wrist in astonishment. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Punisher seemed to have no conceivable connection. However, upon closer reflection, a connection indeed existed. The four turtles had long resided in the sewers of Manhattan, while the Punisher was reputed to spend much of his time hiding within those very same depths. Frank, notorious for his ruthless killings, had far too many enemies to find sanctuary elsewhere and was compelled to establish his refuge in the sewers. Thus, in a sense, they were neighbors. The turtles commenced their performance, and against the backdrop of ordinary gangsters, they appeared as ferocious as lions among sheep. Although armed only with melee weapons, the gangsters wielding firearms found themselves utterly helpless. The turtles possessed an innate racial advantage. Regardless of whether it was Frank, Bullseye, Black Widow, or Hawkeye, they remained merely human, confined to the limitations of their kind. Faced with firearms, they could only rely on their speed or experience to evade danger, utterly incapable of withstanding bullets with their flesh. Yet, for the four turtles, absorbing bullets was nothing short of a fundamental skill. As mutated creatures, their hardened shells could withstand not only ordinary bullets, but even those from sniper rifles. While it was true that their limbs and heads might not endure such impacts, their remarkable agility made it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to target their vulnerabilities amidst the chaos of battle. As these four extraordinary beings entered the fray, they swiftly turned the tide against the gangsters, leaving them wailing in despair. However, unlike Frank, the turtles refrained from delivering fatal blows to those who had already fallen. Just as the gangsters were on the verge of complete disarray, a giant, bald figure descended from a luxurious, elongated sedan parked at the street corner. He is the underground emperor of New York, Gene Bing. The plan to assassinate Frank tonight was orchestrated by him, for Frank's existence poses a grave threat to his dominion. Yet, who could have imagined that his meticulously crafted scheme would be thwarted by the sudden emergence of four turtles? Madame Gao, Master S.H.I.E.L.D, we must intervene, Gene Bing remarked with a hint of frustration towards the two vehicles beside him. As the boss of New York's underground mafia, none of them had intended to engage in combat this evening. However, should they hesitate any longer and allow these four turtles to incapacitate all their men, it would be a most humiliating defeat. In the realm of organized crime, reputation is paramount. The thought of an entire New York gang being outmaneuvered by a single individual accompanied by four turtles was utterly disgraceful. From the two cars emerged a gaunt elderly woman and a figure clad in armor reminiscent of a feudal Japanese warrior. The three exchanged silent glances before charging directly at the four turtles, who were wreaking havoc. In an instant, What began as a gunfight transformed into a cinematic action sequence, with all fallen gang members silently retreating, leaving the battleground to the prominent bosses. 7 figures darted through the streets, the air occasionally crackling with sonic booms. While none could reach the speed of sound, their punches were delivered with such ferocity that they approached sonic levels. Is this the norm in New York? Jill rubbed her temples, astonished that even Hell's Kitchen harbored such formidable talents. The sharpshooter could hold his own unless outnumbered, but against the Punisher, he found himself outmatched. And as for the 7 combatants below, she could not contend with any of them. The turtles, each endowed with extraordinary gifts, boasted bulletproof shells and remarkable physiques, capable of standing their ground even against a tyrant. Yet, astonishingly, they were on the verge of defeat. The frail old woman seemed to defy Newtonian physics, gliding through the air like a specter. As the eldest among the 5 fingers of the hand, Madame Gao possessed a profound understanding of energy. While she could not truly fly, she adeptly utilized the force from each encounter to achieve brief moments of levitation, a feat made effortless in this Marvel universe, where Newton's laws held no sway. Chapter 155. The strongest human as the most adept survivor within the hand, Madame Gao had mastered the art of perseverance. Frank's recent rampage in Hell's Kitchen had severely disrupted her flower business, threatening her retirement funds. However, she had always adhered to the principle that without absolute certainty, she would never take action. Faced with the formidable Frank, she calculated that she had merely a 25% chance of emerging unscathed. Thus, even though Frank had nearly obliterated half of her flour mill, the old lady chose to bury herself in the sand like an ostrich. Originally, she intended to liken herself to a turtle retreating into its shell, but given the circumstances, it seemed that turtles were quite fierce too. So she opted for the ostrich instead. It is worth noting that her longevity of 400 years was largely attributable to her instinct to flee at the first sign of danger. If there was even a 1% chance of defeat, she would escape with remarkable swiftness and grace. While such behavior might invite ridicule from many, Lady Gao was unfazed. After all, those who mocked her were now long gone, buried beneath the grass of their graves. As long as she could run fast enough to live long enough, all her enemies would eventually meet their demise. The reason she agreed to ally with Jean Bing was primarily due to her calculations indicating that their combined forces would undoubtedly lead to Frank's downfall. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into this confrontation at all. Even now, though she appeared to float effortlessly, exuding an air of power, Lady Gao was merely coasting through the engagement. Fighting was best left to Jean Bing and S.H.I.E.L.D. Her role was merely supportive, a mere auxiliary. Fortunately, both Jean Bing and S.H.I.E.L.D. understood the old lady's temperament and had not anticipated her to contribute significantly. As long as Lady Gao could seal off the retreat of those turtles, that would suffice. Jean Bing and S.H.I.E.L.D. were both formidable masters with immense strength and fearsome techniques. Engaging in a fierce battle against the turtles, S.H.I.E.L.D. at least exchanged blows with his opponents, while Jean Bing adopted a completely reckless approach, engaging in close combat with the turtles, trading punches with them. The physical prowess of that bald-headed man was astonishing. Jill looked down at Jean Bing, who was battling 2 foes simultaneously, in awe. Michelangelo wielding nunchaku and Donatello with his staff were ganging up on Jean Bing. Yet he did not flinch or evade their attacks, relying on his tough skin and sturdy physique to absorb their blows, seizing the opportunity to hammer the turtle's shells with his massive fists. Each of Jean Bing's punches seemed to create a sonic boom, leaving visible imprints on the turtle shells that could withstand gunfire. It was evident that if his opponents were not the Ninja Turtles, but others, a single punch would surely send them reeling. Indeed, he was a master capable of incapacitating Spider-Man through sheer combat prowess. Humanity's strongest was no idle boast. Jean Bing could be likened to a diluted version of the Hulk, with the only distinction being the lack of a hat. S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself locked in an evenly matched struggle with the remaining 2 turtles, each brandishing their weapons, creating a cacophony of clashing arms. This was a normal occurrence indeed. Observing the streets, which had been swept clean by a whirlwind of activity, Li Qingyuan nodded and remarked, "It is often said that New York in the Marvel Universe is hardly a suitable place for ordinary people to dwell, and this assertion proved to be undeniably accurate." The 4 turtles appeared to be nearing their limits. "What should we do?" Gil inquired, glancing at the tense battlefield below. Da Vinci and Raphael were managing to hold their ground against S.H.I.E.L.D., but Michelangelo and Donatello were on the brink of succumbing. That brute, Kingpin, was akin to a human pile driver, each of his punches carrying the force comparable to a jackhammer. The shells of the two turtles were already covered in a myriad of fist imprints. Had they been any other creature, they would have long since been reduced to a pulp. "I shall take charge," Li Qingyuan declared, pressing a button on his wristwatch to notify the Red Queen. With a resounding click, the entirety of Hell's Kitchen fell into an eerie silence. The Red Queen had severed the power supply to the entire block, plunging it into impenetrable darkness. Even masters like Kingpin and S.H.I.E.L.D would find their capabilities compromised when abruptly transitioning from light to profound obscurity, let alone seasoned veterans like Madame Gao. In the instant the streetlights extinguished, the elderly lady swiftly turned and vanished into the shadows, desperately attempting to disguise herself as a bat. "Who goes there?" Kingpin's booming voice resonated like thunder, for he alone seemed unperturbed by the prospect of being surrounded at such a moment. Bang! A gunshot echoed, followed by the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. "Who is it? Show yourself!" Kingpin bellowed in fury, recognizing that the fallen figure was none other than his top assassin, Bullseye. Although Bullseye possessed formidable abilities, his physical prowess was merely average. Gil had long memorized his hiding spot, and upon the blackout, he promptly fired a shot aimed at Bullseye's head. At that moment, rustling sounds emerged from the darkness, clearly indicating that the four turtles were commencing their retreat. Compared to humans, turtles' eyes were far better adapted to the dark, and while Kingpin and S.H.I.E.L.D struggled to adjust, the turtles had already regained their composure. With a roar of frustration, Kingpin hurled a punch towards the source of the noise. But his fist, the size of a wash basin, retracted halfway through its swing. Raphael's dual sai were positioned defensively at the forefront, and although Kingpin's hide was remarkably tough, capable of withstanding blunt force, a direct blow to the iron fork would still result in a grievous injury. After all, the weapons wielded by the four turtles were finely crafted, and Kingpin's fists, despite their might, were slightly inferior in comparison. Despite having his palm pierced by a pitchfork, Jean promptly transformed his fist into an open hand and delivered a resounding slap to Raphael's arm. "What about the flashlight? Can't you turn on your phones without it?" After approximately 3 to 5 seconds, as Jin's vision gradually returned, he observed a profound stillness enveloping the entire block. Schleider, armed with a knife, crouched beside a car, presumably to evade any ambush. Meanwhile, Madame Gao, without needing to look, was certain that the culprit had undoubtedly fled. He bellowed at his disoriented subordinates, who were still floundering about like headless flies, and only then did they react, rummaging through their pockets for their phones. Although the glow of their phones was not particularly bright, the combined illumination from hundreds of devices swiftly lit up the street. A gaping hole marred the head of the target, who now lay lifeless on the ground, while the four turtles and Frank had already vanished from sight. Not only had they failed to eliminate the disorderly troublemaker, but they had also lost one of their top lieutenants, inciting a murderous rage within Jean. Chapter 156. The Useless Apprentice read, "Are you certain you haven't miscalculated the location?" Li Qingyuan inquired, astonished as he recognized the increasingly familiar streets. Though the four turtles appeared foolish and clumsy, Donatello was, in truth, an undeniable genius. He had acquired extraordinary hacking skills purely through self-education, having previously hacked the surveillance system at the subway station. While it is true that any proficient hacker could breach New York City's firewall, Donatello had never undergone any formal training. His remarkable talent stemmed solely from watching online tutorials, eclipsing the majority of so-called geniuses. To say one is less intelligent than a turtle is, in fact, not merely an insult. During the skirmish, Red had seized the opportunity to infiltrate Donatello's portable computer, for the turtle's shells were akin to personal storage spaces, housing their most treasured possessions. Indeed, that laptop is precisely 100 meters ahead, Red affirmed confidently. 100 meters ahead. Li Qingyuan felt a wave of dizziness. He currently stood on the streets of Chinatown. Just 50 meters ahead lay his shop, which was connected to the 3-story residence where he lived. Another 50 meters further? Wasn't that the dojo belonging to Mo Yuqian? After all this time, the lair of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was situated directly beneath Mo's dojo. Ouch, it hurts. Am I in need of medical attention? That hulking brute was incredibly strong. My shell is nearly shattered. He stumbled outside the wall, hearing a cacophony of jumbled conversations from within. Although I have never interacted with the four turtles, their tone suggests that it must indeed be them. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan sensed an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, and he hastily waved his hand behind him. A swarm of mosquitoes instantly erupted from his sleeve, followed by a rather lewd voice proclaiming, "S.H.I.E.L.D, it's me." Mo was sent flying, shrieking in fear of the relentless insects pursuing him. "TCH, do you realize how terrifying that is?" Li Qingyuan shook his head and casually waved his hand, dispersing the buzzing horde. Having lived next to this couple for half a year, they were both aware that neither was an ordinary person. However, they had never allowed such matters to interfere with their interactions, continuing to coexist as usual. In the past, during moments of idleness, Li Qingyuan had even accompanied the old rascal Mo Yuqian to scout for beautiful women on the street, but after April came to assist him, he had withdrawn from the operation. After all, spending time with such a lewd old man would inevitably taint him. Moreover, with plenty to see at home, why venture out? He wasn't one of those psychologically troubled individuals. "What are you doing lurking by my wall in the dead of night?" Mo Yuqian decided to be the first to complain, having heard noises outside and initially thought it was an enemy at his door. Upon floating out, he discovered it was merely Li Qingyuan. "Mo Laoj, how come I never knew you had taken a few turtles as disciples?" Li Qingyuan pushed open the dilapidated door of the Mo family's dojo and pointed to the turtles receiving treatment inside. "Shermu, who is this person?" inquired the turtle adorned with a red-eye mask, addressing the landlady squatting nearby. "You four fools, if you can't defeat others, that's one thing. But to let them follow you here? Don't ever claim that I taught you martial arts." Mo Yuqian, with a look of exasperation, closed the door and swiftly floated over, tapping each turtle on the head. "That hurts, master. I'm still a patient." They all lamented, cradling their heads in despair, clearly feeling the weight of Mo Yuqian's reprimands. "S.H.I.E.L.D, how did you find them?" After releasing his pent-up frustration on his inept disciples, Mo Yuqian turned to Li Qingyuan with a question. "I just cut off the power supply to Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, your 4 disciples would have been turtle soup by now." Although he knew that Mo Yuqian wasn't the type to resort to murder, Li Qingyuan felt it prudent to clarify the situation. "Ah, I see. On behalf of these 4 inept ones, I thank you." Hearing this, the landlady, who had been examining her injuries, finally stood up and bowed to him. "Is this fellow still alive?" Observing the Punisher, now ensconced in a mummified state, Li Qingyuan curiously inquired. Remarkably alive, this fellow appeared to be in good health. With a couple of months of care, he would surely recover. The Punisher remained in a state of unconsciousness, leaving one to wonder whether he had fainted upon arrival or had been rendered insensible by the landlady's intervention. "You 4, swiftly carry this fellow away. Truly inept at everything, yet the champions of troublemaking. Should you return here after suffering another defeat, I shall simmer you all into a broth." The landlady barked fiercely at the quartet of turtles, who were still clutching their heads in discomfort. "Wait." As the 4 turtles prepared to haul the Punisher towards the sewer, Li Qingyuan hastily called out to them. Ridiculous. He had no desire to navigate the sewers. While the sewers of New York City were not as repugnant as one might imagine, he simply had no inclination to venture down there. He was determined to only traverse one type of sewer in his lifetime and would resolutely disregard any others. "What is it?" The 4 turtles gazed at him with curiosity, but Li Qingyuan chose to ignore their inquisitive stares and grasped the still unconscious Punisher. Host has made contact with the pivotal character Frank Castle, unlocking new dungeon travel qualifications. The Punisher, known for his independent television series within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, undoubtedly possessed the requisite qualifications to initiate a world dungeon. Thus, prior to this venture, Li Qingyuan had instructed Jill to enter the cultivation chamber, preparing to embark on this quest alongside her. Although bringing Jill along might slightly hinder his attempts to woo the female protagonist, having a formidable bodyguard at his side was undeniably more advantageous than the allure of the leading lady. Yet, he pondered what this new world would truly entail. After experiencing that familiar sensation of disorientation, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered he had seemingly materialized within a hotel room. The streets outside bustled with throngs of people and a ceaseless flow of vehicles, with a large screen displaying the current year as 2008. Was this a movie world synchronizing with his primary reality? Chapter 157. I Am Legend. It appeared there was little distinction. Jill stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, towel in hand, drying her hair. Previously, she had sported a short hairstyle, but due to someone's peculiar preferences, her hair now cascaded well past her shoulders, exceeding its former length by more than double. Though Jill had exuded a spirited charm with her short hair, Li Qingyuan found himself preferring her slightly longer locks. The short style simply could not achieve the delightful twin ponytail effect, thus diminishing a certain joy of riding. Yet there was indeed a difference, at the very least. The building's signage had changed. Li Qingyuan pointed towards the distant skyline, noting that the location once occupied by Stark Tower had been replaced by a different edifice. Gone was Tony's ostentatious flair, and in its stead stood a rather conventional skyscraper, a stark contrast to the fantastical design of Stark Tower. Well, I find myself still somewhat bewildered. In the blink of an eye, I have traversed into a parallel world once again. Despite having undergone this experience twice before, it remains utterly astonishing. Jill set down the towel and gazed out at the largely unaltered scenery, feeling a wave of emotion. Aside from a few minor details, there was hardly any discernible difference. Were it not for the altered iconic buildings, she would scarcely believe she had arrived in another realm. It was New York once more. Yet she remained oblivious to the specifics of this location. Li Qingyuan stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. Logically, he ought to have left the room immediately to search for clues. However, releasing Jill from his spatial pocket had consumed considerable time, and he mused that even if clues existed, they were likely now lost. In this world, regardless of how long they linger, would they return to the original timeline? Dressed appropriately, Jill approached him and inquired. To be honest, even after experiencing numerous bewildering events, she still found it difficult to comprehend Li Qingyuan's extraordinary ability. The capacity to traverse worlds at random, and no matter how much time passed in those worlds. It would only be a fleeting moment in the primary world. This utterly exceeded Jill's understanding. After all, she had never encountered an infinite flow of main gods. Let us venture outside and discern what actions we must undertake. Regarding the system's advantageous features, he had already shared some of the information he could with Jill. So she was aware that in this unfamiliar world, certain tasks must be completed to return home. The two had materialized in a suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, uncertain whether the system had provided him with a room key. Nevertheless, Li Qingyuan was disinclined to concern himself with such trivialities and led Jill out of the hotel. After all, this world bore little significant difference from the primary one. The US dollars he carried should still be valid. Not to mention, he had also brought along the core of the Red Queen. Should funds prove insufficient, he could simply have the Red Queen issue him an unlimited credit card. The task world could only be visited once, and he was not apprehensive about causing inflation. As they exited the hotel, Li Qingyuan found himself lost in contemplation upon seeing the towering building before him. The Marvel Universe did not feature this structure, and upon its sight, he recalled a certain strikingly beautiful and renowned woman. Regrettably, that individual did not exist in the Marvel Universe. Yet he had encountered her in this task world. Glancing at Jill beside him, he lamented that he should have left her behind this time. "What's wrong?" Jill asked, noticing his sudden daze with concern. "Nothing. I just feel this building seems different from the one in the primary world." Li Qingyuan quickly regained his composure and pointed to the building S sign, proclaiming, "This should be the Osborn building." Gil nodded. During this period, the two of them had traversed nearly all of Manhattan, and this building indeed differed from the main world. Let us observe what other distinctions there are. I believe the key lies within these varied structures. To prevent Gil from discerning his malevolent intentions, Li Qingyuan hastily spun a web of lies. While Gil generally listened to him, her moral compass was far more steadfast compared to another individual. Previously, in the world of Resident Evil, they had quarreled over Ada Wong's methods. Should she uncover his sinister thoughts again, another fierce argument would undoubtedly ensue. If we are speaking of differences, that building ahead seems peculiar as well. I recall it was originally supposed to be a cafe. Gil, without further contemplation, pointed towards a building at the end of the road. "What is that? The Continental Hotel?" Li Qingyuan looked up to see the building adorned with its golden sign. Merely speaking offhandedly, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a pivotal plot point. The Continental Hotel. Is there something amiss with that name? Although the Marvel Universe boasted numerous cinematic works, they diverged significantly from the films he had previously watched, with even the popular stars entirely replaced. Thus, Gil had no recollection of the Continental Hotel whatsoever. Let us proceed. Despite his lingering thoughts of a yet-to-appear woman, Li Qingyuan understood that their primary task was to trigger the mission first before contemplating other matters. He promptly took Gil's hand and led her into the so-called Continental Hotel. Welcome. The lobby of the Continental Hotel resembled that of any standard hotel, with uniformed attendants busily assisting guests with their luggage, while charming receptionists greeted every newcomer with a bow. May I inquire if you two are seeking accommodations? A bespectacled, bald African-American man asked with a smile. Yes, we would like a room. Although the mission had not yet been triggered, Li Qingyuan felt confident in his choice. The Continental Hotel was undoubtedly part of the tasks within this world. As he followed the attendant into the freshly prepared room, the system's notification chimed promptly. Main quest. I am a legend. Do you aspire to become a legend of the world? Do you wish for your tale to be recounted by all? Do you desire to be revered by everyone? Then what are you waiting for? Become the next legend. Quest objective. Become a living legend. Complete any 3 side quests within 2 months. Quest rewards. For each side quest completed, receive 5 attribute points. Completing 3 side quests grants a random skill. For every additional task completed, receive an extra lottery draw. Side quests. 1. Eliminate the dog owned by Keanu Reeves. 2. Rob 3 deliveries transported by Frank Martin. 3. Kidnap the daughter of Brian Mills. Chapter 158. Words of Wisdom Splendid. Remarkably powerful. As Li Qingyuan surveyed the newly refreshed side missions, he found himself yearning for tranquility. 3 of Hollywood's formidable taboos had presented themselves all at once. The absence of Robert McCall among the options could be attributed to the fact that the Equalizer series commenced filming in 2013, and within the current temporal framework, it had yet to be initiated. Moreover, the inclusion of Robert McCall would hardly alter the gravity of the situation. The 4th task, in truth, proved to be far more daunting than the 3 major taboos. Whether it be John Wick, The Transporter, or Taken, these cinematic masterpieces epitomize the essence of Hollywood blockbusters. Characterized by a relentless barrage of gunfire and explosive spectacles, the protagonists of the 3 side missions are heralded as the ultimate operatives within their respective films, possessing the prowess to vanquish multitudes single-handedly. As the pinnacle of assassins or agents, each of the trio harbors their own sacred taboos: John Wick's dog, Frank Martin's package, and Brian Mills' daughter. Anyone who dares to infringe upon these elements in the films, regardless of their power or influence, ultimately meets a grim fate. However, Li Qingyuan felt no trepidation regarding these 3 tasks. The task list clearly indicated that he was traversing a hybrid cinematic universe. Had he entered a singular narrative dominated by individual protagonists, he would have needed to exercise utmost caution, for the protagonist's aura often defies logic and reason. Given the current mixed universe, though, even if the 3 individuals possessed protagonist-like qualities, they would likely be flawed versions. A modicum of vigilance, coupled with collaboration with Jill, should suffice to navigate these missions without issue. The true challenge lay in the subsequent tasks. John Rambo, the protagonist of First Blood, stands as a monumental figure in Hollywood history. Though Rambo has aged considerably, Li Qingyuan surmised that this character remains the most formidable among them all. After all, during the filming of First Blood, advanced computer-generated imagery was virtually non-existent, rendering those films akin to later anti-Japanese dramas. The feats of hurling stones at aircraft and dismantling tanks with bare hands were commonplace. While the first 3 characters exhibited remarkable prowess, they still adhered to some fundamental principles. Rambo, however, operated like a human mech, eschewing all rules. In comparison, the 5th task appeared almost trivial. Ethan Hunt, the male lead of the Mission Impossible series, has perpetually existed in a state of being hunted. Thus, locating him would suffice to fulfill the mission. Certainly, one must exercise caution with this violent individual. As for the 6th task, I must admit, the allure of a persuasive mouth is undeniable, particularly when it comes to consuming certain specific items. I shall place the 4th task on the list of pending decisions, as Li Qingyuan contemplates the remaining 5 tasks, with the 6th being his initial selection. In truth, the 6th task is rather imprudent, for the other 4 tasks require dealing with merely a single adversary, whereas the 6th demands confrontation with an entire assassin organization. While these assassins may lack the protagonist's aura, each one is a formidable expert in their domain, elevating the difficulty to a staggering height in comparison to the other 4 tasks. However, the primary reason for marking the 6th task as the top choice is the unique, coveted skill possessed by the Mason Brotherhood, bullet time, alternatively referred to as gun fu. This technique involves the deliberate manipulation of adrenaline release during shooting, enabling one to observe time with acute precision and execute wrist movements that allow bullets to curve, circumventing obstacles and blind spots. Particularly notable is the tale of the fox from the Mason Brotherhood, who, in the final moments of her life, witnessed the collapse of her life's beliefs, and unleashed the legendary shot, manifesting a bullet that traced a perfect circle in midair, achieving an astonishing 8 kills, including her own. While one might describe another's marksmanship as impeccable, her single bullet resulted in a remarkable 8-fold slaughter, truly terrifying, despite lacking any innate talent for shooting. With his best achievement being a mere 7 rings at 50 meters on a stationary target, he realizes that Jill could learn. If Jill could master bullet time, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for her, as enhancing her prowess equates to an objective enhancement of his own capabilities. Red Queen. Commence infiltration of the hotel's internal systems immediately and procure information on all individuals listed. Li Qingyuan commanded, detaching his wristwatch and connecting it to the hotel's computer. His wristwatch housed a subroutine of the Red Queen, although its processing speed paled in comparison to the main program located in the basement. It should suffice for breaching the firewall of the Continental Hotel. On the surface, the Continental Hotel is renowned as a prestigious 5-star chain worldwide, yet in reality, it serves as a clandestine organization, controlling a significant portion of the world's assassins, thus establishing itself as a formidable entity within this realm of tasks. In a similar vein, the internal data repository of the Continental Hotel should yield the information he seeks. John Wick, Frank Martin, Brian Mills, John Rambo, Ethan Hunt, Wesley Gibson, and Kevin Hart. Jill approached the computer, glancing at the names displayed in the search bar, softly articulating them. "You have received your assignment, have you not?" Noticing no anomalies, Jill turned to him and inquired. Indeed, this task bears significant relation to these 7 individuals. However, completing just 4 of them suffices. Li Qingyuan nodded calmly. He had already contemplated that there was no need to overly concern himself. After all, the system's tasks are known solely to him. Jill remains oblivious to the nature of his assignments. Even if he were to add an extra task at the last moment, she would be entirely unaware. At worst, he could shift the blame onto the system. Thus, he directly included an additional name option, and it appeared that his plan was unfolding perfectly. Is the objective to eliminate these 7 individuals? Jill did not voice any objections or reluctance to fulfill the task for an entity capable of manipulating the world, traversing dimensions, and altering timelines is certainly beyond his capacity to resist. Therefore, even though he bore no personal grievances against these individuals, for the sake of enabling Li Qingyuan to complete his task, Jill deemed it prudent for them to meet their demise. Some must be killed, while others need not. Although the task did not explicitly require murder, he believed that, in comparison to facing relentless pursuits from these Hollywood action stars post-task completion, it would be far more convenient to eliminate them all beforehand. Stalin once articulated a profound truth: the dead are the solution to all problems. Once a person is dead, all issues are resolved. Chapter 159. The hat-wearing Professor X. This Wesley appears to be an ordinary individual, does he not? Inside a brand-new Bentley, Jill glanced at the desolate figure by the roadside and remarked, "The internal intelligence network of the Continental Hotel possesses considerable resources, aside from Ethan Hunt, who seems to have changed his name and is currently untraceable. The other 6 individuals have all been located. John Wick has recently retired from his former life and is now living in seclusion in South Carolina, reportedly preparing for his wife's impending demise. Frank Martin is currently in Paris, working part-time at an auto repair shop, while also moonlighting as a courier. Brian Mills is embroiled in a divorce with his wife, residing in the very area where John Rambo operates his stall, in Los Angeles, the largest city on the west coast of the United States. Given that these individuals are currently absent from New York, Li Qingyuan surmised that he could first complete the immediate task before addressing the remainder. He decided to tackle the 6th task, focusing on enhancing Jill's capabilities first. Moreover, if memory serves correctly, Brian Mills's daughter is soon to embark on a trip to Paris, where she is likely to be kidnapped. At that juncture, he could conveniently intercept the situation and also seize Frank Martin's courier delivery. As for that fellow John Wick, once Jill masters the art of bullet time, she must hasten her actions. After all, if others were to slay his dog, her own mission would be irrevocably doomed. It is rather amusing how he embellishes his own narrative. Kavanaugh, a figure of some repute in this realm, is frequently discussed in the media, which provides extensive details about her. Allegedly, she is currently engaged in a romantic liaison in New Jersey with her fiancé, seemingly preparing for matrimony. However, there is no urgency. She will consider such matters only after accomplishing her other tasks. He is merely an auxiliary that has yet to activate. Observing the youthful Professor X limping into his dilapidated apartment, Li Qingyuan could not help but chuckle. The Mason Brotherhood is an assassin organization with a legacy spanning millennia. Unlike the mercenaries who work for pay, the Mason Brotherhood claims to be a group of believers, executing only those listed by the fabled loom of fate. In all honesty, Li Qingyuan perceives the so-called Mason Brotherhood as nothing more than a collection of zealots. Even if the loom they possess were genuine, and he suspects it is but a counterfeit, who would willingly allow their fate to be dictated by a soulless machine? This nonsensical contraption bears no distinction from the Zola algorithm that HYDRA has long been developing. Were it not for the exceptional skills of the Brotherhood's members, they would have been eradicated 8 centuries ago. Thus, the essence of the Mason Brotherhood's existence is not rooted in that absurd loom, but rather in their formidable prowess. This man is utterly spineless. Witnessing Wesley hesitate at the entrance of the apartment for an eternity before finally sighing and departing in silence, Jill could not help but scoff. With her keen hearing, she discerned the events transpiring within, and based on the information she gathered earlier in the afternoon, she was aware that the male and female leads engaged in a dalliance were none other than Wesley's closest friend and his girlfriend. Despite knowing that the two had become entangled, his inherent timidity rendered him incapable of exposing the true nature of that unworthy couple. After all, maintaining a facade of ignorance allows him to cling to his nominal girlfriend and drinking companion. Yet, should he choose to confront the situation, he would lose everything. Wesley's bank account balance is merely a 2-digit figure. Should he also forsake his nominal girlfriend and companion, he would truly be at a loss as to what remains of him. Frankly, even Jill feels a pang of pity at his way of life. Patience, for his auxiliary has just arrived. Li Qingyuan gestured towards a statuesque blonde, saying, "That's the one." Big-mouthed Angelina? No, wait. Firefox is stealthily approaching Wesley, preparing to lead him to the Mason Brotherhood. Half a month ago, Wesley's biological father, Mr. Cross, discovered a traitor within the Brotherhood. The president of the Brotherhood, Sloan, along with his longtime partner, Mr. X, had betrayed the loom of fate many years prior. They had forsaken their beliefs and succumbed to the chains of desire. To be candid, Li Qingyuan felt that Sloan and Mr. X's actions were merely instinctive responses. After decades of risking their lives for this wretched Brotherhood, it was absurd to find their names on that cursed loom. How could one maintain faith when asked to take their own life? No one could endure such a betrayal. Unfortunately, individuals like Sloan and Mr. X were exceedingly rare in the Brotherhood, which was predominantly filled with brainwashed fools, such as Mr. Cross and the alluring vixen clad in a white evening gown that accentuated her curves. It was clear that reasoning with zealots was futile. Upon learning of Sloan and Mr. X's treachery, Mr. Cross resolved to expose their hypocritical facades, while simultaneously purging the Brotherhood in accordance with the loom's directives. Initially, Sloan did not take Mr. Cross's betrayal seriously. For while Mr. Cross was formidable, Mr. X was the true master within the Brotherhood. Should Mr. Cross dare confront Mr. X, he would undoubtedly be bested. However, Mr. Cross orchestrated a trap the previous day, sending 4 expendable pawns to their demise, and from 800 miles away, he eliminated Mr. X with a single shot. This is no exaggeration. Mr. Cross utilized a high-powered astronomical telescope and a triple-stage jet bullet to take down Mr. X, who was atop the Metropolis building in Manhattan. From Brooklyn, the distance exceeded 15 kilometers, showcasing the prowess of marksmanship. Following Mr. X's demise, Sloan felt a profound terror deep within his soul. With Mr. X gone, Mr. Cross ascended to become the most lethal assassin. Although the Mason Brotherhood still harbored many skilled fighters, none could compare to Mr. Cross. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, Mr. Cross had to be eliminated. However, sending his subordinates to confront Mr. Cross would be tantamount to seeking death. After much contemplation, Sloan devised a plan. Years ago, Mr. Cross had a son. Although he had left his partner out of concern that his identity as a killer would impede his son's normal upbringing, he had quietly monitored his son's life over the years. Sloan resolved to lure Mr. Cross's son, Wesley, into the Brotherhood. No matter how powerful Mr. Cross was, he would hesitate to harm his own son, making Wesley the perfect candidate to potentially bring down Mr. Cross. Chapter 160. The driving speed is too slow. Firefox followed closely behind Wesley as they entered the supermarket, but within mere minutes, the air was pierced by a series of gunshots. Customers and staff alike instinctively ducked for cover and fled the premises with remarkable fluidity. a testament to the resilience of New Yorkers, regardless of the parallel universe they inhabited. Red, immediately oversee all street cameras. Lee Ching-yuen commanded upon witnessing Wesley being dragged out by Firefox. The Mason Brotherhood held a formidable reputation in the underworld, yet the location of their headquarters remained a mystery, as those privy to such knowledge had invariably been silenced. The underground network of the Continental Hotel spanned the globe, with a registered assassin count exceeding 10,000, establishing it as a veritable titan of the criminal underbelly. However, even the might of the Continental Hotel could only retreat in the face of the Mason Brotherhood. After all, who wouldn't fear a group of unhinged individuals unafraid of death, armed with lethal skills? To uncover the location of the Mason Brotherhood, the only viable option was to tail Firefox. Firefox ushered Wesley into her crimson Ferrari, and almost immediately, the Cross kicked a certain truck driver from his cab and commandeered the vehicle in pursuit. "Are you not supposed to be a seasoned driver? Is this your speed?" Jill scoffed, watching the Bentley's speedometer inch towards 80. Safety first, safety first. Lee Ching-yuen replied, somewhat exasperated. "Do you not know if I am a seasoned driver?" He had never drawn any expertise in driving or similar skills. Managing to reach 80 on the bustling 6th Avenue was quite commendable in itself. "That truck is leaving you in the dust." Jill pointed at the now distant vehicle, her competitive spirit ignited. "Why not let me take over? I could drive much faster." Jill possessed driving and shooting skills that rivaled those of cinematic protagonists, and surely, she could catch up with the two ahead if given the chance. "No need. We shouldn't get too close. If the Mason Brotherhood notices someone tailing them, they will undoubtedly retaliate." After careful consideration, Lee Ching-yuen dismissed the idea of letting Jill take the wheel. Although the most formidable member of the Brotherhood, Mr. X, had already fallen, the remaining assassins were seasoned experts, with a notable number of them having mastered bullet time. Given their current capabilities, unless they directly confronted the front, they would not stand a chance against those skilled killers. Especially concerning long-range sniping from miles away, unless one possessed the ability to withstand sniper fire, even the most powerful superhumans would find themselves kneeling before such an onslaught. They had vanished from sight. With a sense of resignation, Jill shrugged her shoulders. Losing the target amidst such a bustling street rendered the prospect of locating them utterly futile. "No worries, Red. Have you successfully infiltrated the central control system of that red Ferrari?" In the United States, most surveillance cameras are little more than decorative, with only critical traffic intersections being monitored, making it nearly impossible to rely on them for tracking individuals. However, every vehicle is equipped with onboard GPS, particularly high-end luxury cars like Ferraris. Already infiltrated, do you require a broadcast? The technology in this hybrid world is significantly inferior to that of the Marvel Universe, allowing even Red's subroutine to operate with unimpeded efficacy. Wow, that lad is indeed fortunate. The projection from Red revealed Wesley's head resting on the steering wheel, with two long legs draped over his shoulders, affording a rather revealing view from Wesley's perspective. What is this? Engaged in battle? Despite the seemingly glamorous scenario, Jill quickly discerned the underlying intent. The legs of the vixen, known as Firefox, trembled incessantly, clearly shaken by the recoil of her firearm. She must have her upper body extended out of the windshield, using her legs to stabilize herself while targeting the pursuing Cross for an attack. "I believe she is enticing him to fall for her." Lee Ching-yuen chuckled, gesturing towards Wesley's flushed face. For over 20 years, Wesley had lived a lackluster existence, settling for an ordinary girlfriend. Now, suddenly confronted by a breathtaking beauty like Firefox, who was showering him with such overt attention, it was impossible for him not to feel exhilarated. This woman possesses impressive driving skills. Jill observed as Firefox adeptly maneuvered the car, firing her weapon while simultaneously steering to evade the incessantly flowing traffic. She reflected, acknowledging that while she believed she could reach such a level of driving, the outcome remained uncertain. A fleeting moment of distraction could lead to disaster at Ferrari's current speed of at least 140, even with her physical resilience. One miscalculation could result in immediate calamity. After an exhilarating series of vehicular combat, Firefox, having relished her share of indulgence, leveraged the Ferrari's attributes to abandon Cross, taking Wesley toward the Mason Brotherhood's stronghold. Meanwhile, Cross could only watch helplessly as his son was whisked away, the depth of his anguish palpable. A father knows his child best. Despite never having spent time with Wesley, Cross was acutely aware that with Wesley's disposition, Firefox could easily ensnare him with the slightest gesture. What could he do? As a weathered middle-aged man, competing with a voluptuous and flirtatious woman like Firefox for a man was a recipe for self-inflicted torment. Aren't you going to contact him? Jill inquired curiously, observing Cross's despondent demeanor as he retreated into the alley. Before arriving, Li Qingyuan had articulated his plan. He intended to assist the Cross in reclaiming his son and, in the process, eliminate the Mason Brotherhood, ultimately securing the Loom of Fate. Furthermore, he envisioned himself as the Cross's benefactor, thereby gaining the privilege to learn the art of bullet time and long-range sniping. However, now, as he watched the Cross vanish from sight, he remained unresponsive. After some contemplation, he concluded that collaborating with the Cross was undoubtedly a foolish endeavor. Li Qingyuan stroked his chin, reflecting on the recent chase. He sensed that his plans had been overly simplistic. Indeed, since the demise of Mr. X, the Cross had emerged as the most formidable assassin, and his long-range sniping technique was undeniably impressive. Yet, this individual was a zealot, a fervent follower of the Loom of Fate, akin to a fanatic. Even if he were to aid the Cross in retrieving his son and defeating the Brotherhood, the most he could expect in return would be personal friendship. Should he wish to exert influence over the Loom of Fate, that old man would certainly turn against him. It was crucial to remember that he had eliminated his long-standing partner merely due to a name appearing on the loom, so one should not presume that saving him would elicit gratitude. Chapter 161. Trading with the astute, not seeking the Cross? What shall we do then? Jill inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Bullet time was a divine skill for any marksman, and she was no exception. Jill believed her shooting prowess had reached its zenith, making further improvement exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, the prospect of mastering bullet time ignited her enthusiasm. If she could harness this ability, even in chaotic scenarios like the previous night's Hell's Kitchen melee, she would have the confidence to command the situation single-handedly. The Cross is a fanatic. Our collaboration was misdirected, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel as he instructed the Red Queen. Have we located the Mason Brotherhood's stronghold? They're circling around. The video projection revealed Wesley slumped unconscious in the passenger seat, while the Fox maneuvered the dilapidated Ferrari in circles down the street. After several minutes of circling, convinced they had shed all pursuers, the Fox finally directed the car towards Staten Island. The Brotherhood's stronghold resided within a coastal fortress on Staten Island, flanked by the sea on three sides, with only the main gate facing outward. A circular railway encircled the fortress, making it a fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to breach, with an immediate escape route for any detected anomalies. The Fox's evasion skills were undoubtedly maxed out. Had she followed Jill's suggestion to tail them, she would have been discovered long ago. However, the superiority of technology meant she remained oblivious to the fact that her sports car had already been tracked, as she was merely an assassin, not a top-tier hacker. Within the Brotherhood, there were no surveillance cameras, so once the Fox parked the sports car in the garage, they were utterly oblivious to what transpired next. What to do now? Parking the Bentley by the coast, Jill intertwined his arm with hers as they strolled along the shoreline, feigning to be a couple admiring the scenery while engaging in hushed conversation. Although the members of the Brotherhood were not particularly adept with advanced technology, they were indeed ruthless assassins. If they were to be discovered while tailing someone, it could prove perilous even for the two of them. They needed to find a way to converse with Sloane. That fellow should be susceptible to persuasion. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, Li Qingyuan felt he had taken a wrong turn from the very beginning. Indeed, in the film Assassin's Alliance, Wesley was the protagonist, with his father, the Cross, as the secondary character, while Sloane, who had usurped the Brotherhood's power, was undoubtedly portrayed as the villain. However, when viewed through the lens of human nature, Sloane's actions were hardly unjustifiable. A group of assassination masters capable of instilling fear across the globe became slaves to a machine for the most ludicrous of reasons, even resorting to suicide when their names appeared on the machine. Wasn't that laughable? Sloane, leveraging the loom for his own advantage, was merely acting in accordance with human instinct. This was precisely why, when Wesley ultimately exposed Sloane's true nature, the entire Brotherhood immediately turned against him. Possessing an array of lethal skills, he was not preoccupied with indulging in luxurious feasts or reveling with models. Instead, he diligently clocked in as a textile worker, laboring from 9 to 5, only to transform into an agent of justice by night. Such an intense regimen, within an organization that disregarded the humanity of its subordinates, managing to persist without being overthrown was indeed remarkable. Red, Connect me to Sloane's private line. The Brotherhood's headquarters, a sprawling ancient castle, masqueraded as a large textile factory, which it indeed was, with a cadre of assassins laboring as workers during the day. Although the establishment lacked internet connectivity, there remained a few landlines. Red promptly connected to Sloane's office phone. This is the Stathen Textile Factory. May I assist you with an order? After several rings, an elderly voice finally answered on the other end. Mr. Sloane, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. Li Qingyuan, having instructed Red to veil his intentions slightly, spoke up. Are you looking to order linen or cotton? Our factory is undoubtedly the finest in New York. I am willing to exchange the head of the cross along with $100 million for a certain item. What say you? Who exactly are you? Sloane's voice, laced with confusion, resonated through the receiver. A traitor has emerged within the Brotherhood, a fact known to very few at present. The combination of the Cross and Mr. X once reigned supreme in the Brotherhood, and should rival organizations learn of Mr. X's demise and the Cross's defection, it would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow to the Brotherhood. Not to mention the group at the Continental Hotel, who have always eyed the Brotherhood with predatory intent. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply state your agreement. What is it that you desire? Sloane pondered for a moment before responding. The loom of fate, the training method for bullet time, and in addition, hand over the vixen. Jill cast a disdainful glance at him, then brutally crushed his foot beneath her high heel. Impossible. Do not even entertain such terms. Sloane angrily terminated the call. Had the request been merely for the vixen, he would have readily complied, for though she is a skilled fighter, in Sloane's estimation, she is worth no more than $10 million. This is the unvarnished truth. Even a voluptuous beauty would not command more than $1 million on the black market. The vixeness prowess, at most, would merely add a zero to that figure. The training method for bullet time has been the cornerstone of the Brotherhood's enduring supremacy in the assassin rankings for years, and Sloane would never part with such a secret. Of course, if the other party could indeed procure the head of the cross in exchange, perhaps with a bit of additional incentive, Sloane might be inclined to reconsider. In these times, who would turn away from wealth? Especially since Sloane has long contemplated retiring to his homeland to purchase an island for leisure. Selling out might not be so objectionable. However, the loom of fate is something he would not dare to sell, despite his position as the Brotherhood's leader. Seemingly wielding absolute power, in truth, all his authority stems from the loom. Should he dare to sell it, those fervent zealots would undoubtedly hunt him down and mete out fatal retribution without hesitation. It seems someone's plan has failed, Jill remarked with a smile. Don't jest. Li Qingyuan, visibly vexed, swatted her rear, lifting Jill's foot from atop his own. This girl is truly merciless. Fortunate for him that his constitution is robust, for had it been an ordinary person, a high heel would have surely pierced their foot. He has yet to reach a point of desperation, hence his unwillingness to accept my terms. However, in a few days, I suspect he will no longer be so resolute. Chapter 162, The God of Death Among Us. Please, I beg you, cease the assault. Wesley pleaded with the mechanic, his face smeared with blood. A few days prior, a long-legged beauty with cascading waves approached him, claiming he was the son of the world's deadliest assassin, with the blood of unparalleled killers flowing through his veins. Initially, he would have never believed in such matters. However, after he fired his first shot under the threat of death and severed a fly's wing, Wesley realized the extraordinary prowess he possessed. Although at 25 he had passed the age of youthful folly, the sudden revelation that he might be an unparalleled master hidden among ordinary people, coupled with an influx of over $3 million, allegedly the entirety of his deceased boss's fortune, imbued him with an exhilarating sense of euphoria. He promptly dismissed his employer and, in a fit of exuberance, struck his friend's head with a keyboard, causing a mild concussion. With newfound wealth, he felt entitled to indulge in audacity. Moreover, he dismissed any thought of a certain unattractive woman with her flat chest and freckled face. For soon he would be entangled with a sensuous and striking female assassin. Who could possibly crave the company of such a troll? Yet, the life of an assassin was far from the glamorous existence he had envisioned. For days, he found himself mercilessly beaten by a man known as the Mechanic, who would not relent until Wesley's nasal bones were fractured and his head spun in disorientation. Upon regaining consciousness, he was subjected to lessons in knife techniques from an individual referred to as the Butcher. To Wesley, this training resembled nothing more than a relentless assault. He had long lost count of the cuts inflicted upon him by the Butcher. Frankly, if not for the Brotherhood's unique nutrient solution, which expedited cellular regeneration and healed most injuries. He would likely have been carted off to a crematorium by now. As for other activities such as shooting practice, rooftop leaps, and wall climbing, they subjected him to a torment that left him on the brink of despair. Wesley was increasingly regretful, questioning the folly that led him to pursue a career as an assassin. Did he not know his own limitations? His daily existence was a relentless barrage of violence, and he felt himself nearing the edge of collapse. Damn it! The mechanic, in a fit of rage, landed another punch to Wesley's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Was he still incapable of comprehension? As Wesley lay dazed on the floor, both him and his chair overturned, Sloane entered like a specter. No, this lad is utterly thick-headed. Perhaps it would be better to simply put him out of his misery. The mechanic, infuriated, unwrapped the bandages from his knuckles, stained with Wesley's blood. What about the other lessons? Sloane's expression darkened, resembling coal, as he directed his inquiry at Fox. Naturally, being black himself, the darkness of his demeanor was subject to interpretation rather than visual confirmation. No progress whatsoever. No matter how much we stimulate him, he cannot trigger bullet time. Fox shook his head, feeling a deep sense of shame over his inability to train his apprentice effectively. A few days ago, without undergoing any systematic training, Wesley was able to shoot the wings off a fly. Yet now, after training, his performance has noticeably declined, leaving her at a loss for words. It was expected that Wesley's recent efforts would bolster his confidence. Firefox even sacrificed her thigh to motivate him. While his fighting spirit had indeed surged, his skills had inexplicably regressed. Damn it, we must intensify the training regimen, Sloane remarked with frustration. However, he had already reached his limits. Any further increase in training intensity could prove fatal. Firefox glanced at Wesley, who lay on the ground, blood trickling from his lips. We are running out of time. Sloane clenched his fists, seething with anger. The Cross had inexplicably gone on a rampage, systematically targeting assassins within the organization. In recent days, 12 members had already been slain. It was evident that any Brotherhood member who dared to stray alone would face the wrath of the Cross. Now, every outpost on the periphery of the Brotherhood had been eliminated, leaving them effectively encircled by the Cross alone. I understand. Firefox nodded silently. Although she harbored a slight fondness for the naive Wesley, her loyalty to the organization as a zealot was unwavering. She could kill not only Wesley, but herself, if necessary. Sloane shook his head and exited the training room. Wesley's training pace was far too sluggish, and the frequency of the Cross's attacks was alarmingly rapid. He needed to retreat to his office to deliberate whether to dispatch a skilled team to eliminate the Cross. The Brotherhood deployed 2 decoys, positioned at the News Plaza on 9th Avenue, accompanied by 4 hunters stationed nearby. The Cross glanced at the sudden notification that appeared on his phone, involuntarily pouting. This unannotated message had inexplicably emerged on his phone 4 days prior. Initially, he feared his whereabouts had been compromised, promptly discarding his phone and disguising himself to flee. However, after finally securing a new hideout and purchasing a new phone, the same message reappeared on his screen. Following 3 consecutive escapes and fruitless attempts to shake off his pursuers, the Cross reluctantly accepted that he was indeed being monitored. Fortunately, the other party harbored no peculiar intentions. Rather, they had provided him with comprehensive information regarding the Brotherhood's outer operations and details about members who had ventured out during this period. Upon reviewing this information, the Cross felt a sense of relief wash over him. To him, it seemed that the individual on the other end of the phone must be a high-ranking official from the Continental Hotel. For years, the Continental Hotel had aspired to unify the underground assassin world, yet the presence of the Brotherhood had rendered them cautious. Now, faced with such a rare opportunity, if the Continental Hotel failed to seize the moment for their benefit, it would be an egregious waste. Although the Cross is aware that he is being utilized as a pawn by the Continental Hotel, he remains utterly unconcerned. After all, for a zealot like the Cross, with all the members of the Brotherhood marked by the loom of fate, it is only fitting that he should follow its decree and send his former comrades to meet their maker. Whether he is merely a tool in someone else's game is of no consequence. After tidying his belongings, the Cross methodically gathered his beloved firearms. This time, Sloane had dispatched 4 of his most adept subordinates, second only to himself. Without this intelligence, he would undoubtedly have been outmatched. However, now that he is aware of the whereabouts of those former colleagues, the outcome of this battle is entirely devoid of suspense. Chapter 163. Unless more money is offered, the grinning and the smiling faces have perished. Having listened to the gunsmith's report and gazing at the 4 corpses being unloaded from the vehicle, Sloan smashed his desk in frustration. Within the Brotherhood, only those who have mastered bullet time are granted code names, and there are no more than 20 such experts in the entire organization. The loss of 4 in one fell swoop, compounded by the recent eliminations carried out by the Cross, has left the organization with fewer than 10 operatives who possess code names. If the Cross was merely viewed as a traitor who needed to be eliminated to uphold the organization's authority, he has now escalated to a pressing threat that must be swiftly dealt with. Even Sloan himself now senses a palpable danger to his life from this adversary. What has become of Wesley? Rubbing his aching temples, Sloan approached the infirmary and inquired of Firefox. Wesley lay submerged in the healing pool, appearing almost lifeless. This is unacceptable. His progress has been steadily declining, and I believe this method is fundamentally unsuitable for him, Firefox lamented, shaking her head in resignation. She could see that the young man was exerting every ounce of effort, yet regrettably, he displayed no discernible talent. She still could not comprehend why, just days ago, he had exhibited the potential of a top assassin, yet in recent days, he has been unable to summon it, no matter the stimuli. Damn it! Sloan cursed as he returned to his office, pacing back and forth for a considerable time before finally resolving to pick up the phone. It seems Mr. Sloan has come to a conclusion. On the beaches of New Jersey, Li Qingyuan smiled and offered an apology to the individual before him, then took a few steps back to retrieve his mobile phone. Damn it. Firefox, I can entrust you with Wesley. And I can also share the training methods for bullet time, but the loom is non-negotiable. It is the very essence of the Brotherhood's legacy. And I will not part with it, Sloan bellowed, his demeanor betraying his underlying fear. Mr. Sloan, since you have taken the initiative to make this call, it signifies that you have come to a realization. Thus, there is no need for self-deception. I cannot, under any circumstances, part with the loom. If others in the society find out, they would surely end my life. Should we allow others to perish instead? With $100 million, you could easily purchase a private island in the South Pacific and indulge in a life of leisure with a bevy of beautiful companions for the remainder of your days. On the other end, Sloan fell silent, evidently swayed by the proposal. Consider this. What advantages does being an assassin offer? You live in constant fear and cannot enjoy a good life. If you ponder this for a few more days, who knows, I might even acquire it from the Cross. How can I trust that you won't turn against me? Sloan clenched his teeth and inquired. He had already made a decision when he dialed. Yet as the president of the Brotherhood, he had to prioritize his own safety. No amount of money is worth sacrificing one's life. My interests lie solely in collecting beauties and treasures. Your concerns are entirely unfounded. The Brotherhood poses no threat to me. As long as you don't seek your own demise, I have no desire to eliminate you. My heart aches. Sloan felt as though he had been struck across the face. As the esteemed leader of the Brotherhood, a man whose very presence could shake the world. How dare you suggest that I am no threat? For a fleeting moment, Sloan contemplated rallying his skilled subordinates to teach this rogue a lesson. However, that thought was quickly dismissed. He had already investigated this phone number through his channels and discovered it was non-existent. He did not even know who was on the other end, so how could he contemplate retaliation? I demand more money. Sloan's expression darkened, and he finally barked in a menacing tone. Did you not claim I was insignificant? Then I shall set a sky-high price. May it bring you immense pain. How much more? 100 million. I want $200 million. Sloan gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. Very well, I shall transfer it to you shortly. What did you say? Sloan had expected some negotiation from the other party, but before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. Am I to lose out? Just after hanging up, Sloan received a call from the bank. A transfer of $200 million from a Swiss bank had been credited to his private secret account, and the bank's customer service was recommending their latest VIP package. Sloan casually responded to the bank's inquiries, while his mind raced. This secret account was known only to him, and he had not disclosed the account number to anyone. Yet, the funds had been deposited directly. From the moment he received the call to the recent days of seemingly supernatural killing prowess, Sloan was certain the Cross had received assistance from an unknown party. The counterpart employs the Cross to exert pressure upon himself, and it is evident to Sloan why there has been no collaboration with the Cross. After all, there are very few individuals of understanding like him within the Brotherhood. The rest are as dense as wood, utterly incapable of engaging in cooperation. Fortunately, he is a clever man. Sloan, comfortably settled at his desk, began to ponder where he should retire. Should he purchase an island in the South Pacific or acquire a villa in Johannesburg? He acquiesced. Jill, reclining on a beach chair basking in the sun, lazily sat up to inquire as Li Qingyuan returned. Naturally, the Cross has eliminated numerous members of the Brotherhood in recent days, making it entirely understandable for that old rogue Sloan to capitulate. Grabbing a glass of chilled juice from the nearby dining table, Li Qingyuan reclined once more. How much did he ask for? 200 million. That old fellow is quite greedy. Upon hearing this figure, Jill couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Although she had lost all notions of wealth since being with Li Qingyuan, the sheer magnitude of such an amount still left her feeling a bit melancholy. After all, the money in this world cannot be taken with us. No matter how much he desires, it is merely a number. Red Queen has directly infiltrated the banking network. It is not just that Sloan requested 200 million. Even if he demanded 200 billion, Red Queen could effortlessly provide it. However, whether such a sum would attract the attention of state enforcement agencies is of no concern to him. Regardless, even if Sloan's account were to be scrutinized, that would not happen for at least 2 months, by which time he would have completed his task and retreated with Jill, leaving that old black man to negotiate with the American government at his leisure. Li, we are planning to hold a wedding at the end of next month, and we cordially invite you to attend. A couple approached them, the tall Jewish man addressing Li Qingyuan. The four of them had only recently become acquainted. This beach belonged to a renowned club's private territory, typically reserved for elite VIPs. Under the auspices of Red Queen, Li Qingyuan and Jill had been vacationing here while befriending the couple before them. Chapter 164. The Cunning Rabbit's 12 Rooms. Although this couple could be considered socialites, their current fame was still modest. Billionaires could intimidate ordinary folk in other settings, but in this elite luxury club, they were merely novices. Thus, upon meeting Li Qingyuan and Jill, the astute couple quickly formed a friendship with them. Certainly, I will be sure to bestow upon you a grand gift. Accepting the invitation card from their hands, Li Qingyuan smiled and nodded. You are truly despicable. Jill shot him a sidelong glance as she watched the couple depart joyfully. That woman is the 7th target in the mission. It appears her wedding will not come to fruition. We are out here to travel, so let us enjoy ourselves. With a playful pinch to Jill's cheek, someone exclaimed. A few days prior, they had journeyed from New York to this place, primarily to evade the relentless pursuit of the Cross, a top-tier assassin renowned for his unparalleled marksmanship capable of striking foes from 800 miles away. Since they had already dispatched the Red Queen to monitor him, Li Qingyuan believed it best for himself and Jill to remain out of the assassin's line of sight. If the Cross were to discover that he was surveilling him through satellite data obtained via the Red Queen, there would be little left to say. Speaking of which, is that fellow not a bit foolish? You've been gazing at his wife for days, and instead of growing angry, he even invited you to his wedding? Jill huffed, pushing his hand away with a disdainful expression. Ah, so you were jealous. I suspected as much. Li Qingyuan chuckled as he lifted Jill into his arms before continuing. I am undoubtedly a potential major client in his eyes. As a successful Jewish businessman, he would never allow personal feelings to interfere with business ventures. Moreover, he likely views my interest in his wife as a testament to her allure, and both of them are probably secretly delighted by it. Cradling Jill in his embrace and caressing her smooth back, Li Qingyuan elaborated. The identities crafted for us by the Red Queen portray us as super-rich tycoons from the East, intending to invest in real estate and jewelry in New York, which perfectly aligns with the focus of their two companies. So, whether I merely gaze a little longer or even engage in more intimate gestures, they would likely turn a blind eye for the sake of profit. In the harsh realities of society, capital reigns supreme. I recall during my first mission, a mere fabricated identity allowed that fellow Carl to deliver his fiancée right to my doorstep, not to mention the impeccable background the Red Queen has woven for me now. Do refrain from any inappropriate gestures. What if someone sees us? Jill squirmed as he attempted to loosen the straps on her back, a move she could not tolerate. This is a private beach. In these past few days, have you encountered a fifth person? Jill fell silent, captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the beach, which surely justified its status as a luxurious club retreat. As the gentle sea breeze caressed them, and they gazed at the harmonious meeting of sky and sea, they engaged in delightful conversation, with Jill momentarily forgiving his earlier mischief. The following morning, Sloan uploaded the training methods for bullet time to the designated email, as instructed. while he insisted on seeing the Cross's corpse before delivering the loom of fate. And as for Firefox, Sloan indeed sent an email inquiring whether he desired the complete version or the incomplete one. From Sloan's perspective, given his inscrutable methods, acquiring Firefox was likely not intended for her to serve as a mere bodyguard. Rather, it seemed he sought to possess a beautiful assassin as a prize collectible. Li Qingyuan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Sloan's suggestion. The reason he casually mentioned Firefox was that, having arrived in this world, it would be a pity not to engage in some form of interaction. There was an undeniable longing, akin to the Chinese dream of visiting the Great Wall. While one might feel immense regret after the climb, the absence of that experience would leave an emptiness within. After some contemplation, Li Qingyuan replied to Sloan, requesting that he render Firefox unconscious and dispatch her in a crate, but insisted on the complete version. Although Firefox was formidable, he doubted she could pose a significant threat alone. In any case, there was always Jill to consider. How do you propose to deal with the Cross? Jill asked, reclining against the headboard, her gaze fixed on the newly printed instructions for bullet time training. The Cross was exceptionally powerful, particularly as a top-tier assassin, highly sensitive to the aura of danger. The last time he managed to tail the Cross undetected, it was largely due to the Cross's attention being solely on his son. The greatest challenge in eliminating the Cross lay in his acute danger perception. For a master like him, if one could not eliminate him before he reacted, one would be left awaiting their own demise. Red Queen, pinpoint the current location of the Cross. Master, the Cross is currently hiding within this skyscraper. I can only approximate his location through signal triangulation, but I cannot identify the precise floor, Red Queen projected, displaying an image of the towering building. In recent days, although he had eliminated several adept members of the Brotherhood through mobile communication, the Cross was acutely aware that the downfall of the Brotherhood would coincide with his own demise. As the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. During these days, in addition to hunting down his former colleagues, the Cross was also devising ways to escape the clutches of the enigmatic figure controlling him. Despite being a top-tier assassin, while he could not fathom that Li Qingyuan possessed such advanced artificial intelligence, he surmised that his adversary likely had the capacity to surveil him through the internet. Since he needed to remain in New York for revenge and to protect his son, he could not simply flee. Thus, he devised the simplest of strategies to blend into the crowd. He rented 12 rooms within the building, changing his residence every 6 hours. In this manner, while the enemy may broadly ascertain his location, it remains utterly impossible for them to pinpoint the exact room he occupies, even if the adversary harbors malicious intentions. As long as they are unable to launch an immediate attack, the Cross possesses ample confidence to eliminate all intruders. Chapter 165, The Bounty Hunter Wesley. Await my arrival, he murmured, extracting a photograph of Wesley from his pocket. For the sake of the organization's mission, he had been compelled to abandon his wife and child, leaving behind the infant Wesley and his mother. Although he could introspectively declare he would never regret this decision, deep within his soul, the Cross felt an unrepayable debt to his son. Now, with his offspring ensnared by the Brotherhood, one could only speculate the torment he would endure within their grasp. Yet, the Cross believed that the time of suffering was nearing its end. With the suspected assistance of the high-ranking officials at the Continental Hotel, he had already dispatched nearly half of the Brotherhood's members. The remaining individuals now quaked in fear, too timid to venture outside their castle. The Cross was convinced that within a fortnight, he would be able to stride confidently into the castle and retrieve Wesley. As for Wesley's safety, Sloan would undoubtedly refrain from taking Wesley's life until the very last moment. That traitorous wretch likely still hoped to use Wesley as a bargaining chip. Upon opening a door and surveying the surroundings, he found that all his previous arrangements remained undisturbed, which brought him a sense of relief. Although it was unlikely the Continental Hotel would strike against him before the Brotherhood's demise, it was wise to remain cautious. To avoid detection, he had subsisted on takeout from the downstairs restaurant for several days, as utilizing the kitchen would undoubtedly create too much noise. After hastily finishing his dinner, he wrapped himself in a blanket, fashioning it into a humanoid shape, and then nestled beneath the bed. His longevity was owed to his meticulousness and prudence. Creak. The sound of the door being forced open abruptly roused the Cross from his semi-slumber. With a swift motion, he grasped his firearm. For individuals entered, moving stealthily, seasoned professionals. Listening intently, it appeared others were present in different directions, but the walls obscured the precise number. A sardonic smile crept across the Cross's face, despite their numbers. They were merely inconsequential foes to him. The Continental Hotel was rife with such ineptitude, which explained their utter helplessness against the Brotherhood. The four intruding assassins burst through the door and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the bed. The cacophony of gunshots elicited a chuckle from the Cross. His earlier apprehensions of the Continental Hotel resorting to silencing witnesses had proven entirely unfounded. Every day, engaging in combat with top-tier experts has led me to develop a skewed perception of the world. Frankly, with such individuals, even if I were to sit idly by, they would never succeed in taking my life. Nonchalantly, I tore off a piece of gum and began to chew, as the Cross emerged gracefully from beneath the bed, swiftly sending all four novices to meet their maker, much to their astonishment. The commotion attracted others from the adjacent room, yet faced with this group of reckless neophytes, the Cross felt entirely justified in uncorking another bottle of red wine. With an effortless flick of the wrist, the two assassins lurking around the corner had barely the chance to reveal themselves before being dispatched with precise shots. The Continental Hotel received a bounty notice, offering a staggering $20 million for the assassination of the former Brotherhood member, the Cross, with the location thoughtfully specified. In an instant, this bounty was claimed, sending all registered assassins on the east coast of the United States into a frenzy. Despite the illusion of grandeur surrounding assassins who come and go like the wind, the reality is that most of them live in hardship. Mr. X, regarded as the Brotherhood's foremost expert, has only amassed $3 million over a lifetime of toil. After all, most contracts they accept are merely worth a few $100,000. When it comes to deals worth millions, the hotel is too fearful to post them. And even if they did, no one would dare to accept. Consider this simple logic. If a certain Middle Eastern nation offers $1 billion for the head of the American president, would the Continental Hotel dare to post such a bounty? Moreover, even if one were to miraculously survive the perilous task, how would they claim the reward? Would they approach the government for payment? They would likely be shot before uttering a word. Thus, upon seeing the $20 million bounty, all the assassins rushed out, fearing that they might miss the opportunity. While the Cross is indeed a formidable figure in the assassin community, no reputation can compare to the allure of cold, hard cash. For the sake of $200 million, Sloan would sell off the Brotherhood, which has endured for millennia. A bounty of $20 million on the Cross's head is already a staggering price. Having swiftly eliminated about 10 of the most eager assailants, the remaining assassins fell silent, huddling in corners, too intimidated to move. They began to ponder that with so many attacking together, the Cross, regardless of his prowess, was merely one man and could surely be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Yet, it soon became apparent that this notion was overly simplistic. They were utterly incapable of mounting an effective assault. The narrow corridors severely hampered their collaborative efforts, erasing any advantage that their numbers might have provided. The Cross slowly retreated to the window. While the rabble outside may have been lacking in quality, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. There were no fewer than 40 individuals blocking the exit, prompting him to consider a strategic withdrawal. Beneath the window lay a billboard, from which he could directly descend onto the awning below. A motorcycle rested beneath the awning, and in no more than 3 seconds, he could depart from this place. However, just as the Cross was about to leap through the window, he suddenly sensed an impending danger. He swiftly rolled to the side, collapsing onto the ground as a bullet grazed his back and struck the wall. A miss. Jill, positioned at the window across the street, muttered in frustration. Despite her marksmanship being exceptional among ordinary individuals, it paled in comparison to a master like the Cross. Though Sloan had shared all the techniques for mastering bullet time, acquiring such a skill in a short span was utterly inconceivable. After all, she lacked a system. It's all right. I reckon the drug's effect should be waning soon. Li Qingyuan gently patted Jill's shoulder from behind, offering encouragement. Initially, he had hoped that engaging with a master like the Cross would ignite Jill's latent potential. But it appeared that having left the world of biohazard, Jill's protagonist aura had expired. The Cross, lying on the ground, immediately began searching for a mirror to discern the enemy's whereabouts. Since the ambush had not claimed his life, he could only await his own demise. Utilizing the shattered glass, he quickly pinpointed Jill's location and steadied himself, preparing to rise and eliminate her. However, just as he was about to stand, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Chapter 166. A plea for subscriptions. The Cross hastily dropped back to the ground. The dizziness was not intense. It felt akin to the sensation one experiences after standing abruptly from a prolonged squat. Such mild vertigo could be alleviated with a brief respite, merely requiring one to close their eyes for a couple of minutes. Even the most dramatic individuals would hardly react to such a feeling. It occurred to him that the opponent might have employed a widespread poisoning tactic, as this particular toxin would not elicit significant adverse effects, thus evoking no notable reactions. Given the prowess of the Continental Hotel, it was plausible that all nearby takeout had been poisoned. Having realized this, the Cross felt that he might truly be in peril this time. This dizziness was not fatal for him. He could still press on with his assault. However, the incessant waves of dizziness clouded his focus, preventing him from entering bullet time. Without the extraordinary skills of his gunfighting techniques, he was reduced to merely an ordinary sharpshooter. Jill, watching from the window, continued to take precise shots at the Cross. Unable to utilize bullet time, he was now on par with Jill's current abilities, and having lost the initiative, he found himself momentarily suppressed, unable to lift his head. Outside the door, the assassins, hearing a flurry of gunfire from within the room, were suddenly thrown into a state of panic. That is a staggering 20 million, a veritable treasure on the move. Should someone be slain, what profit would they reap? At that moment, four reckless individuals charged in, and although two were immediately struck down by the Cross, this only heightened the nerves of the surrounding assassins. It is crucial to note that from the onset, the Cross had been merciless, dispatching anyone who dared to show themselves without a hint of hesitation. With only 2 casualties among the 4 who rushed in, it was evident that the opposition was faltering. Consequently, more individuals began to crowd into the room. Thankfully, these assassins had undergone systematic training, preventing the farcical scenario of friendly fire. The cramped space quickly filled with over 20 people, leaving the Cross with little room to maneuver. He attempted to grasp one assassin to use as a human shield, but before he could rise, both he and his makeshift shield were riddled with bullets. As the saying goes, chaotic strikes can fell even the most seasoned master. The renowned Cross, a figure capable of instilling terror in the stonemason brotherhood, fell victim to a horde of barely competent assassins. As for how the remaining assassins would vie for victory following the demise of their target, that was of no concern to Li Qingyuan. A mere 20 million, after all, the Red Queen's account would not require cash. The news of the Cross's demise swiftly permeated the underworld, as both his identity and the astronomical bounty were sufficient to ensure rapid dissemination. Upon receiving the news, Sloane could not help but mutter in frustration about the exorbitant wealth, even with over $200 million in his account. Parting with 20 million to secure the Cross's life was beyond his willingness. Nonetheless, despite his internal grumblings, witnessing the other party's disregard for money compelled Sloane to abandon his earlier intentions of evading payment. In this era, capital reigns supreme. If one could nonchalantly offer 20 million for the Cross's head, surely acquiring his own would be equally feasible. Furthermore, he had no plans to continue as an assassin. Offending such a wealthy individual would be akin to inviting disaster. Thus, he seized the opportunity presented by the Cross's downfall and led all members of the Brotherhood on a trip to Australia. The Brotherhood, having spent their lives on the east coast of the United States, was electrified at the prospect of a funded vacation, and they promptly signed up en masse. Naturally, Firefox was designated to remain behind as the guardian. She harbored no objections. For her, the notion of travel held little allure. Having vowed to devote her life to the loom of fate, she understood that someone must stay to oversee matters at home while the others ventured forth. The castle, at best, has stood for merely a century, while the Brotherhood boasts a history of over a millennium. How they reckon that is quite beyond comprehension. Li Qingyuan struck the ancient walls of the fortress, feeling as though he had unearthed a hidden gem. Sloane and the remaining members had already boarded the chartered plane. Yet he was acutely aware that calamity would undoubtedly ensue once the aircraft reached the heart of the Pacific. For Sloane, having resolved to sell the entire Brotherhood, it seemed prudent to eradicate them entirely to prevent any lingering threats. Even if those assassins possessed remarkable skills and marksmanship, a fall from several thousand meters would almost certainly be fatal, unless one were graced with the luck of a protagonist. However, Li Qingyuan was utterly indifferent to the fates of those assassins. According to the narrative, they would ultimately be eliminated by Wesley, who would discover the truth, albeit by a different means. Let us proceed inside and explore, Jill declared, pushing open the grand door of the castle, her yearning for bullet time palpable. Merely studying the materials to master bullet time was an arduous endeavor. The castle housed an entire suite of training methods and equipment. Jill was convinced that, should she practice here, she could achieve her goal within a fortnight. The duo traversed through production workshops and various training rooms for marksmanship and knife techniques, ultimately arriving at a recovery room where they encountered an unexpected individual. "Is he still alive?" Jill exclaimed, kicking Wesley, who lay submerged in the pool. Surprisingly, both of them had assumed that upon hearing of the Cross's demise, Sloane would have disposed of Wesley, yet it seemed he had neglected to do so. The primary reason was Wesley's utter lack of prowess. For days, he had endured relentless beatings and torment, spending at least 20 hours daily in the recovery room. Thus, when Sloane hastily departed, no one remembered him. Prior to Wesley joining the Brotherhood, Li Qingyuan had his ex-girlfriend administer a concoction to him, stifling his innate assassin talents, leaving him to suffer abuse and rendering him friendless within the organization. After all, they were the world's elite assassins. Who would associate with a talentless wretch? If it were not for the leader's instructions, he would be utterly disregarded. The only one who remembered Wesley, Firefox, was currently preoccupied with her own survival. Let this be but a dream, Li Qingyuan mused, observing Wesley still in a comatose state. Out of respect for the fact that he was, after all, Professor X's protege, he decided to spare his life. After all, ever since consuming the concoction he had prepared, Wesley would never become an assassin. He might as well live a mundane life for the remainder of his days. Moreover, the $3 million in his account remained untouched, likely sufficient for him to live as a wealthy man. Chapter 167. Hurricane Rescue Master, the target you instructed me to monitor has made a move. Once again, it is a delightful morning, and Li Qingyuan leisurely rises from atop the Firefox. Jill has been diligently practicing her newly acquired skills over the past few days, and to avoid disturbing her, he reluctantly seeks conversation with the Firefox. After all, mastering bullet time requires an extraordinary focus of mental energy to be effective. If they were to engage in late-night chats and gaming together, Jill would never find the vigor to learn new skills. The Firefox, still under the influence of a drug administered by Sloane while remaining in the office, initially intended to resist. However, upon hearing someone threaten to incinerate the fateful loom, she instantly capitulated. Li Qingyuan finds it difficult to comprehend the mindset of such zealots. To think that a mere dilapidated loom, which even the system deemed unworthy of a rating, could ensnare a multitude of individuals into peril is truly bewildering. Nevertheless, it matters little, for he has no intention of delving into discussions of life aspirations with her. The primary reason for summoning her is to shield Jill, with her secondary function being little more than a formality. Renowned tourist attractions witness countless visitors daily, yet no one ever complains about the excessive garbage, do they? It is not as if they intend to take it home. Once they check in, they can depart. Whose news is that? Li Qingyuan inquires as he sits up. Brian Mills, his daughter, Jean-Mi, has just secured a visa to Paris, France. The flight is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon, Red replied promptly. Paris? Are you leaving? The Firefox rises beside him, her calm visage betraying a hint of joy. This man had promised her that upon his departure, she would be set free, and he would not destroy the loom. For the sake of her faith, the Firefox is willing to do anything. Even though all her former companions from the Brotherhood perished alongside President Sloane in the crash, she remains steadfast in her belief that, under her guidance, the Brotherhood will rise from the ashes once more. Of course, this hinges on preserving the loom. Indeed, the afternoon flight. After instructing Red to secure 2 first-class tickets for himself, Li Qingyuan nodded slightly. So, may I have the antidote now? The Firefox inquired, playfully tossing her hair. Even with the loom as a safeguard, Li Qingyuan would never dare to place his life in someone else's hands. So he had discreetly administered the antidote to her prior to awakening her. It was the same medication that Wesley had taken, otherwise, he would never have been so audacious as to allow her free movement. Although, after their nightly conversations, the Firefox has become quite immobile. The afternoon flight is still quite early. Li Qingyuan remarked with a mischievous smile at the now-awakened Firefox. I will perish, she exclaimed, hastily wrapping herself in the blanket. She had fully grasped the meaning of overexertion these past few days, having barely left her bed for 2 whole days. It's all right. I have always found your lips quite alluring. Extending a finger to caress the voluptuous lips of the fox, Li Qingyuan acknowledged that while many might not appreciate her significantly fuller lips, he believed that sometimes a larger mouth could indeed be quite advantageous. After conversing with the fox for over an hour, Li Qingyuan finally rose to summon Jill for a shower. By the time they emerged from their bath, it was already noon. He tossed a vial of restorative elixir, which gradually replenished mental energy, to the fox before he and Jill made their way to the airport. From the moment he entered the ancient castle, the system had notified him that the sixth task was complete, rendering the loom entirely irrelevant to him. Thus, he decided to keep it for the time being. As for the fox, a simple check-in and photograph would suffice. Would she really need to carve an inscription into the scenery like those uncouth players who proclaim their presence? How is your mastery of bullet time progressing? Li Qingyuan inquired as they traveled smoothly towards the airport. I have made some progress, but it requires a full minute of preparation to activate bullet time, Jill replied, somewhat disheartened. She had initially thought that harnessing her innate talent to learn new skills would be a straightforward endeavor, yet after a week, she felt she had made no tangible advancement. With a minute of preparation, one could transport a corpse directly to the crematorium. Do not lose heart. Learning is inherently a gradual process, and improvement will come in due time. Yet previously, I could learn anything swiftly. I could shoot blindly with any firearm, Jill retorted, somewhat indignant. According to the intelligence provided by Li Qingyuan, even that large-mouthed, unattractive woman could effortlessly slip into bullet time. Although she wouldn't openly oppose Li Qingyuan's interactions with other women, it didn't prevent her from feeling jealous. You were fortunate before, which is why you learned so quickly. In this world, merely not facing rejection is already a blessing. The difference between having the protagonist's aura and not is indeed stark. Is there any method to enhance one's fortune? Jill asked, still somewhat melancholic. It was understandable. Anyone would feel a sense of loss transitioning from a powerful player to an ordinary one. If there were such methods to increase fortune, I would certainly seek them for myself. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the airport. As first-class passengers, they were allowed to board early, though that was the extent of their privileges. During the flight to Paris, a flight attendant winked at him, evidently attracted by his expensive attire, hoping for a charming encounter. However, having already discussed life aspirations with the fox and Jill that morning, he found himself utterly uninterested in exploring the restroom's amenities with the flight attendant. When will we reach the task objective you mentioned? Jill inquired, her spirits lifting slightly now that she had witnessed Li Qingyuan's rejection of the flight attendant's subtle overtures. She embarked from Los Angeles, and according to the schedule, she should have departed half an hour earlier than us. As the plot of Taken replayed in his mind, Li Qingyuan finally spoke. Taken is a quintessential American action blockbuster featuring Brian Mills, a top-tier national operative whose work has led to a rift with his family, culminating in his wife divorcing him and remarrying, taking their daughter with her. Brian's daughter, Kim, now 17, had traveled to Paris with her close friend Amanda, only to be targeted by human traffickers the moment they disembarked from the plane. Upon learning of his daughter's abduction, Brian swiftly made his way from the United States to Paris, employing his years of combat experience to dismantle the entire kidnapping ring. Ultimately, he stormed a luxurious yacht owned by a wealthy individual to rescue his daughter, emerging victorious against overwhelming odds. Chapter 168. Achievement Collection System. He is quite handsome, Amanda whispered to Kim, glancing at the young man seated in the front passenger seat of the taxi. The two had been approached by this young man, who introduced himself as Peter while they were preparing to hail a cab after their flight. Admittedly, Amanda, taken by his charming looks, readily accepted his offer to share a ride, and the three of them made their way to Amanda's aunt's residence. However, Amanda's aunt and her family were away on vacation in Spain, leaving only the two girls in the apartment. Having gathered this information, Peter left with satisfaction, discreetly relaying the girls' details and address to his superior. He was part of a criminal organization that specialized in monitoring airports, using his youthful and attractive appearance to extract the intelligence he desired. This group hailed from Albania and had previously engaged in deceitful practices, luring women from Eastern Europe under the guise of job offers, only to force them into street prostitution upon their arrival in Western Europe. However, they soon realized the inefficiency of such methods. Stringent immigration controls in most Eastern European nations made it increasingly difficult, and the effort required to deceive these women was arduous and unprofitable. Thus, they sought new avenues for profit. They began by stationing operatives at airports, bribing ground staff to identify potential targets. Paris, the city of romance, attracts thousands of eager young women daily, many accompanied by family or partners who were never their targets. Instead, they focused on pairs of young girls, like Amanda and Kim. Just as Amanda was dancing enthusiastically in the room, the professional gang was already at their doorstep. A group of individuals adeptly opened the door to the apartment and promptly ensnared the dancing Amanda into a sack. Meanwhile, Jean-Mi, who was in the bathroom reassuring her father, was completely taken aback by the sudden chaos. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure at the last moment, switched her phone to speaker mode, and loudly recounted everything she had witnessed, including the assailant's appearance and the tattoos adorning his arm. Let us momentarily set aside the relentless efforts of Brian Mills, who was thousands of miles away, striving to uncover the intricate details of his daughter's abduction, and focus on the scene in Paris. Is it truly this chaotic in Paris? Jill remarked with a sense of melancholy as she surveyed the disarray of the room. This apartment, both in location and interior design, could be classified as an upscale residential area. It was utterly outrageous that a criminal gang would dare to storm in broad daylight and abduct two young women. It is worth noting that even in New York, which is notorious for its crime rate, gangsters typically confine their actions to impoverished neighborhoods and seldom encroach upon ordinary residential areas, let alone such affluent communities. Just wait a few years. When France transforms into Francistan, not only will abductions occur in daylight, but even Notre Dame might be set ablaze. Li Qingyuan shrugged, remarking that in the realm of the invincible France, any operation would seem par for the course. Their flight had been half an hour slower than Jean-Mi's, and by the time they disembarked, the perpetrators had already vacated the airport. Although the Red Queen immediately accessed the taxi logs to locate Jean-Mi and her friend Amanda, by the time they arrived, the place was deserted. The Albanian criminal gang was remarkably swift. From the moment they received the tip-off to the successful abduction, it likely took no more than 15 minutes, truly a testament to their professionalism. Of course, it could also be attributed to the sheer number of individuals engaged in this line of work. If they did not act quickly, they would miss out on even a meager meal. After all, such low-tier criminal organizations are akin to the beleaguered hitmen in mainland hotels, impressive in name, but struggling in reality. Take, for instance, the two girls just abducted. If they were virgins or exceptionally beautiful, they could fetch a high price from Mr. St. Gali, who specializes in trafficking high-quality female slaves. However, if they were merely average, they would be discarded at construction sites. When factoring in the costs of drugging the girls and the protection fees for the local law enforcement, it turns out that each girl would only yield a profit of a few $1,000s, and together, the two would barely amount to $20,000. One must ponder, what were they thinking in this day and age? This inquiry arose as Li Qingyuan examined the records of the criminal gang retrieved by the Red Queen. Although Brian may not possess considerable wealth, his wife subsequently found herself a man of substantial means. This gentleman is exceedingly generous to Jean-Mi. The luxurious array of designer clothing and handbags she brought to Paris alone is worth no less than $30,000 to $40,000. Furthermore, the two young women reside in an upscale apartment, which, in the event of extortion, could easily yield $400,000 to $500,000. It perplexes him that this group sought a mere $20,000. The unpredictability of international extortion is immense, and such low-level criminal organizations lack the capacity to orchestrate such grand schemes. Fortunately, Jill has years of experience as a special police officer, rendering her well-versed in these chaotic matters. She rummaged through Amanda's suitcase and unearthed a pack of women's cigarettes, promptly lighting one. Selling these items would breach the established rules. Every underground gang operates within strict territorial boundaries. If those Albanians recklessly engaged in other trades, they could expect violent repercussions. Thus, the underworld is not as glamorous as it appears, while it may seem that everyone indulges in feasting, drinking, and revelry. The reality is that the meager earnings from a month's arduous labor are hardly worth the risk of being shot. It is undoubtedly a perilous profession. Didn't you say you would quit smoking? With an icy demeanor, someone snatched the cigarette from Jill's lips. You pressured me to quit. I never declared such a thing. Jill, fuming, felt the urge to retaliate. Back in her days as a special officer, she relished the calm that followed a successful mission with a cigarette. Now, after finally finding a cigarette, it was snatched away, which she deemed utterly outrageous. Enough of this topic. With that, Li Qingyuan crushed the cigarette pack underfoot. He glanced into Amanda's backpack and noticed not only cigarettes, but also several packs of raincoats, shaking his head in disbelief. If you had brought one pack, It could be deemed a necessity for single women venturing out. But 4 or 5 packs? What are you planning? To create some sort of collection achievement system? Chapter 169. One can become what they most dislike. Are we not going to locate the Albanians' hideout? Observing Li Qingyuan casually instructing Hong Ho to book hotels and prepare travel itineraries, Jill was taken aback. Were they here for a vacation? Given the circumstances, they ought to have dinner and rest first. Li Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively. He had risen early that morning to bid farewell to Huaho, then showered with Jill before catching a flight directly from New York to Paris. He rushed to the crime scene, and calculating the time, he realized he had been on the go for nearly 20 hours straight. Not to mention, he hadn't eaten in over 10 hours. Despite their robust physical condition, both he and Jill understood that abstaining from food for 10 days would not pose a significant issue. However, the act of eating transcends mere sustenance. It embodies a spiritual belief. If we were to set out now, we would likely still have the opportunity to rescue the 2 girls unscathed. However, if we were to rest and postpone our departure, Jill gestured with her hands, implying a message that required no words. Such a lowly gang operates without any semblance of order. They show no regard for sustainable practices. Typically, captured girls are first enjoyed by the leader, with those who possess desirable qualities or are virgins being sold to higher-tier buyers, while the remainder are discarded into the most degrading forms of exploitation. These are the most wretched of individuals, fetching a mere €10 per encounter. As long as all working girls receive their daily dose of drugs, they spend the entire day in a daze, devoid of any vigorous response. After all, those who are willing to part with a mere €10 for pleasure are hardly concerned with any semblance of romance. Generally, the lifespan of a girl in this trade seldom exceeds 10 months, assuming each earns €200 daily. A single girl could generate a gross income of €60,000. However, after deducting costs for materials, labor, medication, and protection, the actual profit barely amounts to around €20,000. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the influx of newcomers to Paris, with a steady stream of single girls arriving to meet their demise, this business would struggle to thrive. Jinmi and Amanda had been seized less than an hour ago, and it was likely that they had yet to experience any significant harm. However, by nightfall, it was anticipated that the gang leaders would begin their inspections, categorizing the merchandise by the following morning. I recall from the film's narrative that Jinmi, being a virgin, was sold at a premium, while her friend Amanda met a far grimmer fate. Yet, the fleeting moments captured on screen left Li Qingyuan with a hazy recollection. I am not her father. As an adult, one must bear the consequences of their actions, mustn't they? Li Qingyuan remained unfazed, largely due to the unremarkable appearance of Brian's daughter, which deterred him from any notions of heroically rescuing her. One might say that despite Brian's aging, he still possesses a certain charm, and Jinmi's mother, in her youth, was quite the beauty, yet somehow, they produced a daughter who epitomizes all their shortcomings. As for Amanda, the number of raincoats in her backpack suggests she is quite the audacious character. Perhaps, during her abduction, her captors felt a hint of satisfaction. Thus, he resolved to rest for the night and reassess the situation in the morning. This girl is barely 17, still below the legal age of adulthood, Jill pointed out, referring to Jinmi's information card. Do you wish to rescue her? On ordinary days, Jill would never intentionally oppose herself. Her current words suggest she has formed a certain notion. I cannot bear the thought of young girls of this age being ruined merely for exhibiting a hint of rebellion. If we delay until tomorrow, they may be irrevocably lost. It is often said that the lower echelons of society are devoid of humanity. The Albanian mafia, whether within the French government or among local criminal factions, occupies the lowest tier of the food chain, earning no respect from those in power. Even in the realm of human trafficking, they can only scrape by on the meager earnings of the desperate, and any valuable goods they possess must be sold to other organizations, for they lack the authority to contact buyers directly. Yet, it is precisely these individuals who struggle in the depths of society that exhibit the most inhumanity. The more lucrative ventures have already been monopolized by others. To earn a living, they must resort to competing in moral depravity, each striving to sink lower and forsake their humanity. The girls they capture are not even afforded the dignity of communication. Upon acquisition, they are treated like livestock, bound in warehouses, subjected to immediate testing, and regardless of their past, a single injection reduces them to a state of disorientation. In their eyes, a woman is merely a woman. Your education, your experience, your life hold no value whatsoever. As long as one remains alive, there is profit to be made. If one dies, they are simply discarded into the meat grinder, perhaps to be transformed into a new brand of pet food. Observing Jill's expression of profound sorrow, Lee Ching-yuen could only retreat in resignation. His task was merely to abduct Brian's daughter. It was not imperative to eliminate both father and daughter. At worst, he could confine Jean-Mi for a few days before seeking out the Albanian stronghold. While searching the internal network of the Paris police system, it was regrettable that no information regarding the Albanian gang's hideouts was discovered. After approximately 3 minutes, the system responded, "None. That cannot be." Upon hearing this analysis, both Lee Ching-yuen and Jill were equally astonished. It stands to reason that such a low-level gang, constantly engaged in abductions, must maintain extensive connections with local law enforcement. No matter how they operate, the police would turn a blind eye, unless they dared to forego paying protection fees. In that case, within 2 hours, the Paris police would swiftly demonstrate what governmental retribution truly entails. Could it be that this gang, being so rudimentary, is managed by a single individual who, for personal reasons, has failed to document this information? Lee Ching-yuen pondered the narrative once more. He recalled that when Brian ventured to Paris alone to find his daughter, he indeed sought assistance from an old friend, who currently serves as the deputy director of the security bureau in Paris and possesses a modicum of influence. Yet, Brian could never have imagined that his old friend had now become a protector of the underworld, with the very gang that had abducted his daughter being under the command of this former companion. Had Brian sought out his old friend from the very beginning, perhaps by appealing to his emotions and reasoning, he might have persuaded him to assist in rescuing his daughter. After all, those lowly gangsters would undoubtedly fear incurring the wrath of the officer overseeing them. Unfortunately, due to a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, coupled with his friend's insatiable greed for power and wealth, the situation escalated beyond control. Chapter 170. The Seduction of Beauty? Jean-Claude, a former agent of the French Security Bureau, had once been a formidable ace operative over 2 decades ago. However, as he witnessed his comrades falling one by one, he came to realize that his path was devoid of promise. The allure of being a top-tier agent seemed glamorous, yet the hardships endured were known only to him. Each day, he risked his life for missions, only to receive meager rewards in return. More critically, his family had begun to suffer. The nature of his work often led him to vanish for months on end, leaving his wife to question whether he was alive or dead. It was this uncertainty that ultimately drove her to divorce him. After all, one might not receive a death certificate for a year, should he be lost. Thus, Jean-Claude chose to withdraw, applying for a transfer back to the Paris police force in a clerical capacity. With his prior experience and reputation, he quickly ascended to the position of Deputy Director of Internal Security in Paris. Although this role was not highly ranked, it wielded considerable power, enabling him to oversee all petty criminals within the city. Of course, this jurisdiction was limited to those low-level gangs lacking substantial backing. The true, formidable organized crime syndicates were supported by powerful forces, rendering a mere deputy insufficient in their presence. Nonetheless, Jean-Claude was indifferent, having faced too many life-and-death situations. He had lost all interest in meting out justice. What he desired now was a simple life with his wife and children, along with a bit more financial security. As deputy director, he was not required to take matters into his own hands. His presence alone commanded respect. Do you realize that assaulting law enforcement officers is a serious crime? Your actions will lead to significant trouble. Deputy Director Jean-Claude sensed something amiss as he opened the door, for the house was eerily quiet. His children, at that notoriously troublesome age, typically filled the air with their squabbles and their mother's exasperation upon his return. While others might find this cacophony grating, Jean-Claude relished the normalcy of family life he had longed for. Thus, when he opened the door to silence, he instinctively knew that something was wrong, prompting him to seize a vase from the entrance and grip it tightly in his hand. There is no alternative, for he is no longer the life-and-death agent he once was, and thus he lacks the habit of carrying firearms. At least on the surface, Paris appears to be quite peaceful. Upon entering the living room through the foyer, Jean beheld his wife and child bound with their hands tied and mouths covered, while a woman adorned with a fox mask sat nearby, examining a silver handgun. Jean steadied his nerves, since the assailants had not immediately harmed his family. It was evident they were not enemies from his past. He hastily began to speak, aware that those who dared to commit such an abduction would not care for his identity, yet some words were necessary. Director Jean, we are uncertain whether we are in trouble, but if you refuse to cooperate, your entire family will face grave peril. The man with the tiger mask, seated on the sofa, spoke with a hint of mockery. What do you want? Jean calculated the positions of both parties, pondering the likelihood of a successful counterattack. Bang! Before he could devise a plan, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed. The vase he had been clutching behind his back shattered into pieces. A curved trajectory. Are you members of the Brotherhood? Jean's eyes widened in disbelief. As a former senior agent of the French Security Bureau, he was well acquainted with the unscientific shooting technique of curved trajectories. The Mason Brotherhood held a notorious reputation in the underworld. He never imagined he would find himself entangled with such a legendary assassin organization. He forced a sheepish smile, resembling a schoolboy who had arrived late to class. The reputation of men often casts a long shadow. Had the intruders been merely two ordinary thieves, Jean believed he could have executed a counterattack even with hostages at stake. However, since he was faced with the elite assassins of the renowned Brotherhood, it would be folly to invite unnecessary suffering. He glanced at the woman still toying with her handgun. Her agility and the fox mask indicated she must be the fabled Fire Fox. In response to Jean's assumption, Jill insisted that she knew nothing about it, merely donning the mask for its amusement, with absolutely no ulterior motives. After a cordial exchange, Deputy Director Jean promptly jotted down the location of the Alberia gang's hideout. Although he was unaware of why that despicable gang had provoked such shadowy assassins, he wisely refrained from asking further questions. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. A mere deputy director was hardly a match for the lethal intentions of the Brotherhood. 87 Heaven Street. How audacious of these scoundrels to establish their base in such a location, Jill exclaimed, removing her mask and gazing at the address in her hand, feeling that the gang organizations in France were even bolder than those in America. It is quite typical for such small gangs to act with impunity. Ironically, as their enterprises expand, they become increasingly concerned with maintaining a facade. As the saying goes, reaching the pinnacle of the underworld ultimately leads to a desire for legitimacy. Take the Alberia gang, for instance, mere small fry that will never attain such legitimacy in their lifetime. Thus, they choose to embrace their fate and plunge headlong into darkness. However, gaining entry is no easy feat. Glancing at the two burly sentinels stationed at the entrance, Li Qingyuan could not help but frown. With his skills, these two lackeys posed no real challenge. Yet Paradise Street is renowned as Paris's infamous red light district. The streets outside are teeming with wandering technicians and tourists seeking pleasure, making it quite difficult to dispatch the guards without drawing attention. Let me go down and charm them. It would be a piece of cake. Jill adjusted her collar, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her neckline. Naturally, she was a beauty, and after days of pampering, she appeared even more radiant. If she were to descend from the vehicle, a mere flick of her finger would likely suffice to gain entry. What nonsense are you thinking? Even if I were to blow up this street, I would never allow you to exploit the situation for your advantage. Stay put and do not move. Li Qingyuan snapped, resolutely refusing to let Jill employ her feminine wiles. While her skills would undoubtedly keep her safe, he felt a pang of danger at the thought of her attracting too many glances. Look at you, so stingy. Jill turned her head and chuckled softly, uttering words of disdain, yet her heart was aflutter with delight. This man, despite his flirtations with others, was genuinely devoted to her. Chapter 171. A simple task. Who among you is a virgin? Marco queried the trembling girls before him. There were 5 girls in total, all freshly captured today. Please, let me go. My father is wealthy. If you demand a ransom, you can call him. They pleaded, their voices a chorus of desperation. They could hardly comprehend how, despite the reports of Paris's safety, they had been abducted immediately upon disembarking from their flight. I will ask one last time. Is there anyone here who is a virgin? Marco growled in frustration. It was always the same. Couldn't these women simply comply? His fierce visage, paired with his angry tone, silenced their sobs. After a moment, Jinmi timidly raised her hand. Although she did not understand the relevance of their question, it seemed prudent to acquiesce under the circumstances. Excellent. Marco nodded with a smile. A virgin could be sold to an upscale club for a much higher price than a non-virgin. To him, virginity was inconsequential. It was the money that truly mattered. Let us verify the goods. With a wave of his right hand, 2 subordinates promptly seized Jinmi, preparing for an on-site inspection. After all, it was prudent to verify such matters. If they were to sell her at the price of a virgin only to discover otherwise, it would be they who faced dire consequences. No, no. Jean-Mi struggled fiercely, yet her feeble strength was no match for the two burly men. Let go of Jean-Mi. At that moment, her friend Amanda, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, attempted to rush to her aid. However, before Amanda could make a move, Marco seized her by the hair. Sufficiently large and round. I shall have this one tonight. As the leader, Marco exercised his prerogative to select first from the remaining goods, leaving only those that were immobile. Let me go? Amanda, known for her more audacious demeanor compared to Jean-Mi, tried to retaliate by striking Marco's chest with her elbow, then spun around to kick him in the groin. These maneuvers were skills she had honed in self-defense classes. Yet, such tactics were child's play to Marco, who dealt with women daily and anticipated their every reaction. He delivered a brutal punch to Amanda's waist, eliciting a piercing scream from her. Though this blow would leave her incapacitated for days, to Marco, their suffering was inconsequential. Whether they could stand again in the future mattered little to him. Gripping Amanda's hair like one would a ragged dog, Marco intended to drag her to his quarters for his own amusement, but before he could exit the courtyard, a cacophony erupted from outside. What is happening? He turned to investigate, only to witness the Sentry brothers being unceremoniously tossed inside, as if they were refuse. Who? Marco shouted in alarm, releasing Amanda as he reached for his firearm. Yet, before he could discern the identity of the intruders, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Like a line of dominoes, the gang members in the courtyard fell one after another, prompting the girls to erupt in frantic screams once they realized all had perished. The once fearsome kidnappers now seemed as fragile as paper. Inside the house, others remained oblivious, preoccupied with their revelry, dismissing the nightly cries from the courtyard as mere background noise. Unfortunately, one shot went awry. Jill pushed the door open and entered, having aimed for a headshot but instead striking the neck of one unfortunate soul, nearly decapitating him. Fortune favors us. Our target is here. Li Qingyuan observed Jean-Mi, who was hurriedly putting on her pants, and smiled. Take care of those inside as well. Jill cast a sidelong glance, her disdain for these scoundrels palpable as a woman. Regardless, she had no intention of taking responsibility for these women. Li Qingyuan merely shrugged at Jill's sentiments. After all, it was a trifling task for him. He was indifferent to whether Jill would rescue a few more women, but while saving lives was commendable, he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. Jill stormed into the room, and with her formidable strength, dealing with this group of scum who only dared to bully women was akin to a lion hunting a rabbit, utterly effortless. Put your clothes on and come with me. Li Qingyuan stood before Jean-Mi, addressing her coldly. Are you here to save me? Are you a friend of my father's? Jean-Mi hurriedly donned her clothes, her voice tinged with a mix of anxiety and hope. She was aware that her father was a formidable agent, and these two seemingly powerful individuals could very well be his acquaintances. Currently, you are my hostage, young lady. Refrain from uttering any unnecessary words. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end your life with a single bullet. Although such a declaration felt shameful and somewhat juvenile, it was necessary to assert authority over these young girls. All of you, you may leave. Li Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, instructing the other women to exit. Having witnessed Jill's ruthless demeanor, they scrambled away in fright. Even Amanda struggled to crawl out, not daring to spare Jean-Mi a glance. Her hard-won courage had dissipated, and she lacked the audacity to provoke the terrifying figure in the mask. The room had been cleared. However, around a dozen girls remained, all in a state of poisoning. Jill exited the room with an air of nonchalance. Handling such a handful of scum took less than 30 seconds. I will call the deputy director shortly to handle these girls. Although Jean was not a good person, it was prudent to leave such matters to him. After all, they had been deemed assassins of the Brotherhood, so any ensuing complications could be directed towards them. Given the Brotherhood's reputation in the underworld, it was unlikely anyone would dare to challenge them. Very well, Jill nodded. While she felt sympathy for the girl's plight, she was not an unlimited saint. Killing was simple. A single bullet sufficed. The aftermath was best left to the professionals. Come with me. The two led Jean-Mi out into the bustling street beyond. Merely a wall separated them from a hellish scene concealed behind the door. Chapter 172. Is your father truly your father? Oddly enough, Li Qingyuan glanced at the trembling Jean-Mi in the back seat, and then at his task display panel, feeling a sense of confusion. He had already captured Jean-Mi. Yet why did the task description remain unchanged? Are you certain she is the daughter of Brian Mills? You must realize that deceiving me will lead to a fate far more brutal than falling into the hands of those human traffickers. Through the rearview mirror of the car, he spoke menacingly to Jinmi. Yes, my father is indeed Brian. Jinmi quickly nodded, a little girl who had grown up in a sheltered environment. Now utterly bewildered by her circumstances. Are you certain? Are you absolutely sure that your biological father is Brian? Did your mother never mention that she had someone else on the side? While the film's narrative suggested she was indeed Brian's daughter, one could never be sure of the truth. After all, Brian had spent most of his days out on missions, rarely home for more than a month at a time. Perhaps his wife, weary of solitude, had sought companionship elsewhere. No, my father is Brian. Upon hearing the kidnapper insult her mother's reputation, Jimmy found an unexpected surge of courage and shouted defiantly. Why are you shouting? Are you seeking death? Taken aback by her sudden outburst, Li Qingyuan shouted back in frustration. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized her grave mistake. The figures before her were not her parents, but two merciless demons. Strangely, Li Qingyuan ignored the terrified girl and furrowed his brows in contemplation. Why is there no update on the task? Her father must still believe she is with those traffickers, so we aren't technically kidnapping her, Jill suggested thoughtfully. Brian is likely on a plane from America, completely unaware of the events unfolding here. Thus, he knows nothing of his daughter being taken by someone else, Jill reasoned. That makes sense. We'll discuss it further tomorrow, Li Qingyuan replied with a nod. By the way, where do we go now? He glanced at Jinmi in the back seat. A hint of frustration lacing his voice. Originally, they had arranged for the Red Queen to book a hotel, but with this unexpected burden, staying at a hotel was no longer feasible. While hotel registration in Paris was not particularly stringent, Brian's investigative skills were commendable. If they took Jimmy to a hotel, it would not be long before they were discovered, and then there would be no avoiding the need to eliminate witnesses. A private villa would suffice. Let the Red Queen find an unoccupied one. We can simply drive in, Jill proposed after a moment of contemplation. Every city has vacant villas, and the Red Queen promptly located an available one, remotely taking control of the house's main systems. Thanks to the so-called smart living of the wealthy, a simple breach of the central computer allowed them to claim the property as their own. Listen, I have no intention of resorting to violence against you. You may do as you please within this room, but should I detect any inclination on your part to escape, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Li Qingyuan commanded as he cast Jinmi into an unoccupied chamber. Although it would have been prudent to bind her, he deemed such measures unnecessary. If this girl could manage to flee under the watchful surveillance of the Red Queen and the vigilant eyes of Jill, then he would accept the outcome. After instructing the Red Queen to secure the doors and windows, Li Qingyuan returned to the living room on the ground floor. Jill had procured a bottle of exquisite red wine from the refrigerator and graciously accepted a wine glass. I have already contacted Deputy Director Jean, requesting him to address the issues concerning those girls, he remarked, lightly clinking his glass against Li Qingyuan's. He will know how to handle it. The human trafficking syndicate represented the lowest echelon of society, while the Brotherhood reigned supreme at the pinnacle of the underworld hierarchy. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Any astute individual would recognize the proper course of action. Eradicating the Alberia gang might only result in the loss of a tribute. But crossing the Brotherhood could very well cost one's life. I recall you have several tasks at hand, do you not? Jill inquired after savoring a sip of wine. Indeed. The assignments include intercepting Frank Martin's delivery, demolishing John Rambo's stall, eliminating John Wick's dog, and capturing Ethan Hunt. Although the mission stipulated that completing merely 3 tasks sufficed, he would certainly not balk at the prospect of accomplishing them all. Each completed task promised 5 points in freedom attributes, and an additional task would yield yet another opportunity for a lottery draw. Should he manage to complete all, he would not only amass 30 attribute points, but also be granted 3 chances to draw from the lottery. With his fortuitous disposition, he was confident of obtaining remarkable rewards. Which of these tasks is the most convenient? Li Qingyuan pondered. There had been no word from Ethan Hunt as of yet, and John Wick's wife still lingered on the brink of death. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the predicament. The task required the elimination of John Wick's dog. Yet the canine's nominal owner remained his wife. As long as she drew breath, the dog, from a legal standpoint, could not be considered John Wick's possession. Thus, he had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, the hospital had issued a critical condition notice, and it was likely that within a few days, she would succumb. Initially, he had been most conflicted about demolishing John Rambo's stall, for unlike the others, Rambo's combat prowess transcended the limits of reality. According to the data retrieved by the Red Queen, that old man had single-handedly decimated the Myanmar military a few years prior, causing thousands of troops to flee in utter disarray. The notion of a single individual vanquishing an entire regiment was utterly unfathomable. However, considering the existence of skills such as gunplay in this world, it seems prudent to dismiss the notion of science altogether. Fortunately, the task assigned by the system merely requires him to smash John Rambo's stall, without stipulating that Rambo must be present. He plans to devise a method to lure the old man away, ideally to the opposite side of the earth, allowing him to enact his plan undeterred. He has chosen the day before his return for this endeavor, ensuring that even if Rambo discovers his stall has been vandalized, he will lack the time to return. Thus, the plan is foolproof. So, what we can do now is to deliver a package to Frank Martin. Upon hearing his thoughts, Jill's face flushed slightly. Indeed, however, Frank Martin has been rather idle lately, so we need to find him something to do. Chapter 173. The Parisian race god Frank Martin is a professional transporter, tasked with safeguarding the transit of valuable items or important individuals, akin to the ancient bodyguards. In his field, he is a paragon, boasting a flawless reputation for task completion. However, as his fame has grown, so too has his fortune. Frank is now a millionaire, having enjoyed a taste of affluence. He has not taken on any assignments for over 2 months, relishing life with his 6-figure bank balance. So why not indulge in a little vacation? He even turned down an offer from a group of Russians yesterday. Yet today, he found himself unable to refuse an urgent request. "Frank, I'm in trouble." As he picked up the phone, Frank recognized the voice of his old friend Otto. Despite Otto's attempts to maintain his composure, the perceptive Frank could detect a hint of fear in his tone. "What's the matter? This lady beside me insists that if you cannot deliver the contents of locker number 9 on Victory Street to the deepest grave at the Orleans Public Cemetery by 6 o'clock this evening, my head might just explode." Otto glanced at the firearm pressed against his forehead, his voice trembling with trepidation. As Frank's friend, Otto had faced many daunting challenges. Yet this woman was an entirely different caliber of threat. Otto's pride in his combat abilities crumbled before her. Despite his towering stature of nearly 6 feet and weighing close to 300 pounds, she effortlessly lifted him with one hand. This woman is simply not human. Of course, such a thought remained unspoken, for to utter such words in the presence of a woman would be far more perilous than courting death itself. "Tell her I've agreed," Frank responded without hesitation. Although he was accustomed to his solitary pride, he held friendship in the highest regard. If Li Qingyuan had threatened him directly, he might have stubbornly refused the job out of pride, but when his friend's life was at stake, he instantly relented. After ending the call, Frank swiftly drove towards Victory Street. His phone had already received a string of verification codes. Upon entering the code, he discovered a combination safe containing a thick stack of cash. Such generosity was astonishing. The bundle of currency appeared to amount to no less than 30 or 40,000. Frank found himself momentarily taken aback. The journey from Paris to Orleans spanned just over 100 kilometers, even at a leisurely pace. He would arrive in about half an hour. Earning such a substantial sum in such a short time indicated that the contents of the box were undoubtedly significant. However, his esteemed reputation in the escorting profession was built on trustworthiness, and regardless of what lay within the box, he remained indifferent. After all, most of his clients were part of illicit organizations, transporting goods that were best left in the shadows. Had he been overly curious, he would have long since met a grim fate. Loading the safe into his vehicle, Frank began to cautiously survey his surroundings. The client had not only spent a considerable sum, but had also kidnapped his friend, indicating that this mission was fraught with peril. Even he did not dare to underestimate the situation. Consequently, he drove with utmost vigilance, taking nearly an hour to traverse the seemingly short 100-kilometer distance. The roads from Paris to Orleans were teeming with traffic, and he constantly felt as if someone might ambush him from another vehicle, perhaps even launching an attack with grenades. His attention was primarily focused on preventing any surprise assaults. However, upon his anxious arrival at the Orleans Public Cemetery, he encountered no danger whatsoever, which led Frank to reflect on his remarkable fortune. In the escorting profession, akin to that of a courier service, it was impossible to face peril during every assignment. If that were the case, no number of bodyguards would suffice to survive. The task required him to place the safe atop the deepest grave in the cemetery. Frank parked his car at the entrance and, grasping the safe, ventured deeper into the grounds. As he entered the cemetery, an eerie chill enveloped him, palpable even in the summer heat, sending shivers down his spine as if he were possessed by some wandering spirit. Shaking off the unsettling sensation, he reassured himself that he was merely overthinking. Glancing around, he noticed a young girl weeping sorrowfully along the path ahead, her tears resembling dew on a pear blossom, an image both heartbreaking and poignant. As a compassionate individual, Frank felt compelled to console her. After all, death is an inevitable part of life, and those who remain should strive to find solace. It was certainly not due to her beauty that he felt this way. He simply could not bear to see a lovely girl in distress. Moreover, given her frail demeanor and the nature of her sorrow, Frank did not perceive her as a threat. "Dear lady," he gently addressed her, "it would be wise to accept your loss with grace. Surely, the gentleman below would not wish to see you so sorrowful." Frank approached the young girl from behind and spoke. The girl, Jean-Mi, sobbed uncontrollably, her cries echoing with despair. Fearing that her acting skills might be insufficient and that Frank would uncover the ruse, Li Qingyuan promptly pressed 2 onions into her face. The burning sensation on her skin was unbearable, and her eyes throbbed painfully. An overwhelming dread washed over her as she worried about the possibility of losing her sight, rendering her oblivious to the world around her. "Madam, such crying could harm your health," Frank kindly cautioned. Jean-Mi, overwhelmed and uncertain of the villain's intentions in leaving her there, struggled to articulate her warning to the well-meaning stranger. Yet, as she opened her mouth, her words faltered, fear gripping her tongue. What if thwarting the villain's plan resulted in retaliation? Though she yearned to inform Frank that this was a trap, her fear was paralyzing. "What did you say?" Frank's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Despite the girl's vague explanation, her urgent tone was incongruent with her current state. He swiftly prepared to tackle her to the ground, but as he leaped into the air, he fell abruptly, like a marionette with severed strings. "I told you to act on the way here. Why wait until the cemetery?" Jill emerged from her hiding spot, her tone laced with disdain. Even with novice-level bullet time, her unparalleled marksmanship ensured she would not miss her target. The skill of this individual behind the wheel surpassed that of the Brotherhood, making it a precarious situation to confront him mid-journey. Li Qingyuan lamented with a shrug and a smile. Everyone possesses their own areas of expertise, and Frank's greatest strength lay in his driving skills. Regardless of the mode of transportation, he could manipulate it to extraordinary effect. Remarkably, he could even pursue a sports car on a bicycle, making it no easy feat to strike moving Frank. Chapter 174. It is good to buy and observe so cold. Frank awoke in the chilling depths of night, the cold wind of early summer cutting through the air. The eerie atmosphere of the cemetery only intensified his discomfort. Extracting the tranquilizer needle from his neck, he felt a mix of relief and frustration. If the enemy could shoot a tranquilizer into his neck, they could just as easily fire a bullet to end his life. While he had indeed relaxed his vigilance momentarily due to the weeping girl, given the enemy's marksmanship, even without a decoy, he would have faced a significant risk of evasion. Fortunately, it appeared that the adversary did not wish to kill him, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. However, the tragedy lay in the fact that his impeccable reputation for never missing had now been irrevocably tarnished. With a sense of dismay, he exited the graveyard, only to find several missed calls as he entered his vehicle. "It's me, Frank. The items are lost." He dialed the unfamiliar missed call and spoke directly into the phone. Frank was bracing himself to endure the fury of the caller. Having discarded his package as a courier was undoubtedly a calamity. Given the method employed by the other party to issue the commission, it was clear that they were not a person prone to amiability. "The item is in your car's trunk. Deliver it to the top floor of the Montparnasse Tower in Paris within 3 hours." To Frank's astonishment, the caller not only refrained from expressing any blame, but also entrusted him with another assignment. Upon opening the trunk, he found the locked suitcase untouched, and a wave of profound malice from the world washed over him. It was evident that after being incapacitated by an unknown adversary with a tranquilizer gun, his employer had intervened to drive away the enemy and conveniently retrieve the suitcase. However, setting aside the fact that the other party had left him lying alone in the cemetery for the better part of the day, was it truly necessary to demand that he transport this suitcase from Paris to Orleans and then back to Paris again? Was this just a game to toy with him? Nevertheless, upon noticing the additional stacks of cash in the trunk, Frank resolved that it would be prudent not to dwell on such complex matters. The other party was paying him for the delivery. Despite the eerie nature of the entire situation, they were indeed generous, and given that he had just lost the merchandise, he had no justification to decline their reasonable request. He sped towards Paris in his beloved car, hardly pausing to take a sip of water. Surely, this fellow's speed had soared to 300. Jill observed the rear projection with a smirk. Initially, she felt a twinge of discontent at Li Qingyuan's claim that his driving skills surpassed hers, as she believed she had never truly showcased her prowess. Why should she concede inferiority? Yet, witnessing the sheer speed Frank achieved while wholly focused, she could not bring herself to admit defeat vocally, though inwardly she had come to accept that she indeed seemed to be outclassed in driving skill. While it was true that top-tier racing cars in Formula One could reach speeds of 400, even close to 500, that was on a standard racetrack with specialized vehicles. To race at 300 on ordinary roads was akin to courting death. No matter how skilled he was, it would be futile. I've instructed the Red Queen to lock down the elevator of this building. Once he ascends halfway up the 70-plus floors, we will make our move. Li Qingyuan chuckled. The system task indicated that the mission to rob Frank Martin had been completed 1/3 of the way. Another heist would bring it to 2/3. After that, he planned to arrange one more attempt, aiming to complete the task before noon the following day. As for whether the other party would suffer a psychological breakdown from being robbed 3 times within 24 hours, that remained to be seen. Given Frank's extensive experience as a premier bodyguard, one would presume his mental fortitude to be quite resilient. Moreover, as the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come singly. Brian's abduction mission has now transformed into a countdown of 353 hours. It appears that the act of kidnapping is not merely about apprehending the victim, but also entails meticulous time management. Thankfully, he did not postpone this task until the final hours, or the countdown would have proven insufficient. "Are you feeling better?" Jill inquired as she approached Jinmi. "Much improved. Thank you." Jinmi promptly expressed her gratitude, having spent 40 minutes washing her face to alleviate the burning sensation. Although there remained a slight discomfort, the silver lining was that her eyes were unharmed. "Who exactly are you?" Jinmi whispered to Jill, noticing Li Qingyuan had moved to the other side. Compared to the fiend who had squeezed onion juice onto her face, this graceful older sister seemed far more approachable. After a day and night of interaction, she had finally regained her composure. Both individuals traveled in top-tier luxury vehicles and resided in opulent accommodations, hardly fitting the profile of kidnappers. After all, if they were targeting her stepfather, it might be understandable, considering Stuart was somewhat of a wealthy man. Yet her biological father? Jinmi was not exaggerating. Her father's total assets likely wouldn't cover even a day's expenses for these individuals. With no fear of repercussions, Jill had indulged in lavish spending over the past couple of days, acquiring an array of limited edition items in bulk. Even when Li Qingyuan reminded her that such luxuries could not possibly be taken back, she remained utterly unfazed. In her words, purchasing clothes and bags was akin to Li Qingyuan chatting with beautiful women, purely a means to satisfy her collector's impulse. Indeed, she consistently chose her favorite pieces each day, even if the bags and garments purchased would never see the light of day. However, their mere presence was enough to please her eyes. With her sentiments laid bare, what more could Li Qingyuan possibly say? Furthermore, the primary reason for bringing Jill back to the main world was not solely their profound emotional bond, but also the assurance that she would not meddle in his private affairs. Having survived alone in the apocalypse for over 6 months, Li Qingyuan represented a beacon of hope in Jill's life, especially as he had aided her in saving the world. Thus, even when he occasionally succumbed to his baser instincts, Jill chose to turn a blind eye. After all, aside from that minor flaw, he could be considered a decent person. "Little sister, curiosity can be perilous for a hostage." Gil chuckled as he gently patted Jinmi's cheek. The little girl was indeed quite amusing. Chapter 175. Brian's strengths. "Are you certain those 2 individuals are assassins from the Brotherhood?" Brian inquired, crouched down in the morgue, examining the corpses as he addressed Jean-Claude. With the Alberia gang having been single-handedly taken down by Gil, Jean no longer needed to provide them with cover. The 2 longtime friends maintained a facade of brotherhood. Brian had meticulously calculated all the steps during the flight, planning his first destination to gather clues, ideally locating the gang members responsible for surveillance at the airport. This would lead him to their lair. However, upon disembarking from the plane, he received a call from his ex-wife, informing him that the human trafficking ring had been dismantled by the police, and all the abducted girls had been rescued. Brian promptly made his way to the hospital where Amanda was recuperating, from whom he learned the truth. It was not the police who had taken down the trafficking ring, but rather two masked individuals who had eliminated all the criminals. Yet, his daughter had been taken away by those very two. Consequently, Brian felt compelled to seek the assistance of his old friend Jean. For both the criminals' bodies and the crime scene had now been secured by the Parisian police, rendering him unable to approach. This is the material retrieved by the investigation unit. Jean presented a police report to Brian. The report clearly indicated the angles of gunfire in the corpses and the times they were shot. 5 individuals, 5 entirely different angles. From the same weapon. Indeed, a parabolic trajectory. Brian furrowed his brow, pondering why the Brotherhood, notorious in the underworld, would travel such a great distance to commit murder in Paris, especially since they had released all the other girls but retained his daughter. What could possibly justify that? He reflected on his past actions and found no apparent conflict with those lunatics. According to eyewitness accounts, the woman wearing the fox mask could be definitively identified as the Brotherhood's top assassin, Foxfire, an international S-class wanted criminal. While there was insufficient information on the individual in the tiger mask, Jean contemplated and then spoke to Brian. Have you ever interfered with the Brotherhood's plans? It is said that their assassins typically operate alone, yet this time two have come together. It seems they are particularly intent on you. With no conflicting interests at play, Jean felt compelled to offer Brian a word of caution, for it would be difficult to bear witness to his demise without feeling a twinge of guilt, wouldn't it? Though Brian had indeed been a top-tier international agent in the past, facing the Brotherhood's madmen in a 2-to-1 scenario left Jean with little faith in Brian's chances of survival. No, if there is any enmity, I should be the one considered the victim. Brian shook his head. If one were to discuss the entanglement with the Brotherhood, it would indeed trace back over 20 years to a time when a target he was responsible for protecting was murdered in an unfathomable manner. At that time, Brian was perplexed, for from the enemy's vantage point, they could not possibly see the victim, let alone mount an attack. Fueled by youthful zeal, he had initially wished to apprehend the adversary, but it was an elder who enlightened him to the existence of a group capable of launching projectiles on a parabolic trajectory. Ultimately, the case faded into obscurity, as no law enforcement officer was willing to confront such a band of lunatics. Faced with a cadre of elusive assassins, said to be part of an organization with a lineage spanning millennia, it was only natural for anyone to harbor a modicum of trepidation unless they possessed the audacity akin to the Mongols sweeping across the world. According to records, the Brotherhood last operated in Paris 14 years ago. Now, their return raises questions about their intentions. Jean too found himself perplexed. While he felt ill-equipped to contend with such madmen, he was, after all, the deputy chief of police. If their activities in Paris escalated, he would inevitably be implicated. Of course, even if faced with disciplinary action, he wished to avoid any direct confrontation with those maniacs, especially since his 2 children were still shaken by recent events. If only he had known. Brian let out a wry smile, realizing that his daughter had just escaped one peril only to plunge into another. It seemed unwise for her to venture outside. However, there was a silver lining. Despite their madness, the Brotherhood was reputed to adhere to a code of conduct. Should his daughter fall into their hands, it would assuredly be a far better fate than landing in the clutches of human traffickers. In Amanda's hospital room, 2 girls had been rescued from the lair of traffickers, their frail bodies marred by needle marks. Even if they managed to survive, their lives would likely be irrevocably altered. That evening, another disturbance erupted on Heaven Street. Flipping through the documents in his hand, Brian quickly pinpointed a discrepancy. It involved 2 inebriated individuals who had engaged in a scuffle, which escalated into a brawl, though fortunately, there were no casualties, thus deeming it a minor incident. Heaven Street was notorious for its flesh trade, with patrons typically seeking amusement only after indulging in alcohol, making such altercations all too commonplace. I must meet the suspects involved in this brawl, Brian declared, assembling the papers as he turned to Jean. They are still confined in the interrogation room. But soon it will be 24 hours, and we will have to release them, Jean remarked, glancing at the clock. Let us not rush. Allow me to inquire further. Brian insisted with emphasis. Do you suspect those 2 drunks? Jean inquired, curiosity piqued by Brian's fervent request. He was well aware of his old friend's capabilities. When it came to combat skills or marksmanship, His opponent was merely at the level of an ordinary ace agent. While this might seem formidable to the average person, in the presence of national agencies, any major power could easily produce a dozen such individuals. However, the reason Brian had risen to prominence within the American Defense Bureau was his unparalleled prowess in intelligence analysis. Brian possessed an extraordinary intuition for various forms of intelligence. Essentially, if there was even the slightest hint of a clue, he could immediately uncover the leads. "I don't know. Let me see them first," he exclaimed. "All right. I'll make a call to have them detained." Gene hastily began to retrieve his phone. Although Gene was certainly not bold enough to confront the Brotherhood directly, he was nonetheless the deputy director of Paris, the second in command of the police force. Thus, when the adversaries stormed into his home, brandishing weapons and threatening his wife and children, he felt a simmering anger within him. After all, he wasn't the one directly facing off against the Brotherhood. If Brian could uncover any useful information, it would hardly concern him, would it?